Yi Hao participated in a global live broadcast wilderness survival program. By enduring for a month, he could earn a reward of 500,000, a sum crucial for the medical treatment of his ailing sister. With unwavering determination, he resolutely joined the challenge. However, upon arriving on the deserted island, he encountered a rattlesnake, quickly becoming the subject of pity among the others. Yet, as fate would have it, a system awakened within him, granting Yi Hao a golden opportunity. Astonishing events began to unfold around him during this wilderness survival ordeal. Why does he reside in a villa? Isn't this a survival program? While others are starving, how is he enjoying smoked meat? While others struggled for survival, Yi Hao reveled in the breathtaking beauty of the island. The aircraft soared over the waters of the Western Route Sea, positioning itself above the largest wilderness island in the world, Mullen Island. Inside the plane, a diverse group of young individuals anxiously gazed at the world outside, surrounded by sophisticated machinery. Yi Hao sat alone in a corner, participating in a reality show focused on global island survival. Attention, everyone! We are preparing for landing. You may have caught a glimpse of the surroundings shortly. You will enter the island. The commentator began explaining the rules of the competition, which had captivated audiences worldwide. Blue Fox Live, equipped with the most advanced streaming technology, was responsible for broadcasting the event in real time. Countless drones stood by, ready to stream 247. You are the third batch of contestants, challenging survival for 365 days, with the ultimate prize awaiting you. The commentator, a strikingly beautiful woman, was equally exhilarated. After landing, you will be dispersed. You are one of 300 participants, a fortunate soul among the 3 billion registered applicants. Seize this opportunity. Yi Hao lazily stood up, feeling somewhat out of place in this world. An unforeseen accident had transported him to this parallel universe. His younger sister, with whom he had shared 3 years, had been diagnosed with a severe illness, necessitating urgent medical expenses. Unfortunately, the family he found himself in was not affluent, compounding his woes. In desperation, Yi Hao chose to join the program, knowing that participation guaranteed financial reward. If he could endure for a month, he would receive 500,000, a sum sufficient to cover his sister's treatment for a time. Yi Hao resolved to persevere for a month, and if he could last 365 days, the grand prize of 100 million would be awarded to the victor. Fortunately, upon boarding the plane, Yi Hao successfully acquired the essential golden finger system of a traveler. Loading the ultimate wilderness survival guide system. 10:55:99 Observing the system's loading screen, Yi Hao felt a surge of urgency. Why had it stalled? Was it frozen? Just then, the staff began to blindfold each contestant, preparing to disperse them across various landing points. The atmosphere in the live stream had already grown fervent. This live broadcast features the esteemed survival expert, Master Bei Yi, a true pioneer in this field. Additionally, the renowned star and reputed luckiest person, Fan Xinxin, has been invited to partake in the program's recording. Beside Fan Xinxin stands a legendary figure of the music industry, Han Xiao. Brother Xiao, what do you think of this batch of contestants? Fan Xinxin, with her vivacious spirit, engages in conversation, as this marks the third group of participants familiar to the guests. Certainly, they cannot compare to the previous contenders, Han Xiao responds. The first 2 batches consisted of seed contestants who, having entered early, possess greater access to resources and, consequently, a significant advantage. Indeed, the essence of a live broadcast lies in its entertainment value. A subsequent group of contestants is set to arrive the following day, and for them, the prospects of victory appear dim. This challenge is considerably more arduous than my previous ones, as the production team has mandated that no equipment is permitted. Contestants are left with only their clothing, devoid of any tools. For novices, enduring even a single day may prove insurmountable. Upon hearing their discussion about the contestants, Master Bei Yi felt compelled to share his insights. Observing the participants dispersed across various locations, the guests' anxiety began to mount. Confronting the unknown instills a palpable tension. The preliminary recordings over the past few days have merely skimmed the surface of the contestants' capabilities, with many aspects of the seed participants remaining concealed until the official competition begins. Due to the regulations of the competition, while seed contestants may enter early, This time does not count towards the final duration. Only once the first batch of non-seed contestants has entered does the timer commence. Given the vastness of the island, all participants are assigned to different landing points to ensure relative fairness in the competition. Yihao's group has been transported to a designated location, awaiting the staff's departure before they remove their blindfolds. As Yihao gazes at the system's progress bar, which remains unchanged, he resignedly sets off in search of a suitable shelter. Before his translocation, he had a keen interest in survival-themed films, never imagining he would have the opportunity to partake in such an adventure. He vividly recalls the moment of his transition after purchasing an outdoor survival kit online. He eagerly unwrapped the package only to be enveloped in a flash of light, finding himself in this new world. Now, the true test of Yihao begins, as the conditions are exceedingly challenging, with no supplementary tools at his disposal. Drawing from years of viewing experience, Yihao understands that residing by the seaside is unwise, especially in this tropical climate where rain is imminent. Thus, finding temporary accommodation becomes an urgent priority. While the need for food is not immediate, he can endure hunger for a while. He realizes that rain could easily lead to illness, which is a daunting prospect. Therefore, Yihao is acutely aware of his primary objective. With numerous contestants present, the live broadcast can only capture a fraction of Yihao's experience. However, to enhance the program's appeal, each contestant is accompanied by a drone, ensuring that everyone has their own dedicated live streaming space. Although the contestants cannot see the barrage of comments, the audience can express their criticisms and shower gifts in the live streams of their favorite participants. At this moment, Yihao's live stream was devoid of viewers, as everyone was engrossed in the situation of the seated contestants. Yihao glanced around his surroundings. The beach was barren of any wildlife, extinguishing his hopes of foraging for food. He ventured directly into Mullen Island, observing the trees and flora around him. Despite his earnest efforts to discern what was edible, his lack of experience and the urgency of time led him to reluctantly abandon the quest. After a prolonged search, Yihao finally stumbled upon a suitable place for habitat. Iona Crooked Tree. This location is ideal for constructing a treehouse, but that is a matter for later. For now, I shall erect something akin to a tent. Surveying the environment, he noted the presence of large-leaved plants, perfect for crafting a roof for his makeshift shelter. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the guests marveled at the progress of the seated contestants. Remarkably, within just 2 days, most had already established their temporary abodes. Some of the more capable individuals had even managed to secure food, allowing them to enjoy a somewhat more comfortable existence. Grandpa, in an environment like this, doesn't the absence of fire equate to a lack of hope? Fan Xin inquired, her curiosity piqued by this particular aspect. Han Xiao smiled knowingly, as he possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding wilderness survival. Indeed, fire provides a sense of security. Without it, one lacks that essential comfort. Han Xiao articulated his perspective. The entertainment value of the program was secondary. What truly mattered was his sense of presence. Chapter 2. Encountering the rattlesnake. Han Xiao speaks of one aspect. In truth, the temperature variation between day and night here is quite pronounced. Without fire, one is prone to illness, and even with fire, wild beasts are deterred. Sustaining oneself on raw food for an extended period will undoubtedly lead to digestive troubles. Although he professes this, it is worth noting that in his own show, he predominantly consumes raw fare, rarely seen preparing cooked meals. However, among the contestants, few possess the skill to kindle a fire on such a humid island. Look over here, someone exclaimed. This individual has begun to construct a shelter. Indeed, the figure on the screen was Yihao, diligently tearing large leaves. He believed that with these substantial leaves, at least he would have some form of protection from the rain. After placing several large leaves beneath a tree, Yihao commenced the search for materials to create a base. He was aware that these leaves were called palm leaves, yet due to the complexity of the characters, he preferred to refer to them as large leaves. Being close to the coastline, there were also banana and coconut trees nearby. Although he had not spotted them earlier, Yihao was confident they would be present. In the live broadcast room, viewers were captivated by the shifting focus on the guests, and the camera fortuitously landed on Yihao. Lacking tools to fell trees, he could only gather dry leaves, contemplating the challenges of survival. Yet, he encountered a predicament. A rattlesnake lay coiled amidst the grass, and as he passed by, he heard the distinctive sound of its rattling tail. Stunned, Yihao stood frozen in place. To be candid, he possessed no experience in such situations and was entirely at a loss for how to respond. What was this person doing, standing there in a stupor? Was he attempting to perform some form of artistic expression on a deserted island? Could it be that he fancied himself a performer? In light of Yihao's actions, the camera in the live broadcast room lingered momentarily on him. Bei Yi, what do you think this person is up to? At this juncture, the program had been airing for quite some time, and the guests were beginning to show signs of fatigue, wandering about aimlessly, much like flies. The seed contestants could not monopolize the camera, and at this moment, Fan Xinxin finally spotted an intriguing individual, instantly revitalizing her spirits. I suspect he might be experiencing some mental distress, she remarked. The area is vast, yet this person appears exceedingly tense. It's evident that something is amiss. Han Xiao, presenting himself in what he considered the most appealing manner, smiled at Fan Xinxin while sharing his insights. However, Bei Yi remained silent, intently observing the contestant's condition. After all, a contract had been signed upon joining the program, and the production team bore no responsibility for issues arising on the deserted island. Yet even so, the allure of fortune could not deter those with ambition. Bei Yi watched the screen with concern, anxiously sweating for this young man. Xiao Gu. This is a survival program where only 300 participants can be selected. Aside from the 60 seed contestants who entered on the first 2 days, the remaining 240 participants have undergone rigorous selection, making such discrepancies impossible. Indeed, tomorrow, 160 more individuals will arrive on the island, yet the competition has already commenced. And those arriving later will not receive an additional day, placing them at a disadvantage, as resources will be relatively harder to acquire. I am aware of this. But how do we explain this individual situation? Han Xiao gazed helplessly at Yihao. Despite their lengthy conversation, Yihao remained motionless. It was not that he was unwilling to move, but rather that he was too apprehensive to do so. At this moment, Bei Yi finally spoke up. Through the drone's footage, he faintly heard the rattling of a rattlesnake. However, due to the incessant chatter of the other 2 guests, the sound was not entirely clear. Oh, Bei Yi, what do you mean by that? Fan Xinxin immediately turned her attention to Bei Yi, as if he had uncovered something intriguing. The barrage of comments had long since erupted, dividing into several factions. It turns out that remaining still can also capture attention. Have you all forgotten this? Isn't this just a Navi individual? I'm not referring to the contestants, but to the ones upstairs. You are all so mischievous. I believe it must be due to some form of threat, otherwise, it would not be like this. There's nothing here. What threat could there be? Ridiculous. Perhaps he knows the production team is watching him. How amusing. Yet, Bei Yi did not squander the audience's time, and the previously raucous viewers began to heed his insights. Director, switch to the drone's camera and examine the surrounding underbrush. With the drone shot shifting, people finally recognized the issue. A rattlesnake. Goodness. Farewell, my brother. On the very first day of the broadcast, you've offered yourself as a sacrifice. The program's effect is explosive. Upon seeing the rattlesnake, Fan Xinxin gasped, covering her mouth. Her eyes wide with terror as she stared at the screen. Bei Yi, is he finished? Hearing Fan Xinxin's words, Bei Yi chuckled. Rest assured, you may not have noticed. But this individual has been subtly shifting his position. Once he reaches a suitable distance, we should witness someone sprinting desperately. At Bei Yi's words, everyone gazed at the screen in astonishment. Had this person really moved? Bei Yi's statement seemed mystical. He appeared motionless. Was it merely an illusion? The brother upstairs may have released too much energy. It's perfectly normal to see things amiss. To validate Bei Yi's assertion, the drone's camera focused on Yihao's feet, revealing clear signs of movement on the ground. Just then, Yihao suddenly bolted, sprinting towards an open area. At least there would be no rattlesnake lurking there. Witnessing Yihao's frantic run, everyone felt their hearts race, as if they were experiencing it themselves. Yihao finally reached a distant spot, and, upon realizing that the rattlesnake had not followed him, collapsed onto the ground. A sigh of relief escaped him, as the tension had been nearly unbearable. Fan Xinxin clutched her chest, her face pale from anxiety. This young man was truly fortunate. The thrill of the experience was overwhelming, epitomizing the essence of survival in the wilderness. Beside them, Han Xiao also expressed his thoughts, while Bei Yi cast a disdainful glance at the 2. At that moment, Yihao's livestream attracted tens of thousands of viewers, all captivated by his first-person perspective, as the production team had shifted their focus elsewhere. The crowd of thrill-seekers flocked in to offer their support. The streamer has me on the edge of my seat, exclaimed one viewer. Tianfeng Shin O sent an airplane in the chat, while Wuckingren followed suit with 10. I've got my eyes on you, young man. Wuckingren's vibrant red text adorned the top of the chat, a privilege reserved for the affluent. Chapter 3. Kindling the fire. At this juncture, Yihao sat on the ground, utterly speechless at the unfolding situation. What terrible luck! He had prepared nothing and thus squandered so much of his energy. The viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter at his words, filling the screen with their mirth. However, Yihao was oblivious to their presence. He merely knew he had a live stream. Gazing up at the drone hovering above, he felt a sense of helplessness. Is anyone out there? He waved at the camera, greeting the void. It was futile to expect a response from the emptiness of the room. After a moment of reflection on his lack of preparation, he sighed and resumed his plans. It seems we are all ghosts now, he mused. One word from the young man has transformed us into apparitions, hasn't it? You lecherous old man downstairs? And what kind of ghost are you upstairs? A husky ghost, perhaps? That's a bit much. I can tolerate being called a lecher. But why add old to it? He exclaimed, incredulous. After a lengthy search, Yihao finally discovered a water source. Initially intending to gather materials for shelter, he unexpectedly stumbled upon this vital resource. In that case, it would be best to establish my home here. How swiftly plans can change. In the blink of an eye, he had found a new base. As he peered into the small pond, he was astonished to find a turtle. Without hesitation, he seized it. The turtle, confronted with danger, did not retract its head, but rather opened its mouth in a feeble attempt to attack Yihao. Oh, you little rascal, daring to threaten me? Just wait until I feast on you, he taunted. Spotting a stick nearby, Yihao grabbed it and began to strike. Realizing the peril it faced, the once aggressive turtle hastily retreated. Yihao could not let this opportunity slip away. He picked up a stone from the pond's edge and hurled it. Fortune smiled upon him as the stone struck true. However, it appeared the turtle had not met its demise. The blow had merely struck its shell. Yihao dashed over, flipped the turtle onto its back, and placed a stone upon it. Ha ha, little turtle, still trying to escape? He laughed wildly, then surveyed his surroundings before tearing off several vines. He swiftly bound the turtle tightly, deciding against consuming it for the time being, as it was manageable and there was no rush. With its limbs ensnared by the ropes, escape was utterly impossible for the creature. Time was slipping away, and darkness would soon descend. He could not afford any delays. Thus, Yihao prepared to construct a shelter on a nearby slope, aiming to survive the first night. A battle between man and ghost? No, rather a clash between man and turtle. How thrilling. This young man was quite amusing. He had won my admiration. Can I say that the live broadcast was an explosive success? That little turtle was almost a source of mockery for itself. Audiences who initially intended to leave found themselves lingering, as the viewership had not diminished significantly. As twilight deepened, Yihao hastened to gather his materials. He found 2 stones and began striking one against the other. What was the streamer up to? Creating friction for fire? No. It was the art of striking to ignite flames. Enough of your chatter. The host was crafting a stone knife, chipping the rock to create sharp edges. Astonishing. My knowledge has expanded. This streamer truly was fashioning weapons. Yihao successfully split the stone into 2 sharp pieces, crafting a rudimentary stone axe, and commenced chopping down nearby palm trees. Several large fronds were transported to the base of the slope, alongside some dried leaves, all of which would prove useful. As night fully enveloped the sky, Yihao retrieved 2 sticks, initiating attempts to create fire through friction. These sticks had been set aside specifically for this purpose during his journey. Without uttering a word, Yihao began to bore into the wood. Fully aware of the fire's significance, he was determined to ensure a source of warmth, even if it meant sacrificing sleep. Otherwise, he would find himself utterly immobilized. His initial attempts were fraught with difficulty, lacking any experience, resulting in naught but frustration, no smoke, which was quite embarrassing. The audience felt his struggle. Some even wished to intervene, offering their lighter as assistance. By now, it was 7 p.m., and the production team had lost their guests, who had gone off to dine. However, the individuals on the deserted island were not so fortunate, striving desperately to ignite a flame and seek shelter. Yihao was on the brink of despair, gazing at the wood before him, nearly brought to tears. Ding! Loading complete. The Ultimate Wilderness Survival Guide system has been activated and bound to the host. After a day's wait, the system had finally activated, igniting a spark of hope within Yihao. Upon hearing the announcement, Yihao, in a fit of frustration, discarded the wooden stick he had been holding. What purpose does this flawed system serve? How can one possibly endure for a year under such unreliable conditions? Even a month seems like a distant dream. Yet, as he spotted a flying drone and thought of his sister, he resolutely picked up the branch once more. For the sake of his sister, he was determined to persevere. Yi Hao began to reflect on the survival shows he had previously watched, recalling how participants managed to create fire through the method of friction. It appeared that there were no particularly effective techniques. He had already prepared the necessary materials. Having crumbled dry leaves set aside, and the absence of wind in this sheltered spot at the bottom of a slope ensured that rain would not dampen his efforts. However, the most crucial element remained elusive. The fire had yet to ignite. He grabbed a stone and scraped out a bit of wood shavings as a precaution. Once more, he sharpened the tip of the stick and resumed his effort to drill into the dry wood below. Yi Hao diligently rotated the stick, and suddenly, he discerned a faint smell of charring wood. To his delight, smoke began to rise. Success! A tiny spark flickered into existence, and he gently placed the wood shavings atop it, which quickly caught fire. Ah, what a relief! He had finally witnessed the fruits of his labor. The moment felt monumental, as if he were witnessing history. The live stream erupted with excitement at the successful ignition. Wow, how did I miss it? I stepped out for a meal, and by the time I returned, he had already started the fire. Feels like I've missed out on a fortune. Missing the show truly is a missed opportunity, another chimed in. The production team should have invited you. They lost a fortune. Shortly thereafter, generous viewers began showering Yi Hao with gifts, sending virtual rockets and planes his way. At this rate, it seemed he would amass over 500,000 in gifts within a month. Yi Hao had long contemplated this matter, planning to dedicate all earnings from the stream to his sister, counting every bit as a blessing. In Chapter 4, titled Awakening of the System, Yi Hao's parents managed to lull Yi Ran to sleep before secretly opening the live stream to catch a glimpse of their son. Although they were aware of Yi Hao's situation, they felt powerless, burdened by the misfortunes that had befallen their family. However, upon witnessing the lively atmosphere of the stream and the barrage of supportive comments, the couple finally felt a sense of reassurance. In the hospital room, Yi Ran opened her eyes beneath the covers and discreetly activated her mobile phone. The Blue Fox live streaming app was open, revealing Yi Hao's broadcast. "Brother, I know you are doing this for me, but please take care of yourself," she whispered with concern. Meanwhile, Yi Hao was meticulously examining the rewards bestowed by the system. With the completion of the fire-starting task, the system rewarded the host with Level 1 Basic Discrimination Ability, Strength 1, enhancing physical power, Endurance 1, increasing physical stamina, and Constitution 1, boosting bodily resistance. Upon receiving the system's prompt, Yi Hao distinctly sensed a transformation within himself, a sensation akin to an invigorating rush, suddenly brimming with vitality. With the fire now ablaze, his next task was to gather some dry twigs to ensure the flames did not extinguish. Once the fire was lit, the infrared camera switched seamlessly to a standard night vision mode, yet the image remained remarkably clear. Yi Hao dared not stray too far from his location. Navigating such an environment at night demanded utmost caution. It appeared he would have to endure hunger for the night. On the very first day, he found himself grappling with hunger pangs. Although there was a turtle at his disposal, Yi Hao refrained from consuming it, primarily because preparing the creature would necessitate a trip to the shore. Otherwise, the scent of blood would likely attract nearby wildlife, a risk that outweighed the benefit. Especially on just the first day, a little patience, he reasoned, would carry him through. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream expressed their bewilderment, bombarding the chat with mocking comments about the host's decision to forego the turtle in favor of hunger. "This streamer is quite the character. Letting a turtle go to waste while he starves," one remarked. "Perhaps he is simply unwilling to take a life." Another chimed in. "It seems more likely he lacks the courage." The discourse continued, with some viewers reminiscing about their long-standing loyalty to the host, claiming they understood the underlying reasons for his choices. Despite enduring hunger, Yi Hao's situation was far more favorable than many others in different streams, where chaos reigned supreme. Some participants were found sprawled on the beach, only to awaken in the middle of the night, half submerged in seawater. Had they lingered much longer, they might have met a dire fate. Others ventured out in search of sustenance, only to return bloodied from falls. The most absurd incident involved a seed contestant who, brimming with overconfidence, attempted to impress by harvesting coconuts with his bare hands, only to sustain injuries that resulted in his withdrawal from the competition, marking him as the first dropout, and a notable one at that. Unbeknownst to the other competitors, they remained engrossed in their individual pursuits, oblivious to the lurking dangers of the wilderness. Yi Hao observed the pitch-black night just a few meters away, compelling him to curl up on a bed of palm leaves. Occasionally, he tended to the flames, though fatigue weighed heavily upon him. He prioritized vigilance over rest. It was only around 3 in the morning that Yi Hao finally succumbed to sleep. However, his slumber was brief, as he awoke to a dimly lit sky. Around 5 or 6 o'clock, lacking a watch to gauge the time, he drew a line in the sand to mark the passage of the first day. On the morning beach, as the tide had just receded, some creatures that failed to return to the sea with the ebbing waters were left stranded on the shore. This phenomenon, commonly referred to as gathering the sea by locals, held a different significance for Yi Hao, who sought survival. Arriving at the beach, he surveyed the area for suitable animals to prepare for breakfast. Should he find nothing, he would have to resort to consuming the old turtle he had. Upon examining the beach, he discovered only a few scattered scallops, albeit small in size. After collecting a handful, he realized he lacked a container to hold them, prompting him to place the gathered shells back on the sand while he searched for a leaf. He eventually found a vine and fashioned a rudimentary tool. Using a banana leaf as a base, he placed several small sticks underneath for support, then tied the ends of the sticks together with string, securing them with knots above. Although it could not bear heavy loads, it served well for collecting shells. The shells were somewhat dispersed, so Yi Hao did not venture far in his search. At this moment, he was not yet prepared to explore distant locales. After consuming his finds, he intended to locate a proper shelter. If he could not find one, he would construct it nearby, which was the essence of Yi Hao's plan. Returning to the spot where he had slept the previous night, he found the fire still smoldering. Hastily, he added a few sticks to the fire, relieved he had not forgotten about it, arriving just in time. Observing his surroundings, he felt uncertain about where to go. He then discovered a relatively flat stone nearby and placed it over the fire pit, propped up by 2 other stones beneath. Grilling seafood. Who would have imagined that Yi Hao, once unable to afford such delicacies, now found himself on a deserted island enjoying them? Checking the stone's temperature, he placed the collected scallops atop and drizzled a bit of water over them. Although the water was murky, it was likely fresh enough to be drinkable. Before long, the shells began to open, revealing the succulent meat within, causing Yi Hao to swallow in anticipation. Without hesitation, he picked one up and gnawed at the flesh with his teeth. Ah, what bliss! After a day of hunger, Yi Hao finally savored his first morsel of food. Overwhelmed by a surge of emotions, he had anticipated the challenges of survival, yet he had not foreseen such difficulty. Merely 1 day had passed, with 29 days still to reach his goal. Dismissing any further thoughts, he consumed the remaining shells, recognizing that in this tropical climate, food was not easily preserved, and wasting any would be a lamentable folly. Having devoured all the shells, Yi Hao felt surprisingly unsatisfied, realizing it was far too little. Yet the burden of his task weighed heavily upon him. Yesterday had been too hurried, and today he must find a suitable shelter. Thus, Yi Hao rose, added a few more sticks to the fire, and surrounded the pit with stones. A new day beckoned, beginning anew with the quest for a home. Yi Hao followed the course of the stream, heading in that direction. Have I lost my memory? Wasn't he the host supposed to have secured a house yesterday? Why is there another search today? Perhaps he feels the feng shui is unfavorable and wishes to relocate. My friend, you are truly remarkable. Does the notion of poor feng shui amuse you to the point of laughter? However, since it was morning, the audience for the live stream was rather sparse, with many still indulging in their slumber, resulting in a lack of comments. Chapter 5. A new sanctuary. A new day commenced with the quest for housing. It would indeed be splendid to find a suitable dwelling, a place for long-term residence. After walking for a while, Yi Hao finally spotted a flowing stream, and further ahead lay a small river. The water was gradually increasing, making this vicinity a promising site for construction. Upon surveying the surroundings, he noted that they were well equipped. There was an abundance of water, the terrain was favorable, and a few small hills were present. Although there were no caves, they would surely prove useful in the future. Finding a relatively flat area, Yi Hao began to prepare for his new home, as he intended to reside here long-term. He was determined not to compromise and planned to construct a proper house. Ding, task, build a shelter. This system truly feels like a belated response. Yet it is quite enjoyable, and I appreciate it. The rewards are never disclosed in advance, akin to the thrill of opening a blind box, a bit exhilarating. The previous reward had indeed been beneficial. This time, the skill points for building a house would be essential, for without them, the task would be quite arduous. Gazing at his chosen site, Yi Hao felt a sense of joy. After all, discovering such a place on the second day was quite remarkable. Armed with his handmade stone axe, he set about felling trees, yet the surrounding trees were rather thick and unyielding. He needed to find a comparatively slender tree. Fortunately, the area was abundant with trees, and after walking a short distance, he spotted a suitable one, slightly thicker than an infant's fist, perfect for the 4 support beams of his house. The sound of chopping echoed as Yi Hao felt invigorated. With a decisive crack, the tree toppled to the side. He selected an appropriate distance and severed it. The height of the tree proved somewhat awkward. 2 logs were surplus, while 3 would be insufficient. He decided to cut it into 2 logs first and would seek another tree thereafter. Once the tree was felled, Yi Hao transported the 2 sturdy logs to his intended construction site and then set off again to chop down more trees. Soon, he returned with the remaining 2 logs and planned to dig several holes in the ground to create a foundation. My goodness, what a change of location after just a morning. Is this truly the best use of one's strength? The progress is commendable, though it appears somewhat taxing. As noon approached, the number of viewers in the live stream increased, though not to the initial extent. Many found Yi Hao's activities rather mundane after the initial excitement had waned. Nevertheless, there remain individuals who are drawn to him, primarily due to Yi Hao's striking good looks. Clad in form-fitting attire, his well-defined six-pack abs are clearly visible. It is now the 3rd day, and a new group has arrived in the morning, notably comprising numerous women who are undeniably captivating. Consequently, the majority of the audience has gravitated towards them, resulting in a sparse turnout in the other live stream rooms. Today, the director's booth has welcomed a new guest, a popular star from America, standing approximately 180 centimeters tall, with an exceptionally alluring physique. Oh, Mary has arrived. I adore her films. The atmosphere in the live stream is filled with admiration for Mary, creating a somewhat awkward ambience. Buyer, what are your thoughts on this new group? The naive Fan Xinxin, oblivious to the undercurrents, inquired as she noticed the contestants had already entered the island. Mary's moment of joy was interrupted, causing her expression to shift slightly towards annoyance, yet she understood that this was, after all, a live broadcast. With a global audience watching, it was imperative for her to solidify her standing. I believe this group is quite impressive, as there are a few individuals I recognize, Buyer remarked. Yet before he could elaborate, Mary interjected, her demeanor haughty as she addressed Fan Xinxin. These individuals are my friends. They will undoubtedly persevere until the end. The camera shifted to her friends, eliciting immense excitement from Mary. Madam Mary, as a guest, it is essential to maintain composure. After all, this is a survival program devoid of a script, reliant solely on capability. Buyer's words proved to be quite prudent, observing Mary's unwarranted confidence, which even her friends found somewhat embarrassing. Fear not, Buyer, my friends are experts in this field. They will face no issues, Mary declared with an air of superiority, seemingly dismissive of others. Something seems amiss with Mary. Is this truly how a goddess behaves? She appears somewhat unhinged. Mind your words up there. Be cautious of potential legal repercussions. At this moment, the competition officially commenced, as all participants had gathered. The event began, marking the first official day, allowing everyone to observe the contestants before casting votes for their favorites. All viewers were invited to engage. Should the individual they voted for achieve a commendable performance, they would stand a chance to win grand prizes. The live stream screen displayed vibrant, swirling text announcing the voting process. Voting? I must pay close attention then. Han Xiao, upon hearing the opportunity to vote, found himself without a suitable candidate, yet he was determined to select from the favored contestants. I've cast my vote. Fan Xinxin's declaration left the other guests momentarily stunned. So quick? Indeed, still too youthful. As guests, they were aware that making accurate predictions would yield rewards, prompting them to exercise caution. Oh, who did Miss Fan choose? Mary seized the opportunity to ask directly, for it was she who had previously disrupted my good fortune. Han Xiao and Bei Yi also turned their attention to Fan Xinxin, the young man they had encountered yesterday, who had a close call with a rattlesnake. The guests on site appeared perplexed, and the audience was even more bewildered. That young man seemed rather ordinary. Could it be that survival from peril promised him future blessings? Surely they must be acquainted. Were those upstairs still asleep? How could they possibly know each other? The barrage of comments was chaotic, further confusing the guests. Xinxin, do you, as the comments suggest, believe that this young man, having escaped calamity, is destined for good fortune? Fan Xinxin shook her head, indicating otherwise. Then do you know him? Mary glanced at the comments and presumed that must be the case. She too intended to vote for someone familiar. As Fan Xinxin shook her head once more, Bai Yi lost interest in the matter. Yet, the more mysterious it became, the stronger everyone's curiosity grew. They yearned to uncover the truth. I know. Is it that divine guidance has led you? Bai Yi could conceive of no other reason, save for celestial intervention. Apologies, but we do not believe in such things here. Fan Xinxin replied with a hint of amusement at the notion. You needn't speculate any longer. I voted for him because he is handsome. He fits my ideal type. Chapter 6. The successful construction of the shelter, a flurry of question marks, filled the screen. Was this not a wilderness survival program? How had it transformed into a love show? Such a crushing blow. To witness one's goddess publicly confess her admiration for a man of such caliber. Heartache ensued. May this young man return home swiftly. Those upstairs should refrain from offering misguided suggestions. Returning early would only facilitate their reunion. The truth lay upstairs. Regarding the comments, Fan Xinxin merely smiled serenely. As the proverbial coy among the masses, she chose to indulge in her whims. Soon, the other guests also selected their preferred candidates. As anticipated, Mary chose her acquaintance, Kate, while Bai Yi opted for the current favorite, the seed contestant, Hyman. As for Han Xiao, he selected a competitor with well-rounded statistics, Zheng Feng. The director shifted the camera, showcasing the choices of the guests. First, we glimpsed Mary's friend Kate, who had just disembarked from a flight and was in search of accommodation. Thus at the nascent stage of his journey, offering little of interest. The camera then transitioned to Yi Hao, who was diligently constructing his dwelling. Had this young man changed locations? Fan Xinxin regarded the scenery before her with curiosity. She had previously kept an eye on Yi Hao, but this place was unfamiliar to her. This contestant had already begun building a house, demonstrating considerable ingenuity. Bai Yi noted that the framework indeed appeared quite standard. Mary was aware that this was a choice made by Fan Xinxin. Thus, she scrutinized the situation with intent. The contestant had opted to construct a shelter even before properly igniting a fire, and such an exertion of energy would undoubtedly prove unsustainable in the long run. Fan Xinxin gazed at Mary in confusion, pondering the meaning behind her words. It seemed he had changed locations, hence he could not transport the fire he had kindled yesterday. It appeared he would need to spark a fire anew today. Han Xiao also cast a glance at Yi Hao, as his impression of him was still vivid. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, the question remained whether he could even manage to ignite a fire, considering his considerable energy expenditure. Mary disdainfully glanced at the screen, convinced that someone like Yi Hao, lacking explosive musculature, would soon succumb to fatigue, unlike the formidable individuals from their own nation. Indeed, if this continued, it could impose significant strain on his physique, which was somewhat imprudent. However, the group refrained from further discussion, as there were other contestants to consider. In no time, the focus shifted to the contestant chosen by Han Xiao, Zheng Feng, who, as a seed contestant, had already constructed a shelter and had a fire blazing within. Additionally, it was evident that he had gathered some wild fruits, suggesting he could sustain himself for at least a day or two. It was clear he possessed genuine skill. Having an average level of abilities was indeed more suited to this environment. Han Xiao smiled, proud of his selection, and the others remained silent, acknowledging the validity of his assessment. The final focus was on Shimon, a towering figure with a well-defined musculature and striking golden hair. Observers noted Shimon's fortunate discovery of a cave as a refuge, where a fire was also crackling, and he had successfully crafted a weapon, having caught a fish that was currently roasting over the flames. Undoubtedly, he was the most popular contestant, and this challenge seemed to pose little difficulty for him. His luck in finding a cave, the safest of shelters, was commendable. The comments flooded in, praising Shimon's prowess, and even Bai Yi, upon witnessing Shimon's progress, wore a satisfied smile. In comparison, apart from Kate, who had just landed on the deserted island, the other two contestants evidently outshone Yi Hao. Thus, confidence in their selections was palpable. Fan Xinxin observed the expressions of the others, a flicker of irritation igniting within her, yet feeling powerless to alter the situation. All she could do was hope that Yi Hao would exert himself more. Faith in him was essential. After Yi Hao completed the framework of his shelter, all that remained was to cover it with leaves for protection. Thanks to the system, he easily draped the leaves over the structure and settled down to rest. Ding! The task of building a shelter has been completed. Reward for the host. Basic Discerning Ability Level 1, currently Level 2, Dexterity Level 1, Strength 1, Endurance 1, Constitution 1. Dexterity enhances proficiency in constructing houses and crafting items. Upon receiving this reward, Yi Hao suddenly felt that his decision had been astute. What could this ability ultimately achieve? It was time to put it to the test. Yi Hao picked up a vine nearby, intending to weave himself a bed, thus sparing himself the discomfort of sleeping on the ground. With a few wooden sticks at hand, he began to craft, and although he was unfamiliar with the technique, he found himself creating something quite aesthetically pleasing by simply following his instincts. Is this the hallmark of dexterity? How delightful! Meanwhile, the audience in Yi Hao's live stream was left in awe. Was he truly weaving a bed? This was a novel sight for them. They had never witnessed anyone engage in such an activity. The craftsmanship was exquisite, and Yi Hao, not only handsome but also remarkably skilled, left the female viewers feeling somewhat inadequate. What? There are actually girls here? Let us see how many there are. If you're a girl, type 1. The screen filled with ones, leaving the speakers dumbfounded. You cross-dressing gentlemen should refrain from causing a stir. I refuse to believe there are this many ladies present. You are mistaken. We are here to see Yi Hao, and it has nothing to do with you. Yi Hao, do you still accept disciples? In no time, Yi Hao had completed his bed, prioritizing durability over aesthetics for the moment. He admired his handmade vine bed and then lay down upon it, secured at the corners and center with wooden sticks, making it quite sturdy. Yi Hao reclined without any issues, taking in his surroundings. It was quite beautiful to simply pause and observe. After resting for a while, he placed the bed inside his wooden shelter. Although referred to as a wooden house, it was merely a framework of wood, with the roof and walls composed of palm and banana leaves. To ensure his comfort, Yi Hao added a small area in front of the house for a fire pit. He gathered stones to construct a basic stone circle for the fire. Subsequently, he dismantled and rewove the surrounding walls and roof, tightening them significantly. Now, barring exceptionally strong winds, it should hold up well. Glancing at the sun, he noted it was already afternoon, prompting him to hasten back to the place he had occupied the previous day and retrieve all the items he could carry. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed the extinguished fire pit and suddenly remembered something. He quickly gathered a few leaves and filled them with the ashes of the wood. By the time he returned to his new refuge, the sky had begun to darken. Chapter 7. Fishing. Yi Hao surveyed the area and decided it would suffice for now. He then procured a long stick and several smaller ones. Sharpening one end slightly with a sharp stone, he tore a vine from a nearby tree and wrapped it around the bottom of the long stick. Off he went, hoping to catch some fish. Armed with his handmade weapon, he approached the nearby water's edge. Wait, what just happened? Where did the item in the host's hand come from? Surely, I didn't miss anything, did I? In the barrage of comments, a wave of curiosity emerged due to Yi Hao's rapid progress. Most viewers, engrossed in their own thoughts, failed to notice the intricate process behind Yi Hao's creation. By the time they caught on, he was already poised with a spear he had fashioned, ready to embark on his fishing endeavor. Spear fishing, however, is notoriously challenging. Several seasoned contestants had attempted to craft spears, only to find their efforts futile, unable to catch a single fish. Thus, many remained skeptical about Yi Hao's prospects. Despite having the weapon, the expectation of success in fishing seemed bleak. Indeed, the difficulty of catching fish was evident, as numerous individuals had previously encountered failure. Nevertheless, there was an air of confidence among Yi Hao's female admirers, who ardently defended the order of the live stream without any formal organization, yet collectively ensuring a supportive atmosphere. Meanwhile, male fans and detractors chose the path of silence, intimidated by the fierce presence of these women, whose unwavering support flooded the screen. Yi Hao approached a nearby stream. Its waters slightly murky, yet some visibility remained. In the shallows, he detected the movement of fish swimming about. After a thorough observation, he finally identified a suitable spot. Gazing at the fish darting back and forth in the water, he noticed more than one. Initially, Yi Hao surveyed the surrounding environment, cautious of any hidden dangers. He vividly recalled the prevalence of venomous snakes in the area and harbored a fear of potential crocodiles lurking nearby, an ominous threat in such a tropical setting. As he focused on the fish swimming beneath the surface, Yi Hao raised his crafted spear and took aim. With a swift motion, the spear shot forward with a soft splash, striking the bottom of the stream. Yi Hao plunged into the water, retrieving his spear, only to find a sizable fish thrashing at the tip. With a swift motion, he hurled both the spear and the fish onto the bank before emerging from the water. What extraordinary luck! He exclaimed. You're amazing, Yi Hao. We love you. The fish was indeed substantial. Witnessing Yi Hao's success in fishing, The barrage erupted into a chorus of admiration, with viewers showering the stream with gifts. The user cold-hearted sent 10 airplanes, wandering through mountains and rivers contributed one, and Little Moon added another. This was the moment everyone eagerly anticipated, leading to a frenzy of gift-giving. Unbeknownst to Yi Hao, who was oblivious to the outpouring of appreciation, he could now sustain himself for a couple of days. Yi Hao returned to the riverside to prepare the fish, skillfully gutting it. He retained the edible portions, discarding the inedible remains into the flowing water, mindful that such refuse might attract other wildlife. Ensuring the area was tidy, he eventually departed, making his way back to his shelter, where his first order of business was to kindle a fire. With the enhancement of skills, the task of creating fire through friction became remarkably effortless, and soon a warm glow emanated from the campfire. Watching the flames dance, Yi Hao felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. He divided the fish into several portions and placed them by the fire to roast. Today marked the second day, and due to the arrival of newcomers, a considerable number of people had gathered to observe them. Notably, a significant contingent of female contestants had arrived, and adhering to competition requirements, they were clad in form-fitting attire. Consequently, many male spectators flocked to the live streams of the female participants, resulting in a noticeable decline in viewership for several prominent contestants. Fortunately, Yi Hao's stream remained largely unaffected, as he had garnered a substantial female following. As the competition commenced in earnest, the broadcasting room divided the live coverage into 3 distinct segments. In the evening, Fan Xinxin appeared in the stream, addressing the audience. "Tonight, I am in charge, and we will rotate responsibilities daily." Responding to questions in the chat, she occasionally offered brief replies. "Why watch at night? Because it's far more exhilarating. Who do I favor? Need I say more? Everyone knows. Do I have a boyfriend? That's rather unrelated to the show. Isn't it?" Thanks to Fan Xinxin's vibrant presence, the atmosphere in the broadcasting room was significantly more spirited than during the day. Throughout the day, Yi Hao had not felt any thirst, but as darkness approached, he pondered where to find water. A glance around the vicinity revealed a dearth of moisture-rich sources. The river water was utterly undrinkable, teeming with parasites and bacteria. Even in the absence of parasitic infections, it would surely cause diarrhea. With nothing pressing to do, Yi Hao picked up a few banana leaves. Although there were banana trees, the fruit had yet to ripen and was inedible. In an open area, he constructed a simple framework and laid the leaves within, fashioning a rudimentary water collector. He hoped for rain that night, for otherwise, the situation would be quite arduous. Subsequently, Yi Hao fashioned a small pouch using several twigs and vines, initially intended for storage but now serving a more crucial purpose, to collect water. He secured the leaves tightly together and placed them within the pouch. Without water, there was little he could experiment with, and he resigned himself to the circumstances. As he watched the fish sizzle over the flames, releasing an enticing aroma, he could not resist grabbing a piece and devouring it eagerly. Although it was scalding hot, his hunger prevailed, and he savored each bite, albeit slowly. After consuming several pieces, a sense of satisfaction settled in his stomach. Ding! Task: find safe drinking water. Just as he finished his meal, the task notification arrived, prompting a smile from Yi Hao. "So, it seems the system is concerned for me. Having noticed my full belly yet lack of water. How considerate." He surveyed the equipment within his shelter, realizing it was woefully inadequate. The journey ahead was fraught with challenges. With little to occupy his time on the deserted island, he found himself resigned to lying on his bed, drifting into slumber. In the control room, Fan Xinxin had been attentively observing Yi Hao. Upon noticing that he had fallen asleep, she decided to leave work on time. In the dead of night, Yi Hao was awakened by a clamor from outside. It was raining. However, he discovered that he had no containers to collect the water, resulting in quite an awkward situation. Thus, he ingeniously fashioned a funnel from a banana leaf to catch the rainwater, which trickled down into his waiting mouth. Although it was tiring to keep his mouth open for so long, at least he could quench his thirst. He resolved to find a proper vessel for water the following day, for without it, his existence would become increasingly untenable. Chapter 8. The fishing trap. At dawn the next day, Yi Hao rose early and was elated to find some water still remaining in his small enclosure. He promptly located a slender bamboo stalk to use as a straw. The taste of the water was exquisite. He covered the remaining water with a leaf. For today's mission was to find a coconut or any suitable container for water. Since he still had a considerable amount of fish meat left from yesterday, it was imperative to consume it soon to prevent spoilage. Thus, he resolved to dedicate his efforts to searching for a vessel, free from the worry of food. Yi Hao commenced his exploration, returning to the vicinity of the beach and scouring the sandy shore for coconut trees. A coconut would provide him with a fundamental tool for collecting water, as its shell was indeed a valuable resource. However, the coconuts in this area were quite high, and he hoped to find one that had fallen during the rain. After several fruitless searches, he stumbled upon one nestled in a patch of grass. It must have tumbled down and rolled into the foliage. He was fortunate indeed. Picking up the coconut, Yi Hao made his way back to his camp. Upon returning, he utilized a stone to strip away the outer layer of the shell and set it aside. Then, with another stone, he skillfully struck a small hole in the center, through which he eagerly drank. "Do you know why I didn't pierce the top?" Yi Hao spoke to the camera, his spirits high despite the early hour and the sparse audience in his live stream. He was determined to cultivate this habit. Otherwise, he feared that after 365 days, he might succumb to despair. Although his stream attracted few viewers, those present were captivated by his words. "I need to use it to collect water. This approach avoids waste," he explained, as he split the emptied coconut in half with a stone. Though it was far from aesthetically pleasing, it served as a rudimentary tool. Moreover, the coconut flesh inside was a pristine white, visually appealing and appetizing. Yi Hao made sure not to waste any of it, and consumed it all. Now, with 2 coconut shells in hand, he could finally store some water. He placed them beneath his makeshift rainwater collector. Though the water in his small enclosure was running low and there were still evident leaks. With the coconut shell now at hand, matters have improved somewhat. Other considerations may follow later. If absolutely necessary, Yi Hao contemplated the drastic measure of eliminating the turtle, utilizing its shell to hold water instead. However, for the time being, the turtle could remain for a few more days, and further decisions could be made then. Ding. Water source search task completed. Reward for the host. Basic identification ability level 1, currently level 3. Dexterity level 1, currently level 2. Skill, night vision ability level 1. Strength 1, endurance 1, constitution 1. Night vision ability. In pitch black environments, one perceives objects as if in broad daylight, can be activated. Yi Hao began to delve into this reward. The night vision skill, intriguingly, could be activated, indicating it was a controllable skill, akin to an active ability. Previous rewards had yielded skills that were uncontrollable, classified as passive skills. This experience bore a striking resemblance to playing a game. If it truly were a game, then Yi Hao's system had effectively activated a cheat. The comfort was unparalleled, as his skills had ascended a level, bringing him immense satisfaction. Nevertheless, such a water source was not entirely reliable, and future considerations were warranted. After all, it was the rainy season, so water scarcity was not a pressing concern. With idle time on his hands, Yi Hao began contemplating methods of hunting. Relying solely on brute force would be wearisome. It would be far more efficient to devise several mechanical traps. The ocean surrounding the island offered the most convenient resources, although little had been observed during low tide. The marine ecosystem was undoubtedly abundant. Perhaps he could create a fishing apparatus? Gazing at the tools in his possession, Yi Hao realized it would be prudent to focus on crafting tools first. With the right tools, life here would become significantly more manageable. Yet he currently possessed only a rudimentary stone axe. This stone axe was quite cumbersome and prone to damage. Had it not been for Yi Hao's robust physique and strength, it would have proven quite challenging to wield. However, there were no iron blocks or refuse to be found here. This was a veritable land untouched by civilization. Pondering how ancient peoples had survived, Yi Hao contemplated how to construct more durable tools. The resources available nearby were limited, so he would have to make do with stones for the time being. Yet, he soon discovered a plant adorned with sharp, pointed thorns. This plant would be ideal for trap construction. Yi Hao used his stone axe to sever the plant and brought it back to the vicinity of his camp. By the edge of a small river, he could set up several fishing devices, eliminating the need for spear fishing. Gathering some vines and sticks from the surrounding area, Yi Hao began to craft a fishing apparatus. The principle was quite simple, an inverted triangle resembling a funnel. Fish could swim in, but upon attempting to exit, they would become ensnared. Ideally, bamboo would be the material of choice for such a device, but lacking suitable tools, he would have to make do and experiment with a few makeshift models to assess their effectiveness. Vines serve merely as the most rudimentary of ropes. However, to craft something akin to a bow and arrow, one must utilize the bark of certain plants. This endeavor requires time, and when the opportunity arises, I shall contemplate the creation of more durable cords. In the wild, possessing sturdy ropes can provide significant protection. Yi Hao has fashioned only 3 fishing devices, as creating more would be of little utility unless he were to excavate a fishing pit himself. Upon reaching the riverbank, Yi Hao placed his traps into the water, ensuring they were spaced apart to increase the likelihood of success. Lacking bait, he resorted to using remnants of fish bones from the previous day. While decaying matter does attract maggots, a source of protein, Yi Hao lacked the courage to embrace this method and dismissed it outright. Today, there remains fish meat to consume, and he can assess the efficacy of the fishing traps tomorrow. Surveying the surrounding environment, Yi Hao ascended a nearby hill, circling it a few times. Behold, this is an iron ore deposit, a future source for crafting weapons and tools. The sight of exposed iron ore on the hillside brought him joy, prompting him to share his discovery with his audience in the livestream. Yet, at present, it serves no purpose, merely refuse. As midday approached, more viewers joined the stream, bewildered by Yi Hao's words. In the future, it will be a treasure. Now it is just garbage? They questioned. The host is quite the dreamer to make such claims. You've identified it as iron ore and still call it trash. Careful not to jinx yourself. Yi Hao, with a resigned gaze at the ore, pondered. Is mining something that can be accomplished with mere hands? Chapter 9. Crafting a bow and arrow. The entire livestream echoed with Yi Hao's exasperated sigh. Can mining truly be done with just hands? Many viewers began to understand his plight. It was impossible to extract anything. Everyone, step aside. The host is about to perform barehanded mining. They joked, empathizing with his predicament. It felt akin to having one's friends waiting outside, while one's partner scrutinized from the doorway. Those in the upper levels, please share your stories to lighten our spirits. With no alternatives available, Yi Hao could only mark the location, intending to revisit the issue once he had the proper tools. Checking the time, he resolved to craft as many items as possible today, ensuring ample rest before embarking on further explorations tomorrow. Back at the campsite, he surveyed his surroundings and felt an inexplicable lack. Thus, Yi Hao commenced a search nearby. With the aid of basic identification skills, he could vaguely discern the properties of certain plants, though clarity eluded him. Spotting some tall vegetation, he wielded his stone axe, diligently chopping and bringing back several sizable specimens. Then, using the larger fish bones left from his meal, he began the tedious task of peeling the plant's bark. One by one, the plants were stripped of their skins by Yi Hao and placed aside. It was evident to Bei Yi what he was undertaking. At that moment, the camera captured Yi Hao in the act of peeling, while the 4 guests looked on in utter confusion, uncertain of the purpose behind it. It appeared that this particular plant was inedible and likely lacked palatability. When Bei Yi heard Fan Xinxin's inquiry, he too was at a loss, perhaps thinking that the plant might be edible after all, and hoping that it wouldn't lead to any adverse effects during consumption. Mary, observing the scene, could not refrain from a few jabs of mockery. Fan Xinxin, however, was disinclined to engage with Mary's remarks, finding her incessant sarcasm rather lacking in decorum. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tedious, Yi Hao turned towards the camera to elucidate his actions. Pay attention, everyone, he began. These materials are intended for rope making. After all, vines are rather unreliable. He pointed to the discarded plant skins and held up the remaining plant for all to see. Behold, this resembles hemp and is quite suitable for crafting rope. Once he completed his explanation, Yi Hao discarded the finished plant and proceeded to the riverbank. There, he used a stick to carve out a small channel, diverting water into a shallow pool. He placed the plant skins into the water to soak, allowing nature to take its course. With that, he resumed his search for new plants, continuing the cycle of creation. Ah, so this is for making rope. Fan Xinxin suddenly realized, her understanding dawning. Yet, she pondered, what necessity was there for such laborious rope-making when vines could serve the same purpose? Mary, ever the contrarian, interjected with her usual skepticism, unable to conceal her disdain for Yi Hao. However, Bei Yi shook his head, clarifying the distinction. The rope Yi Hao produces can indeed be fashioned into clothing, while vines cannot fulfill that role. He gestured towards the nearby vines, noting, these are merely makeshift solutions. He chose not to elaborate further, respecting the presence of the guests. Meanwhile, lying in her hospital bed, Yi Ran occasionally shed tears upon witnessing Yi Hao's endeavors. Yet, as his sister, she constantly reminded herself to remain strong. Her brother was fighting hard for her, and she must cherish that. The joy she felt upon discovering that Fan Xinxin supported Yi Hao was overwhelming. Had her brother truly become so remarkable? With their parents working during the day, Yiran found solace in watching Yihao's live stream from her hospital room. Each time he shared a nugget of knowledge. She was astounded by the depth of understanding her typically reticent brother possessed. Little sister, you must persevere. Yihao spoke earnestly to the camera. As the afternoon light began to fade and the number of viewers dwindled, feeling the rumble of his stomach, he grilled the last few pieces of fish and consumed them with satisfaction. Due to the damp environment, the water collector crafted by Yihao managed to gather a modest amount of water. Observing the scant liquid within the coconut shell, he felt a twinge of skepticism. After an entire day, was this meager quantity truly sufficient? Yet, any amount was better than none, so he consumed the water entirely and placed the coconut shell back down. For Yihao, this marked the evening of his third day on the deserted island. Approaching the riverbank, he scraped off the excess outer layer of the skin with a stone, leaving only the outermost layer intact. His movements were swift. Although the stone was not the most effective tool, he had to make do. Time was of the essence, as darkness would soon descend. Just as visibility began to wane, Yihao completed his task, wasting no time as he hurried back to his campsite. He walked cautiously, mindful of potential dangers lurking nearby. Fortunately, he returned safely to his camp and, inside his shelter, fashioned a stick to hang the hemp skin to dry. Before the fire, Yihao picked up a stick he had found earlier and scrutinized it for a while. This would be used to craft a bow and arrow. He hoped to succeed in this endeavor. He used the stone to remove the excess outer layer, marking the midpoint of the stick. He chose a particularly dry piece of wood that retained some flexibility when bent. Otherwise, crafting a quality bow would be impossible. He fashioned notches on either end with the stone, preparing them for the bowstring. Satisfied with his progress, Yihao began to tidy up, preparing to rest. There was no nightlife here. Everyone tried to conserve their energy. He added a few more logs to the fire and settled down to sleep. But the hour was still early, and he found himself wide awake after lying there for quite some time. Rising again, he checked the fire, ensuring all was well. Sitting beside the flames, he began to daydream, finding life here exceedingly dull. While others fought for survival, Yihao was somewhat better off, with food and water at his disposal. Nonetheless, he was determined to gradually enhance his quality of life on this island. One cannot transform into a glutton overnight. So Yihao remained unhurried. Aside from the boredom, he had little else to contend with. Since sleep eluded him, he decided to craft a few arrows. He picked up some nearby sticks, selecting several of the straighter ones to keep. The wildlife here was uncertain in number, but he resolved to create 5 arrows for now, as carrying more would be cumbersome. In his solitude, Yihao could only engage in self-talk, oblivious to any potential live streams or audience experiences. Chapter 10, Can It Fly? Some viewers in the live stream continued to follow Yihao's actions closely. Upon noticing that he had risen again, they speculated that he must have some plans in mind, shifting their focus accordingly. What is he up to now? Is he preparing to do something? They wondered. Doesn't he seem a bit parched? Didn't he mention wanting to act foolishly? What are you talking about? The host said it was about making arrows. Is there a distinction? A fierce battle was about to unfold in the live stream, but Yihao's words interrupted their conflict. Without a sharp arrowhead, could it truly kill an animal? Yihao had been striking the stone for a long time, but failed to create anything particularly sharp, leaving him somewhat speechless. Why was this arrow so obstinate and unyielding? After several unsuccessful attempts, Yihao, feeling frustrated, tossed the wooden stick to the ground. Yet, still feeling vexed, he threw it onto the fire. Ultimately, he thought better of it. Such sticks were hard to come by, and impulsiveness was unwise. In a moment of reflection, Yihao retrieved the stick from the fire, relieved that it hadn't been thrown with precision, as only the arrowhead portion had fallen into the flames. A revelation struck him. Yihao chuckled upon observing that the section scorched by the fire had become quite hardened, realizing how he ought to proceed. He had nearly forgotten that placing wood in the fire could enhance its durability. With renewed vigor, he hastily treated the remaining arrows in the same manner, ultimately crafting 5 arrows. They appeared rather bare, and Yihao sensed something was amiss. Was something missing? He decided to carve grooves at the ends of the shafts. Feathers were lacking. The comments in the chat were all urging Yihao to remember this detail, but he was oblivious. Once he confirmed that there were no other issues, Yihao prepared to sleep, free from the constraints of a boss demanding overtime or the incessant ringing of an alarm clock. Everything here felt so organic. If he merely intended to stay for a few days, that would suffice. But if he truly began to consider this place home, then troubles would incessantly present themselves. On the 4th morning, Yihao awoke early, devoid of any desire to indulge in a lazy sleep. Noticing some residual embers in the fire pit, he added more wood. The morning air on the deserted island was indeed a bit chilly, prompting Yi Hao to contemplate making some clothing. Being so bare was not ideal. Merely 3 days had passed, and he already felt his skin darkening from the sun's rays. He placed the hemp he had prepared yesterday outside to dry. Anticipating the moment he could twist it into rope. Checking the water collection device, he found it satisfactory, as there had been a decent amount of water from the night before. Yi Hao lifted a coconut shell and took several hearty gulps, feeling rejuvenated. He felt invigorated. Though the water from the small river was quite murky, even after boiling, it remained contaminated, with parasites lurking within. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Yi Hao was reluctant to drink from the river, as it posed greater dangers despite being fresh water. This morning presented no food, so Yi Hao resolved to check the fishing trap by the riverbank to see if there had been any success. With a small net in his left hand and a stone axe in his right, he made his way toward the water's edge. The riverbanks were infested with leeches, and he had to tread carefully to avoid having them crawl onto him, making him particularly cautious during his time there. The first attempt yielded no rewards, which was quite disappointing. Those who managed to rise early to watch the live stream are undoubtedly true fans. And when everyone saw that Yi Hao's initial trap bore no fruit, the barrage of comments flooded in. Don't be disheartened, young man. There are still 2 more chances. But what if those 2 yield nothing as well? Could you not utter something more uplifting? It would be amusing if he fails to find any traps at all. Get lost. The young man is invincible. The audience was scant, likely due to Yi Hao's casual lifestyle, which lacked the allure of thrilling live broadcasts. A glance at the nearby traps revealed nothing of note. At this juncture, Yi Hao felt a tinge of despondency. However, he did not relent, reminding himself of the remaining opportunity. Ultimately, after searching extensively, he could not locate the last trap, though he distinctly remembered it being nearby. Could someone have pilfered it? Yi Hao gazed at the empty space of his trap, bewildered. I knew it, haha. It's all your fault, you jinx. Now the young man will go hungry. There were no footprints to indicate the presence of other competitors, leading Yi Hao to dismiss the possibility of their involvement. He strolled along the riverbank, hoping to ascertain if the trap had been swept away by the water. To his surprise, he soon spotted his trap on the opposite bank. How did it end up over there? He would need to make a detour to retrieve it. Yi Hao had no desire to swim across. Who knew what lay beneath the surface? Continuing along the riverbank, he eventually discovered a narrower section and prepared for a powerful leap. With a swish, Yi Hao was astonished at his own speed as he sprinted and launched himself toward the opposite bank. Alas, he failed to halt his momentum and collided with a tree on the other side of the river. Clutching his forehead in pain, he wondered what had just transpired. Had he not seen clearly? Was the host truly flying? It indeed appeared as though the young man had soared through the air. After a moment to gather himself, Yi Hao felt a bit better and turned to glance behind him, momentarily stunned. Could I have jumped such a distance? He was taken aback by his own latent strength, feeling somewhat at a loss. I possess such potential. Then, a goofy smile broke across Yi Hao's face, and he found himself unable to contain his laughter. Has the young man been knocked silly? How tragic. The young man, fueled by frustration, managed to leap such a remarkable distance? No. I believe the host simply wishes to showcase his prowess. Show off, indeed. In the live stream, a viewer gifted an airplane, which seemed worthy of such a display. Another viewer sent 2 rockets, asking, can we witness another performance? Did we miss something earlier? The fellow upstairs seemed quite impressive as well. Though the host was oblivious to our presence, your rockets were wasted. Upon uttering this, everyone became captivated by Yi Hao's next actions. I am truly remarkable. That felt exhilarating. Before the camera, Yi Hao commenced his performance. He had not anticipated the bizarre enhancement bestowed upon him by the system, which plunged him into an awkward predicament. Brothers in the live stream, did I just take flight? He inquired, eager to test whether the peculiar elements here possessed miraculous effects. In merely 3 sentences, Yi Hao shifted the blame entirely onto the deserted island. I refuse to bear this burden. The island seemed to retort. Without hesitation, Yi Hao took a running leap towards the opposite bank of the river. Splash! As expected, he fell into the water, intentionally avoiding the narrow spot he had previously chosen to jump from. This was the atmosphere he sought to create. Chapter 11. A batch of fools. Yi Hao, brimming with indignation, emerged from the water and continued to leap again and again, yet success eluded him. Gasping for breath, he gazed at the water surface, realizing that entering the water was now inevitable. Grateful that no crocodiles lurked nearby, he thought to himself how unfortunate it would have been otherwise. Is this all? It's nothing, he exclaimed. I had thought the streamer was truly remarkable. To be honest, I initially believed the streamer was merely acting, but by the end, I was convinced Yi Hao was genuinely foolish. Do not speak ill of our dear brother. Though he may be a bit foolish, you mustn't say that. Everyone speculated that what they had witnessed was a manifestation of human potential, and gradually, they ceased to focus on the incident. Exhausted, Yi Hao relinquished his efforts, recognizing that such repeated exertion was indeed taxing. Approaching the fishing trap that had been washed away, he intended to retrieve it, realizing that the task would be somewhat cumbersome. Upon lifting it, he was startled to discover its considerable weight. To his disbelief, there was indeed something inside. Holding the trap, he finally discerned its contents, a sizable black fish. Today is a fortuitous day. Everything I desire seems to come to fruition. Yi Hao, unexpectedly elated, broke into song, captivating even those who had previously been mere spectators of his live stream. From a flustered fool with a greenish face to a jubilant singer, his transformation was remarkable. The viewers soon understood the source of his joy upon seeing the fish in the trap. I am envious. Is this the fortune of the foolish? Someone lamented. What luck? How can this be? They questioned. Hey, mind your words. Our brother is not someone you can casually refer to. The double standards were glaring. What do you mean by that? Unless you are more handsome than him. There was silence. How could one respond to such a statement? Yi Hao returned to the riverbank with the fish in hand, aware that his axe lay across the river and that he needed to prepare the fish soon. Thus he could only clean it by the river's edge. With newfound experience, he completed the task with remarkable efficiency. After preparing the fish, he placed the meat into a small basket and set the trap back in place. Only then did Yi Hao attend to his own body, checking for any leeches that may have latched onto him. My luck is quite favorable. Astonishingly, there are none. Upon returning to the camp, Yi Hao discovered that the system had unexpectedly assigned him a task, which had already been completed. Ding! The exploration of the river task is complete. Rewards for the host. Basic Discernment Ability Level 1, Skill Upgrade. Intermediate Discernment Ability Level 0, Dexterity Level 1, currently Level 3. Skills. Night Vision Ability Level 1. Currently Level 2. Immunity to Toxins Level 1, Strength 1, Endurance 1, Constitution 1. Notably, he had unexpectedly acquired a passive skill of immunity to toxins, albeit only at Level 1, yet it should prove somewhat beneficial. When this ability advances to a higher level, perhaps he would no longer need to fear rattlesnakes. Yi Hao congratulated himself for his cleverness. However, the sole means of upgrading lay in completing tasks, which were entirely subject to the system's whims. Nevertheless, the current circumstances appeared remarkably optimistic. Without the system's grants, Yi Hao would not have found himself in such a favorable position. Dismissing any further thoughts, Yi Hao placed the fish on the edge of the fire to roast. He then picked up the bow and arrows he had crafted yesterday, preparing to hone his skills. Observing the hemp rope, which dried quickly in the weather, Yi Hao promptly took it and began to twist it. Before long, with his hands deftly working, a fine hemp rope was produced. He affixed the rope to both ends of the bow and adjusted the tension. A satisfying twang resonated through the air, indicating a promising setup. He then retrieved the arrow shafts he had made previously, placed one on the bowstring, and aimed at a nearby banana tree. With a swift whoosh, the arrow flew forth, but the shaft began to wobble violently and plummeted rapidly. Is my technique this poor? Yi Hao began to doubt his own abilities, as it shouldn't have unfolded this way. Refusing to be disheartened, he took up a second arrow, placed it on the bowstring, and drew back to shoot once more. Another whoosh echoed, but this time Yi Hao deliberately elevated the angle significantly. Yet, the same issue persisted. The entire arrow was uncontrollably swaying. Surely, this could not solely be a matter of technique. He needed to conduct a thorough examination. Sitting on the ground, he scrutinized his handmade bow and arrows, sensing something was amiss, though he could not quite articulate what it was. Had he not previously confirmed the host's endearing clumsiness, he certainly did now, finding it utterly amusing. He was utterly taken aback. This host was undoubtedly a talent. Was he genuinely foolish or merely feigning ignorance? Please refrain from criticizing Yi Hao, the viewers chimed in, acknowledging the validity of their observations. The atmosphere in the live stream was entirely transformed by Yi Hao's whimsical antics, particularly as they witnessed his perplexed expression, which was simply delightful. Meanwhile, the control room was broadcasting this scene, and the audience erupted in laughter at Yi Hao's adorable demeanor. At that moment, he appeared irresistibly charming. As Fan Xinxin observed Yi Hao in his current state, She could not help but remark that the term adorably dazed had now become synonymous with him. Once a handsome young man, he had swiftly transformed into a charmingly bewildered figure. Even the usually taciturn Bei Yi found himself amused by Yi Hao's expression. Indeed, he was rather endearing. I must concede to your viewpoint on this matter. Mary struggled to find a more fitting descriptor for Yi Hao. Perhaps this was the only sentiment of agreement she would express towards Fan Xinxin. Enough of staring at him in his daze. There are other contestants to observe. Han Xiao pondered why they were so captivated by someone who appeared lost in thought, frowning. The camera soon shifted to a seed contestant, diligently expanding his dwelling, which truly epitomized the essence of wilderness survival. Suddenly, Yi Hao caught a whiff of something burnt and instantly sprang up to the fire pit. A piece of fish, positioned perilously close, had already charred to a crisp. This sight caused him considerable distress. How could he have overlooked such a crucial matter? After setting aside the overcooked fish, he resolved to grill the remaining portion while also preparing a fish soup. This approach would ensure a balanced dietary regimen, as Yi Hao had developed an intermediate level of discernment, enabling him to identify edible items. He then gathered some leaves he believed to be food and returned to the campsite. Upon glancing at the water collector, his previously excited expression faded instantly. Picking up the grilled fish, he began to eat slowly. Without water, he could not prepare soup, and at that moment, the source of water weighed heavily on his mind. He possessed a skill that rendered him immune to toxins, yet he remained uncertain if it would alleviate his concerns regarding potential gastrointestinal distress. Perhaps he should postpone worrying about it. After all, was this not a tropical region? Why was it not raining? Chapter 12. Hunting the island, characterized by its tropical climate, was bound to experience rainfall, though the timing remained uncertain. Yi Hao was not overly anxious. For the time being, his water supply was sufficient. Despite consuming some fish, he felt a sense of discomfort at the absence of fish soup. Did he possess obsessive tendencies? Previously, he had not recognized such inclinations within himself, yet now, stranded on this island, he was beginning to feel a touch of obsession. Was he merely bored? One can become quite restless in solitude, prone to wandering thoughts. However, Yi Hao refrained from engaging in any neurotic behaviors. Instead, he maintained a composed demeanor. He contemplated his predicament, aware that the weather here was unpredictable, and he must consider his future carefully. Equipped with only rudimentary tools, he realized that to enhance his chances of survival, he would need to craft more advanced implements. Presently, he faced the challenge of survival, but should other contestants arrive one day, competition would ensue. The prospect of conflict loomed, leading Yi Hao to believe it wise to arm himself. As thoughts of weaponry crossed his mind, he glanced at the bow and arrow he had fashioned. What was it that he lacked? Surely, he was not deficient in resources. Yi Hao was resolute in his thoughts, feeling that he lacked nothing at all. Yet, after uttering those words, he found himself frozen in place. Wait, could it be that he was indeed missing something? His gaze shifted to the arrows he had crafted, and he felt a wave of embarrassment at the bare patch behind him. Lacking something, this young man was about to burst into laughter. Did he intend to inherit my credit? Can you even repay your own debt? Who would want to inherit yours? We're all in this together. I refuse to believe you one-teeth-faced that day. As he munched on instant noodles, he watched a young lady in a live stream gift a bottle of joy. She wasn't even paying attention anymore, yet felt the need to prove her worth. Everyone was inundated with the barrage of 666 from this character known as eating instant noodles while watching the young lady. Meanwhile, in a high-end community, a man adorned with a Fiji watch and a Ferrari key beside him was also enjoying his noodles while watching Yi Hao's live stream. Were these people so easily swayed by my charisma? It was almost too simple. After finishing the last mouthful of noodles, he switched to his main account and entered the live stream. Instant noodles are so delicious. He sent 50 planes into the chat. Hearing someone wanted to prove themselves, he thought, is this what you're looking for? Hey, add my WeChat, I can dance. Add me, I can warm your bed. Bro, I can whine, what do you think? The audience was captivated by the barrage of comments, completely unaware of what Yi Hao was up to. At that moment, Yi Hao fortuitously found a few feathers nearby and cleverly tied them to the back of his arrows. Drawing his bow, he released an arrow. Whoosh! It struck the target across from him, and he quickly fired the remaining arrows before rushing over. Not bad at all. His accuracy was quite impressive. Yi Hao believed his success was surely linked to the rewards from the system. After retrieving all the arrows, he returned to the fire and enjoyed a piece of fish. Now, I can venture out to hunt, ensuring nothing goes to waste. An inexplicable confidence enveloped Yi Hao's spirit. Never mind, I am off to hunt. Satisfied with his archery skills, he prepared to seek out game. There should be some wild animals around. However, he had rarely explored this area before. Having gathered his equipment, bow, arrows, and a crafted spear, he readied himself for the hunt. The day was still young. Today would surely yield results. He followed the river upstream, knowing that animals would likely be more abundant by the water. Moreover, the meat would be delectable, being wild rather than farm-raised. The banks of the river were lush with thick grass. Surely, there were poisonous snakes lurking within. Thus, Yi Hao's pace was rather unhurried, for the surroundings were fraught with peril. After traversing for a while, he found himself wholly enveloped in an unfamiliar terrain when he suddenly perceived a sound. Was it the grunt of a pig? He questioned his own hearing. Yet, contemplating the possibility of wild boars, he deemed it prudent to retreat. The thick hide of a wild boar posed a significant challenge for his bow and arrows. Yi Hao silently prayed that it was not a wild boar, for the consequences would be dire. Cautiously advancing towards the source of the sound, Yi Hao proceeded with utmost care. To his relief, he soon spotted a pig by a waterhole, drinking contentedly, seemingly not a wild boar. He felt a fleeting sense of relief before drawing back his bowstring, preparing to aim. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching squeal erupted from the pig, and Yi Hao witnessed a shadow erupt from the water. Good heavens, it was a crocodile. A creature the size of an adult, its dark greenish skin bore a metallic sheen. The ferocity of the crocodile was astounding. Its jaws clamped down mercilessly on the pig's neck, sharp teeth piercing into flesh, the nearby water swiftly turning crimson. Gradually, the pig ceased its struggle, its breath extinguished. The viewers in the live stream were utterly horrified by the spectacle, for Yi Hao had been perilously close to the crocodile moments before. The crocodile's swift movements left little room for reaction. What incredible luck the streamer had. It seemed the pig had unwittingly saved his life. One viewer remarked that if they were the streamer, they would keep a safe distance from riverbanks in the future. A viewer named Santian Sanyi gifted a rocket in the live stream. Witnessing the streamer escape death once more, it was evident he was indeed a fortunate host. Another viewer, Wu Fation Envy, sent 10 rockets, cheering, "Keep it up, little brother. We sisters are here to protect you." The riverbank fell eerily silent, devoid of animal sounds. Observing this, Yi Hao concluded that lingering near the river was unwise. Surely, there were more crocodiles lurking. He resolved to distance himself from the water's edge. As he surveyed the nearby area, he spotted a large wild bird pecking at the ground. Its size quite impressive, and its plumage a mottled gray-black, leaving its species ambiguous. Yi Hao was determined not to squander this opportunity. He stealthily adjusted his position to find an advantageous angle. He moved with utmost caution, fearing that the large bird might take flight. It appeared reluctant to depart. Yet he could not afford to waste time. Securing a meal of bird meat depended on this moment. With a top bow, he released the arrow in one fluid motion. Chapter 13. Bird Meat Ka. A piercing cry from a bird pierced the air. The arrow shot by Yi Hao struck the majestic bird directly, causing it to flounder helplessly on the ground, its wings seemingly injured. Observing this, Yi Hao grasped his spear and rushed forward, his mind clouded by the urgency to prevent the bird from escaping. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged the spear down, pinning the creature to the earth. Yet, even in this predicament, the great bird persisted in its struggle to rise, its sharp talons swiping at Yi Hao in vain. Gradually, its resistance waned, the strength draining from its body. Noticing this, Yi Hao pressed his foot down upon the bird's claws and swiftly bound it with a length of hemp rope. Meanwhile, the livestream chat erupted with an avalanche of comments, the audience momentarily stunned into silence by the unfolding drama. Having just escaped a terrifying encounter with a crocodile, Yi Hao was now faced with a formidable bird. If this were a cinematic moment, it would undoubtedly be among the most thrilling scenes. In the chat, the esteemed 3 Days 3 grandfathers showered the stream with 10 aircraft, proclaiming Yi Hao a treasure of a broadcaster, far more entertaining than others. The enchanting dance of the sweet girl sent forth 10 rockets, exclaiming, "Brother, you're a miracle." The unfeeling one contributed 20 rockets, revealing he had been away but found this stream far more exhilarating than others. As the dialogue unfolded, it became evident that the truth was indeed spoken. This stream was captivating. Had it not been for his friend in another streamer's chat, he might have been convinced otherwise. Meanwhile, on the editing floor, Fan Xinxin witnessed Yi Hao's remarkable feat of shooting the bird. Wow, how impressive. Is this what they call bending the bow to shoot the great eagle? Her eyes sparkled with admiration, fixated on Yi Hao's silhouette. Wonderful. Han Xiao exclaimed, marveling at Yi Hao's accuracy. The elder, observing, nodded in approval. In the editing room, silence enveloped everyone but Mary, who was engrossed in her phone, seemingly studying something with keen interest. The others remained quiet, understanding the occasional desire to check on favored competitors. Before long, the screen shifted to reveal the scene Mary was watching, her supported contestant, Kate. At this moment, Kate was merely on the third day of her journey on the deserted island. The first 2 days had gone smoothly, but upon waking that morning, she discovered that the slope where she resided had collapsed. Injured by the debris, Kate faced dire circumstances, prompting Mary's unwavering attention. In the footage, Kate's injuries lacked adequate treatment, and her condition was worsening. The risk of cross-infection and suppuration were merely the initial concerns. But as the infection spread, Kate developed a fever, her mind becoming increasingly delirious. Suddenly, with a thud, the situation escalated. Kate lay on the ground, unresponsive for a considerable time. "Quick, someone from the production team, go save him, or he will perish," Mary shouted desperately. He was her dear friend, and she could not bear to witness his demise. Soon, the camera shifted to the other contestants, lamenting the unfortunate fate of Kate. After more than 10 minutes, the scene returned to Kate, who had been revived by the paramedics. "You are gravely injured. Will you withdraw from the competition?" Kate, filled with reluctance, lowered his head in defeat. "I concede. I am sorry, Mary. It's not your fault. Just go back now," Mary replied, her heart heavy with sorrow, yet helpless in the face of failure. Such scenarios unfolded across the desolate island. On the 4th day of the competition, only about 210 of the original 300 remained. Approximately 80 had already surrendered, each with their unique tales of failure. Some ingested poisonous mushrooms, succumbing to hallucinations and weakness. Others, unable to kindle a fire, perished from hunger and cold. A few discovered food and water sources, only to be thwarted by parasitic ailments that left them weakened. Some met wild beasts and venomous snakes, bidding farewell to life. Yet others returned joyfully to their camp with the large birds they had hunted, eagerly preparing their prize. "Alas, deceived," Yi Hao exclaimed, realizing that after plucking the large bird, it had shrunk significantly. It seemed there would be barely enough for 2 meals. The feathers, however, were valuable. He needed to preserve them. Yet, Yi Hao found himself lacking anything suitable to contain them, so he took it upon himself to craft a small basket from nearby vines. In no time, he had woven a quaint little basket and placed all the feathers inside, covering them with a larger leaf before storing them in his shelter. Once he had tidied up, Yi Hao proceeded to the water's edge to prepare the bird. He set aside the edible parts while discarding the inedible into a fishing trap, hoping to catch larger fish. After eviscerating the bird, it seemed to shrink even more. Who would have thought it would be this small? Yi Hao sighed, humming a tune to lift his spirits. After several days of consuming fish, he yearned for a more flavorful meal. However, the absence of seasonings posed a challenge. Determined, Yi Hao decided to use seawater to marinate the bird meat, regardless of whether it was a sound method. He felt an urgent need for salt, otherwise, he would surely face dire consequences. Thus, he took half a coconut shell along with the bird meat to the seaside, scooping up a bit of seawater to immerse the meat. Gazing at the serene surface of the sea, Yi Hao realized that he must consider sourcing his sustenance from this place in the future, for the resources on the deserted island would inevitably dwindle. The bounty of the ocean, however, seemed plentiful. Casting a glance at the bird meat he had hunted, Yi Hao felt content with this way of life. Residing in a seaside villa and indulging in exquisite delicacies, one might ponder if this was the lifestyle of the affluent. Reclining on the sandy beach, he felt a strong desire to succumb to slumber, basking in the soothing warmth of the sun. On his way back earlier, he had stumbled upon a banana tree and had plucked several ripe fruits to bring back with him. Since the bananas could be preserved longer on the tree, he refrained from harvesting them all at once. Having nearly completed the pickling process, he contemplated seeking out a lemon tree to add a touch of flavor to his meals. Yi Hao believed that if he were to embrace this new life, he ought to elevate his culinary endeavors rather than resorting to simple roasting, as he had initially done. In the camp, he still had some fish meat and a handful of foraged greens, which he thought could be combined into a delightful dish. Chapter 14, Culinary Delights Ding. Hunting task completed. Reward for the host. Intermediate Discrimination Ability Level 1. Intermediate Discrimination Ability Level 1. Dexterity Level 1. Currently Level 4. Skills. Night Vision Ability Level 1. Currently Level 3. Immunity to Poisons Level 1. Currently Level 2. Strength 1. Endurance 1. Constitution 1. To his dismay, no new skills had been acquired, leaving Yi Hao with a sense of profound loss, as if he had squandered a fortune. His spirits dampened. He resigned himself to merely surviving for the time being. He collected his belongings and prepared to return to his campsite. At present, his basic attributes were all at 5 points, though Yi Hao was uncertain if this was considered high. Clearly, he had fully acclimated to this rhythm over the past few days, and as his attributes strengthened, he felt no sense of fatigue. He placed the bird meat at the campsite and began to explore the vicinity, recalling that there should be a lemon tree nearby. After a brief search, he indeed found it and returned with several lemons. On the 4th day, upon returning to the camp, Yi Hao tied 4 knots with some hemp rope to mark the date. Here, if one did not keep track of time, the concept of days would fade away, rendering future days exceedingly arduous. He remembered reading Robinson Crusoe in his childhood, a tale of survival in the wilderness, and he resolved that he must at least emulate that level of resourcefulness to ensure his survival. Henceforth, he would be the Robinson of this deserted island. With lemons in hand, he returned to the campsite, lightly grilled the fish, and squeezed lemon juice over it. The result was delightful, far superior to consuming it plain. After satisfying his hunger with the fish, he began to roast the bird meat. He found a long stick and skewered the meat upon it. As he noticed the sun nearing the horizon, he paused, contemplating his next move. Taking advantage of the waning daylight, one ought to accomplish as much as possible. Enduring a bit of hardship in the early stages will pave the way for a more tranquil existence later on. Thus, Yi Hao set aside the meat and made his way to the seaside. Gazing at the breathtaking sunset, he marveled at the exquisite scenery. After a brief exploration nearby, he finally stumbled upon a fallen coconut. Acquiring this coconut was rather tedious through mere scavenging. Yi Hao felt a wave of frustration, as there was no water source and nothing to store water in. Each day he was at the mercy of the heavens, which left him feeling somewhat powerless. By the time Yi Hao returned to the campsite, dusk had already settled in. The flickering light of the campfire certainly provided a sense of security. He cracked open the coconut with a stone, noticing that his strength had noticeably improved, allowing him to accomplish this task much faster than the first attempt. After savoring the coconut water, he split it in half but chose not to consume the flesh, planning to eat it after finishing the roasted bird meat. However, he couldn't let it go to waste. He added the gathered leafy greens and squeezed some lemon juice over them, creating a sort of refreshing salad. After preparing this, Yi Hao finally took the bird meat and set it over the fire to roast. Is this not a culinary show in its own right? With meat and vegetables, the only thing lacking was a fine drink. Watching the host roast meat made him hungry, prompting him to quietly take out his phone to order takeout. Suddenly, the instant noodles in his hand seemed less appealing. Each evening, when everyone else was enjoying their dinner, Yi Hao found himself not only well-fed but also indulging in a balanced meal. Meanwhile, the neighboring host was in dire straits, having gone 3 days without food. Had he really begun this journey 3 days ago and missed 9 meals? Today marked the 4th day. Aside from the first day when he fortuitously found a mango, Yi Hao had yet to witness him consume a meal. The bird meat sizzling over the fire emitted a tantalizing aroma as the fat rendered away. The delightful scent wafted through the air, making Yi Hao swallow hard. This aroma was indeed intoxicating. As the saying goes, there is no problem that a barbecue cannot resolve. Observing that the bird was nearly ready, Yi Hao squeezed a bit of lemon over it. Since he had the lemon, it must be utilized, as it certainly wasn't meant to be eaten raw. Although the bird was not particularly large, it still offered a decent amount of meat. Yi Hao tore off a small piece to taste, and a pleased sound escaped his lips. Truth be told, this was the most delectable thing he had consumed in days. Addressing the camera, Yi Hao remarked on the bird meat in his hand, feeling an overwhelming urge to indulge immediately. He tore off a leg and took a hearty bite. Savoring it with sheer delight, he relished each mouthful, his lips glistening with grease, completely oblivious to anything else. Do you know why this dish is so delightful? After satisfying his cravings, Yi Hao finally slowed down. The hint of saltiness in the meat was simply irresistible, making it a perfect appetite stimulant. For several days, the blandness in my mouth has become unbearable. Now, even a hint of saltiness can sufficiently stimulate my taste buds. Grasping a pair of chopsticks I crafted myself, I picked up a leaf of vegetables and placed it into my mouth. The taste was slightly bitter, yet entirely edible, a sensation I distinctly recall. After a few hearty bites, I mixed it with the coconut flesh at the bottom, causing onlookers to salivate. I must advise everyone that one should not recklessly sample unfamiliar plants in the wild, for you never know if they might be toxic. While I relish my meal, It is imperative to caution others. You are the only one who can do this. We shall never face starvation in the wilderness. We can always return home. Only you possess the courage to consume such things. Other competitors would dare not partake. Truly, you have an invincible iron stomach, capable of digesting anything. Initially, watching me eat was appetizing, but as soon as I began to consume the vegetable leaves, everyone lost their appetite. Having finished the coconut, I now possess 2 additional vessels for collecting water, a source of joy. Tidying up the vicinity, I disposed of the leftover bones outside to avert any potential troubles. I hoped for rain today, so I could quench my thirst adequately. It seemed as if the heavens responded to my call, for soon after, the sky began to pour. This time, I thoroughly rinsed myself and then took great gulps of the water I had collected. Alas, I regretted not having any means to store water, otherwise it would have been less troublesome. After satisfying my thirst, I hastened back to the warmth of the fire. Having been drenched, I needed to dry off quickly to avoid catching a cold. Falling ill here could be dire. Embracing the warmth of the flames was a delightful comfort. I did not sleep until my entire body was dry. The rain continued throughout the night, ushering in the 5th day with the persistent downpour. Would it truly not cease? I decided to take advantage of the rain and drink a few more sips of water. I placed a coconut shell atop the fire and tossed in the leftover fish meat from yesterday. In such chilly weather, a warm bowl of fish soup was essential for restoring warmth. Chapter 15. Piranha waking up to a bowl of hot fish soup is indeed a marvelous experience. Through my actions, I demonstrated the wisdom of this decision. Gazing outside at the relentless rain, I began to feel a twinge of concern. After all, I had exhausted my food supply, and without provisions, I would face hunger the following day. Rainy weather is ill-suited for venturing outdoors, especially since there are no medications available. A cold or fever could prove fatal. The danger level in such conditions is at its peak, prompting me to refrain from going outside. Having watched numerous survival shows, I have garnered quite a bit of knowledge. Yet, I remain resolute in my refusal to consume insects raw. If there is fire to cook food, why would I eat it raw? If meat is available, why resort to insects? Many of the other contestants have already surrendered, feeling that everything is edible, having endured hunger for countless days. Today's broadcast room is particularly exhilarating, with all the guests captivated by the antics of these fervent competitors. Venturing out in the rain to forage for food, one fell and lost consciousness. Climbing a coconut tree, one fell and fractured a bone. Spotting a wild boar lurking beneath a tree, another charged with a wooden stick. Fan Xinshin could hardly bear to watch. It was all too thrilling. However, noticing that many survival-savvy individuals remained still, she realized there was a reason for their thriving existence. Seeing her favored young man brought her joy. Yet because Yihao was indoors watching the rain, the camera quickly panned past. With idle time on his hands, Yihao fashioned a makeshift umbrella from banana leaves and ventured nearby to gather plants suitable for making hemp rope. In no time, he collected a substantial amount and gradually transported it back. Seated in his shelter, he began to organize his findings. The more hemp rope, the better. Since he could not venture out, he could only quietly attend to this task. He peeled off the outer skin and soaked it in a water pit he had dug. Upon finishing one batch, he commenced gathering another, and by the end of the morning, he had prepared a considerable quantity, awaiting the sun to dry it. As noon approached, the rain finally ceased. Yihao began tidying up during a lull in the rain, gathering his belongings to check the riverside. Due to the rain, the ground by the river was treacherously slippery, so he treaded carefully. After several days without shoes, his feet bore numerous wounds. Yihao refrained from crafting footwear to acclimate himself, but the ground was too slick, prompting him to consider making a pair of shoes when time permitted. Was the host dancing? My skateboard shoes. Huh. The skateboard shoes above were irresistible, pure essence. With every third step sliding, Yihao struggled to maintain his balance, eliciting laughter from the onlookers. However, once he entered the water, he found his footing, though he was mired in mud, making it arduous to walk. To his delight, he discovered that his fishing trap had caught a fish today. Yet, when he pulled the fish onto the shore, he sensed something was amiss. The fish was small but appeared robust. Upon releasing it from the trap, Yihao was astonished to see its mouth lined with sharp teeth. Was this a piranha? Piranhas in the river? Yihao was taken aback. He had contemplated crocodiles and leeches, but he now realized he had underestimated the dangers. The presence of piranhas here made him reflect on his own fate, swimming about in the water, and he couldn't help but marvel at how fortunate he truly was. After such a long time, had it not been for the birds I hunted, using the inedible parts as bait, I might never have uncovered this secret. Without further ado, I drew my stone axe and struck the fish's head with force. After several blows, the piranha ceased its struggles. Why was the host so agitated? He typically displayed such composure while fishing. Could it be due to the fish's diminutive size? Something felt amiss. Observe how the young man lifted the fish. It seemed rather peculiar. The viewers in the chat expressed their bewilderment at Yi Hao's unusual behavior today, but soon enough, he held the fish up before the camera. At first glance, the side of the fish appeared inconspicuous, yet when Yi Hao turned it to face the screen, the onlookers were left astounded. Goodness, is that not a piranha? Those teeth are terrifying. It seems there are indeed piranhas here. This is nothing short of hellish. Now I understand why the young man was so frantic. The director in the control room, having caught wind of this revelation, immediately directed the camera back to Yi Hao. The footage revealed him standing on the riverbank, brandishing the fish for the drone's lens. The guests in the studio were initially puzzled upon seeing Yi Hao. They had just given him a shot and were preparing to check the traps by the river. Why grant him another segment simply for catching one fish? Mary even felt that the show was displaying a bias. However, as the camera zoomed in, they realized that Yi Hao was holding a piranha. Am I seeing things? Is that truly a piranha in the young man's grasp? Fan Xinxin covered her mouth in disbelief as she gazed at the screen. Beside her, Han Xiao widened his eyes. This was the first appearance of a piranha on the show. Oh my goodness, Yi Hao is quite fortunate, had he not been cautious. A bite from that piranha could have attracted a swarm of them. Bei Yi voiced his thoughts, acknowledging the timely discovery of such a perilous situation, which could have otherwise resulted in tragedy. This individual is indeed fortunate. Mary couldn't help but marvel at Yi Hao's remarkable luck. Do you realize how formidable piranhas can be? Bei Yi suddenly posed a question, testing their knowledge. They are certainly fearsome. I've heard they consume flesh. The audience erupted in laughter at Fan Xinxin's remark. Even Bei Yi, usually reserved, chuckled at her response. It was simply too endearing. Is eating flesh truly that frightening? Xinxin, your description is quite vivid. I've heard that once a piranha bites its prey, it does not let go, making it far more ferocious than many other creatures. Upon hearing Fan Xinxin's comment, Han Xiao felt it best to silence her. The gravity of the atmosphere was fading. Mary was at a loss for words, unfamiliar with the subject matter at hand. It seems that apart from the elder, no one here truly comprehends the terror of the piranha. Most merely possess a superficial awareness of its existence. Chapter 16. Not delicious. Upon realizing the group's lack of knowledge about the piranha, the elder began to elucidate its characteristics. The piranha possesses an astonishing bite force. It can pierce cowhide and even bite through sturdy wooden boards, not to mention severing steel fishing hooks with ease. The ability to penetrate wood is indeed impressive. Yet one must wonder about its palatability. The elder was momentarily taken aback by Fan Xinxin's comment, rendered speechless. Truly, she is an adorably Na'vi goddess. Amidst such a professional exposition, her thoughts drifted to culinary delights. However, I too am curious about its taste. It certainly does not appear appetizing. Piranhas are suggested to be enjoyed as sashimi, given their freshness. No, it must be prepared as boiled fish for optimal flavor. Silence, everyone. As a devotee of culinary excellence, allow me to assert that they must be breaded, dipped in egg, and deep-fried. Chicken-flavored and delightfully crispy? Fan Xinxin's interjection left the elder at a loss for words. You, who are also dubbed a lucky charm, have you never considered your own well-being? Han Xiao jestingly remarked, prompting a response from Fan Xinxin, who pouted in mild grievance, but refrained from speaking. Han Xiao found amusement in the situation. After such a lengthy period of monotony, the program finally exhibited some intrigue. Observing Fan Xinxin's flustered demeanor was indeed entertaining, bringing laughter even to Mary. Elder, I believe the crocodile is far more formidable. Its bite force surpasses that of the piranha, Mary stated, recalling her fear of the ferocious creature she had encountered. After all, a piranha is merely a small fish in comparison, and with the crocodile's thick hide, it should pose no challenge. Indeed, the crocodile's skin is among the strongest in the animal kingdom, instilling confidence in Mary's assertion. Han Xiao concurred, acknowledging the crocodile as the true monarch of the jungle. Observing the consensus, the elder glanced at Fan Xinxin, who was silent and downcast. Miss Xinxin, you may now share your thoughts. The elder felt that it was somewhat impolite to disregard a young lady's opinion. Ah, I can speak now? Fan Xinxin exclaimed, her expression transforming entirely. I think the young man is the most formidable. Upon hearing her words, the elder completely relinquished his hopes for her insight. In fact, piranhas are typically found in schools, which leads to the notion that crocodiles harbor a profound fear of them, often referred to as the monarchs of the water. Even the mightiest crocodiles, when confronted with piranhas, can become so intimidated that they curl up defensively, flipping onto their backs with their sturdy dorsal side facing downward, allowing them to float to the surface and evade the bites aimed at their vulnerable bellies. Upon hearing the elder's words, it seemed that everyone could vividly envision this scenario. By the riverbank, near a stone, Yihao had completed the dissection of the piranha and was preparing to take it back for a meal. Perhaps due to his recent abundance of hunting in this area, he had unwittingly attracted the attention of the piranhas. Yihao surmised that this was indeed the case and began contemplating a move to the seaside, sensing that this locale was fraught with danger. After placing the meat aside, he gazed at the scorching sun, feeling quite reluctant to shift from his spot. He glanced at his meager supply of coconuts and decided to roast the fish before venturing to find more coconuts. He commenced grilling the fish over the fire, and while waiting, he stored the sun-dried hemp in his dwelling, preparing to twist ropes later in the evening. Noticing that his living space was rather cramped, Yihao resolved to expand his territory. As the fish sizzled to a golden brown, he began to indulge in his meal. However, upon taking the first bite, his expression shifted noticeably. The flavor of the piranha was decidedly unpalatable, and he would advise against consuming it in the future. Nevertheless, he continued to gnaw on the fish in hand, finding it quite delectable, particularly the belly portion, which he suggested others with the means might consider trying. Muttering about his distaste did not deter him from eating. In fact, he swiftly finished the entire piranha. Despite his words, his body was undeniably honest in its cravings. Suddenly, he found himself yearning for more. Where could he procure such delicacies? Was this akin to a culinary show? My home specializes in selling piranhas. Feel free to contact me. Can you send some over for free, perhaps even with complimentary shipping? Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Yihao began to tidy up, mindful that this was his dwelling. He surveyed his water supply, still scant. It was time to go and gather coconuts. Coconuts, being durable and thirst-quenching, provided not only nourishment, but also a means to collect water. Indeed, every part of the coconut is valuable. Even its outer husk can be utilized as kindling. Yihao approached the coconut tree he had previously discovered, initially refraining from climbing due to his inability to do so. However, bolstered by the attributes granted by the system, he was confident in his ability to scale it this time. Gazing up at the towering coconut tree, he felt a twinge of doubt. What is the streamer attempting? Climbing a tree? Is that even feasible at such a height? It appears to be around 16 or 17 meters. Perhaps it's worth a try, though an untrained individual might suffer a grave fall. Please, do not climb. Safety is paramount. However, Yihao was oblivious to the barrage of comments from the onlookers. Instead, he was deep in thought about how to ascend. He recalled having seen many individuals climb trees with remarkable agility, employing both hands and feet, swiftly reaching the heights. Yet, Yihao had never attempted such a feat himself, leaving him uncertain of his own capabilities. Hello everyone. Shortly, I shall attempt to climb a tree to fetch coconuts. After assessing the height, he realized it was indeed quite lofty. Without hesitation, Yihao leapt up, grasping the trunk with both hands while firmly planting his feet against either side. To his relief, he did not fall. There seemed to be a glimmer of hope for success. With determination, he began to ascend using all four limbs. But due to improper technique and a momentary lapse in attention, he suddenly fell. With a thud, he landed on the ground. Fortunately, the soft sand below cushioned his fall, mitigating any harsh impact. Since he hadn't climbed very high, he felt no real consequences. His approach had been flawed. He hadn't secured himself properly, and the rain-soaked bark was somewhat slippery. Yihao grinned at the camera, preparing to try a technique he had observed in previous videos. Chapter 17. Coconut harvesting. The viewers in the live stream noticed Yihao's smile and sensed that something intriguing was about to unfold. Indeed, not long after, Yihao reflected on his earlier climbing experience and envisioned how he should exert his strength. Once he felt confident there were no issues, he moved to the back. Ready to gain momentum, Yihao sprinted forward and leapt onto the tree. With arms crossed for support, he began to climb, applying force with his feet against the coconut tree. However, in his eagerness, he miscalculated the distance to the trunk, rendering him unable to push upward, and he fell once more. Don't try that again, young man. I have freshly squeezed coconut juice for you, exclaimed one viewer. Is it really safe to climb trees like that? Others watched in excitement, anticipating the spectacle of a potential fall. Show us your skills. We're waiting for something spectacular. Few contenders dared to scale coconut trees, as many of them weren't particularly tall. Yet, a tree as high as the one Yi Hao was attempting had never been climbed by anyone else. As of now, he was the sole individual daring to undertake this challenge. Consequently, the camera in the broadcast room once again focused on Yi Hao. Why is it him again? Marie thought, incredulous at the quick cut back to him. What is this young man planning to do? Fan Xinxin observed with curiosity. But as she watched Yi Hao studying the coconut tree, she momentarily failed to grasp his intentions. Surely he cannot be considering climbing this coconut tree? Marie speculated, but quickly dismissed the thought. People from their country rarely attempted to climb such heights unaided, and someone like Yi Hao was unlikely to succeed. Even if he tried, it would most likely end in failure, so Marie held little faith in Yi Hao's endeavor. Biy cast a glance without uttering a word, uncertain of what Yho was attempting. Soon, Yho began his second run-up, deliberately moderating his strength this time. With a swift motion, he ascended the tree, using both hands and feet to climb with all his might. This time, he reached a considerable height, nearly halfway up, but due to a moment's inattention, he slipped down. Upon witnessing Yho's fall, FNXNXN let out a loud scream, covering her mouth tightly, too afraid to look at the screen. Another failure. Yet I discerned a technique. I firmly believe success is within reach. Hearing no sign of distress from Yho, FNXNXN dared to glance at the screen. Seeing him unscathed, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Why engage in such perilous endeavors? She expressed her concern, observing Yho's determination. He still has a chance of succeeding. With Biy's affirmation, FNXNXN began to view Yho's efforts more optimistically. Yet, Yho remained undeterred. Despite several attempts, he felt no fatigue. This invigorating sensation propelled him to try again and again. Moreover, Yho noticed the system task reappearing, climbing trees to gather coconuts. He pondered whether any unexpected rewards awaited him. Anticipation surged within him regarding the system's rewards. After all, this was only the 5th day on the deserted island, and he wondered if future tasks would be as easily obtained. Gazing at the coconuts above, he felt an overwhelming surge of motivation. All right, let us continue the sprint. He envisioned his future, aiming to secure 500,000 within a month, after which he could explore the island at ease. However, to ensure his survival for that month, Yho resolved to moderate his efforts. Survival was paramount. After all, his sister awaited the funds for her treatment. Sister, keep fighting. He silently cheered for her. Once more, he propelled himself towards the coconut tree, swiftly leaping up. Like an agile monkey, he scampered up the trunk with remarkable speed. This time, he successfully reached near the coconuts, managing to stabilize his position. Yho glanced down, realizing the height was quite significant. A realization that had only just dawned upon him. Is the streamer slow to react? Only now coming to this realization? Truly a character. How amusing. The comments in the chat amused FNXNXN, causing her to chuckle. These folks are quite talented, indeed impressive. Yho refrained from making any hasty movements, choosing instead to steady himself. He then extended one hand to grasp a branch while using the other to reach for a coconut. How will the streamer gather coconuts without a knife? Came the commentary. Indeed, the streamer works so hard, yet the outcome is hilariously ironic. Forgive me, I cannot help but laugh. However, Yi Hao began to explain to the camera, saying that if we did not have a knife for the coconut, we would need to twist it off. He then started to rotate the coconut with great force. After several rotations, there was a sharp crack, and the coconut fell to the ground. See, it feels just like what people often say about twisting someone's head off, he remarked. With that, he twisted even more vigorously until he had plucked all the coconuts from the tree. Why did his words send a chill down our spines? The deserted island program had suddenly transformed into a supernatural mystery show. The host had seemingly become addicted to twisting, which was rather frightening. The young man suddenly lost his charm, yet there was an undeniable allure in his darkened demeanor. Although he had successfully gathered coconuts, he hesitated to descend due to the height of the tree. Brothers, after climbing the coconut tree and gathering the coconuts, how does one get down? I am anxiously awaiting your advice. Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, everyone burst into laughter. Before anyone could worry about him, Yi Hao slowly slid down. When he was near the ground, he simply jumped down. Seeing him safe and sound, Fan Xinxin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Is Yi Hao really this mischievous? She pondered. Surprisingly, she found herself warming up to him. Han Xiao, witnessing Yi Hao's carefree lifestyle, suddenly felt intrigued by him. However, The contestant he had chosen was currently making much better progress than Yi Hao, so Han Xiao merely expressed fleeting interest. Looking at the coconuts scattered around, Yi Hao felt that his life would be comfortable for a while. He took out the vines he had brought and tied them up with the coconuts. Grasping his harvest, he returned to his campsite. After counting, he found a total of 8 coconuts. Let us celebrate and crack one open. He retrieved his stone axe and opened a coconut, taking large gulps of its refreshing water. How delightful! Yet, glancing around his campsite, he realized that apart from coconuts, there was no other food. It seemed he would need to search for food, lest he face hunger again. He planned to look for something to eat, perhaps some fruits or leafy greens, while also gathering some firewood. As the day was drawing to a close, Yi Hao decided to rest and hunt again the following day. Chapter 18. Grass shoes. As the night of the 5th day approached, he had coconuts, but these alone were not filling. Yi Hao wandered nearby, utilizing the system's identification skill to discern which items were edible and which were toxic. After all, there were plenty of food sources around, though some contestants dared not partake. Unlike Yi Hao, who would casually pluck and sample, most were far more cautious. After finding a few edible items, Yi Hao began collecting firewood. This was something that should be stored in abundance, being a valuable resource for the future. After numerous trips, the sky had completely darkened by the time Yi Hao returned to his campsite, clutching the last bundle of firewood. At last, I have the opportunity to examine today's task rewards. Ding! The task of climbing trees to gather coconuts has been completed. Rewards for the host. Level 1 of Intermediate Discrimination Ability, currently at Level 2. Level 1 of Dexterity, currently at Level 5. Skill, Night Vision Ability Level 1, currently at Level 4, maxed out. Level 1 of Immunity to Poisons, currently at Level 3. Basic Wilderness Survival Knowledge Point, 1 Strength 1 6, Stamina 1 6, Constitution 1 6. Upon encountering the Basic Wilderness Survival Knowledge Point, 1, Yi Hao momentarily froze. However, upon opening it, his mood brightened considerably. To his delight, he discovered methods for construction and item crafting, precisely what Yi Hao needed to find. With this newfound knowledge, he felt increasingly confident about his survival on the deserted island. For Yi Hao, a minimum of 1 month was assured, and if circumstances allowed, a year would not be an impossible challenge. Gazing at his camp, albeit still rudimentary, Yi Hao was convinced that it would soon undergo a remarkable transformation. With limited food available for the night, he resorted to boiling the gathered leaves in a coconut shell for soup. It was wise to avoid consuming coconuts at night, as they are not easily perishable. Additionally, the coconut shells he possessed were sufficient, rendering their consumption unnecessary. Due to the modest size of the coconut shell, the final soup morphed into a stew. Though the flavor was not exquisite, Yi Hao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In this desolate isle, having a warm meal was a blessing. After dinner, Yi Hao began retrieving the hemp fibers that had dried in the sun throughout the day. Tonight's task, to twist hemp rope. Few viewers were engaged in live streaming that evening, as most participants refrained from activity at night. Nevertheless, there were still some spectators present, drawn by Yi Hao's penchant for surprising feats. Eagerly they awaited the antics of the streamer. Watching the young man work was a delightful experience. The streamer appeared to be crafting rope, which looked quite intriguing. In the live stream, comments trickled in, as viewers expressed their preferences for both death-defying exploits and the creation of items, such as those undertaken by Yi Hao. As he was producing a considerable amount of hemp rope, Yi Hao decided to first weave a pair of luxurious hemp shoes. It was uncomfortable to go barefoot, and possessing the ability to craft footwear was advantageous. However, whether to wear them was another matter. Sometimes, wearing shoes was impractical in this setting. With the hemp rope completed, Yi Hao announced, "Now, allow me to demonstrate how to weave grass sandals." After all, the knowledge he had acquired included instructions on crafting grass sandals, providing an excellent opportunity to showcase his skills. What is the streamer about to do? Someone commented, "Is Liu Bei still alive?" The young man's craftsmanship live stream seemed to be in session. Is this Yi Hao's little classroom? Each day brings forth a different and peculiar nugget of knowledge. He retrieved the prepared hemp rope and then found a branch. With all the necessary steps completed, Yi Hao placed the branch on the ground and draped the rope over it, drawing upon the knowledge stored in his mind. His hands instinctively began to weave as if guided by an unseen force. To his delight, the process felt remarkably effortless, not as if he were being controlled, but rather as if his hands were simply familiar with the task at hand. This pleasurable sensation enveloped Yi Hao, and before he realized it, he had successfully crafted a straw sandal, the sole complete, with a few strands of rope reserved for securing it to his feet. Wait, can the host slow down a bit? What was the young man doing just now? It feels as though this straw sandal materialized out of thin air during the brief moment it took to pour a glass of water. Suddenly, it seems I can't grasp any more knowledge from this. This teacher is inadequate. Let us change him. Even someone who specializes in crafting straw sandals can't keep up with the host. Isn't that a bit implausible? Host, some are saying you're too fast. As Yihao's technique drew admiration from all, many viewers failed to grasp the intricacies of his weaving method. However, interest surged as they anticipated the creation of another type of straw sandal. Upon assessing his supplies, Yihao noted that he was running low on hemp rope. I'll save the rest for next time, he thought, realizing the discrepancy between his expectations and reality. The rope was utterly insufficient. If I have some spare time tomorrow, I'll gather more hemp rope. I still wish to create a garment. After all, we are civilized beings. With the successful crafting of a single straw sandal, Yihao's confidence soared to new heights. He set aside the remaining hemp rope and began sorting the leaves he had collected earlier that evening. Different varieties were meticulously organized, as each served a unique purpose. Although these plants could only be easily distinguished using the art of identification, Yihao recognized that there was a wealth of knowledge within this concept. Do you all know what I am doing? Yihao asked, showcasing his achievements to the camera. Feeling a sense of accomplishment. I'm guessing the host has obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Someone remarked. This contestant is amusing. Is he selling vegetables now? What on earth? Has this deserted island program turned into a vegetable market? Indeed, the lively banter in the chat transformed the entire live stream into a vibrant marketplace atmosphere. Yihao, unaware of the joy expressed in the comments, sought to clarify his actions. Let me explain. I've separated the plants I recognize from those I do not. He gestured toward one pile of leaves. This collection consists of those I am unfamiliar with. He then pointed to another group of leaves, which he had divided into several segments. This one is for staunching bleeding. Yihao picked up a smooth, green leaf, its width comparable to that of a bandage. This one is for treating snake venom, a remedy for detoxification. It requires boiling in water for consumption, but can also be applied externally. As he picked up a plant adorned with delicate pink flowers, Yihao began to explain, this is remarkable. It's beneficial for kidney health. Though it serves no purpose for me, I'll discard it. With that, he tossed the bundle of leaves into the fire, watching as they were gradually consumed by the flames and reduced to ash. Chapter 19. Not Human. What started as a perfectly fine survival show had taken an entirely different turn in Yihao's hands. From the bustling market moments ago to the grand pharmacy now, one could only wonder how he could waste such valuable resources. The viewers were left questioning his humanity. Bravo, young man. Show them what a real man is. Someone commented. Are you sure it's not a syringe? Soon, the male viewers found themselves under attack from the female audience. How insecure can you be? I look down on your kind, they exclaimed. Treasure abounds on this deserted island. Yet they felt no envy. As the last of the leaves turned to embers, Yihao continued, this one is for beauty, and this one is for skin whitening. This one is of little use, it's for breast enhancement. With each declaration, he tossed another plant into the flames. I apologize for my earlier remarks. The young man truly is a bit clueless. Came another comment. Stop. I'm about to lose my mind. Someone else lamented. This host is messing with our minds. What do we do now? Having completed his inventory, Yihao found himself with little else to occupy his time. Today's endeavors had come to an end. Tomorrow would herald a new day. After adding a few more logs to the fire, he covered himself with banana leaves and succumbed to slumber. Such a lovely day has been ruined by this nonsense. I wish I hadn't tuned in. Is there a remedy for regret? On the morning of the 6th day, Yihao stretched languidly. The rain had held off, and the weather was quite pleasant. A glance at his meager food supply left him feeling disheartened. He had no reserves to speak of. Sighing, he realized this was not the joyful island life he had envisioned. How can I be troubled by food? Let us take a stroll by the river, he declared, grabbing his stone axe and small basket before heading toward the riverbank. Yihao had grown quite familiar with the surroundings, and the path leading to the river had been well trodden under his feet. Upon reaching the river, he first surveyed the environment, then checked his fishing traps as usual. Today was promising. He had caught 2 fish of average size. Wasting no time, he retrieved the fish, gutted them, and cleaned them thoroughly. The inedible parts were tossed back into the trap, continuing the cycle. The cleaned fish found their way into his basket, and he returned to his campsite with a buoyant spirit. The resources here were scarce, and many useful methods were rendered impractical. glancing at his small encampment. He recognized its limitations. Yet, before undertaking any tasks, filling his belly was paramount. He picked up a fish and set it to roast over the fire. Roasting fish is a slow endeavor, but Yi Hao was in no rush. He placed the fish beside the fire and ventured out in search of hemp and dry wood. Today, Yi Hao intends to construct a dedicated space for storing dry firewood. Such a task is exceedingly simple for him. A few long wooden sticks, palm leaves, and some vines to bind everything together to create a rainproof canopy and walls. Once the fish are roasted, Yi Hao's work will be nearly complete. He picks up the grilled fish and begins to eat heartily. However, the fish here lacks flavor, being merely palatable. It is a pity that there is no salt. Otherwise, he could have preserved a few fish, either as dried fish or for immediate consumption. While one would expect an abundance of salt by the sea, the ocean water is undrinkable, and extracting salt is a cumbersome endeavor. Yi Hao currently lacks suitable containers. Otherwise, he could simply boil seawater. He feels the absence of a pot keenly, but given the conditions here, crafting pottery would be an impressive achievement. Upon reviewing his knowledge, he discovers that he has none, which is rather awkward. It seems that he must rely on future tasks to acquire the necessary skills, as there appears to be no better solution. Previously, the ashes from the fire pit he had stored could alleviate food poisoning, but today he realizes that they have long since molded due to the rain and dampness. Fortunately, his fire has remained unextinguished, ensuring he still has access to some resources. After pondering his knowledge, he realizes there are numerous applicable skills. He finds himself unsure of where to begin. First, he decides to establish a stable campsite, as he intends to reside here long-term, barring unforeseen circumstances. He processes the hemp he has collected and hangs it on the drying rack he fashioned. Although he currently has no clothes, he is confident that he will acquire some in due time. Locating several larger logs, Yi Hao positions them around the perimeter of the campsite. He digs a pit and buries these logs, preparing to construct a wall, which he believes will enhance his sense of security. Since his shelter is rudimentary, he does not pursue high-quality construction. He buries several thicker logs in the pit and then places thinner sticks upright between the larger logs. Once this is completed, Yi Hao gathers numerous vines from a nearby tree to bind all the wooden posts together. Observing his makeshift wall, he acknowledges its simplicity, yet it serves as a modest assertion of his sovereignty. Having finished this task, he begins to contemplate other matters, such as crafting traps to capture small animals. With the hemp rope at his disposal, he can create some basic traps. The thought of hunting with a bow and arrow feels unreliable to him. It is entirely possible that a day spent hunting could yield no results. He must discover more effective methods. Before venturing out, he needs to prepare, as the hunting traps require sharp branches and hemp rope. Yi Hao carried with him an array of items, determined to yield a fruitful outcome from this venture. He strapped on his handcrafted bow and arrows, ready to test them should the opportunity arise. Naturally, his self-made spear and stone axe were indispensable. It was quite unexpected to require such an extensive load for a simple excursion. He truly felt the weight of his burdens. As he departed from his camp, Yi Hao began to meticulously observe his surroundings, vigilant for any signs of danger and traces of wild beasts. Such observations were crucial. Otherwise, the traps he had fashioned would be rendered futile. Noticing signs of herbivory on nearby foliage, Yi Hao ventured to a suitable location to set his traps. He commenced his work with materials such as hemp rope and wooden sticks, the latter of which had been hardened by fire at his camp. For larger animals, he planned to dig pits lined with sharp spikes, while for smaller creatures, a simple noose tied to a resilient sapling would suffice. The process was tedious, yet Yi Hao executed it with precision, as these traps represented his potential sources of sustenance. Having abstained from fatty foods for an extended period, Yi Hao was acutely aware of his insufficient fat intake. He recognized the necessity of seizing the opportunity to consume the meat of a large animal. The success of his endeavor hinged upon the effectiveness of the traps he had set, and once completed, he marked their locations. Chapter 20. Escape. Gazing at the traps he had constructed, Yi Hao felt a sense of uncertainty about their efficacy. However, he was resolute in his decision to explore the area, bow in hand, eager to test his skills. After a brief while, he heard the sounds of movement from nearby wildlife, prompting him to observe carefully. An exhilarating tension enveloped him. This was the essence of wilderness survival. Indeed, the thrill was palpable. The sight of the young man bearing his bow was undeniably striking, igniting admiration among the viewers. Anticipation grew for the audacious maneuvers he might undertake. Would he once again tempt fate? The audience speculated that he would return empty-handed. To their astonishment, Yihao had unexpectedly ventured out to hunt. Viewers were incredulous, for he had frequently encountered challenges during previous excursions, yet here he was, undeterred. The moniker of Master of Recklessness was certainly well earned. Peering through the gaps in the grass, Yihao spotted a moving creature a mere dozen meters ahead. However, he refrained from making any sudden movements, as he could not discern the animal clearly. As he cautiously advanced, the figure became clearer, an antelope. Yihao sensed that his opportunity had arrived. Though 12 meters was a considerable distance, the range of his bow was inadequate. Thus, he resolved to stealthily approach, aware that startling the antelope would mean losing this chance, which might not present itself again soon. The island indeed harbors a plethora of animals, yet Yihao often ponders how these creatures arrived here, given the absence of any land connections surrounding the desolate isle. A young antelope, adorned with two charming little horns and possessing notably elongated ears, leisurely grazes on the foliage. Observing the antelope relish its meal, Yihao feels an urge to partake in its feast. Unbeknownst to the antelope, danger lurks nearby. As Yihao inches closer to his target, he finally positions himself adequately. He draws his bow and takes aim at the unsuspecting creature. Whoosh! The arrow is released, but the moment it is fired, the antelope bolts into a sprint. What transpired? Did the sound of the arrow startle it? Confusion fills Yihao's mind until he quickly grasps the unfolding situation. Frustrated that his arrow missed its mark, he soon notices a shadow darting from the side, swiftly pursuing the antelope. Stunned, Yihao takes off running, abandoning the arrow he had just loosed. The viewers in the live stream, intrigued by his frantic escape, turn their attention to the screen. What is happening? Wasn't the host hunting? Why does it seem as though he is now the one being hunted? The truth begins to unravel. Has anyone discerned what transpired? The young man must have encountered something extraordinary, as they have never seen him in such a state before. Indeed, even in flight, he retains an undeniable allure. The audience remains oblivious to the specifics of the situation, captivated as if watching a theatrical performance, unable to predict the outcome. Yihao, genuinely terrified, runs for 5 minutes before daring to pause. Glancing back, he sees no sign of pursuit, allowing him to exhale in relief. Goodness, I understand now. I just replayed the footage several times at 0.5 speed to uncover the truth behind the host's flight. Don't keep us in suspense, spill the beans. Exactly. Don't be like those clickbait articles. I'll tell you, the antelope wasn't frightened away by the host's arrow. Rather, a cheetah had emerged from the shadows, chasing after it. In that moment, the audience comprehends what the shadow was, marveling at the host's remarkable reaction speed. Little do they know, Yihao was not running for his life. He was simply concerned about inadvertently breaking a world record. This reminds me of that advertisement, Clever Syrup. Huh, truly a spectacle that sends shivers down one's spine. Is everything all right? The host indeed lives up to his moniker. Meanwhile, the production room failed to switch the camera in time. Everything came to an abrupt end. The director remarked that our beloved host Yihao had once again embarked on an adventurous escapade. The producers received notification through their headsets, and the camera shifted back to Yihao. No way. What has the young man done again? Fan Xinshin was utterly speechless at Yihao's frequent appearances, which seemed perilous. Mary had become accustomed to it. A day without Yihao felt unreal to her. Just moments ago, the director mentioned that Yihao encountered a leopard while hunting, but managed to escape successfully. In the footage, Yihao sat on the ground, seemingly unwilling to move, and everyone could tell he was exhausted from running. This fellow truly had a charmed life. A day without some form of excitement felt unnatural. Mary found herself beginning to appreciate this man. I resonated with Mary's sentiments and could only hope that Yihao would endure through this month. Han Xiao was at a loss for words. Each day featured Yihao's exhilarating escapades, which significantly heightened his popularity. Now, everyone was aware of Yihao's existence. His live stream boasted a constant audience, and the gifts received had long surpassed several million. Yet, Yihao remained oblivious to this. All he knew was that he needed to return. With his hunting attempt unsuccessful, he resolved to seek out some vegetables or fruits instead. The tropical climate was abundant in bananas, though most were unripe and rather unpalatable. Upon inspecting the vicinity, he discovered a coffee tree, which felt like a treasure. The bright red fruits and verdant leaves brought him immense joy. Recognizing its value, he hurriedly collected a multitude of fruits and placed them in a small bag. This was indeed a coffee tree, a specimen that many might not recognize, as the fruits contained the coffee beans. Yihao began to explain. As many had likely never encountered such a thing, Most viewers had only seen coffee beans, which were typically dark brown, leaving few aware that the fruits were red. The comments flooded with curiosity, questioning if this was truly coffee. However, since Yi Hao had stated so, it seemed plausible, for he was indeed a fountain of knowledge. Observing Yi Hao, Bai Yi found himself at a loss for words, as Yi Hao had articulated many thoughts he himself had intended to express. Bai Yi felt utterly drained. Chapter 21. Coffee is bitter. Many viewers were intrigued as to how Yi Hao possessed such extensive knowledge. Yi Hao chuckled and teased. Are you curious how I know this is coffee? It's a secret. Although he had explained extensively, he had omitted the crux of the matter. The audience was captivated by Yi Hao. This young man was undoubtedly a treasure trove of information. He seemed to grasp a little about everything. Yet his luck seemed to falter, as he encountered mishaps every time he ventured out. However, despite these misfortunes, he consistently emerged unscathed. Let me tell you, you would never guess how fortunate it is to be able to enjoy coffee on this deserted island. Yi Hao gazed at the coffee in his hand, overwhelmed with joy. Although his hunting expedition had ended in failure, he had unexpectedly stumbled upon coffee, a delightful discovery indeed. After ensuring that the surroundings posed no danger, he returned to his campsite with a sense of relief. The thrill of the adventure lingered in his mind, evoking a mix of emotions. The perilous nature of this place left him genuinely concerned for his companions. Seated on a stool he had fashioned himself, Yi Hao began to organize the coffee. He found a coconut shell to store it, recognizing its value and the need to use it sparingly. Despite the dire circumstances, the streamer still took the time to care for others. It seemed that no one else on the deserted island was quite as reckless. To maintain such concern for others demonstrated a remarkable spirit. The young man was commendable, handsome and compassionate, truly admirable. This was certainly not a matchmaking program. A reminder for those commenting from above to choose their words wisely. When Yi Hao fell into a peaceful silence, the audience erupted with comments. A viewer, known as Heartless, sent 10 rockets in celebration of the streamer's narrow escape from peril. Suggestions arose to rename the stream to Master of Recklessness, as it seemed fitting. In response to Heartless' comment, viewers flooded the screen with 666 in approval. Heartless' eloquence set him apart, and while some might label him a sycophant, he spoke a profound truth. The conversation took a surprising turn, revealing preferences for male streamers, which explained the viewer's presence in Yi Hao's stream. When Heartless declared, "Who says I am male?" the chat erupted in astonished exclamations of 666. Yi Ran wiped away her tears as she read the comments. Pondering the danger Yi Hao faced, and questioning why he did not give up, the thought of her brother risking his life for her illness weighed heavily on her heart. Yet she could not reach him, and could only hope for her recovery. Yi Hao, too, worried for his sister. He knew that if he could endure for just a month, the funds for her surgery would be secured. However, the daily hospital expenses were daunting, and he feared that 500,000 might fall short. Alas, he felt helpless. It was a reminder that illness was a burden few could afford. Fortunately, Yi Hao's condition was gradually improving, thanks to the system, alleviating his concerns. Yet, he wondered if the system would remain effective once he left the island after a year of perseverance. Thus, he resolved to make the most of the system while it was still available, for opportunities like this were fleeting. Lost in thought, Yi Hao suddenly broke into a silly grin. He looked at the coffee beans in his hand, unable to resist the temptation of brewing a cup. Selecting a few beans, he took his stone axe and began to crush them on a stone slab he had found, realizing that creating a fine powder was unrealistic. He could only manage a rough processing. Gazing at the shattered remnants of the coffee, Yi Hao picked up a coconut shell and set it ablaze. The water within was somewhat amiss, for the coffee was scant, and excess of water would render it tasteless. Yi Hao favored a more bitter brew, as it invigorated him in a most profound manner. Once the water reached a boiling point, he added the coffee grounds, allowing them to steep. He then resumed his search for nearby fibers. The more he gathered, the more creations he could craft. After a while, the aroma of the brewing coffee wafted enticingly through the air, invigorating his senses. He carefully removed the coconut shell and set it aside to cool, for he still possessed a fish, alleviating his concerns about sustenance for the day. As for the turtle, it had nearly slipped from his mind. A glance reminded him that it was time to prepare it for consumption. He feared that if he delayed any longer, it would be forgotten altogether. With a stone axe in hand, he ventured to the riverbank with the turtle, swiftly unraveling the vines that bound it and expertly dispatching the creature with his axe. Though the turtle appeared sizable, its flesh was disappointingly meager. Afterward, He discarded the inedible parts into the fish trap and returned to camp with the shell and meat in tow. Today's feast would be a hearty turtle stew. He placed the cleaned turtle meat into the shell, adding some lemons and edible leaves for marination. Lacking any sophisticated processing methods, he resolved to make do with what he had. Embracing the philosophy of utilizing every resource, Yihao decided to use the turtle shell for cooking the meat, ensuring a genuine flavor. Henceforth, he would forego the coconut shell in favor of the more practical turtle shell. Since he had previously used the coconut shell to boil water, the stand was quite diminutive. To accommodate the turtle shell, he took the initiative to construct a more suitable stand. The coffee was now ready to be consumed, and Yihao took a generous sip from the coconut shell. Yet, upon tasting it, he nearly retched. It was exceedingly bitter. He had not anticipated such a harsh brew, which momentarily dulled his taste buds. However, he soon detected a subtle sweetness lingering afterward. He resolved to sip cautiously this time, taking a smaller amount, which indeed proved much more palatable. Yet, he could not finish it all. Setting the coconut shell down, Yihao decided to venture out for a stroll, hoping to discover something to enhance his meal. He had not previously paid much attention to such ingredients, but now that he had meat, he felt it essential to show culinary respect. The jungle held its dangers, a truth Yihao understood better than anyone. Thus, he always armed himself when stepping outside to avert potential threats. Soon, he stumbled upon a delightful discovery, taro. This was a fortuitous find, as he suspected there would be more than just one. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to uncover an entire field of taro surrounding him. This discovery brought him great relief, as it meant he need not worry about food for the time being. As Yihao spoke, he picked up a stone axe, intending to excavate the soil covering the taro, but found it utterly ineffective, making little progress after a long while. Thus, he sought materials nearby to craft a stone hoe, which would undoubtedly expedite the task. The stone axe was designed to be held upright, whereas the hoe required a flat head for greater efficiency. Chapter 22. A true culinary show. Once the hoe was fashioned, Yihao embarked on the monumental task of digging. Observing him toil away, viewers in the live stream were filled with curiosity about his actions, utterly perplexed by his sudden decision to dig a pit. Had he stumbled upon a treasure? Was the host losing his mind? Perhaps he had discovered a millennium-old ginseng? Be realistic, will you? I could believe he might unearth a radish, but ginseng? I would report the host on the spot. Enough already. Must you comment on every little thing? Can't you see his impressive stance? Seriously, even if he looks dashing, can that fill one's belly? Of course, I could support him. However, it wasn't long before someone pointed out that the host was simply digging for taro. Upon hearing this in the comments, many viewers finally grasped that Yihao was indeed foraging for food and not losing his sanity. Before long, Yihao unearthed a round, plump taro that appeared rather adorable. Yet, as it was covered in soil, he diligently retrieved 3 in total. Taro could serve as a staple food, ensuring he would finally have a satisfying meal, as a diet solely of meat could become quite tiresome. If it were properly marinated, he certainly would not have complained. But here, the flavor was raw and unadulterated, making it easily monotonous. Nevertheless, in this environment, one ought to be grateful for any food available. Being picky could lead to starvation. Taro could be stored for several days, so Yihao resolved to dig up a few more to take with him, planning to excavate the remainder once he had consumed what he had. After digging up the taro, he filled the hole back in and continued searching for more nearby. After unearthing over a dozen, he finally ceased, as his small pouch could hold no more. He thus sought out larger leaves to carry them back to camp. Once at camp, he placed the taro in a dry location to prevent spoilage. Selecting 3 of the larger ones, Yihao took them to the riverside for a wash. This way, he could roast them directly without concern for cleanliness. However, upon seeing the turtle meat he had left there, Yihao realized he had forgotten to seek out seasonings, having completely overlooked that task. Forgetting about the marinated meat was of little consequence. He would make do with what he had, as life continued in this fashion. Upon hearing Yihao's words, the livestream chat erupted with question marks. It seems our young man has grown quite bold, hasn't he? How dare he say such things? I wonder about the psychological impact on the other contestants. Haha, this streamer is quite something. While others are enduring hunger, here they are, expressing dissatisfaction with their lives. The lifestyle portrayed is utterly enviable: a seaside villa, coffee, meat, and staple foods. The chat is filled with lemon emojis, and some individuals have even ventured into other streams to vent their frustration. The sky is dimming, signaling the onset of evening. Yihao begins to prepare his meal, as all the ingredients are nearly ready. At this hour, The production room is also approaching mealtime. To illustrate the hardships of survival on a deserted island, it is customary to showcase participants enduring significant struggles. Can this even be eaten? Mary observes as one contestant gnaws on a piece of tree bark. Generally, such consumption is not advised, yet when hunger strikes, one must make do. Bai witnesses another contestant consuming worms, eliciting disgust among the other guests who can hardly bear to watch. This guy has the flair I had in my youth. Impressive. Bai remarks with a smile, clearly favoring this individual. Bai, have you ever eaten such a thing? Ugh, Han Xiao exclaims, just as he spots another contestant feasting on rotten food, a scene that is simply revolting. Don't look at me. I've never consumed that. If one must eat, it's crucial to find non-rotten sources. Those decayed items are strictly off-limits. Bai can only express admiration, acknowledging the sheer audacity. Fan Xinxin has her eyes firmly shut. At this hour, she typically turns away to avoid the spectacle. Noticing her distress, Mary feels a sudden urge to tease her. Shall we check in on contestant Yi Hao? This suggestion piques the interest of both Bai Yi and Han Xiao, yet Fan Xinxin is torn. Since Yi Hao was pursued by a leopard earlier, she has been too anxious to watch his stream, deeply concerned for his well-being. The thought of Yi Hao eating something terrible fills her with dread. Stop it. There's no way he would resort to that. He can find food on his own, Fan Xinxin retorts defiantly, refusing to yield. However, given the circumstances he faced today, would he still have the courage to seek sustenance? Mary chuckles, evidently pleased by Fan Xinxin's worried expression. Let us take a look at him. I'll contact the director. After Bai Yi communicates with the director, the scene swiftly shifts to Yi Hao. Everyone in the production room is taken aback. Fan Xinxin gazes at the unfolding scene in disbelief. This is utterly insane. Something must be amiss. Could there be cheating involved? Mary's mouth drops open, unable to comprehend the sight before her. At this moment, the camera captures Yi Hao cooking turtle meat in a turtle shell, with a fire pit nearby roasting several taros. Not far away, an opened coconut lay aside, while another shell likely contained the coffee that Yi Hao had discovered. Yi Hao's situation was distinctly different from that of his peers. His dinner was astonishingly lavish. At that moment, he observed that the meat was nearly cooked. So he procured 2 sticks to serve as chopsticks and began to savor a piece of meat. However, sensing that eating only meat was somewhat monotonous, he retrieved a roasted taro from beneath and took a delicate bite. The taro was scalding hot, rendering it nearly impossible to consume. After waiting a while, he finally indulged in it heartily, pausing to sip from the coconut whenever he felt a bit choked. Looking at his surroundings, one might wonder if this was truly a survival scenario on a deserted island or merely a vacation. Upon hearing Han Xiao's words, everyone shared the sentiment that Yi Hao was from an entirely different realm. Observing the knots tied in his rope, he realized that tomorrow marked the 7th day. How had time passed so swiftly? A month would soon elapse. When everyone heard Yi Hao's remark, they felt an overwhelming urge to confront him. They defended him. Yet one could not ignore the absurdity of his words. The beloved young man seemed to be contemplating abandoning his humanity. This time, they were right. At this moment, he was indeed unworthy of their admiration. They would carry on as if they hadn't noticed. Chapter 23. The explosive effect of the show. Yi Hao was oblivious to the fact that his mere expression of sentiment had driven everyone to the brink of despair. The production team even contemplated reducing his screen time to prevent perceptions of unfairness in their competition. However, they were swiftly opposed by others who argued that it was precisely Yi Hao's unique presence that rendered the show engaging. Indeed, Yi Hao's impact was explosive, far surpassing even that of the seated contestants. Thus, the production team resolved to promote Yi Hao specifically. On the morning of the 7th day, Yi Hao awoke to his surprise, feeling no chill whatsoever. It seemed his physical condition had improved yet again. At this rate, he would soon reach his peak. He seized the leftover taro from yesterday and began to eat heartily. Unbeknownst to him, all streaming platforms were airing promotional clips of the show, featuring comparisons between Yi Hao and other contestants. Even those who had initially been indifferent to the program found themselves captivated by the promotion. Could such an individual truly exist? It was utterly unbelievable. This must be a comedic show, or perhaps a culinary one. A survival program on a deserted island seemed implausible. Was this a manifestation of stark contrasts? The viewers, stimulated by this disparity, were eager to watch the live broadcast. Consequently, the day's viewership skyrocketed, shattering historical records and reaching a staggering level. Meanwhile, now that Yi Hao had secured a reliable food source, he began contemplating the construction of a campsite and exploring additional sources of sustenance. In truth, Yi Hao yearned for the ability to fish in the sea, where resources were abundant, yet his swimming skills were not particularly proficient. Thus, Yi Hao had long hoped that the system would grant him a skill such as diving. But it never did. The system was completely oblivious to his thoughts. Left with no choice, Yi Hao could only strive for supremacy on land, though he was apprehensive about the crocodiles and leopards that roamed the area. This was, after all, a tropical rainforest, where peculiar creatures might appear. Yi Hao recalled a film he had once watched, featuring an invincible giant python, whose lethality was exceptionally formidable. He believed that if such a creature were to emerge, the production team would surely terminate the competition. On the 7th day, those who remained were all elite competitors, among whom were 10 young ladies. However, due to the vastness of the island, the contestants had yet to encounter one another. Yet, this only heightened the excitement, for the true narrative lay ahead. Enduring without food and water for a few more days was feasible, provided one did not act recklessly. Yet, the desolate island environment made it all too easy for one to fall into peril, as many had unwittingly done. As was his custom, Yi Hao first made his way to the riverbank to inspect his traps, but to his dismay, they were all empty. This was truly bewildering. How could there be nothing after so many days? This was his most disappointing day yet. Although the camp still had a single dried fish left, today there was none, which meant one less source of sustenance. With no other options, Yi Hao resolved to check whether the traps he had set the previous day had caught anything. Approaching the traps this time, Yi Hao was particularly cautious, as he was aware that this area was frequented by leopards. Carelessness was not an option. Each creature possessed its own territory. This was a fact Yi Hao understood well. Upon inspecting the traps, he found no signs of success. With a sigh, he returned to his campsite, feeling disheartened by the lack of any gains today. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the audience in the live stream burst into laughter. Why has the host become so disheartened? Wasn't he boasting just yesterday? Someone commented. Who told you to be so arrogant yesterday? Even the heavens seem displeased with you now. It seemed he might have to rely on taro for sustenance for the next week. This realization could help the host grasp reality. Otherwise, he might become too inflated in his self-esteem. Yi Hao was unaware that he was perceived this way by others. The absence of meat had elicited applause from the audience. The truth was, there was indeed no other food available, and Yi Hao was too lethargic to search for alternatives. Hunting seemed far too perilous. Thus, Yi Hao decided to tidy up his shelter, hoping to build a larger dwelling this time. He had amassed sufficient materials and could now expand his campsite. However, having only eaten a single taro in the morning, he still felt quite hungry. Consequently, Yi Hao went to wash a few more taros and began roasting them. After days without brushing his teeth, he found a small twig, bit down on it to flatten one end, and began to scrub his teeth with it. Observing Yi Hao in this manner, most people assumed he was merely picking his teeth. Is he really using such a thick stick for dental hygiene? The gap between the host's teeth is indeed quite pronounced. One should refrain from speaking without understanding. That is merely the act of brushing one's teeth. Brushing with a mere stick? Surely, that is an illusion meant for children. At that moment, the broadcast room commenced its live transmission, and without hesitation, the director directed the camera towards Yi Hao. Today, many are likely here to witness Yi Hao. Upon seeing Yi Hao munching on a twig, Mary could hardly contain her delight. Has he injured himself yesterday? Why is he now nibbling on branches? Old Bai cast a glance at Mary, intending to offer her a subtle warning. However, soon the camera revealed several taros roasting by the fire beside Yi Hao, making it evident that Mary had misjudged the situation. Observing this, Mary opted for silence, having experienced too many mishaps with Yi Hao to react. Yi Hao was likely brushing his teeth. This method was employed by people in ancient times. Hearing Old Bai's explanation, everyone sighed in acknowledgement, though this spectacle lacked much intrigue. Just as Yi Hao completed his dental routine, he noticed the taros were ready and began to enjoy one leisurely. You probably seldom consume taros. In fact, they are quite nutritious. While eating, Yi Hao spoke, his boredom palpable. Staying here for an extended period could certainly lead to feelings of melancholy. Do not underestimate taros. They are rich in protein, vitamins, and minerals, and due to their high starch content, they even possess a hint of sweetness. Although they can be somewhat choking, their flavor remains pleasant. After Yi Hao's description, many gained a newfound appreciation for this root. Furthermore, taros can serve medicinal purposes, aiding in the treatment of mastitis, burns, and external bleeding, functioning as a form of therapeutic cuisine. Perhaps you are unaware, but the leaves of the taro also hold benefits, capable of treating urticaria and ulcers. Yi Hao chose not to gather the leaves, as they are plentiful and not particularly palatable. He could always retrieve them if necessary. Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, the broadcast room fell into a contemplative silence, as if attending a lesson on wellness. Old Bai was not particularly knowledgeable about these matters, but Yi Hao's remarks jogged his memory. Fan Xinxin's gaze towards Yi Hao grew increasingly admiring. She felt confident in her choice. Chapter 24. An encounter with a venomous snake. Taros are quite filling. After consuming two, Yi Hao felt satiated. However, the flavor of taros cannot compare to that of meat. The key lies in their substantial quantity, which is sufficient for survival on this deserted island. Yi Hao refrained from disturbing the surrounding trees, as they may be useful in the future. Having satisfied his hunger, he contemplated what he should accomplish today, for it is imperative to have a daily goal. He surveyed his campsite, determining the next tasks to undertake, ensuring that time would not be squandered. In recent days, the rain had ceased, and Yi Hao found himself facing a scarcity of water resources. However, as he still had coconuts to sustain him for a few more days, he felt no immediate urgency. Glancing at the coffee, he realized he had little desire to indulge in it. After consuming just a few sips the previous day, he had nearly lost sleep. Observing the remnants of coffee in the coconut shell, he felt utterly disinclined towards it. Coffee, though a delightful beverage, was simply too bitter for his palate. Reluctantly, he decided to add a touch of water and heat it once more. This time, the taste was more palatable, and Yi Hao understood that moderation was key when it came to coffee. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, it was time to attend to the task at hand. His campsite required expansion, and with ample time at his disposal, Yi Hao ventured nearby to gather a plethora of leaves for construction. While there were plenty of wooden sticks available, most were too slender for his needs. Thus, he resolved to fell a few trees. Armed with his newly crafted stone axe, he set out with the intention of harvesting some sturdy timber for the pillars of his new dwelling. Yi Hao had already envisioned the design of this new structure, which would at least accommodate a bed. Building a home among the trees would be splendid, though that endeavor would have to wait. In the midst of the dense forest, danger lurked at every turn. As Yi Hao was chopping wood, a venomous snake adorned with golden patterns suddenly lunged from a nearby tree. Reacting swiftly, he sidestepped just in time to evade its attack. Gazing at the snake coiled on the ground, its forked tongue flickering and hissing ominously, Yi Hao sensed the creature poised to strike again. The snake faced him directly, but remained motionless, perhaps sensing his stillness. At that moment, the audience in the live stream began to take notice. They lamented that the streamer should have tried his luck in a lottery, as peril seemed to follow him wherever he went. It was evident that he was in grave danger. "Run, young man, you cannot defeat it," they urged, covering their eyes in trepidation. This was the streamer they had come to know. If nothing alarming occurred one day, they would find it unusual. While the viewers worried for Yi Hao's safety, they remained supportive, knowing he had triumphed over dangers before. The snake, having fallen to the ground amidst the abundant grass, was not entirely visible to Yi Hao. Yet, he could discern parts of its sinuous body, gripping his stone axe tightly, aware that he had but one chance. He needed to strike down the snake before it could launch another attack, or to escape flawlessly. Suddenly, he noticed the grass ahead rustling, an indication that the snake was preparing to strike. Without overthinking, Yi Hao hurled his stone axe towards the serpent. As the young man began to sprint rapidly in the opposite direction, he seemed utterly unconcerned with whether his strike had landed on the adversary. "Run fast, young man. We are praying for you. May you escape from danger." It became evident that this was not merely a reckless act of the streamer, but rather a desperate bid for survival. This host, plagued by remarkably poor luck, encounters various perils daily, yet manages to thrive more than anyone else. Doesn't that infuriate you? Due to the promotional efforts of the production team, many were drawn to Yi Hao, not anticipating such exhilarating events early in the morning. First-time viewers perceived the situation more objectively, recognizing that it was not Yi Hao's recklessness, but rather a string of unfortunate circumstances that led him into danger. Indeed, I had once thought wilderness survival was a simple endeavor, but after witnessing Yi Hao's exploits, I realized there were no hidden agendas at play. It is through sheer skill that Yi Hao shines. At this moment, the number of viewers in the live stream exceeded that of the control room, with everyone aware of Yi Hao's latest peril. Although the control room was also broadcasting the scene, it lacked the clarity of Yi Hao's stream, which authentically conveyed the sense of danger. Yi Hao ran all the way to the seaside before finally halting, confident that the venomous snake had not pursued him. Observing the relentless waves lapping at the shore, he plunged into the water. The icy sea was a refreshing balm for his fatigue, almost rendering him a barefoot sage. Yet, as he noticed that he was still barefoot and clad only in minimal attire, he felt a pang of embarrassment. You all have seen me in my entirety. I feel like I've lost out. He joked, prompting a frenzy of gifts in the live chat. Hand in hand, sending 10 rockets, exclaimed one viewer. I admire your mindset. Host. Another chimed in, as someone else sent 10 rockets, declaring, I love a bold man like you. No need to be shy. NeuroIce contributed 10 treasure maps, urging everyone to take a look. Such a fine physique on the young man. He looks most handsome this way. With the system's upgrades, Yihao's physique was gradually improving. He bore no excess fat, and his muscles were well defined, only revealing their strength when exerted. Standing in the water, he resembled a fashionable model, as if posing for a photo shoot rather than surviving on a deserted island. Soon, the viewers began to notice something amiss. Yihao had remained stationary for quite some time. He only occasionally turned his head to survey his surroundings, proving he was not lost in thought. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Yihao crouched down, plunging his hands into the sea. With a splash, he emerged with a prize in his grasp, a lobster. My goodness, is the host catching lobsters with his bare hands? The display was astonishing, showcasing an impressive feat. How could one possibly capture such a large lobster by hand? After catching the lobster, Yihao promptly made his way to the shore, holding the creature aloft for inspection. This lobster was indeed substantial, fitting perfectly within the grasp of his hands. Fortune smiled upon him today. He was to indulge in lobster, and he felt a surge of joy. To be candid, Yihao had only ever tasted spicy crayfish before. Encountering a lobster of this size was a first for him, and he was utterly exhilarated. Just moments before, as he entered the water, he had felt something beneath his feet. Upon looking down, he was astonished to discover it was a large lobster. He had not anticipated such a fortunate catch. Chapter 25. The delectable lobster. Gazing at the lobster in his hands, he noted its rather alarming hue, a shade of pale green. Was this lobster moldy? Would its color pose a risk of poisoning? Yihao glanced at the camera, aware that no one could respond, yet he yearned to share his delight with someone. This lobster dwarfed the spicy crayfish by comparison, but uncertainty lingered about its edibility. The sight of the green lobster instilled a sense of doubt within him. Being from the inland, he had seldom encountered the ocean, and thus had little familiarity with its inhabitants. Even if it were toxic, he couldn't bear the thought of discarding it. After all, he possessed skills. What did he have to fear? Is this young man jesting? Surely, he has not truly never eaten lobster before. I consume it regularly, remarked a viewer. The earlier comments can be silenced. What kind of household indulges in lobster daily? Inland children gaze upon you with envy, unable to grasp your joy. It was evident to all that this young man must also hail from the inland. As his naivety suggested, he had never been exposed to such experiences. The chat erupted into a lively discussion about the differences between inland and coastal regions, with many expressing a desire to explore. Yihao returned to camp, clutching the vibrant lobster. Although he was not particularly hungry, the sight of it stirred a craving within him. Seafood must be enjoyed fresh, not merely hot. How should he prepare this? A sashimi, perhaps? Upon arriving at the campsite, the lobster's vitality had diminished significantly, prompting Yihao to worry that if he delayed further, it would perish. He found himself in a quandary, having never cooked one before. He examined a turtle shell, which seemed capable of accommodating the lobster's size. Wasting no time, he placed the turtle shell over the fire. Resolute in his decision to boil the lobster, whatever its potential toxicity, he would proceed out of respect for the creature. Pouring water from a coconut shell into the turtle shell, he then placed the lobster inside. A gentle simmer would soon yield a delectable dish. Today, he resolved to do nothing else but relish this lobster. Much to the chagrin of his viewers who could only watch him indulge, noticing the fire was somewhat feeble, he added a handful of kindling. Has this streamer become arrogant? Is he flaunting his culinary prowess over those who have never tasted lobster? Someone mused. Well, I must admit, I have never had the pleasure. Another chimed in. This young man is truly mischievous, leading us on while our spicy skewers seem far less appealing now. I neglected to embark on a date with my girlfriend, solely to witness your culinary livestream. Where's the promised wilderness survival? Where's the assurance of enduring hunger for 3 days? I just ventured out to observe the other contestants, who are largely experiencing the pangs of hunger, while here, the script seems to unravel daily. I've lost interest. I shall seek the harsh realities of the wilderness with the other participants. In no time, the water within the turtle shell began to boil, and to my astonishment, The lobsters underwent a transformation in hue. No longer a vibrant green, they turned a vivid red. Concerned about potential parasites, we decided to extend the cooking time. Unsettled by the contents, Yihao resolved to let them simmer a while longer. Noticing that the fire was too fierce, he promptly adjusted it to a gentler flame. Then, he stepped aside, wielding a crude stone axe to crack open a coconut, indulging in its refreshing liquid. Cursing the waste of a new axe, he vowed to confront that venomous snake again, resolved to make a meal of it. The thought of that serpent irked him. He had been diligently chopping wood when the unwelcome creature appeared. Yet, he now preferred to avoid confrontation, planning to reassess the situation the following day. Returning with the timber he had collected, gazing at the steaming lobster in the turtle shell, Yihao found it increasingly difficult to resist. He procured 2 wooden sticks and set the shell down on the ground. The lobster remained scalding hot, compelling him to wait impatiently. After a brief moment, he deemed it sufficiently cooled, swiftly removing the head. Discarding the water from the shell, he placed the lobster back inside and began to peel away the shell, revealing the translucent flesh within, adorned with rich roe at the top. He extracted the meat from the lobster's tail, dipping it into the roe before taking a hearty bite. Instantly, his eyes widened in delight. The flavor was exquisite. The sweet lobster meat, harmonized with the savory essence of the roe, tantalized his palate, ensnaring him in a wave of culinary ecstasy. It was a flavor he had never encountered before, utterly addictive. No wonder the affluent revel in such delicacies. It was indeed exceptional. Yihao devoured the succulent lobster with abandon, thoroughly relishing every morsel, not wishing to pause. In a short span, he polished off the entire lobster, leaving not a trace of roe behind. If only he could indulge in this delicacy daily, it was simply divine. At that moment, Yihao yearned for the system to grant him a diving skill, enabling him to venture into the sea for more lobsters. Yet, as half the day had nearly slipped by without a single task from the system, it seemed I had become too knowledgeable. After tidying up the remnants of his meal, Yihao made his way to the shore, hoping to capture another lobster. However, after an extended vigil by the water's edge, he found no sign of the elusive creature. Yihao felt that he could no longer afford to squander time in this place. Thus, he scooped 2 coconut shells full of seawater and resolved to return to the camp to boil the seawater in order to procure salt. Although he was uncertain of his success, the desire to attempt it was strong within him, for without salt, food always seemed to lack something essential. Upon returning to the camp, Yihao placed the turtle shell atop the fire once more and poured in the collected seawater, allowing it to simmer gradually. This modest quantity of seawater might not yield salt, but Yihao planned to boil salt during daylight hours whenever he could. Given sufficient time, success would surely follow. Having feasted on lobster, Yihao felt no pangs of hunger at that moment. He decided to explore another direction, hoping to discover something of use. Previously, he had traversed upstream along the river, but this time, he intended to venture downstream in search of valuable finds. Since this area was unfamiliar to him, he proceeded with utmost caution, equipped with his bow, arrows, spear, and stone axe. One must never embark on a journey unprepared. This expedition was akin to pioneering, so Yihao had also brought a taro root, fearing he might return later than anticipated. He dared not walk too close to the riverbank, uncertain if a crocodile might suddenly emerge. The riverbed was adorned with nameless wildflowers, their delicate pink hues contrasting with the vibrant green stalks beneath. Occasionally, fish leaped from the water, provoking Yihao's instinct to plunge his spear into the depths. The banks were overrun with tall, wild grasses and myriad peculiar plants. Yet Yihao recognized few of them. This was a veritable blind spot in his knowledge. After some time without encountering any targets, Yihao inadvertently looked up and noticed movement among the towering trees. Upon closer observation, he discerned several small creatures, reminiscent of squirrels, bounding about. Instantly, his interest waned. These creatures appeared to lack substantial meat, and their appearance did little to whet his appetite, particularly with their striped fur resembling that of a skunk. However, where there are squirrels, there are typically nuts nearby. With this thought, Yihao's spirits lifted. It would be delightful to gather some snacks. Following the squirrel's path, Yihao marked his way as he walked, knowing that without markers, he might struggle to find his way back. Soon, he arrived at a canyon, its depth dissuading any desire to descend. The sheer cliffs were crowned with weeds, and some trees clinging to the protruding edges. As he reached this point, Yihao treaded carefully and discovered a mango tree at the cliff's edge. The sight of the green mangoes filled him with excitement. At last, he would have fruit. The taste of bananas was truly unpalatable, as they were invariably bitter. He gazed at the fist-sized mangoes, scattered throughout the tree's branches. Due to the wild nature of the mangoes, their quantity is quite limited, as numerous animals in the vicinity also depend on them for sustenance. Thus, Yihao selected a few larger and seemingly more succulent mangoes to gather. He realized that he would not have the means to carry such a bounty on future visits. Observing the surrounding environment, it was evident that many animals frequented this area, as indicated by the scattered animal droppings. After discovering a prime location, he resolved to return here for hunting. Within the canyon, a small waterfall had formed, as the upstream river cascaded directly into the valley. Gazing at the valley not far away, Yihao understood that it was indeed a treasure trove, teeming with wildlife. Upon inspecting the vicinity, he found no apparent path leading down into the valley. As dusk approached, he decided to return. If he could not find a way down, he would have to wait until he could weave a rope before venturing into the valley. Nevertheless, Yihao was resolute in not camping within the valley, despite its appeal. It posed significant dangers such as landslides, floods, and earthquakes, all of which could be fatal. Choosing a campsite necessitated consideration for a quick escape, prioritizing safety above all else. Even if it wasn't perfect, returning to his camp with the large mangoes he had gathered that afternoon, he lamented the absence of dried fruits, yet felt content with the mangoes. A glance at the turtle shell revealed that the seawater had long evaporated, and the fire pit had only a few embers remaining. Hastily, Yihao removed the turtle shell, pushed aside the excess ash, and added some dry coconut shells, quickly rekindling the flames. He tossed in some firewood, finally raising the temperature of the fire. Peering into the turtle shell, he found only a thin layer of white crystals, far too scant. After such a long journey, the lobster he had eaten at noon was long digested, and Yihao now felt genuinely hungry. Looking at the taro on the table, he found himself disinterested. After the lobster, he had lost all desire for it. However, survival necessitated sustenance, and reluctantly, he picked the smallest one and began to eat it slowly. Was it truly such a torment for the streamer to eat? Perhaps indulging in too much lobster at noon was to blame. Eating lobster followed by this was undeniably lackluster. The streamer's demeanor appeared quite endearing. Observing him now, he seemed more grounded, no longer inflated in spirit. It was a rare expression. Was he choking or simply unable to eat? Indeed, Yihao found himself unable to consume more, and upon surveying the camp, he discovered some dried fish. Quickly, he grabbed a piece and took a bite, only to find it unappetizing. With nothing palatable left, Yihao felt as though his appetite had been spoiled by a single lobster. No matter what he tried to eat, he found himself unable to swallow. Casting a glance at the salt within the turtle shell, though minimal, Yihao took an item and scraped it out, scattering it over the dried fish. This made it somewhat bearable, providing a hint of saltiness. It had been quite some time since he savored any salty flavor. Thus, he reluctantly resorted to boiling seawater. Albeit the process was undeniably slow, yet still preferable to having none at all. As night fell, the campsite was once again consumed by the labor of twisting hemp ropes, of which he had amassed quite a collection. However, Yihao had no immediate plans to descend into the valley, so these ropes could be utilized for other purposes. He had only crafted a single hemp rope shoe, yet he discovered that he could adapt even without footwear. After all, it is rare to possess just one shoe. One must weave another to complete the pair. Without further ado, Yihao grasped a wooden stick to support the hemp rope and began to weave. The night stretched on endlessly, but he felt no urgency, taking his time with the crafting. He contemplated whether he should also weave himself a garment, at least to appear presentable during the live broadcasts. Gazing at the hemp rope beneath his feet, he suddenly felt it insufficient, realizing he needed to gather more. The matter of clothing could wait. Accumulating hemp rope was his priority. His current task was to endure for a month, though he was uncertain if he could persist for an entire year. The challenge was formidable. In the past, Yihao would have deemed 100 million a vast sum. Yet in the face of such life and death trials, wealth becomes futile. Had it not been for Yi Rant's illness, he might have surrendered long ago. Despite the existence of the system, it could not guarantee his survival. Thus far, the system had offered no alerts during crises, nor provided any solutions. Yihao truly felt that this was merely an auxiliary system. Whether he could survive depended solely on his own resilience. Once the shoes were finished, he tried them on, only to find them somewhat uncomfortable. In just 7 days, had he become so accustomed to the sensation of being barefoot that wearing shoes felt awkward? This place undeniably altered many of one's habits. After a short while, he decided to hang the shoes up. He had no intention of wearing them outside. They would undoubtedly hinder his escape if the need arose. At that moment, Yihao was consumed by thoughts of how to survive better in this environment. Rather than seeking comfort, only by first gaining the ability to live could he then aspire to a more comfortable existence. In the dead of night, a torrential rainstorm erupted, accompanied by fierce winds that nearly toppled his shelter. Fortunately, he had secured everything with hemp rope just in time, allowing him to weather the night in safety. Chapter 27. The Great Black Fish. When morning arrived, the rain had ceased, but a thick blanket of fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring everything in endless white. Yihao inspected his campsite, finding most of his belongings scattered, yet he was grateful for the fence he had constructed to protect his space. Thus, nothing was blown away. Yet everything lay in a state of disarray. Observing the situation around him, Yihao felt utterly disinclined to tidy up. The circumstances of the other contestants were even more dire. The majority had endured the rain all night, and many had not slept at all. Although Yihao's sleep was far from restful, he was fortunate to have managed to doze off. Glancing at the campfire, he noted there remained a few embers. The fact that the rain had not extinguished them brought him a sense of satisfaction. He gathered some drier palm leaves, placed them atop the coals, and after gently blowing a few breaths, the flames roared to life. With the fire now ablaze, Yihao hurriedly fetched some dry sticks to add to it. There was no rush to venture out in the early morning. He decided to first tidy his own area, lest he find no place to step. As he surveyed the ground, he began to clean up at a leisurely pace. It felt almost like a celestial realm, too beautiful to ignore the mess beneath his feet. Clearly, the storm from the previous day had been quite severe, leaving the place in such a state. He felt a pang of sympathy for the young man. It was amusing and distressing. Had the streamer been punished by fate? The truth lay above, but had he not checked on the other contestants? Just returning from another contestant's live stream, he noticed that their camps had vanished, leaving this site as the only one still observable. Only those who had sheltered their camps in caves, like Yihao, faced lesser losses and fared somewhat better. However, among the entire deserted island, only 2 contestants were fortunate enough to discover suitable caves, both of whom were seed contestants. The sun rose in the sky, and the mist within the jungle gradually dissipated. Yihao, seeing that his camp was nearly in order, hastened to the riverbank. My fishing trap cannot be gone as well, can it? He pondered, recalling the previous incident, and he was aware that the river harbored piranhas. Arriving at the riverbank, he felt the same silky sensation. One misstep could lead to a fall. To his relief, he found his fishing trap still intact. Miraculously, there were catches. Fortune was indeed smiling upon him. Peering inside, he observed fish with dark bodies, yet a pair of vibrant red fins beneath, comparable in size to a domestic cat. Yihao had never encountered this type of fish before. It likely belonged to the catfish family, yet it remained motionless, seemingly drained of strength from the tempest the day prior. He promptly tossed the fish onto the shore, and the previously inert creature suddenly sprang to life, attempting to flee toward the river. Realizing it was making a bid for freedom, Yihao grasped his stone axe and charged forward. Though he called it a charge, he was hesitant to move too vigorously, as the ground was exceedingly slippery. At last, halfway through, the man and fish finally came face to face. In the moment when the formidable black fish remained still, Yihao had yet to perceive any anomaly. However, as the creature leapt into the air, Yihao instinctively evaded its approach. The seemingly lethargic black fish suddenly gaped its mouth, revealing a formidable array of sharp teeth. To Yihao's astonishment, the fish propelled itself toward him with alarming speed. It became evident to him that this imposing creature had no intention of returning to the water. It was, in fact, targeting him. The situation felt surreal, as he had spent so long pursuing his prey only to find himself regarded as a meal by a fish. As the black fish lunged toward him, Yihao did not hesitate. Summoning all his strength, he wielded his stone axe and struck at the creature. With a resounding clang, the axe was deflected, its stone head tumbling to the ground. Nevertheless, Yihao's strike did make contact with the fish, causing it to plummet into the river, vanishing from sight. This dramatic moment was captured by the guests in the broadcast studio, who, in unison, remained utterly transfixed by the unfolding spectacle. Their mouths agape and expressions forgotten, they were collectively astounded by this unprecedented turn of events. Even the usually composed veteran host was rendered speechless. Meanwhile, the experts in botany and zoology in the audience began feverishly consulting their resources. Once the black fish had submerged into the river, realization began to dawn upon them. "My goodness, what just transpired?" Mary exclaimed in disbelief. unable to fathom that Yi Hao had emerged unscathed from such peril. This is nothing short of divine intervention. I think I have fallen for him, she thought, her earlier disdain transformed into admiration. Yi Hao's repeated displays of prowess had successfully captivated this international star, elevating him to the status of a hero in her eyes. Not to mention Fan Xinxin, who had already been an ardent supporter of Yi Hao, now exclaimed loudly, "Yi Hao, you are the hero of my heart." Her words resonated with many young women present, as such a man seemed utterly perfect in that moment. The typically composed veteran host extended his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "Well done. I could never achieve such feats. Your reaction speed is truly remarkable." Han Xiao, in a moment of introspection, found himself silently grappling with admiration for Yi Hao, regretting his initial choice of allegiance. He lamented not having followed Fan Xinxin's preference for Yi Hao, feeling an overwhelming sense of remorse. Such a person was undeniably born to thrive, an invincible presence. Yi Hao's live stream was inundated with gifts, an incessant flow of offerings filling the digital sky. The audience was left in awe, as this extraordinary display of survival in the wilderness was precisely what they had yearned to witness. At this moment, the expert in the control room ascended the stage, prepared to elucidate the nature of the formidable black fish encountered by Yi Hao. Upon reviewing the data, it became evident that no fish matched the characteristics of the large black fish we had just witnessed. We speculated that it might be a variant or a newly discovered species, for which there exists no available reference material. As the expert concluded his remarks, the audience was left at a loss for words. A new species, indeed, but one that exhibited a ferocity surpassing even that of piranhas. Seeing the silence enveloping the room, Bai Yi felt compelled to speak, despite his own unfamiliarity with the subject. He was, after all, the most knowledgeable present. Did this imply that the waters of the river were perilously dangerous? Chapter 28. Without power upon hearing the exchange between Bai Yi and the expert, Fan Xinxin realized the treacherous nature of the river. Such danger suggested that it would be wise for the young man to refrain from venturing there in the future. Yet, one must consider that he would not hear her warnings. Ultimately, the choice lay with him. In the wilderness, no place is entirely devoid of risk. But observing Yi Hao's reflexes, it was clear he possessed considerable experience in navigating various dangers. Noticing the concern etched on the faces of those around him for Yi Hao's safety, Bai Yi was aware that this was a minor issue that Yi Hao could handle. Meanwhile, Yi Hao, having seen the large fish plunge into the river, felt an urge to pursue it, but ultimately abandoned the chase. What a pity! Such a sizable fish could have sustained him for days. Gazing into the river, he let out a sigh. What is the matter? The fish didn't consume you, and yet you yearn for revenge? The earlier fright seemed forgotten as he presented himself as unfazed. The black fish is of little consequence. Look at Yi Hao, who remains composed, always contemplating a counterattack. What an endearing sight, the young man lamenting the loss of his meal. Could that creature truly be consumed? It felt as though it, too, belonged to the realm of piranhas. At that moment, the live stream erupted with excitement, spurred by Yi Hao's lament. Realizing his prized catch had eluded him, Yi Hao returned to the campsite with a sense of resignation. Sitting on the stool he had crafted, he gazed vacantly at the taro beside the campfire, feeling a wave of confusion wash over him, as if no one was there to converse. Picking up a nearby stone, Yi Hao fashioned another stone axe, recalling the one he had discarded the previous day, and remembered that there were still trees to be transported. The tempest from yesterday had revealed the inadequacy of his shelter. He would need to take greater care in its construction next time. Seizing the axe, he cleaved open a coconut and drank deeply. Though he had collected ample water the day prior, he had been reluctant to drink, preoccupied with the thought of his lost fish, seeking something to compensate for it. Such was his stubbornness. After picking up the roasted taro, Yi Hao began to indulge in its delightful taste. The selection here was rather limited. Yesterday, he had also savored a freshly plucked mango leaf, which was exceptionally sweet. Casting a glance at his tools, Yi Hao resolved to revisit the location where he had encountered the venomous snake the previous day. He treaded cautiously, vividly recalling that the serpent had been active among the trees. This time, he not only remained vigilant of the ground beneath his feet, but also observed the nearby trees, searching for any sign of the snake above. Soon, he arrived at the spot where he had first crossed paths with the snake. Approaching stealthily, Yi Hao discovered that the serpent had met its demise at the hands of the axe he had thrown. Had I known, I would not have fled yesterday, wasting so much energy, he mused. Noticing the snake beginning to decay, he abandoned the idea of consuming it. If it hadn't rained the day before, he might have enjoyed it while it was still warm, but now that was a lost opportunity. He bundled the timber he had chopped the day before and hoisted it onto his shoulder to transport back to the campsite. Throughout this journey, he remained exceedingly cautious. Carrying such a heavy load increased his blind spots. Nevertheless, he safely arrived at the camp. After depositing the timber, Yihao returned for another load. He was nearly finished gathering materials. The leaves from yesterday were still available, allowing him to prepare for the construction of a new dwelling. This time, Yihao intended to create a two-story structure, though not in the conventional sense. The lower level would serve as storage, alleviating concerns regarding dampness in the future. He selected a site backed by a nearly withered tree and began to drive stakes into the ground in front of it. For sturdy logs were anchored into the holes he had dug, and then he used a thicker piece of wood to compact the ground thoroughly. Merely completing this step consumed the entire morning. He had to feign exhaustion to avoid raising suspicion. It was evident from Yihao's actions that he was preparing for a substantial undertaking, and it was clear that this project would not be completed in a day or two. Indeed, he had no intention of rushing. This endeavor required a gradual approach. Once the stakes were firmly in place, Yihao decided to pause for a rest. The afternoon sun bore down with intensity, and he felt no desire to move, choosing instead to lie in his cozy nook and enjoy the coolness. Perhaps having endured numerous challenges, the others had grown indifferent to Yihao's leisurely demeanor. Observing him at rest seemed rather dull, prompting many to seek excitement in watching others toil. On the desolate island, Yihao was the only one enjoying such tranquility, reclining comfortably in his humble abode. Meanwhile, the other competitors were preoccupied with rebuilding their storm-damaged camps and grappling with severe food shortages. After a short respite, Yihao found lying idle uninteresting and resumed the crafting of hemp rope. This time, Yihao intended to use the hemp rope for constructing a house, so he decided to prepare a bit more. He gathered several yellowed yet unshriveled banana leaves and palm fronds, and then took out the hemp rope along with a small stick. Binding the palm leaves and banana fronds together, he crafted a fan-like shape, securing it to the stick, successfully creating a makeshift fan. After testing it a few times, he found it quite effective. Indeed, fanning himself brought a much-needed relief from the heat. Feeling a sense of ennui, he yearned to indulge in lobster once more. The memory of that delayed lobster feast was unforgettable. Glancing at the weather outside, he reconsidered. It was too hot, and the risk of sunburn loomed large. It wasn't until the heat subsided that Yihao ventured out, resolved to seek something useful. Uncertain of what he could accomplish, he resigned himself to serendipity, relying solely on chance. Compelled by the siren call of lobster, Yihao found himself inexplicably drawn to the seaside. Gazing out at the tide-swollen ocean, frustration bubbled within him. The hope of enjoying lobster had dissipated, leaving him to observe the shoreline. The vast expanse of the sea made him feel insignificantly small. Oh, my lobster! In his disappointment, Yihao sought solace in the taro field, hoping to return with a bountiful harvest of taro. The broadcaster seemed utterly consumed by thoughts of lobster. Was it truly that delectable? It appeared the broadcaster had lost all sense of purpose, their gaze perpetually fixed on the distant shore. Goodness, I hadn't realized it until now, he mused, reflecting on the overwhelming power of a mere lobster, capable of rendering a young man so distracted from life's pleasures. It seemed only I could rescue him. But who among us could save the broadcaster was indeed a lobster. Chapter 29. The grass mat. After transporting the taro back to the camp, Yihao reclined on his bed to rest. Today had been particularly arduous for him, akin to the struggle of quitting smoking, as he endeavored to relinquish his cravings for lobster. Now on the 8th day, Yihao had gradually acclimated. Surviving for a month on the local provisions was not an insurmountable challenge, yet to endure for a year required meticulous planning. After lying there for a while, Yihao rose to consume a piece of roasted taro. He ate slowly, striving to conjure the taste of lobster in his mind, but to no avail. Ultimately, he could not finish it, and in frustration, he began to twist the hemp into rope. The night unfolded in tranquil stillness, devoid of any disturbances, and Yihao enjoyed a sound sleep. Awakened before dawn the next day, he found himself unable to return to slumber. He picked up the unfinished taro from the previous day and resumed eating, taking several sips of water. Yihao once again ventured to the seaside, but this time, he had no intention of seeking lobster. He merely wished to witness the sunrise over the island. The morning weather was quite cool, prompting Yihao to consider donning a garment, yet he restrained himself. Gazing at the distant horizon, he observed a gradual lightening of the once dark world, as a soft golden hue enveloped everything. Slowly, A crimson orb began to emerge at the sea's edge. Yihao stood transfixed, enchanted by the beauty of the sunrise, a first for him by the ocean. As an individual from the inland, he relished this newfound existence. The challenges here, once fraught with dangers, now presented a lifestyle he had only dared to dream of. After witnessing the sunrise, Yihao felt invigorated, particularly with a younger sister awaiting his prize money for her medical treatment in the hospital. Upon returning to the campsite, he commenced the construction of his desired dwelling. Reminiscent of the bamboo houses found in Yunnan, the endeavor necessitated nails, which were conspicuously absent. Yihao recalled how his grandfather crafted furniture without nails, relying on a mortise and tenon joint. He had a rudimentary understanding of several methods, yet lacked the appropriate tools, making the task quite arduous. Time would certainly be consumed in this pursuit. However, the benefit lay in the stability of the structure, which was less prone to issues. Equipped with an axe, Yihao ventured into the jungle, where he intended to fell sufficient trees, aiming to complete this task today. Once the timber was transported back, he would begin constructing the underground base. For wooden stakes were already erected, but a foundational layer was necessary for the floor of the house. This layer would undoubtedly require wood. However, the challenge lay in the tedious process of drilling holes. The mortise and tenon structure relied on the interlocking joints of various components, creating a resilient framework. This design not only supported substantial loads, but also permitted a degree of deformation, thus enhancing seismic resistance by dissipating earthquake energy through such deformations. Therefore, Yihao recognized the necessity of this construction method. At this juncture, Yihao needed to create numerous drilled holes, as the mortise and tenon joints depended on such connections. Currently, his only available material was stone, which was insufficient. He had to devise tools for boring holes. Without these, the project would drag on indefinitely. Thus, Yihao paused his work, striving to recall what alternative materials he might procure. Is the streamer planning to construct a new home? It appears they have encountered difficulties. For such a structure, devoid of nails, could hardly be stable. Indeed, this design emulates the bamboo houses of Yunnan, which require specialized tools, something the streamer lacks entirely. It seems inevitable that the streamer will abandon this endeavor, as the construction of this house appears unattainable. I deeply empathize with my husband, who exerts himself tirelessly for our family. What is that incessant bird chirping from above? What species could it be? Regardless, I am resolute that Yihao, my dear brother, is destined to be my husband. Suddenly, a phenomenon known as wife fans begins to proliferate in the comments, reportedly spreading from person to person. The entire live stream is suffused with the term husband, radiating an abundance of positive energy. At this moment, a notification for a new task to construct a house resonates. Faced with such a daunting challenge, the system seems to join in the excitement. It appears to have arrived just in the nick of time. Was it merely waiting for me to falter? Yihao contemplates that perhaps he should not exhibit such prowess, lest the system withhold its announcements. Unable to devise a solution on the spur of the moment, Yihao resolves to begin by crafting a roof. His plan is straightforward: to find a beam and arrange wooden sticks along either side, providing support to mitigate the risk of collapse. Subsequently, he intends to lay down a mat made of palm fronds above, which will serve to insulate the structure. He will cover this with banana leaves and then gather some mud from the riverbank to consolidate the grass in a place atop the roof. This is the general idea. But due to the complexities of joinery, the subsequent steps are temporarily on hold. Thus, Yihao can only focus on creating a grass mat, which, if a house cannot be constructed, could serve as a mattress. Moreover, it could double as a blanket, showcasing the versatility of a single item. He could even fashion a garment resembling a raincoat from available materials. However, Yihao is currently intent on weaving a grass mat for use as a mattress. He arranges all the palm fronds on the ground in the shape of a mat. Then, using hemp rope, he binds them into small bundles, tightly securing them together, resulting in a remarkably comfortable grass mat. Although it may not be perfect, the system's enhancement assures a satisfactory experience. Yihao places the completed grass mat on his sleeping area. It is indeed quite large. He folds the excess parts and reclines upon it. Soft and plush, it is exceedingly comfortable, making him reluctant to move. This comfort is unprecedented, akin to resting on a mattress. Previously, Yihao had slept on wooden sticks, even with leaves for cover, yet he still felt discomfort. Now, with this mat, he is free from any prickly sensations. He never anticipated such comfort. Had he known, he would have woven it sooner. Regret washes over him. Before the camera, Yihao sits atop his creation, picking up a nearby piece of hemp rope to weave. With the mattress complete, all that remains is a pillow, showcasing my resourcefulness in life. Chapter 30. The wild chicken Yi Hao gazes at his bed with immense satisfaction. This is the essence of a fulfilling life. He spoke as he bound the remaining palm fronds together, crafting the simplest of pillows, layered with a sheet of banana leaves that enveloped its contents. However, the singular drawback was the monochromatic hue of these materials, all of vibrant green, rendering it rather unappealing. Though comfort was paramount, Yi Hao reclined on the pillow, relishing its comfort. It felt as if life here had only just begun. In such harsh circumstances, he pondered how the other contestants could endure, merely for a prize of 500,000 yuan. It seemed implausible. From what he had gathered, this island concealed secrets. Yet none knew what they were. It was said that the longer one persevered, the more popularity their live stream would garner, enough to enjoy the gifts bestowed by viewers. Moreover, this was a global program. Upon exiting, one might achieve fame and even participate in other shows. Yet, Yi Hao was genuinely motivated solely by the prospect of that 500,000. He could not afford to abstain. Despite the dangers, there remained a glimmer of hope for survival. Without money, however, his sister would face despair. Yi Hao was acutely aware of this reality. Life compelled him. If not driven to the brink, who would willingly risk their life for gain? Lying comfortably, it was easy to let one's thoughts wander. Today marked the 9th day. With 21 days left until this nightmare would conclude, everything felt dreamlike. Ever since Yi Hao traversed into this world, he had felt as though he were merely dreaming. Yet, the inhabitants here were tangible, experiencing hunger, pain, and familial bonds. He resolved to regain his composure. Since returning was not an option, he would embrace life here fully. Yi Hao picked up the bow and spear beside him, determined to check his traps for any yield. After such a lengthy wait, if there were still no results, he would have to consider setting traps elsewhere. He took along a small bag, which proved quite useful. In an effort to ensure his safety, Yi Hao had begun contemplating the creation of protective gear to shield against harm. Although its utility might be limited, it would still serve a purpose. He could not guarantee that he would remain vigilant at all times. This lifestyle tested one's resolve. Upon reaching the trap site, he surveyed the surroundings, only to find that his traps for large game had yielded no results. It appeared unchanged, as if no animals had passed through. Yi Hao suddenly felt a pang of failure. He could only place his last hope on another trap, so he grasped his spear and headed towards it. Before he arrived, he seemed to hear some commotion. Perhaps he had caught something. Yi Hao hurriedly ran toward the sound. It turned out to be a wild chicken. At last, he would have meat to eat. Observing the brightly colored wild chicken, he noted its vigor had waned. It must have been some time since it had been caught. He picked up the hemp rope he carried and bound the wild chicken's talons together, lifting it in his hand. Today's harvest was secured, and he could prepare to return. However, since he was already there, Yi Hao still wished to explore for other animals to bring back, which would be delightful. He moved cautiously in the vicinity, as this territory belonged to a leopard. After surveying the surroundings, it seemed the leopard was absent, yet no other animals were in sight. Perhaps due to a recent downpour, many creatures had migrated. Disappointed, Yi Hao returned to the camp with the wild chicken, tethering it to a wooden stake. Is this a wild chicken? It certainly looks delectable. Delectable? Let us call it exquisite, shall we? My dear, you're so lucky. If not, let us head home. I'll prepare chicken soup for you. Don't you know how much to cook? Is it cooking or poisoning? Haha, how come you always come back with a bounty? Are you cheating? Come on, my hero, show me how you cheat while live streaming 24 hours a day. Fool. The audience spared no mercy in their comments. Those who remained in Yi Hao's live stream were there to witness his antics and culinary exploits. They knew well what kind of person Yi Hao was. Surely, he was sent by other streams to cause trouble. Upon returning to the camp, Yi Hao contemplated consuming the chicken. However, after observing its appearance, he abruptly changed his mind. Whether he could savor chicken eggs depended on this moment. This wild chicken was female and would surely lay eggs. But Yi Hao was uncertain of how frequently wild chickens laid eggs. If he could tame this one, he could enjoy fresh eggs in the future. How delightful. He began to devise a plan to keep the chicken in captivity, hoping to catch more, both male and female, to hatch even more wild chickens. The mere thought of this vision made Yi Hao smile with glee. However, whether he could coax this wild chicken to lay eggs remained a challenge. Thus, he resolved to construct a house for the chicken, ensuring it would not escape. He set to work without delay. In the past, people would clip the wings of wild chickens, and Yi Hao contemplated doing the same. but he lacked the necessary tools. Instead, he devised a method to bind its wings together with the hemp rope, which would prevent it from flying. He gathered numerous slender branches and began constructing a chicken coop at the edge of the camp. He drove the wooden sticks into the ground and intertwined vines to create a barrier that the wild chicken couldn't escape, ultimately leaving an entrance. Completed. Next, Yi Hao collected some dry leaves and weeds to line the coop. Observing his handiwork, he felt a sense of joy. Little one, step inside. This will be your home from now on. Yi Hao had never imagined that the first animal he would tame would be a wild chicken. Ding! The task of taming the wild chicken has commenced. Could it be that tasks could be initiated simultaneously? Yi Hao had never considered that the system could be so accommodating. However, it seems that none of this is particularly simple. The task of domestication is evidently one that requires considerable time. How could one ascertain its feasibility in such a short span? Yet, concurrently with the process of domestication, Yi Hao was acutely aware that he might need to feed this wild chicken daily. There was an unsettling sensation that something was amiss. After examining the enclosure for the wild chicken for quite some time, it appeared to lack certain essential elements. Indeed, there was no shelter from the wind and rain, which seemed rather pitiable. What if it were to rain? Would it not become a drenched creature? At this moment, the audience in the live stream was utterly perplexed by Yi Hao's actions, failing to comprehend his intentions. It was undeniably abstract, and Yi Hao had not divulged his thoughts to anyone. He was entirely engrossed in his tasks, with no time to ponder anything else. He needed to implement this plan swiftly to progress to the next phase. In Chapter 31, titled Plans for Domestication, some viewers in the live stream had already begun to speculate, yet without Yi Hao's explicit confirmation, no one was convinced. Upon emerging from the chicken coop, everyone started to hypothesize that it might be a wild chicken's nest. Despite the clear indication that the host was constructing a chicken coop, skepticism lingered. Were they truly not eating? What a disappointment. What happened to the promised gourmet show? How did it transform into a guide for wealth accumulation? This was a protected species. After all, it could not be consumed. Had they not noticed the host's location? Furthermore, he had not partaken in any consumption himself. In the director's room, Bai Yi observed Yi Hao's construction of the chicken coop with great curiosity. He had indeed never encountered such a concept before, and it surpassed his understanding. What was the great Yi Hao up to? Did any of you comprehend it? Marie was the first to speak up again, yet her address had completely transformed. This man had thoroughly captivated her. Observing Marie's demeanor, Fan Xinxin felt a twinge of happiness, yet simultaneously, an odd discomfort arose within her. This transformation was undeniably peculiar, as if he had become an entirely different individual. If I am not mistaken, it appears that Yi Hao is indeed building a chicken coop. Han Xiao, having lived through that era, was familiar with many aspects. Upon hearing Han Xiao's words, Marie expressed a sense of surprise. After all, the notion of raising such a wild chicken seemed utterly improbable to them. As they had speculated, Yi Hao was indeed constructing a chicken coop within his encampment. He had transported a considerable amount of mud from various locations, intending to create a mud shelter, which represented the simplest version of his abode. These materials were ideally suited for simulation, and the outcome appeared promising. Following his conceptual design, he propped it up with several wooden sticks and layered palm leaves atop. This was sufficient. The remainder involved applying mud to ensure complete coverage of the upper layer of palm leaves. Yi Hao planned to take his time with the lower portion. This endeavor could only be accomplished through gradual accumulation. He aimed to entirely envelop the lowest layer with leaves, securing the topmost layer with rope. Once the soil had dried, a layer of leaves was laid on top, secured with stones, completing the task. Yi Hao had accomplished all other steps, and now only the top layer awaited drying. After finishing this, he returned to his dwelling to rest, as the oppressive heat of the environment was quite unbearable. Yi Hao found himself pondering how the other competitors managed to endure such conditions. Presently, he had 2 tasks to complete, the rewards of which might include the coveted skill of diving. He longed to acquire this ability, enticed by the allure of lobsters. However, even if he did not succeed, acquiring knowledge of pottery making would significantly alleviate his circumstances. With containers, everything would become markedly simpler. The greatest hindrance here was the absence of vessels, rendering water storage impossible and preventing salt production. With salt, many foods could be preserved, enhancing their flavors and prolonging their shelf life. Often, the existence of a single item can influence numerous outcomes. For instance, possessing a machete at this moment would exponentially increase his chances of survival. These were merely musings. as Yi Hao lifted a coconut shell to drink a few hearty gulps of water. This water would not last long, and if necessary, he would resort to boiling river water for consumption. Glancing at a wild chicken nearby, which had sought refuge in the shade of a wooden post from the scorching sun, Yi Hao knew he needed to feed it. He tossed a piece of taro that had fallen to the ground towards it. The wild chicken, startled by the projectile, retreated momentarily but could not escape due to the tethering rope. Yi Hao paid it little mind, planning to place it back in its coop soon. Seemingly sensing Yi Hao's lack of attention, the wild chicken cautiously approached the taro. Gradually, it inched closer, its beak darting towards the taro in rapid pecks. 1 peck, 2 pecks, many pecks. A frenzy ensued, and before long, the ground was devoid of taro. Observing this, Yi Hao felt a swell of satisfaction. This creature proved to be quite easy to sustain. When the weather cooled slightly, Yi Hao ventured out to place the wild chicken back in its coop. The soil atop the coop had dried, and he gathered banana leaves and stones to cover it securely. Once assured of its safety, he detached the rope from the wild chicken's body, leaving only the tether on its wings. Watching the chicken's eager attempts to escape, Yi Hao stood aside, quietly observing its futile efforts. As it circled the enclosed space, the wild chicken found no exit, resorting to flapping its wings in desperation. Frantic clucks indicated to Yi Hao that escape was not an option. He tossed in another small piece of taro, disregarding the chicken's plight, and prepared to exit. The coconut supply was nearing its end, prompting him to venture out and gather some more. This was indeed a valuable resource, capable of being stored for an extended period and rich in nutrients. Along the coastline, he stumbled upon yet another coconut tree, its height noticeably shorter than the last. Yi Hao stood beneath the tree, assessing how many coconuts adorned its branches. Was he really about to climb the tree again? Upon witnessing Yi Hao beneath the coconut tree, the viewers in the live stream began to grasp what was about to unfold. As a newcomer, I had yet to witness the host ascend a tree. Should he manage to climb this one, I would shower him with gifts. Does the audience upstairs doubt our tree-climbing champion? Yi Hao, are you sure you want to reconsider? Don't fool me. I've seen numerous live streams, and not a single challenge has succeeded. If the host manages to pluck just one coconut, I shall reward him with an airplane. The chat erupted upon reading this. Finally, someone was daring enough to make a pledge. I've taken a screenshot. Don't run away later. The coconuts on this tree appeared sparse, which was unfortunate. Indeed, there weren't many coconuts, leaving Yi Hao hesitant about climbing. But noticing the lack of suitable coconut trees nearby, he decided he had little choice. Yi Hao stepped back a bit, then took a running leap onto the trunk, swiftly scaling it with hands and feet. Meanwhile, the man who had vowed to send gifts sat at his computer, his water cup still suspended in the air. His mouth agape in disbelief. My goodness, is that a human? Could it be a reincarnated monkey? Li Lin could hardly believe his eyes, yet reality unfolded before him, and he sighed. Fortunately, there weren't many coconuts up there, so it wasn't too daunting. His mouse hovered over the airplane icon in the gift section. He would send one as soon as Yi Hao dropped a coconut. Soon, as Yi Hao continued to toss coconuts down, the number of airplanes in the live stream began to multiply. Chapter 32. The frustration of lacking tools. The user Gangjin 2 sent 12 airplanes in the live stream. I am truly amazed. I've gained insight, and the gifts are flowing. At that moment, the chat was filled with expressions of spectatorship, although the outcome was predictable. Witnessing someone falter brought great amusement. The coconuts had all been harvested, yet Yi Hao did not descend. The elevated vantage point was perfect for surveying the terrain and observing the surroundings. Disappointment washed over him as his view was dominated by dense jungle foliage. However, in the distance towards the sea, Yi Hao spotted a rescue boat. He waved enthusiastically towards the vessel, greeting them. The viewers in the live stream widened their eyes, eager to see if the host had encountered any other contestants. Yet, no such discovery was made. Only those with keen eyesight noticed the distant boat. The host must be greeting the ship over there. Once someone mentioned it, the realization quickly dawned upon everyone, and soon all eyes were on the boat. However, the distance was too great, preventing Yi Hao from encountering any living souls. Coconuts are indeed a delightful treasure. I've heard they sell for quite a price in the city, yet here, one can indulge freely. Unlike some of you, who cannot even afford instant noodles. Yi Hao began stringing the coconuts together, drawing them toward his camp. Look at what I'm saying. It's directed at you. Work hard, and perhaps one day you too will possess 12 coconuts at once, just like me. Yi Hao chuckled at the camera, boredom overwhelming him. Upon hearing his words, the audience in the live stream became agitated. Why does it feel like the hostess' words are so provocative? I suspect he is flaunting his wealth. What is wrong with enjoying instant noodles? I admit, compared to the host, I haven't worked hard enough. My apologies. The young man isn't showing off. He is imparting lessons on life. Yes, indeed. If he can endure such hardships, yet all you do is sit before your screens, spamming 666. In the camp, Yi Hao arranged the coconuts, glancing at the wild chicken still inside, before finally sitting down. You all have at least the luxury of instant noodles. I still reminisce about their taste. Yi Hao looked at the taro in his hands and tossed a couple by the fire. Eating taro daily worries me. I fear I might turn into one. Those seed players are surely feasting on lavish meals daily. It's hard not to envy. Yi Hao sighed deeply, watching the taro roasting before him, shaking his head. It's excessive, truly excessive. How could I possibly envy others? This host has yet to witness the plight of the seed players. If he did, he might burst into laughter. Many seed players still go hungry for days at a time. How can he lament after just 2 days of taro? Thankfully, the other contestants cannot see the host's demeanor. Otherwise, they might be infuriated. Gentlemen, spare some mercy. My friend just withdrew from the competition, and your comments have already left him faint. As night descended upon the deserted island, Yi Hao began to devour the roasted taro with great enthusiasm. Today, I am indeed quite hungry, having consumed little. Taro is hardly delectable and can be quite choking. I envy you all. He sighed again at the camera. However, I still have coconuts, and the pairing of these two items is simply perfect. Coconuts are a marvelous gift. Coconut water and flesh are rich in proteins, fructose, sucrose, fats, and vitamins. Grasping a coconut, Yi Hao cracked it open and took a few sips before returning to the taro with hearty bites. The flesh within is quite palatable. Even though it lacks flavor, it is a delicacy on this deserted island. Observing a finished coconut beside him, Yi Hao split it in two, extracting the pristine white flesh and indulging in it with fervor. Such a simple delight can make one feel famished. Am I the one with a problem? You're not alone. I yearn to taste what the host is having daily. I've already ordered the taro and coconut combo from outside. The world outside is bustling with vibrancy, yet the island remains profoundly tranquil. Aside from the occasional crackling of the fire, the only sounds that punctuate the stillness are the distant calls of birds and the hum of insects. Seated before the flames, Yi Hao finds himself lost in thought, pondering how to construct his dwelling effectively. Although ideas swirl in his mind, the execution proves to be a formidable challenge. The task of taming wild chickens is evidently not one that can be accomplished in a mere day or two. The successful completion of this endeavor would significantly enhance his chances of survival on this desolate island. In truth, Yi Hao yearns to venture out at night, as many creatures roam under the cover of darkness. However, the absence of a source of light renders such an expedition perilous. Should he attempt to hunt without proper illumination, he might become prey rather than predator. He believes that few would dare to venture out at night, yet some competitors frequently embark on nocturnal hunts. Those whose camps are situated near a stream often find themselves in the midst of animals seeking water, which presents opportunities for hunting, though the lack of adequate tools often leads to failure. Upon awakening on the 10th day of his sojourn on the island, Yi Hao silently ties another knot in the hemp rope. Each morning begins with the same ritual, checking for fish. This time, he feels adequately armed, prepared to confront any dangers that may arise. Approaching the riverbank, he catches a glimpse of a moderately sized fish, a sight that brings him relief. Wasting no time, he proceeds to prepare the fish by the water's edge. As the blood mingles with the river, he notices an alarming increase in the fish population, all of which are piranhas. This revelation is quite terrifying. It seems prudent to process his catch by the sea next time, as this little river feels teeming with threats. Without lingering, Yi Hao swiftly departs from the riverbank. Back at his campsite, he strings the fish together with rope and hangs them in a shaded area. At this moment, he contemplates crafting a wooden barrel for storing water, which would spare him the need to slaughter fish each time. However, recalling his lack of tools elicits a sigh. Without proper implements, progress is stymied. Resigned, he abandons the notion, casting a glance at his incomplete shelter and sighing again. Perhaps distancing himself from these troubling thoughts would lighten his spirits. Yi Hao decides to return to the mango grove, intent on setting traps in various locations to increase his yield. Relying solely on a single spot would undoubtedly fall short of his needs. Armed with his tools and weapons, he strides toward the location etched in his memory, hoping he has not misremembered. The recent rains have washed away his markers, and the jungle foliage flourishes under the nourishing downpour. Thus, he must rely entirely on his recollection, with no alternative at hand. Chapter 33. Rubber Tree Seeds. The weather was splendid as Yi Hao stretched his arms towards the sky with a yawn. Time here seemed to meander slowly. Yet at times it rushed forward with unexpected speed. Reflecting on his semi-finished campsite, he found himself devoid of any substantial thoughts, realizing that success still lay far beyond his grasp. As he wandered downstream alongside the river, Yi Hao, guided by the memories of his previous visits, found himself once again before the mango tree. In a suitable spot, he set up a trap and, after surveying the surroundings to ensure there was no immediate danger, he commenced plucking mangoes from the tree. There were still several left, and he thought it prudent to gather what he could. However, lacking sufficient resources to craft additional traps, Yi Hao could do little but sigh at his predicament. Perhaps due to its proximity to the river's mouth, the undergrowth here was noticeably less towering, though still lush and verdant. Observing the various herbs that occasionally peeked through the grass, Yi Hao felt no desire to collect them. While these plants held utility, he had the system to sustain him and rarely fell ill. Thus, they were of no use to him. Superfluous items would only add to his burden and consume precious space. During his explorations, Yi Hao stumbled upon a delightful discovery, a grove of rubber trees, abundant in their numbers. The presence of these trees brought him a sense of reassurance. What he sought most urgently were the seeds of the rubber tree, as they represented a vital source of resources. The trees bore 3 semicircular seeds, their outer layers shimmering with hints of silver and gray. Upon opening them, one would find the spherical, dark gray seeds, the very seeds of the rubber tree. Yi Hao picked up a fallen rubber seed, holding it up for the camera. This seed, familiar to many from the southern regions, could be utilized to extract rubber oil. As he peeled away the shell, the plump seed was revealed, and he showcased it proudly. The amount of oil I can extract will surely be limited, but I'll make do with whatever I can gather, he mused, proceeding to collect the seeds scattered on the ground. Having naturally grown here for years, the ground was littered with numerous seeds. He gathered only the unspoiled seeds, soon finding his hands full. Gazing at the multitude of seeds around him, Yi Hao felt a surge of joy. Yet he realized that transporting them back was no simple task. It was indeed a troublesome endeavor. However, on this deserted island, he had no fear of inconvenience. Time was plentiful, and as long as he could survive, that was more than enough. Seeing that he could no longer carry any more, Yi Hao made the decision to return to the campsite. The weight upon him was a gratifying burden, a testament to his fruitful harvest. As he glanced at his bounty, a smile graced his face, and he resolved to stop by the small waterfall on his way back. As he retraced his steps along the canyon's edge, a sudden noise erupted ahead of him. In the nearby thicket, a rustling sound emerged, prompting Yi Hao to silently grasp his spear, bracing himself for potential danger. Suddenly, a dark gray figure darted out. Initially, Yi Hao could not discern what it was, but he noticed that the creature was heading in an unusual direction, towards the gorge. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward, intent on thrusting his spear. Perhaps startled, the gray shadow leapt down into the gorge. Only in that fleeting instant did Yi Hao realize it was a rather large wild rabbit. No, Yi Hao lamented as he watched the rabbit vanish before his eyes. Hastening to the edge of the cliff, below lay a chaotic expanse of rocks and wild grass, devoid of any trace of the creature. His chance at a meal had slipped away, leaving him filled with regret. Had he thrown his spear at the first sign of the rabbit, perhaps he would have had a better opportunity. Did you see what just passed? A rabbit, a big black rabbit. The lively chatter continued, with the host noting how the day had been devoid of any challenges, expressing discontent. Please don't curse the young man. Your mother will face inflated prices at the market. How outrageous. Your grandfather is being scrutinized while playing chess. Speaking of rabbits, I just ordered a spicy rabbit dish, which should arrive shortly. Rabbits are so adorable. How could you possibly eat it all alone? Share a bit with me. While the comments flooded in, discussing the cuteness of rabbits, Yi Hao was genuinely heartbroken over his lost opportunity. This chance had been the best in a long while, yet it had slipped through his fingers. Assessing the traps he had set, he felt that the prospects for hunting here had significantly improved. Upon returning to his camp, he unloaded his belongings and swiftly picked up his weapon, resolutely heading back toward the gorge. He was unwilling to leave empty-handed. He must capture something, even if it were merely rubber tree seeds strewn on the ground. Moving quickly, Yi Hao sensed the urgency of the approaching dusk. Thus, he began to jog, remaining vigilant to the sounds around him. Fortunately, he reached the gorge without incident. Is the host going mad? Why is he running? Such audacity. Perhaps he feels the day has been too tranquil. This analysis struck a chord, leaving me momentarily speechless. The young man is having a splendid day. Let us celebrate. Huh. The one above must be jinxing him. It's truly a curse. I implore you to temper your words. At that moment, as Yi Hao reached the gorge and prepared to investigate the spot where the rabbit had fallen, a large black snake suddenly erupted from the underbrush, darting towards him with alarming speed. This formidable serpent appears to belong to the python family, characterized by the absence of venomous fangs. Instead, it relies on its powerful jaws to seize its prey, subsequently constricting it to death with its robust body. Typically, such pythons consume their victims whole, resulting in their considerable size. The python that ambushed Yi Hao seemed to measure at least 3 to 4 meters in length, its girth comparable to that of a 2-liter bottle, with its jaws opening nearly to a full 180 degrees. When Yi Hao became aware of the situation, the python was already suspended in midair. Without a moment's hesitation, he crouched low and launched himself toward the python. At the instant of impact between man and serpent, Yi Hao exerted all his strength, hurling the python towards a nearby gorge. The outcome of this encounter would determine his chance of survival. If successful, it might afford him an opportunity to escape, perhaps even tumbling down the mountainside. Confronting the python directly with brute force was beyond his confidence, for his weaponry would inflict little harm upon such a creature. Thus, this was the only viable option left to him, the singular best course of action, as all other strategies were impractical. Chapter 34. The pursuit of the python. At that moment, the live broadcast room and the production studio erupted with gasps of astonishment. However, the rapidity of events left little time for the audience to comment in the chat. As the incident unfolded unexpectedly, Yi Hao acted instinctively, propelling the python into the gorge without a moment's thought. Yet, only the front half of the serpent was cast away, leading Yi Hao to realize that the situation might not unfold as favorably as he had hoped. In that instant, a singular thought consumed him: flee. However, he dared not run aimlessly. His options for escape were limited, with only one viable refuge should the python pursue him. Without glancing back, he wasted not a moment, sprinting desperately through the jungle. The viewers were acutely aware that as the python plummeted into the gorge, over half of its body remained above ground. It likely sustained injuries from the jagged rocks below, with blood beginning to seep from several wounds. The python opened its mouth wide, repeatedly flicking its tongue, its gaze growing increasingly menacing. Goodness, it's so fierce. It can still chase him? Yi Hao, what a magnificent display. It seems he is indeed the chosen one. Unscathed amidst such peril, you are incredible. We stand with you. In a flurry, the surrounding foliage was battered by the python's thrashing tail. Seemingly enraged, it ascended from the gorge and pursued Yi Hao in the direction of his flight. Run, young man. Oh no, the giant serpent is closing in. Streamer, hurry. Time is running out. This is dire. The young man may not survive. Is the production team not moving swiftly to rescue him? In the control room, all present were left in stunned disbelief at the unfolding drama. In a shocking turn of events, Yi Hao unexpectedly fled in the face of the python, leaving everyone astounded. However, it was evident from the footage that the serpent was in pursuit, sending Fan Xinxin into a complete breakdown as she cried out in despair. No, please. The young man is in danger. Someone from the production team, intervene. She pleaded. Indeed, where is the production crew? At this moment, it was Mary who first responded to Fan Xinxin's distress, calling out loudly to the crew behind her. Yet, no one answered, and the barrage of comments flooded in, questioning the silence of the production team. The pressure on the crew was immense, and in a moment of desperation, director Chun Hao stepped forward. Standing in the center of the stage, he gazed at the 4 guests, seemingly at a loss for words. Director, why haven't you dispatched anyone to rescue Yi Hao? Fan Xinxin vocally challenged the team, but Chun Hao merely sighed in resignation. I believe everyone harbors questions about our lack of response, he began, producing a contract that outlined the terms of the event. Several clauses were highlighted in red, emphasizing the precautions the production team had reiterated at the commencement of the competition. Pausing momentarily, Chun Hao pointed to one of the clauses prominently before the camera. It stated that the production team bore no responsibility for any incidents involving participants. All liabilities rested solely with the contestants. At this juncture, Chun Hao cast a glance at the guests, and indeed, Fan Xinxin's eyes blazed with fury. Chun Hao felt a deep sense of injustice. After all, the rules were established for a reason, and this was the nature of the show. Are you merely going to stand by and watch him perish? If he wishes to withdraw, how can you assure his safety? Fan Xinxin rose in agitation. vociferously admonishing the crew. Fan Xinxin, please compose yourself. Someone urged. Compose myself? Can't you see that Yi Hao is fighting for his life? It may soon be too late. She disregarded her appearance, for at this moment, human life took precedence. It's not that we lack the will to save him. It's that you are unwilling to act. If you were, assistance would have been rendered long ago. Fan Xinxin's anger only intensified at Chun Hao's words, perceiving them as a feeble justification. This is a disgraceful program, she exclaimed. You need to calm down and let me finish. Chun Hao attempted to explain, but the opportunity eluded him, leaving him frustrated. Does the production team truly regard participants as mere objects? How cruel. My poor young man is on the brink of death at the jaws of a serpent. I would willingly trade a year of solitude for every viewer just to ensure his safety. You up there, shut up. This ISNT your turn to speak. This program is trash, and I vow never to watch it again. Meanwhile, discussions were urgently unfolding among the organizers, as the gravity of the situation could have significant repercussions. What should we do? Should we forcibly intervene to rescue Yi Hao? One asked. Mr. Chun, we cannot intervene. That would violate the rules, wouldn't it? However, it would be rather unfortunate for us to lose Yi Hao, whom we have just appointed as our ambassador. A middle-aged man, wearing glasses, gazed helplessly at the individuals before him and spoke with resignation. Do not forget that secret. Currently, Yi Hao is the only one with a plausible chance of unearthing it. We are aware of this, yet if we intervene, that group will also become involved. A portly man forcefully pressed his cigar against the table, surveying the others in the room. We cannot intervene. We have sacrificed so much for this secret. Do you wish to destroy it with your own hands? Are you willing to risk your lives? An oppressive silence enveloped the room. In the control room, Chun Hao stood awkwardly, throwing the contract he held onto the floor. Are you not finished yet? You refuse to acknowledge the contract I presented? Do you comprehend its contents? When contestants find themselves in peril, they must loudly declare their abandonment to the camera for us to effect a rescue. Chun Hao, blushing, shouted at the guests, frustrated that they would not allow him to finish his thoughts. If we intervene, it would be unjust to the other contestants and to Yi Hao himself. Our involvement would mean that Yi Hao would forfeit his right to compete. You know nothing yet dare to cast blame. On what grounds? This program is the culmination of countless individuals' efforts. Yi Hao has not chosen to give up. Why should we decide for him? Upon hearing Chun Hao's words, Fan Xinxin fell into profound silence. She recognized her mistake, yet witnessing Yi Hao desperately running for his life on the screen made her feel that it was all worthwhile. The barrage of comments had ceased. All eyes were on Yi Hao. He had not surrendered, and their anxiety was in vain. In that moment, Chun Hao regained his composure. I apologize for my earlier outburst. I am sorry. He bowed deeply to the camera. Director, please do not be angry. We were in the wrong. We misjudged you. You are all commendable. Chapter 35. On the brink of life and death, though I do not know why Yi Hao is exerting himself so fiercely. I trust that he has his reasons. Support the young man. Having endured so many hardships, he will surely triumph this time. Let us pray for him, that he may escape unharmed. Pray, pray, pray. At that moment, in a hospital bed, Yi Ran emerged from her cocoon, without regard for her mother beside her. She seized her phone and began to cry loudly. I'm sorry. Brother, I'm so sorry. Yi Hao's mother was momentarily stunned by the scene playing on Yi Ran's phone. It was evident that Yi Ran had learned the truth. However, upon a closer look at the screen and the accompanying comments, Yi Hao's mother nearly fainted. Ranner, Yi Hao's mother tightly embraced Yi Ran, lamenting the inadequacy of her and her husband's abilities that forced their son into such perilous adventures. Both wept uncontrollably, yet their thoughts remained fixated on Yi Hao's predicament. The drone's lens captured Yi Hao, who was currently sprinting with unwavering determination etched upon his face, devoid of any trace of fear or panic. He possessed a system. He had no desire to perish. His sister awaited his return. A newfound conviction surged within him, an unyielding resolve to survive at all costs. Although he could hear the sounds behind him, indicating that the python was in close pursuit, Yi Hao never entertained the notion of surrender. He had encountered crocodiles, venomous snakes, and cheetahs before. Now, he intended to lead this python on a tour of the treacherous terrains he had previously navigated. Piranhas, may you not depart too easily. Great black fish, are you still waiting for me? You must hold on. All of Yi Hao's hopes rested upon the formidable piranhas in the water. He believed they alone could save him. In this moment, he felt immense gratitude for the transformation the system had bestowed upon him. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to fear at the sight of the python. Now, he could run without gasping for breath, a testament to the system's assistance. After a prolonged sprint, he finally reached the riverbank, where he hesitated not for a moment, stopping abruptly. Swiftly, he turned to face the rear, and the python was already lunging toward him. Without a second thought, Yi Hao leaped into the water. While it was true that the python was formidable, the water concealed even greater threats. The python opened its jaws wide and struck, but Yi Hao deftly angled his backpack toward the serpent. The backpack, which had accompanied him for days, was utterly destroyed in the process. The python, undeterred, coiled itself around Yi Hao's body. The cold, black scales of the serpent glided over him, and he involuntarily gasped at the sheer strength of the creature. Yi Hao felt as if he were on the brink of asphyxiation, unable to emit a sound for help. In the control room, silence enveloped the atmosphere as no one spoke, their gazes sorrowfully fixed on the unfolding scene. Fan Xinxin stifled her cries, desperately trying to suppress her voice. She observed Yi Hao's relentless struggle against his dire circumstances, tears cascading uncontrollably from her eyes. Mary, filled with frustration, stared at the screen, lamenting the potential loss of such a remarkable young man. Han Xiao could no longer bear to watch and turned away. Bei sat quietly, immersed in silence. Stay strong, Yi Hao. Fan Xinxin could no longer contain herself and shouted aloud. Go Yi Hao! Go Yi Hao! Go Yi Hao! The fervor of her emotions captivated all the guests, who firmly believed that Yi Hao could turn misfortune into fortune. The crowd erupted in cheers for Yi Hao, a privilege that no other competitor had experienced. Yet Yi Hao had achieved it. All the comments transformed into a chorus of encouragement for Yi Hao. At this moment, Yi Hao's consciousness began to blur. All he could do was wait in silence. If the piranhas did not appear, he would surely meet his demise. The river churned with the disturbance caused by the python, and it seemed that no other sounds existed. Suddenly, Yi Hao felt something glide past his feet, brushing against them. He realized that his awaited opportunity had finally arrived. The piranhas had emerged, drawn to the faint scent of blood from the python's wounds. This was largely thanks to Yi Hao's relentless efforts in disposing of various animal carcasses in this very place over the past days. As the python grew increasingly agitated, Yi Hao summoned all his strength to struggle against its constricting grip. The water gradually turned a pale red as the piranhas relentlessly tore into the python's flesh. Yet, even in the face of such onslaught, the python showed no signs of surrender, maintaining its tight coil around Yi Hao's body. Perhaps due to the pain, it constricted even tighter. Yi Hao found himself utterly powerless to resist. Waves of excruciating pain washed over him, compelling him to shut his eyes. He felt as if death was imminent, for he suddenly realized he could no longer feel the pain. Was it numbness? Why could he not sense the agony? Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the python, which had been forcefully coiling around him moments ago, had given up. At that instant, it desperately attempted to swim away from the river. Run, was the sole thought racing through Yi Hao's mind as he swam with abandon toward the opposite bank. If anyone had been observing, they would have noted that his speed had undoubtedly surpassed world records. Yet, at that moment, no one cared about such records. Everyone witnessed Yi Hao's astonishing escape. Meanwhile, the python successfully reached the shore, but the piranhas, with their gaping mouths and sharp teeth, leapt onto the bank without hesitation. Each fish strained to tear into the python's body, leaving it utterly incapable of resistance. Standing on the riverbank, Yi Hao felt no hesitation. He quickly departed from the scene, uncertain of whether the python would ultimately perish. He could not guarantee that, and the piranhas were far more terrifying. Without the bloodied python to divert their attention, he would have been devoured by them long ago. At that moment, several drones finally departed from Yi Hao, soaring into the depths of the jungle. Exhaustion enveloped Yi Hao's body, yet he understood he could not falter. He must find a safe haven. By the riverbank, after a brief struggle, the python fell utterly still, leaving only the piranhas leaping about incessantly. Soon, the python's body was entirely consumed, and the scene resembled a hellish nightmare, chaotic and gruesome. Chapter 36. Escape from danger. At this moment, the atmosphere in both the live broadcast room and the control room had returned to one of joyous celebration. Hooray! The young man has been rescued. Truly, it was the legendary Yi Shan. He emerged unscathed. How wonderful! The python has been devoured by the piranhas, and Yi Hao is no longer in peril. The user Heartless sent 100 planes in the live chat. Having narrowly escaped death, I shall no longer compete. I will support you. Scorpio Love sent 30 rockets in the chat. Really contributed 20 rockets, while 1000 Changes sent 50. Silently Guarding dispatched 100 rockets. My dear belongs solely to me. I shall take care of him. The barrage of comments transformed from prayers into a wall of jealousy and rivalry. Thank heavens. He has survived. Fan Xinxin collapsed onto the sofa, utterly drained of energy. The earlier scenes had been so intense that she felt as though she could hardly breathe. Yet, all was worthwhile. Yihao was safe, and that was all that mattered. Reclining on the sofa, a slight smile graced Fan Xinxin's lips, though her peripheral gaze remained fixed on the large screen. Thank God, Yihao is unharmed. Mary felt her palms damp with sweat. She had never been so invested in another person before. Yihao, you are a true superhero, Mary exclaimed, her admiration genuine, reflecting her soul sentiment. Han Xiao remained silent, merely offering a thumbs up in approval. Bai Yi stared blankly at everything unfolding before him, contemplating how he would react in such a situation. But his mind could only envision a dead end. Observing Yihao, who had endured all these trials and emerged unscathed, Bai Yi was thoroughly impressed. I am genuinely in awe. Yihao is the most formidable individual I have ever encountered, his courage and intellect unmatched. With limited vocabulary, Bai Yi could only utter 2 words. Incredible. Though simplistic, they best expressed his current feelings. After Chunhao stepped off the main stage, he collapsed, exhausted. Had he misstepped in that situation, the consequences could have been catastrophic. Yet he succeeded, for Yihao succeeded. Thank you for ensuring I did not lose this job. Having experienced the earlier ordeal, Yihao ran a considerable distance before returning to the riverbank. He needed to ascertain the fate of the python. Otherwise, he would not find peace. The dangers here were too numerous, and encountering a vengeful creature like the python was unprecedented. Thus, it was imperative not to let this python escape. Quietly approaching the river's edge, he sensed an eerie silence, seemingly devoid of any sound. Is he already dead? Yihao did not witness the final tragic scene. He was merely exhausted from his frantic efforts. The guests had returned to their usual selves, and upon seeing Yihao's cautious demeanor, they were amused. Yet, Yihao had no choice. He could only proceed with utmost caution. The young man is so adorable. I am utterly smitten. To encounter such a charming lad is truly delightful. Indeed, it is preferable to avoid excessive stimulation. Who could endure that? Regardless, from now on, I shall only watch this young gentleman. Without comparison, there is no harm. Let us pay our silent respects to the other contestants. By the riverside, Yihao observed the scattered remnants and some bones, realizing that the python must have been devoured by the piranhas. Truly, the piranhas are formidable. It seems this place should be avoided in the future. Tomorrow, I will relocate this fishing trap. It is likely that nothing good will come from here for some time. Though uninjured, being constricted by the python was still painful, and many areas of his body would likely swell by morning. Yet, in comparison to death, these grievances are trivial. Time to return to sleep. I shall disregard everything. After returning to the camp, Yihao consumed nearly all the food available, for who knows what tomorrow may bring. He soon fell into a deep slumber, undisturbed throughout the night. Meanwhile, a few miles away, a figure with yellow skin and black hair appeared in front of the cameras. This was an arrangement by the production team. Once 2 contestants entered a certain vicinity, a prompt would be triggered. However, this prompt was solely for the audience. The contestants would receive no such indication. Has someone arrived? Will they cross paths? Opposite him stood a girl who seemed familiar. It's her, Su Yun. Su Yun, from a film company, an avid outdoor adventurer, is the epitome of a wealthy and beautiful woman. However, the current Su Yun bore no resemblance to her former beauty. She was filthy and had no time to attend to her appearance. The environment here was far more terrifying than she had anticipated. For so long, she had been on the move, seeking companionship for survival. This was her advantage as a woman, yet the harshness of the surroundings left her at a loss. Su Yun had to set aside her pride and confidence. The challenges here held significant meaning for her. On the 11th day, Yihao slowly opened his eyes, gazing upon the world before him. It felt surreal, as if he were dreaming. He was still alive. How wonderful. Reflecting on yesterday's events, he felt as if he had transcended time. Stoking the flames before him, Yihao picked up a taro and began to eat. He had much to accomplish today and needed to make the most of his time. Arriving at the riverside, Yihao commenced dismantling the traps, preparing to relocate them upstream. For this place had become tainted. Arriving at a point further upstream, Yihao sought an appropriate location and meticulously set up his fishing trap. Following the designated path, he arrived at the site where he had previously laid his traps, only to find yet another day devoid of any catch. With the trap empty, Yihao heaved a deep sigh. Perhaps it was time to relocate. This spot seemed unpromising. rather than dismantling the trap. He opted to establish another one in a different area. Although prey occasionally ventured close to him, the dense foliage rendered hunting virtually impossible. Frustrated, Yi Hao departed, feeling that hope had eluded him here. Reflecting on the location he had visited the previous day, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Yet, the abundance of resources there was too enticing to ignore. His backpack had been damaged by a python yesterday, necessitating the crafting of a new one. This time, Yi Hao planned to fashion a slightly larger backpack capable of being worn on his back, allowing him to carry more items. Each attempt to transport goods had left him with a full load, yet he could scarcely fit anything within. Gathering numerous branches and preparing them, Yi Hao commenced his handiwork. His speed was impressive. Those accustomed to such tasks might struggle to match his pace. Before long, a brand new backpack emerged before his eyes, and Yi Hao nodded in satisfaction at his creation. Chapter 37. The woman with the backpack complete. The next phase involved the monotonous task of transporting items. The house remained unfinished. The wild chickens had yet to be tamed, and while the food supply was temporarily sufficient, he had brought back fruits yesterday. However, the absence of meat gnawed at him. Recalling the python from the previous day, he felt a twinge of regret. The python had been so large. Surely there would have been ample meat. Why hadn't he thought to save some for himself? Yi Hao could not help but voice his frustrations. Indeed, life had become somewhat arduous for him. Finding solace in humor was his only recourse. After organizing his belongings, he donned the backpack and set off toward the location where he had encountered the python the day before. Despite the psychological shadow looming over him, nothing could extinguish Yi Hao's determination to survive. The environment here was fraught with danger. Lacking the courage to confront it would only lead to inevitable failure. After walking for a while, Yi Hao paused. Indeed, he had arrived at the very spot where the python had attacked him yesterday. The surroundings remained eerily quiet as he cautiously approached. Upon reaching the thicket, Yi Hao discovered a scarcely noticeable entrance to a burrow. Could this be the lair of the python? Fear gripped him. He marked the spot, planning to seal the entrance shortly. Whatever lay within would be trapped there. As long as they remained inside, all would be well. Yi Hao tossed his backpack outside the rubber tree grove and searched nearby for a large leaf. Armed with the sizable leaf, he made his way to the riverbank, scooping up some mud to place upon the leaf. The mud here is just perfect for sealing that hole, which could be considered Yi Hao's form of retribution. After all, it was that oblivious creature that pursued him with ill intent. Whatever the reason, Yi Hao feels compelled to vent his frustrations. In this desolate place, there is no one to converse with, leaving him to address the camera alone. Brothers, I am here to take my revenge. This hole likely belongs to that python, and today I shall seal it. It frustrates me to even look at it. With that, he began to toss in some branches, weeds, and dry leaves, finally culminating in a heap of mud. After several trips, he managed to completely obstruct the entrance. Truly, the streamers possess remarkable talent. Who would have thought this possible? Is this what they call the legendary impotent roar? One eagerly anticipates the encounter between the streamer and the beautiful woman. It is bound to be fascinating. That said, they are still quite far apart, and Su Yun's route has veered away from Yi Hao's. The bullet comments are increasingly filled with speculation about whether Yi Hao and Su Yun will cross paths. Several individuals have already encountered one another in this competition. Some coexist peacefully, while others harbor ulterior motives. Only one pair has engaged in conflict, seemingly familiar with each other, suggesting that fate has brought them together. Guests in the director's booth are also discussing this matter, as everyone is currently captivated by Yi Hao. Xin, do you think they will meet? Han Xiao inquired, wearing a mischievous grin, clearly eager to observe Fan Xin's reaction. The bullet comments echo this query. If they were to meet, would Fan Xin be heartbroken? Certainly not. Such a thing would never happen to Yi Hao, Mary interjected confidently. Anyone who competes with her for Yi Hao's attention will be targeted, except for Fan Xin. Without her, no one would have noticed this ordinary man. She is indeed a key player. I believe what Sister Mary says holds some truth. Yi Hao's luck seems unlikely to lead him to others unless he experiences a change in fortune, or if this woman proves to be a significant complication for him. Upon hearing Fan Xin's analysis, the consensus is that, should they encounter one another, the latter scenario seems more probable. Yi Hao has indeed become a source of misfortune, the kind that breeds no hope among the audience. He is simply too unlucky. While no one wishes for Yi Hao to face calamity, there is an undeniable curiosity to witness such a narrative unfold. This creates a rather paradoxical situation, yet it epitomizes life itself. After much effort, Yi Hao finally filled the hole and proceeded to the rubber tree grove to gather seeds from the ground. There are still plenty of banana tree seeds here. And with rubber tree seeds, Yi Hao can procure oil, thereby enabling the cooking of various dishes. Thus, he places significant importance on this task, and his large backpack is ample enough to collect a considerable amount. In the rubber grove, however, Yi Hao's pace is not particularly swift, as the abundance of branches makes it cumbersome to navigate, requiring careful selection. It appears he will need some time, but it is undoubtedly worthwhile. Continuing to bend down, she commenced gathering seeds, for this expanse was vast enough to keep her occupied for quite some time. At this moment, Su Yun was discerning directions based on the sun's position and the growth of the trees. Having gone 2 days without sustenance, she observed numerous unfamiliar items along the path. She would rather perish from hunger than recklessly consume anything unknown. Lacking access to water, she was willing to risk kneeling by a small waterhole to drink. She harbored little concern for parasites, having invested significantly in specialized antibodies prior to the competition. Thus, she could safely drink the water, but food poisoning remained an insurmountable threat. At this point, Su Yun was utterly exhausted, propelled forward solely by her sheer willpower. Gazing at the drone hovering above, a bitter smile graced her lips. Dear companions, am I devoid of hope? So many days have passed without encountering another soul. Am I truly so inept? Sitting beneath a tree, she felt an overwhelming reluctance to move. Her live stream, populated by devoted fans, buzzed with encouragement, yet Su Yun remained oblivious to their support. Looking up at the sky, she noted its brilliant blue hue, a stark contrast to the pollution of urban life, which had drawn her to the allure of wilderness exploration. Should I consider surrendering? I have persevered alone thus far, and I find that remarkable. Despite her verbal musings on giving up, the optimistic Su Yun pressed on. Perhaps hunger had dulled her vision as she stumbled forward, wholly deviating from her intended course. Yet, curiously, she found herself heading towards Yi Hao, igniting a fervor in the live stream. The goddess of fate had finally smiled upon Su Yun. It was overwhelming. Keep going. You are but a step away from success. One wondered, would Yi Hao abandon her in her time of need? Such a thought was too grim to entertain. Meanwhile, in Yi Hao's live stream, alerts indicated someone was approaching the host. Goodness, this woman has circled back. Was this fate's design? What might transpire when they finally met? The anticipation was palpable. Would Yi Hao cast Su Yun away at first sight? Chapter 38. Trouble approaches. Viewers in the live stream began to speculate, finding this unfolding narrative far more captivating than mere violence and conflict. It resembled a television drama, with the leading characters on the verge of their first encounter. The initial meeting promised to be highly anticipated. Yi Hao had also gathered a considerable number of rubber tree seeds and was now en route back to camp. The distance between them dwindled, as if fate were playing a whimsical trick. In this unfamiliar setting, was their meeting a stroke of fortune or misfortune? Meanwhile, in the control room, Fan Xinxin fixed her gaze on the screen, her expression increasingly fraught as the space between the two protagonists narrowed. Troubles have befallen the charming Yi Hao, and one cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. What a pity for him, sighed Fan Xinxin, her only source of solace being her dear friend, Mary. Humph, I must uncover the true nature of this woman who has managed to find Yi Hao under such circumstances. Mary thought, her heart brimming with resentment, feeling that this revelation had utterly marred her anticipation of witnessing Yi Hao. Upon her arrival near Yi Hao's vicinity, Su Yun could discern the unmistakable signs of habitation. Instantly, her spirits were lifted and hope surged within her. The fans in the live stream erupted in excitement. For Su Yun, this was nothing short of a divine blessing, a favor from fate itself. However, within Yi Hao's live stream, a dichotomy emerged. One faction supported a meeting between the two, while the other vehemently opposed it. A face-to-face encounter would undoubtedly escalate Yi Hao's challenges and risks, especially given the troublesome nature of this woman. Conversely, to refrain from meeting would render the spectacle of Yi Hao's solitary survival on the deserted island rather monotonous, with the likelihood of viewers growing weary. What if Yi Hao persevered for 30 days and then departed? In that case, perhaps this woman should be cast aside. Let her go. As the moment grew late, she spotted Yi Hao's camp, her smile radiant. Su Yun reached the campsite before Yi Hao's return, and she was momentarily entranced by the sight before her. Indeed, one cannot compare oneself with others. In the presence of the camp's proprietor, she felt utterly insignificant. The houses, the bonfire, the provisions, and the water source, all of these were beyond her wildest dreams, yet here they lay before her. Observing the surrounding fence, She noted the proprietor's strong sense of territory and worried about her acceptance. After a prolonged pause, Su Yun refrained from entering the yard, choosing instead to sit at the entrance, quietly awaiting the return of the camp's owner. After a while, Yi Hao returned, carrying a half-filled basket of rubber tree seeds. However, before he reached the campsite, he noticed a figure lying at the entrance. "This island is so vast, and yet they've managed to find me here?" Yi Hao exclaimed to the camera, his expression one of astonishment. He contemplated whether to shoo the individual away, yet the awareness of his presence left him in a quandary. Speaking to the camera, he expressed his internal dilemma, while the barrage of comments offered countless suggestions that he could not see. Ultimately, he decided, to save a life is to construct a towering pagoda. Observing the figure, it appeared the person had fainted. Given that this was a live broadcast, Yi Hao chose not to act too harshly. Approaching the entrance to his yard, he gazed at the dirty figure before him, left speechless. As he crouched down for a closer look, he discovered it was a woman, clad in a small tank top. "Brothers, my troubles have arrived. It turns out this is a woman. What should I do? I'm anxiously awaiting your guidance." He sighed, "But alas, you've offered advice that I cannot see." Without uttering much else, Yi Hao swiftly lifted the woman and placed her before the flickering campfire. He seized a coconut, deftly opened it with a stone axe, and gently propped Su Yun up, bringing the coconut water to her lips. Her consciousness seemed to awaken slightly, registering that someone was feeding her. She did not resist, slightly parting her lips to allow the sweet liquid to flow into her mouth, filling her entire oral cavity before descending into her stomach. It had been ages since she had tasted something so delightful, and gradually, she regained a measure of strength. Noticing Su Yun had come to, Yi Hao found himself at a loss for words. "Hello?" Su Yun managed to utter, her voice hoarse, summoning every ounce of energy for that single greeting. "Do not speak. Wait until you feel better before conversing with me," Yi Hao replied, sensing her urgency, which only heightened his own anxiety. Yet, seeing him in such a state seemed to reassure Su Yun. This man was not entirely unkind. After a brief respite, Su Yun felt significantly revitalized, the sugar replenishing much of her energy. "I am Su Yun. I apologize," she began, only to have Yi Hao silence her with a mango pressed against her lips. "Eat this. Focus on recovering before you speak," he insisted. At that moment, the live stream chat erupted with fervor, an avalanche of comments flooding the screen. "Is this what a steel-hearted man looks like? Impressive, I underestimated you, host. Nonsense, you don't understand. This is what a domineering CEO looks like. The young man is the most handsome. The woman over there is the real CEO. The plot seems reversed. There's bound to be a twist. I'm looking forward to it." The mango in her mouth tasted like the most exquisite delicacy in the world to Su Yun, something she wouldn't trade for any amount of money. Observing her ravenous consumption, Yi Hao felt uncertain. His interactions with women had been limited to his mother and sister. "Thank you. I am Su Yun. I wish to live with you, if that is possible." After devouring the mango, her voice had improved considerably, losing its raspiness and taking on a more commanding tone. "No, you are too foul. You should leave this place," Yi Hao retorted, feeling reluctant to engage further. Dismissing her as merely a woman without threat, fabricating an excuse to send her away. "Excuse me? Are you calling me ugly?" Su Yun felt an overwhelming surge of indignation. In all her years, Yi Hao was the first man to label her as such. Yet, she reminded herself to remain composed, given her current appearance. She could accept being called ugly. "Never mind, I have always thought of myself as unattractive." Resigned to the situation, Su Yun decided to acquiesce to Yi Hao's sentiments. "You are aware of your own foulness, yet you do not even attempt to tidy yourself up. Truly hopeless, even though you are a woman. We do not welcome your kind here." The house he painstakingly built would truly be sullied if it were to be occupied by such a despicable individual. Yi Hao was quite curious as to why this woman did not take a moment to cleanse herself. "Do not push your luck. I can certainly manage my tasks. Allow me to remain here." "No need. I can handle everything quite well on my own. Unless, of course, you wish to barter with flesh." Chapter 39. A major dilemma for Yi Hao. Everything here should be under his command. If this woman wished to enter, she would require his consent. Asking for a morsel of meat was hardly unreasonable. However, upon hearing Yi Hao's suggestion to trade meat, Su Yun's temper flared. "You shameless rogue." Yi Hao was taken aback by Su Yun's sudden outburst. How could her demeanor shift so swiftly? Was it merely a desire for meat that provoked such a reaction? To be accused of being shameless was one thing, but to be labeled a scoundrel was entirely different. "If you wish to depart, then do so. I do not welcome you here." Yi Hao spoke candidly, displaying a resolute demeanor. Though he was stubborn, he remained a kind-hearted individual, offering Su Yun a taro and a mango. Having driven her away, he at least wanted to ensure she did not go hungry. What is this? Do you think to bribe me with such trifles? Or perhaps to entice me? I am no naive girl. I will not fall for your tricks. Su Yun was incensed, wishing to strike Yi Hao, yet she found herself utterly devoid of strength at that moment. How old are you to dare demand such a thing from me? While I may not be a paragon of beauty, I am certainly not lacking. She straightened her posture confidently, casting a glance at Yi Hao. To her dismay, she found him smirking disdainfully, even mocking her subtly. His gaze roamed over her form, prompting her to instinctively cover her chest. Faced with Yi Hao's seemingly righteous demeanor, she felt utterly crushed by his lewdness. Was this truly the transition from the jaws of a tiger to the mouth of a wolf? After enduring great hardships to find a companion, she had unwittingly encountered such a disappointment. Yi Hao, sensing the disdain in Su Yun's eyes, felt a surge of discomfort. Take your things and leave. I do not wish to see you again. At that moment, Yi Hao found no desire to behold her presence any longer. Her arrogance was overwhelming. Furthermore, with her appearance, it was hard to see the beauty within. Anyone unclear about her looks would undoubtedly regard her as unattractive. Even the most exquisite visage would prove useless. He must endure many more days on this desolate island. An additional individual only meant an additional complication, and a significant one at that. Their manner of speaking indicated they were clearly incompatible. It was best they parted ways. Upon hearing Yi Hao's demand for her departure, Su Yun sensed something amiss. She glanced up at the drone overhead, nodding in sudden understanding. It was undoubtedly due to the live broadcast that he suddenly realized, having not considered it earlier and thus acted rather brazenly. With this thought, Su Yun felt a sense of clarity regarding her own intentions. Indeed, he was nothing but a scoundrel, yet he still harbored so many concerns. I refuse to leave. I demand to live with you. You cannot drive me away. Su Yun understood that since he was so fearful, he would certainly not resort to force. After all, clinging to him would guarantee some benefits. This was the advantage of being a woman. How could such a large man possibly quibble with a woman? Primarily, she was averse to being eliminated. This experience was undeniably challenging. Initially, upon seeing Su Yun's anger, one might have thought she would quickly depart, but in this current situation, Yi Hao found himself at a loss. He certainly could not resort to violence, nor could he simply insult her into leaving. Yi Hao was utterly speechless. He ignored her and sat down to begin sorting through the rubber tree seeds. He poured the gathered seeds onto the spot where he had placed seeds the day before, then glanced around, realizing he still lacked some tools. He needed a basket to hold the seeds. Paying no heed to Su Yun, who stood by, he ventured outside to find some branches to weave a small basket. Once Yi Hao left, Su Yun finally had the opportunity to observe the small courtyard thoroughly. A dining table, charmingly crafted, along with a small stool, items she had never dared to imagine. There were areas designated for food storage and a specific place for firewood. This was truly impressive. Unable to contain her admiration, she turned and unexpectedly spotted a wild chicken, clearly being raised within the confines of the fence. Everything here exceeded her understanding. Had it only been a few days? It felt as if the progress bar had fast-forwarded by several months. A glance at the modest little dwelling revealed that she could indeed replicate this level of craftsmanship. Feeling a flicker of confidence, she looked down to find a thick layer of leaves serving as a mattress, along with a pillow. Su Yun was thoroughly impressed. This individual was undoubtedly someone of great substance, someone worth relying upon. Observing her own figure, she mused that perhaps she could give this little brother a try. Just look at that expression. Was it not one of astonishment at the scene before her? Mary exclaimed in frustration, "Why can't we get rid of this woman? Just look at what Yi Hao has said. Her audacity is remarkable." However, Fan Xinxin remained silent, even though she longed to scold her. She realized that such words would be futile. Bei Yi and Han Xiao exchanged amused glances, as though eagerly anticipating a captivating spectacle. The two men shared a knowing smile, seemingly understanding the unspoken connection between them. Perhaps it was the camaraderie shared among men. Meanwhile, the barrage of comments grew increasingly merciless, directing their disdain towards Yi Hao. Meat repayment? Now that piques my interest. Could it be what I am thinking? Indeed, it is exactly as you imagine. The meat shall serve as compensation. Does the host lack any thoughts, as if he were a monk? I go by the name of Heartless, yet upon encountering the young gentleman, I truly comprehend what it means to be heartless. Such a conundrum. The host's actions have taken an intriguing turn. Observing Su Yun's expression, it is evident that she is quite anxious regarding Yi Hao. Rumor has it that love can breed hatred. Might this very phenomenon unfold here? It is clear that Yi Hao perceives Su Yun as a significant burden. As Yi Hao returned, Su Yun was preparing to freshen up, having not had the opportunity for quite some time. However, their paths crossed, and upon seeing him, she felt no inclination to speak. Are you planning to leave? When Yi Hao saw Su Yun emerge, he mistakenly believed she had come to a realization, filling him with uncontained joy. A smile broke forth on his face. Yet upon witnessing his expression, Su Yun felt as though she might lose her sanity. How naive. I merely wish to freshen up. From now on, I shall cling to you. Did you not express your disdain for me? As Su Yun observed the turmoil on Yi Hao's face, she found immense amusement. Just wait. In the days to come, you will not be alone. I shall remain by your side. Chapter 40. The frustrating woman. Yi Hao felt as though he might shatter. Must he truly endure her company continuously? Has he lost his mind? He was meant to endure for a month, but what of his sister if he faltered? Thus, Yi Hao harbored intense disdain for Su Yun. Although her intentions were for his benefit, her actions were exceedingly distasteful. Initially, he did not wish to engage with her. Yet considering the matter of life and death, he felt compelled to help, as long as it did not disrupt his own life. Upon noticing Yi Hao's silence, Su Yun believed herself victorious. She then surveyed her surroundings, intent on finding a river to cleanse herself, for the mud was unbearable. It was evident to Yi Hao that she sought a river for her bath. Are you indeed planning to bathe? After all, there are piranhas in the river. She likely remains unaware, he thought to caution her. Are you out of your mind? Do you wish to spy on me while I bathe? Su Yun regarded Yi Hao with disdain. Had he truly cast aside all decorum in this live broadcast? Such boldness was indeed brazen. It is you who are unwell. Go ahead, but be warned, should you die at the hands of the piranhas, do not blame me. Is it truly that you cannot bear to let me have an advantage? Must you curse my demise? And the mention of piranhas, you have gone too far. Su Yun was infuriated. Yi Hao was the most shameless man she had ever encountered, and decidedly the least gentlemanly. His complete disregard for her feelings vexed her greatly. Yi Hao, truly exasperated by Su Yun, found himself at a loss for words and turned to enter the courtyard. He no longer cared for the woman's fate, indifferent to whatever might transpire. Sitting on a stool, he began to weave a basket. Upon noticing Yi Hao entering the courtyard, Su Yun discreetly concealed herself, wary of whether he was following or spying on her. After waiting for a considerable time without his appearance, Su Yun finally felt a sense of relief. It seemed that Yi Hao had some reservations. With this thought in mind, she hastened to find a water source to cleanse the dirt from her body. Meanwhile, Yi Hao sat quietly in the courtyard, engrossed in his basket weaving, entirely unconcerned with Su Yun's affairs. If she wished to court disaster, so be it. Crafting a small basket was a task well within his capabilities, and as he gazed at his handiwork, he could not help but marvel at the improvement in his skills. Just as he intended to peel open the rubber tree seeds in his hand, he received a notification from the system. Ding. The mission to save Su Yun has been activated. Faced with this task, Yi Hao felt averse to undertaking it, sensing that the system was up to no good. However, if this mission contained something he required, foregoing the rewards could lead to dire consequences. Watching through the drone's lens, Yi Hao hesitated. What if she was not in danger? If he went and confirmed her safety, wouldn't that validate all her previous claims? Surely, she wouldn't truly bathe by the riverside, would she? He addressed the camera, fully aware that no one would respond, but he felt compelled to voice his thoughts. Grasping his weapon, he glanced outside. Perhaps it was best to investigate. Even if he were labeled a lecher, rescuing her would ultimately be a noble endeavor. At that moment, the livestream chat erupted with fervor. Viewers expressed sympathy for the anchor. The host is in a tough spot. My heart aches for him. This Su Yun is quite the troublemaker. If I were the host, I would ignore her. The host is too kind-hearted, confirmed. So touching. This young man is so handsome. We love you. What a clever maneuver, a two birds with one stone situation. It seems the host has nothing to lose. How did this become a scheme? All haters should leave. As some suggested that Yi Hao's actions were calculated, many began to criticize the naysayers. Calm down. Let me analyze this. If he doesn't go, he'll be accused of ignoring her plight, which would lead to public reproach and regret on the hostess' part. If he does go and saves Su Yun, it's the classic hero saving the damsel scenario. She emerges unscathed, and we get to witness a beautiful scene of her bathing. How lovely that would be. After a flurry of analysis from the detractors, viewers realized that Yi Hao stood to gain regardless of his choice. Moreover, it would be advantageous for him. As anticipated by the audience, Yi Hao set off towards the riverside. By this time, Su Yun had nearly finished washing herself. She had not entered the water, remaining cautious. If Yi Hao's words were indeed true, then she hoped to avoid any mishaps. After completing her grooming, Su Yun transformed into a remarkably beautiful woman. Her skin, untouched by the sun due to the dirt covering her body, remained as fair as porcelain, and her perfect figure was on full display. At that moment, she was completely drenched, embodying the quintessential image of a beauty emerging from a bath. Seemingly alerted by a sound behind her, Su Yun turned around and indeed spotted Yi Hao not far away. Instinctively, she covered her chest and cast a timid glance in his direction. "You lecher, keep your distance from me." At that moment, Yi Hao felt utterly wronged, yet he found himself unable to articulate an explanation. Turning away, he could still hear Su Yun's scolding echoing from behind. "It's over. The host cannot clear his name now." After a lengthy analysis, what was the outcome? All was in vain. In Su Yun's eyes, Yi Hao had become a complete lecher. It settled then, poor young man. However, it seemed that no one truly sympathized with Yi Hao. Rather, they were captivated by the unfolding drama. The operations of Yi Shun are quite entertaining. This blame-shifting plot could feed me 2 bowls of rice. Do you all lack compassion? The host is in such a predicament, and none of you offer any comfort? Ha ha ha. Forgive my inability to contain my amusement. At this moment, Fan Xinxin could scarcely bear to look at Yi Hao. It was far too unjust. Mary could only seethe in frustration, as this was not his usual demeanor. Why did he become so subdued in the presence of women? Xinxin was right. This woman was indeed a monumental headache for Yi Hao. Upon hearing this, Bei Yi and Han Xiao exchanged a knowing smile, seemingly pleased with the current situation. The camera predominantly focused on Yi Hao, while other contestants received far less attention in their broadcasts. In the future, if I do good deeds, I shall slap myself in the face. How foolish. Yi Hao felt exceedingly distressed. This was all too unjust. The crucial point was that the system notified him of task completion, which was utterly absurd. Yi Hao even suspected that the system was playing tricks on him. Task completed. Reward, level 1 diving skill. This time, there was only a single notification, yet upon reading it, Yi Hao jumped with excitement. Heaven is aiding me. His bewildering reaction only deepened the audience's confusion. What was going on? Was it truly settled? Chapter 41. Yi Hao's distress. Yi Hao examined his skill. Although it was only level 1, he knew he could now venture into the sea. Upon returning to camp, Yi Hao methodically began to crush the seeds of the rubber tree, placing the kernels into a newly woven basket. Gazing at the abundance of kernels before him, Yi Hao was uncertain how much oil could actually be extracted. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of joy. He glanced around, noticing a lack of tools suitable for oil extraction. No rush. I will seek out the necessary tools in due time. For now, I will focus on preparing what I have at hand. While Yi Hao was engrossed in his tasks, Su Yun suddenly approached and squatted beside the fire. The sky had darkened, and she had just finished her evening ablutions. Feeling a chill envelop her, the warmth of the flames provided a comforting embrace to her body, yet her crouched position left her facing Yi Hao. Although she had initially been quite pleased with her work, the return of this woman was utterly disconcerting. Yi Hao endeavored to adopt a fierce demeanor, only to be struck by the sight of Su Yun in that moment. Help! Yi Hao thought he might struggle to breathe. Was this the same person he had encountered during the day? Her skin appeared almost ethereal, and her figure was simply captivating. Su Yun seemed to sense his gaze, lifting her head just in time to meet his fervent eyes. At that instant, she became acutely aware of her own posture, letting out a startled cry. The suddenness of it caused Yi Hao to drop what he was holding, and he scrambled to retrieve it in a flurry. As night had fallen, Su Yun had contemplated unleashing a torrent of curses, but ultimately held her tongue. She had to stay here for the night. What if she vented her frustrations, only to find herself without a place to go? Moreover, it was clear she could not best Yi Hao in a confrontation. The Knight's drone might not capture the scene clearly, and any misstep could provoke him further. In a moment of reflection, Su Yun chose to quietly squat beside him, finding a less awkward position. The absence of her usual vitriol surprised Yi Hao. He could scarcely believe the transformation of this woman. Yet the evidence lay before him, and denial was futile. After a while, Su Yun had dried off and retreated to one side. Yi Hao set aside his tasks, taking several taros and placing them over the fire to roast. Gradually, the enticing aroma of the taros wafted through the air, causing Su Yun, hidden away, to swallow repeatedly. The fragrance was nothing short of temptation, igniting within her a desire to surrender everything for a taste. As the taros neared perfection, Yi Hao removed them from the fire and set them aside. He then approached, effortlessly splitting open a coconut with his stone axe, gulping down the juice with great relish. Coconut water dribbled from the corners of his mouth, making Su Yun's mouth water in response. This was indeed poetic justice. That scoundrel was tormenting her heart and soul. Observing Yi Hao's actions, Su Yun began to fathom his scheme. He had endured her insults throughout the day without retort, but now, under the cloak of night, he unveiled these delicacies, luring her closer. In her mind, she crafted an elaborate narrative of Yi Hao's cunning plan, yet found herself utterly powerless to counter it. "Scoundrel, could you spare me a piece of taro?" Su Yun asserted firmly, her tone leaving Yi Hao questioning whether he owed her something. "Go find your own food. We are rivals," he replied. Upon witnessing Su Yun's demeanor, Yi Hao felt less resistant than he had during the day, for he was, after all, a man. However, her assertive tone dispelled any lingering guilt he had harbored regarding their earlier encounter. "Could you please refrain from such remarks, or shall I offer money for your taro?" Upon hearing the mention of money, Yi Hao's eyes sparkled with interest, only to be quickly reminded of their desolate surroundings. "This is a deserted island. Where would money come from? You must be jesting. Where are we?" At this moment, Su Yun also recognized the absurdity of the situation. "Never mind. I will purchase your taro with money. I will pay you when we leave." Yi Hao regarded her with contempt upon hearing this. "Do not deceive me. Are you so desperate that you would utter anything for a meal? If you had money, would you be participating in this program? Everyone here is driven by the weight of life's burdens, coming for the mere 50,000. I am the owner of a large corporation. I am here to challenge myself, for I possess wealth," he asserted. Su Yun struggled to elucidate her true circumstances, insisting that her presence was not solely motivated by the 50,000. "Enough already. At such a juncture, let go of your pride. Lacking money is not shameful." Observing the woman before him, Yi Hao perceived that she must have endured much, perhaps even being sold into this predicament. Suddenly, he fell silent, recalling his sister and questioning her well-being. "Take this. Life is not easy for a woman, especially one as beautiful as you, who must have escaped from a difficult past." He tossed a taro to Su Yun, beginning to understand her heightened sensitivity. "I apologize for not considering your past. That was my error." Watching Su Yun devour the food hungrily, Yi Hao felt a weight lift from his heart. Although Su Yun was irked that Yi Hao had stereotyped her, she chose to remain silent in light of the sustenance before her. As dusk settled, Yi Hao began to feel drowsy, yet was troubled by the thought of where the woman would sleep. "I am going to sleep. You should find a place to rest as well. If nothing else, you should leave here tomorrow." Ultimately, Yi Hao preferred to avoid the complications of having another person around, as resources were already scarce. "I can sleep outside, as long as I can stay near the fire." Su Yun indicated her intention to sleep in the open space before his shelter. "Is that truly wise?" Yi Hao questioned. "It's fine. I have always slept this way," she replied, proceeding to spread large banana leaves on the ground. "Wait, that will not do. I cannot trust you." He then gathered some branches and kindled a small fire nearby, gesturing for Su Yun to sleep in that direction. "You can rest over there. There is a fire." This made Su Yun feel insulted. Did Yi Hao genuinely regard her in such a manner? During the day, he had expressed various desires, yet now, doubting her integrity, he insisted on keeping a distance. Ugh, what a scoundrel! Even as she complied with his arrangement, she could not resist hurling an insult at him. Once she moved away, Yi Hao finally exhaled in relief. "Today marks the 11th day. Perhaps I can endure a little longer. Once a month has passed, I shall be free from worry. I have assessed the food reserves here and confirmed that they will suffice for a month." The arrival of this woman has completely disrupted all of Yi Hao's plans. At present, his sole desire is to endure this month and leave this place. Only if this woman chooses to depart will he contemplate other matters. Chapter 42. Care. That evening, Yi Hao instinctively found himself unable to sleep deeply, as his concern for the woman lingered. After all, this is a survival program, and should she harbor any ill intentions, it would truly jeopardize his endeavors. Yet the night passed in unbroken silence. It seemed Su Yun was genuinely exhausted, having never slept so soundly before. She appeared to have to catch up on several days' worth of rest, for when dawn broke, she remained in slumber. Yi Hao chose not to disturb her, for it was beyond his capacity. It felt akin to dealing with an indolent elder. He could neither touch nor speak to her. Yet he could not drive her away, such was his plight. It seemed heaven had sent this tormentor to challenge him. Feeling utterly helpless, Yi Hao understood that life must persist. He approached the riverbank, splashed water on his face, and sought to awaken his senses. Upon inspecting the fishing traps he had relocated, he was pleasantly surprised to find a fish caught. He swiftly struck the fish with a stone axe, rendering it unconscious, and placed it into his backpack, which now felt rather spacious. The single fish barely registered its presence. This time, he could not process the catch by the river. For if that reckless woman ventured there and met with misfortune, it could spell disaster. There were a few more traps nearby, but Yi Hao held little hope. He merely glanced at the traps before departing. Aside from a solitary wild hen, he had not encountered any other prey. The hen, despite being a female, showed no inclination to lay eggs, and he found himself yearning to taste a wild egg. Days had passed without any sign of her laying. Since he could not prepare the fish by the river, he had no choice but to head to the seaside. Remarkably, Yi Hao had acquired the diving skills he desired due to Su Yun's presence. The thought of delectable lobsters tempted him to dive. But the image of the woman in the yard quickly quelled that impulse. He tidied the fish and placed it into his backpack. A brief survey of the vicinity revealed a lack of seafood to be caught, compelling him to return to camp to roast the fish. Upon his return, he discovered that Su Yun was still asleep, resembling a chronic bed-dweller. Yi Hao ignored her and proceeded to skewer the fish with a branch, placing it over the fire to roast. While it cooked, he sprinkled some seasonings he had found over it. Soon, a delicious aroma wafted through the air, making Yi Hao, who had omitted breakfast, quite hungry. He had grown weary of the constant consumption of taro. A change to fish would surely be a welcome variation. When the fish was perfectly roasted, Yi Hao tore off a small piece and tasted it. The flavor was simply exquisite. He began to devour it in chunks. But halfway through, he noticed the woman before him remained utterly still. Could she be dead? A wave of concern washed over Yi Hao. He pondered the implications of her demise in that place. He leaned closer, placing his fingers beneath Su Yun's nose. Fortunately, she was still breathing. Grabbing a stick nearby, he prodded Su Yun a couple of times. "Do you want something to eat?" he inquired, but she lay there unresponsive. Given this situation, Yi Hao speculated that she might be ill. He rushed over, disregarding caution, and placed his hand on her forehead. It felt rather warm. It seemed she was running a fever. Setting aside the fish, he lifted Su Yun's body and laid her in his sleeping area. Lacking any coverings, he decided to stoke the fire more vigorously. In a hurry, he dashed outside in search of remedies. Outside, Yi Hao rummaged through his memory for plants that could alleviate fevers. He knew that fever could stem from two primary causes, a virus or inflammation in some part of the body. While he was uncertain of the specific issue, he recognized the necessity for anti-inflammatory plants, as well as those that could reduce heat. Before long, he gathered several plants nearby that possessed these properties. Upon returning to the campsite, Yi Hao placed a turtle shell filled with water over the fire and added the herbs. Brewing the medicine would require some time, and it felt inappropriate to leave or remain idle. Contemplating the uncertainty of his return, he resolved to wait until the concoction was ready. Once the potion was prepared, Yi Hao realized he lacked feeding utensils. He couldn't possibly use the turtle shell to administer it. Ingeniously, he opted for a seashell he had collected from the shore. Using it as a spoon, he quickly poured the herbal concoction into her mouth, despite spilling some in the process, which he chose to disregard. Observing that Su Yun only had a fever and no other apparent issues, he turned to leave, for he had many tasks awaiting him. The traps in the rubber forest still required inspection, but due to his concern for Su Yun's condition, he could only jog over to check. Once again, he found no prey, which was rather vexing. Upon returning to the campsite, he noticed that Su Yun had yet to awaken. He hurried over and felt her forehead. It was no longer as hot, indicating she was likely on the mend. He finished the remaining half of the roasted fish, uncertain of when Su Yun might regain consciousness. After all, he couldn't simply leave the food for her. Yi Hao was somewhat irritated by her presence, yet the presence of a communicative companion was somewhat comforting, particularly in this desolate place, where solitude proved to be a daunting burden. If only this woman were of a different disposition, Yi Hao would have undoubtedly consented long ago. Today has proven yet another unproductive day, akin to consuming the very essence of one's resources. It is imperative to devise a strategy. If this continues, calamity is inevitable. Yi Hao, the warm-hearted gentleman, treats everyone with such kindness, even tending to her needs. Yi Shun, commendable indeed, truly possesses the ability to let go. Perhaps Yi Shun's solitude has rendered him in need of a witness to his unparalleled prowess. I have just come from Goddess Su's livestream, where the discourse has branded Yi Hao as heartless, undoubtedly a scoundrel. This cannot stand, my friends. We must retaliate. Consequently, A fierce clash erupted between the fans of the two live streams, although it was hardly a fair confrontation. Su-Yun's chat was soon inundated by Yihao's supporters, leaving her pitiful fans cowering in silence, unable to voice their opinions. Even if they dared to speak, they would soon be overwhelmed by the throngs. Victory has returned. Who dares to bully my dear brother? Such folly. Indeed, one can discern the nature of individuals by their fans. The lack of decorum is astounding. Meanwhile, in the director's booth, Fan Xinxin observed Yihao's tender care for another, her eyes brimming with envy. This was the first time she had witnessed this side of Yihao, and she found herself an ardent admirer of him. Every facet of Yihao captivated her, as this show continually reshaped her understanding of him. Is this what it feels like to pursue an idol? Chapter 43, Driving Away in the Campsite. Yihao placed several roasted taros upon the table. He picked up his weapon, preparing to venture out for a brief exploration, as it seemed today would yield little progress. He decided to gather some wild vegetables to supplement his vitamin intake. Yihao rarely consumed mushrooms or wood-ear fungi, as he had always been cautious in the absence of the system's knowledge. Now equipped with that knowledge, he resolved to collect some for himself. These were indeed treasures. Wild mushrooms are reputed to possess superior nutritional value. Upon returning, he planned to extract some oil from rubber tree seeds and sought the mushrooms, certainly a delectable dish. In the tropical jungle, the ground teemed with mushrooms, thriving in splendid conditions. With a basket slung over his back, Yihao began his mushroom foraging, spotting them with ease after just a few steps. He always took care to observe closely, for misidentification could spell disaster. Generally, vividly colored mushrooms are poisonous, and he would not entertain the thought of them. However, within the system's memories, he recalled a type of red mushroom that was indicated to enhance and restore the human immune system. Clearly, this must be a superior specimen. Truth be told, Yihao had been vigilant for this particular mushroom, but had never encountered it. Should he find an abundance, he intended to bring some back for his sister. After all, this matter undoubtedly holds a decisive significance for the patients. Perhaps it is possible that only here exists such a resource. I casually gathered a substantial quantity of mushrooms, and should I find them inedible, I can devise a method to transform them into dried mushrooms. While foraging for mushrooms, I also collected a few wood ears, which should be edible after a brief cooking. Typically, wood ears grow on decaying trees. The ones here are rather expansive, and Yihao plucked a bit without knowing their flavor. Upon returning to the camp, Su-Yun had already awakened, appearing somewhat dazed. As soon as she saw Yihao, she emerged from his dwelling. "Did you do something to me?" she exclaimed loudly, instantly extinguishing his prior good mood. Observers in the live stream reacted vehemently to this scenario, decrying her behavior. This woman is utterly despicable. My heart aches for the young man. How could he encounter such a woman? I am baffled. How could they think this woman is admirable? Are they blind? I wish I could slap her twice. She is infuriating. Is there something wrong with her mind? Does she think others owe her something? Witnessing this, the live stream fell into silence, as the viewers found themselves at a loss to counter her behavior. Silence became the most eloquent explanation. Gradually, the audience began to disperse, leaving only a few loyal fans to hold their ground. Yihao chose to ignore her, finding her utterly incomprehensible. It was the first time in his life he encountered someone like her. "Speak. Did you lay hands on me?" Su-Yun shouted at Yihao, her demeanor radiating disgust. Pointing a finger at him, she accused, "How can you be so lewd, taking advantage of me while I was asleep?" "Be quiet." Yihao replied in a calm tone, placing his basket on the ground and not even glancing at her. "From this moment, right now, I command you to leave." His voice, though not loud, was imbued with unwavering resolve. He had reached his limit. This was a deserted island survival scenario, a live broadcast, and everyone was a competitor. Offering assistance was a courtesy, while withholding it was merely a matter of principle. Having perceived Yihao as a villain from the outset, he decided to embrace that role. "I will not leave. You took advantage of me, and now you wish to expel me? I am not negotiating with you. If you do not depart, I shall force you to." His tone was devoid of anger, yet chillingly indifferent as he grasped the spear behind him. Witnessing Yihao's demeanor, Su-Yun realized he was genuinely angry. However, if she left now, it would certainly mean forfeiting the competition. "Then give me some food, or I shall linger here." Her tone had lost its earlier bravado, yet still retained an air of arrogance. At this moment, Yihao was entirely disinclined to engage with her further, simply hurling several taros in her direction. "Take these and leave. Do not reappear before me." Su-Yun was infuriated to discover that Yihao had thrown something at her. Nevertheless, she restrained herself, picked up the items scattered on the ground, and departed from Yi Hao's residence. Once she had left, Yi Hao let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, she was gone. He had intended to be a good person, but since she was unwilling, she forced him into the role of the villain in her narrative. Speaking to the camera of the drone, his tone was filled with resignation. He quietly picked up the mushrooms, grateful that the place had finally fallen silent. Yi Hao suddenly realized that solitude wasn't so bad after all. He no longer yearned for someone to converse with. With the taro in hand, Su Yun left, as darkness was soon to descend. She had nowhere to go and could not return to Yi Hao's place. She could only seek a shelter to weather the night, confident that with her provisions, she would surely find others. Why is my luck so terrible? I finally encounter someone, and he turns out to be such a disappointment, a rogue masquerading as a gentleman. She took a large bite of the taro, savoring its flavor. Yet, the taro was surprisingly difficult to swallow, prompting her to approach the riverbank for water. She cupped her hands to drink, and as she gazed at the river, memories of their first meeting flooded back. Yi Hao had claimed there were piranhas in these waters. How absurd. Could there genuinely be piranhas here? He was indeed a deceitful scoundrel. With a wry smile at her misfortune, she decided to drink a bit more before leaving. However, she suddenly noticed a dark shadow moving in the water. The shadow swam back and forth, and Su Yun felt a thrill of excitement. It must be a fish, and so close that she might be able to catch it. With an unexpected surge of confidence, she reached into the water to grab the shadow. It was indeed a fish, a large, dark one, but it was not caught by her. Instead, it lunged towards her hand. Suddenly, the fish opened its mouth, revealing a set of sharp teeth. "Ah, help!" She immediately released her grip, but the fish was not willing to let go. It leaped towards her, mouth agape, ready to bite. "Help! I forfeit. Please, someone save me." Su Yun's cries echoed through the stillness of the forest, resonating clearly in the vast wilderness. Chapter 44. Finally gone help. Su Yun's voice carried far, yet the massive fish was alarmingly close. Nearby, the drone detected the commotion and swiftly made its way to her location, but the fish had already reached her side, with its gaping maw ready to strike. The paralyzed Su Yun found her legs weak and unable to flee. The drone, which had been recording the entire ordeal, suddenly deployed a syringe, aiming it at the menacing fish. Within it lies a powerful anesthetic. Once it enters the body of an animal, it instantaneously renders the creature immobile. This is a standard precaution taken on every drone, designed to avert unforeseen mishaps. Essentially, it serves to rescue anyone in peril. And the drone is equipped with a tethering device, specifically for the retrieval of abandoned contestants. With a swift motion, the syringe grazed the large black fish's body but missed its target. The rescue team was on the verge of despair, compelled to await support from subsequent drones. However, the nearest drone was Yi Hao's, with another several miles away, making timely assistance virtually impossible. Should they divert Yi Hao's drone? The rescuers hastily sought guidance from their superiors, yet the response was unequivocal. To ensure Yi Hao's safety, it was imperative that his drone not be relocated. All lives are of equal value. Yi Hao has the same needs, and should danger strike concurrently, they would bear the responsibility. The regulations here are indeed stringent. No one is deemed exceptional. Everything must adhere to the established protocols, and the individuals present require protection. There existed no means to save the person on the screen. All that remained was a collective sigh of resignation. The large black fish's mouth was now perilously close to Su Yun's arm. If she did not flee, she would undoubtedly be bitten. With her eyes tightly shut, Su Yun had surrendered, believing her opportunity had vanished. However, after a prolonged wait without any sensation of pain, she slowly opened her eyes. The sight before her would be etched in her memory forever. Not far from Su Yun, Yi Hao wielded a spear, which had now pierced the mouth of the large black fish. Yet, the creature continued to thrash violently, desperately attempting to escape Yi Hao's grasp. With a snap, the spear was bitten in two by the fish, falling with a thud to the ground, though its tip remained lodged in the fish's mouth, blood oozing profusely. At this moment, the large black fish, driven by primal instincts, disregarded its injuries and lunged ferociously at Yi Hao. "Get away!" Yi Hao sidestepped the fish's attack, seizing a stone axe, and struck directly at the creature's head. Swift, precise, and fierce. With a single blow, he crushed part of the fish's skull, causing it to fall silent. Yet, Yi Hao remained cautious, rushing forward to deliver a relentless barrage of strikes to the fish's head. "Last time I let you escape, and now you dare to show yourself. Think you're so formidable? Just wait until I devour you." Each time he struck the fish's head, he shouted with fervor, his voice echoing in the chaos. It is infuriating. Fleeing should entail hiding, yet he dares to emerge. Doesn't this amount to provocation? Observing that the formidable black fish had ceased all movement, Yihao nonchalantly nudged it aside with his foot. "Are you all right?" he inquired, gazing at Su Yun, who appeared utterly paralyzed by fear. He surmised that this woman would not venture far, considering the encroaching darkness. He pondered whether driving her away would merely lead her to her demise. Thus, he decided to pursue her, fortuitously arriving in time to rescue Su Yun. At that moment, Su Yun seemed to have lost her ability to articulate. She was engulfed by an emotional haze, her mind a blank canvas, even oblivious to Yihao's attempts at conversation. Just then, the drone arrived, and upon witnessing that the situation had been resolved, it exhaled a sigh of relief. "Su Yun, you have withdrawn from the competition. Soon, someone will come to escort you. Please remain where you are and be patient." "Thank you, Yihao. Without your intervention, Su Yun would likely have met her end at the jaws of that ferocious piranha." The voice emanating from the drone belonged to the rescue team, who could offer no tangible gratitude, only verbal acknowledgement. Upon hearing this, Yihao realized that the drone was capable of speech. "It's nothing, merely a trivial matter." "So, this woman has indeed forfeited the competition?" Yihao recalled hearing this statement, but was hesitant to confirm it. "Indeed, Su Yun has withdrawn, and our rescue team will be there shortly to collect her," the drone clarified in response to Yihao's inquiry. "Splendid. Finally, she will be taken away. This is the most joyous news I've received today." The events unfolding around Yihao were broadcasted live, and as he boldly rushed to save Su Yun, all viewers held their breath, scarcely able to believe the audacity he displayed. When the black fish severed the spear, hearts collectively leaped into throats, wishing fervently for Yihao to retreat, silently offering prayers on his behalf. Upon Yihao's triumphant defeat of the black fish, celebrations erupted among the audience. However, when he declared that escorting Su Yun away was the highlight of his day, laughter burst forth uncontrollably from all corners. "The host isn't here for survival. He's here for comedy. Isn't he? This is hysterical. This young man possesses a talent he may not even recognize. I can't take it anymore. Let me revel in this laughter for a moment. I was exasperated by this woman all day, yet just now, I truly couldn't contain myself. Typically, I don't find much amusing, but what just transpired embodies a moment of brilliance. I can't continue this narrative. Allow me to laugh a while. This is my hero, Yihao. I adore you." At this moment, Mary cast aside all reservations and exclaimed aloud, "Just moments ago, Yihao had appeared as if he were a god of war, utterly captivating her heart." Fan Xinshin covered her mouth, having just wept uncontrollably. Yet now she struggled to suppress her laughter. It was a tumultuous blend of love and hate. Finally, this woman had departed, and her beloved brother remained unchanged. Everyone was celebrating, not for Su Yun's rescue, but rather for her long-awaited departure. In their eyes, Yihao had unwittingly etched an even deeper impression upon them, emerging as a figure akin to a hero. Chapter 45. A unique scene by the riverbank. Everything seemed to freeze in time. Silence reigned supreme, an almost palpable stillness. Su Yun remained in a state of stupor, likely quite frightened. The drone hovered silently above, its presence unaccompanied by any sound. After a while, Yihao suddenly heard the whir of a helicopter, which swiftly approached and hovered overhead. The aircraft flew high, obscured by the towering trees of the jungle, leaving Yihao only able to glimpse the treetops. A rope descended from the canopy, and a young man clad in camouflage gear slid down with precision. Just before reaching the ground, he abruptly halted and then gradually descended. Impressive, Yihao mused, wishing he too could one day emulate such grace. The rescuer paid no heed to Yihao, immediately securing the dazed Su Yun with a safety harness, effectively tethering them together, and after a thorough check for safety, he uttered a single phrase before the rope was slowly drawn upward. At that moment, Yihao felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness, as if he had become invisible. Yet, he foolishly waved goodbye to the figure above. To his surprise, the rescuer returned the gesture with a wave, though no words were exchanged. Yihao felt a surge of joy. Such unspoken camaraderie was profoundly satisfying. Despite having conversed extensively with Su Yun over the past few days, a sense of discomfort lingered, and he had wished for the absence of such individuals. As the two figures vanished into the treetops, the sound of the helicopter gradually faded into the distance. Once again, he found himself alone, yet this time he felt surprisingly content. Had he changed? His musings reached the audience in the live stream, who erupted in laughter. "Indeed, you have changed. "You've transformed into a comedic performer," one remarked. "This isn't the Yi God we know. He is wonderful in every way, except for his incessant chatter." The upstairs commentary struck chords of truth, echoing Yi Hao's own sentiments. After much anticipation, he had finally become an individual. Feeling far more elated than when he was two, Yi Hao prepared to gut the fish he had caught, uncertain of its flavor. Yet he recognized that letting it go to waste would be a shame. Thus, he resolved to partake in its sustenance. To be honest, the flesh of this fish is quite substantial, and Yi Hao promptly disposed of all its internal organs. Who knows what lurks within? He certainly would not indulge in such a thing, especially since sustenance is not scarce. After preparing the black fish, Yi Hao instantly regretted his actions. My memory fails me. I had resolved not to clean anything here, yet I succumbed to temptation once more. Observing the piranhas drawn to the water by the scent of blood, Yi Hao felt that this place might indeed be rendered useless. Nevertheless, maintaining such a location could prove advantageous in times of peril. With a shift in perspective, Yi Hao suddenly perceived that this place was not so dire after all. Upon returning to the camp with the black fish, he did not hasten to process it. He still possessed mushrooms and wood ear fungus, both of which are valuable. If the fish meat proves inadequate, it can be cured and consumed tomorrow. Curing the fish necessitates seawater, but darkness had already fallen. Off he went. Perhaps the night would yield pleasant surprises. Yi Hao rarely ventured out at night, deeming it unnecessary. With a turtle shell to hold the fish and a few coconut shells, which had large openings perfect for holding water, he set out. The faint moonlight allowed him to discern the path somewhat. As he traversed the shoreline, alternating between deep and shallow steps, he was suddenly captivated by the sight before him. A vast expanse of shimmering blue light danced in the sea, reminiscent of the stars in the night sky, so breathtaking and unique to this very spot. I could cry. It is so beautiful. In my lifetime, to witness such a spectacle is worth it. Following Yishun means not only feasting but also enjoying such vistas. How delightful. Dear sir, we adore you for leading us to this most wondrous sight. Many individuals recorded this scene and uploaded it online. Countless people flocked to Yi Hao's live stream, instantly breaking historical records for viewership. Eyes transfixed on the enchanting display, viewers were reluctant to divert their gaze. While Yi Hao too cherished the sight, he could not linger indefinitely and decided to slip away quietly. Fortunately, the official channel had commenced a formal broadcast of the scene. After Yi Hao's departure, many viewers shifted to watch the beauty there. In an instant, Yi Hao's live stream emptied, leaving only a few tens of thousands who remained loyal to his channel. This man is a miracle worker. Watching him brings forth surprises. Those who had just witnessed the spectacle felt fulfilled, yet for Yi Hao, missing this moment meant it could never return. The previous sight was enigmatic and beautiful, but in this deserted island, the most alluring things often conceal danger. Keeping a safe distance from the captivating scenery, Yi Hao resolved to remain cautious, uncertain of what might unfold. As the blue glow faded to the point of obscurity, Yi Hao retrieved a coconut shell to scoop up some water, feeling assured that everything was in order. On his way back, he happened to pass by the earlier spot. Yet the blue luminescence was gradually diminishing, slowly vanishing into the ether. At this sight, Yi Hao's curiosity evaporated, prompting him to hastily depart from the shore. Upon returning to the campsite, Yi Hao immediately began marinating the fish in seawater. He then resumed the meticulous task of sorting through mushrooms and wood ear fungi, which required a patient approach. Without proper preparation, these could not be consumed. Only by trimming the roots could they be made edible. Once he had made sufficient progress, Yi Hao took a flat stone slab and placed it over the fire, preparing to grill the mushrooms. He picked up a stone with a groove and placed rubber tree seeds within. Finding another stone, he began to pound them, as there was no other means of extraction. After some time, he placed the crushed remnants on the stone slab, where a layer of oil began to seep out beneath. Sweeping aside the excess seed remnants, he proceeded to break apart the mushrooms and lay them atop the slab. The aroma of the mushrooms began to waft through the air as they sizzled in the oil from the rubber tree seeds, creating an enticing blend that was irresistibly tempting to Yi Hao. If not for the fact that they were still uncooked, he might have devoured them already. His gaze remained fixated on the stone slab as he watched the cooking process unfold, and soon, unable to contain his anticipation, Yi Hao seized a pair of chopsticks and placed a piece in his mouth. Chapter 46. Boredom. The mushrooms on the slab were perfectly cooked. Although he referred to them as mushrooms, they resembled a variety akin to matsutake. With no other food available, Yi Hao had no choice but to indulge in them as if they were typical mushrooms. The moment they touched his tongue, a delightful aroma enveloped his senses. They were smooth and tender, easily yielding to his bite, offering a sensation akin to melting in his mouth, truly delectable. Eagerly, he picked up another type of mushroom, this time experiencing a different texture. It was crisp and offered a satisfying chewiness, a flavor that intensified with each bite. It seemed to surpass even meat in its deliciousness. Perhaps he had simply been deprived for too long? Yi Hao found himself unable to resist the captivating taste, feeling slightly intoxicated by it. As he alternated between eating and grilling, soon a substantial portion of the mushrooms had disappeared, leaving only a few that were less visually appealing. Despite the initial abundance, the quantity proved insufficient for his appetite, and he let out a sigh of resignation. He had never anticipated enjoying such exquisite fare, aside from lobster. This was perhaps the most delectable dish he had encountered. Should the opportunity arise, one ought to try it. Though he suspected that he might not be able to afford such a delicacy upon returning to civilization, Yi Hao engaged in a moment of self-deprecation, having initially intended to endure for a month before departing, as he found this place to be perilously hazardous. On the 12th night, the hour was swiftly approaching its end, and he deemed it to be of little concern. In the remaining days, Yi Hao resolved not to undertake any significant expansion. The camp, originally intended for a year, now seemed unworthy of his continued effort for even a month. His sole desire was to cure his sister's affliction. The arrival of Su Yun made Yi Hao question the significance of his perseverance, prompting him to tidy up and retire for the night. His companions noted that he appeared somewhat out of sorts that day, yet they dismissed it as inconsequential. On the morning of the 13th day, Yi Hao relished the solitude, reveling in the absence of that woman, which brought him immense joy. The morning routine remained unchanged. He ventured to the riverbank in search of fish and to inspect his traps. Finding nothing, he returned to the camp and began to consume taro. Gazing at the foundation of the house before him, he recognized that the work must continue, as the tasks had been assigned and required completion. It was possible that upon leaving this place, he would receive no further assignments. Thus, he felt compelled to act swiftly. He anticipated completing the task involving wild chickens before his departure, leaving only the house to attend to. As he munched on the taro, Yi Hao observed the structure before him, contemplating how to construct the dwelling more effectively. The lack of tools was indeed a significant hindrance. Had he but a knife, his work would be less arduous. Nevertheless, he resolved to devise a solution, albeit slowly. After assessing the food in his possession, he concluded that he had sufficient sustenance for the day. Thus, Yi Hao decided to commence the construction of the house, as further delays were unacceptable. The foundation resembled little more than a few wooden stakes, hardly qualifying as a solid base. He sought thicker stakes and, using a stone axe, split them into planks. Although he had yet to devise a method for securing these materials, he understood the necessity of producing them first. The resources in this environment were indeed scarce, necessitating self-sufficiency. This was a true test of his resolve. The planks he fashioned varied in thickness, height, and width, yet he would have to make do, for he had no alternative. What appeared to be a straightforward task revealed its true complexity once undertaken by his own hands. In the hospital's examination room, Su Yun, having been discharged, remained in a daze, clearly still unwell. The doctor had conducted a thorough examination and found no significant physical issues. However, her mental state required professional psychological counseling. Such psychological concerns necessitated long-term guidance, as a mere couple of days would yield little effect. Was this the overly dramatic woman they spoke of? Outside the examination room, two young nurses conversed quietly, evidently captivated by the unfolding drama. Both were admirers of Yi Hao, and upon witnessing Su Yun's earlier behavior, they had been nearly driven to madness, yet now she was their patient. As healthcare professionals, they could only extend their utmost assistance. Despite harboring disdain for the individual in question, outside the hospital, a throng of people gathered, awaiting the emergence of this woman, intent on avenging Yi Hao. They were determined to teach her a lesson, illustrating her utter disregard for humanity. Employees of Su Yun's company, witnessing such a scene, could only cower in a corner, trembling with fear, reluctant to venture outside. The situation remained relatively stable, devoid of any extreme behavior. Su Yun, who had undergone treatment, still appeared dazed. As she was assisted outside, onlookers felt an unexpected pity, realizing that she had already faced her comeuppance. Soon, the crowd dispersed, and it was only then that her colleagues and family dared to approach and escort her home. They felt too ashamed to confront Yi Hao's fans, recognizing that the fault lay squarely with Su Yun. Ultimately, it was Yi Hao who had saved her life, a kindness that could not be repaid with malice. Observing the dazed Su Yun, they could only sigh in resignation. After witnessing the situation, many chose to divert their attention from her plight, reassured by the doctor's responses. It seemed that Su Yun's recovery would be a long-term endeavor, requiring ongoing treatment. Unusually, the director's booth refrained from providing Yi Hao with any camera time today, as the atmosphere was notably tranquil. It appeared that Yi Hao had broken free from his streak of misfortune due to this woman's presence, achieving an unprecedented calmness, an outcome none had anticipated. Although this was commendable, the overall entertainment value of the show suffered. Today felt lacking in some regard. My companions shared the sentiment. There was indeed something amiss. If only there were a charming young man, I would find no deficiencies at all. You simply cannot bear to see others thrive, can you? I stand as the representative of charming young men, ready to dispel your insincere fandom. Haha. Such words imply we are indeed those kinds of people, are we not? Perhaps it is not entirely unfounded. Even the guests in the director's booth displayed little enthusiasm, as everything unfolded rather monotonously. The conditions for everyone remained largely unchanged, primarily focused on seeking food and water, with little else to engage them. Overall, the program seemed to have lost much of its charm, as enthusiasm waned among the participants. However, Yi Hao remained unaffected. It was unreasonable to wish for his downfall. The other contestants were notably timid, with mere survival being regarded as a victory. There was hardly anything spectacular to witness. At best, one could only observe their professional skills. Now, under Yi Hao's influence, the audience had completely ceased to be satisfied with the current circumstances. Chapter 47. A startling surprise. The barrage of comments on the screen had significantly diminished, essentially transforming into a chat show. As they watched Yi Hao calmly constructing a house, everyone opted to take a break. Yi Hao set down the materials in his hands and surveyed the pile of timber before him. This is merely the beginning. The most troublesome matters lie ahead. In the absence of nails, a mortise and tenon structure is required for support. This construction is akin to a jigsaw puzzle, necessitating the creation of precisely fitting interlocking joints. This is indeed the most vexing aspect, and Yi Hao finds it particularly irksome. Gazing at the task before him, he realizes there are no straightforward solutions. He can only prepare the necessary components for now and address the remaining details gradually. Should a task arise one day that teaches him the art of iron smelting, it would alleviate some burdens. For now, he aims to forge a knife. With a knife in hand, he could fashion various items, yet his current predicament is quite frustrating. This endeavor cannot be accomplished in haste. Triggering a task is essential. Oh, he recalls a diving skill he has yet to test. Perhaps it is time to give it a try. This thought suddenly strikes him, prompting him to set aside his work. Although the sun is high and the light is abundant, Yi Hao's enthusiasm is palpable. There should be no issues with diving, considering the proximity to the shore, which can be deemed shallow waters. Without hesitation, Yi Hao strides towards the ocean, intending to explore the nearby rocky area for any hidden treasures. Observing Yi Hao's actions, the viewers in the live stream become intrigued, uncertain of his intentions. Since he rarely visits the seaside, the last encounter with the lobster was a serendipitous event, and they are all aware of his fondness for the delicacy. Could Yi Shun be attempting to catch lobsters again? Surely not. What a nostalgic moment. Gratitude fills the air as Yi Shun prepares to make an appearance. Oh dear, what is our handsome young man doing out here? What can one accomplish at the beach? His abs are quite impressive. How delightful. The barrage of comments suddenly springs to life, shedding its previous lethargy. The emergence of Yi Hao promises to be immensely entertaining. The director's booth shifts focus to Yi Hao, who now stands in the water. What is Yi Hao planning to do? Catch lobsters, perhaps? Mary poses this question. And soon after, Begus seamlessly continues the conversation, showcasing their rapport. After a rather dull half-day, they find themselves at a loss for commentary. Look, Yi Hao has submerged. Fan Xinxi notices that Yi Hao has vanished, undoubtedly having dived into the sea. At this moment, the drone can only capture a silhouette moving beneath the water's surface. Yi Hao has not descended very deep. He merely intends to survey the surroundings. The water remains remarkably clear, allowing visibility of the underwater conditions. Meanwhile, the drone in the sky, unable to dive, can only capture aerial footage. Yet, within a mere 2 minutes, a massive drone approaches Yi Hao's vicinity. With a resounding whoosh, An object descends from the large drone, a small vessel resembling a submarine. Soon, he swam over to Yi Hao's side, and at that moment, the live stream was divided into two segments. One displayed an aerial view, while the other captured a side perspective from beneath the water. All viewers had the option to enlarge either window, with the majority choosing to focus on the underwater scenery. Yi Hao was the first to truly dive in. Although other contestants had entered the water, they had surfaced almost immediately, rendering the use of the unmanned submersible unnecessary. As Yi Hao observed the surrounding aquatic environment, he was suddenly startled by a dark object appearing nearby. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was an unmanned submersible. He quickly surfaced and shouted into the camera overhead. "Production team, could you refrain from scaring me like that?" The production crew erupted into laughter, teasing him that he had not been so frightened by the large black fish earlier, yet an unmanned submersible had startled him so. They felt a sense of success, though they certainly could not apologize to Yi Hao. Did everyone hear what Yi Hao said? "He thinks the production team is too frightening," they remarked. Since few were watching the drone footage, only a small portion of the audience heard his words. Sound transmission underwater is indeed quite challenging. Reading the comments in the chat, all the viewers burst into laughter. Indeed, Yi Hao had glanced at the camera, shivered, and then surfaced. The underwater camera captured his entire body, but the drone could only show the upper half of him. After glancing at the drone without uttering a word, Yi Hao angrily submerged again. He cast a deliberate glance at the unmanned submersible, his eyes conveying everything he felt. He seemed quite aggrieved. The sudden appearance of the submersible was indeed startling. Did you see the look in his eyes? Production team, you should reflect on that. If one were to commend anyone, it would be the production team, as their unmanned submersible had nearly scared Yi Hao out of his wits. It was a pity that communication was impossible underwater. Otherwise, the exchanges would surely have been captivating. The underwater realm is a wondrous place, and for Yi Hao, an individual who has spent most of his life on land, this experience was transforming. He had only taken swimming lessons to impress girls at the pool. Otherwise, he found swimming quite arduous. Now, the underwater world had completely reshaped his perception. It was astonishingly beautiful. The seabed was shallow, as it was near the shore, adorned with lush seaweed and grass. Schools of small fish flitted amongst the various plants, displaying a myriad of colors. Occasionally, movement could be seen in the sandy bottom, suggesting some creature lurking, poised to ambush its prey. Yi Hao surfaced to catch his breath, intending to search for some seafood to eat, scallops, abalone, lobsters, and the like, but he had yet to spot any. Lacking knowledge of where they might be found, he could only rely on his instinctive exploration. The bounty of resources in this place appears to be quite abundant, free from persecution, allowing the fish to swim with ease. Once more, I submerged myself into the water, continuing my exploration forward, yet I found nothing of interest. Not far off, a coral reef beckoned, where one would expect to encounter various fish or other marine life. However, lacking a spear, I was left to rely solely on my hands, which severely limited my options. At present, I could only target those marine creatures that offered little resistance. Otherwise, the likelihood of failure would be unequivocal. Upon reaching the coral reef, I indeed beheld a multitude of fish, none of which were particularly small. Yet, with no instruments at my disposal, I could only express my frustration, feeling utterly helpless. Chapter 48. The underwater coral reef surfacing for air, I plunged back into the depths, determined to take action this time. At the very least, securing something I could bring to the surface. The underwater world was a breathtaking spectacle, especially around the coral reef. Clusters of corals swayed with the currents, adorned in hues of pale yellow, pink, and soft orange, each coral resembling antlers, tentacles, or various forms of trees, scattered throughout the reef. Tropical fish, adorned with yellow and white patterns, darted in schools among the corals. Unknown underwater flowers blossomed atop the rocks. Though I admired the beauty surrounding me, my attention quickly shifted to the areas where the water met the coral, where fish might be hiding, and perhaps some scallops clinging to the surface. The ocean floor was uneven, resembling a landscape of volcanic craters, with grayish-white sand blanketing the seabed. Among the crevices of the coral, a turquoise fish rested, its streamlined body appearing particularly elongated. I caught sight of the fish's tail and deduced it was no mere small fry. Even as I approached, the fish remained unperturbed, simply lingering in tranquility. I was now exceedingly close. A mere reach would suffice to capture this fine specimen. Without hesitation, I summoned all my strength and lunged for the fish. Whoosh! The moment was fleeting as the fish vanished before my eyes, leaving me grasping at nothingness. Frustrated, I opened my mouth to curse, only to realize I was underwater, choking on a mouthful of seawater. In discomfort, I swiftly swam to the surface, coughing vigorously until I regained my composure. I had learned a valuable lesson. A person of my temperament should avoid the water, lest I risk choking to death. Reflecting on the lost turquoise fish, I lamented the missed opportunity for a delightful seafood meal. Undeterred, I resolved to search for shells, knowing they would not flee. Taking a deep breath, I once again descended into the depths. Beside the coral reef, a fish stood motionless, its body a gleaming silver without a single spot. Not far from Yihao. It seemed to be in a trance as well. Yihao contemplated swimming over, but recalling earlier events, he decisively averted his gaze. Do not look, do not look. Looking will yield no results. He repeatedly admonished himself, striving against impulsiveness. Yet, his body betrayed him, gliding closer to the fish, which remained steadfastly in place. Such a foolish fish deserved to be caught. Without a second thought, he lunged forward, feeling a slight resistance in the water. To his astonishment, he had actually caught it. A dazzling display of electric sparks erupted before the audience's eyes, creating a breathtaking spectacle beneath the waves. Beautiful fish danced above the vibrant coral. While not far away, a person trembled in the water, experiencing cramps. What on earth? How can there be electricity? At that moment, Yihao felt a surge of regret. However, the current was insufficient to cause harm, merely inducing temporary numbness. Despite his numbness, his grip on the fish remained firm. Soon, the silver electric fish ceased its discharges, and Yihao surmised it must be running low on energy. Seizing the opportunity as his body regained sensation, he swiftly swam towards the shore. Upon reaching the beach, he forcefully tossed the electric fish near his backpack. The fish, now helpless, flopped about, and the familiar crackling sound resumed. Did you all see that? Was that lightning in the water? Viewers marveled at Yihao's fortunate encounter, exclaiming, "What a stroke of luck! How can the streamer create such dramatic moments effortlessly?" They criticized the lack of empathy shown towards Yihao, who had just been shocked by the fish. Is he not all right? He seems even more invigorated after the shock. Indeed, Yihao felt an unprecedented surge of energy, a sensation almost ethereal. He placed the electric fish beneath his backpack and sat down on the sandy shore to rest. Do you know how that felt? I thought I was done for. He lamented, gazing tiredly at the drones soaring overhead. It was evident. Whenever Yihao was absent from the camp, chaos was bound to ensue. In the control room, the director unexpectedly cracked a joke, eliciting laughter from everyone present. Indeed, everyone had presumed that Su Yun's arrival was the worst of times, and that Yihao had escaped such a fate. However, it appeared that nothing had changed. Yihao remained, as ever, the same Yihao. My heart aches for him. The entire program's highlights rest solely on his shoulders, remarked Fan Xinshin bluntly, without a hint of subtlety, yet none dared to refute her words. Everyone is captivated by Yihao, with others merely serving as a backdrop. Yihao stands as the hero in my heart, irreplaceable, Mary proclaimed with great pride, having firmly set her sights on Yihao at this moment. His repeated actions have utterly conquered this woman, transforming her into a devoted admirer. Han Xiao remained silent. Although he too admired Yihao, he continued to support his original choice, who remained in the competition. He certainly could not bolster the ambitions of others, casting a glance at Beiyi beside him. The two men exchanged knowing looks, each sharing a bittersweet smile. The contestant Han Xiao supported, Zheng Feng, was currently stable, having successfully endured thus far. Persisting for another month would be no issue. As for Beiyi's chosen contestant, Shimon, there was no need for comparison, as he completely overshadowed Zheng Feng, showcasing a significantly stronger overall prowess and lacking in any shortages of provisions. Shimon's journey had been notably smoother compared to Yihao's, having encountered no substantial dangers, leading a rather tranquil life, with only minor food shortages to note. After lying down for a short while, Yihao abruptly sat up. I'm boiling. This place is far too sunny. He hurried to the shade of a tree to cool off before deciding to take a dip in the water. I've memorized this fish. I will never encounter it again. Reclining beneath the tree's shade, fatigue washed over him as the aftereffects of the recent electric shock set in, leaving him feeling utterly drained. Under the gentle caress of the cool sea breeze, Yihao unexpectedly drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream fell into silence, at a loss for words to articulate their current sentiments. Chapter 49. Can you believe this? A person with a story loses their charm when they cease to narrate. Sleeping Yihao epitomized this notion, His inactivity rendered everyone devoid of motivation. Against the backdrop of a stunning island landscape, with the sea breeze gently blowing, the drone captured Yihao sprawled on the ground, deep in slumber. However, a venomous sea snake stealthily slithered in the distance, oblivious to the sleeping Yihao. The snake, adorned with yellow and white patterns, unmistakably a highly toxic creature, was weaving its way through the trees and grass. Its pace was leisurely. At this moment, the snake merely sought a cool respite. As it continued to weave through the underbrush, it approached Yihao's vicinity. The viewers in the live stream observed with acute clarity the yellow and white patterned snake, now merely a meter away from Yihao, flicking its tongue as its flattened head turned toward him. What on earth is that? With the emergence of this comment, Yihao's live stream erupted in chaos. It looks like a sea snake, and it appears to be venomous. Is Yihao going to meet his end? What nonsense. This ISNTA movie. Alas, it seems a somber tune is about to be dedicated to the host. Awaken, young man, for a venomous serpent is near. At that moment, the broadcast room fell into an eerie silence, as the four guests appeared to be ensnared in the gravity of the situation. None dared to speak loudly, fearing they might disturb the lethal serpent. Li Hao remained in slumber, offering no sign of movement. Thus the serpent did not strike, but instead locked its gaze upon him. Yet, Li Hao, lost in dreams, was blissfully unaware of the imminent threat. Consequently, the serpent continued to stare intently at him, as if poised to pounce at the slightest indication of his awakening. The atmosphere thickened with tension. The air itself seemed to still. Amidst this stillness, the electric fish struggled against the confines of the protective barrier Li Hao had set, yet it showed no sign of escape. The commotion drew the serpent's attention, causing it to glance from Li Hao toward the source of the noise. Eventually, it slithered toward the backpack, seemingly sensing the presence of prey. Suddenly, the front half of its body reared up, its forked tongue flickering wildly, while its fangs glinted menacingly at the backpack. However, the electric fish, having long been out of water, could no longer perceive any threat and was merely making its final, desperate attempts to survive. After a series of provocations with no response from the backpack, the serpent began to strike it with great force. Remarkably, the serpent's strength was formidable, and it managed to overturn the backpack. The electric fish lay exposed before the serpent, which seized the opportunity and lunged forward with lightning speed. In a moment of desperation, the electric fish unleashed its stored energy, sending shocks through the air, causing the serpent to release its grip and collapse motionless on the ground. Hearing the commotion, Li Hao groggily sat up, oblivious to the fierce struggle that had just unfolded, only to find two lifeless forms before him. What transpired? He pondered, incredulous, as he realized his hard-earned catch had vanished during his brief slumber. Grabbing a nearby spear, he aimed it at the serpent and struck with precision and ferocity. The serpent was swiftly impaled, struggling momentarily before falling silent. My fate is rather unfortunate. I desire not serpent flesh, but my fish. Li Hao lamented, his heart heavy at the sight of the electric fish, slain in the serpent's maw. He had expended every effort to savor the taste of this unique fish, only to find it lost to him. To think I would reap the rewards of my labor only to be thwarted. He grieved. The electric fish had been a savior to him, deserving of a proper burial. As he contemplated the events, he marveled at the surreal nature of the day's occurrences, questioning whether such scenes could ever grace the screen of a television drama. Yet, reality had proven to be even more fantastical than fiction. The spectacle of that electric fish had left him in awe. The electric fish, with its endearing charm, successfully captivated the streamer. However, it refrained from being ruthless, allowing the streamer to escape from the sea. In a moment of bravery, it ultimately sacrificed itself for the streamer. It is a pity that such a brother does not pursue a career in screenwriting. Yet, upon reflection, it seems that this electric fish truly deserves the spotlight. The sight before Yihao filled him with frustration, yet he found himself powerless to alter the course of events. He could only continue his dive, hoping to encounter such an extraordinary fish once more. He was determined not to leave without tasting even a morsel of seafood today. With that thought, he plunged into the sea, this time with greater success, quickly spotting a shell the size of a bowl. Yihao wasted no time, seizing it in hand and continuing his search. Sure enough, not far away, he caught a wriggling sea cucumber with a swift motion. Upon resurfacing, he considered this a modest success. This delicacy paired with taro should be a delightful combination. However, as he gazed at the venomous snake on the beach, Yihao suddenly fell silent. Having never tasted snake meat, he felt an inner rejection, yet his body urged him on. remove the head and tail, and savor the middle. Grasping his stone axe, he set to work, unconcerned about the threat of piranhas, for the beach was vast and he felt secure. Once he had finished, Yi Hao did not linger, casting a reluctant glance back at the electric fish before departing. Back at the campsite, he retrieved the stone slab from the previous day, ready to indulge in the long-awaited seafood. Having savored mountain delicacies yesterday, it was time to relish the flavors of the sea. Honestly, before participating in this program, I never imagined I could live more comfortably than outside. With a villa by the seaside, a quaint little courtyard, and a spacious backyard where I could enjoy fresh, organic vegetables daily, I now found myself able to indulge in seafood I could rarely afford before. Why do I feel as if I am becoming rather ostentatious? After giving the stone slab a light wash, Yi Hao resumed his task of extracting oil from rubber tree seeds. Once everything was prepared, he placed the shell and sea cucumber on the stone slab. The snake meat was divided into 2 portions, one to be grilled, the other to be pan-fried. A true test of his culinary limits. As he watched the snake meat sizzling, Yi Hao felt a pang of regret for his haste. Had he known, he would not have used the rubber tree seed oil. It felt somewhat wasteful. He took half a lemon he had picked along the way and squeezed it over the stone slab. The sizzling sound brought him joy. On this deserted island, mealtime was the most delightful part of his day. As long as he could eat, it surpassed all else. Chapter 50. Leisure time. The sky had yet to darken, and at that moment, Yi Hao felt it was the earliest dinner he had ever had. Gazing at the snake meat before him, any initial resistance had long dissipated, replaced by the tantalizing aroma of the meat. The golden brown snake meat appeared exceedingly appetizing, igniting a fervent appetite within him. The snake meat being grilled over the fire is nearly ready. It appears quite appetizing. While it may not be as visually appealing as pan-fried dishes, its unique aroma is quite remarkable. Lifting a piece of the well-cooked snake, I take a gentle bite, reminiscent of savoring duck neck. The flavor is delightful. Although I have not tasted the flesh of the electric fish, this flavor is still satisfying. I showcase the finished dish to the camera, and since it is not evening, everyone can see it clearly. Frankly, it is incredibly tempting. This host is becoming increasingly extravagant. Is it mealtime? Watching the host eat has made me hungry, but fortunately, the host does not indulge in late-night snacks, or I might have gained several pounds by now. My appetite has been awakened. It feels like a food show. This poor snake has truly suffered, first being electrocuted by the electric fish, and then subjected to a grilling by the host. The large shell on the stone slab is also ready, with its succulent scallop meat releasing plenty of juices. I take out half a lemon, squeezing a bit over the shellfish and drizzling some on the sea cucumber as well. Grabbing the prepared chopsticks, I pick up the shellfish meat, a substantial piece of scallop. As I take a bite, the juices flow down my chin. The flavor is indeed delectable. I find it far superior to the small garlic scallops I purchased at the night market for 10 yuan. This is the essence of freshness, while the night market version was masked with garlic flavor. Generally, the use of garlic is a sign that the ingredients are not very fresh, thus concealing any off flavors. I devour the large piece of shellfish in a few bites, leaving me wanting more. Eyeing the dark sea cucumber beside me, I admit I am somewhat eager to try it. Using my chopsticks, I take a generous bite of the prepared sea cucumber. It lacks flavor, merely offering a slight texture. I shall not choose this again. Looking at the sea cucumber in my hand, I express my disdain. It truly has little taste. I continue to indulge in the snake meat, which is undeniably delicious. I casually grab a large taro and pair it with the snake meat. The flavor is decent. A hint of saltiness would elevate it further. On this deserted island, I find myself less picky, given the humble conditions. After satisfying my hunger and thirst, it is still bright outside. Today, I simply wish to quietly appreciate the beautiful scenery. Since arriving on this island, I have been preoccupied with survival. Now, I finally have a moment to observe my surroundings. Places I frequently pass by were once scrutinized only for potential dangers or resources. Now, with a fresh perspective, I realize there is little of visual appeal here. Thus, I venture to the seaside, hoping for a different experience. Witnessing the sun setting by the seaside is a profoundly joyous experience. Yi Hao mused that it would be even more delightful if he could share this moment with a beloved companion. As he gazed at the sun gradually descending below the horizon, the surrounding waters were enveloped in a fiery hue. Occasionally, fish would leap from the surface, rendering the scene truly enchanting. Although he was uncertain whether anyone would join his live stream, perhaps only a handful of souls, he felt grateful for their companionship. Quietly observing the sun dip beneath the waves, Yi Hao eventually rose to depart from the beach. Yi Shun pondered the situation, realizing that if his audience consisted of merely 3 or 5 individuals, what would become of the excess? Perhaps I am one of those few souls Yi Shun referred to. I am an undercover, while you are a pack of wolves, a bunch of lecherous wolves. What do you know? We are merely admiring the talents of the young gentleman. Spare me your remarks. That is merely a guise. As he made his way back, a sudden gust of wind arose, prompting Yi Hao to hasten toward the campsite. A torrential downpour was imminent. In the campsite, he busied himself with preparations, determined not to repeat the previous mishap, where his shelter was nearly swept away. Gathering several planks, he secured his small abode tightly. Now he could enjoy a restful slumber, with provisions and firewood stored in a separate shelter. An awkward incident soon unfolded. The drone could only capture the image of a house covered in planks, failing to reveal Yi Hao's presence. The storm arrived swiftly, the howling wind crescendoing into a sudden downpour. This tempest left many competitors in disarray, as their makeshift shelters could not withstand the deluge. Most were drenched to the bone, while viewership for other live streams surged, albeit briefly, as the rain ceased in the early hours of the morning. Many were forced to rise and dry themselves. Yet Yi Hao remained undisturbed, sleeping soundly in his little haven until dawn. Upon awakening, Yi Hao pushed aside the planks. Remarkably, everything remained intact. Without the chaos of last time, he reheated the leftover taro from the previous day, savoring several hearty bites, and sipped water from a coconut shell, ensuring he had enough to drink. After satisfying his hunger, Yi Hao refrained from checking his fishing traps, considering it unlikely that any fish would be present after yesterday's tempest. Instead, he headed directly toward the hunting traps. Upon arrival, he discovered that the trap had been triggered, yet no prey was in sight, likely dislodged by the winds of the previous day. Yi Hao proceeded to reset the trap before preparing to inspect the traps near the mango trees. He had neglected to visit them yesterday, and today he was determined to explore, for there were treasures to be found, albeit at a slight distance. With his supplies in hand, he shouldered his backpack and set off toward the gorge. I hope to achieve a more gratifying outcome. If not, I shall have to plunge back into the depths once more. Though seafood is delectable, one cannot immerse oneself in the sea every day. Such a routine would surely cause me to worry about my own endurance. Approaching the vicinity of the mango tree, it became evident that the previous harvest had been rather thorough, for no mangoes remained. Upon inspecting the python's lair, it was still securely sealed, which brought me a sense of relief. At the very least, this confirmed that there was only one, should another appear. The plan to rear piranhas would have to be set in motion. As I drew near to the traps I had laid out, I noticed something peculiar. Perhaps I had caught something. It appeared to be a tuft of gray fur, not overly large, resembling a rabbit. Chapter 51. The adorable bunny in the distance. A gray object was stirring. Clearly, I had ensnared some prey. Excitement surged through me as I dashed forward. Indeed, I had captured something, and it was just as I had anticipated, a wild rabbit. Its gray fur and long ears revealed it to be quite plump, rendering it unable to run away. Observing this creature, my first thought was that the local environment seemed quite favorable. First, there was that substantial python, and now this rather corpulent rabbit. I wondered if something was fostering their growth, but I had no time to delve into such considerations. I retrieved some twine and swiftly bound the rabbit's limbs, placing it into my backpack. Today was fortuitous. Was it not the 14th day? Finally, I would be able to enjoy a hearty meal. The mere thought of feasting on rabbit meat brought me immense joy. Surely, a touch of salt would enhance the flavor. Without it, the meat would likely be overly rich, necessitating some accompaniments. The area was abundant with various edible plants, so I casually gathered a selection and tossed them into my pack. I returned to camp, intending to extract some salt to improve my meal. Upon reaching the riverbank, I promptly prepared the rabbit. I took special care to clean its fur, as it was a valuable resource. As the blood flowed into the water, the piranhas re-emerged, though this time I noticed they seemed to have grown larger. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, and I paid it little mind as I took the cleaned rabbit upstream for further washing, wary of the waters below. After rinsing, I checked the fishing traps, but alas, they yielded no bounty. I returned to camp with the rabbit meat and began to cure it with seawater. Over the fire, I utilized a turtle shell to boil seawater, hoping to extract some salt. Oh, the bunny is so adorable. Why must we eat the bunny? How heartbreaking. I can no longer like you, for you have slain the rabbit. How cruel. But really, such a sizable rabbit is more than enough sustenance for several days. Surely, it was meant to be consumed. I adore spicy rabbit heads. Please do not resent me for this. I desire spicy rabbit legs. Do not compete with me. You are truly cruel. I loathe you. What is your opinion, Bai Yi? The question posed in the comments was raised by Fan Xinxin, prompting Bai Yi to choose which part of the rabbit to consume. As for rabbits, aside from the rabbit head, I feel I could indulge in any part. Han Xiao also enjoys spicy food, and upon hearing this topic, he felt quite delighted. After all, they often partake in such distinctive dishes. I can enjoy anything. It all seems rather similar. Bai Yi remained quite indifferent. Are these not delectable? Why must one be so particular? In Bai Yi's eyes, anything edible suffices. He has sampled even the most unpalatable fare. And what about Sister Mary? Which part does she fancy? Such an adorable creature, why consume it? I refuse. Mary expressed her rejection, firmly opposed to such culinary choices. It seems she stands alone in her refusal, yet her resolve is unwavering. Many here relish such dishes, and I find them delightful. These charming creatures are indeed quite tasty. As a true foodie, Fan Xinxin pays no mind to the rabbit's cuteness, as she cannot see it. After a while, the production team special ordered some rabbit heads and legs to bring to the scene. Sister Mary, this is my favorite spicy rabbit head. The flavor is exquisite. Without hesitation, Fan Xinxin seized one and took a generous bite, unable to stop. Bai Yi, not particularly fond of spice, opted for a mild flavor, and upon taking the first bite, he gave a thumbs up. Delicious, truly delightful. Han Xiao remained silent, diving straight into the spicy rabbit legs with abandon, too engrossed to speak. Witnessing this spectacle, Mary found herself somewhat swayed. She swallowed a few times, watching them enjoy their meal so heartily, and suddenly felt a strong desire to try it herself. After finishing a rabbit head, Fan Xinxin noticed Mary's expression and knew she was eager to sample it, promptly handing her the rabbit head. Try it. If it's not to your liking, you need not continue. With eyes closed, Mary took a hearty bite, and her previously conflicted expression immediately relaxed. The flavor is quite pleasant, isn't it? Delicious, the taste is exceptional. The director's booth transformed into a food festival, but due to the limited quantity, they quickly consumed everything. Let's continue this evening. I shall treat you all. Mary extended an invitation to Fan Xinxin, clearly still unsatisfied, and one cannot deny how enticing it is. On Yi Hao's side, lacking chili, he could only savor the original flavor, but for him, that was sufficient. He glanced at the wild chickens, uncertain of how they fared after yesterday's heavy rain. Upon reaching the coop, he discovered them diligently pecking at the ground. Inspecting the nest revealed no eggs yet. Yi Hao mused that had they laid eggs that day, the task might have been accomplished. He picked up a taro and tossed it inside, as there was still an abundance of it. Due to the rain, the path was rather treacherous. However, one could expect an abundance of mushrooms at this time. Tomorrow and the day after should yield even more. Grasping his basket, Yi Hao prepared to gather a few to concoct a delightful seafood, mushroom soup. After all, being close to the ocean, it was simply a matter of collecting a few ingredients to simmer a nourishing broth. The sea cucumber from yesterday was lackluster in flavor, but perhaps a soup would enhance its appeal. Reminiscing about the awkwardness of his dive yesterday, Yi Hao resolved to weave a small net, one with a cover, to avoid making unnecessary trips back and forth. As for a spear, utilizing wood would be ineffective in the sea, limiting his options to gathering easily caught morsels. He would content himself with collecting mushrooms while simultaneously seeking materials for his net, thus avoiding repeated journeys. Upon returning with an armful of items, the water in the turtle shell was nearly evaporated, prompting Yi Hao to replenish it with seawater. After processing the gathered materials, he commenced weaving his basket. By this time, afternoon had arrived, and the sun remained oppressive, though the dense foliage provided some respite from its rays, creating a stifling atmosphere. Soon, Yi Hao had skillfully completed the net and its lid, securing it with twine, readying himself for another plunge into the sea. This time, he was determined to bring back a more satisfying haul of seafood, as yesterday's feast left him wanting. Glancing at the camera, Yi Hao lamented that such days were drawing to a close, with just over half a month remaining. With basket and spear in hand, he made his way to the shore. This time, he felt thoroughly prepared, having grown familiar with the area, and he anticipated a bountiful harvest. Upon reaching the coastline, without hesitation, he plunged into the water. Chapter 52. Encountering the lobster. The underwater spectacle was a sight Yi Hao could never tire of. A profound experience for someone from the inland. Such days were indeed worthy of remembrance. The familiar coral reef greeted him, but this time, it was different. Yi Hao immediately spotted a large lobster nestled within the crevices of the rocks, perfectly positioned for him to see. At that moment, Yi Hao's heart soared with joy, as the unmanned submarine reappeared in the water, ever ready due to Yi Hao's presence. Once again, the team ventured into the aquatic realm alongside Yi Hao, illuminated by bright light that revealed every detail. The unmanned submarine approached him, and Yi Hao, now accustomed to its presence, was no longer startled. He gestured towards the front, and the camera followed his indication. There it was, a vibrant blue lobster, unmistakably visible to all. No wonder Yi Hao's expression was nearly uncontainable. Joy radiated from him as he encountered the lobster once more after many days. It felt like a stroke of fortune. Could this be a once-in-a-lifetime series? Would he witness the moment of catching a lobster? The thought of not securing one soon would certainly be amusing. Huh, is it truly that wicked? I find your rather cynical tongue quite amusing. Whether or not one can capture a lobster depends on whether this mouth has been blessed with fortune. In the directing room, Fan Xinxin anxiously observed the screen as Yi Hao gradually approached the lobster. In truth, lobsters are relatively easy to catch. A surprise attack from behind usually suffices. Bai Yi seemed to think that Fan Xinxin was overly anxious, so he spoke up. Such occurrences are quite ordinary. He too had often faced hunger in the past, and seeing Yi Hao in his current state evoked a tinge of envy. His survival skills in the wild far surpassed Bai Yi's, and as a guest, one must possess a certain awareness. Oh, really? I thought it would be quite difficult to catch. At that moment, Yi Hao extended his hand, and in a swift motion, he felt something grasped within his fingers. Slowly withdrawing his hand, he discovered that he had indeed seized the lobster firmly. He flashed a peace sign at the camera before surfacing for air. Did you catch it? That's incredible. I thought it would escape. Yi Hao shared this concern. He was somewhat doubtful of his basket. He opted to leave the basket on the shore, placing the lobster within, without submerging it again. If he were to lose the lobster, he feared it would dampen his spirits for several days. Although this lobster was not as large as the previous one, it was still a lobster. Upon re-entering the water, Yi Hao realized that the edibles here were quite limited. He was utterly unaware of which creatures were edible and which were not. Some fish, blending with the coral in color, were visible to him, yet he could not catch them. After surveying the underwater realm, he could only gather a few shells. There were no larger finds, but the smaller ones would suffice. He rummaged through the seabed, collecting a hodgepodge of shells of various kinds. Yi Hao did not venture far. Beyond lay the depths of the ocean, teeming with resources yet fraught with peril. With his novice diving skills, he felt that he could only manage in this shallow bay. Any deeper would prove arduous. He would have to wait for an upgrade to explore further, yet this way of life held a certain allure. Upon returning to camp with his basket, Yi Hao felt that today's activities had unfolded exceptionally smoothly, devoid of any issues. Why do I feel as if something is missing today? Hearing Yi Hao's remark, viewers in the live stream suddenly realized that the daredevil of the day had emerged unscathed. Ye God, you have changed. Have you transformed into someone else? Why are you no longer taking risks? Today, there were no unexpected events. The thrill had dissipated. All that remained was the anticipation of a seafood feast. But the hostess' signature antics were absent. Each day brought something new, and today was unexpectedly devoid of excitement. Ye God, show us your skills. I won't watch if you're not here. After pondering for quite some time without uncovering any faults in his reasoning, Yi Hao ultimately surrendered. He gathered all his findings from the day, preparing to create his evening meal. It was an early dinner today, combining both lunch and supper. He picked up several smaller shells and tossed them into a coconut shell, followed by a selection of pristine white mushrooms, which he broke and added to the mix. Pouring in water, he began to simmer a delightful seafood mushroom soup. He set aside a few shells for later, saving the rest for tomorrow's feast, as a delectable portion of rabbit meat awaited him. This was truly a sumptuous bounty. The turtle shell yielded a modest amount of salt, sufficient for Yi Hao's immediate needs. Having marinated the rabbit in seawater for an extended period, he skewered it with a wooden stick and commenced roasting it over the fire. As the seafood soup bubbled nearby, the aroma of roasting rabbit filled the air. This existence bore little resemblance to survival on a deserted island. Rather, it felt akin to a joyful picnic. Finding such a serene spot in the city would be nearly impossible. Observing Yi Hao slowly roasting the rabbit beside the fire, many spectators displayed expressions of profound envy. Indeed, this lifestyle seemed almost ethereal, unattainable even for the affluent. Beyond envy, words failed to encapsulate their feelings at that moment. A sudden longing arose to join Yi Hao in roasting the rabbit. Such a life appeared utterly idyllic. A voice from above chimed in. recalling the adorableness of the rabbit and questioning the desire to partake in its preparation. What is it to you? I like it. The observer, a likely strong-willed woman, noted that the streamer seemed to attract all types. Was this existence too simple for the streamer? It seemed that only Yi Hao thrived in such ease, while others endured tremendous hardships. This lifestyle must indeed be arduous. Most could scarcely bear it. Even with modern conveniences, self-sufficiency remains a challenging endeavor. Many only witness Yi Hao's enjoyment, overlooking the dangers and struggles he faces. After all, most people are quick to falter under pressure. As he applied some rubber tree seed oil to the rabbit, he watched as the meat gradually turned golden over the flames. He placed a stone slab on the fire, drizzled oil, and added the mushrooms he had foraged that day. A splendid meal was merely a matter of time, as the aromas of various foods mingled into an enticing fragrance. Casting a glance at the taro nearby, Yi Hao discreetly kicked it aside, focusing intently on the culinary delights before him. This was the essence of life on a deserted island. Chapter 53. This is true enjoyment. The setting sun began to cast a soft glow. Yi Hao's food was still not fully cooked. The meat required a bit more time. He glanced at the lively lobsters in the water, still brimming with vitality. Today, I shall spare you, but tomorrow, prepare to be sacrificed to my culinary desires. The delectable fare must be savored last, even if it means postponing until the morrow. To elucidate, the host implies that the lobster is so irresistibly delicious that it must be reserved for tomorrow. This is indeed a comical predicament. No, the host's intention is that there is an abundance of enticing options today, and thus, the lobster is set aside for tomorrow. Were I that lobster, I would endeavor to escape by nightfall. However, within a radius of several meters lies the domain of the formidable Yi Shun. Where could one possibly flee? Unless divine justice intervenes. Hope is but a fleeting notion. The barrage of comments speculates under what circumstances Yi Hao might be deprived of this lobster. It seems that such a moment is precisely what they yearn to witness, pondering the expression Yi Hao might bear at that juncture. Within the camp, the seafood soup has reached perfection, yet the rabbit meat requires a tad more time. The mushrooms on the stone slab are nearly ready. Yi Hao deftly sets aside the cooked ones and proceeds to grill the next batch. Suddenly, the wild chicken nearby cackles, startling Yi Hao. Do you wish to partake as well? Believe me, should you not lay any eggs, I shall feast upon you. The wild chicken's failure to lay eggs leaves Yi Hao's quest unresolved, a source of vexation. He takes a sip of the seafood soup. Its rich flavor is indeed profound. A harmonious blend of the ocean's bounty and the essence of mushrooms. An experience where 1 + 1 exceeds 2. Having grown accustomed to the simplicity of cool water, the warmth of the seafood soup is a refreshing departure. It is utterly delightful. After several generous gulps, Yi Hao feels considerably rejuvenated. The rabbit meat is also nearly prepared. Gazing at the golden brown skin, he cannot help but salivate. This adorable creature must surely be exquisite in taste, right? He raises the rabbit meat before the camera and takes a hearty bite. The exterior is crisp, while the interior is succulent, imbued with a subtle saltiness. This is the pinnacle of culinary delight, and Yi Hao cannot spare time for conversation, voraciously consuming bite after bite. Perhaps it has become slightly overwhelming, for this rabbit is rather plump, laden with rich fat. He takes a few sips of the seafood soup, yet it seems ineffective. Thus, he resorts to the mushrooms on the stone slab, which complement the rabbit's aroma splendidly. The combination of rabbit meat and mushrooms is simply divine. Should you have the opportunity, do indulge in this pairing. Yi Hao resumes his hearty eating, the aroma palpable even through the screen. Enough of this. I can no longer bear to watch. What folly to indulge in a food program. I, too, feel compelled to rush in and confront the host. This is simply unacceptable. I shall seek solace in another live stream, searching for a different sensation. Yi Hao's every bite appears irresistibly fragrant. Do you recall the days when the host feasted on taro? The weather today is delightful. What are you saying? I'm off to have a meal now. Observing Yi Hao's mealtime, it seems that everyone in the broadcast room is also preparing to leave for the day. Come on, XIN. Let us go and indulge in some rabbit heads. Upon seeing the program conclude, Mary hurriedly stopped Fan XIN, and the two made plans to savor spicy rabbit heads together. All right, wait for me. I'll tidy up a bit. After both were ready, they headed to the nearest rabbit head restaurant, only to be informed that they had sold out. The business was exceptionally brisk today. They had already cooked numerous pots, yet it still wasn't enough to satisfy the demand. How unfortunate it is that they could not enjoy the delicacy. Upon hearing the proprietor's words, They surmised that their craving for rabbit heads in the broadcast room had led to this predicament, leaving them feeling quite disappointed for making the trip in vain. Wait a moment, are you the guest from the show on your phones? A man emerged from the kitchen, presumably the chef of the establishment, who was curiously observing the two. The more he looked, the more joy spread across his face. I am a huge fan of your show, please wait a moment, he exclaimed, turning back to the kitchen to retrieve several pre-packaged rabbit heads. These were reserved for a friend of mine, but seeing you here, he can do without them. Upon hearing the chef's words, the two burst into laughter. I adore Yi Hao. Watching him is far more thrilling than a film. This was a sentiment Fan Xian had not encountered before, and upon reflection, she realized it was indeed true. The rabbit Yi Hao had caught today was impressively large. Far too much to finish, and would have to be set aside. As she patted her belly, she acknowledged that this was perhaps the only time she had overindulged. This meal stretched from dusk until dark, undoubtedly a lengthy affair. Upon waking from a slumber, it was already the 15th day, half of the time had elapsed, and my goals were nearing fruition. Observing the surroundings, Yi Hao was filled with many reflections. Never having anticipated that an unexpected turn of fate would bring him to this world, nor that participating in a show would grant him a system. Destiny is indeed a wondrous phenomenon. Yi Hao felt immense gratitude for it, as it allowed him to experience a different facet of life. Upon awakening, the first task Yi Hao undertook was to check on the lobsters. Fortunately, they were alive. He promptly pulled the lobster out and began to prepare it for a meal. He readied the pot, filled it with water, and without waiting for it to heat, he tossed the lobster in. This might be the most luxurious breakfast I have ever had in my life. Gazing at the lobster before him, Yi Hao felt a profound sense of contentment. This morning, he had no intention of going anywhere. He insisted on savoring the lobster first. At this hour, there weren't many people awake to watch the live stream, but those who were found themselves laughing heartily at Yi Hao's antics. After missing out on lobster yesterday, he could hardly wait another moment today. We are indeed fortunate viewers to witness the broadcaster enjoy lobster while others are still asleep, proving that the early bird catches the worm. They nearly missed out. The sensation of missing out and lamenting for a lifetime is palpable. Can one truly endure such a breakfast upon rising? Yesterday's leftovers lay untouched as Yi Hao fixated on the lobster before him. Soon, the lobster was boiled to perfection, its hue transforming from a muted green to a vibrant red. Without hesitation, he placed the shell upon the ground and poured out the water within. With a sharp crack, the entire lobster was cleaved in two. This time, the lobster was not as bountiful as the last, with scarce roe inside. Nevertheless, the sight of the translucent lobster meat compelled Yi Hao to seize a piece and devour it eagerly. Satisfied with what he had, he considered himself not to be picky. The rich, savory juices filled his mouth, and paired with the tender meat, he mused that he ought to reside by the sea every day. Chapter 54. Completing the task in a deserted island. Enjoying breakfast is a luxurious affair. Currently, it seems that Yi Hao is the sole individual able to indulge, while others are relegated to a single meal a day, or worse, every 2 days. Fortunately, the number of those unable to find sustenance has dwindled at this stage. Each person has claimed their patch of land, managing to survive reasonably well. After relishing the lobster, Yi Hao nearly abstained from further leftovers. He picked up his tools, ready to commence work, as it was imperative to organize his dwelling and determine the most effective construction methods. With only a stone axe at his disposal, he realized that crafting a mortise and tenon structure would require meticulous effort. Although cumbersome, it was the sole method available. While it was possible to use rope for stabilization, its propensity to snap rendered it unreliable. Once the wooden planks were arranged, he began to sketch the intended structure using charcoal salvaged from the fire. Following the drawn design to create the mortise and tenon joints proved to be the most challenging aspect. The varying thicknesses and lengths of each plank complicated the construction and design process. Throughout the morning, Yi Hao dedicated himself to devising a more efficient approach to ease his labor. As the calls of wild chickens echoed through the air, Yi Hao was astonished to discover that his domestication task had been accomplished. He hurried to the coop and, indeed, found a modest egg nestled within. Without hesitation, Yi Hao took the egg, but the wild hen was not pleased, relentlessly pecking at him until he kicked it aside. The task of taming wild chickens has been successfully completed, rewarding the host with Level 1 Intermediate Discrimination ability, currently at Level 3, and Level 1 Dexterity. Now at Level 6. Skills include Night Vision Level 1, currently at Level 4, Maximum. Immunity to Poisons Level 1, now Level 4, Diving Skill Level 1. currently at level 2, in basic wilderness survival knowledge points. 1, 2. The emergence of knowledge point 2 dealt a significant blow to Yi Hao, as this new knowledge seemed overwhelming. To his astonishment, he could now craft pottery. He could also begin experimenting with iron smelting. Glancing at the wooden board beneath his feet, he felt a modicum of solace. Fortunately, he hadn't taken any action yet. He would have to await the production of iron tools before proceeding further. Circling his camp, he realized the necessity of firing a pottery piece to store items effectively. Without such containers, he would encounter considerable inconvenience. Thus, he needed to commence this task without delay. However, crafting these items required wood ash, which had been washed away by the torrential downpour. He sighed in resignation. There was little to be done about it. Grasping his stone axe, he prepared to embark on a significant tree-felling endeavor, as a substantial amount of timber was required to achieve his goals. With a newfound sense of purpose, Yi Hao felt invigorated. The nearby trees soon fell victim to his axe. He intended to transform this area into his camp. Expanding the camp would allow for greater organization, as the current space was far from adequate. After tirelessly chopping for what felt like an eternity, drenched in sweat and nearly faint from the heat, he realized he had acted impulsively by undertaking this task in the midday sun. Unable to endure any longer, he returned to hydrate profusely, feeling a bit more refreshed. At this point, there was little else to do. So Yi Hao lay down in his modest dwelling and indulged in a refreshing nap. Upon awakening, he noticed the sun was no longer at its zenith, prompting him to resume his tree felling. He spent the day primarily in the woods, neglecting other activities, as he still hadn't finished the rabbit from the previous day, and a few shells remained. He decided to save them for dinner, opting not to eat at noon due to the oppressive heat, which diminished his appetite. Is this madness? What is happening? What did I miss? Why is the streamer suddenly chopping down trees with such fervor? A single egg had triggered a chain reaction. What? I can't comprehend your words. The wild chicken laid an egg, and upon seeing it, the streamer began to chop trees frantically, though it was unclear whether this was out of joy or frustration. Is this egg truly so powerful? Who could say? Perhaps it was something else entirely, but today, the streamer was in remarkably high spirits. At this moment, Yi Hao was indeed elated. The task was complete, and the skills were finally his. As I glanced at the sky, I decided to seize the moment before darkness fell and ventured out to assess the day's yield. Unfortunately, the fishing traps yielded no fish, leading Yi Hao to believe they had become utterly useless. The traps upstream were devoid of any catch as well, leaving Yi Hao with a visage of disappointment. On his way back, he resolved to check the traps every 3 to 5 days. Continuing this way felt like a waste of time, and he deemed 3 days to be just right. Instead of returning to the camp, he headed straight towards the seashore, where the sunset painted a breathtaking scene. Yet, Yi Hao paid no heed to the beauty. He plunged headfirst into the sea. Beneath the water, the light was dim, but the presence of fish was unmistakably greater. However, to Yi Hao, it was all inconsequential until he activated his night vision skill, which had slipped his mind due to his laziness to venture out at night. Had it not been for the system's notification of task completion today, he might have overlooked this ability entirely. With the night vision now engaged, the underwater realm transformed into a vibrant tableau, allowing him to see with clarity. With vigorous strokes, he swam forward and grasped a fish, surfacing triumphantly. Illuminated by the sunset, Yi Hao floated on the water's surface, holding the fish aloft, his joy palpable. This very image captured by a drone evoked an ethereal sensation. Was this what it felt like to be enchanted? Even as a grown man, I found myself spellbound by the beauty of the scene. Oh, my beloved, hurry home. I've prepared dinner, echoed a voice, illustrating the essence of sudden infatuation. In the broadcast room, Mary and Fan Xinxin were momentarily entranced, gazing at Yi Hao's tableau, their eyes brimming with admiration and fervor. This was the visage of Yi Hao they revered. Oh no, I think I am falling for Yi Hao, Mary suddenly exclaimed, only to be met with a fierce glare from Fan Xinxin. Is it appropriate for someone of your age to call him little brother? The tension in the air was palpable, a powder keg waiting to ignite, as they exchanged glances, neither willing to yield. Actually, I wish to introduce my daughter to Yi Hao. What do you think, Grandpa? A puzzled expression crossed Grandpa's face as he pondered how he found himself entangled in this. Chapter 55. The plan. All eyes turned to Grandpa, as Han Xiao's words thrust him into the spotlight. The two women simultaneously directed their gaze at him, seemingly cautioning him against speaking out of turn. Meanwhile, Han Xiao watched the unfolding scene with a grin, oblivious to his role as the instigator. as if he were enjoying a cinematic experience with popcorn in hand. Grandpa, feeling the pressure, looked nervously at the two women, momentarily at a loss for words. I believe this may not be a bad thing, he finally managed to say. Suddenly, Mary let out a sound, seemingly dissatisfied with the response. Upon noticing the awkward situation, Beiyi quickly changed his words. It might not be a good thing. That seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? Hearing Han Xiao's remark, Beiyi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Although he was aware of the predicament, he felt compelled to leap into the fray. It's not excessive. Why is your daughter so anxious? He doesn't even know what he is getting into, right? Upon hearing Beiyi's words, it appeared that everyone finally realized that Yi Hao was trapped, unable to communicate with anyone. It was uncertain how long the young man intended to endure this confinement. Perhaps he would emerge in a month? The two exchanged remarks, seemingly deeply obsessed with the matter. The upcoming competition was slated for a month, with stakes potentially increasing based on the outcomes. Beiyi finally found something meaningful to contribute. This detail had been relayed to him officially. The rewards for 1 month would remain unchanged, but the longer one persisted, the greater the rewards. Only after enduring for 365 days would the grand surprise be unveiled. A grand surprise? It was rumored that it might be ownership of the island or perhaps a prize of several billion. Beiyi had only heard the staff mention this, as the specifics had not been officially disclosed, leaving him hesitant to speak further. The audience in front of the screen began to realize that this particular program was indeed quite different, and their engagement intensified. Ultimately, who received the rewards mattered little to them. They merely enjoyed the show. Is that possible? Wouldn't that mean many would hold on until the very end? Yi Hao would surely endure for a long time. As long as he was there, I would watch. Watching the competition was purely for enjoyment, and such programs were rare. Yet, the sight of Yi Shun was utterly captivating. Other contestants were also striving hard. Why couldn't you see that? They could see it. They simply didn't care for it. What if Yi Shun withdrew from the competition after a month? I would probably be in tears. Yi Hao was unaware of these thoughts. After tossing the fish onto the shore, he proceeded to clean it by the sea. A dinner of grilled fish and some leftovers would be more than sufficient. Holding the prepared fish, Yi Hao returned to the campsite, ready to finish cooking. It had been another peaceful day, devoid of any incidents, and Yi Hao relished such a fulfilling life. Meanwhile, Yi Ran lay on her hospital bed, her mother by her side, watching Yi Hao's live broadcast together. Mom, my brother is working so hard. I feel guilty for him. Don't say that. Your brother loves you. Remember to cooperate well with the doctors during your treatment, understood? She was aware of her illness and the possibility of recovery. Although she had contemplated giving up, witnessing her brother's determination made her realize she couldn't be so selfish. I know. I will diligently cooperate with the doctor's treatment, so I can meet my brother in good health. On the stone slab, the caught sea fish had been grilling for quite some time and was nearly done. He is aware that in just half a month, he will receive 500,000. Although this sum may not suffice, he has exerted his utmost effort. If he were to participate in a competition, the prize money's disbursement remains uncertain. Thus, enduring for a year would be rendered futile. He must seek employment outside, for that is the course he must undertake. Otherwise, the medical expenses for his sister would be utterly unmanageable. Their family has already incurred significant debt due to her situation. Why has the young man suddenly become despondent? My heart aches for him. He must be recalling some sorrowful memories. I surmise that his family is not well off. I still remember what he said to that woman. Indeed, I recall him mentioning that he is driven by life's hardships, striving for the 500,000 prize. It seems something has transpired in his household, necessitating urgent financial assistance. My heart goes out to Yi Hao. A gloomy disposition does not hinder his appetite. Yi Hao devours the fish and meat voraciously, for he is indeed quite fatigued and ravenous, indulging in a feast. Those who had previously worried for Yi Hao, upon witnessing this scene, suddenly felt an indescribable sensation akin to something lodged in their throats, causing considerable discomfort. My mindset is shattered. I feel somewhat superfluous. Even in a foul mood, he manages to eat with such gusto. One could chop trees all day and still enjoy their meal. Hunger is a physical response, while sorrow resides in the spirit. Indeed, the streamer has unsettled my mindset, yet seeing him relish his food has shamelessly stirred my own appetite. Let us not speak the harsh truth. I too am feeling hungry. The manner in which he eats appears quite delectable. I, too, desire to partake in the streamer's style. Indulging heartily. Each evening during dinner, Yihao is often accompanied by many who share in the meal. It is said that watching Yihao enhances one's appetite, which is why they often express relief that he does not indulge in midnight snacks. After dining, Yihao realizes just how effective his night vision skills are. The surroundings appear as clear as daylight, and thanks to the enhancement of his skill, he can discern areas that are typically obscured during the day. In the western part of the camp, on the ground cleared from tree felling, a venomous snake slithers by, seemingly attracted by the camp's scent. Normally, Yihao does not activate this skill, but today, he has spotted the snake at once. However, due to the presence of a drone, he cannot feign ignorance. He must wait until the snake approaches before he can act. Silently, he moves to the side of his spear for a quick inspection, ensuring he raises no suspicions. After all, this weapon is his most frequently used, so he habitually checks it. The snake moves swiftly. By the time Yihao turns around, it has already reached the fence. Sensing his presence, it raises its entire body. With a swift hiss, it prepares to strike. Yihao remains silent, directly hurling the spear, which accurately pierced the body of the venomous snake. The spear impaled the serpent, pinning it firmly to the ground. At that moment, the snake kept its mouth wide open, flicking its tongue, but soon the pain overwhelmed it, causing it to coil up. Chapter 56. Hidden Dangers. The snake den is opened. What did the host just do? I failed to comprehend this maneuver. Was it merely a practice of skill? No, something feels amiss. This is peculiar. Wait, it seems that the spear has struck something. Indeed, something is writhing. What could it be? It appears rather terrifying. At this juncture, the drone activated its infrared mode, revealing a struggling snake to everyone's gaze. It seemed to be a sizable serpent, currently impaled by the spear into the ground. Is it truly possible to hit such a target? Could the host have practiced? It appears he must possess martial arts skills. Otherwise, how could he strike with such precision? It is confirmed. I wondered why the host was so formidable, and it turns out he is a seasoned practitioner. Just because of the appearance of a snake, Yihao has been perceived by others as a martial artist. Yet, where has Yihao learned any martial arts? All his abilities stem from the system's support. Observing the venomous snake after it was struck, Yihao simply sat aside, ignoring the creature. Approaching it could provoke a counterattack, which would be quite unfortunate. Thus, maintaining a safe distance seemed prudent. Any issues could be addressed tomorrow. It appeared that nothing further could be accomplished today, leaving only the prospect of assessing the situation on the morrow. The following night, Yihao planned to ignite several piles of firewood in the open area, both to provide light and warmth, and the ashes from the burned foliage could be utilized for construction. The heat of the day was oppressive. Working at night proved far more comfortable. Upon rising in the early morning, he glanced at the snake that had been struck the previous day, now entirely motionless, confirming its demise. This creature must not be wasted. It would serve as my breakfast. He deftly speared the venomous snake and made his way toward the riverbank. After skinning and cleaning it, he revealed the white flesh within, discarding the snake's head into the water, which was swiftly consumed by the piranhas. This time, Yihao could discern a noticeable change in the size of the piranhas. They appeared generally larger. Could this alteration signify that the piranhas have been well fed recently? It seems that the resources in this area are quite abundant. Lost in thought, he was unaware of what had captured his attention, only sensing that something important had been overlooked. A cool breeze swept through, the morning air still retaining a hint of chill. As Yihao regained his focus and looked into the water, his mouth fell agape. All the piranhas floated lifelessly on the surface, utterly devoid of vitality. Could it be that they were poisoned after consuming the snake's head? At this moment, Yihao felt a pang of discomfort. The piranhas before him were, after all, summoned by him and had once saved his life. The current situation was difficult for him to accept. Although these creatures were not particularly palatable, they were still edible. However, consuming them after they had ingested snake venom felt like a waste. Observing the multitude of fish floating there, unable to be consumed, weighed heavily on his heart. The event had transpired, and Yihao watched as the fish drifted downstream with the current. With a sigh, he returned to his campsite. He placed the snake meat on a stone slab to heat slowly and then approached a nearby shed to secure another knot in the rope. Today marked the 16th day. In less than half a month, he would be able to return home. He had transformed this place into a relatively comfortable dwelling, as it was more pleasant to reside here. Ultimately, he could only strive to do his best with what he had. Everything else seemed of little significance. Isolated on this deserted island, Yihao harbored great concern for his sister's well-being, yet felt powerless to help. Life here was relatively easy for him. Living freely was simple enough. but he needed to complete his tasks, which was his true ambition. Resisting the urge to dwell on his thoughts, he picked up his chopsticks and turned the snake meat. He hurried to finish his meal, intending to prepare more food for the evening's endeavors. Glancing at the meat on the stone slab, he found it ready and began to eat. The flavor this time was notably superior to the last, as this snake had been quite plump, leaving a rich oiliness in his mouth. He quickly consumed the snake meat, but still felt unsatisfied. After a brief search, it seemed he could only resort to eating taro. Grabbing a piece of taro and donning his gear, Yi Hao prepared to check for any foolish rabbits near the mango trees. The fauna in the canyon appeared to be more abundant, and he believed the yield there would surpass that of this area. This time, he intended to set several traps, aiming for a greater bounty. Once equipped, Yi Hao set off toward the canyon, keeping an eye out for any small rodents along the way. To him, they were merely morsels of meat, not worth the effort. Returning to this place, he found it to be one of mixed emotions. Rubber tree seeds and wild rabbits had been discovered here, alongside mangoes. However, the presence of pythons was quite bothersome. Upon reaching the trap-setting location, Yi Hao realized that luck was not on his side. There were no foolish rabbits to be found. He decided to scatter traps across several spots to increase the chances of success. After confirming the absence of any creatures nearby, he prepared to head back. However, as he passed the mango trees, he sensed something amiss. To validate his suspicion, he quickly sprinted ahead. The entrance to the python's lair had been unsealed, and it remained unclear what had caused its opening. Could there possibly be another python lurking within? If that were indeed the case, Yi Hao felt he might never return to this place again. It was far too perilous. He vividly recalled the formidable power of the python. Is this truly the python's den? Goodness, are we about to witness another calamity of monstrous proportions? Just when tranquility had lingered for 2 days, it seemed destined to culminate in this grave trouble. Why the sudden surge of anxiety? What if a python were to spring forth from within, potentially instilling terror into anyone nearby? Perhaps it was merely another creature. One should refrain from wild conjectures in the absence of shadows. Should it indeed be a python, the broadcaster would find no means of escape this time. Consider the events of the morning. Goodness, I had almost forgotten. The broadcaster had poisoned an entire school of piranhas. The situation had turned perilous. Witnessing such a scenario was undeniably frightening, for it is the unknown that breeds the most fearsome apprehensions. Yi Hao found himself with no choice but to muster the courage to confront the situation once more. If the lair were to be breached again, he resolved never to return. After all, the morning's incident had resulted in the untimely demise of the piranhas he had painstakingly nurtured. It was indeed a source of great frustration. What a peculiar coincidence. Am I truly so unfortunate? Chapter 57. Preparations by the Serpent's Den. Yi Hao was currently combining soil and small stones transported from the riverbank, preparing to seal the entrance. An additional layer of reinforcement would be required from the outside, and that should suffice. It was fortunate he had arrived here. Otherwise, he might have discovered the danger too late, likely having already fallen prey to the python. Despite his words, Yi Hao's thoughts were far from tranquil. Having missed the chance to consume python meat last time felt like a significant loss. He was eager to begin crafting pottery and ironware. In due time, it would be uncertain who would prevail, yet currently, he was certainly outmatched. This urgency to seal the entrance stemmed from his desire to buy time. Until he had forged the necessary iron tools, he would not return. The secrets of this place were best left for others to explore. Self-preservation was paramount. To effectively seal the entrance, Yi Hao not only mixed stones into the mud, but also incorporated an abundance of weeds and branches. This composition should yield a more solid barrier, less susceptible to being breached. With a resolute gaze at the entrance he had carefully obscured, Yi Hao decisively departed from the site. As of now, he remained oblivious to what lay within. The very act of its being opened indicated that something significant had transpired here. Rather than returning to the camp, Yi Hao made his way directly to the seashore, which had become his primary source of sustenance. Relying solely on fishing and seafood from the sea could provide ample nourishment for a day, yet such a diet was unsustainable in the long run. He needed to diversify his intake. Otherwise, his body would undoubtedly rebel, as a deficiency in any essential nutrient could compromise his health. Thus, the treasures of the sea cannot be consumed indefinitely. One must seek alternative sustenance. Yi Hao has become quite familiar with the coastal area, and he has nearly explored all the points of interest here. Most importantly, he has now reached diving level 2, allowing him to venture further into the depths. Today, he hopes to catch a lobster, and he feels confident about his chances. Addressing the camera, Yi Hao boasts that failing to catch a lobster would be akin to slapping himself in the face. With his underwater diving skills complemented by night vision capabilities, he feels invincible beneath the waves. He can see everything quite clearly, with minimal risk of hidden dangers, unless something lurks in his blind spot, potentially posing a threat. In the deep sea, Yi Hao is currently disinclined to explore, as the dangers of the ocean are significant. Encountering perilous situations underwater leaves little room for resistance. Unlike on land, where one can at least run, in the sea, one is merely at the mercy of predatory fish. However, with the recent upgrade of his diving skills, Yi Hao has noticed a marked improvement. Upon entering the water, he feels considerably more comfortable, not only due to extended time spent underwater, but also because of his newfound agility. He eagerly anticipates whether, upon maxing out his diving skills, he might swim faster than a shark. The underwater world remains breathtakingly beautiful, untouched by human destruction, and it is likely to endure for a long time. Yi Hao's modest collection will not disrupt the local ecosystem and will provide him with ample nourishment, a delightful situation indeed. Upon witnessing Yi Hao enter the sea, the unmanned submersible hastily followed suit. By the time the submersible submerged, Yi Hao had already surfaced, clutching a shell. What just transpired? Was he foraging for food or performing magic? How did he suddenly acquire a shell? The submersible had yet to descend. The drone had only just captured footage of him entering the water. Had they missed something? Indeed, they missed quite a fortune, just as we did. How amusing. This turn of events is quite advantageous for me. Yi Hao forcefully tossed the shell onto the shore and continued his search. After all, the sea is abundant with treasures, all of which are quite delectable. With the unmanned submersible now fully operational, it could observe Yi Hao's every move. Under the camera's gaze, Yi Hao noticeably slowed down, returning to his usual pace. He first scoured the water for prey before preparing to act. In the ocean, as long as one is not attempting to catch fish, the task is relatively simple. Yi Hao quickly discovered a plethora of shells and was pleasantly surprised to find several abalones, an unexpected delight for him. Today, he did not waste much time. Given the emergence of the snake hole, he intended to seize the moment and begin crafting his creations. During the day, it was imperative to begin the search for wood, as well as to investigate the nearby iron ore deposits. Otherwise, a lack of resources would be dire. The last location visited had some materials, yet it remained uncertain whether they would suffice. After returning to the camp with all the seafood, Yi Hao crafted a stone pickaxe, intending to explore whether the iron ore in the previously scouted hill was abundant. The hill was not particularly far, and Yi Hao soon arrived there. Observing the exposed ore on the hillside, it appeared to be quite plentiful. "Brothers, we are mining." Upon hearing Yi Hao's voice, everyone turned their curious gazes towards the screen, wondering what he was up to this time. Yi Hao wasted no time and began excavating near the iron ore. However, due to the inadequacy of the stone pickaxe, the task proved to be laborious. This was not the primary issue. The real challenge lay in the fact that after considerable effort, the stone pickaxe was nearly rendered useless. The iron ore was encircled by stones, necessitating the removal of all surrounding rocks before any extraction could occur. Although the ore appeared abundant, the process of mining was exceedingly strenuous. Throughout the afternoon, Yi Hao toiled away, intentionally crafting over a dozen stone pickaxes to avoid delays when one inevitably broke. As dusk approached, he had managed to extract only about 10 fist-sized pieces of iron ore. These meager amounts would yield little iron, a most disheartening reality. The streamer has exerted so much effort for such a paltry yield. My heart aches for him, one viewer remarked. The young man is incredibly handsome. Mining with his bare hands is no trouble. Another chimed in. Sister, you're over-exaggerating. If he continues like this, he may end up disabled, someone quipped. Is that all? I could do it too. Another boasted. Don't flatter yourself. If you tried, you'd surely falter. On this deserted island, the lack of suitable tools meant that relying solely on a makeshift stone pickaxe was merely a stopgap measure. Indeed, it was evident that Yi Hao required 1.5 pickaxes to mine a single piece of ore, which significantly hampered his progress. Let me tell you, the amount of ore mined by the streamer this afternoon would barely suffice to forge a spoon, one viewer commented. Goodness, is it that dire? Another replied. That is the most optimistic assessment. Without appropriate equipment, smelting will undoubtedly pose a challenge. Observing the streamer, one could only wonder when he would advance to the Iron Age. It appeared to be a distant prospect. Chapter 58. Gaining 10 pounds while watching the show, gazing at the few iron ore pieces at his feet. Yi Hao felt utterly exasperated. This meager amount has consumed my entire afternoon. That is quite enough. For Yi Hao, this task was not physically exhausting. Yet it was exceedingly frustrating. It required meticulous attention, and without proper tools, he dared not exert too much force for fear of breaking the pickaxe quickly. This resulted in a painfully slow progress akin to a snail's pace, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. After collecting the scattered ore and placing it into his backpack, he finally prepared to return to the camp, which felt like a veritable torment. Yet tomorrow will inevitably arrive, and there is no escaping this place. Upon returning to the camp, Yi Hao cast the iron ore from his backpack onto the ground. A glance at himself revealed he was utterly filthy, prompting him to hasten to the riverbank for a quick wash. Now, he felt considerably refreshed. His return here brought him a sense of reassurance, especially since he had successfully eliminated the piranha during his last visit. Observing the surroundings, it appeared there were no new piranhas, which alleviated his concerns significantly. Given the proximity of the river to his camp, it seemed unsuitable for raising piranhas for amusement. If possible, Yi Hao contemplated digging a large pit to divert the river water, thus enabling him to raise fish. After his cleansing ritual, Yi Hao returned to the camp to prepare dinner. Tonight's meal was quite delightful, as it even included abalone, a clear sign of an improved quality of life. He utilized the familiar stone slab, placing it over the fire, drizzled with some rubber tree seed oil, and arranged the ingredients atop it. The rest was left to the passage of time, which held the secret to deliciousness. Seizing the moment, Yi Hao extracted a coconut, cracked it open, and took several hearty sips. The coconut water here was remarkably effective for quenching thirst. Since childhood, he had harbored a dream of enjoying a seafood feast once a year, which would suffice for his satisfaction. Back then, with underdeveloped transportation, seafood was considered a luxury, almost unattainable. Gazing at the seafood on the stone slab, Yi Hao was deeply moved. He had been indulging in seafood for several consecutive days, yet he never grew weary of it. To his astonishment, participating in this program allowed him to satiate his cravings for seafood. He resolved that each day henceforth would be a seafood celebration, with every meal featuring this culinary delight. The shells on the stone slab had begun to open, and Yi Hao's anticipation grew, particularly since he had not eaten anything since noon and was now quite famished. The abalone wriggled on the stone slab, gradually calming down. It appeared to be nearing readiness. Yi Hao had never tasted abalone before, marking this as a first for him. He had often heard tales of abalone, shark fin, sea cucumber, and lobster. Indeed, lobster was a true delicacy. However, he dismissed the notion of sea cucumber, as it lacked flavor. Therefore, Yi Hao held great expectations for the abalone. Given its renowned reputation, it would be remiss if it were not delicious. As for shark fin, he had no thoughts on the matter. After all, it was derived from sharks, and one could never be certain about who the true prey might be. Contentment washed over Yi Hao as he gazed at the offerings before him. It was a simple pleasure to enjoy seafood in this location. The delightful aroma of abalone and shellfish wafted through the air, and he found himself unable to resist any longer. He seized a shell and took large bites, relishing the fresh, succulent taste. After consuming several shells, his appetite only seemed to grow, leaving him with no sensation of fullness. He retrieved a few more from beneath to continue grilling, and once they were nearly ready, he finally picked up the abalone beside him. In appearance, abalone boasts a more substantial flesh than scallops, suggesting that its flavor would be considerably more delightful. Yi Hao took a hearty bite, and the juices, erupted instantaneously. His mouth was enveloped by a distinctive flavor, rich and aromatic, with the meat tender and succulent. Within 3 bites, he had devoured an entire abalone, which seemed larger than those he had seen on television. Gazing at the remaining 2 abalones, Yi Hao resolved to catch more the following day, for they were simply exquisite. What to do? Lacking the funds to purchase abalones, it seems I might have to forego following the Desert Island Cuisine program. Indeed, while others watch for thrills, I have gained 10 pounds from this show. Haha, finally, a bit of psychological solace. I've only gained 9.5. Have you all put on weight as well? I thought I was alone in this. We are all good sisters. At this rate, I fear my wallet may not endure, as the hostess meals are irresistibly enticing, and I must not miss the live broadcast. Here I am, enjoying plain rice while watching the host, and it feels particularly appetizing. The person upstairs is quite remarkable. While we struggle to finish our own meals, they manage to eat heartily. A generous viewer in the live stream sent an airplane. Since I began watching the young man's broadcasts, my finances have dwindled, Yet my physique has become more ample. A viewer named Falling Petals generously contributed 50 rockets during the live stream. I am grateful to the host for curing my child's aversion to food, but I must ask how to prevent my child from being so gluttonous? Oops, forgive my lack of restraint. Fortunately, I did not let my child watch this program. Otherwise, I would be at a loss. The survival show has officially been rebranded as a desert island cuisine program. I wonder how the production team feels about that? I wholeheartedly agree. As the protagonist of this affair, he was unaware of this shift. After finishing all the seafood, he prepared to commence his evening tasks. In the clearing, he ignited several bonfires, which would swiftly yield ash, allowing him to prepare for constructing a kiln the following day. Observing the ample space, Yihao wasted no time and lit 5 bonfires, instantly illuminating the entire campsite. The footage captured by the drone might be the clearest seen in days. Yihao didn't necessarily need this, as his night vision abilities should remain concealed. Thus, he proceeded steadily to chop wood. The smelting of iron requires a substantial amount of coal, necessitating an adequate supply of timber to produce sufficient charcoal. A layer of wood had already begun to accumulate nearby, yet it was far from sufficient. Yihao resolved to fell more trees, alleviating concerns about running short. He worked tirelessly until midnight before finally resting, with the temperature just right for slumber. On the morning of the 17th day, Yihao rose and glanced at the remnants of yesterday's bonfire, noting that some embers still lingered, requiring further time to burn down. Regardless of the situation in the canyon, Yihao had no intention of venturing there. Instead, he opted to inspect the traps upstream, contemplating further actions only if he encountered a lack of success. To his delight, he discovered 2 fish in the fishing trap. A fortuitous stroke of luck. Truth be told, he was not particularly fond of fish, finding it less delectable than seafood. After several days of indulging in seafood, Yihao's palate had begun to develop a certain fastidiousness. Chapter 59, The Bathtub? Is invincibility the most solitary of states? Clearly not. Survival on a deserted island is the epitome of loneliness. Here, one has nothing, relying solely on personal resourcefulness. Strangely enough, Yihao had grown fond of this sensation. Devoid of life's pressures, he would prefer to reside in such a place. On this deserted island, there were far fewer intrigues and deceptions, yet it presented its own dangers. He decided to refrain from consuming the 2 fish for the time being, opting to keep them alive instead. With no alternative, Yihao chose to nurture the fish. He returned to the campsite, casually tossing them into a turtle shell with a modicum of water. He then commenced digging a small pit in the adjacent clearing. Preparing a temporary solution, there was no need for an extensive excavation. He would assess the necessity for expansion after several days. Digging here was not particularly arduous, as the ground was relatively moist, allowing for swift progress. In no time, a square pit measuring 1 meter appeared before Yihao. Though it was not very deep, approximately half a meter, this little water pit should suffice for nurturing 2 fish, so he ceased further digging. He gathered some limestone, crushed it into powder, and mixed it with river mud to create a waterproof layer within the small pit, which he hoped would prove somewhat effective. Once completed, he left it unattended and checked the trap, which yielded no results. Fortunately, Yihao had not encountered the cheetah during these days, a stroke of good fortune. Back at the campsite, he consumed a taro to quell his hunger, mentally preparing for the tasks ahead. Observing the ash on the ground, Yihao recognized his forthcoming task, to craft a ceramic pot, thereby enabling him to boil salt. Constructing a ceramic pot required a shelter to shield against wind and rain, as inclement weather during the process would be disastrous. Without hesitation, Yihao selected several straight wooden sticks and began erecting a shelter. This task was relatively easy for him, completed with minimal effort. The subsequent phase, however, would test his strength. He intended to lay a thick layer of earth beneath the shelter and secure it with stones to prevent it from shifting. He made multiple trips to the riverbank, transporting large stones to form a perimeter. Continuing, he filled the interior with another layer of earth, establishing a solid foundation. The soil was sufficiently thick, prompting Yihao to excavate a small pit and a trench within it. This would serve as the site for firing the ceramics, necessitating further stabilization of the base with mud, lest it become pulverized when subjected to fire. When Yihao returned to the riverbank once more, he was covered in dirt, his entire body seemingly fused with the earth itself. It was clear that cleanliness was a distant goal, given that the pottery he was working with was composed of clay. A glance at the surroundings revealed that the fundamental tasks were nearly completed, leaving only the playful task of molding clay. He gathered the clay at hand, shaping it into a small rectangular block, which he placed atop the fire pit, meticulously arranging it into a circle piece by piece. Once the first circle was established, Yi Hao prepared to ignite the fire. He procured some firewood and placed it into the pit, watching as the flames gradually began to flicker to life. Patience was essential here, for the kiln required a significant height to accommodate the small jar he intended to create. Thus, only one layer could be slightly dried before another layer of clay was added, akin to building with blocks, albeit a process that demanded time. At this moment, the water pit Yi Hao had dug was nearly dry. He picked up a coconut shell to fetch water from the river, making several trips until he successfully filled the small pit. In a corner, 2 fish had long since vanished from the turtle's shell, and after a diligent search, Yi Hao finally located them. The fish resembled muddy balls, prompting Yi Hao to contemplate discarding them. However, recognizing their value as sustenance, he refrained from throwing them away and rinsed them with water. Suddenly revitalized, the fish began to thrash energetically, a testament to the resilience of their species. After cleaning them, Yi Hao tossed the 2 fish into the small water pit, observing their spirited play and recognizing this as a reserve of food. With this in mind, Yi Hao dug another pit nearby, this time intending to introduce seawater, hoping to capture more seafood to nurture within. Thanks to his previous experience, he worked much faster this time, and soon the pit was excavated, significantly larger than the one filled with river water. Yi Hao believed the seafood he caught would far surpass the river fish, motivating him to dig a larger hole from the outset. Gazing at the pit he had crafted, he envisioned it as his personal refrigerator, a source of sustenance accessible at any moment. Just like before, he designed a drainage system for seawater, unlike river water. Might require changes. Once the design was nearly complete, he scurried off to find some limestone to apply a waterproof layer. The pit was large enough for him to stand in, verging on the size of a small bathing pool. Once it dried, he would be ready to introduce the seawater. Observing the fruits of his labor, Yi Hao smiled with joy, recognizing the significant achievements of the day. To be frank, I could only discern that the object behind was a bathtub. Had the streamer not placed the fish inside, I would have remained oblivious to its purpose. The bathtub's counterpart truly exhibits a mischievous spirit, surpassing even the playful shrimp. Bai Yi observed the scene with keen interest, noting that Yi Hao's progress today was indeed rather swift. Bai Yi, could you elucidate what Yi Hao is undertaking? Han Xiao remarked, having stared at the screen for quite some time without grasping the intricacies at play. He speculated that Yi Hao might be orchestrating a grand plan. Yet the current endeavor with the bathtub seemed rather ambiguous. Indeed, I am at a loss to comprehend Brother Yi Hao's actions. Bai Yi, please shed some light. I wish to understand what makes him so endearing. Mary gazed at the screen with the wide-eyed admiration of an ardent fan. As Yi Hao engaged in his task, his muscles came to life, not in an explosive manner, but rather in a gentle and graceful display. These muscles were nothing short of perfection. I had thought my preference lay with brawny bodybuilders, yet upon witnessing Yi Hao, I realized my error. I find myself drawn to his physique, which exudes a certain comfort. Fan Xinxin cast a resigned glance at Mary, recalling that she had once expressed a different opinion. Chapter 60. The art of pottery as the kiln for firing pottery reached considerable height. Yi Hao had nearly completed all other tasks at hand. The sole advantage of this setting was the undisturbed solitude, relying solely on one's own diligence. Observing that the kiln was sufficiently elevated, Yi Hao commenced the creation of pottery jars. The clay for pottery required careful selection. Certain regions yielded unsuitable materials, while finer and more viscous clay was preferable. Yi Hao had cultivated the habit of scrutinizing the soil as he traversed various locales, identifying 2 suitable places. One was near the canyon, where the soil was indeed excellent for pottery firing. However, Yi Hao resolutely refused to venture there due to its peril, uncertain of the lurking dangers, such as the sudden appearance of a python. The second location lay across a small river, where a modest hillock offered promising clay. Crossing the river posed some inconvenience. It would necessitate the construction of a small bridge. Ultimately, Yi Hao resolved to seek the clay on the opposite bank. He grasped his axe and approached the riverbank, searching for an ideal spot to erect a bridge. Although the river was not particularly wide, it was not easily traversable. After a brief walk along the bank, he finally discovered an appropriate location. A large tree leaned precariously nearby. If he could fell it, it might serve as a bridge across the river. After calculating the necessary angles and lengths, he wielded the axe and began to chop at the tree. The sound of metal striking would echoed repeatedly as the tree began to wobble. With a swift motion, Yi Hao planted a foot against the trunk. Yet the tree showed no signs of yielding. Is this tree truly so resilient? I suppose I must return to fetch a more suitable axe. Yi Hao had already chopped through half of the tree, and a notch had been made on the other side. However, the tree appeared unsteady, swaying precariously yet remaining remarkably steadfast. Having reforged his axe, Yi Hao summoned all his strength and struck the tree once more. With a resounding crack, the tree began to lean slowly to the ground. Witnessing this, Yi Hao felt a wave of frustration. Was it truly falling so easily? Just as his freshly sharpened axe had been put to use, was he to lose face? With a thunderous crash, the tree struck the ground, sending clouds of dust soaring into the air, causing Yi Hao to cough uncontrollably. Relief washed over him. How amusing it was. It turned out that this was all it took. Observing the streamer's reaction made me chuckle. How hilarious. Forgive my inability to contain myself. Dear sir, I apologize. This was not the unfortunate individual I had come to know. The one I was familiar with should have fared even worse. You all are impressive. No wonder you tune in to this streamer daily. He must be under a curse. No, it's not a curse. He is simply born with such misfortune. A fact we all bear witness to. The young man had not showcased his skills recently. Perhaps he was preparing a grand move. What a thrill. Without watching the streamer, my mood would plummet all day, yet after tuning in, my spirits soar. As the dust settled, Yi Hao suddenly noticed that the bridge was slightly crooked. How disappointing. Not only did it grow at an angle, but it also had to create such a fuss when it fell. Could it not simply be a tree and spare me the trouble? Venting his frustrations at the tree, Yi Hao fell silent. He walked along the tree to the opposite riverbank, gazing at the fallen giant, and sighed deeply. Was the streamer truly driven mad? Educating a tree, perhaps? Maybe he was simply lonely, seeking a conversation with a tree? The audience was perplexed by Yi Hao's behavior, but there was undeniable amusement in it. Observing the tree canopy by the riverbank, Yi Hao took up his axe and began to chop. His axe was ready, and to let it go to waste would be quite embarrassing. He swiftly felled the entire canopy, leaving only a long trunk above the river. Gathering his strength, Yi Hao pushed the trunk in one direction, soon aligning the small bridge properly. What a relief. I might truly have a touch of obsessive-compulsive disorder. On this deserted island, there were not many tasks at hand, yet out of boredom, seeking a project became an enjoyable endeavor. After completing this, Yi Hao strolled back along the riverbank, heading towards the small hillock located near the piranha-infested waters. After a while, he arrived at the spot and immediately began to dig with his axe, breaking apart the hardened earth and forming a small mound. Retrieving a coconut shell from his backpack, he hurried to the river to fetch water, pouring it onto the mound. Next came a game Yi Hao cherished in his childhood, playing with mud. He mixed the water and soil thoroughly with his hands, kneading and pounding, adding more water as needed. Soon, the soil transformed into a consistency akin to that of modeling clay, signaling the moment to commence pottery crafting. It is essential to locate a flat surface and lay down several layers of large leaves, which serve to prevent the clay from adhering too tightly to the ground, thus allowing for easier removal. The subsequent steps demand considerable patience. One must first mold the clay into the desired size of a pottery jar, ensuring an even thickness throughout. The crafted base should be placed atop the leaves, avoiding contact with the ground. Once the base is properly formed, it is necessary to shape the clay into elongated strips, which are then spiraled atop the base. Each strip should be coiled into a circular form, allowing for precise control over the dimensions of the vessel. Should one wish for a narrower jar, a slight inward tapering at the top suffices, a remarkably simple adjustment. After completing the vessel, it is imperative to add a thick neck to the jar. Although the process is not overly complex, it does require patience. Once the jar is finished, smoothing the surface enhances its aesthetic appeal. The completed jar is left to air dry naturally, and only after it has dried can it be placed into the kiln for firing. With ample clay remaining, Yi Hao proceeded to fashion smaller jars and bowls, which would prove convenient, eliminating the need to rely on coconut shells for makeshift utensils. Having completed this task, he departed the site and returned to the camp to rest. Although the area remained somewhat disorganized upon his return, he felt no inclination to tidy up. Instead, he reclined comfortably in the little house and drifted into a peaceful slumber. Upon awakening, he noticed the sky had darkened significantly, indicating he had slept for quite some time. Stretching languidly, Yi Hao gathered his belongings and made his way to the shore. Since the last incident, the unmanned submarine had not left this vicinity, remaining on standby in the ocean. Thus, upon entering the water, Yi Hao was immediately struck with surprise at its presence. Could it be that the production team anticipated his arrival? Dismissing the thought, he submerged himself and swiftly began to hunt for marine life, striving to collect sufficient food before nightfall. As the darkness began to envelop the sky, Yihao activated his night vision skill to search for targets. Everything beneath the surface materialized before his eyes. Glancing around, he quickly identified a target and dove to the seabed. A scallop and an abalone soon rested in his hands. With 2 bountiful catches, he resurfaced and placed them into his backpack before diving back into the depths. After several dives, a plethora of scallops and abalones filled his backpack at the shore. Had it not been for the encroaching night, Yihao would have continued his efforts. He had already dug a pit, preparing to store the seafood. Observing Yihao's remarkable speed, the others felt a sense of disbelief at the sheer volume of his haul in such a brief span of time. Typically, I find it quite challenging to catch Yihao, but today, it appears to be quite the contrary. His speed is astonishing. Could it be that the host is merely toying with us? I, too, have noticed this discrepancy. His usual sluggishness has transformed into remarkable swiftness today. Is he perhaps looking down on me? As someone who has lived by the sea my entire life, I am truly in awe. I feel that even a group of us combined could not match his prowess. In my lifetime, I have never witnessed such speed. Does he dive without needing to breathe? It seems our young friend is managing to stay submerged longer with each attempt. What aspect are you referring to, my dear interlocutor? Can he really drive? This isn't merely a vehicle for kindergartners. I need to leave. Alas, I have welded the door shut, and no one shall exit. It seems the comments have veered off course, and everyone has forgotten the original topic. After returning with his backpack, Yihao emptied its contents onto the side and took out a family heirloom stone slab, preparing to cook. Eating seafood daily can become monotonous, and Yihao is currently experiencing that sentiment. Thus, he has decided to roast a taro to accompany his meal, which might provide a refreshing change. While seafood is in abundance, taro is limited in supply, making it, in fact, more valuable than seafood. After so many days, Yihao has finally recognized this fact. Gentlemen, taro is indeed a delightful delicacy. I encourage you all to give it a try. Consuming seafood at every meal has left Yihao feeling somewhat overheated, prompting him to seek out some cooling food tomorrow. Consistently having too much heat in the body is detrimental to one's health. Though his mind is occupied with numerous thoughts, his hands remain busy, incessantly rummaging through an unexpected find within a sea snail. The small octopus is persistently being handled by Yihao, who has never encountered such a creature before and is at a loss about how to prepare it, thus opting to roast it directly on the stone slab. Uncertain about the flavor of this unfamiliar dish, he feels a twinge of nervousness as it is his first time trying it. In matters of food, Yihao genuinely relishes the experience. However, when faced with something he doesn't know how to eat, he steels himself to consume it. After all, this is a deserted island. Any form of sustenance is acceptable, for failing to eat could result in ridicule. Observing the octopus gradually change color, Yihao believes it is now ready to eat. He picks up his chopsticks and lifts the octopus. With a crunch, he bites off half of the octopus's head, revealing a dark interior that instantly sours his appetite. It is not as delectable as he had imagined. Nonetheless, being his first time, he manages to finish the octopus, albeit with a lingering sense of oddity. The scallops beside him are also done roasting, and as he gazes at their succulent meat, Yihao finds them more visually appealing and eagerly consumes them with gusto. Halfway through, the taro is nearly cooked, and Yihao sets it aside, as it is currently too hot to handle. The abalone on the stone slab is also grilling, and now it is merely a matter of waiting. Yihao seizes a nearby coconut, cracks it open, and takes several hearty gulps of its refreshing juice. How splendid it would be if he could have some white wine to alleviate the humidity. Yihao had only tasted white liquor a few times before. He was not particularly fond of it, merely indulging in a drink to accompany friends. Furthermore, he did not smoke, embodying the quintessential model student, and rarely had the means to indulge in food or drink, let alone tobacco. On this deserted island, there was an abundance of tobacco, yet Yihao found little inclination to consider it. For one, smoking held no allure for him. For another, the lack of companionship rendered it rather inconsequential. The pursuit of sustenance seemed far more pragmatic. Otherwise, life here would surely be arduous. This time, while consuming taro, Yihao surprisingly found it quite palatable. A stark contrast to his initial experience, which had been rather unbearable. Now, accustomed to finer fare, he yearned for the comfort of more rustic grains. Abalone and lobster were delightful, yet the prospect of daily indulgence could become tiresome. despite having had only a few meals thus far. Once salt became available, perhaps these provisions would taste even more exquisite. Without salt, the food retained its most elemental flavors. Some might relish this simplicity, but Yi Hao preferred a hint of seasoning. A bland mouthful proved rather discomforting. He longed for the day when he could procure some spices, which would undoubtedly enhance his culinary experience. Tomorrow, he anticipated a successful kiln firing of pottery, which would provide the necessary tools for salt preparation. After finishing the remnants of his meal, Yi Hao tidied up briefly, preparing to continue his nocturnal activities. The only task suitable for the evening was chopping wood, and the plentiful timber here was more than welcome. The gentle breeze tousled Yi Hao's hair, and in the glow of the campfire, he exuded an ethereal quality, though the audience found him visually appealing. The essence of the show was survival on a deserted island, rather than a beauty pageant. "That young man looks quite handsome. I'm enamored," someone remarked. "Did you not say you wanted to see my husband? He is right here, participating in the show." Another chimed in, "Dear lady, given your age, perhaps it's time to forego the frivolities and simply get a marriage license." "Oh dear, how is it possible that my idol is so dashing? I've wasted over half a month fixating on another live stream. I regret my choices." What began as a delightful culinary show suddenly shifted, resembling a bodybuilding matchmaking program. "Feel free. I'm off to the seaside to immerse myself in this lifestyle." The admiration for Yi Hao stemmed not only from his survival skills and good looks, but also from his multifaceted nature. He possessed a touch of expertise in various areas, often leaving others bewildered. Only upon closer inspection did one realize he had ventured far ahead, moving at a pace that was difficult to match. After tirelessly chopping wood through the night, he finally succumbed to slumber in the quiet jungle, which seemed to stretch time interminably, yet passed in a whisper. Tomorrow morning, he was set to fire the pottery. Friends who were interested could look forward to it, though he remained uncertain of their numbers. He welcomed any support they could offer. As I reminisced about the live broadcasts of yore, I recalled how the streamers often spoke in a certain manner, yet Yi Hao seemed unable to capture that essence. Chapter 62. Exploring new places with the dawn's light breaking, Yi Hao had already begun to gather his belongings. By this time, the live stream was bustling with viewers eager to witness the host's pottery-making process. Why were there so many people today? Was there some significant event unfolding? There was no major event. The host simply mentioned yesterday that he would attempt pottery this morning, and everyone had come to partake in the excitement. "Are you all here just for this? What is the point? Is there nothing else to behold? Come on, give me a hint." To be honest, I have never witnessed this before. I wonder if the host will succeed? As the number of viewers swelled, the atmosphere in the live stream grew increasingly lively. Yi Hao had a light meal before making his way to the riverbank. Everyone assumed he was going to retrieve the finished jars, but to their surprise, he merely washed his face before returning. What a disappointing host. I was looking forward to something more engaging. Indeed, but I am still willing to wait. Upon returning to the campsite after washing his face, Yi Hao ignited the kiln for pottery, allowing it to preheat. Once the fire reached an appropriate intensity, he ambled back to the river, crossing the small bridge he had constructed. After a brief stroll, he arrived at the small hillock from yesterday, and indeed, the items had dried well and appeared quite satisfactory. Yi Hao picked up the jars and returned to the campsite, placing them directly into the roaring kiln. He added more fuel to the fire, then ventured to the opposite bank of the river to gather a few smaller bowls and cups, bringing them back with him. Upon returning to the campsite, he procured 2 twigs to secure the items before placing them into the kiln. After completing this task, Yi Hao took a moment to rest, periodically checking to add more fuel as the flames began to diminish. "I feel deceived. What should I do? I am awaiting your response. Do you share this sentiment? Is this truly pottery making? It must be. After all, the items have been placed inside, right? Dear sir, I woke up early only to witness this." Many viewers exited the live stream, as the activity itself proved rather mundane. When curiosity fails to align with the experience, it can indeed be disheartening. Disheartening it may be, yet some persisted in watching, feeling that it simply lacked the excitement they had anticipated. As time passed, the flames gradually transformed the jars into a glowing red state, resembling a smoldering ember, radiating warmth and presenting a rather appealing sight. At this juncture, Yi Hao continued to stoke the fire, preparing to depart. "It's nearly done. I shall retrieve the remaining items, and one more batch will suffice. However, the next batch may have to wait until tomorrow, as the pottery cannot be removed until it cools." Upon witnessing Yi Hao's intention to depart, everyone finally roused themselves, rising early. though none anticipated that this endeavor would prove so mundane. They first transported jars and bowls from the opposite bank of the river, equipping themselves with the necessary tools in preparation for the outing. This time, Yi Hao sought to procure some spices, eager to test his fortune. He made his way directly across the river, having yet to explore this side, aside from a previous encounter when he was pursued by a python. Observing the flora on the opposite shore, Yi Hao noted distinct differences, instilling in him a sense of confidence for this venture. However, this area remained uncharted territory, necessitating cautious navigation. After a short while, he stumbled upon a colossal beehive perched atop a small hill, partially embedded in the earth and partially exposed. The visible section alone was impressively large, and he could only imagine the number of bees that resided within. The thought of being pursued by them was daunting. Even if he escaped unscathed, he would likely emerge swollen and bruised, resembling a bloated balloon. That must be a beehive. Go for it, streamer. Destroy the hive, honey beckons. The barrage of comments on the stream brimmed with malicious encouragement, yet Yi Hao remained impervious to their taunts, having already chosen to circumvent the hive. To him, the biodiversity here was evidently richer than on his side, revealing many unfamiliar sights. The untamed rainforest was truly a wondrous realm, where each step could unveil something extraordinary. Suddenly, Yi Hao halted, as thorny plants obstructed the path ahead, rendering passage impossible. However, through the gaps in the foliage, he glimpsed what appeared to be a herd of animals. They resembled deer, yet bore traits of other creatures, making identification difficult. Unable to proceed, Yi Hao retraced his steps, having inadvertently wandered several miles off course on his inaugural visit. Fortunately, this deviation led him to discover a magnificent pepper tree, laden with vibrant red berries. His face lit up with joy at this sight, and he swiftly climbed the tree to gather a substantial amount of black pepper, sufficient to last him a long while. The black pepper thrived on this tree, suggesting it had matured over the years. The fruits in his backpack would need to be dried or sun-cured to better release their fragrance, akin to grapes that grow in bunches. With this newfound spice, at the very least, his meals would not lack flavor, enhancing their palatability. After securing the harvested fruits, he began the journey back. Upon returning to the camp, he found the fire in the stove had long extinguished, leaving only smoldering embers, likely requiring rekindling by morning. He spread the freshly gathered black pepper out to dry, patiently awaiting its transformation. As the clock struck noon, the heat from the pottery kilns rendered the entire camp stifling. Grasping his backpack, Yi Hao made his way directly to the seashore, a splendid locale for swimming and exercising, albeit one where the skin is prone to sunburn. He tossed his backpack onto the sandy beach. Previously, he had refrained from using his small fishing basket out of concern that the lobsters he caught might escape. This time, however, he brought it along, as the items he discovered from the ocean floor were unlikely to flee, making it the perfect vessel for his finds. Before even entering the water, Yi Hao spotted the unmanned submarine, surprisingly proactive in its pursuits. For a fleeting moment, he contemplated turning back to observe its reaction. But the oppressive heat made the allure of the sea undeniable. Gradually wading into the water, as it crested his knees, he felt something unusual beneath his feet. Crouching down, he retrieved it from the seabed. What could it be? After scrutinizing it for some time, Yi Hao deduced it resembled a fossil of sorts, though it served no purpose for him. Nevertheless, its peculiar shape intrigued him, and he decided to keep it as a memento. Chapter 63. The shark finding something along the shoreline was a first for Yi Hao, prompting him to preserve this discovery as a cherished memory. He resolved to venture further into the deep sea, eager to uncover more treasures. The ocean's realm had an everlasting allure for him. Without hesitation, he dove beneath the waves, making a beeline for the depths, where a new world awaited. As he swam, he sensed a difference in the waters. The fish in the deep appeared delectable, yet they were elusive and would require his own efforts to capture. Surfacing for a breath, he plunged back down, entering the deep-sea region. The water appeared darker, likely due to the depth. Yi Hao endeavored to swim deeper, only to find his reach was rather limited, a rather awkward predicament. With a heart willing to strive, he lamented his lack of skill, feeling frustrated. After several attempts, he acknowledged his diving proficiency was inadequate, and he could venture no further. Shaking his head in resignation at the breathtaking scenery below, he decided to circle the area, hoping to discover something he could catch. There was an abundance of marine life, but whether he could capture any remained uncertain, necessitating further attempts. What was the streamer doing? Exercising? It seemed as though the streamer was attempting to challenge the Guinness World Record, holding their breath for such an extended period. The underwater world was indeed stunning. Gratitude was owed to Yi Hao for presenting this beautiful view. It was captivating, and I felt myself falling for Yi Hao. Did anyone notice the shadow approaching behind the streamer? Upon your mention, I truly did spot it. What could that massive shadow possibly be? Could it be a shark? If so, the streamer must be in grave danger. Goodness, it indeed appears to be a shark. How terrifying. Streamer, run quickly. Young man, stop playing around and flee. The shark is right behind you. In the control room, Fan Xinxin covered her mouth, suppressing any sound. This peril was not new to Yi Hao. Yet, Fan Xinxin remained deeply concerned for him. She believed Yi Hao could resolve the issue, but being in the ocean posed significant challenges. Even Bei Yi, who was usually quite optimistic, furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to navigate the situation. Bei Yi, what should Yi Hao do to escape in this predicament? Mary expressed her anxiety for Yi Hao's safety. Though she understood that the odds were grim, she still felt compelled to inquire. After all, it would be utterly heartbreaking if a favorite contestant were to fall victim to a shark. In such circumstances, one typically awaits fate, as there are no particularly effective solutions. Bei Yi sighed in resignation, stating that survival hinged entirely on luck, but considering Yi Hao's track record, it seemed rather bleak. Unsure of how to offer solace. As no one could predict the outcome, Fan Xinxin gazed helplessly at the screen, hoping the shark would not approach Yi Hao. The depths of the ocean were fraught with peril, far beyond just the presence of sharks. The shark was facing away from Yi Hao, allowing him to remain oblivious until the moment the fish began to scatter, at which point he sensed something amiss. Turning his head, he realized the shark was alarmingly close. In such a scenario, Yi Hao could only muster the courage to ascend slowly. Even if the shark pursued him, there was little he could do, as sharks do not always attack humans. Please don't come any closer. Yi Hao silently pleaded as he ascended, praying that this shark was not among those that actively prey on people. With his ascent, the shark seemed to swim faster, closing the distance towards him. Everyone watching held their breath, as if the shark were right before their eyes. The shark opened its massive jaws, revealing its sharp teeth, now frighteningly close. Some timid viewers had shut their eyes, unable to bear witness to such a tragic spectacle. In the control room, Fan Xinxin was the first to cover her eyes. Unwilling to witness the calamity, Mary averted her gaze as well. However, Bei Yi and Han Xiao appeared transfixed, seemingly lost in thought. Suddenly, with a crackle, the livestream signal was interrupted. The shark had indeed come into view, as the unmanned submersible successfully attracted its attention, heading directly towards it while completely disregarding Yi Hao, as if he were non-existent. Seeing the shark not pursue him, Yi Hao finally exhaled in relief and hastily swam towards safety. As the water splashed, the live broadcast resumed, now captured by a drone. Some viewers were incredulous, as if witnessing a magic trick. They initially believed that Yi Hao had been devoured, when in fact it was merely an unmanned submarine. This misunderstanding led to considerable confusion among the audience, and due to the nature of live programming, editing was not an option, resulting in a rather awkward situation. However, the viewers quickly grasped the reality, some chuckling at the screen. At that moment, Yi Hao was basking in the sun on the shore, having just escaped a perilous situation. It was uncertain whose fault it was. Perhaps the presence of the unmanned submarine had attracted the shark's attention, inadvertently saving Yi Hao's life. Conversely, it might also be that the shark was drawn to the submarine, creating significant trouble for Yi Hao. In light of this, everyone opted for silence, with little to say. The footage was strikingly authentic, as the earlier scenes had instilled a palpable sense of danger in most viewers. Experiencing such peril firsthand was distinct, leading to a deeper admiration for Yi Hao. The threat had left many feeling weak at the knees. Observing Yi Hao, who had encountered such circumstances more than a few times, still brimming with vitality, one could not help but acknowledge his remarkable resilience. Fan Xinxin had also come to comprehend the events that had transpired, her expression tinged with embarrassment, realizing that her earlier concerns for Yi Hao's safety were unfounded. Glancing at the meager catch in his fish basket, Yi Hao resolved to seek another spot to dive. Although familiar with this area, he understood the importance of not trifling with his own safety. With his gear in hand, Yi Hao strolled along the shoreline, reasoning that a longer walk would reduce the likelihood of encountering sharks again. At this juncture, Yi Hao had fewer demands, finding something to eat sufficed. Irrespective of whether it was deep or shallow waters, the absence of danger was paramount. Following the recent events, Yi Hao experienced a sudden epiphany. Such lessons must be lived to be truly understood. Chapter 64. Is this acceptable? Due to Yi Hao's change of location and the damage to the unmanned submarine, the production team was compelled to dispatch 2 additional unmanned submarines to prevent a recurrence of such incidents. Presently, Yi Hao was the sole individual afforded this privilege, as no one else had ventured to the ocean depths in search of sustenance, a task inherently exhausting. Only someone as physically robust as Yi Hao could afford to expend his energy so liberally. Those who have swum are well aware of how physically demanding it can be, let alone diving into the ocean repeatedly. However, viewers had not contemplated these aspects. Being primarily captivated by Yi Hao's footage and actions, they instinctively overlooked this reality, especially since no one was juxtaposed with Yi Hao. The shark's appearance necessitated Yi Hao's relocation, and the new environment was undeniably more favorable than the previous one. Upon entering, one is greeted by an array of scallops, abalones, as well as various crabs and shrimp. This time, the shrimp are not lobsters, significantly smaller in size. It seems there is an abundance of offerings here, and I believe it is best to avoid other places. Although the scenery may be somewhat lacking, the plentiful selection is indeed commendable. This time, equipped with 2 underwater cameras, I feel considerably more at ease than before. Today, we ventured to indulge in a seafood feast. Interestingly, no one mentioned sharks, perhaps to maintain a semblance of dignity. The scallops and abalones are effortlessly grasped by Yi Hao. Yet the crabs and larger shrimp prove to be quite elusive, as Yi Hao lacks the swift dexterity required to catch them. After much effort, Yi Hao finally managed to capture a sizable crab, but the larger shrimp eluded him, leading him to abandon that rather ambitious pursuit. Upon inspecting the bounty in the basket, it was a fruitful day indeed, and thus, we opted not to dive again, heading straight back to the campsite. The heat had subsided somewhat, yet it remained warmer than by the sea. Observing the tidal pool, it had already dried up. However, given that it was level with the ground, Yi Hao deemed it unreliable and resolved to construct a barrier around it. He mixed the remaining soil from the morning with water and applied it around the pool, creating a modest barrier only as high as a fist. With that accomplished, Yi Hao took a coconut shell, intending to fetch some seawater to place the gathered treasures into. As the pool was quite expansive, he planned to collect just a small amount of water to assess the situation. After several trips, he brushed the pool clean, drained the remaining water, and then poured in a shallow layer of seawater. Though the seawater was limited, it was just enough to form a base. He promptly tossed the seafood from the basket into the pool, which now contained a fair quantity. Only a large crab remained, which Yi Hao placed on top, intending to consume it shortly. He picked up a turtle shell, placed it over the fire, added a bit of water, and then unceremoniously dropped the large crab inside. However, it continued to make attempts to escape. Observing this, Yi Hao swiftly bound the crab with some twine, ensuring it remained still. He left it to simmer slowly, checking the pottery, which remained hot to the touch, thus he refrained from handling it. Patience was required. There was no need to rush. The island boasted an abundance of resources, yet some individuals hesitated to partake. Many contestants had withdrawn due to indiscriminate eating, yet Yi Hao seemed unaffected. Thriving and full of vitality, relying on his knowledge, he wandered freely, discerning what was edible and what was not. As the crab neared completion, Yi Hao retrieved it, pried it open, and began to devour it with gusto. This marked his first experience of feasting on crab on the deserted island, and indeed, the freshness of the crab proved to be extraordinarily delicious, with an abundance of succulent meat. To his surprise, there was an abundance of succulent juice, rendering the crab extraordinarily tender. A crustacean the size of Yi Hao's palm was swiftly consumed, leaving him with a lingering sense of wanting more. He mused that if only he could catch a few more next time, as he felt somewhat unsatisfied with his current feast. Tidying up the remnants on the ground, Yi Hao prepared to venture out to forage for wild vegetables. Having indulged in copious amounts of meat, he recognized the necessity of incorporating greenery into his diet. The health of one's body hinges on maintaining a balanced intake of essential nutrients. Neglecting green vegetables could soon lead to various complications for Yi Hao. With a basket slung over his back, he made his way across the river, where he discovered a plethora of edible wild greens. Rich in nutritional value, wild vegetables only required the ability to discern between the toxic and the safe, with their flavors typically being quite palatable. Upon reaching the opposite bank, Yi Hao, familiar with the area, began to gather the greens with remarkable speed, leaving the spectators on the screen utterly astonished. What was he up to? Was he harvesting these greens to feed chickens? Surely he wouldn't consume them himself. It seemed perilous even for wild chickens. Perhaps he was merely testing the waters. Such cruelty? The barrage of comments reflected a myriad of speculations, with most believing Yi Hao was merely conducting an experiment. After washing the gathered vegetables in the river, he placed them into his basket. His remarkable speed in foraging left the audience in awe as he returned to camp within 10 minutes. Taking the earlier turtle shell, he poured water into it and proceeded to clean it. He then placed some wild vegetables into the shell and began to cook. Is the host truly going to eat that? Having placed it there to cook, I think it's quite possible. Not just possible, he seems determined to eat it. Look, he even took a bite. This could end badly. He might end up poisoned. Observing Yi Hao's actions, Fan Xinxin felt her heart race with anxiety. Why couldn't he just play it safe? Why must he court danger daily, leaving her in constant worry for his well-being? Yet, she couldn't help but care. Her heart ached for him, even as she silently prayed for his safety. The wild vegetables cooked remarkably quickly, and before long, Yi Hao was using chopsticks to partake from the pot. After blowing on a generous mouthful, he rapidly devoured the entire batch, seemingly still craving more. As he tossed in another handful of greens. Witnessing this, the live stream fell into a hushed silence. No one dared to comment. All eyes fixed on Yi Hao as if anticipating an unforeseen calamity. However, as he consumed the entire pot without incident and added even more vegetables, a flurry of comments erupted in the chat. The audience's intrigue in this enigmatic man intensified, as if they had yet to truly unravel his mysteries. Chapter 65. The audience's concerns awaiting the next wave of the coffin-lifting melody. Observing the streamer in this manner, I cannot help but feel that he is destined to survive this encounter. Just wait and see. What thoughts occupy your minds? Do you genuinely believe that the young gentleman, Yi Hao, is carelessly foraging? Let us await the outcome. Perhaps an unexpected turn of events will unfold shortly, though I hope not. Consuming in such a manner, I find it hard to believe he remains unscathed. Can his fortune truly be this favorable? Recently, things have seemed quite stable. Why the apprehension? The quieter it becomes, the more it feels as if something significant is brewing. Might the python strike again? Speaking of the python, curiosity abounds regarding the condition of the python's den. Yet without Yi Hao's presence there, they remain oblivious. The words spoken are lost on Yi Hao, rendering their discourse futile, as most are merely communicating through the barrage of comments. They yearn for the python's appearance, yet are filled with trepidation. After all, this creature's presence in their realm is exceedingly rare. Should the python re-emerge, what strategies might ensure their survival, especially since the piranhas have already been dealt with? Indeed, the streamer's recent poison-laced attack on the piranhas is something he could boast about for a lifetime. What could have possessed him to do such a thing? Has he not severed his own escape route? It is simply astonishing that such a scenario could unfold with Yi Hao. Undoubtedly, this act does seem to jeopardize his own safety, primarily because Yi Hao had not anticipated the venomous potency of the serpent, failing to recognize the gravity of the situation at that moment. Countless possibilities have emerged in the comments, yet the hope for survival remains bleak, which is the inherent peril of this place. As Yi Hao voraciously devoured the wild vegetables, the guests in the control room found themselves at a loss for words. They felt that any commentary might backfire, leading to a collective silence as they watched Yi Hao finish an entire pot. It appears to be quite palatable. How many pots has he consumed? Han Xiao attempted to alleviate the awkwardness, suggesting that the prolonged absence of any incidents likely indicates safety. Perhaps it has been too long since he has tasted greens. They do indeed seem delectable, as evidenced by his empty bowl. He has devoured 6 pots, and at last, he has paused. Upon witnessing Yi Hao set down his chopsticks and finish the vegetable broth, Bei Yi finally spoke. Do you recognize these wild vegetables? Are they hazardous? Upon hearing Mary S. inquiry, Bei Yi scrutinized the remaining wild vegetables on the table. In truth, he was not very familiar with them. I have not encountered these varieties before, so I cannot name them. As for their potential danger, I find them quite perilous. Just observe how Yi Hao has nearly finished eating them. In such an atmosphere, Bei Yi made a rather cold joke, yet it elicited no laughter. Particularly, Fan Xinxin appeared on the verge of tears, utterly disinclined to speak, only occasionally glancing at the screen to check if Yi Hao was in any trouble. However, it was not until Yi Hao had consumed all the wild vegetables that he discovered no issues. After finishing his meal, he retreated to the small hut to lie down, intending to rest for a while. A glance at the rope knot revealed that it was already the 18th day. In just 12 more days, he would complete this task, allowing his sister to undergo surgery. This conviction served as the principal motivation sustaining Yi Hao in this place, for the world outside remained undeniably beautiful. No matter how splendid Huangdao was, it could never substitute for the warmth of loved ones, which always felt lacking in its absence. After lying down for a while, Yihao realized that sleep eluded him, prompting him to rise and tidy up the disarray on the floor. Since Yihao had entered the hut, everyone had grown anxious, fearing he might fall into a deep slumber from which he would not awaken. Yet upon observing that Yihao was unharmed, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. That day, Yihao felt he had accomplished much, yet to his surprise, the sky had not darkened. He could not help but acknowledge that the day had been particularly fulfilling. At that moment, Yihao had no desire to venture elsewhere. He lacked for nothing and was content to take things slowly. Sitting before the campfire, watching the flames dance, he suddenly felt akin to that very fire, capable of extinguishing at any moment or potentially incinerating everything around him. The secrets of this deserted island were indeed numerous, yet Yihao had no inclination to delve into them, as they bore no significance for him. When faced with peril, it sufficed to avoid it. After all, this place held little relevance to him. He saw no worth in risking everything for a mere 500,000. Once again by the sea, Yihao found solace in witnessing the sunrise and sunset, the true markers of time as passage. The breathtaking scenery could only be fully appreciated through personal experience. Otherwise, the magical essence would remain elusive. The salty sea breeze caressed his face during this tranquil interlude, perhaps the most enjoyable moment for Yihao. The crimson hues of the evening sky merged with the deep blue of the ocean, creating an exceptionally picturesque vista. Gazing upon such beauty stirred a longing within him to travel. He yearned to take his girlfriend to the seaside to witness the sunset together. The scene was simply too enchanting. Yet reality struck. He had no girlfriend, nor the funds to embark on such a journey. A double blow indeed. How unfair. He wished to watch the sunset alongside brother Yihao, for that would be the most beautiful experience. But was he not accompanying him now? Hadn't that dream already been fulfilled? Congratulations. If that were the case, many of us had achieved our dreams. Sisters, let us go for it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Yihao returned to his camp, savoring the rare moment before he began to indulge in a seafood feast once more. The earlier meal had barely sufficed, and hunger soon returned. He selected several larger seafood items from the pool, including scallops and abalone, and set them on the stone slab to grill. I must confess, I never imagined that one day I would indulge in an endless feast of abalone. As he gazed into the camera, Yihao revealed a rare smile, a fleeting moment in a place devoid of onlookers. His smiles often seemed insincere, yet in that instant, he genuinely felt that this experience was one he could boast about for a lifetime. What is it like to savor an abundance of abalone, each the size of a bowl? It was an experience so casually attained that it evoked no particular sensation. Observing the perfectly grilled seafood, Yihao devoured it with gusto. He felt a deep sense of contentment with this life. At the very least, he was free from hunger and illness. Surviving in the wild was not such an arduous endeavor after all. After satisfying his hunger, Yihao succumbed to sleep early, fatigue evident from a long day. Many viewers hesitated to tune into the next day's live broadcast, fearing that Yihao might not awaken in the morning. The possibility loomed large. Consuming recklessly often yields consequences. As the long night stretched on, some slumbered soundly while others battled insomnia. Fan Xinxin watched Yihao's livestream. Unable to close her eyes throughout the night, the anxiety weighed heavily on her heart. Her concern for Yihao mirrored the devotion of fans towards her, an emotion born of genuine willingness, an irreplaceable sentiment. Was this the essence of adoring a celebrity? In her role as a star, Fan Xinxin truly grasped this bittersweet feeling, an experience seldom encountered. The toll of a sleepless night manifested in the form of dark circles under her eyes by morning. Just as she felt on the verge of collapse, Yihao suddenly arose. In that moment, Fan Xinxin felt a wave of relief wash over her. On the morning of the 19th day, Yihao rose as usual, devoid of any particular feeling, yet the audience on screen exhaled in relief. Thankfully, the young man had awakened, much to their collective astonishment after a night of sleeplessness. It was not just him, I too had been awake. Watching him sleep, I feared he might drift away entirely, but he did not, allowing me a moment's peace to rest. Were only the girls deprived of sleep throughout the night? This incident left many young women lethargic and drowsy during work or class. The most emblematic example was Fan Xinxin, who appeared dazed from the moment she began her shift, her dark circles betraying her sleeplessness. Yet, everyone understood, for she was the first to support Yihao. Even the ever-thoughtful Bai Yi prepared a cup of coffee for Fan Xinxin, recognizing her evident distress. Meanwhile, The situation among the viewers stabilized, allowing Yi Hao to enjoy the best sleep of all. Upon waking, Yi Hao promptly made his way to the pottery kiln to take a glance. Gazing at the completely cooled ceramic jar, Yi Hao felt a sense of satisfaction. There were no cracks or flaws, and the surface was smooth. Apart from a bit of dirt, it bore no imperfections. A glance at the smaller ceramic pieces revealed that they had also been well crafted, allowing Yi Hao to finally relax. When time permitted, he planned to fire the remaining pieces, ensuring he would not be lacking in supplies in the future. Should any items become damaged or insufficient, he would be able to create new ones. The process of firing pottery was not laborious. It was surprisingly simple. He first removed the smaller ceramic items before carefully extracting the large jar. The entire process was conducted with utmost caution, as a mishap during extraction would be quite amusing. Fortunately, no accidents occurred, a fact for which Yi Hao was immensely grateful. Observing the items before him filled his heart with joy. He cradled the ceramic jar and made his way to the riverbank, diligently washing it. It appeared significantly improved, no longer dirty as before. After returning the jar to the campsite, Yi Hao washed the remaining smaller ceramic pieces, finally concluding his task. With experience in pottery firing under his belt, Yi Hao intended to create all remaining ceramic items. However, his stomach protested, reminding him it was time for a meal. Taro was the simplest food, once roasted. It was ready to eat, but indulging in it so early in the day felt somewhat awkward. Noticing some seafood still in the pond, Yi Hao promptly dove in to catch a few. There were plenty of wild vegetables left from yesterday, which should suffice for a meal. Today, he would prepare a seafood and wild vegetable soup. Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, Fan Xinxin, who was sipping coffee, accidentally spat it out. What did he just say? Seafood soup? After keeping her awake all night, he was bringing it up again during the day? The atmosphere in the broadcast room shifted dramatically, sensing the unusual tension. The look exchanged with Fan Xinxin indicated that she was now quite irate, yet powerless to change the situation. Even Mary, nearby, was taken aback by this unexpected display from an idol, unable to believe her eyes. Fan Xinxin, however, was unbothered by such thoughts. She felt as if she were on the brink of madness, yet utterly helpless. Watching Yi Hao prepare the seafood and wild vegetables over the fire, he used a ceramic bowl this time instead of a turtle shell. The bowl was not large, and the contents were minimal, allowing the soup to cook quickly. Although it was ready, Yi Hao encountered an embarrassing dilemma. He could not lift the bowl, as it was too hot to handle. It had no design features like handles, rendering the situation quite awkward. After pondering for a while, Yi Hao resorted to using 2 wooden boards to set the bowl down. As long as I am not embarrassed, it is others who should feel awkward. At this moment, Yi Hao resolved to embrace the situation, for in this place, he could neither hear nor see the words of others. What mattered was his own happiness, unencumbered by concerns. Admittedly, his design possessed some flaws. Yet the kiln had yet to be ignited. It would take time before he could commence, and any utility derived from it would only be realized the following day. Everything here demanded a gradual approach. Impatience served no purpose. While awaiting the cooling of the soup, Yi Hao ignited the fire in the stove, and the flames began to blaze fiercely. At that moment, the soup was perfectly ready, and Yi Hao took a generous sip. The flavors of seafood and wild vegetables melded together, flooding his palate with their essence. He picked up his chopsticks and eagerly devoured the vegetables, which, when paired with the seafood, offered a delightful contrast. At the bottom of the bowl lay succulent morsels of scallops, their texture springy and pleasing to the bite. In no time, Yi Hao had polished off the entire bowl of seafood soup, only to find the flames in the stove dwindling to mere embers. It was then that he added the remaining ingredients for firing. One must commend Yi Hao's wisdom in choosing to undertake this task in the morning. The heat was still bearable. However, as time progressed, the temperature gradually rose. Sweat saturated his body, for the heat was indeed oppressive. After adding a few pieces of firewood, he observed as the pottery transformed into glowing coal-like forms, and at last he paused. Wasting no time, Yi Hao dashed toward the seaside. For the ocean was the ultimate remedy for the heat. Although it was not yet noon, the temperature had already climbed. The oppressive heat permeated the jungle, causing many participants to lose their desire to engage in physical activity. The risk of heat stroke loomed large, potentially leading to dire consequences. Thus, maintaining one's health was paramount. Chapter 67. Yi Hao's fans endure great suffering. The sweltering air could render one's temperament irritable, necessitating a careful regulation of emotions. A breakdown could precipitate a cascade of regrettable actions. In this desolate island, Certain missteps were irretrievable. Many succumbed to moments of despair. But Yi Hao did not dare to do so, primarily for the sake of his sister. He would not allow himself to falter. He cast his backpack onto the sand, wisely avoiding the shark-infested waters, for safety must always take precedence. After surveying the water-esque condition, he determined it was relatively safe, devoid of danger. This time, Yi Hao refrained from diving, instead choosing to relax in the sea. Given that there was little to achieve by venturing out, he preferred to linger in the tranquil waters. The ocean floor represented one realm, while the island constituted another, and Yi Hao reveled in traversing the interplay between these two worlds. It is not that Yi Hao is unwilling to act. Rather, he is engaged in a psychological battle. Observing the progress before him, Yi Hao understands that the process of refining iron will require considerable time. The outcome remains uncertain, and thus he finds himself in a quandary regarding whether to investigate the serpent's den. To refrain from exploring would be self-deception. Yet venturing forth without adequate weaponry could very well lead to his demise at the jaws of the serpent. It is equally plausible that the creature may not even be a serpent. This uncertainty leaves Yi Hao hesitant to take risks. With only 11 days remaining, enduring this period seems feasible. However, leaving the comforts of this camp would render the prospect of continuing to live so comfortably nearly impossible. Yi Hao feels a twinge of reluctance to part with this place. If not for the threat of the serpent, he might find it quite agreeable. Should the serpent indeed exist, even if Yi Hao chooses not to provoke it, it may very well seek him out. The confines of this environment are limited, and it is said that serpents possess a certain sentience. If they were to discover that Yi Hao had vanquished one of their kind, the repercussions could be dire. Yet who can definitively predict the outcome? In this moment, Yi Hao prefers to dismiss such rumors and simply endure the remaining time here with steadfastness. If he could free himself from such worries, he would surely feel like the most fortunate individual on this desolate island. The skills awarded by the system, if only they were more formidable, would alleviate many of his concerns. The current state of his abilities feels precarious and uncomfortable, caught in a limbo. If necessary, he could construct a shelter from Earth. He holds no desire for a dilapidated wooden hut. Contemplating the complexities of iron refining stirs a sense of agitation within him. Yet the priority remains to complete the tasks at hand. Only upon their completion will the reward rightfully belong to him, allowing him to leave the island without apprehension. Even if he were to toil at a construction site, he would stand out as the brightest among his peers. Without skills, however, his exit would only lead him to the societal underbelly, stripped of any advantages, merely a struggling laborer. In truth, his current circumstances seem optimal, and Yi Hao eagerly anticipates the day he departs the island equipped with skills. Have you noticed how the streamer has grown increasingly mischievous, opting not to fish but to frolic in the water instead? It is indeed a sign of hubris. I have long suspected he may have been poisoned by wild greens, leading him to hallucinate that he is a fish. Remarkably, your words have conjured an image, having heard of many hallucinogenic phenomena in the wilderness. It appears there may be some truth to it. Listening to your concerns, I find myself worried about Yi Hao's well-being. To those above, are you truly concerned for his health, rather than his mental state? It seems this is merely a case of craving the streamer's form, rather than genuine affection for him. It is as if you are all the same. I too admire the young man's physique and spirit. I offer you a knowing glance. Reflect upon your own image in the mirror and ponder the merit of your words. I lowered my gaze and could not see my own feet. What do you think? Is it because I'm pregnant? Ha ha ha, if I were pregnant. That would be quite amusing. It would surely leave my upstairs neighbor feeling rather disheartened. What a shame to have ruined such a fine vehicle. You have gone too far. In a certain apartment, a woman glared at the screen with clenched teeth, appalled by the excessive comments flashing across it. Rising to her feet, she glanced down and indeed could only see a prominent belly. Yet, this was merely a testament to her love for food and not indicative of any pregnancy. Being mistaken for an expectant mother was infuriating. Casting a glance at the frail man lying beside her and then back at the screen featuring Yi Hao, her mood soured instantly. What time is it? Still sleeping? Hurry and prepare a meal for your mother. The slender man emerged from the room and headed to the kitchen, casually opening a live dance broadcast that presented a stark contrast to the woman before him. He sighed, sent a small gift, and then proceeded to cook. Life must go on. One cannot simply abandon it due to certain circumstances. On a hospital bed, Yiran lay obediently, watching a live stream on her phone. Both her parents had gone out to work, striving to alleviate some of Yi Hao's burdens through their relentless labor. Suddenly, a beautiful doctor burst through the door. catching Yi Ran off guard. I knew you weren't resting properly. You're sneaking in time on your phone. Mo Ran, holding a patient record book, glared at Yi Ran in frustration. Her lively eyes seemed to speak volumes, partially obscured by a blue mask covering half her face. Sister Mo Ran, I promise I won't do it again. Please don't be angry. Mo Ran was Yi Ran's attending physician, renowned as the youngest and most skilled beauty in the medical field. The hospital had specifically invited her to oversee Yi Ran's treatment. Hand over your phone. You can't look at this anymore. It disrupts your rest and is detrimental to your health. Hearing Yi Ran's apology, Mo Ran felt her resolve soften. After all, she was merely a child, and a penchant for playfulness was natural. However, when Yi Ran refused to relinquish her phone, adamantly standing her ground, Mo Ran sensed that there was a secret behind her defiance. Tell me, sister, are you in a relationship? I promise not to tell your parents. A girl who guards her phone so closely is likely hiding something, and Mo Ran believed her deduction to be spot on. Glancing at Yi Ran on the bed, there was no trace of the guilt one might expect from someone caught in a wrongdoing. Instead, her expression was resolute, a mix of stubbornness, self-reproach, and guilt buried deep within her heart. She was determined to cooperate with the doctor, to be worthy of her brother. Though reluctant, she slowly extended her hand, offering her phone with great reluctance. Chapter 68. Is it really like this? The moment she grasped the phone, Mo Ran could sense Yi Ran's feelings of grievance and discontent. It seemed that this decision was the most reluctant choice, as her parents had instructed her to cooperate with the doctor and heed their advice. Otherwise, it would be a betrayal to her brother. Yi Ran merely wished to see her brother safe and sound, fully aware that this affected her own rest. The phone continued to stream Yi Hao's live broadcast, where he was still leisurely basking in the sea. It was hard for her to believe her eyes. This scene was so familiar. Was this all just to watch him? Yi Ran, so young, surprisingly admired Yi Hao, her favorite contestant. During her free time, she often scrolled through the bullet comments, actively participating as a member of Yi Hao's fan club whenever she could. Upon hearing Mo Ran's words, Yi Ran found herself at a loss for words, reluctant to tear her gaze away from the phone in Mo Ran's hands. Can I take another look at my brother? Brother? Mo Ran seemed momentarily taken aback, glancing at the phone in her hand, and suddenly realized something. Yi Ran, Yi Hao, you are siblings? Mo Ran's mouth fell open in disbelief, astonished by the revelation. Yet, the truth lay before her, undeniable and clear. Yes, my brother participated in the competition for my sake. I worry about him. So, I'm sorry, I promise I won't disturb my rest again. I will make sure not to let this affect my recovery. Please, just let me watch my brother safe and sound. Hearing Yi Ran's plea, Mo Ran finally understood why Yi Hao had chosen to partake in this program, and why he had behaved in such a manner when confronted with that woman. No matter the peril, Yi Hao had never given up. If not for the burdens of life, who would endure such trials for a mere 500,000? Mo Ran recalled Yi Hao's previous words. It appeared to be true that Yi Ran's surgery expenses exceeded that amount significantly. Was he truly exerting himself for this reason? Here you go. Remember your promise. Do not compromise your rest, understood? Yes, thank you, Sister Mo Ran. From now on, don't call me sister. Refer to me as sister-in-law, understood? Yi Ran looked at Mo Ran with a hint of confusion, unsure why she should address her in such a manner, but considering the phone, she acquiesced. Sister-in-law. The whisper was faint, yet Mo Ran heard it distinctly, her heart swelling with joy. Remember to watch for a while, then rest, all right? Meanwhile, far away on the deserted island, Yi Hao was oblivious to the fact that his sister had, due to a phone, acknowledged him as her husband. After nearly completing his rest, Yi Hao dove into the sea, embarking on his aquatic search mission for the day. With night vision activated, scallops, abalone, and lobsters were vividly visible, but whether he could catch them relied solely on luck. Yi Hao had begun to familiarize himself with this marine expanse, preparing to lift a submerged boulder in hopes of discovering a sizable lobster beneath. Moments ago, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of something stirring below, igniting his curiosity. With regard to the unknown, Yi Hao approached with caution. Even if he were to fail in his endeavor, he would not act recklessly. After all, it was entirely plausible that what lay beneath was not a lobster at all. His knowledge of the oceanic creatures was rather limited. Emerging from the water to catch his breath, he swam directly to his target. The stone, roughly the size of a basketball, appeared manageable under the buoyancy of the sea. As he neared the boulder, he grasped its edge and exerted force upwards. Suddenly, a plume of sediment erupted from the seabed, and a serpent-like creature darted forth. It lingered near the stone for a moment before abruptly lunging at Yi Hao, mouth agape, and revealing razor-sharp teeth, a clear indication of a formidable predator. Should it sink its fangs into him, the resulting wound would likely be grievous. Just as it was about to strike his arm, Yi Hao deftly evaded the attack, seizing its head instead. Was this a moray eel? It displayed a ferocity that was surprising. Moray eels, it is said, are quite formidable, classifying them as carnivorous. I have heard that moray eels are quite delectable. Do you not sense the impending culinary trial we are about to endure? While you converse, I have already placed my order for eel rice. Though it may not be moray eel, the flavor is undeniably exquisite. No, I shall place an order as well, otherwise, I fear it will be gone before I have the chance. The viewers before the screen have already learned the art of pre-ordering. At the moment they laid eyes on the ingredients, they recognized what would be the day's delicacy. Having successfully subdued the creature before him, Yi Hao exhaled a sigh of relief. Observing the fish in his grasp, it appeared to be the moray eel, resembling a serpentine form akin to that of a loach. As he had never tasted this particular delicacy, he was intrigued by its flavor. Initially troubled by what to eat, he thought it fortuitous that it had come to him, and he would begrudgingly partake. Upon reaching the shore, he wielded his axe and struck the moray eel's head decisively, quickly silencing its thrashing. Yi Hao prepared the moray eel on the beach, ready to consume it upon his return. Noting that his basket contained only a modest amount of catch, he contemplated diving again. However, glancing at the moray eel in his hand, he decided against it. He could always return. The treasures of the sea would not flee. In Yi Hao's lexicon, ingredients were abundant, merely a matter of personal preference. He returned to the campsite, extracting the seafood from his basin and discarding today's catch into it. The ancestral stone slab, a trusty tool that had served him well over the years, was essential for his culinary endeavors. He sliced the moray eel into several segments and placed them in a bowl, awaiting the moment when the stone slab would be heated and ready for cooking. The black pepper beside him had begun to change color, yet it was evidently still insufficiently processed. Thus, Yi Hao directly placed it on the stone slab to heat it, intending to roast it briefly before sprinkling it over the eel. The temperature gradually rose, and the black pepper began to release its fragrant aroma. After sauteing the black pepper, he crushed it into a fine powder on the stone, preparing it for later use. The slab had heated sufficiently, and Yi Hao drizzled some oil on it before placing the eel from the bowl onto the hot surface, eliciting a continuous sizzling sound. This was the most enjoyable moment, watching the culinary creation slowly transform. Those who do not relish cooking could never comprehend this experience. Once one side had changed color, Yi Hao promptly flipped it over, for such a splendid dish could not be allowed to burn. The enticing aroma wafting from the stone slab was enough to make one salivate, especially when he sprinkled a dash of black pepper powder at the end, creating a perfect fusion of two delightful scents. The dish before him emanated a unique fragrance that irresistibly compelled him to set aside all other tasks and fully savor this food. Chapter 69. Planning the power of gastronomy is boundless, particularly on a desolate island where hunger often prevails. To indulge in a sumptuous feast was worth more than mountains of gold. The taste of the eel permeated his entire mouth, filling it with its exquisite flavor. The enjoyment lingered between his lips and teeth, and the absence of numerous seasonings allowed the natural essence of the eel's flesh to shine through. Overcome by the allure of the delicacy, he could no longer restrain himself and devoured it heartily. A small segment of the eel was consumed in mere bites, and he found himself unable to stop. In the blink of an eye, the eel on the stone slab was entirely devoured, leaving it empty before him. At that moment, Yi Hao felt a tinge of melancholy. Such delectable fare might be infrequently accessible, and capturing it was exceedingly challenging. He might not have the fortune to catch it again, as this instance had merely been a stroke of luck. He picked up the remaining seafood, tidied it up simply, and placed it on the stone slab to roast. Cooking it in its shell was a slower process, yet it had the advantage of sealing in the meat's juices, enhancing the flavor. There were still plenty of resources at the campsite. The wild chickens laid an egg every 2 or 3 days, but Yi Hao truly hesitated to consume them. The trees were intended for iron smelting, yet he felt that would be a prolonged endeavor and decided to abandon that pursuit. The concern regarding the python was perhaps an unnecessary worry. Adopting a calm mindset would render it inconsequential. Once this batch of pottery was completed, Yi Hao planned to spend the remaining time firing bricks and tiles to prepare for building a shelter. These tasks were indeed quite time-consuming, but he aimed to complete the house within the next few days. Currently, the only task at hand was this one, which he needed to expedite. He could not afford to leave any regrets in his island life, for once he ventured out, this system might no longer be functional. The probability of completing the task is nearly non-existent, unless he continues to participate in this competition and endures the passage of a year. A year's worth of cash rewards would suffice for Yi Hao's sustenance, for after all, 500,000 is enough to save a life. After having eaten, Yi Hao prepared to venture to the opposite bank of the river to fashion some bricks and tiles. He anticipated the necessity of constructing another furnace to expedite the process. It was imperative to finalize the construction of the house quickly, as the original foundation was on the verge of becoming entirely useless, laborious without reward. A house built with bricks would offer greater stability, ensuring a more restful sleep. Beside the earthen mound on the opposite bank, Yi Hao gazed at the situation before him, troubled as he pondered the issue of shaping. To create a brick, one must mold it into the appropriate form, and similarly, to forge a tile, the correct shape must be achieved. In Yi Hao's recollection, such shapes were crafted by nailing wooden boards together. After placing the soil inside for stabilization, one could simply remove the frame. The current dilemma was the absence of a fixed mold. Using stones or other materials proved inadequate. Thus, Yi Hao found himself lost in thought, staring vacantly at the mound. What was the streamer doing? Was he merely daydreaming? Surely not. It seemed likely that the wild vegetables consumed that morning were toxic, rendering him immobile at this moment. Wow, what you're saying sounds so believable. I'm convinced. Indeed, it was rather peculiar to be staring at a dirt mound. It truly seemed he might have been poisoned. Upon arriving, I heard such dreadful news. Was my dear brother truly in peril? You must not curse my brother. He will not perish like that. As the fervent discussion unfolded, Yi Hao suddenly had an epiphany, racing frantically to the riverbank. He collected some water from the river and returned to begin playing with the mud he had prepared the day prior. Fortunately, it had not rained in recent days, or all his efforts would have been in vain. Pouring some water into a jar, Yi Hao began to knead the mud. Once the mud could hold its shape, he incessantly experimented with dimensions, seeking the most suitable proportions. Indeed, Yi Hao intended to craft a framework from the clay, a resource that could be reused repeatedly. This would alleviate concerns about inconsistencies in size. To ensure no time was wasted, Yi Hao produced several molds, anticipating any unexpected occurrences. Once the framework was completed, he looked upon his creation with immense joy. I am indeed a genius. How clever of me to devise such a method. With the framework confirmed to be without fault, he grasped his stone axe and began to chop several wooden sticks. The repeated trips back and forth across the river were far too cumbersome. Thus, Yi Hao resolved to construct 2 kilns directly on this side. The construction of a kiln necessitates the selection of a sheltered location, one that is shielded from the elements. Currently, Yi Hao is engaged in erecting several canopies to provide such protection from the rain. For him, this task is child's play, requiring little effort to accomplish. Both kilns are equipped with canopies, as the bricks and other items produced must also be stored in a dry place. Adjacent to the kilns, Yi Hao has constructed 2 additional shelters. The remaining task pertains to the fabrication of the kilns themselves. Glancing at the time, it is still light, yet urgency is warranted. He begins to mold the clay beneath the canopies, working on 1 kiln at a time, which will significantly expedite the firing process. As the 2 kilns near completion, the frames he crafted earlier have dried sufficiently. Should he attempt to fire the frames now, it is likely that nightfall would catch him unprepared. However, postponing this task would mean wasting an entire day tomorrow. It is not essential for the firing to be perfect. Functional sufficiency is the goal, and a shorter firing duration should suffice. Though uncertainty lingers, the endeavor is worth a trial. He retrieves some firewood and ignites it in one of the kilns. To ensure the clay frames are adequately dried, Yi Hao places them near the flames for a while, waiting until they turn to charcoal before placing them inside. During the frame construction, he also fashioned several clay slabs to cover the openings of the kiln. This approach will hasten the firing process, saving precious time. With everything in place, the next step is to maintain the fire. Lacking any timing instruments, he must rely solely on his instincts. Flames dance through the cracks of the clay slabs, causing some of them to fissure. Observing the kiln, he notices numerous spots where smoke escapes. Recognizing the issue, Yi Hao promptly seals the areas where smoke is escaping. This preparation will enable him to accomplish more work tomorrow, avoiding the idleness of the past 2 days. Chapter 70. The Silver Giant Python. In recent days, due to the pottery firing, Yi Hao has enjoyed a relatively leisurely existence. He has not contemplated completing his tasks. And had it not been for the pottery, he likely would not have thought of constructing houses with bricks at all. In the live stream, viewers observe Yi Hao placing the frames into the kiln, and from the expressions on his face, it is evident that he is quite pleased. Does anyone here understand medicine? Could someone assess whether the host has lost his mind? Is there a psychiatric hospital nearby to evaluate his sanity? Isn't this perfectly fine? What is the issue here? Does he need to consult you for every endeavor? Are you instructing him on how to proceed? Though I may not comprehend, I shall refrain from voicing opinions to avoid making a fool of myself. All right, your beloved eating broadcast will commence shortly. Indeed, dusk is fast approaching. The streamer has not managed to catch much today, which is somewhat normal. The items in the kiln are nearly ready, and the sky has completely darkened. Under the glow of the flames, visibility remains reasonably good. The moon hangs high in the sky, radiating a bright silvery light that filters through the gaps in the tree canopy, illuminating the forest beneath. Here, darkness does not reign entirely. The luminous moonlight suggests that the beach should be as bright as during twilight. Following the moonlight, I slowly made my way back to the campsite. Dinner time has arrived once more, but there is nothing particularly delightful to eat, just the usual fare. A rather mundane meal consisting of scallops and abalone, which Li Hao typically consumes. After eating, Li Hao found no inclination to sleep. Such splendid moonlight beckoned for enjoyment. Venturing out at night necessitated the presence of a weapon. Under this bright moonlight, one could certainly collect treasures from the seaside. If one were merely to admire the moonlight, it would be too great a waste. As I stepped out of the forest, the world outside appeared dreamlike. Under the silvery moonlight, the sea and sand were cloaked in a veil of mystique. Surrounded by this enchanting scenery, one could not help but feel transported to a realm of wonder. Is this truly a dream? How breathtaking it is. The streamer must have stumbled into a fairyland. Surely, the young man is a celestial being, currently absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. It felt akin to watching a film, simply awe-inspiring. Does this place genuinely exist? I find myself enamored by such vistas. Time passes, yet my love for my husband remains unwavering. I long to share a life here with him. Everyone is captivated by the beauty before them, and the serenity enveloping the surroundings is palpable. It is as if time itself has paused, allowing everyone to unwind. Li Hao settled onto the sandy beach, gazing at the moonlight reflected upon the sea, which was stunningly beautiful. Everything here is undeniably magical. This visit feels exceptionally worthwhile. Closing my eyes, I savored the gentle breeze caressing my hair and the comforting moonlight gracing my face. Suddenly, Li Hao sensed a faint sound in the distance, though it was unclear. Opening his eyes, he surveyed the surroundings, trying to discern the origin of the noise. To his sight, nothing was visible. It must have been carried by the ocean breeze. The sound was exceedingly subtle, imperceptible without careful listening. Though he continuously admonished himself against curiosity, human nature often prevails. Ultimately, he could not suppress his inquisitiveness and followed the sound source. Everything became increasingly discernible as he approached a bend ahead. Only by traversing the winding paths of the jungle ahead could one glimpse the objects of curiosity. Steeling himself, Yi Hao crouched down and crawled forward. Observing his cautious demeanor, the drone operators hesitated to advance. Any potential danger could inadvertently invite trouble. Particularly in light of Yi Hao's vigilant attitude, those responsible for the drones dared not approach, opting instead to capture footage from a distance. Was a monstrous creature about to emerge? Was it Godzilla or some deep-sea leviathan? Let us silence such thoughts. We must trust in science. If true peril arises, Ultraman will undoubtedly appear. Should we simmer the large bones into broth? Enough of this. Can't you see how cautious Brother Yi Hao is? Must we jest at such a time? What if we miss a thrilling moment? If the drone cannot capture the scene, what about the unmanned submersibles? Into the water they must go. Swim forth. It was only then that the production team realized the gravity of the situation, swiftly deploying 2 unmanned submarines from a distance. Plunging into the ocean, the submersibles advanced rapidly, soon arriving at the designated point. To avoid creating noise, they began to ascend slowly, edging closer to the shore. What might they behold? The anticipation was palpable. It was a tantalizing thought, yet equally daunting. Perhaps there would be nothing at all. The greater the expectation, the deeper the potential disappointment. Perhaps the host was simply too suspicious. The audience held their breath, eagerly hoping to witness something extraordinary. Meanwhile, Yi Hao grappled with inner turmoil. Should he approach? Getting too close could lead to unforeseen consequences, yet having come this far, he could not bear to remain ignorant. Discovering a problem in advance could avert disaster. Straining to peer over the edge, Yihao's heart raced as he caught sight of an astonishing scene that rendered him momentarily speechless. In a hospital, Yi Ran and Mo ran anxiously huddled together, watching Yihao's live stream. In a luxurious mansion, Fan Xinxin lay on the couch, transfixed by the broadcast. Her heart racing with the tension of the moment as she clutched a cushion tightly, hardly daring to breathe. Countless viewers anticipated what was to unfold, having also heard the peculiar sounds emanating from the depths. A bizarre noise, the nature of which was beyond imagination. Peering cautiously, Yihao was momentarily stunned before instinct kicked in. Seizing the moment while the creature remained unaware, he swiftly scrambled to his feet and fled. At that moment, the unmanned submersible surfaced, revealing an astonishing sight that left viewers agape. Under the silvery moonlight, a colossal silver python, larger than any Yihao had previously encountered, arched its body, its head aligned with the moon. The upper half of the serpent, glistening in the moonlight, appeared particularly resplendent. The lower half is shrouded in darkness, creating a striking contrast with the upper half. Such extreme colors manifest upon the serpent, striking awe even through the screen. Chapter 71. The giant python disappears at this moment. The scene seems to be frozen. The python remains utterly motionless. Its massive form resembles that of a utility pole, with an estimated length of around 7 or 8 meters. The overwhelming presence can be felt deeply, even from a distance. How terrifying is this? Could this truly be a python? It must be a boa, given its size. It is said that the largest species is the green anaconda. This should be it. Yet the coloration of its skin appears somewhat unusual. What do you think this boa is doing here? It feels as though it is absorbing the moonlight. Is it merely my imagination? You are not alone. I share this sensation. It is indeed remarkable. This sight may well be the most extraordinary I have ever witnessed in my life. Everyone is captivated by this boa. Yet this is ultimately Yihao's livestream. At this moment, in a split screen, Yihao has returned to the camp. Breathless, he dares not pause his steps. Although the camp is not entirely secure, it at least offers some distance from the shore. Hiding in his small cabin, Yihao is paralyzed with fear. Should that giant boa appear before him, the outcome would likely be singular, becoming sustenance for the colossal serpent. The value of life on this desolate island seems utterly diminished, with even the slightest encounter posing a lethal threat. The drone follows Yihao back to the camp, leaving only his image in the livestream. To view the giant boa, one must now venture to the control room. Instantly, every viewer in Yihao's livestream has migrated to the control room, leaving no one behind. The control room, overwhelmed by the sudden influx of people, nearly collapses. Fortunately, the server proves robust enough to withstand the surge. As time passes, the silver boa's upper body color begins to expand. It is only now that the audience realizes this. It appears the giant boa is undergoing evolution. Is it shedding its skin? It seems so, though it does not align with my recollection of how snakes typically molt. Why does it appear this way? As the camera zooms in, the junction of silver and black reveals that the black skin is gradually fracturing into fragments, falling to the ground. The discarded skin rests in shadow, easily overlooked unless one examines closely. I understand now. The sound we heard earlier was that, the sound of the giant boa shedding its skin. With the emergence of this colossal creature, peace on this island is surely a distant hope. The host is in peril. Such a massive being. It is likely that even a submachine gun would prove ineffective against it. Those who have watched films know just how terrifying such a creature can be. At this moment, the serpent had shed 2/3 of its skin, and it was anticipated that it would soon complete the process. Have you not noticed its prolonged stillness? Indeed, it is astonishing. If one were to approach carelessly, they might find themselves in peril. As the shedding neared its conclusion, the rate at which the colossal serpent shed its skin accelerated, especially at the tail's end. Suddenly, the tail flicked, causing the entirety of the skin at that section to burst apart. With this motion, the serpent's head finally lowered. No longer gazing at the moon, its closed eyes abruptly opened, revealing a fierce glint within. Without any forewarning, the serpent lunged forward, heading straight towards the ocean. The spot it targeted was precisely where an unmanned submarine lay, and with a single, massive bite, it shattered the vessel. A sharp crack echoed as the broadcast studio's screen went dark, only to be replaced by the footage from another submarine that had remained at a distance. After demolishing the unmanned submarine, the serpent surveyed its surroundings, finding nothing nearby. Suddenly, it opened its mouth skyward, as if issuing a silent roar, yet no sound emerged. It resembled a primordial beast, its immense form towering above the ocean's surface. What on earth is happening? Is it calling for companions? This enigma may very well become another unresolved mystery, a remarkable spectacle indeed. The series may never see its like again. The serpent maintained this posture for over 10 minutes before its colossal body abruptly sank into the depths. The unmanned submarine followed suit into the water. Yet no trace of the creature was found. The great serpent vanished into the ocean's embrace. Everyone held their breath, desperately searching for any sign of the serpent, but alas, none was found. The production team dispatched numerous drones to circle the surrounding islands, but after an entire night, there were still no discoveries. It was only at dawn that all drones returned. To ensure the contestants' safety, drones were dispatched to patrol the coastline every 10 minutes. If a serpent were to attack a human, the entire program might face cancellation. This was not survival, it was courting disaster. By the following morning, Yi Hao had not closed his eyes at all. Fortunately, nothing untoward had occurred, and he finally felt a sense of relief. Life goes on, and one must continue. After ensuring his surroundings were safe, Yi Hao retrieved the pottery he had fired the previous day. He opted for simplicity in his meal, choosing not to complicate matters. Picking up a roasted taro, he found it quite palatable at that moment. Hesitant to venture out, he waited until noon before cautiously stepping outside. By the riverside, Yi Hao strained to discern the surroundings, acutely aware that should that colossal anaconda lurk nearby, his fate would be sealed in an instant. After a prolonged vigil, he detected no anomalies, and at last, he ventured to the opposite bank. The framework for brick and tile production had been meticulously crafted and fired, exuding a sense of professionalism. Yet, at that moment, Yi Hao felt no inclination to engage in creation. He had to witness with his own eyes whether the giant serpent still resided there. After much deliberation, he rose and made his way to the shore. It was the same spot as yesterday, and with utmost caution, Yi Hao peered over the edge. There was nothing left, just an empty expanse. The tide had risen, submerging the area where the anaconda had lingered. Had it vanished? Had it retreated into the ocean? Meanwhile, in Yi Hao's live stream, his audience had scarcely slept through the night, eagerly awaiting news from the production team. The outcome was disheartening. No discoveries had been made. Yi Hao's return to this location was unexpected. The audacity of this streamer was indeed remarkable. Should that creature still be present, it could snap him up in an instant. Much like that unmanned submarine, leaving only chaos in its wake. The memory of yesterday's footage still instilled a profound sense of dread. Chapter 72. Crafting bricks at the seaside, Yi Hao surveyed the area, confirming the absence of any traces. Though the whereabouts of the anaconda remained a mystery, he vowed never to return to the canyon. Who knew what other giants might dwell there? Today marked the 20th day. He merely needed to endure 10 more. There was no need to court death. Wasn't it better to stay alive? With this realization, Yi Hao sluggishly made his way back to camp. A sleepless night had taken its toll on his spirit. He was immensely grateful that he had remained awake yesterday, allowing him to witness the daylight. Had he succumbed to slumber, the anaconda might have devoured him before he could react. Fortune favored him. Miraculously, he had emerged unscathed, and he found himself admiring his own resilience. Reflecting on his days on the deserted island, it seemed he had encountered an abundance of peril. Yet, he stood firm, unharmed, and paradoxically, his physical prowess appeared to be improving. The current circumstances were relatively precarious, with the anaconda's whereabouts unknown, posing a potential threat at any moment. Perhaps only Yi Hao was privy to this knowledge. Others might find themselves in an even more perilous position than he. Contemplating this, Yi Hao felt a surge of optimism. Perhaps such a formidable serpent had no appetite for human flesh. With a resigned sigh, he sought to comfort himself, reasoning that in such a vast expanse, the likelihood of an encounter was minimal. The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. Thus, he resolved to engage in work instead. He had to confront these realities eventually. The ceramic pots fired yesterday turned out quite well. He could now prepare to boil salt. With salt in hand, he could enhance the flavor of his food, elevating it beyond mere sustenance. Carrying the jar directly to the seaside, he embraced it as he waded into the water, resting the mouth of the jar upon the surface of the sea, and began to fill it with seawater. The jar stood over a meter tall. If filled to capacity, it would undoubtedly be quite heavy, perhaps even too cumbersome to carry back to the campsite. The path here was not easily traversable, and dragging the jar was out of the question. Thus, filling it halfway was the most prudent choice. The ceramic jar was already cumbersome to lift, and once it was dampened by the water, it became even more laborious. After a prolonged struggle, during which the jar kept slipping from his grasp, he devised a makeshift harness using several vines, securing the jar to his back. Step by step, he made his way back to the campsite, where he placed the well-fired ceramic pot over the fire, adding water and patiently awaiting the boil. With no immediate concerns at the campsite, Yi Hao proceeded to the opposite bank of the river, where he prepared to make bricks. This task was rather monotonous, involving the continuous placement of clay into molds to form the shape of bricks, which would then be dried and fired to create solid bricks. To streamline the process, Yi Hao dug a pit at the base of a dirt mound, allowing the topsoil to fall into the pit. By adding water and trampling the mixture with his feet, he saved considerable time. After filling the pit halfway with clay, he would remix it for the next batch. Finding a sunlit area, he cleared away debris from the ground before positioning the molds atop the clean surface. He scooped a handful of clay from the pit and filled the molds, pressing it down evenly. If the surface appeared rough, a little water on his hands would suffice to smooth it out, resulting in bricks with a perfectly polished finish. The clay should not be overly wet. Achieving a consistency that allowed for quick shaping was ideal. Each brick was spaced slightly apart, arranged judiciously to ensure an orderly layout. This endeavor would not be completed in a day or two, as constructing a house required a considerable number of bricks. After producing approximately 50 bricks, Yi Hao paused. Next, he intended to create tiles. The quantity required was not extensive. Curved tiles would be needed for the roof, requiring one tile to press down on two others. Based on the dimensions of the house he envisioned, he could estimate the necessary quantity. It was wise to err on the side of abundance, as some loss was inevitable. He retrieved the tile-making mold, which was similar to the brick mold but thinner, just the thickness of a finger, rectangular in shape. He first laid down a large leaf on the ground, placed the mold atop it, and filled it with clay from the pit, compacting it until the surface was smooth. The next step involved creating the curvature. Yi Hao fetched a split log from the campsite, which was the outer circle of the log, featuring a semicircular shape. He then found a piece that matched the width of the tiles and placed it on the ground. Removing the soil that has begun to take shape from the leaves while still attached to the mold, I placed it directly onto the semicircular wooden board. I carefully tidied up any uneven areas and waited for a while. As the soil solidified, I extracted the semicircular board to proceed with the next piece. This process consumed more time than crafting tiles, as the setting time felt somewhat wasteful. After finishing a dozen or so pieces, Yi Hao decided to pause. The available space was limited, and in the event of an unforeseen mishap, the losses could be substantial. He made his way to the riverbank to wash himself, feeling a sense of relief afterward. Returning to the campsite, he added some firewood to the pile, noting that the water in the pot was nearly boiling. He took a small bowl and ladled water from the jar to replenish the pot, as a considerable amount was required for boiling salt. The pool had nearly run out of seafood, prompting Yi Hao to resolve to gather more that day. Each outing would be one less opportunity, making it wise to visit the seaside sparingly. With his backpack and weapon in hand, he conducted a quick check, ensuring he hadn't forgotten anything. Caution was imperative upon venturing out, otherwise, escape would be impossible should danger arise. Upon arriving at the seaside, Yi Hao felt it prudent to steer clear of the waters inhabited by the giant anaconda, even amidst the sharks. The awe of that scene would forever be etched in his memory. He set down his backpack and plunged into the sea, wasting little time. He emerged with his fish basket nearly full. As dusk approached, he realized the day had been somewhat unproductive, especially since he had hesitated to venture out in the morning. After gathering a half basket of seafood, Yi Hao hurried back to the campsite. The seawater in the pot was likely nearing completion, necessitating a return to replenish it. At the campsite, steam continued to rise from the pot, while the charcoal in the fire pit heated the seawater. Upon closer inspection, only a small amount of seawater remained, with a layer of white crystals clearly visible at the bottom. Yi Hao carefully removed the pot with a wooden stick and set it aside, pausing the cooking as darkness enveloped the surroundings, signaling it was time to prepare dinner. By the fire, Yi Hao selected some seafood from his backpack for the evening meal, discarding the rest into the pool. He placed a stone slab over the fire, opting once again for a stone slab seafood dish. However, this time, the ritual felt significantly more refined with the introduction of pottery, allowing for a more exquisite presentation of the meal. He retrieved a ceramic jar, placing it on the fire to prepare a soup. He added some scallop meat along with raw taro. The flavor of the taro seafood soup was uncertain, but it was all he had at that moment. After sprinkling a bit of salt from the nearby pot into the soup to enhance its flavor, he placed the scallops on the stone slab and departed from the campsite. Upon returning earlier, Yi Hao pondered whether the bricks and tiles on the opposite bank of the river had sufficiently dried. taking advantage of the remaining daylight. He hurried across to the other side. By this time, the bricks and tiles were nearly dry. However, they could not be fired yet and had to be moved into the shed. This way, if rain were to fall during the night, there would be no concern about them being ruined. Is this young man preparing to build a house? He is truly remarkable and exceedingly handsome. Perhaps the host possesses a background as a construction worker, which would explain his familiarity with such tasks. If all construction workers were as striking, there would surely be many admirers on the job site. Have you not noticed that the bricks he is handling are unfired? They would be utterly vulnerable to the ravages of wind and rain. Did the host not construct a kiln? Surely it is intended for firing bricks. Typically, one would not use it in the wild. I am uncertain if he truly knows how. Regardless, as long as he is handsome, that is sufficient. Throughout the day, the broadcast room remained eerily quiet, as the presence of the colossal python that night rendered the guests particularly reticent. Even after work concluded, they spoke little. After all, the events here had surpassed their understanding. The emergence of such a giant python indicated an increased level of danger. Being by the sea, no one could ascertain whether this python had originated from the ocean or resided on the island itself. Although the guests were noticeably subdued, the production team was elated. This was a significant selling point. The arrival of the python had propelled the program to a pinnacle moment. The competitors had all signed contracts, so the production team had no obligation to exert themselves for their comfort. Those behind the scenes, however, were reluctant to see any mishaps occur with the contestants, as they still needed their efforts to unravel the secrets of the island. The appearance of this giant python might very well be one of the island's enigmas, though they were uncertain. As long as the contestants could endure for a year, they believed that even the most hidden secrets would eventually be unveiled. Upon returning home, Fan Xinxin's expression was fraught with conflict. Today, she had overheard the production team discussing that, at the end of this month-long period, the contestants might be compelled to participate in subsequent competitions. The contracts signed by the contestants contained loopholes, which the producers could exploit to mandate everyone continue competing. They were indifferent to the potential backlash, having invested immense effort into the program. Should everyone abandon the competition after a month, they would become the subject of ridicule. These matters were beyond her control. Even voicing her concerns would be futile. Tears began to well in her eyes, as she genuinely worried for Yi Hao's situation, yet felt powerless to intervene. One by one, Yi Hao moved the items on the ground into the shed. After neatly stacking the bricks and tiles, Yi Hao returned to the campsite. Tomorrow, he would engage in both firing the bricks and crafting new clay molds. The scallops on the stone slab were perfectly roasted, and Yi Hao was ready to indulge in tonight's dinner. He ladled some soup from the jar into a bowl using a ceramic spoon, picked up a piece of taro, blew on it gently, and placed it in his mouth. It was still quite hot, yet the flavor was undeniably delightful, far surpassing the taste of eating it directly roasted. A subtle hint of seafood mingled beautifully with the unique aroma of the taro. The key was that the soup was savory, making the taro flavorful and satisfying. Setting down the bowl, Yi Hao picked up a roasted scallop and took large bites. Although the inherent taste of the seafood was already exquisite, he chose to sprinkle a bit of black pepper on top. Such a flavor, though peculiar, was surprisingly enjoyable for Yi Hao. It was no longer the monotonous taste he had grown accustomed to. Rather, it was a delight that he found himself appreciating. After finishing the scallop and emptying the soup from the jar, Yi Hao no longer fussed over the details. He could boil river water to quench his thirst if necessary. In this place, after a prolonged stay, one learns to make do with what is available. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Yi Hao did not wish to retire early. Idleness was simply too dull. Glancing around his campsite, he noticed the rubber tree seeds nearby and suddenly realized what he should do that evening. With a container at hand, Yi Hao intended to extract oil from all the rubber tree seeds and store it in a small bottle. This way, he wouldn't have to crush seeds each time he needed oil. He could simply pour it when required. Given the lack of resources, he had to resort to using stones for crushing. Although it felt somewhat wasteful, there was no alternative, and he estimated that the oil should last about 10 days. The rubber grove was situated across the canyon, and Yi Hao had no intention of returning there. The length of the night necessitated finding tasks to occupy himself, as the supplies would not endure for more than a day or two. There were, unfortunately, very few activities he could undertake at the campsite, practically none at all. Thus, Yi Hao usually retired early to bed, but now he found himself reluctant to sleep lightly, fearing he might be consumed in his dreams. It was essential to find something to do during the night at the campsite, While there were numerous tasks to be accomplished during the day, the night offered only a limited array of options. Perhaps he could revert to his old craft of twisting hemp rope or weaving something to make life a tad more convenient. If time allowed, he contemplated digging a cellar in the ground, providing a hiding place at the very least. The purpose of such concealment was to ensure his survival, thus preserving hope. Should he fail to endure for a month, all his efforts would have been in vain. Living cautiously is not a fault, as long as one preserves their life. There is hope for the future. Whether one can endure the trials ahead depends solely on oneself, as if the system has now vanished into oblivion. Recently, no tasks have been issued, leading Yi Hao to wonder if the system has malfunctioned. Chapter 74. The firing of tiles. The nights on the deserted island remained refreshingly cool, verging on cold. Had he not been nestled beside the campfire, he might have caught a chill overnight. Cradling the seeds of the rubber tree in his hands, Yi Hao contemplated the notion of presenting himself with a semblance of dignity. Crafting a set of garments for himself would indeed be a matter of pride when he steps out a month hence. Wearing clothes fashioned by his own hands would signify that he has fared reasonably well, a fact worthy of boasting. Tomorrow, during his leisure time, he plans to gather more hemp in preparation for his attire. The drone, hovering just above Yi Hao's head, remains his sole companion in this desolate expanse. Its presence reassures him that this is not a mere figment of his imagination. This is indeed a reality. He is still within the realm of advanced technology. Rather than a primitive wilderness, technology has the power to transform lives, yet Yi Hao finds himself devoid of any such advancements here. Such places have dwindled globally, with most areas now enveloped in tropical rainforests. Their preservation stems from inherent dangers and a desire to maintain an untainted realm. The underwater world, if it could sustain life, would also be a remarkable locale. Yet even in a world where technology surpasses that of his previous existence, the mysteries of the deep sea remain unsolved, a perpetual enigma. Many cinematic monsters have emerged from the ocean, and countless myths validate the existence of colossal beings beneath the waves. On land, there is scarcely any space left for their survival, with development encroaching everywhere. Only the sea remains shrouded in mystery, while the tropical rainforest stands as the sole bastion of primal existence on land. The appearance of the giant python suggests that this place harbors many wondrous creatures, not merely this solitary specimen. The emergence of the mysterious heralds both peril and opportunity. However, Yi Hao desires none of that. He merely wishes to live well and lead the life of an ordinary person, not the impoverished nor the affluent. With half a bottle of oil remaining, it should suffice for the time being. In the dead of night, Yi Hao bid the drone good night before succumbing to slumber. Yet, it was not long before the sound of rain roused him, prompting a hasty tidying of his campsite. Observing the long-awaited rainfall, Yi Hao felt a swell of happiness. The downpour arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. After a brief respite, the heavy rain ceased. The climate across the island varies significantly while it rains here. Other locales may remain untouched by the showers. The climate varies significantly, resulting in a diverse array of species and flora, which elucidates the remarkable biodiversity found within tropical rainforests. Upon awakening, Yi Hao hurriedly made his way to the opposite bank of the river. Anxious to ascertain whether the torrential rain from the previous night had damaged the bricks and tiles he had painstakingly crafted. Fortunately, the bricks remained intact, unscathed by the rain. After conducting a thorough inspection to ensure everything was in order, Yi Hao leisurely returned to the campsite. Breakfast was an indispensable meal, with only a few days remaining. He decided to indulge in his cherished stash of eggs. He retrieved the stone slab from yesterday, intending to prepare a stone slab omelet. However, he pondered the insufficient quantity of eggs and wondered what he could pair with them. A glance around revealed that only scallops and abalone would suffice. Descending into the pool, he collected several scallops and abalones, extracting the tender meat and placing it into a bowl. After rinsing the meat, he cracked an egg into the bowl. Noticing the meager amount of oil at his disposal, he sighed in resignation. If only there were more oil, he mused. He would have relished the opportunity to fry it all. How delightful it would be to indulge in fried delicacies on this deserted island. Alas, such dreams remained unrealized. He added a pinch of salt from the pot into the bowl and began to stir the mixture. Once thoroughly blended, the egg enveloped each morsel of scallop and abalone. He placed one side of the stone slab over the fire, awaiting its heating. As the temperature rose, he poured a layer of oil onto the slab, the sizzle indicating it was nearly ready. Yi Hao, however, waited a moment longer to ensure the oil reached an optimal temperature before pouring the mixture from the bowl onto the stone slab. Luckily, the slab was sufficiently large, allowing the egg mixture to solidify without spilling over. The aroma wafted through the air, the scent of the eggs dominating the olfactory landscape. Using a nearby scallop shell, Yi Hao gently flipped the egg and scallop mixture a few times. Gradually, the briny fragrance of the seafood began to emerge, due to the direct cooking method. It cooked rather swiftly. Once the food was ready, Yi Hao propped the stone slab up with a piece of wood and set it on the ground. With chopsticks in hand, he sat down to enjoy his meal. The tender seafood, infused with the essence of the eggs, proved delightful, the flavors harmonizing beautifully. The seasoning was perfectly balanced, and the enticing aroma wafted around him. Yi Hao even mused that such a dish could easily fetch a few hundred if sold. His chopsticks never paused, devouring one bite after another. Suddenly, the oil sticks in his hand seemed lackluster, inciting a pang of frustration. Gazing at the instant noodles in his bowl, he recognized the stark contrast between seafood and mere seafood-flavored noodles. Was it truly fair to start the day in such a manner? With takeout unavailable and restaurant chefs still asleep. He found himself reflecting on his previous belief that watching culinary shows at night was the most torturous experience. He now realized how naive that notion had been. I never imagined that upon waking, I would be greeted by such a scene. How foolish of me to have concerned myself with the safety of the streamer. Oh, how I plead with you, Yi Shan, to act like a human being. Each day that Yi Shan disregards humanity becomes an agonizing ordeal for me. Yi Hao consumed his meal rapidly, yet it could not quell the audience's insatiable appetite. This was nothing short of torment. Mere minutes felt like a gateway to a quagmire, rendering everyone immobile. After finishing his meal, Yi Hao promptly made his way to the riverbank, preparing to fire bricks. Today's workload remained substantial. Each batch of bricks required a minimum of 2 hours to fire, and without a timer at hand, he relied solely on instinct. He placed the tiles crafted the previous day directly into the kiln, utilizing both kilns to accommodate them perfectly. Gathering dry firewood from the surroundings and fetching kindling from the camp, he ignited both kilns. As they were not too far apart, Yi Hao could oversee both at once. Commencing the brick kiln once these were nearly done, the flames, combined with the rising temperature, enveloped Yi Hao in a sheen of perspiration. Unable to endure any longer, he plunged into the river for a brief cleansing before returning to continue the firing process. Initially, he had hoped to carve out some time to create a few brick molds, but it was clear that this was not feasible. He resolved to remain there diligently until the tiles in both kilns were fully fired before attending to other tasks. Chapter 75. Firing bricks. As the sunlight gradually elevated the temperature, Yi Hao ceased to monitor the tiles closely once they were nearly finished. He seized the molds and began crafting bricks, taking advantage of the sunlight to produce as many as possible, postponing the tile making for now. After all, the roof would be the last to be constructed. Drawing from yesterday's experience, he worked much more efficiently this time. Mixing the clay, filling the molds, and smoothing the surface was executed seamlessly. Soon, the ground was adorned with bricks, and Yi Hao felt quite pleased with the pace. Even someone with obsessive-compulsive tendencies would exclaim in astonishment upon witnessing such an arrangement. Indeed, it appeared to be rather pleasing. It seems the streamer must possess such tendencies, otherwise, such meticulous placement would be unlikely. Those who claim the streamer has obsessive tendencies should consider the arrangement of bricks from yesterday. The chaos of yesterday would undoubtedly drive any perfectionist to madness. Could it be that the streamer harbors a dual personality? Thus, the variations in what we observe. Perhaps so. Regardless of how the young man appears, I find him appealing, and it matters not. What is the streamer up to? Why has he begun arranging a stove? I do not comprehend. Let us see what the streamer intends to create. Once the brick molds were complete, Yi Hao hurried to the shelter. He retrieved the dried bricks from yesterday and began arranging them beneath the shelter. Yi Hao formed the shape of the character 3 with the bricks, ensuring the distance between the 3 horizontal lines was approximately the width of a single brick. The shape formed by 3 horizontal lines is adorned with 2 bricks on each line. Upon completing this, Yi Hao began to place bricks between the 2 horizontal lines. In the space between the 3 horizontal lines, 2 vertical rows of bricks were arranged, and a third brick was placed at every position along the horizontal lines. Thus, a fundamental base was established, and if all proceeds without incident, he should be able to commence with the upper layer. Presently, the outer 2 rows of bricks stand 3 layers high, while the center consists of 2 layers, complemented by 2 vertical rows for support. This constitutes the lowest layer. After its completion, Yi Hao constructed another identical layer atop it. The rectangular structure features 4 square voids in the center, designed to serve as the base for the kiln used in brick firing. The subsequent phase requires the application of clay for stabilization, as the upper section is elevated. To prevent smoke from escaping, the clay is used to construct a square wall, akin to building a house. The height is determined by the quantity of bricks intended for firing. Yi Hao built approximately 7 or 8 layers. Upon completion, he gazed upon his creation with a sense of satisfaction. Is this also a kiln? He mused. It's simply constructed with bricks. He was intrigued to discover that this method differs from that used for tile production, adding an interesting dimension to his learning. Observing the streamer crafting this, he surmised that the streamer would undoubtedly build a house, and was impressed by how aesthetically pleasing it turned out. The young man is merely skillful. It's not the same as what you claimed, he thought. Even if he is just a bricklayer, I admire him. Indeed, people are distinct from one another, and I can't help but feel envious. In the broadcast room, Fan Xinxin watched Yi Hao as he crafted this structure. Her curiosity piqued. "Biy, why must it be done this way?" she inquired, genuinely intrigued. Biy furrowed his brow in contemplation. His wilderness survival experience had always been about moving on after finding others, unlike the current scenario where one must create bricks and tiles. Although he had learned about these processes, the details were hazy. "I once studied this, but I don't recall clearly. It might be for ventilation. Allowing the firewood to burn more completely, that would be beneficial." Mary, overhearing Biy's comments, re-examined the structure but found no evidence to support his assertions. After some thought, she decided against voicing her confusion, as she was unsure of what to say. She resolved to return and thoroughly study this subject, lest her explanations become overly cumbersome in the future. Meanwhile, Yi Hao had nearly completed his tasks. Glancing at the bricks in the shed, he noted that there were not many left, insufficient for a full firing. Despite the scarcity, he could not afford to waste time. He would utilize whatever was available. He arranged the layer within the kiln vertically, ensuring that the height of the kiln was just within reach for Yi Hao. Each layer of bricks is arranged vertically, each positioned at a right angle, with a slight gap between each brick. Although the bricks in the shed have been placed, they still fall short of completely filling the space, and several additional bricks are needed to seal the top. The freshly crafted brick molds on the ground are certainly unusable, prompting Yi Hao to ignite the brick kiln by extracting some firewood from the side kiln. Firewood is added simultaneously to all 4 openings, and due to the ventilation at both ends, the combustion rate is exceptionally rapid. After half a day of burning, Yi Hao, drenched in sweat, plunges into the river to wash off before returning to the camp. Having bathed, Yi Hao feels a refreshing coolness enveloping him, providing a semblance of comfort. Just as he is about to return to the camp, he perceives something moving in that direction. Observing the situation, he quickly hides and begins to scrutinize his camp. As the mysterious figure continues to sway, Yi Hao manages to catch a glimpse, though the majority of its form is obscured by his fence. A yellow and black pattern? Such characteristics are typically associated with only a few types of animals, and judging by its size, he surmises its identity. At that moment, Yi Hao decides to retreat stealthily. He cannot afford to confront this formidable creature, especially without a weapon. He cautiously edges away, avoiding any sudden movements. After glancing back and seeing no signs of pursuit, he rises and sprints away. As he runs, a glance over his shoulder hastens his pace even more. The distant cheetah, intent on seizing a wild chicken from Yi Hao's yard, has been thwarted by the fence, preventing its entry. What Yi Hao glimpses is indeed the cheetah's form, and the deer must be somewhat taller. The silhouette of the cheetah has now fully emerged behind Yi Hao, who is contemplating how to breach the fence. Just then, Yi Hao stands up, inadvertently catching the cheetah's eye, which promptly gives chase. In that moment, Yi Hao dares not look back. His life is at stake. Desperate, he races towards the riverbank, realizing that nowhere is truly safe. Upon reaching the river, he recalls that the piranha threat has dissipated. At that moment, Yi Hao is filled with regret, pondering his earlier thoughts. Without the piranhas, his fate is all too predictable. Chapter 76. Yi Hao pursued by the cheetah. He fears he is doomed, certain that he will soon meet his end. Without a second thought, he leaps into the river, hoping the cheetah cannot swim. Otherwise, his life may be forfeit. As Yi Hao swims across the river, the cheetah's figure appears at the water's edge, sprinting with the swiftness of the wind. Upon reaching this point, Yi Hao, without a moment's hesitation, resumed his frantic escape. On the opposite bank, where where the kiln was located, lay a spear that had been placed there in the morning. It would serve as a means of self-defense. When the cheetah inevitably caught up to him, he needed to muster at least some measure of resistance. He harbored no illusions of survival, merely hoping to postpone death for a while longer. By heavens, the anchor is in danger. It's a leopard. What? It's caught up. This is the end. Please, spare the young man. I do not wish to become a widow. The speed of the predator was astonishing. It was almost upon him. Why did he jump into the river? Cheetahs can swim. Look. Its speed far surpasses that of the anchor. He will be ensnared shortly. Yi Hao could scarcely fathom that he had evaded poisonous snakes, escaped the jaws of pythons, and eluded the clutches of gigantic anacondas, only to confront a cheetah in the end. Such are the caprices of fate. Countless thoughts raced through his mind as he contemplated which strategy might afford him a chance at survival. Ding! The task of escaping from the cheetah has commenced. Challenge: survive for 6 months has been initiated. Exploration of the deserted island task has begun. The 3 consecutive system notifications reverberated in Yi Hao's mind, momentarily diverting him from his perilous thoughts. What is wrong with this system? It never assigns tasks until it sees me on the brink of death. He found himself utterly exasperated with the system. At this juncture, survival was paramount, rendering all tasks irrelevant. Meanwhile, the audience was in a frenzy. At this critical moment, Yi Hao seemed to be slowing down. I can't bear to watch. This is too intense. Why doesn't Yi Shen concede the competition? Indeed, what is he holding on for? What drives him to exert such effort? If he is caught, it will be too late to surrender. The viewers in the comments section could not comprehend why Yi Hao had not abandoned the competition at this juncture. In a hospital, Mo Ran was anxiously observing the scene on her phone, having just emerged from Yi Ran's room. Thankfully, Yi Ran was asleep. Otherwise, witnessing Yi Hao's predicament would have surely sent her into tears. Though she thought this, her own heart was in turmoil. She understood Yi Hao's determination, perhaps, in his eyes. The stakes were worth the gamble. She wished for him to give up, but as a friend of Yi Ran, she knew Yi Hao's character. This was his resolve. And Mo Ran could only silently offer her prayers, recognizing that she might have made the same choice in his position. In the director's booth, silence enveloped the room. This was not Yi Hao's first encounter with peril, yet he was not as fortunate this time. They all understood the program's regulations following the previous incident with the python. Not a single contestant spoke. Only tense expressions and tightly clenched hands betrayed their concern as they fixated on the screen. This time, even the timid Fan Xinxin mustered her courage, determined to watch Yi Hao and unwilling to miss a single moment. Everyone undergoes transformation. A single program can facilitate the growth of many individuals. With the accumulation of experiences, personal development becomes inevitable. Although systematic guidance may be provided, it often proves futile and cannot save lives. Only the relentless pursuit, unhampered by the fear of death, serves as the true solution. The moment one is utterly exhausted or captured is when they confront their fate. The cheetah, having emerged from the water, shook its fur before launching into a frenzied chase. One cannot deny the astonishing acceleration of the cheetah, which rapidly closed the distance to Yi Hao. At this juncture, Yi Hao felt it was imperative to make a desperate attempt. He could distinctly hear the sounds of the pursuing predator behind him. He resolved to thrust his spear directly forward as the cheetah lunged, knowing that it would be unable to halt its momentum. There was a possibility, however slim, that he could land a blow with the spear and turn the tables. This was the only strategy he could conceive, and under no circumstances could he afford to forego the attempt. Outpacing the cheetah was out of the question, for its speed was simply too formidable. It was essential to act upon his thoughts. He could sense the cheetah's breath, yet he dared not glance back. With a sudden halt, he thrust the spear backward with all his strength. Indeed, the cheetah was right behind him, and due to Yi Hao's abrupt stop, its body collided with the spear. The impact was nearly overwhelming. Yi Hao struggled to maintain his grip on the spear as the cheetah was impaled. The force of the collision sent him tumbling to the ground. The proximity was so close that he could hear the sickening sound of flesh being pierced. Success. There was hope. The cheetah was injured, and the broadcaster would not perish. Unexpectedly, the broadcaster proved to be remarkably resilient, earning admiration. However, the ordeal was far from over. The cheetah seemed to become even more frenzied. No, the blood from the cheetah flowed down the spear, yet it showed no signs of weakness. Instead, it became more aggressive, thrashing its limbs and attempting to bite at Yi Hao. The cheetah was perilously close to him, its body skewered by the spear. As it thrashed, the distance between it and Yi Hao diminished alarmingly. If captured, escape would be impossible. Yi Hao forcefully pushed the spear to the side, diverting the cheetah. However, the spear slipped from his grasp. The cheetah, now free, charged toward Yi Hao, hindered only by the spear lodged in its body. The treacherous terrain of the jungle allowed Yi Hao to narrowly evade this assault. Now unarmed, how could he confront a cheetah with nothing but his bare hands? The odds of survival had dramatically diminished. Without a weapon, what was he to do? This is the dilemma that Yi Hao is currently contemplating. Glancing around his surroundings, he finds nothing to leverage. I refuse to believe that you can capture me like this. With a few quick strides, Yi Hao sprinted toward a nearby large tree and climbed it. His speed was significantly greater than when he ascended a coconut tree in the past. After all, his life was at stake. He paused near the treetop, and the cheetah below appeared diminished in his view. Finding a spot to secure himself, Yi Hao fixed his gaze downwards. This should be a safe haven. He could do no more than this. I refuse to believe that you can still climb trees in such a state. Chapter 77. A successful counterattack. The cheetah observed Yi Hao scaling the tree, but remained undeterred. Time and again, it lunged at the trunk, attempting to ascend. Yet, the spears embedded in its body hindered its efforts, staining the ground crimson. Surely, the young man would be saved this time? The cheetah was in such a state. With the spears lodged within, it would eventually succumb to its wounds. Hooray! The young man is saved. To be honest, I was astounded when the streamer climbed the tree. Is this even humanly possible? Yi Hao, another day of defying humanity. I am invincible. You may act as you wish. This must refer to a person like the streamer. Yet, at that moment, the cheetah seemed oblivious to its pain, persistently attempting to ascend. With a crack, the spear shattered. The cheetah's weapon had broken and fell away from its body. Now free, the cheetah became more frenzied. Moving away from the tree, it took a running leap and began to climb the tree with a renewed vigor. It was only a matter of time before it reached Yi Hao. What? It's coming again. The young man is in grave danger. What is happening? Is it intent on bringing about his demise? What grudge does it bear? Did the streamer owe it something in a past life? Speaking of which, how many times has the streamer faced peril? Countless times. It seems to be a true curse. Why do the other contestants encounter so much less? Indeed, this is why I have always admired the streamer. He never gives up, no matter the circumstances. At this moment, Yi Hao too had no intention of relinquishing his life. Given the circumstances, approaching would be tantamount to courting death. He scanned his surroundings, tearing down vines and branches from the tree, preparing to obstruct the cheetah's impending attack. There were plenty of vines available, which could be useful for escape later. He continuously pulled down the vines, tying them together and securing them to the trunk. If the cheetah truly ascended, he would unleash a display reminiscent of Tarzan. Suddenly, as he was pulling, the sensation in his hands changed. He had inadvertently yanked down a snake with considerable force. The azure body, strikingly similar in hue to the branches and vines, went unnoticed by Yi Hao. Without a moment's contemplation, he hurled it towards the leopard below. The serpentine form coiled in midair, plummeting directly into the gaping maw of the predator. What a blunder! Watching the azure snake fall into the leopard's mouth diminished his hopes by a fraction. Yet, contrary to expectation, the leopard did not consume the snake, but rather severed its body with a decisive bite. The two segments of the azure serpent tumbled to the ground beneath the great tree, while the leopard continued its arduous ascent, albeit at a dwindling pace. Yi Hao remained poised, ready to swing away like a primate on a vine. If he could evade this strike, survival seemed within reach. However, he did not relent in his task. The height of the tree posed a challenge for his safety, and descending would prove troublesome. Ultimately, the leopard, having climbed more than halfway, lost its grip and fell from the tree. With a resounding splash, Yi Hao realized he had survived. It was a terrifying ordeal. Observing the leopard sprawled on the ground, it struggled briefly before falling still. To ensure safety, Yi Hao waited until he was certain it lay motionless before descending. With the vines serving as ropes, his descent was considerably safer. At this moment, the barrage of comments was devoid of cheers. Who could predict if a twist awaited them? They had endured enough of this relentless tension. Their nerves were frayed. Was it truly over? Could they be certain? Were they not simply deluding themselves? It seemed lifeless. But hope lingered. He prayed the beast would not rise again to continue its pursuit. Yi Hao shared this concern. Upon reaching the ground, he retrieved the severed spear and aimed for the leopard's head. To his relief, the leopard remained unresponsive, allowing him a moment to exhale in relief. What a dire predicament! He lay exhausted on the ground, unable to fathom how he had once more eluded death. After a brief respite, He gathered his strength and began to drag the leopard's body toward the campsite. By the riverbank, he washed the carcass, contemplating a meal of leopard meat, eager to discover the flavor of its gallbladder. However, upon observing the spear-pierced body, he realized the internal organs were likely shattered. What could he salvage? He picked up a stone axe and began his work, skinning the leopard and hanging the pelt to dry at the camp. The meat was divided into portions, with plans to find a jar for marination, anticipating several days of sustenance. The taste was unfamiliar, yet he felt a sense of eager anticipation. Yi Hao meticulously cleaned out the leopard's entrails, preparing to roast them on a stone slab that evening. Although some were damaged, he was determined that they would suffice for a meal. The appearance of the leopard rendered this afternoon largely unproductive, as it was spent in a frantic escape. A veritable hell. However, observing the leopard now reduced to mere flesh brought a sense of joy to Yi Hao. Is this not the essence of survival of the fittest? I imagine the broadcaster must be reveling in this moment. Is there any doubt? With the prospect of feasting upon the leopard, how could one not be elated? Truly, one must commend the resilience of life. I, too, am curious about the flavor of leopard meat. I wonder if it is palatable. Alas, where might one procure leopard meat? Can lamb serve as a substitute? I find myself apprehensive. Perhaps we ought to avert our gaze? Very well, we have all agreed not to look. After tidying up the area, Yi Hao cast another glance at the bricks across the river. The brick molds had dried, and he moved them into the shelter. Satisfied that all was in order, he returned to the camp, eager to prepare a grand feast. A substantial meal must be accompanied by a generous serving of fish. He had 2 fish in the river, intending to catch one shortly. Approaching the small pond, Yi Hao began to process the fish at the riverbank. Fortunately, there were no piranhas in the vicinity, so he felt confident in his task. Once prepared, he returned to the camp, seasoning the fish with salt for roasting later. The supply of salt was quite limited. He would need to boil more as time permitted. Taking a piece of leopard meat, Yi Hao chopped it into smaller portions with a stone axe, ready to pan-fry. The leopard's entrails were marinated with black pepper, lemon, and a bit of salt. He then retrieved a stone slab, drizzled it with oil, and prepared to sear the meat, eager to sample its flavor. Such an experience, were it not on a deserted island, would likely have eluded him for a lifetime. The nature of the leopard is such that one either becomes its prey or dines upon it. As the stone slab heated, Yi Hao placed several pieces of meat upon it. With a sizzle, the meat met the hot surface, producing an alluring sound. The chunks were somewhat thick, requiring a longer cooking time, as this meat could not be treated like a steak. Yi Hao preferred his meat well cooked, rather than rare. After a moment, he picked up his chopsticks to flip the pieces. The side in contact with the stone had begun to develop a golden hue. Instantly, his appetite surged as an enticing aroma wafted through the air. This was a delicacy Yi Hao had never encountered. It promised to be delicious. The meat of the leopard was predominantly lean, with little fat. After all, it was the embodiment of speed. If it were all fat, it might well be called a leopard pig. Yi Hao intended to prepare the prime cuts, such as the legs and ribs, utilizing various cooking methods. Life here necessitates a touch of creativity, as there are few avenues left to seek enjoyment. Much like engaging in a construction-themed sandbox game, the initial phase demands a relentless struggle for survival. Gradually, as per tradition, one would typically progress to the cultivation of livestock and crops. This would ensure an ample food supply, leading to an increasingly comfortable life. Glancing at the meat upon the stone slab, Yi Hao felt it was nearly ready. Carefully placing it at the edge of the slab, he proceeded to lay several pieces of leopard meat in the center, where the temperature was comparatively lower, ideal for preservation. Taking up a nearby ceramic bowl filled with his homemade dipping sauce, composed of black pepper and salt, Yi Hao deftly picked up a piece of cooked meat with his chopsticks, dipping it lightly. He blew gently upon it before finally placing it into his mouth. A peculiar sound escaped his lips as the flavor surpassed his expectations. His expression shifted into one of bewilderment, growing increasingly strange with each chew. His gaze fixated upon the meat below him. Spit. Ultimately, he could no longer endure it. Expelling the meat from his mouth and rinsing with water, he picked up another piece, determined to be wiser this time, merely taking a small bite. It was indeed sour. What was going on? I didn't marinate it with lemon. So why was it sour? He had envisioned the taste of leopard meat to be exquisite, yet the reality was disappointingly tangy. This was a crushing blow for Yi Hao. Such a large quantity of leopard meat, all imbued with this flavor. He felt nauseous at the prospect of consuming it, yet discarding it seemed too wasteful, leaving him in a quandary. Finally, I have witnessed the scene I long anticipated. The tables have turned. How delightful. Leopard meat, it turns out, is sour. Thankfully, there's none for sale here. Strangely, he suddenly found that the steamed bun in his hand tasted remarkably better. My skewers are the true delicacy. At last, I have triumphed in the nighttime culinary competition. I felt a pang of sympathy for the young man. Only then could I enjoy my braised chicken feet in peace. I had heard this was a food show, but it is merely mediocre. My instant noodles seem far superior to this. At that moment, Yi Hao's mood soured significantly. This was quite unbearable. Observing the leopard meat sizzling on the stone slab, he hurriedly removed all of it. If the slab were to absorb this sourness, he would surely regret it. He placed all the meat into a small jar nearby, deciding not to eat it today. Casting his gaze toward the offal, Yi Hao began to regret having added lemon. Hopefully, the innards were not sour, or else he felt he might weep. Suddenly, he recalled that there should be a dead green snake nearby, prompting him to rise and dash in that direction. This might very well be his most significant meal of the evening. Has the host been triggered? Where is he running off to? Uncertain. Perhaps it is merely a means to vent the discontent within. This direction seems eerily familiar. Could it be a return to a long-forgotten place? Is this not the path leading to the great tree? What intentions lie ahead? Confusion looms. In a brisk jog, Yi Hao arrived at the great tree, circling its base in search. At last, he discovered the tail of the green serpent nestled within a patch of grass. However, the head remained elusive. It seems that when it was severed, it managed to slither away to safety. Yet, Yi Hao paid it little mind. Even this fragment was better than nothing. A small consolation for his journey. Was this long trek undertaken solely to seek out this serpent? One cannot help but feel sympathy for the streamer, driven to such lengths for half a snake. A moment of heartfelt empathy for the streamer, for the pursuit of sustenance, is far from easy. How unexpected it is to witness the streamer in such a humble plight, bringing a semblance of balance to one's heart. Indeed, karma has its way. Does the heavens spare anyone? The comments on the screen brimmed with schadenfreude, a rare sight to behold Yi Hao in such a diminished state. The pangs from the leopard meat lingered, leaving him somewhat distressed. As he passed the riverbank, he prepared the snake meat. Snake meat was still on the menu, albeit in scant quantity. How much sustenance could half a serpent provide? It seemed insufficient. Glancing at his campsite, he found little else. Perhaps combining the fish with the snake meat in a stew would yield more. He had the fish marinating nearby. Grilled fish could be rather dry. Thus a stew with the snake meat seemed preferable. Without hesitation, he seized a pot, poured in some oil, and once it heated, added the fish and snake meat, stirring vigorously to enhance the flavor. Once the meat reached a golden hue, he poured in water, leaving it to simmer slowly. This would require some time. Rising, Yi Hao searched beneath the nearby great tree for mushrooms and wood ear fungus, adding them to the pot. The concoction resembled a hodgepodge, yet the aroma was utterly delectable. Observing the marinating offal, he deemed it ready for consumption. Thus, he picked up chopsticks and placed a small piece of offal upon the stone slab. Beginning to sod it carefully, he dared not add too much, lest it turn unpalatable. As the temperature increased, the offal turned pale, juices beginning to flow. A distinctive fragrance wafted from the slab, a pleasing scent indeed. Yet, Yi Hao remained uncertain if this would prove as unappetizing as the leopard meat. One must not judge solely by appearances, particularly when it comes to food, which can be remarkably deceptive. Watching the offal nearly cooked through, Yi Hao closed his eyes and placed it in his mouth. Chapter 79. A change in attitude due to his apprehension about the taste of the animal's entrails. Yi Hao found himself momentarily frozen, unable to chew. Yet, the unique aroma of the organ meat tantalized his taste buds, beckoning him to indulge. Resolute, he decided to cast aside his reservations. After all, he could not truly dismiss it without first experiencing it. Thus, he began to chew heartily, and to his surprise, the conflicted expression on his face melted away. This flavor is quite delightful. Yi Hao had not anticipated that the taste of the entrails would transcend that of the meat itself, utterly eclipsing it. The rich fragrance enveloped his mouth in an instant, and the tender texture provided a most pleasurable experience. Unlike the meat, which was arduous to chew, this delicacy disintegrated effortlessly, creating a sensation of melting in his mouth. Indeed, he had overthought the matter. It was time to feast. At that moment, Yi Hao finally found peace within himself, realizing that not every part of an animal could be unpalatable. However, the audience before the screen found their own composure shattered. The earlier euphoria of victory and the satisfaction derived from witnessing Yi Hao's struggle vanished with his few simple words. How could it suddenly taste so good? They pondered. If the meat is unpalatable, could the entrails be delightful as well? This is disastrous. Seeing the host relish it makes me crave takeout. A platter of entrails, please. Wait for me. I must order one too, lest I be outdone by this gastronomic broadcast. What to do? I just devoured several buns, yet now I yearn for entrails, but cannot manage another bite. This is true torment. That charming young man is too mischievous. He knows just how to toy with our minds. And my heart has been captured by him. Yi Hao's skillful maneuvering was evident. He juxtaposed the unpalatability of the leopard meat and the scarcity of snake meat to highlight the exquisite flavor of the entrails. In an instant, countless restaurants received an overwhelming influx of orders related to entrails, both for takeout and dine-in. Many found themselves unable to place orders. It was all too sudden. Life at the camp inspired envy in many, particularly among those who had participated in the competition but withdrew midway. Had they not witnessed Yi Hao's live stream, they would scarcely believe that anyone could live so freely. Comparing their own performances, they suddenly felt like children. Those who had personally experienced the trials of the competition understood its hardships best, and thus empathized deeply with those still competing. Without comparison, there is no pain, indeed. A profound truth. Before the campfire, Yi Hao began to array the entrails on a stone slab. A single bite was insufficient. One must eat heartily, continuously, to truly savor the experience. Some people delight in entrails, while others harbor a strong aversion to them. Excessive consumption of animal entrails bears no benefits for the body, as they contain elements that are difficult for the system to absorb. Here, Yi Hao has only a limited selection of entrails, and consuming them poses no significant harm. While there are risks, there are also advantages, such as the provision of vitamins and trace elements. Regardless of the item, overindulgence is detrimental. Moderation is essential. The flavor of the entrails is delightful, yet one can grow weary of them. Glancing at the substantial portion that remains uneaten, Yi Hao resolves to save it for tomorrow, especially with the fish and snake meat still simmering in the pot. Indeed, this dish should not be consumed in excess. It is initially quite palatable, but can soon become overwhelming. After finishing the entrails on the stone slab, Yi Hao addressed the drone, expressing his surprise at ordering a supersized portion, feeling somewhat deceived by the streamer. Fortunately, he had not ordered excessively. Is this truly so disappointing? My takeaway has just arrived at home. The viewers in the chat, who generally favor Yi Hao, may critique him but are generous with their gifts. It is worth noting that entrails should not be eaten in excess. Even those who enjoy them should refrain from daily consumption, as it is not advisable. Yi Hao shares all that he knows with the camera, as this is a live broadcast. Although there is no interaction, he believes that a silent host would fail to engage the audience, unless they possess exceptional skills or striking beauty. Female contestants are undoubtedly more appealing, a notion Yi Hao could easily deduce. The fish in the adjacent pot is nearly ready, so Yi Hao places the wooden pot on the table, lifting the lid to release an enticing aroma. The meat has become tender from stewing. Had Yi Hao not initially seared it in oil, it might have disintegrated into mush by now. Using a ceramic spoon, he scoops a generous helping of meat into his bowl, at this moment struggling to distinguish between the fish and snake meat. Not overly concerned, he takes a small spoon, blows on it lightly, and places it into his mouth. This is delicious, reminiscent of a savory stew, rather than the typical fish texture. Indeed, the fish has melded with the other ingredients, even the bones having softened. Perhaps this is what is meant by a mixture of fish and snake. However, the flavor is undeniably exquisite. Yi Hao holds the bowl in front of the camera, showcasing its contents. Please, dear streamer, spare us your commentary. Just be a person. We can see clearly on this camera, no need to present it to us directly. Truly, one can concoct any manner of antics. You may be enjoying yourself. But what about us? We are nothing. Everyone is left flustered by Yi Hao's antics, devoid of any coherent thoughts. Yet, many individuals still opt to order such dishes in the hotel, all for the delectable flavors that Yi Hao describes. At that moment, Yi Hao did not anticipate everyone's reactions. He merely embodied the essence of an eating broadcast he often observed. After all, a live stream thrives on interaction, designed to showcase the delectable nature of food. This is the hallmark of a successful food broadcast, is it not? After consuming several small bowls, Yi Hao genuinely found himself unable to eat any further. This marked one of the rare instances on the deserted island where he felt overstuffed. Had the leopard meat not been so unpalatable, he likely could have relished a grand feast. It was indeed a pity to waste such a pile of meat, though unappetizing. It remained edible. If all else failed, he could make do, so Yihao resolved to marinate the remainder and postpone consumption. Perhaps he could prepare some dried leopard meat, which might fetch a little money upon his return. After all, he was in dire need of funds, a predicament he could not ignore. Tidying up the camp, he stored the unusable items in the shed. The leopard's hide had dried, and Yihao used it as a blanket, drifting into a deep slumber. Chapter 80. New skills. Early the next morning, when Yihao awoke, he recalled that he had seemingly completed a task the previous day. He had yet to pay attention to the task's rewards, for at that moment, he felt as though he were on the brink of madness. Driven to the edge by the system. Beep. Task. Escape from pursuing cheetahs completed. Reward for the host. Level 1 Intermediate Identification Ability. Currently level for Level 1 Skillful Hands. Currently Level 7 Skill. Level 1 Night Vision Ability. Currently Level 4. Maxed out. Level 1 Immunity to Poisons. Currently Level 5 Level 1 Diving Skill. Currently Level 3 Basic Wilderness Survival Knowledge Points. 1, 2, Strength 1, 8, Stamina 1, 8, Constitution 1, 8. Exceeding task completion. Reward. Beast Taming Skill maxed out. 10 Probability of successful taming. Beast Taming Skill. Upon seeing this, Yihao felt as though spring had arrived. In the future, he could attempt to tame anything he encountered here. Should he succeed, it would not be long before he commanded a legion of wild beasts. Wouldn't that allow him to reign supreme on this deserted island? Although the probability was merely 10, it implied that perhaps success could be achieved once in 10 attempts. Should he not try taming something first? Yihao's thoughts were indeed optimistic, yet he was acutely aware of his own luck. For him, a probability meant little. Whether it was 10 or 99, the difference was negligible. Over the years, Yihao's fortunes had been consistently dismal. It was rather peculiar that he had qualified for this program. Currently, it seemed that mere qualification was not necessarily a boon, considering the dangers present here far surpassed those of the outside world. Having encountered countless perilous situations, Yihao remained remarkably resilient, defying death at every turn. Without any superfluous chatter, he ventured to the seaside early in the morning. Despite the chill in the air, he immersed himself in the ocean's embrace. Eager to experiment with his beast taming skills, for the sea teems with life. The scarcity of terrestrial creatures rendered the prospect of capturing them for taming rather futile. Such an endeavor would strip the skill of its very essence. With his level 3 diving proficiency, Yihao found himself more agile beneath the waves. He plunged into the water, observing the darting fish, and commenced his attempts at employing the taming skill. As he mentally invoked the spell, he perceived an ethereal rope materializing before him, ensnaring the creature in sight. A clownfish writhed energetically, thrashing about in its futile struggle. After a fleeting moment of resistance, it surged forth, escaping the confines of his attempt, an evident failure. Realizing the mechanics of the skill, Yihao understood that while he could ensnare a target, any creature not successfully tamed would break free within mere seconds. With this newfound comprehension, he endeavored repeatedly. Periodically, he would surface to catch his breath before plunging back into the depths to continue his efforts. Countless trials ensued, but ultimately, he decided to abandon the endeavor. Was this truly a maxed-out taming skill? Such incredulity gripped him. Despite his numerous attempts, success eluded him entirely. Yihao suddenly perceived this skill as nothing more than a redundant burden, an utter disappointment. Observers pondered his actions, speculating whether he was merely practicing diving or observing aquatic life out of sheer boredom. They had initially assumed he was in search of something significant, but it appeared their assumptions were misguided. His peculiar behavior and unprecedented sight at such an early hour left his audience bewildered, unable to decipher his intentions. Ultimately, the discussion yielded no conclusions, and they resigned themselves to silence. Upon returning to camp, Yihao reheated the fish from the previous day, indulging in a hearty meal. He devoured the remnants of the pot with gusto before heading to the riverbank to cleanse his utensils. After this, he crossed to the opposite bank, where the bricks in the kiln had cooled. Approaching the kiln, he removed the bricks and placed them in a nearby shed, as they would not be needed until the construction of his abode was well underway. Once organized, he proceeded to the brick kiln, extracting all the fired bricks. Although they had darkened somewhat, their hardness was more than adequate. Observing the unbaked brick molds from the previous day, he noted their abundance and promptly placed them in the kiln. However, a considerable number remained, prompting Yihao to plan the construction of an additional kiln later. For now, his focus was on perfecting the brick molds. As the brick molds dried in the sun, Preparations commenced to fire the bricks in the kiln. Regardless of the approach, time would inevitably be squandered, a circumstance beyond control. While crafting the brick molds, Yihao suddenly recalled the 3 tasks the system had assigned him yesterday. However, he could not locate the other 2. Could it be mere illusion? Was there truly only this single task? Yihao was perplexed in that moment. His focus had been solely on escape, leaving no time to ponder such matters. The fact that they were standing here now was, in itself, a miracle. The number of brick molds in his hands gradually increased, and soon he had produced a substantial quantity. Observing this, Yihao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Grasping his stone axe, he ventured nearby to gather firewood, thus resuming the tedious process of firing the bricks. Each time the heat became unbearable, he would refresh himself in the river. When the time was right, he moved to the side to begin constructing another kiln. The remaining brick molds were just sufficient for crafting one more kiln, with a surplus to spare. After completing this task, Yihao finally took a moment to rest. Sitting by the riverbank, having just washed his face, a gentle breeze brushed past, offering a delightful reprieve. After a short respite, Yihao began transporting the fired bricks to the campsite. With these bricks, he could at least lay a rudimentary foundation. He excavated a trench for the foundation in the area intended for the house. To guard against the erosion of rainwater, it was essential to build it to a greater height. Moreover, the foundation must be set below ground level, necessitating a considerable number of bricks. At this juncture, Yihao realized he might need to return shortly to produce more bricks. This pace was undeniably slow, insufficient for erecting a large house. Perhaps he should first construct a smaller one. If he intended to endure for a year, he could always expand later. With this thought, Yihao felt a sense of relief wash over him. The prospect of producing a vast quantity of bricks within mere days was daunting. He laid a simple layer of bricks for the foundation. These would suffice for a small dwelling. With a brick house, he would at least have a refuge when encountering predators like cheetahs. He also needed to give thoughtful consideration to the design of the door, lest it serve no purpose. Chapter 81. A day of busyness. The foundation of the house had been constructed in a rudimentary manner. To prevent damage, Yihao had to erect a shelter atop it, shielding it from rain. Lacking suitable tools made the cleanup process rather cumbersome, but it was an unavoidable predicament. The tiles over there could remain undisturbed for the time being, as this campsite was not particularly large, and it was wiser to keep them on the opposite bank. Grasping his weapon, Yihao prepared to venture nearby to gather some hemp, while also foraging for wild vegetables and mushrooms. Consistently consuming the same fare has become rather tiresome. A medley of vegetables would be a welcome addition. The taro in the camp has dwindled to just a few, prompting Yihao's intention to venture out and gather some more. Taro, after all, serves as a staple, providing essential sugars. The coconuts have also been depleted, necessitating a trip to pluck some fresh ones. Suddenly, Yihao realized how remarkably busy he could be in a single day. Life on the deserted island is relatively liberating, devoid of any overseers. Everything relies on personal initiative. After all, neglecting to forage could result in starvation. With a basket strapped to his back, Yihao began to meander through the vicinity. After a prolonged search, he found scarcely a few hemp plants, as most had already been harvested. However, a modest amount of mushrooms was available, which he readily collected upon sight. In the absence of hemp nearby, Yihao resolved to venture further afield. With the leopards having been eliminated, the direction he chose was assuredly safe. He also intended to inspect his traps, which he had not visited in quite some time. Engrossed in various tasks, and with the ocean's bounty sufficiently satisfying his hunger, he had little expectation for these traps. After checking his weapons to ensure their readiness, Yihao proceeded towards the territory of the leopards, gathering hemp and mushrooms along the way. The opposite bank of the river was abundant with wild greens, eliminating the need to forage in his current location. Upon reaching the traps he had set, he discovered, as anticipated, that there were no results. Sighing, he resigned himself to the reality of his routine. In the days he had inhabited this place, Yihao had come to terms with his fate. Such reliance on luck was never truly aligned with his nature. It had begun the moment he set foot on the island. These traps yielded more fish than anything else. The hunting traps were meager in results. A solitary wild chicken, a modest success, offered the hope of eggs. A wild rabbit, tender and delectable, had provided him with great satisfaction during the meal. Yet, that constituted the entirety of his spoils, a thought that struck him as somewhat humorous. Nevertheless, this was a familiar occurrence for him, prompting a deep sigh. It was, after all, a rather futile endeavor. Standing before his crafted trap, for an extended moment. He finally uttered this sentiment. Instantly, the live stream erupted in laughter. Uft. This is hilarious. I need a moment to compose myself. Ha ha ha. This is truly a talent. I thought the streamer had stumbled upon some issue, standing there for ages, only to be contemplating existence. Life spares no villain, especially those who manipulate the psyche, like streamers. The stars, the land, the people, none of this bears any relation to the streamer. I can only wonder what sins Yi Hao committed in a past life. My beloved young man, at this moment, I find myself devoid of pity. Have I changed? Ha ha ha. Regardless of the time or place. There are always individuals tuning into Yi Hao's live stream, for he is a person from whom one can expect the unexpected. Many harbor concerns about missing out on something significant. To ensure their employees can work with peace of mind, some companies have confiscated all mobile devices. However, this has resulted in a lack of focus among the majority, leading to even poorer performance. Observing Yi Hao's experiences has unexpectedly instilled confidence in many regarding their own lives. If someone with such misfortune can thrive, what could be more inspiring? By reflecting on their own lives in contrast to Yi Hao's, individuals come to understand the necessity of courageously confronting the varied circumstances of life. Such an approach paves the way for a brighter future. Mere lamentation over life's challenges serves no purpose. Upon realizing that the traps yielded no rewards, Yi Hao decided not to linger and instead began to gather some hemp in the vicinity, where it was abundantly available. In a short span of time, he amassed a substantial bundle, securing it with vines before collecting additional large bundles. Only then did he commence foraging for mushrooms. His basket soon brimmed with mushrooms and wood-ear fungi. He fashioned a makeshift yoke with a stick to carry the 2 bundles of hemp back to camp. Upon returning, he promptly set down the basket and returned to the previous location to transport the remaining hemp back to the camp. After completing this labor, Yi Hao finally settled down for a brief respite. After a short break, he made his way toward the distant taro field, armed with tools to begin digging. He did not excavate much, merely enough to sustain him for the next few days. After transporting the taro back to camp, he surveyed the bounty around him and suddenly felt that life here was indeed bearable. With 8 days remaining, and today marking the 22nd day, perseverance equates to victory. For Yi Hao, survival is not the primary concern. Rather, it is the tasks assigned by the system and the lurking thread of the giant python that weigh heavily on his mind. Everything else pales in comparison. He believes he can endure this lifestyle for a month. However, the absence of rewards from the production team diminishes his motivation. Although the prospect of a year's reward is enticing, Yi Hao doubts his sister can wait that long. He must devise alternative solutions, for the funds at stake will surely fall short. The potential reward of 500,000 for a month may only cover a single surgery, with subsequent treatments requiring considerable funds as well. These are the persistent dilemmas that occupy Yi Hao's thoughts. He has come here with the singular aim of ensuring his sister's complete recovery. His parents are aging, and reliance on them for financial support is no longer feasible. They have reached an age where they should be resting, yet they continue to toil for the sake of their daughter's health. Yi Hao feels that his capacity to contribute is limited, and this endeavor represents his best effort. Even in the face of danger, he will not surrender. To do so would extinguish all hope. For an ordinary individual, suddenly procuring 500,000 yuan is nothing short of a harrowing ordeal. Without resorting to theft or robbery, where can one borrow such a sum? This predicament elucidates why Yi Hao has persevered. He has no alternative. Historically, it has been said that a single coin can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. For the affluent, many dilemmas are mere trifles, while for the common folk, the prospect of medical treatment is one of life's most daunting fears. Chapter 82. I am amused the host seems rather preoccupied today, constantly scurrying about. Indeed, it feels as though he is on the brink of completing a month, yet paradoxically, the tasks seem to multiply as time progresses. Is Yi Shun on the verge of achieving wealth? Can one truly amass fortune solely through the 50,000 awarded by this program? Let us be realistic. To be frank, are there really participants who enter the competition solely for the 50,000? Is it not rather for the sake of notoriety? There are, however, those, like Yi Hao, who must compete to fund a loved one's medical treatment, necessitating his endurance for an entire month. In the hospital, within the confines of the women's restroom, Mo Ran observed comments in the barrage that touched upon these issues, prompting an involuntary response. They remain oblivious, yet Mo Ran is acutely aware. Each time she gazes at Yi Hao, she recalls Yi Ran's words. Her brother had clandestinely entered the competition without consulting anyone, embarking on this journey alone. Previously, Yi Hao was merely a recluse, entirely inexperienced. He had prepared nothing and ventured forth only after seeing it on television. Had it not been for that, they would have remained unaware of this endeavor. Is it true? No wonder Yi Shen refuses to yield under any circumstance. Now it becomes clear. How moving. My dear brother is truly remarkable. My admiration for him deepens. Yet, one must ponder. Yi Shen's streaming income must surely have surpassed 50,000 by now. Why then does he continue to strive so fervently? Has the individual above been kicked by a beast? Do you believe Yi Shen is privy to your musings? How could he possibly know, isolated on a deserted island, while others report his circumstances? It is precisely because no one has communicated these thoughts to Yi Hao that he remains steadfastly dedicated to enduring the month. He placed the pot over the fire to commence boiling salt, though the quantity was woefully insufficient. Once Yi Hao emerged from the camp, he traversed to the opposite bank of the river, where the brick molds had dried, ready for him to fire the bricks. The laborious process of firing bricks takes considerable time, leaving Yi Hao with little to occupy himself. Finally, as the time neared completion, he picked up his basket and began foraging for wild vegetables nearby. Abundant in this locale, he soon filled his basket and returned to camp. He continued adding seawater to the pot, perpetuating the lengthy and monotonous task of salt production. As he surveyed the scattered items around him, Yi Hao suddenly realized he had indeed been industrious throughout the day. Wait, it seems there is still something left undone. The coconuts are depleted. He must go gather more. Continuing to carry the backpack, this item proves to be remarkably useful. With the backpack, transporting items becomes exceedingly convenient. The seaside, a location where Yi Hao is nearly haunted by psychological shadows. He has encountered countless dangers here, yet it is also the place abundant in sustenance. Ever since being chased up a tree by a leopard yesterday, Yi Hao suddenly perceives climbing trees as child's play. Scaling such lofty trees with ease renders the coconut palm devoid of any challenge. After plucking several coconuts, Yi Hao placed them into his backpack. On his way back to the camp, he spotted a wild bird foraging by the roadside, hopping about energetically. Its feathers were a striking blend of blue and gray, creating a visually captivating spectacle from afar. Its toes were a vivid red, contrasting sharply with its body, and it possessed a delicate yellow beak. At that moment, it was pecking at the ground, feasting on ants. An opportunity presented itself to tame a little bird, which could serve as an alert in times of danger. What a splendid idea. Upon seeing the bird, Yi Hao was momentarily captivated, not initially considering the prospect of taming it. The impulse to train the bird struck him suddenly. After all, the chances of success were rather disheartening. Mastering beast taming skills is no trivial matter, and it requires instantaneous execution. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Hao directed his beast taming skill towards the bird, and serendipitously, the unexpected occurred. The bird was ensnared by Yi Hao's skill. Pausing momentarily as it struggled to break free, Yi Hao had merely intended to experiment, and the outcome was inconsequential. As the bird fought desperately, the ground shifted abruptly, and a small clod of earth was dislodged. A spider, the size of a baseball, sprang forth from the earth, lunging at the bird with a fierce bite. The intense venom swiftly coursed through the bird's body, leaving it uncertain whether Yi Hao's taming skill or the spider's toxin was at play. The bird trembled violently, yet did not take flight. In this moment, Yi Hao felt an inexplicable connection, as if he could sense the bird's body and its visual surroundings. He could distinctly feel the bird's agony. Fly? Having achieved success once, the sensation was utterly enchanting. Striving to control the bird's body with his consciousness, Yi Hao soon realized that the bird's vision had turned pitch black. All connections ceased abruptly, as if nothing had transpired. What the hell? Yi Hao felt his composure shatter. What was this? Surely, one cannot endure such misfortune repeatedly? Such occurrences are intolerable for anyone. The audacity had reached an unbearable extent. As the connection was severed, Yi Hao realized that the little bird had been completely poisoned to death by the spider. His heart sank at the loss of his first companion, which had vanished in mere seconds, leaving an emptiness within him. He harbored a deep hatred for the spider. Had it not appeared, he would have possessed a pet capable of flight, ensuring a safer slumber at night and allowing for exploration in various locales with ease. Such a beautiful prospect had swiftly dissolved into nothingness. In that moment, Yi Hao scrutinized the spider before him. It was the size of a baseball, its abdomen adorned with an intricate pattern of black and pale red, reminiscent of a set of well-defined abdominal muscles. Its limbs were all a light blue, clearly indicating that it was a venomous creature. The blue spider was currently perched upon the bird, slowly gnawing at something. Though the details were obscured, Yi Hao could vividly imagine the spider's enormous fangs, given its carnivorous nature. I cannot let this creature go unpunished. I must avenge my beloved bird. The blue spider was greedily feasting, oblivious to the impending danger. Yi Hao aimed his spear at the creature, preparing to strike it down. However, before doing so, he resolved to test his taming skill. If successful, it would be most fortuitous. If not, he would meet his end with honor. He silently invoked the taming skill, and suddenly, the blue spider began to thrash about. After being ensnared by Yi Hao's ability, it grew frantic. Yi Hao fixated on the spider, ready to deliver a fatal blow the moment it broke free. Nevertheless, he hesitated, uncertain if his skill would yield the same results with a different species. Having never tested this newly acquired ability, he refrained from acting rashly. His grip on the spear tightened. Should the spider exhibit any unusual behavior, he would execute it without hesitation. Advance. Yi Hao willed himself to control the blue spider, but moments passed with no response. The spider remained frozen, devoid of any movement. Observing this, Yi Hao decisively hurled his spear. The sharp tip pierced the spider's body, pinning it firmly to the ground. What had once been a motionless blue spider erupted into a violent struggle upon being struck. One could not deny the performance was remarkable. It nearly deceived Yi Hao. After a brief struggle, it finally ceased its movements entirely. How captivating. Is this what they call the mantis stalks the cicada while the oriole lurks behind? It is truly a pity for such a delightful little bird. What a loss that it cannot be savored. How delectable it must be. One can only imagine that Yi Shin shares this sentiment, hence his decision to eliminate the blue spider. I perceive that the barrage of comments is filled with talent. Honestly, I wouldn't even watch the gala without your participation. Now, it seems that neither of these creatures can be consumed. I sense the host is on the verge of tears. Why lament? Today, his camp is abundant with provisions. Indeed, the young man is quite impressive. It feels as though my spring has arrived. At this moment, Yi Hao felt akin to the depths of winter, his heart chilled. This is not merely a timely gift. It is a shrimp and pork heart. Silently, he buried his little bird, adorning it with a cross, commemorating his first success. This is a sorrowful tale, one that concludes before it even begins. Such a compassionate young man, constructing a grave for the little bird. How endearing. Just observe the expression on his face. He is nearly in tears over a mere bird. Such kindness. How could one not adore him? I am utterly captivated by this side of him. In the director's booth, Bai Yi gazed curiously at Yi Hao, unable to fathom that he possessed such a gentle side. This completely upended Bai Yi's preconceived notions of Yi Hao, refreshing his understanding entirely. Fan Xinxin, what are your thoughts? Upon hearing Bai Yi's inquiry, Fan Xinxin snapped back to reality, having been entranced moments before. How enchanting. She had been so absorbed in the moment. My apologies, I was utterly captivated. I truly did not expect that Yi Hao harbored such tenderness, which only deepens my admiration for him. Without a hint of reservation, Fan Xinxin openly praised Yi Hao. Nearby, Mary nodded in agreement after hearing Fan Xinxin's words. I share the same sentiment. I have only ever witnessed the resilient side of Yi Hao. This is the first time I have discovered that a man can possess such warmth. Indeed, such nuanced emotion, combined with Yi Hao's character, is surely the embodiment of the ideal in everyone's hearts. At this moment, Yi Hao completely enraptured Fan Xinxin. No one is perfect. Only those who fit best in one's heart. Bai Yi and Han Xiao exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding passing between the two men that conveyed their shared sentiment. In moments like this, silence speaks volumes. Yi Hao becomes the sole male protagonist, while all other men fade into the background. Han Xiao, perceptive to the atmosphere, chose to remain silent, subtly turning his head away. Upon witnessing Han Xiao's demeanor, Bai Yi internally cursed and mimicked the gesture, turning his head away as well. What have I just witnessed? This is too much. The streamer is truly a talent. I give full marks for this operation. The young man has transformed, becoming even more intriguing. Come, let me show you how such an exceptional individual became my husband. I am astounded. The streamer's performance is utterly riveting. The deceased little bird was tenderly buried by Yi Hao, while the blue spider that had caused its demise was tossed into a nearby ant nest. Concerned that the ants might overlook the spider, he lent them a hand. Unsatisfied, he even widened the entrance to the ant hole, enticing the jungle ants into a frenzy. What they encountered was solely that spider, and the outcome was predictable. After completing this task, Yihao returned to the camp, noticing the day had grown somewhat late. As he surveyed the items scattered on the ground, he sighed and began to tidy up. Once he had organized most of it, he turned his thoughts to dinner. There was still a considerable amount of edible fare, wild vegetables, mushrooms, taro, seafood, and leopard meat, though he decided against the latter. He even had some leftover entrails from yesterday that he hadn't finished. Today, he opted for something simple, feeling a bit weary. He retrieved several scallops from the nearby pool, selected a few mushrooms, and placed them in a pot. He intended to prepare a seafood mushroom soup, as it was preferable to have some broth when conditions allowed. However, upon inspecting the pot, he realized it seemed rather scant. The scallops were minimal, and he knew he couldn't add too many mushrooms lest the flavor become overpowering. He decided to add some wild vegetables and, of course, the taro. At this point, Yihao was simply throwing whatever he had into the pot, uncertain about how to cook. He thought to himself that it was fine to experiment since he was alone. Still feeling that something was amiss, he opened a coconut, scooped out the flesh, and added it to the pot to simmer. The soup was nearing completion. All that remained was the meat, which was still yesterday's leftover entrails. He would have to consume them today. He planned to pan-fry half and skewer the other half for grilling, trying a different method to see if it would taste better. Pan-fried mushrooms were one of Yihao's favorites, so he prepared a generous amount to enjoy later. The wild vegetables could wait until tomorrow. For nutritional balance, he had to consider a variety of options. It was simply about enjoying the food a little more. Even on a deserted island, one should not overlook the pleasure of dining. Chapter 84. The month's deadline. 25 days of survival on the deserted island. The house has taken on a rough shape. Life has indeed become somewhat monotonous, with each day resembling the last. With only 5 days left until he could leave the island, Yihao pondered the necessity of completing the house to earn the reward for building. After breakfast, he began to fire bricks once more, as this was a lengthy endeavor. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the drone, causing all the contestants on the island to halt and attentively listen to its message. It was a long-awaited sound from another, which felt somewhat unfamiliar to them. Congratulations to all participants. You have persevered for nearly a month. The next phase of the competition has been completely upgraded. Starting from this 1-month mark, new rewards will be introduced. An additional 10 million will be added each month, and the final reward will no longer be 100 million, but an astonishing 500 million. Upon hearing the drone's announcement, every contestant fell into deep contemplation. The allure of the rewards in the latter half of the competition was indeed far more enticing than they had anticipated. Even those who had not intended to amass wealth through this venture felt a stirring within. What does 500 million signify? A lifetime free from financial worries, and enough to bequeath to their descendants. As long as one steers clear of gambling and drugs, the fortune would be virtually inexhaustible. At that moment, Yihao began to formulate his own thoughts. After all, with this new rule, many would likely choose to remain in the competition. Armed with his system, as long as he exercised caution, survival here should not pose a significant challenge. Given the current circumstances, Yihao appeared to be the most promising contender. The last thing anyone wished to witness was his withdrawal from the competition. There were still 5 days remaining. He would assess the situation then. If he could endure for a year, he would no longer have to worry. That said, the environment here was undeniably perilous. The colossal python represented a grave threat, appearing without warning. If one had not encountered it, ignorance might provide some comfort. However, once seen, a profound fear would inevitably take root. While the audience watching through their screens might only marvel at the spectacle, Yihao experienced it firsthand, at an alarming proximity. His perception was entirely distinct from that of others. It was a startling experience. After explaining the rules, the drone fell silent, for it could not linger to engage in conversation with the contestants. The re-evaluation of rewards meant that the 500,000 prize was guaranteed. Should real danger arise, a contestant could opt to forfeit. After all, the rules did not prohibit such a decision. As long as one endured, Yihao could choose to abandon the competition. 500 million was an overwhelming sum. He realized it was an amount he could never fully exhaust. His goal was to endure for a few months and secure several million for himself. While this sum might not astonish many in the larger cities, for Yihao, it would be more than sufficient. Coming from a small city, he had never encountered such wealth. For him, a mere 10 million was ample for a comfortable existence. Moreover, it could significantly improve one's quality of life. 500,000 could save a life, and 10 million could accomplish many things. Yihao was not one to squander money recklessly. His priority was to ensure a better life for his parents. Motivated, he set to work. Though the resources at his disposal were limited, they sufficed. He reinforced his dwelling, as he had intentions of long-term survival, prompting him to redesign his home. In the quaint little abode that has been constructed, Yihao intends to use it as a temporary dwelling, with plans to erect a more spacious residence in the future. Subsequently, this makeshift shelter may serve as a storage area. Yihao has contemplated the idea of excavating a basement within the house. However, the magnitude of such an undertaking is considerable, and lacking suitable tools, he can only proceed with painstaking efforts. Without specialized equipment, the task undoubtedly becomes more cumbersome. He recalls a video he once viewed, in which individuals managed to dig a substantial pit using merely wooden sticks. It appeared deceptively effortless. Yet when Yihao attempted the same, the reality was starkly different. He found it nearly impossible to make any progress. Without considerable strength, success would be utterly unattainable. On the 29th day, Yihao finally completed the construction of this modest dwelling, having also laid the tiles upon the roof. "Comrades, the house is now finished," he exclaimed, as he opened the grand door he crafted, securely bound with hemp ropes. The experience of building a house for the first time proved quite enjoyable, primarily due to the profound sense of accomplishment it brought him. In his past, Yihao had relished playing sandbox survival games, where establishing a stable base always filled him with a sense of achievement. Just as now, he regarded this base as having reached the initial stage of construction, with future developments set to build upon this foundation. After a well-deserved day of rest, his little abode, affectionately dubbed Little Leaf House, has officially entered retirement. Destined to become a repository, it was no small feat for the young man to have built this house. One can only hope he does not abandon the competition, for without him, the show would lose its charm. I yearn for him to conclude the contest swiftly and return home to be with me, for soon you shall see him no more. Yihao's prowess is indeed remarkable. This camp stands unparalleled across the entirety of the deserted island. Tomorrow marks the end of a month, and I fervently wish for the young man to persevere as time passes swiftly. Fan Xinxin gazed at Yihao with a tinge of sadness. The month was drawing to a close, and if Yihao chose to withdraw from the competition, she too would exit the recording. Supporting him had been her initial decision, yet the spirits of the other participants were similarly low, as this moment represented a pivotal juncture. While I sincerely hope Yihao continues in the contest, I am also apprehensive, for the dangers here are palpable, especially the terrifying giant python. Mary could not restrain herself from speaking. The atmosphere in the broadcasting room had felt decidedly off in recent days. Everything seemed draped in a pall of gloom, devoid of the usual vibrancy. In truth, the giant python had vanished entirely. It had not been seen for an extended period, presumably residing in the depths of the ocean. Since its last appearance, the creature had left no trace, seemingly evaporating into the sea. Drones have been diligently capturing images around the island daily, yet not a hint of the python has been detected, lending credence to what old Master Bay remarked. Should it re-emerge from the depths, there may be nothing capable of halting it. Encountering such a beast would be tantamount to a death sentence. The habitat and habits of the giant python remain shrouded in mystery, and Mary's concerns may indeed materialize. While the outside world is secure, the situation among the island's inhabitants is markedly different. If one can truly endure a year without encountering the giant python, it would surely be a stroke of fortune. But is Yihao truly the kind of person blessed with such luck? Chapter 85. At the moment of choice, Han Xiao is among the more composed individuals in the group, refraining from voicing his opinions throughout the discussion. He is uncertain how to articulate his thoughts, for as a guest, it is prudent to refrain from interjecting personal sentiments. In this regard, Han Xiao certainly handles himself better than Fan Xinxin and Mary. It would be wise to observe the sentiments of the audience. The barrage of comments would better reflect their expectations. Upon hearing Han Xiao's remarks, several individuals began to glance at the comments. Support, support, support Yihao. The God of Yi. The God of Yi. True love endures forever. Without the God of Yi, I want to watch. That's my defiance. Who would want to watch those who can't even afford a meal? I doubt they could persevere, even if given the tools. A culinary show without the God of Yi is turned into a begging program. It's unbearable. Only the God of Yi can show us the wonders of the underwater world. Who among those useless individuals can do that? Cool, cool, cool. The God of Yi is always the best. No rebuttals accepted. I am an unthinking fan of the God of Yi. Whoever speaks ill of him will face my wrath. Confronted with a screen flooded with praises for Yihao, Han Xiao found himself at a loss for words. After all, this was the audience's choice, affirming that they indeed held Yi Hao in high regard. I understand that everyone adores Yi Hao, but the competition must ultimately reflect the contestants' personal desires. It is not for us to dictate, Bai Yi stated, feeling a heavy responsibility as the host. Yi Ran, observing the show as support for her brother, felt grateful for the affection these people had for him. Yet, the inherent dangers weighed heavily on her. For her, it was a different matter entirely for her brother to continue participating. While everyone admired Yi Hao, they should also consider his safety, as this deserted island is fraught with peril. Unable to contain herself, Yi Ran sent a comment on her phone, which was quickly lost in the stream, though some did manage to see it. Indeed, we cannot allow our desires to place the god of Yi in such great peril, should danger arise. It would be an outcome we dread. Yes, I respect Yi Hao's wishes. Regardless, I support him. After all, Yi Hao was oblivious to these comments. Resting at his camp, the final day was upon him, and he decided to grant himself a day of respite, an opportunity to unwind and relax. The supplies at the campsite were plentiful, allowing him to sustain himself for several days without venturing out. At this moment, he began to seriously contemplate his options, to stay or to depart. For reasons unknown, the completion of the house had not yielded any reward notifications, leaving Yi Hao somewhat perplexed. Was it necessary to construct a specific type of house to receive such recognition? Without any prompts, Yi Hao finds himself quite perplexed. The most challenging part has already passed. Now, merely navigating through a few months here seems rather simple. He is undeniably concerned about Yi Ran's health. Otherwise, he would be resolute in continuing the competition without hesitation. Another ordinary day has slipped by, ushering in the 30th day. Early in the morning, Yi Hao rises to tidy himself up and enjoys a breakfast. Observing Yi Hao's solemn demeanor, the audience seems to intuitively grasp that he has reached a decision. It is highly probable that he will choose to depart. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such an air reminiscent of a farewell. At this moment, the chat in the live stream has significantly quieted, with everyone awaiting Yi Hao's choice in hushed anticipation. A drone flickers with red lights, stabilizing in midair. Contestants, today marks the 30th day. A month has elapsed. Those remaining here signify that you have already achieved half of your success. With the prize money disbursed to each of your bank accounts, you will have the opportunity to speak with your family once, and rest assured, this conversation will be kept confidential. After the call, you may choose to stay and continue the competition or depart tomorrow. As this announcement concludes, all live streams are abruptly terminated, ushering in a 30-minute window for private conversations. After 30 minutes, each contestant will decide whether to proceed, so stay tuned. The screen displays subtitles, followed by a grand hourglass countdown. 2,915. The timer has begun, and the audience anxiously awaits the outcome. 30 minutes is a wait they can endure. However, Yi Hao's experience is somewhat distinct from the others. Although he too is set to converse with his family, he must first speak with a member of the production team. Due to your exceptional performance, should you choose to participate in the subsequent competitions, you will receive double the rewards of your peers. Hearing this, Yi Hao is indeed taken aback. He had not anticipated such an advantage. Let me consider it. Please connect me to my sister. Please hold. Connecting now. Hello, brother. Is that you? On the other end, Yi Ran answers the phone, her voice brimming with joy. She has long awaited this call. Knowing there would be a conversation, she had prepared herself, eagerly anticipating the connection. Today, Mo Ran has dedicated his time solely to care for Yi Ran. Sis, how are you? Upon hearing Yi Ran's voice, Yi Hao instantly relaxes. I am prepared for surgery. There shouldn't be any major issues. My attending physician is a fan of yours, so he is taking special care of me. I have fans. Male fans. Yi Hao responds with astonishment, discovering aspects of his sister's situation he was previously unaware of. It appears that his own popularity is still quite favorable. Brother, you may find it hard to believe, but you are the most popular among all the contestants, collectively. The others do not match your strength. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao could scarcely fathom that he had reached such heights. It was utterly unexpected. Brother, you ought to withdraw from the competition. Your earnings should suffice for my treatment. In truth, Yi Ran was uncertain of the costs of her illness. Yet she felt compelled to say this to persuade Yi Hao not to participate. Isn't that right, sister-in-law? Sister-in-law? Wait, Yi Ran, when did you acquire another brother? On the deserted island, Yi Hao stared blankly at the drone, utterly bewildered. He had sought treatment for her, only to discover her with another brother. Was this not an affront? Ha ha, brother, You are my only brother. There are no others. Sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere, Yi Ran refrained from further jesting. I have found a sister-in-law for you. She is my attending physician, Dr. Mo Ran. Yi Hao felt as though the world had shifted. One could now seek a sister-in-law without his consent, and it left him utterly speechless. She is right here. Let your wife say something to you. Hello. I am Mo Ran, your wife, a member of the fan club. Oh, you startled me. Chapter 86. A decision made startled you? Upon hearing the response, Mo Ran suddenly became quite upset. Do you think I am unworthy? What do you mean? Nothing, just a bit surprised. I thought we were betrothed. After hearing Mo Ran's voice, Yi Hao envisioned her as a remarkably beautiful girl, the kind that brings comfort. Knowing she would care for Yi Ran put his mind at ease. By the way, remember to tell Mom and Dad that I will be home in a few months. So they need not work tirelessly. After all, they are getting older. Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, Yi Ran recognized his determination to persist. She was well aware of his temperament. No amount of persuasion would sway him. He was unlike anyone in their family. But she understood that Yi Hao was doing this for her and their family. After a moment of silence, they discussed other matters, becoming aware of the circumstances in her live streaming room. Soon, the time arrived. The countdown on the screen dwindled to 10 seconds. Everyone was filled with anticipation, as the upcoming segment was what they cared about most. When the countdown concluded, all the live streaming rooms returned to normalcy. I'm back. The days felt like years. I am so eager for the young man's choice. Conflict, if only a powerful figure could knock me out. I wouldn't have to grapple with the issue of Yi Shun. As a devoted fan, I responsibly inform everyone that I just spoke with Yi Hao, and he has decided to stay for a few months. You shall hear it shortly. Mo Ran suddenly began to flood the live stream with comments, and instantly, everyone joined in, discussing the matter fervently. The ink-stained brush vanished unnoticed, leaving her as the first to speak. Awaiting good news, she hoped it would not bring sorrow. After a prolonged silence, why did Yi Shun remain silent? Perhaps he was anticipating something, as no one had posed any questions. Yi Hao was indeed contemplating. According to the information he had gleaned from Yi Ran, the gifts in his live stream had been abundant. Logically, the income from these gifts should suffice for his family's well-being. However, the production team had not clarified how to withdraw the funds. Initially, they had left his parents' bank card, yet no information had been received thus far. The possibility of not being able to access the funds loomed over him. Yet Yi Hao resolved to persevere, for the sake of their future and to ensure a better life for his parents. With his parents absent from Yi Ran's side, Yi Hao surmised they were likely working diligently. At their age, the jobs available would be arduous and demanding, often shunned by others. Contemplating this, Yi Hao felt he could endure. After all, he was still youthful and had the system to support him. Contestants, please choose to continue or to leave. The drone's voice suddenly echoed, reaching each individual, prompting thoughtful responses. I choose to leave. I choose to stay. Various declarations appeared before the drone, and Yi Hao cast a quiet glance at its camera. Brothers, I am aware of your unwavering support, and to my devoted fans, we shall meet again in the future. I will persist in the upcoming competition, and we will reunite when I emerge. Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, the live stream was instantly inundated with bullet comments, obscuring his image. He knows we exist. How wonderful. I love you, husband. I admire you, little brother. It's rare to feel understood. Thank you for your efforts. Damn it. As long as it's not a food show, isn't it better to work diligently? We get to witness Yi Shun's prowess again. What a delight. Did you hear? Our future now has purpose. How splendid. After hearing the responses regarding the future, Fan Xinxin covered her face and began to cry, overwhelmed by a sense of joy. After all, this meant she could spend more time with Yi Hao. Though she was not mentioned, her happiness remained intact. Some joys are solitary, requiring no validation from others. Noticing Fan Xinxin in tears, Mary approached, uncertain of how to offer comfort, and suddenly, both women found themselves crying aloud. This scene left Bei Yi and Han Xiao speechless, unable to utter a word. At such moments, women do not engage in rational discourse. They can only watch. Despite their happiness at Yi Hao's decision to stay, it did not reach such an emotional depth. In the camp, after Yi Hao had finished answering, the production team let out a sigh of relief as a window popped up on the screen, indicating that the 500,000 had been fully distributed. The gifts in the live broadcast room would be allocated after the competition concluded, and those who withdrew midway would receive only half of the gifts. However, for Yi Hao, this mattered little. It was merely money he could not access. The drone, having detected no anomalies, ascended back into the sky. Yihao understood that this marked the end, and he needed to start planning for a long-term existence. Upon glancing back at his camp, he suddenly realized he was not entirely satisfied with it. Renovating it would be a lengthy endeavor, yet Yihao now had ample time and need not worry about the future. His sister should also be able to receive treatment, which was a positive thought. After all, he was not truly of this world. Thus, the particulars held less significance for him. Living joyfully was paramount. For having been granted a second chance, he had gained some clarity on certain matters. In future conversations with you all, I must be more mindful. I never anticipated being this well-liked. I am grateful for everyone's affection. Reflecting on his situation, he realized he had become a somewhat renowned internet personality. And that feeling was rather pleasant. For those who enjoy the streamer, there is no need to send gifts, as the streamer cannot benefit from them. Merely showing support suffices. And spending money is unnecessary. In truth, Yihao was reluctant to voice these sentiments. Yet knowing that half would ultimately be taken by the production team made it feel like a waste. Better to keep the money for oneself. I cannot see your messages. Whether they praise or criticize me, it is all the same. I will continue as I have before. And I have heard that a certain celebrity is particularly fond of me and has been supporting me. Suddenly, Fan Xinxin abruptly lifted her head, gazing intently at the screen. Her eyes, brimming with tears, conveyed emotions that words like tearful or sorrowful could not encapsulate. She looked at the screen with eager anticipation, yearning to discern what might be said to her. Is it Mary? Upon hearing those words, Mary beside her exclaimed loudly, while Fan Xinxin's expression turned to one of profound disappointment. Please take good care of the goddess Fan Xinxin beside you. I will treat you all to a meal when the opportunity arises. At that moment, tears streamed down Fan Xinxin's face once more, overwhelmed with joy. Chapter 87. A new beginning. Having gained some understanding, Yihao felt he had come to know himself better. Facing the camera evoked a wholly different sensation within him, excitement, confusion, and a touch of nostalgia. I am just an ordinary person. I appreciate everyone's misguided affection. There is no need for me to utter random, sentimental phrases. I cannot see them, and they serve no purpose. Yihao began to enjoy speaking to the drone camera, sharing whimsical thoughts. The streamer truly knows how to engage. It turns out the streamer is physically on a deserted island, yet emotionally with everyone. Why does it feel so peculiar? Is the streamer drifting away? Or have we become humble? Initially, everything seemed quite delightful. However, upon realizing our inevitable existence, a sense of foreboding crept in. Why does it appear that the streamer has transformed significantly, becoming more loquacious than before? Yihao cannot perceive the barrage of comments, and in any case, he is hardly an exemplary host. His own camp requires expansion, and he is contemplating diverting water sources to facilitate easier access. All of this necessitates time. Calculating the remaining months, it seems feasible to complete the preparations. Allow me to pose a question. If I were not so exceptionally handsome, would you still harbor affection for me? I knew it. You are undeniably captivated by my allure. Yihao gleaned a wealth of knowledge from his sister. Yet Yiran did not divulge why he enjoys such popularity. Struggling to broach such an awkward topic, even Mo Ran remained silent. Should one confess that their fondness stems from his unfortunate circumstances, transforming island life into an adventure? In less than a month, he has encountered dangers multiple times greater than those faced by other contestants, yet he manages to survive each ordeal, rendering him utterly irresistible. Once or twice could be deemed mere coincidence, but repeated instances become a defining trait. Yihao's hallmark is his extraordinary misfortune, which paradoxically instills confidence in many viewers regarding their own lives, serving as an inspiration for countless individuals. These revelations were unforeseen by Yihao. He assumed that the affection from his admirers was solely due to his striking appearance. How could one be so vain? Is it truly necessary to be so self-absorbed? The heavens themselves seem unable to bear witness to this. Are you intent on making it intolerable for others as well? My dear, you are undeniably handsome. Yet I find myself enamored with your other qualities. Whether you are handsome or not is uncertain, but your humor is undeniably charming. Does the streamer harbor any misconceptions about himself? You have never been merely an attractive host. Fan Xinxin, initially in tears, found herself laughing at Yihao's words. Her affection for him runs deep. Let us consider today as the first day. I am preparing to replan this campsite. Look here. Yihao pointed to the house he had just constructed. The soil inside was still freshly dried, presenting a relatively pristine state. In the future, Several larger houses will be built here for habitation, as I have a preference for spacious living, which has long been my aspiration. During the competition, they lived in a rented, cramped space, yet it was a cozy existence. Yi Hao often dreams of acquiring wealth to purchase a larger home, freeing himself from the confines of a small partition. Using branches, he outlined a rough perimeter. This will be Yi Hao's new residence, his home on the deserted island. With the advent of brick structures, the overall quality of living has undergone a significant transformation. Henceforth, even when confronted by wild beasts like leopards, he shall have a refuge. Inflicting harm upon him proved to be quite a daunting task. However, the giant python posed a different challenge altogether, as a mere flick of its tail could easily overturn the dwelling. This was precisely why Yi Hao contemplated the construction of a basement, primarily to safeguard against potential assaults from the serpent. After marking the designated area, he retrieved several branches to create a rudimentary locator. Once this was accomplished, Yi Hao departed from the campsite, intending to gather sand from the shoreline to construct a more suitable flooring for storage purposes. Sand was abundant, and he collected some using the bark he had found, transporting it back to the camp. The ground of the house was to be leveled with a mixture of sand and crushed stone, resembling a cement floor. This area was designated for resting. Upon entering the house, Yi Hao pointed to a section where a wooden bed had already been placed. A leopard skin adorned it, imparting a sense of luxury. He then gestured to another corner, indicating a space meant for storing essentials, albeit small, sufficient only for necessities. Near the entrance of the house, there was a structure resembling a stove, which Yi Hao intended to use for cooking. A chimney was specifically designed to vent smoke outside. Soon, he planned to level the storage area with sand and limestone, constructing a brick storage unit, anticipating it would hold numerous items in the future. Having concluded his remarks, Yi Hao left the confines of the house, feeling it was indeed too cramped. He recalled. He intended to explore the ocean for food and might return to the camp later. The underwater world fascinated him immensely. Upon hearing that Yi Hao would venture into the sea, everyone was filled with excitement, for the beauty of the ocean was undeniable. Would he encounter the giant python? Surely, fate could not be so cruel as to have him eliminated on the very first day by such a creature. It was perplexing that Yi Hao harbored no psychological aversion to the sea. Had it been anyone else who had witnessed the python, they would likely have fled the deserted island, especially with a year of endurance ahead. Such courage was truly commendable. There were still some bricks left from the house construction, which Yi Hao utilized to build a small storage compartment. Rectangular in shape, the floor consisted of finely crushed sand and limestone, with the walls composed of stacked bricks. Having reached this point, he anticipated that by nightfall, his handmade hemp clothing would be completed, and he could return to admire his craftsmanship. Speaking of craftsmanship, Yi Hao suddenly remembered the need to create a bed for sleeping, as he was currently using an old mat. This thought struck him as particularly significant, given that nightfall was swiftly approaching. Most of his day had been consumed by the handling of sand and bricks, leaving little time for other activities. How could he construct the wooden bed without nails? Yi Hao realized he would have to resort to binding it with rope, which, while perhaps not as sturdy as one might wish, would certainly provide a much more comfortable sleeping arrangement. Gathering some flat wooden boards and logs, Yi Hao contemplated the appropriate height for constructing a bed. What do you think is the ideal height for a bed? If anyone understands, send me a telepathic signal. Chapter 88. The madness of it all. To be honest, Yi Hao had little concept of these matters. I sense your thoughts. You think it could be arbitrary, right? Yi Hao found such interactions quite entertaining, relishing the joy of speaking freely without concern for anything else. For him, crafting a bed was a novel experience, and he pondered how to proceed while experimenting. He first procured 4 roughly equal wooden poles to serve as the 4 fixed supports for the bed. With a stone axe, he carved several notches to secure the ropes, using similarly thick sticks to connect each pole. This part would bear the entire weight of the bed. If constructed poorly, it could collapse instantly. Once all the points were secured, Yi Hao pressed down forcefully to test its stability. Look at that, it's quite sturdy. The probability of this bed's success just skyrocketed. The remaining steps were much simpler. He gathered uniformly thick small sticks to cover the entire surface of the bed. A simple yet functional wooden bed was thus completed. To prevent any catastrophic failures, Yi Hao lay down on it. The creaking sound that followed indicated that all was well, with no signs of damage. It worked. This was surprisingly easy. Have you all learned something? At that moment, the comments flooded in with 666, leaving little room for any other expressions. Gradually, the comments subsided, replaced by a frenzy of playful banter. I've learned so much. I feel ready to start a furniture factory. Wow, following the streamer's lead in bed making. If my bed breaks, I'll just fix it myself. I've acquired an absurd amount of peculiar knowledge here. It's as if I'm trapped in a wilderness classroom. This hardly resembles wilderness survival. Yi Hao's bed is too small. It won't fit us all. I suppose I'll have to sleep on it. Why the sudden shift in tone? Laughter and joy filled the screen as viewers chuckled at the comments. Yi Hao's livestream possessed a peculiar charm, providing a delightful escape. By the way, I plan to embark on a wild adventure in a few days. Everyone will witness an exhilarating performance then. Stepping out of the room, Yi Hao gazed at the distant sky and suddenly spoke. As for the specifics, that shall remain a secret for now. I doubt you could guess it anyway. Yi Hao's words piqued everyone's curiosity, leaving them eager to discover his intentions. However, Yi Hao indeed couldn't see the comments, and even if he could, he would likely pretend not to. What captivates us is invariably the unknown, rather than matters whose answers are effortlessly discernible. Young man, it seems you have not dined today. Is this approach truly beneficial for your mindset? What distinguishes you from those marketing accounts? A sensational headline piques my curiosity, yet upon delving deeper, it amounts to nothing of significance. Henceforth, I have resolved to disregard Yi Hao's words. He appears to have abandoned the essence of humanity. To be human, Yi Hao believes that being oneself brings the greatest joy. Just as he relishes in the culinary endeavors he currently pursues, he indulges freely, experimenting with diverse ways of enjoying meals. The limited variety of food necessitates creative consumption. This notion is also the reason Yi Hao finds himself in a culinary show on this deserted island, where the authenticity of flavors has begun to resonate with him. The food from the outside world relies heavily on an array of seasonings, while here, Yi Hao enhances his life with merely a pinch of seasoning. The disparity is stark between the desolation of the island and the vibrancy of modern society. A simple roasted meat, when paired with a sprinkle of black pepper and salt, can evoke the most exquisite flavors imaginable. As the saying goes, he who is content is always happy, and Yi Hao embodies this sentiment. Acting in accordance with his heart in nearly all matters, he retrieves some scallops from the pool, alongside a portion of marinated leopard meat. Though slightly sour, the meat remains edible. Yi Hao proceeds to grind it and smoke it for an extended period, allowing it to cure. It has been some time since he last consumed it, and now, recalling its presence, he prepares a piece to sample. Allow me to introduce tonight's dinner. Scallops sizzling on a stone slab, while on the other side, diced leopard meat is stir-fried with wild vegetables. Scallops on stone and wild vegetable leopard meat. Indeed, after several days, I have once again brought forth this leopard meat, eager to embrace the challenge. In this moment, Yi Hao strives to articulate more, acutely aware of the multitude watching. It is imperative that this program does not descend into awkwardness. Previously, he felt indifferent, believing his live stream attracted merely dozens of viewers. Now, confronted with the reality of billions tuning in, the pressure is immense. Could the outrageous feats spoken of by Yi Shun pertain to this? One cannot deny the possibility. It is indeed rather audacious to challenge oneself with such unpalatable meat. Yi Shun has become excessively accommodating towards us, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. I preferred the more taciturn and assertive Yi Shun. While I appreciate this new side of him, I still hold fondness for the earlier version, such as my capacity for affection. What was once a culinary show has metamorphosed into a culinary challenge, replete with a myriad of intriguing variations. Surely, there cannot be a professional team involved, can there? In a scenario of round-the-clock filming, where would one source a competent crew? You resemble a paparazzo. Well then, Yi Shun is poised for a challenge. Let us observe his expression. How exhilarating. By the stove, Yi Hao picked up a pair of chopsticks and directly grasped a small piece of leopard meat. He stared at it for a considerable time before finally placing it in his mouth. Initially, he chewed delicately, but soon he was devouring it heartily. In less than a minute, he had finished. Observing Yi Hao's demeanor, everyone could discern that this dish was likely delectable. To be frank, it was not exceptionally tasty. Yet it was far from unpleasant. After such a long time without meat, it was a gratifying indulgence. A small portion of wild vegetable and leopard meat was swiftly consumed by Yi Hao. As long as he ate quickly, the unpleasantness could not keep pace with him. He then picked up a scallop and began to eat it voraciously. It was evident that he was taking large bites, and everyone could tell that this scallop was indeed delicious, as Yi Hao's expression reflected genuine enjoyment, unlike the earlier lackluster reaction. having successfully completed the audacious challenge. The anticipation for the host had waned. Although he knew it was not particularly appetizing, it was clear that some of the items were quite palatable, putting Yi Shun in a bit of a quandary. Traditional cuisine remained enjoyable, and it would be prudent to refrain from indulging in such exotic fare. For we are not as resilient as Yi Shun. Our lives may not be as robust. Chapter 89. Preparing for action the following day. Yi Hao rose early to begin his preparations. He equipped himself with every weapon he could carry and even crafted a protective outfit, utilizing tree bark as armor. He skillfully tied it together with rope to safeguard his vital areas. Observing Yi Hao in this state, everyone was filled with curiosity about his intentions. It appeared he was gearing up for a formidable confrontation, as he seemed well prepared. Once everything was nearly ready, Yi Hao slung a backpack over his shoulders, filled with a hodgepodge of items. "Greetings, brothers and my beloved wives," he called out. The early morning saw only a handful of people exchanging greetings in small groups. Those in the live stream were intrigued by Yi Hao's plans. After all, this gear suggested he was heading out to hunt. As I mentioned yesterday, I have decided to embark on that audacious venture we discussed, ready to give it a try today. Upon hearing this, the viewers began to frantically summon those around them, and the number of participants in the live stream surged rapidly. Everyone was eager to discover Yi Hao's intentions. Surely, in this perilous place, he should be relishing his safety rather than seeking danger. To actively pursue peril truly earned him the title of Master of Self-Destruction. I felt a pang of sympathy for the host, anticipating the unfolding events. Almost deceived by the friends in the live stream, who claimed that eating leopard meat was the epitome of audacity, I was led to believe there would be no further developments. You lot tend to overthink. The host had articulated his intentions clearly, so those with fragile hearts should refrain from watching too closely, lest they become exasperated by Yi Shun's antics. The young man's propensity for self-destruction has evidently intensified. He seems intent on courting danger. Indeed, the recent absence of peril had rendered everything overly tranquil, leaving Yi Hao with a sense of longing for something more. Thus, I have resolved to embark upon a venture of audacious nature, firstly to fulfill my own desires, and secondly to offer the audience a novel experience. With all my belongings strapped to my back, I made my way to the opposite bank of the river. The audacious endeavor I am about to undertake will occur here, a notion I had contemplated long ago but had yet to act upon, as I had not decided to establish a prolonged existence in this locale. However, circumstances have now changed. I am committed to long-term survival, thus this plan must be prioritized. After traversing through the jungle for a while, I successfully located my target based on my recollections. The objective this time is the beehive I had fortuitously encountered previously. I intend to assume the role of a thief or perhaps a bandit. After all, I shall not engage in any lawful conduct. With such a multitude of bees in this vicinity, it stands to reason that honey would be abundant. Acquiring honey would render many of my meals far more delectable, such as leopard meat and coffee. To ensure my safety, I crafted some makeshift armor. Having protection is better than being unguarded. Upon sighting the beehive, I understood the essence of this reckless undertaking. It perfectly illustrates the tumultuous journey of a daredevil. All else is trivial, for culinary delights are my true motivation. Have you ever tasted such a delicacy? I plan to purchase some ready-made honey from the supermarket, as this honey seems exceedingly precious. Mad endeavors call for madmen, and I feel as though I am shedding my humanity. To execute this scheme, I have devised 3 plans, ranging from the complex to the simple, as I harbor a certain trepidation regarding these bees. The first method involves utilizing smoke to drive away the nearby bees, allowing me to stealthily procure some honey. I gathered a fire source, located a few damp twigs, and combined them with dry branches. Having positioned myself close to the beehive, I directed the smoke with the wind. Once the fire was ignited, I watched the flames blaze vigorously, then approached with several leafy branches. White smoke billowed forth, carried by the breeze, toward the hive. Initially, the bees flitted about, but soon their numbers dwindled, and they became increasingly lethargic. As I observed this, I felt a surge of exhilaration. Indeed, this strategy was proving effective. I simply needed to wait for the bees to diminish further before I could seize a piece of the hive and make my escape. Remarkably audacious. I prepared to court danger. This was not merely reckless abandon. Could it truly unfold in this manner? I anticipated an entertaining spectacle, with the bees driven away. Surely there remained plenty to extract, and a casual dig could spell disaster. The tension was palpable. Could it be that I am on the verge of action? Armed with an axe, I am poised to strike. This seems excessively bold. Will there truly be no repercussions? At this moment, Yi Hao was exceedingly close to the beehive. His stone axe raised high, poised to strike. Suddenly, he noticed that the smoke behind him had vanished. Turning around, he saw that it was still billowing. But the wind had ceased. What the hell? Is this some sort of joke? Initially, no one had paid attention to this anomaly, but upon seeing Yi Hao abruptly halt, they assumed he had recognized the danger and decided to abandon the endeavor. The broadcaster's lament was strikingly apt, and the audience appreciated the dramatic effect it brought. Was Yi God akin to Zhuge Liang? While others harnessed the east wind, Yi God seemed to have extinguished the very breeze itself. Hilariously, the expression of the young man was quite amusing, almost endearing. The wind had truly died down. It had been ages since a gust had graced the air, and the broadcaster's plans now appeared to be in jeopardy. Even the heavens seemed to disapprove. Had Yi God acted earlier, the outcome was unfathomable. Yi Hao was bewildered by the situation before him. How could the wind simply stop without warning, so inconsiderately? After so long without issue, he believed his luck had improved, prompting him to consider taking a chance. Yet, it now seemed rather unlikely. One need not fear a well-laid plan, but rather the whims of fate. Such a disheartening turn of events could arise without warning. What is sentiment? Yi Hao had never truly experienced it. My patience is wearing thin. How can one continue in such circumstances? Gazing at the beehive so near, Yi Hao felt a profound sense of helplessness. Stuck in indecision, thoughts of various strategies were fleeting. All he truly desired was to charge forward. However, his life held more significance, and to recklessly endanger himself on the very second day of this new existence felt daunting. Grateful for the support received, he concluded that this plan would be shelved for now. Surrendering, he deemed the beehive far too formidable. A single strike would likely lead to encirclement. The herbs capable of treating bee stings were scant, and no matter how potent their effects, they could not withstand the sheer number of bees. Chapter 90. The master of self-destruction emerges. The beehive was indeed vast, enough to sustain a long feast. Yet, given the current circumstances, success appeared improbable, and failure loomed large. What would the consequences of failure entail? Yi Hao dared not imagine, for the challenge was formidable. Yet, having come this far, he felt compelled to attempt it, lest he remain discontent. In an effort to acclimatize to this environment, Yi Hao was also making earnest attempts at self-destruction. Well, today's program concludes here. We shall reconvene tomorrow. The audience, hearing Yi Hao's words, felt a wave of disappointment wash over them, as they had anticipated his audacious venture. It seemed that their hopes would not be realized. Who would have thought that Yi God would display such a fear of death? This was clearly incongruent with Yi Hao's established persona. If the broadcaster refrained from recklessness, how could one gauge their skill? Without proficiency, how could one engage in self-destructive acts without facing dire consequences? Is wandering on the brink of self-destruction the ultimate essence of a tech streamer? This recent failure and trepidation are destined to lay the groundwork for future misfortunes. If I succeed, I shall feast on the most unsavory of dishes. Astonishingly, is it possible to deceive others into providing sustenance? The thought of individuals yearning for such trivialities reveals that urban life can be more arduous than that on a deserted island. From this perspective, it seems that one cannot ascend to the heights of streaming. Were it feasible, I would broadcast my endeavors. The message, uncompleted yet inadvertently sent, indicates a slip of the hand. In that moment, Yi Hao was taken aback, utterly unaware of the object in his grasp. After expressing his inadequacy and inability, Yi Hao struck the beehive with an axe. Instantly, the stone axe breached the hive's defenses, severing a portion that fell to the ground. Yet, Yi Hao was oblivious to this, having fled with great speed. In an instant, he reached the riverbank, while the drone lagged behind, ensnared by a swarm of bees. The drone was rendered inoperative, and the viewer's screens abruptly turned to black. Is this truly possible? If the drone is incapacitated, the streamer is likely in dire straits. A moment of silence is warranted, hoping the streamer remains unharmed. These bees are utterly formidable. Just moments ago, I scarcely grasped what transpired, only to lose sight of Yi Hao's figure in an instant. Why hasn't the production team dispatched another drone? At this juncture, the production team found themselves in a predicament. Their primary drone had been compromised. As they sent forth several drones to investigate the situation, none emerged unscathed, all falling victim to the bees. Approximately 5 minutes elapsed, and Yi Hao's live stream was predominantly shrouded in darkness. The audience, bewildered by the turn of events, could not fathom the unfolding circumstances. Initially, they derided the situation, believing Yi Hao had encountered a problem. However, as time progressed, it became evident that something truly significant had occurred. 5 minutes of darkness spurred a myriad of speculations among the viewers. This unexpected incident had indeed unfolded in an unforeseen manner, turning the outside world upside down. The production team was left to face the consequences. What had transpired? Why had they ceased dispatching drones? Where had everyone gone? In the broadcast room, silence reigned. No one knew how to proceed. Fan Xinxin hurried to confront the production team, while the other guests remained unable to depart, as the black screen situation was intolerable for all. Please bear with us. A resolution will be forthcoming, reassured the team. Rest assured, the visuals will return shortly. Kindly await in silence. After a brief moment, Fan Xinxin returned to her seat, devoid of answers. Yet the program assured that imagery would soon be transmitted. Eagerly, she appeared in the studio, only to encounter a situation that nearly provoked her wrath. In Yi Hao's live streaming room, numerous screens displayed images from the vicinity of the hive, yet curiously, there was no signal emanating from the hive itself. Observing this situation, it became evident to everyone that something was amiss at the hive. Otherwise, a live broadcast signal would surely be present. The drone's camera captured a radius of several kilometers, instilling a flicker of hope that perhaps Yi Hao had managed to escape. With such live footage, the audience fervently searched for any sign of Yi Hao. This was an upgraded version of their previous quests, now transformed into a collective endeavor to find the elusive Yi God. Come, let us all join forces in this search. I have faith in Yi Hao's capabilities to successfully extricate himself from this predicament. They encouraged one another. Indeed, let us strive together. The area is not too vast, and we can examine each frame closely. I believe we shall find him swiftly. Given Yi God's remarkable speed earlier, the likelihood of his escape seemed promising. Let us not abandon hope. All the viewers engaged in this activity of seeking Yi Hao, a palpable atmosphere of excitement and tension enveloping them, as anxiety gnawed at their minds yet demanded a calm approach to the search. Before their screens, every viewer intently sought Yi Hao's figure. None were exempt from this urgency, for the environment was exceedingly intricate, making it plausible that he could remain elusive for some time. The drone circled within this expanse, not anchored to a single spot, thus sharpening the audience's observational acuity. Each individual transformed into a detective, deeply invested in uncovering Yi Hao's whereabouts. No one had anticipated that a simple act of honey theft would escalate into such a grand search. With Yi God's fate hanging in the balance, a collective hope lingered that Yi Hao would emerge unscathed. After all, the show would lose much of its charm without him. Brother, where are you? Yi Ran gazed anxiously at the screen, her hope tethered to this unfolding drama, as she prepared for her first surgery in a couple of days. Now overshadowed by Yi Hao's predicament, beside her, Mo Ran felt at a loss for words, unsure how to console her, as he himself was engulfed in turmoil. Both remained silent, intensely focused on locating Yi Hao, their faith surpassing that of the average person. They were resolute in their belief that Yi Hao would survive. It seemed that everyone paused their tasks, turning their attention to the search for Yi Hao's silhouette. Though the world around them was not vast, its complexity demanded careful consideration. Witnessing this situation, the production team exerted their utmost efforts, dispatching additional drones to explore further afield. The prospects of finding him were indeed dwindling. They had yet to spot Yi Hao, thus resorting to streaming multiple angles in a desperate attempt to convey the situation. 5 minutes afforded the crew ample time to survey the immediate area with drones, and the absence of any discoveries compelled them to adopt such a broadcasting method. They relied on quantity to prolong the stream. Otherwise, the live room would surely collapse, as the barrage of comments had exceeded manageable limits in mere moments. Chapter 91. The miracle is online. The number of drones suddenly surged, prompting everyone to resume their search for Yi Hao's figure under the new drone footage. 5 minutes passed, yet no discoveries were made, leading both the audience and the production team to lose hope. After all, there were limits to human reach, and the prospects appeared bleak. Only in the area undetectable by the drones did spectators speculate that once the bees dispersed, Yi Hao's lifeless body would be uncovered. Some even conjectured that he must have been stung all over, rendering his identity unrecognizable. After a while, a drone successfully breached the bees' blockade, forcefully deploying a large net to prevent its destruction. As it ventured into the chaotic swarm of bees, everyone witnessed a spectacle unlike any other, reminiscent of a locust invasion. No one could fathom that such a small beehive could harbor an overwhelming number of bees, far exceeding anyone's comprehension. This astonishing sight left many in awe. momentarily distracting them from their mission to find Yi Hao. Although it was somewhat awkward, the breathtaking scene took precedence. As time progressed, the number of bees in the area began to dwindle. The drone captured a truly astonishing image. Hundreds of bees collaboratively lifting the section of the hive that Yi Hao had severed, reassembling it and using their bodily substances to mend the damaged areas. This left me utterly speechless. Could they truly perform such a feat? It was indeed miraculous. I could scarcely believe it without witnessing it firsthand. Is this real? Even movies would hesitate to depict such a scenario. Yi Hao's chances of survival appeared increasingly slim, especially considering the intelligence of these bees. Surely, they wouldn't bear a grudge, would they? However, the question of whether they held grudges became irrelevant. What truly mattered was that Yi Hao had yet to be found, which was the cause for concern. Ah, I nearly forgot about my Yi Hao. Has anyone discovered his body? A body? How eagerly do you wish for Yi Hao's demise? You are a false fan, more likely a hater. Such fans are better off without. In the director's booth, the elder was instantaneously astounded by the scene before him. So many? Are they all from that beehive? How terrifying. Indeed, such a spectacle is hard to imagine. It may be a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence, unlikely to be seen again. Han Xiao also felt a deep sense of wonder. After all, not everyone is fortunate enough to witness such events. It had been over a month, and the miraculous sights he had observed from the director's booth were few and far between. He had once heard tales of the incredible wonders hidden within the tropical rainforest, a realm where few dared to tread. Originally, he perceived Yi Hao's appearance and realized that this place was nothing extraordinary, devoid of insurmountable challenges. However, the current scene transcended his comprehension, utterly conquered by the allure of the tropical rainforest. If Yi Hao managed to survive here, I resolved to join the ranks of Yi Shun's devoted fans, becoming a steadfast middle-aged admirer. Upon hearing Han Zhao's remarks, Bai Yi exclaimed in admiration, "I concur. Going with the flow is the prevailing trend of this world." Bai Yi chose to align with the masses, and as long as Yi Hao could persevere, they would join the likes of Fan Xinxin and Mary. Henceforth, they would be Yi Hao's most loyal supporters, unwavering in their commitment to advocate for him, regardless of the circumstances. The guests, upon hearing these words, found themselves in a state of helplessness, unable to retract their statements. Moreover, Yi Hao's current situation remained uncertain, rendering any speculation futile. If necessary, they could simply replace the guests. It was of little consequence, as long as everyone was content. After consulting with the behind-the-scenes investors, they received a rather awkward response. Once the bees dispersed, everyone finally extricated themselves from the situation. Gazing at the screen before them, they speculated that they had come in search of Yi Hao, nearly forgetting the earlier excitement. Suddenly, a barrage of comments erupted, successfully capturing everyone's attention. Where? Why can't I see? If you see him, speak up. Don't just revel in your own delight. Indeed, is this real? How come I missed it? At this moment, all eyes were on the individual who had spoken earlier, as he claimed to have seen something. Yet, the rapid-fire comments obscured his message, causing frustration among the viewers. Everyone, be quiet. We cannot see that person's comment, someone suggested, and the sentiment resonated, leading to a swift clearing of the screen, leaving it remarkably pristine. At that moment, a new comment appeared, the cat that eats fish, in the water, in the water, in the water. This repetitive statement seemed to stem from the earlier barrage that had perplexed him, prompting such an expression. As the comments faded, he began to organize his thoughts. In the small river, in the water. Soon, viewers began scanning for scenes featuring a small river. The production team was the first to notice, and in an instant, numerous cameras shifted to a particular shot. The image magnified, revealing a figure lurking in the water, subtly discernible as a person. The only individual in the vicinity was undoubtedly Yi Hao, solidifying everyone's conviction. Goodness, that truly appears to be Yi Shun. One can tell by the silhouette. As a die-hard fan, I possess such confidence. Others simply cannot match it. Those who can, I would gladly call my father. You must have it rough, cat that loves fish. He was the first to be discovered. What do you say? You false fan, I am the cat that eats fish, and you up there. Hurry and call me father. Upon seeing that Yi Hao was unharmed, the barrage of comments began to lighten up, as if they had all escaped the earlier tension. Yi Hao seemed to sense the presence of the drone and, with a splash, turned in the water. He waved at the drone, signaling that he was here. I had just been running energetically, and in the blink of an eye, when I saw the drone had vanished, I was utterly bewildered. Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, everyone burst into laughter. If this is not an incident, then Yi Hao is indeed a god, an invincible presence. After all, the earlier scene was truly terrifying, leaving one unable to fathom how one could survive such an ordeal. Is a miracle unfolding before us? It is an incomprehensible feeling. Regrettably, there is little to be understood. Chapter 92. Has this mouth been blessed? I have completely given up on this hive. These bees are quite formidable. Emerging from the water, Yi Hao addressed the camera, stating that while submerged, he could only see swarms of bees flying by. Being outside, Yi Hao did not witness the overwhelming scene. Yet this situation was enough to instill fear in him. He felt impulsive and realized he should think thoroughly before acting in the future. Perhaps next time. It seems he was not entirely satisfied with this endeavor and resolved to seize another opportunity in the future. Wait, next time? That seems excessive. It was thrilling enough this time. Do we really need another? This time was reckless. Next time could be fatal. Cherishing life is everyone's responsibility. May the streamer value his own life. No next time. Please, this experience suffices, for there may not be another opportunity. The audience reacted vigorously to Yi Hao's words, for the chance of surviving such a situation a second time is significantly diminished. Such a tragic event should ideally not occur, as everyone is here to witness Yi Hao's daring exploits, not to witness his demise. Phew, he did not die. Yi Hao is safe, and I am truly overjoyed. Fan Xinxin clutched Mary's arm, shaking it incessantly, tears flowing uncontrollably. Despite not shedding tears earlier, she could no longer hold them back. The other guests were equally moved, reflecting on the earlier words that needed to be fulfilled. From now on, I too shall be a member of Yi Hao's fan club. I hope everyone will take good care of me. Me too. The program staff could not help but cover their faces, utterly embarrassed. The situation had caught them off guard. However, they had no power to control the guests' behavior, as these individuals were invited, not hired. Fantastic. We shall entrust the position of vice president of our fan club to you all. If this program changes guests, we shall not watch it. We will head directly to Yi Hao's live stream room. Indeed, not a single one can be absent, as long as we remain fans of the Leaf God. We are all devoted spectators. To the production team, please refrain from any antics. We shall undoubtedly demonstrate the essence of unity. It appears that the audience harbors concerns regarding potential guest changes, prompting many sentiments to be expressed prematurely. At this juncture, the production team received a call from behind the scenes, delivering a succinct message: replace the guests, consequences be damned. One can easily envision that by tomorrow, the individuals occupying this space will certainly not be the four of them. Yet, at present, they remain oblivious. It is an unavoidable circumstance, as we are all in a state of fandom, and indeed, some of the guests do seem rather ill-suited. Yi Hao returned to the camp, hesitant to approach the hive. Even if he were to do so, it would take a few days. The camp retained its original appearance, and upon witnessing this, Yi Hao resolved to prioritize the construction of the camp. If only there existed some synthesis formulas in this reality, the arduous task of building these structures would be rendered unnecessary. However, reality is not a game. Each sandbox game presents a new world, and here, there exists but one, devoid of save files. With a wooden stick in hand, Yi Hao commenced his excavation, envisioning the future construction of new dwellings. It was imperative to delineate the space, for in such a world, lacking a plan could render survival quite challenging. After sketching a rough outline, he began to meticulously contemplate the design. After all, this house would serve as a long-term residence, and it warranted careful consideration. Each brick and tile must be crafted by his own hands, as other competitors are not afforded such privileges. Primarily, the other contestants lack the capability. Their strength is not directed towards construction. In their quest for survival, they hardly expend effort on building. For them, the specifics of their abode bear little significance. Living is sufficient. Yet Yi Hao is not of such disposition. He yearns for comfort in this realm. Thus, he possesses certain expectations. As a figure of immense popularity, it would be rather unbecoming to settle for less. However, observing the myriad elements around him, Yi Hao feels that time is on his side. The task of constructing a house remains incomplete, and this has led Yi Hao to sense an overwhelming malice from the system. With ample time ahead, he can afford to proceed at a leisurely pace. Once these tasks were completed, Yi Hao began to excavate a trench, a pathway leading to the riverbank, intended to channel water closer to his location. Given that the water source lies at a considerable distance, convenience is often compromised. Thus, bringing these resources nearer would be advantageous. However, after a few attempts at digging, Yi Hao decisively abandoned the endeavor, finding it rather challenging. Perhaps today, I shall take you all to the seabed to observe sharks? Facing the camera, Yi Hao commenced his performance. This sensation was indeed quite delightful. Encountering sharks is no easy feat, yet articulating it in such a manner elevates the ambience. This is also a matter that Yi Hao is contemplating. After all, boasting is not a crime. It feels rather pleasant to indulge in such behavior. Ever since he learned the art of exaggeration, Yi Hao has grown fond of this sensation, as if the world around him is merely a stage designed for his embellishments. Upon arriving at the seaside, he plunged directly into the ocean, where an unmanned submersible captured his image, and he vanished from sight in an instant. The drone's camera also recorded Yi Hao gracefully entering the water and then emerging almost immediately, before swiftly departing from the scene. At this moment, the footage from the unmanned submersible continued to play, and attentive viewers began to notice discrepancies. Haha, the host must be blessed with a silver tongue. He claimed there were sharks, and indeed, there are, exclaimed one. Wow, how did I miss that? Is it really this authentic? I'm in love. This host is so genuine. After leaving that spot, Yi Hao thought that since he was merely splashing about, the cameras should not be able to see him. So he chose a different location. This area was devoid of sharks, making it quite safe. This will do. Let us together explore the wonders of the ocean floor. With a splash, Yi Hao suddenly resurfaced, muttering incoherently for reasons unknown. The scenery here isn't impressive. Allow me to take you to a place I have yet to explore. Let us see sights elsewhere. He walked several thousand meters along the coastline before finally stopping. No way. I refuse to believe there could still be sharks here. Despite feeling quite helpless, he could not voice his thoughts, as that would greatly affect his persona. Up until now, Yi Hao still considered himself a beauty streamer and could not risk tarnishing his image over trivial matters. Before entering the water, the unmanned submersible's camera had already been activated, revealing that this spot was, in fact, a small gathering place for sharks. Meanwhile, Yi Hao was confidently striding toward the ocean. Chapter 93. This is too thrilling. The vast sea before him was breathtaking. The perspectives of the audience and Yi Hao differed greatly. Beauty is indeed relative. The viewers were delighted, whereas Yi Hao, who had yet to immerse himself in the water, felt uncertain. Having already changed locations twice, this was the third, and if it remained uneventful, he would likely be cursing silently. Observing the host's unwavering confidence, viewers eagerly anticipated the spectacle awaiting them in the water. Wow, what a striking pose. His expressions should be quite dramatic. The more steadfast he appeared now, the more devastating the outcome might be later. Anticipation was high. This program was becoming increasingly captivating, and I found myself looking forward to the daily broadcasts. Truth be told, whether or not there were sharks was of little concern to me. What truly mattered was how the host would confront his fate. Such luck is rare. And I pondered how the host has endured these years. My heart ached for him. I was taken aback. How had I not considered the sorrowful experiences of this young man over the years? Everyone has come to recognize Yi Hao's plight on this desolate island, which undoubtedly paints a tragic portrait of his existence. In just over a fortnight, he has encountered a plethora of perils, a feat unparalleled by anyone else. While misfortune may occasionally befall an individual, Yi Hao's string of bad luck appears to be a constant companion. This month's live broadcasts have vividly illustrated the reasons behind an individual's transformation. When faced with relentless trials, destiny compels one down a predetermined path, leaving no opportunity for resistance. As Yi Hao prepared to plunge into the depths, he took a moment to address the camera, inwardly beseeching the heavens to spare him further jest. Fully aware of the hardships he has endured, with a splash, he submerged into the ocean. The sight that greeted him instantly shattered any remnants of hope he harbored. Not far from his position, a variety of sharks drifted through the water, their jaws agape, revealing sharp teeth as they meandered, seemingly at rest. Nearby, remnants of animal carcasses suggested that a sizable creature had been devoured by this ravenous school of sharks. Upon witnessing this grim scene, Yi Hao instinctively understood that he had arrived at an inopportune moment, and trouble was imminent. Indeed, as he pondered this unsettling reality, several sharks began to approach him. These moderately sized, silvery-skinned predators, driven by curiosity, swam toward him with their mouths wide open, quickly accelerating from a leisurely pace to a swift charge. In response to this alarming development, Yi Hao swiftly employed a taming skill. The frenzied sharks, as if ensnared, began to thrash wildly in place, their fierce demeanor betraying their desperation to escape this invisible restraint. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Hao turned and began to swim with fervor. Remaining still would be nothing short of folly. The silver sharks, momentarily hindered by his skill, found their speed significantly diminished. As they sought to pursue him once more, they soon realized they had lost sight of him entirely, leaving them to circle aimlessly before returning to their pack. What a thrilling experience. I relished this sensation. The earlier charge of the sharks was utterly terrifying. If even Yi Shun could evade them, then truly, who could not? To my astonishment, Yi Shun's swimming speed was remarkably swift, an extraordinary feat indeed. As the onlookers witnessed the sharks surging forward, they simultaneously noticed Yi Hao pivoting and swimming away. Distracted by the sharks, many failed to observe how Yi Hao emerged from the water. Did anyone catch sight of the shark school below, standing at the water's edge? Yi Hao felt a lingering apprehension. The timing could not have been more uncanny. Why, on this day, were there sharks everywhere along the shore? Could it be that something significant has transpired? Of course, Yi Hao merely contemplated this thought, knowing full well that no one would believe such a statement if voiced aloud. It was likely that a large marine creature had recently succumbed, as it seemed implausible for so many sharks to suddenly congregate at the shore. Many were oblivious to this reality, partly due to the limitations of underwater cameras, which often obscure numerous details. However, Yi Hao's night vision abilities enabled him to perceive certain nuances, proving beneficial for his circumstances. Is this the case? He pondered. I had my suspicions regarding the unusual number of sharks today. It appears the Streamer S assertions hold merit. Yet truly, the Streamer S predictions were eerily accurate. One might wonder if they had been blessed with foresight. The notion of such divine insight was amusing, eliciting laughter from Yi Hao. Was this the essence of mysterious forces? He found himself starting to believe in the extraordinary. The commentary on the screen began to demonize Yi Hao, as the occurrences surrounding him were indeed peculiar. 2 instances could be deemed coincidence, but when they piled up, skepticism arose among the viewers, even as they remained captivated by the unfolding drama. Reflecting on the recent events, Yi Hao sensed something amiss, though he could not articulate it. With no other option, he resolved to temporarily vacate the shoreline, recognizing the area as unsafe for the time being. As for the mysteries of the ocean, he felt no concern, for they bore no impact on him. This place is too perilous. I shall depart now and likely refrain from returning in the next few days. Leaving required a justifiable excuse, as he preferred not to appear foolish. After departing from the beach, Yi Hao chose to return to the brick kiln, feeling as though he had accomplished little that day. Glancing at the afternoon sky, he hurriedly set about crafting a batch of brick molds. They could be collected later in the evening, prepared for firing at an appropriate time. Building a house necessitated the self-production of every brick and tile, making it imperative to engage in these tasks whenever possible. In truth, the system he relied upon was becoming increasingly unreliable, and Yi Hao found himself utilizing it less and less. He had nearly mastered all that could be learned. Although several skills provided by the system proved to be quite useful, planning in this environment demanded time, and Yi Hao intended to take advantage of it by exploring the periphery. Although this area offered comfort, there would inevitably come a time of resource scarcity, necessitating the identification of a backup location. Were it not for the presence of pythons, he might have ventured to explore the ravines below, which boasted an environment ideally suited for habitation, a prime location indeed. Alas, the unknown dangers loomed too large, and at this moment, Yi Hao lacked the strength to take such risks, opting instead for a more stable course of action. As he molded the bricks, Yi Hao occasionally glimpsed some bees flitting through the air. The bees, it seems, did not engage with Yi Hao, instead busily flitting about in the grass. Clearly, tranquility had been restored, and each bee was engrossed in its own tasks. Observing these bees, it was evident that no issues remained, and I planned to return in a few days to assess the situation. During a break, Yi Hao spoke to the camera, acknowledging that they were still somewhat close to the beehive. The sight of these bees suggested that the likelihood of any disturbances was minimal. I recalled striking the beehive with an axe, yet I was uncertain if I had dislodged any part of it. If indeed a piece had fallen, I could secretly retrieve it in a few days. The thought of such a fortunate occurrence filled Yi Hao with joy, as the sweet delights in this area were rather scarce. Should there be honey, it would indeed be a source of great happiness. However, it was futile for the host to harbor such hopes. The hive had likely reassembled itself, leaving no possibility for recovery. Moreover, the host would not witness this scene, as he was likely still hiding in the water. Would he be recognized by the bees then? That would be quite disastrous. I deemed it wise to refrain from venturing there. In the event of an attack by the bees, the outcome could be tragically grim. I shuddered to imagine how the young man must have appeared during that moment. I wanted to cherish the sight of his current handsome visage. After Fan Xinxin and a few others became fans of Yi Hao, most of their conversations revolved around him. The production team remained silent, knowing that a change in cast was imminent, and this was merely the final revelry. As the workday concluded, several individuals departed from the broadcasting room. "Mary, shall we dine together tonight?" Fan Xinxin suggested upon seeing Mary nearby. "Sure, what shall we eat? Spicy rabbit heads?" Mary recalled this dish vividly, as it came to mind whenever food was mentioned. "Please hold on for a moment." The director called the guests into a small room. "First, I want to express my gratitude for your support during this time. We will ensure the settlement of your fees." As the director spoke, everyone immediately grasped the implication. A change in personnel was forthcoming. New guests would appear tomorrow, and this decision was made with the show's best interests in mind. "So we want T be coming back tomorrow?" Mary could not help but inquire, finding the situation surreal. They had only just formed a camaraderie, yet were already to be separated. "As you all know, your emotional involvement has hindered your ability to host the program effectively," the director stated, and a heavy silence fell over the room, as this was indeed an undeniable truth. "Let us part on good terms. Tonight, let us share a meal, and tomorrow, focus on supporting Yishun." Bai Yi remained remarkably composed, having felt that his commentary had become somewhat burdensome. This opportunity to relax was quite welcome. Fan Xinxin was filled with joy, as this arrangement allowed her to consistently watch Yi Hao's live broadcasts rather than relying on chance. For a devoted follower of Yi Hao, this was undoubtedly a delightful development. None of the group voiced any objections, which left the production team feeling somewhat unnerved by the unexpected smoothness of the situation. It felt almost surreal, as they had anticipated some negotiation or dissent. The following day, as the broadcast commenced, everyone was taken aback to discover an entirely new lineup of guests. The abrupt change occurred without any prior indication, replacing the familiar faces with a slew of the most popular stars of the moment. Furthermore, the expert commentator had been swapped out for a different personality. What on earth was happening? Had the broadcasting studio transformed overnight? Where had their beloved Fan Xinxin gone? They yearned for their goddess and the previous commentator. This was too much. They could not bear the guest change and decided to stop watching. In the morning, given that it was the show's debut, the lack of viewer comments was not alarming to the production team. After all, such abrupt guest changes often produce this outcome, and they were prepared to endure it. The audience, after all, merely spoke out of frustration. They would still tune in, as these were some of the most sought-after celebrities. The production team understood this dynamic all too well. As time passed, viewers noticed the guests had indeed changed, and it was clear this was not a temporary substitution. These new individuals would be the permanent hosts moving forward. Being newcomers, many viewers were not familiar with them, leading to some awkward discussions. It seemed the guest change had been confirmed. While they appreciated these new stars, they still preferred the original essence of the show. The newcomers felt out of place, and with their presence, the show had lost its charm. They decided it was best to leave. The soul seemed to have departed, and the broadcasting studio had lost its purpose. Thus, they exited. Farewell, they would seek out their favorite male hosts elsewhere, as this setting felt exceedingly uncomfortable. As waves of viewers came and went, the audience numbers in the studio fluctuated. By the time the evening broadcast concluded, only a few thousand remained. The production team could accept this outcome, recognizing that the sudden guest change had indeed been ill-timed. On the third day, only a handful of viewers remained in the studio, mostly logged in with alternate accounts, leaving the broadcasting space feeling desolate. The production team was at a loss for how to respond, as all the viewers had flocked to Yi Hao's livestream. To alleviate the server's burden, the official team could only redirect some traffic to the broadcasting studio, in hopes of distributing the load. Even after being shifted to the studio, viewers quickly returned to Yi Hao's stream. This situation persisted for 2 days, after which the production team ultimately decided to abandon the broadcasting studio. However, this decision meant a loss of advertising opportunities. With dwindling viewership, where would the revenue come from? All investors began to prepare for withdrawal, which caught the behind-the-scenes planners off guard. The operation of the program could not solely rely on them, as the daily expenses were astronomical. The utilization of drones, personnel salaries, and bonus preparations were all borne by the investors, leading the production team to quickly succumb to pressure. They hastily reached out to Fan Xinxin and her companions, urging them to return to the team and co-host the show with the newcomers. However, the proposal was not for all to gather, but rather for one individual to appear in the live studio each day, gradually attracting viewership and ultimately achieving success. enabling everyone to adapt to the new guests and prepare for future plans. Upon hearing such arrangements, Fan Xinxin and her companions surprisingly united in dissent. They insisted on remaining together, declaring that if separated, they would not participate in the program. Chapter 95. Resistance. The unwavering solidarity of the four led to a temporary compromise from the production team. The director's studio transformed into a grand stage accommodating 8 individuals, which many found somewhat disconcerting. Nonetheless, they had all returned, and many chose to rejoin the director's studio. In recent days, Yihao had quietly attended to his own affairs, such as brickmaking and tile production. He was entirely oblivious to the happenings outside, diligently following the established plan day after day. Today, Yihao felt particularly settled. Having refrained from aimless wandering, which was no small feat, Han Xiao observed Yihao diligently crafting bricks and remarked that this marked his first day back. Indeed, the progress here was relatively swift. Bai Yi expressed a sense of nostalgia, reflecting on how they had witnessed everything firsthand. I believe he is wasting time. Look at the other contestants who are actively seeking food and water, exploring new territories, while he remained stagnant, he noted. Indeed, other contestants had explored numerous areas, often covering territories many times larger than Yihao's. Yihao remained steadfastly in place, devoid of grand aspirations, merely contemplating a stroll outside. These stars were chosen by the production team to diminish Yihao's popularity, as his fame had become a hindrance to many subsequent developments. They required someone to tarnish Yihao's image, fearing the consequences of his overshadowing presence. Currently, Yihao's popularity had exceeded their expectations, rendering their initial promotional efforts counterproductive. If the program devolved into a mere showcase for Yihao, the other contestants would receive no exposure whatsoever, thereby nullifying the program's significance and prompting many investors to withdraw their funding. After all, some contestants were sent by them, and those who persevered until the end were undoubtedly striving diligently. Individuals like Yihao, who were relatively unknown, were indeed few, leaving him as almost the sole representative. The program outwardly claims to be utterly fair. However, from the very beginning, the selection process has been rife with covert manipulations. Regrettably, some contestants have proven to be quite disappointing, as the secrets of the deserted island are what everyone yearns to uncover. Those individuals incessantly exploring do so in pursuit of these mysteries. In contrast, Yihao does not require such endeavors, rendering his experience rather monotonous. While it is true that Yihao has not ventured into other areas, he is well supplied with food and water, negating the necessity for aimless wandering. This time, Fan Xinxin boldly stepped forward, and others cannot disparage Yihao unjustly. It appears that Li Yetong, in her disdain, scoffed at Fan Xinxin's remarks, implying that only the inept would choose to remain in one place, while those with capability surely possess ambitions. Retaliation requires constant engagement, and Li Yetong embodies this approach. As a prominent star, her fan base is considerable, with many being ardent admirers. Whether she possesses genuine skill remains uncertain. But this is a survival program on a deserted island, where the primary objective is simply to endure. Everything else is of little consequence. In response to Li Yetong's comments, Fan Xinxin perceived them as mere slanderous attempts to undermine others. Is refraining from exploration indicative of incompetence? How absurd. Suddenly, Mary interjected, disrupting Li Yetong's attempt to speak. Everyone turned their attention to Mary. After the lengthy discussion, what significance does it hold? Survival on a deserted island is about who thrives best, not who has explored more terrain. Following Mary's statement, Fan Xinxin gave her a thumbs up. Indeed, as someone experienced in wilderness survival, I find Mary's assertion quite accurate. What do you think, Guyi? Without waiting for others to respond, Guyi retorted, recalling that initially, he was a master who starved 9 times in 3 days. If one could be satiated in place, would they still roam about? Upon hearing Guye's words, he felt a surge of frustration, wondering how the conversation had veered towards him when he had said nothing at all. Well, everyone has their points, and it is difficult to make a judgment. Ultimately, he found himself unable to take a stand, having only arrived a few days prior. This was a matter of his very survival. Such discussions seemed laden with malice for someone like him. The newcomers might not be aware of how Yihao earned his title in a few days. They would surely understand. At that moment, Han Xiao finally spoke, having perceived the underlying issues. Their return would undoubtedly thwart the ambitions of these individuals. Oh, really? I shall eagerly await the unfolding events, he chuckled. Hearing this tone, the others stifled their emotions, cognizant that they were in the director's room. However, the barrage of comments in the live stream was unforgiving, with a torrent of criticisms directed at Li Yetong flooding the screen. At this moment, it is likely that everyone has much to express regarding our return, so let us delve into the barrage of comments. With that, Han Xiao promptly activated the comments. Upon seeing the screen inundated with disparaging remarks aimed at Li Yetong, several individuals instinctively covered their faces. They genuinely feared that they might burst into laughter, for Li Yetong's expression was utterly amusing at that moment. Initially intrigued by Han Xiao's statement, her demeanor swiftly morphed from arrogance to a state of turmoil upon witnessing the comments. The audience, aware that Li Yetong was reading the barrage, refrained from using vulgarities. And remarkably, none of the remarks were repetitive. The atmosphere in the director's room shifted dramatically, prompting the production team to interject with a commercial break. As the advertisement aired, the group could no longer contain their laughter. Oh dear, how could the audience speak in such a manner? What are they even saying? Who would have thought we were so unpopular that not a single comment mentioned us? How disappointing. It seems Li Yetong's popularity is indeed formidable. I stand corrected. Hearing their remarks, Li Yetong nearly fainted, only to be steadied by someone behind her. She trembled with indignation, her words becoming incoherent. A nearby doctor promptly escorted her away for medical attention. Upon the return from the advertisement, the audience noticed Li Yetong's absence, abruptly halting the conversation. We resumed watching Yi Shun's live stream, interspersed with appearances from other contestants. If anyone had a particular contestant they wished to see, they could simply express it in the comments. Han Xiao candidly stated that they had no concern for the production team. The audience was there to watch Yi Hao, and they should express their preferences via the comments. It was best to relinquish the decision-making power to the viewers. We initiated a voting process, encouraging everyone to support their favored contestant. In the director's room, the voting system was activated. Each contestant had their own voting tally, with a deadline of 5 minutes. The expressions on everyone's faces were imbued with anticipation for this voting event. In less than 5 minutes, Yi Hao's votes had far surpassed those of all the others, whose numbers were pitifully low. Observing this, Han Xiao's lips curved into a slight smile. Regardless of the circumstances, this was always the nature of things here. They were the masters of this stage. The newcomers merely served as fillers, entirely disregarded by this group. Yi Hao remained oblivious to the happenings in the director's room. He could only focus on fulfilling his own responsibilities. The monotony of daily life compelled Yi Hao to seek change, realizing that some matters could not be rushed. He lifted his gaze to the morning sun, noting that yesterday's downpour had rendered the air somewhat humid today. With a long exhale, Yi Hao stretched languidly. Today, he would refrain from making bricks. Surely, you have grown weary of that. Turning back to his camp, Yi Hao carried the weapons he had forged over the past few days. After ensuring everything was in order, he prepared to venture out. At last, the moment to embrace danger had arrived, a long-awaited thrill. What does it mean to court peril? If one cannot articulate, it is best to remain silent. Must I affirm your statements with applause for you to recognize their validity? We have lingered through the long nights, and now you are set to embark on your journey. Abandoning us? Do not lament the absence of understanding companions on your path. In this desolate isle, who does not recognize you? It is not the streamer pursuing recklessness, but rather those perilous beings trailing behind. This statement deserves a commendation, to remind you that words should not be spoken carelessly. The audience, invigorated by Yi Hao's actions, eagerly anticipated the unfolding spectacle. Based on my years of experience, whenever the streamer remains unnaturally quiet, significant challenges are imminent. With this revelation broadcasted, countless viewers echoed the sentiment. Indeed, this observation resonates profoundly. I shall neglect my duties today, solely to witness Yi Hao's remarkable maneuvers. Almost everyone awaited Yi Hao's performance, each time more astonishing than the last. Regardless of the peril, Yi Hao possessed an uncanny ability to transform crises into safety, which is precisely what captivated his audience. The unknowns of the deserted island rendered the program even more thrilling. Armed and ready, Yi Hao made his way upstream along the small river, an area still largely unexplored. The previous leopards had vanished, but Yi Hao recalled the presence of crocodiles near the water's edge. These were hazards to be wary of. The pace of exploration was exceedingly slow, as the treacherous terrains could readily engulf the unwary. Utilizing his spear as a probing stick, he meticulously parted the dense underbrush, searching for potential threats. Such locales often concealed swamps, yet Yi Hao had seldom ventured into them and had never encountered one. Swamps are treacherous, Once ensnared, escape is nearly impossible. The more one struggles, the deeper one sinks. As someone with a modicum of experience, Yi Hao was acutely aware of this danger. Yet, not far ahead lay an actual swamp, though its expanse remained unclear to him. Realizing he could not traverse it, he stood at a safe distance and gazed into its depths. Brothers, ahead lies a swamp. Can you discern it? Yi Hao pointed towards the nearby area, where small puddles dotted the landscape. Is this even discernible? I cannot believe this is a swamp. Surely, it is merely a puddle left by yesterday's rain? Those unfamiliar with swampy terrain may find it challenging to judge, but if Yi Hao asserts it is so, then it must be true. To the eye, the interior appeared no different from the exterior. How could one possibly differentiate? Many, unable to recognize the swamp's treacherous surface, unwittingly stepped into its depths, sealing their fates. In truth, swamps constitute a vital ecological habitat, offering significant benefits to the environment. Look over there. In the distance, a bird hops energetically beside the numerous puddles, flitting back and forth. The surrounding grass grows lush and abundant, its growth seemingly random. Animals forage among the greenery, thriving in this damp environment replete with water sources. As he speaks, Yi Hao gestures towards a particular area, and the drone's camera follows his indication. It appears that some small creatures are quenching their thirst and grazing in that vicinity. The environment here is indeed conducive to wildlife, with a heavy humidity permeating the air, accompanied by a putrid scent of decay. This overwhelming stench is precisely why Yi Hao can ascertain the situation without probing further. The odor is simply too potent. There is an odd smell, likely emanating from the marsh, yet Yi Hao struggles to articulate it. Clearly, passage through this area is unfeasible. He has no choice but to either take a detour or retrace his steps. The abundance of wildlife suggests the presence of venomous snakes or insects nearby, necessitating a safe distance from the marshland. As the drone ascends, the perspective shifts dramatically, revealing a vastly different scene from above. The viewers are treated to a broader view of the wildlife, while Yi Hao can only perceive the immediate dynamics of the bordering area. He must rely on his judgment regarding the safest route based on the unfolding situation. As he moves, he takes care to steer as far from the marsh as possible, cognizant of the lurking dangers. Suddenly, an unusual sound pierces the air, causing Yi Hao to freeze in his tracks. Following the noise, he gazes into the distance and immediately recognizes what lies ahead, a crocodile. This small clearing serves as a sunbathing spot for the reptile. Upon spotting the crocodile, Yi Hao becomes completely still, yet the drone continues its course, gliding from the marsh to hover directly above him, its propellers whirring incessantly. Yi Hao casts a disenchanted glance at the drone, his expression revealing his unease. At that moment, the audience notices a change in his demeanor. The abrupt halt had clearly signaled that something was amiss. They did not anticipate the drone's intrusive presence would lead to such an irreversible predicament. The crocodile, previously basking contentedly in the sun, is now disturbed by the overhead drone. It opens its jaws wide, displaying its formidable presence, and turns to find Yi Hao standing nearby, spear in hand, alarmingly close. Many timid viewers have chosen to shut their eyes, bracing for a scenario likely to turn gruesome. The operator of the drone stands frozen, acutely aware that the outcome for him will be dire. Chapter 97. Encounter with a Crocodile 2. A tragic incident triggered by a drone. In the broadcast room, Li Yetong, who had just recovered, couldn't help but smile at the unfolding situation. This group of individuals seemed so enamored with Yi Hao. Now that Yi Hao found himself in peril, it would be intriguing to witness how they would sing his praises afterward. Though her mind was flooded with various thoughts, she remained outwardly composed. Fan Xinxin and the others anxiously focused on the screen, firmly believing that Yi Hao could achieve his escape. They feared that if they succumbed to their own trepidation and missed this thrilling moment, it would haunt them for a lifetime. Their faith in Yi Hao had deepened significantly. Through their shared experiences, each had matured considerably. Their belief was not blind. It stemmed from a newfound confidence in Yi Hao's abilities. In the vicinity of the swamp, running posed a considerable threat. One misstep could lead to entrapment in the mire before even facing the jaws of a crocodile. In such dire circumstances, the only recourse was to confront the danger head-on. As a crocodile lunged at him, jaws agape, Yi Hao had no time to ponder his next move. He instinctively thrust his spear towards the creature's mouth. You enjoy opening your mouth wide, do you? Let us see how that works for you, he thought as his hands synchronized with his resolve. The peril he faced was far beyond what an ordinary person could endure. It demanded extraordinary agility and formidable strength. Otherwise, his efforts would be in vain. The region was fraught with hazards, akin to the banks of rivers and the edges of swamps. Wherever human habitation was feasible, wildlife thrived even more. Yi Hao was acutely aware that there were likely more crocodiles nearby, and he dared not linger. With a vigorous thrust, he drove the spear into the crocodile's mouth, piercing through to its throat. Blood gushed forth in an instant, yet the crocodile, in agony, continued its futile attempts to bite Yi Hao, thwarted by the spear lodged in its jaws. Observing that the creature's assault had faltered, Yi Hao made the decision to retreat along the same path. Drawing a spare spear from his back, he began to flee with fervor. The environment was overly complex, and he did not dare to run at full speed. The drone, having faltered due to a previous operational error, remained motionless. The nearest drone had now arrived, surveying the landscape from above. It clearly captured the sight of the crocodile, which had ceased its chase, instead thrashing helplessly in place. Meanwhile, Yi Hao's figure darted between the thickets. Each time he passed through dense underbrush, he paused momentarily, wary of hidden venomous snakes lurking within. He had no desire to escape the jaws of a crocodile only to fall prey to another predator. Thus far, Yi Hao had never faced any creature head-on. When confronted with danger, his instinct had always been to evade. Upon realizing that the crocodile had not pursued him further, Yi Hao finally came to a halt. At this moment, the drones hovering above have learned their lesson and will not dare to approach easily when Yi Hao comes to a halt. On the open ground, Yi Hao gazes helplessly at the drones flying high above. He can only gesture with his hand, signaling for the drones to descend. Upon receiving his signal, the drones gradually lower their altitude. It seems I have successfully evaded the crocodile's pursuit, which nearly frightened me to death just moments ago. However, despite this, there is no trace of fear on Yi Hao's face. Instead, he appears quite at ease, almost satisfied. To be candid, you drones are akin to ticking time bombs, possessing an undeniable capacity to incite animosity. The drones in the sky remain distant from Yi Hao, yet they must accept his reproach. As the earlier incident was indeed a result of their blunder, a responsibility they cannot shirk. I still have to return shortly, so please refrain from coming any closer. Just conduct your filming from the air. I never anticipated that Yi Hao was actually planning to go back. Did I hear that correctly? He intends to return? Is he worried that the crocodile hasn't had its fill? This is courting disaster. It feels as though Yi Shun is inviting his own demise, as if he believes his life has been too comfortable. The size of that crocodile is immense. Approaching it would be akin to walking into the jaws of death. Alas, I, still so young, may have to mourn for Yi Hao's untimely end. Please spare us the theatrics. Our esteemed first wife has yet to utter a word. So what gives you the right to interject? Goodness, the host is truly heading back. He seems resolute in his path to peril. After admonishing the drones, Yi Hao slowly begins his journey back to the location where he previously encountered the crocodile. His pace is even more measured this time, slower than when he first arrived. Being aware of the injured crocodile nearby, he knows caution is paramount. Before long, Yi Hao reaches the vicinity where he had met the crocodile earlier. The bloodstains on the ground indicate that the creature had struggled in this area for some time. Following the trail of blood, Yi Hao gazes into the distance, yet sees no sign of the spear. Could it be that the crocodile has broken the spear? With no sight of it, Yi Hao can only proceed gradually along the blood trail. The blood on the ground is diminishing, and not far ahead, he discovers his spear hidden in a patch of grass. It is undamaged, but blood is smeared all over its length. In this scenario, it seems likely that the crocodile's jaw was penetrated, causing it to drop the weapon. Contemplating this possibility, if it is indeed the case, the crocodile may have lost its ability to attack. After all, one needs to close their mouth to bite. If its jaw is incapacitated, then this crocodile should be rendered ineffective. The likelihood of this is still relatively slim, and Yi Hao cannot be certain. He picks up the spear from the ground, intending to make further use of it. Given the circumstances, it is worth a try. Li Yetong stared blankly at the screen, astonished by the prowess of this individual. She felt a wave of panic wash over her at her own ignorance, suddenly realizing that the production team had led her into a significant pitfall. The other elderly participants, seasoned by their experiences, did not share her shock. As a popular star, she was astute and quickly devised a strategy to cope. Returning to her seat, she met the curious gazes of her companions without any outward reaction. Well, what is this? A voice broke the tense atmosphere, pulling everyone back to the moment. Mary shot a disapproving glance at Li Yetong, irritated that her actions were disrupting their viewing experience. No one paid her any heed. All attention was riveted on Yi Hao. It's so noisy. Are we not watching the show? This woman was insufferable, ruining the mood for the competition. How could she be so ungrateful? What had drawn me to her in the first place? Had I been blind? It was exasperating. Why had she been invited, if only to spoil the ambience? Chapter 98. The Allure of the Crocodile. 3. The atmosphere in the director's booth was undeniably off. Viewers could sense the tension, an unavoidable consequence of the large crowd. Wherever there are people, there are bound to be conflicts. Nevertheless, the audience's focus was primarily on Yi Hao and his next move. Having carefully surveyed his surroundings, Yi Hao began to venture forward. In the thick underbrush, a crocodile could easily conceal itself. With the dense foliage surrounding him, each step required utmost caution. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Clutching two spears tightly, Yi Hao was prepared to defend himself at a moment's notice. From above, the drone provided a clearer and more comprehensive view, yet the overgrown grass obscured any sight of the crocodile. This only heightened the viewer's anxiety, as if they were experiencing the tension themselves. After traversing approximately 10 meters, Yi Hao suddenly gestured towards the sky, indicating that the crocodile should be in that direction. As the camera shifted, a faint silhouette emerged, resembling the crocodile from earlier. Fresh bloodstains, not yet dried, marked the ground as the creature lay concealed at the edge of the swamp. The crocodile seemed to have spotted Yi Hao, but made no move. Fixating its gaze upon him, its mouth seemingly injured and unable to open. Observing this, Yi Hao hurled the bloodied spear he had just collected at the crocodile. The projectile struck true, piercing the creature's head, causing it to recoil in pain. Yet, even in its weakened state, the crocodile's ferocity remained intact. As Yi Hao approached, the crocodile lunged directly at him. The drone's camera captured the scene with startling clarity. The reptile charged towards Yi Hao with remarkable speed. At this moment, Yi Hao made no attempt to evade, instead seizing the spear in his hand, poised to engage the crocodile. However, lacking a suitable angle, Yi Hao leaped into the air, thrusting the spear directly into the creature's body. Without a moment's hesitation, it pierced straight into the crocodile's neck. Utilizing the force of gravity, the spear penetrated the reptile's throat, though the crocodile's momentum carried it forward a short distance. As he fell from the sky, Yi Hao executed a flawless backflip, landing gracefully on the ground, a performance akin to a gymnastics display, achieving a perfect score. What exhilaration! Who knew it could be this thrilling? Surely, his prowess could qualify him for an athletic competition. But let's be realistic. How could mere athletes compare to Yi Shun? Would they compete on who could escape a crocodile? The crocodile lay still. Had it perished? It seemed rather feeble. Was it possible this crocodile had not fed recently, making it so easily subdued by Yi Shun? Observing the lifeless creature on the ground, Yi Hao surmised it had indeed succumbed. He approached it, discovering that the crocodile had lost all signs of life. Withdrawing the spear, he grasped the crocodile's tail and dragged it to a nearby flat area, mindful of the proximity to the swamp. He did not wish for the scent of blood to attract other crocodiles. After inspecting his belongings, Yi Hao proceeded in the direction of the camp. Satisfied that he had fulfilled his task and could now indulge in a sumptuous feast of crocodile meat. At that moment, Li Yetong felt quite embarrassed yet powerless. Yi Hao's strength was undeniably formidable, far exceeding their expectations. The swift turn of events caught them off guard, leaving them reeling. Fan Xinxin, witnessing Yi Hao's unscathed return after vanquishing the crocodile, erupted in jubilant excitement. Such an achievement was indeed worthy of celebration, igniting a sense of thrill among everyone. To kill a crocodile in the wild was an astonishing feat. Most would only encounter them as unfortunate prey. By the way, we shall feast on crocodile tonight. I shall sample the delicacy for you all. However, the sudden voice from the screen rendered many of the exhilarated individuals momentarily speechless, their fists clenching tightly. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, transforming what had been a joyous occasion into one of palpable frustration. As Yi Hao made his way back to the camp, the morale of the group began to plummet. Crocodiles have become off-limits for consumption, and wild animals have largely been eradicated from the menu, unless they are farm-raised, which is quite rare. The general populace can only watch as Yi Hao indulges in his meals. Those with access to resources have already contacted farms for crocodile meat, while others can only envy Yi Hao's feast. The program Desert Island Gourmet elicits both affection and disdain. Throughout this journey, no one seemed to notice Yi Hao effortlessly dragging such a large crocodile. All attention was diverted to his mention of crocodile meat, inciting a fervent desire among others to rush out and procure some. Following Yi Hao's trend has become a fashionable pursuit. Upon returning to camp, Yi Hao drained the crocodile's blood, which yielded almost nothing. He then transported the crocodile to the riverbank, commencing the process of butchering the meat. Crocodile meat is recognized for its low fat and cholesterol content. As he prepared the meat, Yi Hao shared his insights, seamlessly blending knowledge with casual conversation. The crocodile, indeed, is a treasure trove. When stewed, it is best cooked with the skin, enhancing its nutritional value. The skin is rich in gelatin, which effectively combats osteoporosis and promotes skin health. Generally, meats high in gelatin, such as pig trotters, are celebrated for their beauty-enhancing properties. Many young women enjoy pig trotters not only for their delectable taste, but also for their cosmetic benefits, making them a staple for indulgent food lovers. Every part of the crocodile, from its liver and kidneys to its fat, bones, and even its blood, possesses medicinal value. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the others grew increasingly curious about the taste, yet they were left with no means to partake. They could only watch as Yi Hao meticulously processed the sizable crocodile, which he estimated would provide sustenance for several days. If necessary, he planned to cure the meat with salt to prevent spoilage, as such a precious resource might not present itself again. As Yi Hao prepared the crocodile, the day was still young. Cooking at this hour could only be considered an afternoon meal, not yet dinner. Although early in the day, Yi Hao suddenly felt that the skin of the crocodile required a lengthy stew. He believed that starting to simmer it now would ensure it was ready for dinner. A shorter cooking time left him concerned that it might not reach the desired tenderness. He tossed the crocodile's feet into the pot, added some meat, and covered it with water for blanching. After filtering out the blood, he heated some oil in the pot and sauteed the mixture briefly. Subsequently, he added water, seasoning, and salt, then covered it to attend to the other dishes. This pot of meat should suffice for a meal. Yet Yi Hao had developed a fondness for the taste of offal, deciding instead to consume the crocodile's innards directly. When consuming offal, an unpleasant odor often accompanies it. Yi Hao believed that these items required marination for a considerable time. He gathered all the necessary seasonings and commenced the marination of the crocodile's entrails. Once he felt that everything was adequately prepared, he brought his hand-woven lounge chair to the seaside. Placing the chair under a tree, he reclined upon it, allowing the sea breeze to lull him into a delightful slumber. Upon awakening, the sun hung halfway above the horizon, casting a blood-red hue that was breathtakingly beautiful. Refreshed, Yi Hao returned to the campsite with his chair. Lifting the pot lid, he peered inside at the crocodile meat and feet, and with a gentle prod of his chopsticks, they plunged effortlessly into the tender flesh. Realizing that it was thoroughly cooked, he removed the pot and set it upon the table, planning to eat shortly. He decided to sample the crocodile's entrails, having not indulged in such delicacies for quite a while, and felt a pang of desire. The crocodile liver was known for its benefits, such as nourishing the brain, generating fresh blood, dispelling dampness, nourishing the liver, and enhancing eyesight. However, the quantity was rather scant, perhaps insufficient for a satisfying meal. The entrails were all mixed together, rendering Yi Hao unable to distinguish one part from another. He placed the offal upon a stone slab to roast, and soon the delectable aroma wafted through the air. Inhaling the fragrant scent, Yi Hao felt that this place was truly a treasure trove. He was able to provide for himself by his own efforts, and yet he was compensated for it. The thought brought an involuntary smile to his lips, radiating joy. These reflections remained unspoken, for he dared not voice them in front of the camera. At such moments, the audience transformed from loyal fans into critical detractors. The more he savored his meal, the more scathing the comments became, adhering to a rather predictable pattern. Observing the barrage of comments in the livestream chat could sometimes lead one to mistakenly believe that the host was utterly unappreciated. Especially when Yi Hao devoured his meal with gusto, the screen was devoid of any praise. Fan Xinxin watched Yi Hao's livestream with resignation. The group could not find any crocodile meat for themselves. They could only celebrate their victory with spicy rabbit heads, particularly relishing the moment when Li Yetong fainted in frustration, which brought a sense of catharsis to everyone. To Yi Hao, let's raise a toast, Han Xiao exclaimed, lifting his beer towards his companions, cherishing their rare gathering. For our dear Yi Hao? Then I shall gladly join in. Fan Xinxin, who seldom drank, discarded her beverage and poured herself a glass of beer. Cheers. Today's events were truly satisfying. My dear Yi Hao is not to be trifled with. The four of them enjoyed their meal heartily, while Yi Hao, in contrast, relished his food far more, devouring the entrails and then turning to the meat in the pot as he continued to feast. The feeling of being unable to stop is overwhelming, with grease coating my lips. Occasionally, I savor a sip of freshly opened coconut juice. This life is simply delightful. After satisfying my hunger and thirst, I gradually begin to marinate the remaining alligator meat. With this meat at hand, I can comfortably remain indoors for a while longer. It is the perfect opportunity to fire the remaining bricks, as the scale of brick production is steadily expanding, all in anticipation of moving into a proper brick house. Living here evokes a sense of being a wealthy landowner, which is exceedingly pleasant. As I slowly acclimate, I find that the dangers here are not as formidable as they once seemed. After encountering that gigantic python, I feel there is little left that could threaten me. Once I finish preparing the alligator meat and survey my campsite, a surge of pride washes over me. By the way, I must share something with everyone. Tomorrow, I plan to take a look at the beehive. I am curious about its condition. Upon returning home, Fan Xinxin felt an overwhelming thirst. While drinking water, she heard Yi Hao's words and instantly spat it out. This is too much. To engage in such perilous endeavors not once, but twice, is beyond comprehension, no matter the level of trust. The recent incident is still vivid in everyone's memory, yet Yi Hao, the person involved, remains completely oblivious. He actually intends to go back for another look. This is tantamount to courting disaster. What the hell? Even the usually gentle Fan Xinxin couldn't help but curse, feeling a constant sense of unease. Achio, Achio. In the hospital, Yi Ran, who had just undergone surgery, suddenly sneezed. Who is cursing me? What is going on? Mo Ran pushed the door open and walked in, seemingly having overheard Yi Ran speaking. Oh, it's nothing, sister-in-law. When can I be discharged? Upon hearing Yi Ran's question, Mo Ran hesitated, unsure of how to respond. The surgery was successful, yet the core issue remains unresolved, necessitating long-term observation and treatment. At minimum, a stay of several months is required, and Mo Ran is acutely aware that this entails considerable expenses, which they may not have. Is it that my illness hasn't improved? Observing Mo Ran's expression, Yi Ran had an inkling of the truth, though she anticipated it to be so dire, leaving her feeling that her existence was devoid of meaning. What are you thinking? It's fine. Just focus on your recovery, and you will be discharged soon. After Mo Ran spoke these words, Yi Ran began to understand the situation. Your illness requires a gradual recovery. There is no need to rush. By the way, you need not worry about the financial aspect. The hospital is aware that you are Yi Hao's sister and has agreed to provide treatment at no cost. The hospital's agreement for free treatment comes at the expense of promoting their services through this situation, leveraging Yi Hao's notoriety to swiftly elevate their reputation. The cost of treating Yi Ran, in the eyes of the hospital staff, seemed almost negligible, were one to seek out a person like Yi Hao specifically. The price could potentially multiply by several folds. Upon hearing Mo Ran's words, Yi Ran finally felt a sense of relief. Chapter 100, A Visit to the Beehive. 1. Life on the deserted island resembled that of primitive humans. Everything here necessitated personal effort. Those who sought shortcuts could survive, albeit in discomfort. Individuals like Yi Hao, who were steadfast in their foundational work, were rare, perhaps due to the prevailing disinterest in sandbox-style games in this world. Those who have experienced sandbox survival games understand the profound significance of constructing a base. In the current world, people lack this awareness, merely perceiving wilderness survival as a matter of existence. As long as one survives, other concerns fade into insignificance. However, for Yi Hao, the ambition was to enhance the quality of life. That was the essence of living on the island. Existence does not equate to mere survival. The conditions for survival are easily met, whereas those for a fulfilling life demand much more. To elevate his living standards, Yi Hao arose early, consumed a light meal, and prepared to explore the beehive area. The weather was splendid today, and he intended to take a look at the beehive shortly. After thoroughly checking his belongings and confirming everything was in order, Yi Hao addressed the camera. "Is this how we start the day?" he exclaimed. "Host, if fate allows. We shall meet again in our next life." Haha. Do not be overly pessimistic. Individuals like the host are unlikely to perish. His resilience is formidable. Yet, what good is resilience against the overwhelming swarm of bees? The team, recalling their previous encounter with the bees, had prepared 2 drones equipped with nets. The lessons learned from their last experience were vivid in their minds. They were not keen on repeating a large-scale search and rescue operation. It would be too embarrassing. This had become a dark chapter in the history of the show, with Yi Hao repeatedly transforming peril into safety and teaching the crew valuable lessons. All necessary equipment was prepared, even in double portions. The remaining participants did not receive such privileges. They merely clung to survival, exploring solely to stay alive. Individuals like Yi Hao, who lived but did not wish to merely exist, were exceedingly rare, constantly courting danger and perpetually prepared for the worst. As Yi Hao prepared to embark on another adventure, the crew hastily got everything ready. The entire production team rallied around Yi Hao, which was not to say that the others were inadequate, but they did not present as many challenges as Yi Hao did. Each time Yi Hao set out, the crew was on high alert, ready for any unexpected occurrences, as drones and submarines had already sustained considerable damage due to Yi Hao's endeavors. At that moment, the director's booth had yet to commence operations, leaving all available personnel crowded into Yi Hao's live stream. Upon witnessing the situation, Fan Xinxin hurriedly made her way to the broadcasting room, with 4 individuals following closely behind her into the space. At that moment, there remained a considerable amount of time before the scheduled broadcast was set to commence, and it appeared that some of the later arrivals had yet to awaken. The production team, upon the arrival of the 4, had no choice but to open the broadcasting room, as the pressure from the live studio was exceedingly intense. They had to redistribute the workload, and the timing of the newcomers was fortuitous, as they could effectively manage the next wave of tasks. Once everyone settled into their seats and the official broadcast began, Yi Hao had already reached the opposite bank of the river, confidently heading toward the beehive without a trace of fear. Was he truly prepared to proceed? It seemed he was not as well equipped as during the previous encounter. Han Xiao regarded Yi Hao's gear with a hint of confusion. It was evident that he lacked the substantial protection he had previously donned, and the absence of the latest armor raised concerns about his ability to withstand potential harm. Bi cast a glance at Yi Hao's attire and surmised that the simplicity of his equipment was likely intended for expediency in case of retreat. As Yi Hao possessed no effective means to subdue the swarm of bees, his only recourse was to flee. Indeed, if he makes it to the river, he will be safe, Mary chimed in, sharing her concern for Yi Hao's predicament. The discussions within the broadcasting room surged in intensity, momentarily alleviating the pressure on Yi Hao's live feed, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the production team and the streaming platform. Should such occurrences become frequent, the server might soon be overwhelmed. Suddenly, a hush fell over the guests in the broadcasting room, the atmosphere abruptly shifting. The screen revealed Yi Hao inching closer to the beehive, cautiously advancing toward his target. The audience felt an involuntary tension in the air as they watched, their breaths quickening in anticipation. From a distance, they could clearly see bees flitting about, and the location of the beehive was unmistakable. "Goodness, this feels perilous," a voice murmured, as the number of bees buzzing near the hive had noticeably increased since the last encounter. Confronted with this alarming scenario, Yi Hao found himself at a loss for what to do. However, having come this far, he was determined to create a diversion in order to escape. He surveyed the area from a distance, confirming the absence of any scattered beehives, and shook his head in resignation. The only object he discovered was the stone axe he had discarded during the previous incident, lying not far from the beehive. The beehive still loomed at a considerable distance, and Yi Hao struggled to devise a strategy. He mentally mapped out an escape route, ensuring that even in failure, he could prioritize his safety. This time, Yi Hao had deliberately prepared several stone axes, motivated by a desire to take bold action. Yet, he understood that a direct assault was unwise. Thus, he resolved to employ the smoke tactic from the last encounter. He began gathering wood and branches, igniting them to produce a gradual haze of smoke. Concerned that the smoke might dissipate too quickly, he added an abundance of wood and damp branches to sustain it. The entire forest resembled an ethereal realm, albeit with a slight irritation in the air. The smoke gradually spread towards the beehive, providing Li Hao with an opportune moment to place the prepared stone axe upon the ground. He awaited the smoke to drift closer to the hive, as some bees already near the haze had been driven away. In the face of peril, they instinctively fled, a consideration Li Hao had taken into account. Observing that the smoke had thoroughly enveloped the beehive, he remained still. The drone's camera could no longer capture his figure. It was necessary to switch to infrared. What on earth was Li Hao thinking? This was truly a reckless endeavor, a venture that seemed to invite doom. At this moment, Li Hao was moving slowly towards the hive, following the smoke. To onlookers, it was evident. A small red figure was advancing toward the beehive. Was he truly considering a barehanded confrontation? Was he preparing for mutual destruction? Surely it could not be just for a jar of honey? Pondering Li Hao's intentions left many bewildered. "Young man, please return quickly. It is perilous there." Li Hao's demise could spell the end of the tale. Impulsiveness can indeed be a devil. Chapter 101. Unconscious. 2. Amidst the swirling smoke, Li Hao crouched low as he advanced. He had committed the environment to memory. And as the smoke spread, many bees vacated the area. The haze thickened, prompting Li Hao to jog towards the beehive. He withdrew his axe and began to strike at the earth beneath. This time, his target had shifted to the underground portion. After hacking away for a while, he found himself mostly encountering soil. Evidently, the beehive was situated quite deep underground. Listening carefully, he detected no buzzing of bees nearby, allowing him a slight sigh of relief. Summoning all his strength, he commenced a frenzied digging. Noticing that the closer he got to the bottom, the looser the soil became. What on earth was he doing? Observers were perplexed, sensing a hint of madness in the host's actions. What was he even chopping? Was he truly risking damage to the beehive? It was unfathomable. The youth of today seemed to lack any sense of decorum, resorting to ambush tactics. Master, is that you? It is an honor to witness you. Meanwhile, a group of guests in the broadcasting room were equally bewildered, struggling to comprehend the bizarre scene unfolding. What was transpiring, and why did it appear so peculiar? Mr. Bei, can you decipher what is happening? Asked Fan Xinxin, unable to contain her curiosity. Mr. Bei, seated nearby, intently observed the screen, feigning ignorance as if utterly captivated by it. Seeing his silence, Fan Xinxin refrained from further questions, anxiously fixated on the screen. Mr. Bei, noticing her quietness, felt a sense of relief. Dear girl, we are friends now. Do not lead me astray. I am just as perplexed as you. Overwhelmed by discomfort, he regretted returning. The show felt disconnected from him, particularly at this juncture. The knowledge he had recently acquired seemed utterly irrelevant, consisting of matters he had never encountered before. Suddenly, Yi Hao's hands halted, as if he had unearthed something significant. He leaned closer to the pit, peering into it. In the midst of swirling smoke, clarity emerged as he approached. Beneath the soil, something was partially buried, glimmering a deep crimson hue. Red? Surely it could not be a beehive. What could it possibly be? Drawn to the object, Yi Hao gently began to clear the surrounding earth, revealing a spherical entity before his eyes. It resembled an inflated balloon, its red surface devoid of patterns. It felt soft and slick to the touch, akin to being filled with water, rippling gently at the slightest contact. This was unlike anything he had ever seen. Could it be a toxic mushroom? In Yi Hao's understanding, anything growing underground must be some form of fungi. He recalled a video in which a mushroom took on a spherical shape, exploding upon maturity, releasing a cloud of spores like a miniature bomb. Surely this could not be the same? It appeared highly venomous. Hesitant to disturb it further, he intended to cover the red sphere with soil. Just as he prepared to return the earth to the pit, the crimson orb detonated. A plume of red smoke enveloped Yi Hao, drowning him in its embrace. Coughing violently, he noticed there was no acrid odor. Instead, a peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, strange and intoxicating, unlike anything he had encountered before. This aroma was exhilarating, lifting him as if he were soaring through the air. A euphoric sensation cascaded through his body, stimulating his senses relentlessly. He entirely lost track of his surroundings, his identity, and his purpose. To an observer, Yi Hao appeared to stumble aimlessly. Without the smoke, he would resemble someone inebriated. His footing faltered, feeling as if he were treading on cotton. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground. As the red smoke settled upon him, it gradually dissipated without a trace, and the balloon-like plant shriveled instantaneously. It turned black, and in the moment Yi Hao fell, everything transformed into powder, scattering into the earth. Lying motionless, Yi Hao had succumbed to unconsciousness, utterly still upon the ground. Under the drone's gaze, his large figure lay sprawled on the earth, motionless for an extended period. What could have transpired? It seems that danger has arisen, and the acrid smoke obscures all vision. The situation is dire, as the actions of Yixin may have resulted in self-sabotage. What are we to do now? This predicament spells disaster, and the density of the smoke is overwhelming. I yearn to glimpse Yixin's condition, feeling a sense of despair. The audience before the screen is engulfed in anxiety, while those in the control room are equally tense. This is an unprecedented situation for them. Despite their efforts to remain calm, concern persists. Suddenly, a gust of wind sweeps through, dispersing the smoke, and the sky darkens ominously. Rain is imminent. There is hope for Yixin. Fortune has favored him, and joy fills the air. Gradually, a light rain begins to fall, intensifying into a downpour, as if water were being hurled from above. The torrential rain quickly extinguishes the branches that Yi Hao had ignited. Under the drone's lens, Yi Hao lies motionless on the ground, impervious to the relentless rain battering his face. He is enveloped in mud, and everything around him is washed clean by the downpour. After the rain subsides, Yi Hao remains unresponsive, quietly resting in the dirt. The beehive lies not far from him, yet not a single bee approaches. They keep their distance. From the morning until sunset, Yi Hao has remained still before the hive, devoid of any movement. Below the lens, silence reigns. Darkness envelopes everything. In the control room, the few individuals present exchange no words. The atmosphere is palpably heavy, with silence providing the only answer. The barrage of comments has ceased, leaving a stark emptiness. The audience waits quietly for a miracle, fully aware that this may be the most perilous experience Yi Hao has faced. The spectators are unaware of the cause of Yi Hao's collapse. Their sole assumption is that he has succumbed to bee stings and is now unconscious. With the smoke dissipated, there are no signs of abnormality. Even with the camera zoomed in, no external injuries are visible, rendering them incapable of determining the cause of his fainting spell. Were it not for the rise and fall of his chest, the audience might genuinely believe that Yi Hao had perished. Chapter 102. Has it mutated? 3. Nightfall descends, yet Yi Hao remains unawakened, and the control room has concluded its operations for the day. A few guests gather in a small restaurant, anxiously fixated on the screen. The food on the table remains untouched, as no one possesses the appetite to eat. They have sought refuge in each other's company, for enduring such a blow alone is undeniably burdensome. Under the cloak of night, silence prevails. The drone can only activate its infrared mode, revealing a scene that is all too familiar, a stark resemblance to when Yi Hao had fainted amidst the smoke, with nary a change in sight. Yi Ran bit the corner of her blanket, her gaze intensely fixed on the phone screen. Since awakening in the afternoon, she had remained in this state. Mo Ran seemed to be aware of Yi Hao's situation and hurried to Yi Ran's room. Upon seeing her in such a condition, he realized it was too late. With no other options, he requested a leave of absence from the hospital leadership, choosing to remain by Yi Ran's side. The solitude of one had transformed into the shared despondence of two. The outcome was the same, but now one could accompany the other in sorrow. As midnight approached, beneath the infrared lens, Yi Hao's body appeared to stir. Most people had succumbed to slumber, having gazed at their screens all day, their endurance finally waning. Yi Hao, burning with fever, felt an overwhelming thirst and instinctively licked his lips. Suddenly, he sat upright. I was ambushed by that thing, he thought, jolted awake by the events of the day. Glancing around, he recognized his surroundings. The pit he had dug was now washed clean by the torrential rain, as if it had always been a part of the landscape. The red balloon-like object had long since vanished. In the vicinity of the beehive, the bees fluttered weakly, seemingly startled by Yi Hao's sudden movement. Yet, not a single bee approached to attack him, which puzzled Yi Hao. He sensed an unusual odor lingering in the air that he could not dispel. After inspecting his body, he found no signs of harm. Though filthy, he exhibited no symptoms of poisoning. Instead, he felt an invigorating surge of strength. After a day of slumber, he was inexplicably alert and felt no hint of hunger. He dashed to the nearby stream to cleanse himself of the grime before returning to his camp. Upon arrival, he discovered the campfire had extinguished, compelling him to once again create fire by friction. He gathered his usual tools for this task and prepared them in his small shelter. With a sharp crack, the wood snapped. At that moment, Yi Hao realized something was amiss. It seemed his physical strength had increased. To confirm his suspicion, he rushed outside and found a tree stump, lifting it effortlessly. Incredible! Is this real? Have I mutated? The stump, which once required considerable effort to lift, now felt as light as cotton in his grasp. This transformation left Yi Hao momentarily in disbelief. Could this be a manifestation of his body's latent potential? The repercussions might be dire. The changes in his physique conjured images from numerous novels and films, where certain substances could unlock human potential but would leave one utterly weakened afterward. Might those red powders be akin to such substances? In that moment, Yi Hao was engulfed in panic, grappling with an experience he had never undergone, leaving him profoundly unsettled. The news of Yi Hao's awakening spread rapidly across the globe, prompting everyone to check their phones for confirmation. In his hospital room, Yi Hao was roused by Mo Ran. Yi Hao has awakened, you need not worry. Upon hearing Mo Ran's words, Yi Ran snatched the phone, her gaze fixed on the screen, where Yi Hao sat, staring blankly while clutching a tree stump. His expression transitioned from sheer joy to a blank face, finally settling into a state of existential doubt. Are you sure my brother is all right? His actions resemble those of a fool. Could his mind be impaired? After 5 minutes of fixating on the screen, Yihao remained unchanged, seemingly oblivious to fatigue. What on earth is happening? Is this a case of dementia? No way. A fool wouldn't act like this. It must be a mental issue. As a resident of a psychiatric hospital, I can attest that the upstairs assessment holds merit. I am utterly bewildered after a day of unconsciousness. Is there truly no outlet for his energy, leading to such behavior? To the outside world, Yihao seemed to clutch a hefty wooden post, yet to him, it felt like a mere fluff, devoid of any weight. His mind swirled with thoughts on how to resolve this dilemma, yet he dismissed each one in turn. Ultimately, Yihao made a profoundly significant decision to accept his fate. Let it be whatever it may. Casually tossing the wooden post aside, he reclined in a lounge chair, gazing at the dappled moonlight filtering through the tree canopy. With no intention of sleeping, Yihao resolved to remain in this position until dawn, emptying both his body and mind. Surely, there was no harm in this. Look at your brother, isn't he merely fatigued? He's resting. Mo Ran found it difficult to explain to Yi Ran, acknowledging that such behavior was indeed somewhat abnormal. Moreover, Yihao had ceased to even glance at the camera, staring fixedly at the sky. It seemed that perhaps there truly was something amiss with his mind, yet she could not convey this to Yi Ran. You might have a point. As long as he is fine, I shall watch for a bit before sleeping. Despite Mo Ran's reassurances, Yi Ran remained deeply concerned. After confirming that Yihao was indeed unharmed, most people retired for the night. Before dawn broke, Yihao finally recognized the futility of his pessimism and resolved to continue living. The fire from the previous day had yet to ignite. Now he had to learn to control his newfound strength and spark the flame. The power gifted by the system accumulated gradually. Thus Yihao had no need to adapt. However, this sudden surge of strength made it challenging for him to harness it effectively. Throughout the morning, Yihao tirelessly worked to create fire within his room. This required a precise control of force, and gradually, he began to acclimate to his newfound power. When the flames finally flickered to life, Yihao's smile reemerged. He had achieved a level of control over his strength that brought him a sense of satisfaction. Rising to his feet, Yihao conducted a thorough examination of his body, ensuring that no abnormalities persisted before he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He was reluctant to return to the hive, a place shrouded in mystery, as he could not ascertain whether another visit would entail any peril. Even if he were to collapse, he resolved to endure for at least a month. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to losing everything. At the very least, he needed to secure a safety net. Thus Yihao decided to maintain a period of stability before embarking on any further adventures. Stability was paramount, as it would allow him to leave some financial support for his loved ones in the event of unforeseen troubles. In the camp, Yihao partook of a modest breakfast. The invigorating sensation coursing through him left him with an overwhelming urge to release pent-up energy. It felt akin to having consumed a stimulant, prompting him to seize his weapon with the intent to confront the crocodiles. Yet, recalling his determination for caution, he begrudgingly resorted to crafting brick molds instead. He never anticipated such a day would arrive. He had thought he had endured enough challenges from the system, only to be confronted with yet another enigmatic element that caused him to question the trajectory of his life. Hello, everyone. Upon seeing the camera, Yihao was reminded that he was still participating in the show. He forced a disingenuous smile, a mere formality in his mind. His spirit was far too troubled to concern himself with the trivialities of the broadcast. The unknown had truly unsettled his mindset. Once the bricks were prepared, Yihao still felt an overwhelming discomfort, necessitating an outlet for his emotions. Thus, he ventured into the sea for a swim, propelling himself several kilometers from the shore before returning. The audience in the live stream was left in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the significance of Yihao's actions. What did this mean? A swimming marathon? An outlet for his frustrations? Or had he truly been attacked by something the previous day, leading to such a tumultuous state? Why does this young man possess such remarkable stamina? I'm in awe, remarked one viewer. With such vigor, even a professional athlete would concede defeat. Another pondered, is he overflowing with energy, or could there be an underlying health issue? Each viewer expressed concern for Yihao's well-being, as his behavior suggested something amiss. Meanwhile, behind the scenes, the production team began to piece together the puzzle. They meticulously analyzed footage from the previous day in hopes of uncovering any anomalies. These secrets were intertwined with the island's legends, the true nature of which remained elusive. Yet, in Yihao, they sensed a glimmer of hope, as if he were on the brink of discovering the truth. Upon his return from the ocean, Yi Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had finally regained a sense of normalcy, his body and mind no longer in a frenzied state. During his swim, he had pushed himself to expel the excess energy coursing through him. Now, he found a tranquil equilibrium as he gazed serenely at the sea. Life resumed its ordinary rhythm, with the daily toil of brick-making and construction. A month had elapsed. The tranquility is somewhat unsettling, even instilling a sense of fear. Each time Yi Hao manages to find calm, it seems to serve as a buffer for impending troubles. Now that he has secured a safety net, Yi Hao believes it is time to venture out for a bit of adventure. Brothers, I am heading out to explore. Shall I show you the stars and the vast sea? He suddenly declared to the camera after preparing his gear. It had been quite some time since he last spoke to the lens, and everyone felt a bit out of sorts. Yet, his words ignited excitement among all. After a fortnight of anticipation, they knew that the daredevil was gearing up for another escapade. Ye God, we feel the thrill. This is the familiar Yi we know. Stay safe, young man. True heroes are always ready to embark on a journey. They could only wonder where the streamer intended to go, with the thought of the Forbidden Hive leaving them apprehensive. Sensing the audience's curiosity, Yi Hao offered no riddles. Today, we shall visit the canyon. You must have nearly forgotten what it looks like, right? In truth, Yi Hao's motive for heading there was primarily due to running out of oil, necessitating a return to gather more rubber tree seeds. A life devoid of oil lacks perfection, as many flavors lose their delight. Moreover, Yi Hao's strength now ensured that he would not find himself at a disadvantage when encountering a python. With survival instincts in place, even without formidable weapons, he felt more than capable of ensuring his safety. What? Did I hear that correctly? Instead of the hive, he's aiming for the python's lair? Forget it, that's too perilous. The entrance to the python's cave had remained unexplored, and perhaps it was devoid of pythons now. A nagging sense of foreboding lingered. Could it be mere illusion? You're not alone, I share that feeling. Ever since Yi Hao had poisoned the piranhas, they had not reappeared in the river. Should he encounter a large python again, he could no longer employ the same tactics. This inadvertently heightened the difficulty. Yi Hao had initially wished to conceal his abilities. After all, this was a live-streaming program, and it was only a matter of time before someone noticed. Should he truly face a python, Yi Hao planned to reveal his strength without hesitation. Exposure posed no issue. Great strength could be innate, and one could hardly draw any dubious conclusions from it. At worst, it would simply feel like playing the fool to catch the tiger. With a backpack slung over his shoulders, a drone trailed behind Yi Hao, while another hovered nearby, creating a harmonious duo. It had been ages since he visited that place, and the grass had grown considerably tall. This piqued Yi Hao's curiosity. Once the python issue was resolved, the next step would be to explore the canyon's depths. Arriving once more at the familiar python cave, a place etched in many memories, he felt a mix of nostalgia and anticipation. As anticipated, the entrance was ajar. At that moment, gasps echoed in the live broadcast room. It had come to fruition. Indeed, there was more than one python. This was perilous. This place was not safe at all. Yishin should leave quickly. The wild grass had grown high. If a python were to lie in wait for an ambush, Yishin would have no chance of escape. The calamity of the giant python was truly frightening, particularly when compared to the previous colossal anaconda. That was the real disaster. Indeed, the two were not comparable in any sense, although the silver lining was that the giant anaconda resided in the sea. While everyone was overwhelmed with worry, Yi Hao remained unfazed. After surveying the surroundings and confirming the absence of pythons, he proceeded into the rubber forest. He set down his backpack and began collecting seeds scattered on the ground, his ears attuned to the slightest rustle around him. If a python truly approached, there would undoubtedly be a sound amidst the tangle of dry branches. The lenses of two drones captured the terrain in vivid detail. In the distance, mist enveloped the canyon, and a small waterfall flowed incessantly, resembling a scene from a fairyland. The nearby wild grass grew densely, masking any signs of wildlife. Only by stepping into the thicket could one uncover the concealed creatures within. Glancing at the seeds in his backpack, he noted it was nearly full. It was time to head back to the camp. Just as he stepped out of the rubber forest, he noticed movement in a nearby thicket. It appeared to be a familiar wild rabbit, though he could not be certain. He retrieved his spear from his back and thrust it toward the movement in the underbrush. Chapter 104. This is incredible. 1. The spear flew swiftly through the air with a whoosh, the sound of slicing wind barely audible. However, The distance was short, and in the blink of an eye, it pierced the grass ahead. What was that? Curiosity piqued. Regardless of the winds from any direction, Yi Shun was irresistibly drawn to the thrill. Could it be that python? Surely not. Just a wild guess at the rabbit. If wrong, there would be no penalty. If correct, no reward. Surely he and T struck at nothing? Nothingness was improbable, perhaps just the air. As Yi Hao ran over, he found nothing at the site. At that moment, he felt as though he had entered a mirage. He had distinctly seen an animal moments ago. Why hadn't he hit anything? With his speed, it should have been impossible. Some disappointment washed over him. This was his first hunt in such a long time. And this was it? He pulled the spear from the ground, humming a tune. As memories entwined with fragmented pasts, panic consumed his heart. He sang to express his current sentiments. A song of solitude. His emotions mirrored the lyrics, steeped in melancholy. As he used the spear to part the nearby underbrush, he discovered, indeed, a hidden cave nestled within. It appears to be a rabbit's burrow, reminiscent of a cunning hare with its multiple dens. Should I miss this opportunity, it is likely that I shall not emerge again for some time. If I am in error, let the heavens punish me, rather than allowing the streamer to torment me. I knew I was merely indulging in solitude. The young man sings beautifully, ha ha ha. My composure has shattered. I am nothing, unable to strike my target. I could have done it too. Go ahead, participate, and see how long you can survive. Yi Hao is merely engaging in solitary pursuits, while the audience is left to witness this solitude. With such a grand display, what was the outcome? Even a surprise attack has failed, and it has been far too long since we have witnessed a hunt, which everyone eagerly anticipates. After a fortnight, the results of this proactive approach are evidently unacceptable to the crowd. As the protagonist, Yi Hao gazes expressionlessly at the burrow. Curse those rabbits. I shall capture you. With that, Yi Hao hurriedly returned to camp, bringing back a large ceramic jar. He then located all the rabbit burrows in the vicinity, preparing to seal them off shortly. Today, I must feast on rabbit meat. No one shall impede me, for I, Yi Hao, have decreed it. Facing the camera, Yi Hao proclaimed loudly. The audience watching on screen found humor in Yi Hao's antics, feeling much lighter. It turns out that the streamer's silly demeanor is rather endearing. He truly excels at courting danger. One cannot help but worry that a python might emerge at any moment. Logically, where there are pythons, one would not expect the presence of rabbits and other creatures. Could it be that this python is a vegetarian? If so, rabbits are also herbivores. They remain adversaries. So why do they not engage in conflict? How absurd to discuss snakes being vegetarians. What a fascinating topic. The audience engaged in spirited discussions while Yi Hao busied himself. He tirelessly mixed mud to block the holes, his basket currently empty, preparing to ensnare the rabbits. Soon, he would direct water into the burrow to see how long the rabbit could endure. Observing that all nearby burrow entrances had been sealed, Yi Hao was finally ready to act. He picked up the water jar to fetch water, using the basket to cover the burrow's entrance. The drone followed Yi Hao to the riverbank, the location closest to the canyon waterfall. Fishing here would yield splendid results, but alas, there was no net. The water flow was quite rapid, making it unsuitable for setting traps. Upon returning to the burrow entrance with the water jar, Yi Hao discovered that the foolish rabbit was frolicking inside his basket. No way. At that moment, Yi Hao felt his composure shatter. The gray wild rabbit was having a splendid time in the covered basket, having already shifted it away from the burrow entrance. The wild hare was now a captive. With no chance of escape, he stood at a distance, staring blankly at the basket, utterly motionless. The water jar he held unconsciously fell to the ground. Ha ha ha. Absolutely hilarious. What a genius. I am utterly impressed. The water jar, what have I done wrong? This rabbit truly knows how to entertain. The comedic effect is explosive. The once awkward atmosphere in the broadcast room was transformed into laughter thanks to Yi Hao's antics. The relationships among the crew seemed to have grown significantly closer. As the others gradually fell under Yi Hao's charm, there was no denying it. He was the only one capable of making an impact here. Even Li Yetong found it impossible to criticize Yi Hao, as she simply did not know how to begin. The production team, in a state of exasperation, realized that what was intended to be a survival show had inadvertently turned into a fan-favorite spectacle. It felt as though the audience was not there to witness survival, but rather to observe the individuals involved. One who was perpetually unfortunate yet resilient, and another who, despite being cautious, manages to escape calamity. The level of tension and excitement far surpassed that of any cinematic blockbuster. The young man remains ever so endearing. What do you think this rabbit will be transformed into in terms of cuisine? Goodness, how can you even consider turning such an adorable creature into a dish? It must be spicy rabbit. It had already won our hearts last time. I once heard a legend. Those who take their girlfriends out for spicy rabbit typically experience one of two outcomes. Either she walks away in disgust, or the two of them revel in the feast together. With the barrage of comments pouring in, restaurants and hotels hastily added spicy rabbit to their daily specials. They have become quite astute, adept at gauging the audience's preferences. Thank you for the magnificent contribution to my appetite. I shall forgive you now. Grasping the rabbit by its ears, I returned directly to the camp. I tossed it into the chicken coop, and upon seeing the rabbit, the wild chickens were momentarily stunned. Thus began a chaotic skirmish between the rabbits and the chickens, with the wild rabbit quickly cornered and pecked incessantly by the hens. Witnessing this spectacle brought immense joy to Yi Hao. Observing the nearly completed house he had built, he knew he would soon have a place to call home. The foundation was laid, and the walls were nearly finished. What remained were some structural elements for the roof. Yi Hao envisioned constructing a two-story cottage, akin to a seaside villa. However, he realized that a single-story structure might offer more stability in this environment. A villa need not necessarily be a multi-level building. To Yi Hao, this place was already a villa in its own right. As for the beams and the roof, Yi Hao had yet to find the time to attend to them. That evening, a feast of rabbit awaited, and I planned to gather some black pepper. Having not visited that area in quite some time, it had been over a month since I inadvertently discovered the black pepper when I took a wrong turn. Yi Hao was uncertain about what else might be found across the river, as his explorations on that side were rather limited. Chapter 105. A Fairy Tale World, 2. Black pepper had become Yi Hao's primary seasoning here, transforming into an essential item. This trip was intended to gather a larger supply, as he genuinely worried that everything above would go to waste. Rather than squander the opportunity, it would be more gratifying for him to harvest with enthusiasm. Yi Hao, fully aware, deftly circumvented the restricted area and made his way toward a place etched in his memory. After navigating a few turns, he finally stumbled upon the vibrant red fruits. Fortunately, they had not been significantly washed away by the heavy rains. Yi Hao was genuinely concerned that if these fruits lingered too long, they would fall to the ground, leading to needless waste. He promptly placed his basket on the ground and began to gather the fruits in earnest. This cluster of small, ruby-red treasures represented the essence of deliciousness. Without wasting a moment, Yi Hao swiftly harvested all the fruits from the tree, filling nearly half of his basket. Satisfied with the now barren tree, he departed with contentment. Instead of returning to the camp, he began to explore the surrounding area. The abundance of wild vegetables here was remarkable, and many of the flora were not found across the river. Yi Hao was indeed curious about this place, yet he had never found the time to explore it. The variations in temperature and humidity over a mere 10 miles were astonishing, and the diversity of plant species was equally striking. These were once trivial observations for Yi Hao, as every journey by car seemed to unveil new discoveries. However, on this deserted island, even a few miles could present a completely transformed landscape. Many wonders that Yi Hao had never dared to imagine were now fully revealed before him. What unfolded in front of his eyes was akin to a pristine land untouched by the dominion of concrete and steel. There were no artificial alterations. Everything was remarkably natural. The breathtaking sights that left one speechless here felt entirely commonplace. It reminded Yi Hao of his first encounter with the sea. As a northerner, he had never seen the ocean. Curiosity imbued everything with beauty and hope. As Yi Hao ventured further, the plants around him grew increasingly towering. It was as though he had entered the realm of giants, where every plant surpassed human height. Enormous red and white mushrooms resembled quaint gazebos, while a distant, unidentified plant bore fruits that Yi Hao believed, if edible, could easily serve as a feast for one, far larger than a watermelon. The extraordinary scenery left the audience in awe. Was this truly real? It felt so dreamlike. More than just a dream, it was nothing short of a miracle. What to do? The allure was irresistible. This place appeared to be a fairy tale kingdom. Such oversized plants suggested an entirely mutated ecosystem. Surely, these plants could not be carnivorous? That would be absurd. After all, they were not man-eating flowers. Yet, he had not encountered a single animal in the vicinity, and even insects were few and far between. Yi Hao recognized this anomaly and dared not venture deeper. From the edge, he gazed into the depths. Drone, could you investigate the situation within? I shall remain outside. One of the drones flew directly into the scene, and it was only when the camera drew near that the true shock unfolded. The live broadcast of such a breathtaking moment could not compare to the experience of Yi Hao, who was personally present. He silently retreated, aware that this was yet another forbidden zone, a place where one would not dare tread without the requisite strength. In the distance, a drone slowly approached a vine-like plant, its surface adorned with sharp, menacing thorns. Each thorn glimmered with a metallic sheen, exuding an aura of formidable hardness. The vibrant green of the vine contrasted strikingly with the blood red of the thorns, creating a remarkable visual harmony. Oh dear, I am drawing closer to a colossal monster. The thrill was exhilarating. How fortunate I am to observe such wonders in my lifetime. What other mysteries does this desolate island conceal? Good heavens! This young man has led me into a fantastical fairyland. The elder stared in astonishment at the screen. This was no mere survival on a deserted island. This was an adventure in a realm of enchantment. The immersive visuals captivated everyone, drawing them into a reverie where they imagined themselves as inhabitants of this magical domain, populated by princes, princesses, and even a few mischievous women. Each person harbored a vision of their own fairy tale, and the scene before them perfectly fulfilled that fantasy. Everyone adored this place. Even Fan Xinxin became entranced by the world captured in the lens. Yet, the protagonist, Yi Hao, continued to retreat steadily. Why is he backing away? A look of confusion crossed Fan Xinxin's face as she watched Yi Hao with bewilderment. Shouldn't we explore such a fantastical place? When no creatures were present, Yi Hao sensed that something was amiss. The unusual always heralds danger. With years of survival instincts honed at the brink of life and death, his sixth sense warned him of impending doom. He hesitated to flee immediately, merely wishing to preserve a favorable image for the camera. Had it not been for the drone, he would have likely vanished already. The drone hovered incessantly above, yet did not venture deeper. After all, Yi Hao was still outside, mindful of his responsibilities. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the drone plummeted to the ground, leaving those on camera disoriented before the screen went black. Fortunately, Yi Hao's drone captured the unfolding events. The enormous vine surged forth, violently thrashing its tendrils at the drone, its speed so rapid that the audience barely comprehended the peril. Before the vine could strike again, Yi Hao had already vanished without a trace. As the sole drone in the vicinity, it could only observe the fleeting silhouette of Yi Hao from afar. The drones were utterly oblivious to the events that had just transpired. By the time they registered what had occurred, only a distant silhouette of Yi Hao remained. If one were to inquire about the most significant skill Yi Hao acquired on this desolate island, he would unequivocally assert that it was the art of escape. Yi Hao firmly believed that as long as he could run fast enough, danger would not be able to catch up with him. It was only after he had distanced himself from the perilous zone that he finally came to a halt. The drones, trailing behind, took several seconds to reach him, almost losing track of his whereabouts. A palpable sense of survival washed over everyone as they gazed at Yi Hao, their eyes brimming with sympathy and admiration. Having witnessed the harrowing incident through the lens, they were drenched in cold sweat. It was unfathomable to consider Yi Hao's emotional state at such a close range. Merely being able to stand upright was a blessing. Yet Yi Hao not only remained steady, but also outpaced the drones with remarkable speed. His figure began to loom larger in the eyes of the onlookers. Chapter 106, Another Forbidden Zone. Brothers, was that exhilarating enough? As the drone swiftly approached, Yi Hao plopped down onto the ground. No more of this. I swear I will never return here again. I must mark this place. The others, still recovering from their fright, found themselves in complete agreement with Yi Hao's declaration. In such a shared experience, no one would dare to return. That was terrifying. Who was the one who claimed this place was a fairy tale? I have lost all faith in that nonsense. Next time I encounter such a scene, I will keep my distance. This location was far from a fairy tale. It resembled a wicked jungle, a hellish realm. All right, enough of this melodrama. Let us wash up and rest. This is no place for humans. Wait, I need to change my pants. I spilled water on them. Those watching through a single lens felt little, but with the dual lens, it was as if they were experiencing it firsthand, immensely vivid. After a brief rest, Yi Hao began to establish several distinct markers in the vicinity. He vowed never to return unless cornered by dire circumstances. As he made his way back, the world of normalcy suddenly appeared beautiful. Look at this mushroom. Look at this wild fruit. Look at this vine. Now, this is what plants should be. That earlier encounter was nothing. Yi Hao continued to voice his grievances throughout the journey, as boredom set in. After such an ordeal, one must share their experiences with others. Regardless of what had transpired, the outcome was ultimately favorable. The fact that he had not been left behind was the greatest blessing of all. Upon returning to the camp, Yi Hao promptly prepared the rabbit, justly claiming it was a celebration of his narrow escape. Celebrate? Very well. You win. The rabbit's fate is rather tragic, subject to execution for a myriad of reasons. Its only sin is succumbing to temptation, rendering it utterly inconsequential. The appearance of these dishes fails to entice. Yet I am curious to discover the taste of rabbit meat. Eager for a meal, I have ordered takeout, which serendipitously features an array of rabbit dishes today. Astonishment strikes, for my surroundings reflect the same. As Yi Hao's meal remains unprepared, those outside have already begun to indulge. After a flurry of activity, everything is neatly arranged on a plate for marination. Time slips away, and Yi Hao prepares to create his evening repast. It has been quite some time since he savored a rabbit feast. Upon seeing it now, a wave of nostalgia washes over him, for the edible fauna here is scarce, primarily consisting of seafood and wild vegetables. Typically, there is no darkness by the time Yi Hao concludes his dinner. Often, he drags his reclining chair to the beach to witness the sunset. Such days embody the life Yi Hao once yearned for, now realized on this deserted island. As the marination reaches its peak, Yi Hao places the innards upon a stone slab to roast. Though not abundant, the flavor is nonetheless satisfactory. The rabbit meat is generally roasted directly over the fire, while the other half is stir-fried alongside wild greens. The stir-fry cooks rapidly, and with chopsticks in hand, Yi Hao digs in heartily. A delightful balance of meat and vegetables, the taste is quite pleasing, presenting a true indulgence for him. Once he finishes the stir-fry, he notices the grilled rabbit meat is nearing perfection. Thus, he takes a generous rabbit leg to the beach, enjoying the sunset while savoring his meal. The onlookers are visibly ravenous, utterly engrossed in Yi Hao's feast, almost wishing to snatch the leg from his grasp. Sated and content, Yi Hao reclines upon the sandy shore, gazing at the dimming sky. 2 months have passed, yet I persist. I can continue. Rising, he returns to the camp for a sound slumber. The morning sun is exceptionally gentle, and Yi Hao awakens early, preparing to gather the seeds from the rubber trees. Having retired early the previous night, he forgot to collect them. After warming the leftover rabbit meat, he begins his oil extraction in earnest. After a morning's labor, observing the oil in the bottle, Yi Hao concludes it is sufficient for now. The remainder can wait for another occasion. There is no urgency, as long as there is enough to sustain him. Today, he intends to venture a bit farther to gather some hemp. He plans to explore the canyon soon, for his curiosity is insatiable. It seems he has contemplated this decision for quite some time. The Python Den is no longer a forbidden territory. Yi Hao still believes he has a chance to conquer the serpent, though he has yet to encounter it and remains uncertain. However, what lies beneath the canyon is a matter of great concern for Yi Hao. If resources are abundant, he need not seek elsewhere. The previous day's experience has instilled a profound fear in him, transcending his understanding. Alas, in my lifetime, I shall witness the leaf deity descend into the canyon. The young hero embarks on an adventure, exuding unmatched charm. The depths below seem shrouded in mystery, and I hope they are not as perilous as the previous day. Astonishingly, our intrepid risk-taker has returned. It is indeed fortunate to possess such resilience. Despite the dire circumstances, he emerges unscathed. I eagerly anticipate that day, though I am uncertain how long it may take. Many share this anticipation, for since the canyon's emergence, we have all awaited this moment. Yi Hao began his quest for hemp, essential for crafting a rope capable of descending into the abyss. The rope must possess both adequate length and thickness, otherwise, it would be a harbinger of doom. Should he become ensnared in the canyon's depths, the consequences would be dire. For the preservation of his own life, Yi Hao was determined to produce a rope of impeccable quality. This endeavor necessitated a substantial quantity of hemp, as a mere handful would suffice not. While gathering hemp, Yi Hao bundled it together with vigor, utilizing a wooden stick to transport it back to the camp. He immersed the collected hemp in water, preparing to undertake the subsequent steps that evening. Throughout the day, he diligently engaged in this task, and by nightfall, he commenced the arduous process of stripping the bark from the hemp. Each plant yielded but a modest amount of bark, rendering this a laborious undertaking. Yet, Yi Hao was undeterred, although he found the nearby hemp dwindling, compelling him to venture further afield in search of more. During the day, he dried the processed hemp bark under the sun, and by night, he spun the hemp into rope. When time permitted, Yi Hao also tended to the organization of his dwelling, eagerly awaiting the moment when the mortar between his bricks would fully cure. allowing him to prepare the roof and tiles. Each day unfolded in a whirlwind of activity from dawn until dusk, leaving little room for respite. The audience, experiencing a sense of aesthetic fatigue from the lack of live broadcasts, began to immerse themselves in their own work. The efficiency and quality of labor saw a remarkable increase, with even the boss joining in the toil. Everyone felt compelled to keep themselves occupied, striving to honor their own efforts. Chapter 107. Descent into the Canyon. 4. Under Yihao's influence, many began to labor with newfound diligence. However, as Yihao neared the completion of his hemp rope, attention once again drifted towards his live stream. They awaited the moment he would descend to the canyon's depths, where the scenery promised to be strikingly different. The rope had grown sufficiently long and robust, yet Yihao sensed it still lacked something. Thus, he persevered for 2 additional days before preparing to make the descent. Early in the morning, he gathered all necessary items, ready to venture into the canyon. The live stream audience had arrived early, eagerly awaiting Yihao's departure. After a modest meal, aware that the return journey was uncertain, he fortified himself with sustenance, lest hunger strike during his expedition. The mango tree above serves as a perfect aid for the rope, and Yihao intends to utilize this location to descend into the canyon. With a basket slung over his back, essential for collecting anything he might find below, this item has become indispensable for Yihao's excursions. Upon arriving at the mango tree just as dawn broke, the morning sun illuminated him, casting a long shadow. At the tree, Yihao promptly retrieved the rope from his basket and secured it to the tree. After testing its strength with a few firm tugs to ensure its reliability, he began to lower the rope. He then took the remaining length and tossed it into the distance. With a whoosh, the entire bundle unfurled in midair and plummeted to the canyon floor. Yihao fastened a prepared shorter rope around his waist, the other end secured with a slipknot to the hemp rope. Should he inadvertently slide down, the slipknot would constrict under the force of gravity, thereby enhancing resistance. With increased resistance, his descent would slow, or possibly even halt, ensuring greater safety. Once he had completed these preparations, Yihao greeted the camera. "Brothers, I am about to descend. Soon, you shall witness a more comprehensive view through the lens, while I will only see the crevices of the rocks." As he began his descent, he remained completely focused, understanding that even with precautions, one misstep could lead to trouble. Ideally, the best course would be a steady descent without reliance on safety measures. Having assured himself of the safety of his setup, Yihao positioned himself at the canyon's edge, gripping the hemp rope tightly with both hands. His body formed nearly a right angle with the canyon wall as he cautiously began to move downwards. His pace was exceedingly slow, given his lack of experience, and he exercised utmost caution. The height was daunting, and while the host was not acrophobic, one could only imagine the trepidation it inspired. Even watching from the camera was unsettling. Indeed, this location posed a formidable challenge, far taller than anticipated. The disparity between visual perception and actual experience is often significant, akin to the saying that seeing a mountain from a distance can deceive the eye. Would Yihao's self-made safety mechanism prove effective? Let there be no mishaps. While the audience craved thrilling content, they did not wish to witness calamity. They harbored great affection for Yihao, concerned for his safety, yet eager to see him venture into the depths of the canyon. Caught in a web of contradiction, they yearned for exhilarating footage while hoping it did not veer into peril. Yihao firmly grasped the rope, a task that was manageable for him. However, descending proved to be quite inconvenient, as there were numerous points where he could not exert force. In some areas, he found himself suspended in midair without leverage. Fortunately, Yihao possessed commendable physical fitness, gradually revealing glimpses of the canyon floor. He stole a glance at it, while the audience, through the drone's lens, observed with clarity. A winding river traverses the entire canyon, surrounded by lush trees and verdant undergrowth. This untouched paradise remains in its most primal state, devoid of human footprints. Abundant fruit trees abound below, laden with ripe produce, marking this locale as a rather fertile spot, a pleasant find for Yihao. However, it is not as idyllic as he had envisioned. The wildlife appears to be rather sparse. As Yihao's feet make contact with the ground, he realizes he has succeeded. Not far off lies the river's lower reaches, where one would expect a bountiful supply of fish. He retrieves his spear, the backpack still secured on his back. Parting the grass with his spear to ensure safety, Yihao cautiously approaches the riverbank. Suddenly, an alligator bursts forth from the nearby thicket, its jaws agape as it lunges towards him. Instinctively, he thrusts his spear forward, halting the creature just shy of his reach. The spear penetrates deep into the alligator's neck, and with a forceful push, he ensures his own safety before contemplating how to dispatch the beast. Though the alligator possesses considerable strength, it is no match for Yi Hao. After a brief struggle, the creature succumbs, paying the price with its youthful life. Once certain of its demise, Yi Hao withdraws his spear, leaving the alligator behind as he plans to retrieve it later after exploring the vicinity. Continuing towards the river, he diligently inspects the surrounding foliage until he finally reaches the water's edge. The river here is somewhat clearer than upstream, though still limited in clarity. He can discern fish darting through the water, confirming his earlier thoughts. There are indeed plentiful fish here, sufficient to stave off hunger, provided one can catch them. Without the means to ensnare them, survival becomes a futile endeavor. Occasionally, he spots a couple of patterned snakes slithering along the bank, venomous by appearance. But they quickly retreat upon sensing his presence. Perhaps they are aware of Yi Hao's prowess. After traversing for quite some time, no foolish animals have approached him. Yi Hao refrains from delving too deeply into exploration, recognizing the constraints of time. His priority is to locate useful resources in the immediate area. With his spear still in hand, he remains vigilant in this unfamiliar environment. Spotting a mango tree at the riverbank, Yi Hao approaches and plucks a sizable mango. Without a thought for pesticides, he bites into the fruit, savoring its sweetness. This mango surpasses the one from the canyon above in flavor, likely a result of the fertile surroundings. After finishing one, Yi Hao did not hesitate, directly plucking the remaining fruits and placing them into the basket on his back. Fruits are indeed precious treasures, offering rare vitamins and sugars, and most importantly, they are quite delectable. Chapter 108, Shadows in the Canyon. 1. The mango tree bore only a few fruits, likely due to the nearby wildlife indulging in them as well. There were around 10 mangoes, but those at the bottom were significantly larger than those at the top. If only these mangoes were as sizable as the fruits from the place he visited yesterday, he could truly indulge. The mere thought of those enormous fruits from yesterday filled Yi Hao with an overwhelming desire to go back and pick them. In comparison, the mangoes here were rather underwhelming. However, these mangoes were undeniably sweet, ranking among the finest treats he had savored in recent days. Some individuals possess an innate inability to resist sweet foods, drawn irresistibly to delightful confections. Bro, let us not bring up yesterday. The pants are just dried. The fruit from yesterday was indeed colossal. Not merely large, but comparable to a watermelon, perhaps? The host seemed indifferent, treating the previous day's events as if they were inconsequential, despite being one of the parties involved. Yi Hao, accustomed to grand spectacles, perhaps found it lacking in excitement. The daredevils would undoubtedly venture back there. I am quite eager to see what happens next. Can't you hope for something positive? All right, just be careful when you go, young man. Has the young man completely lost his fear of crocodiles? How did he manage to kill one earlier? Miss, has your internet just been connected? Hurry up and keep pace with us. The young lady seemed to be struggling to catch up, as Yi Hao had already progressed to the next step. He retrieved the spear he had just used to pierce the crocodile, aiming it at the small river. Today he planned to catch a few more fish before returning, otherwise, it would become increasingly difficult as night fell. While descending the mountain, he only needed to exercise caution, but climbing required considerable stamina. Moreover, as night approached, one could never be sure if there were venomous spiders or centipedes lurking on the rocky cliffs. For Yi Hao, this represented a minor challenge. Yet he preferred to avoid unnecessary risks. He wasn't foolish. He simply wished to discern whether the fish here differed from those upstream. Life on the deserted island had instilled in Yi Hao a strong obsession with food. He yearned for something exquisite. The hardships of island life had been sufficient. Seeking out something delicious was not too much to ask, was it? Every day he reminded himself that he ventured out in search of culinary delights. Whoosh! With a swift motion, Yi Hao's spear flew through the air, striking the mud by the riverbank. He sprinted over, pulling the spear free, revealing a plump fish impaled upon it. Thrashing about vigorously, he strung the fish up with a rope and placed it alongside the basket. In truth, using a spear to catch fish was not the most effective method. A fish spear would have been a far better choice. After speaking, he raised his spear and hurled it with force. One by one, 5 fish were pierced by Yi Hao's spear. Was the host merely boasting? How could his words diverge so starkly from what I witnessed? Was I deceived? No, it must be an elaborate ruse. It feels somewhat peculiar. How could such an ineffective spear strike true 5 consecutive times? Am I truly that gullible? Observing Yi Hao's actions and recalling his earlier remarks, the audience's reactions were fervent. However, after catching 5 fish, Yi Hao simply departed, carrying his bounty towards the stone wall, preparing to return home. As the viewers beheld Yi Hao preparing to climb the stone wall, a hush fell over the crowd. This promised to be an exhilarating scene, the height and steepness invoking a sense of awe. After a while, he located his rope, while the crocodile below remained motionless in the position it had assumed earlier. Setting down his basket, Yi Hao grasped the crocodile's body and made his way to the riverbank. After a flurry of activity, he finally prepared the crocodile meat. The head was deemed useless and discarded, as Yi Hao had no intention of consuming it. All other edible parts were carefully packed for his journey home. Approaching the stone wall, Yi Hao retrieved the mangoes from below and placed the crocodile meat inside the basket. He then added the 5 fish, followed by the mangoes. After securing everything, he bound the basket with rope to prevent its contents from spilling. Initially, Yi Hao intended to ascend before hoisting the basket up, but the stone wall was riddled with crevices. One misstep could trap him within, leaving him no choice but to carry it on his back. This weight was negligible for Yi Hao, though he worried about the reliability of the rope. Indeed, he was unprepared for the uncertainties that lay ahead. With the basket secured, Yi Hao began to scale the wall, realizing he could not rely solely on the rope for his weight, but needed to climb alongside it. After only a few steps, he sensed the rope's instability, giving him the unsettling impression that he might not make it back. Thus, he gripped the rope with one hand while seeking stable footholds with his feet. Gradually, he ascended, this arduous climb consuming his strength. To ensure his safety, he paused for a moment upon finding a ledge on the wall. The view below was indeed splendid. The sensation of the wind tousling his hair was incredibly soothing. The winding river stretched downstream, glimmering in the light. What was that? Suddenly, a massive shadow emerged in the river, startling him. The shadow's width nearly spanned the entirety of the small river, slowly moving through the water. Its length remained obscured, only faint outlines visible. As Yi Hao passed beneath, a sudden eruption of water splashed dramatically before swiftly vanishing, restoring tranquility to the river's surface, leaving no trace of the dark shadow. Yi Hao rubbed his eyes vigorously, seemingly incredulous of what had just transpired. The phrase "the deserted island is fraught with peril" was truly not an exaggeration. Sighing, he pondered the uncertainties of his future adventures. Did you all see that? Down in the river. What on earth was that? That shadow seemed larger than the giant python I encountered last time. This world is utterly insane. Could such a colossal beast truly dwell in such a modest stream? Let us not jump to wild conclusions. Perhaps it was merely a school of fish. One can only hope. Otherwise, Yi Hao's venture might as well be a mere offering. Yet, that entity vanished instantaneously, which is exceedingly strange. From its emergence to disappearance, it lasted but a minute. This spectacle left many astonished, as everything here was so serene. Yet, the sudden appearance of such a creature caught even the drone unawares. It vanished before any reaction could occur. Even a magnified view revealed nothing within. Akin to the legendary water monster. Chapter 109, Delectable Broth. 2. In the broadcasting room, Fan Xinxin snapped back from the earlier footage. What is this? Why does it seem that wherever Yi Hao goes, peculiar occurrences follow? It could merely be a school of fish. There's no need for concern. You can ask Grandpa Bei if you don't believe it. Han Xiao, a seasoned veteran, attempted to smooth things over. Upon being questioned, Grandpa Bei appeared utterly bewildered, feeling as though he were on the brink of despair. He had hinted to them countless times not to pose such bizarre inquiries. I wouldn't know. With all eyes upon him, Grandpa Bei could only muster a response. It could be fish. It might be something else. Please do not worry. Hearing his reply, Fan Xinxin felt somewhat reassured. After all, idolizing such a calamity-prone young man was indeed a harrowing endeavor. Only those who genuinely cared for Yi Hao could comprehend the heart-wrenching emotions involved. The most joyful moments were those when he narrowly escaped danger. Surviving such trials was forever the most touching experience. The most distressing times were when Yi Hao recklessly put himself in peril, provoking an impulse to rush forward and intervene. Let us proceed. Darkness shall soon fall. The voice from the screen remained calm and composed. Yi Hao stood and resumed his ascent. The environment here was undeniably intricate, rife with venomous insects. A moment's carelessness could lead to calamity, leaving one with no chance to resist as both hands and feet strained against the challenge. However, these venomous creatures seemed disinterested in Yi Hao, merely attending to their own affairs. Even when Yi Hao's hand was placed in front of it, there was no reaction whatsoever. Observing this situation, Yi Hao felt a greater sense of reassurance. He no longer focused on this matter. His attention was solely on the narrow crevice before him. Uncertain of how long he had been climbing, Yi Hao finally raised his head and beheld the familiar mango tree. He ascended directly towards it, and upon reaching the cliff summit, he finally felt a sense of relief. At long last, he had made it. This experience was akin to an extreme sport. After resting for a moment, Yi Hao retrieved the rope he had painstakingly prepared, ensuring it was not left to the elements that could jeopardize his safety. He coiled the rope and dragged it along the ground, as carrying it was rather inconvenient. By the time he returned to camp, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Without engaging in any other tasks, he immediately took out a mango and savored its succulent flesh. The sweet juice that filled his mouth brought him a modicum of comfort. The day had felt more exhausting than several combined, leaving him disinclined to do anything further. Yet, upon glancing at the contents of his backpack, Yi Hao compelled himself to rise. He hung the crocodile meat to dry and began marinating the fish. The crocodile's innards were also set aside for seasoning, intended for consumption soon. Yi Hao planned to marinate the crocodile meat the following day before drying it into jerky, as long-term preservation was ideal. He could always dry the fish into jerky if necessary. While the marination process unfolded, Yi Hao found a lounge chair and reclined comfortably. Alas, he lamented not witnessing the sunset that day. Suddenly, it struck him that he had missed the opportunity to watch the sunset by the sea, which left him feeling somewhat melancholic. A daily moment of relaxation and comfort had slipped away. After lying there for a while, he deemed the crocodile innards sufficiently marinated and rose to the fire pit. Today would require a compromise in his meal, which felt like an injustice. Sigh. He placed a stone slab over the fire, poured in oil, and waited patiently for the oil to heat, ready to place the innards once the temperature was right. Compromise? I too desire such a compromise. Why has Yi Xin become increasingly arrogant? Is this truly a compromise? I must tell everyone that the meat of the crocodile is utterly unpalatable. Trust my words, and you will feel somewhat better. Lately, I have found myself less fond of the handsome young man, losing motivation for my diet and endlessly contemplating what to prepare. Ever since I watched his culinary show, they began calling me Tank, claiming I could protect Yi Hao. I shall not hold back, ordering 10 large kidneys to see who truly eats well. Upon returning home, Fan Xinxin saw Yi Hao indulging in crocodile innards once more and sighed as she opened her refrigerator. Eating crocodile daily, what a household. Silently, she retrieved a few fruits, noting that her refrigerator was nearly empty. After consuming an apple, her hunger only intensified. Since becoming a guest, I have been dining out daily. Today, Fan Xinxin lacked an appetite and chose to return home directly. However, upon witnessing Yi Hao enjoying his meal, she suddenly felt hungry. No more, I must order takeout. The self-abandonment of a goddess is indeed this effortless. At the campsite, by the campfire, after indulging in a few bites of the internal organs, Yi Hao felt his appetite surge. All worries and fatigue dissipate when one savors exquisite food. He set down his chopsticks and leaped into the nearby pool. Discovering a dozen scallops, he promptly extracted the precious adductor muscles, discarding the shells to the side. The dish of sautéed crocodile innards with scallops was thus created, a delectable delight. The fresh flavor of the scallops harmonized with the unique taste of the crocodile innards, intertwining to elevate one's appetite to its zenith. He devoured the meal with great gusto, as if swept away by a whirlwind, unable to pause. The viewers on the screen couldn't help but swallow, their own food suddenly lacking allure. They repeatedly reassured themselves that what they had was superior, yet it only fueled their discontent. Many discarded their chopsticks, their appetites extinguished. The unattainable often seems the finest. With no crocodile innards or meat available, everyone felt their own food was unpalatable. After Yi Hao finished the innards, everyone was ready to pick up their chopsticks and continue eating. However, at that moment, Yi Hao tossed a piece of crocodile meat into the pot. After satisfying his hunger, he prepared to sip some broth, adding mushrooms and scallop meat to simmer together. Simple dishes often yield the most delightful flavors. Observing the food in the pot, Yi Hao reminded himself that no seasoning could enhance it significantly. Yet, this statement resonated profoundly with the audience, prompting them to grab their own pots and throw in whatever they could find to cook. A grand soup-making event unfolded. Even Fan Xinxin, who never cooked, took out an apple and skewers to prepare her dish. When Yi Hao's soup was ready, everyone presented their own concoctions. Many viewers, fearing they would lose their appetite after watching, chose not to tune in. Yi Hao took a spoonful of his soup, only to spit it out. He then rummaged for a chaotic assortment of ingredients, most serving as rudimentary seasonings. After simmering for a while, he finally added some salt and tasted it. Delicious. Chapter 110. Continuing Infrastructure 3. Delicious? Surely this must be a deception. Why does my soup taste so dreadful? It seems the host's palate is questionable. It would indeed be strange if it were enjoyable. Many who had not watched the later parts of the live stream, holding back their disgust, managed to take a few sips, only to ultimately discard the entire contents. The barrage of comments on the screen revealed laughter, yet those who mocked did not comprehend what was so amusing. It hardly seemed funny at all. Wait a moment. What is this strange thing in the soup made by Yi? What are those chaotic ingredients? Wasn't it said that the original flavor is the best? Damn, I thought I could just get used to it. I drank a whole pot, only to realize, how amusing. Forgive my carefree spirit. After savoring some of the soup, Yi Hao felt his body rejuvenating significantly. More importantly, his mood was uplifted. Life on this deserted island, filled with food and drink, seemed quite satisfactory. By the way, you must have seen the shadow in the river today, right? Lying on the lounge chair. Yi Hao gazed at the drone flying above and couldn't help but speak. Regarding the shadow from today, he indeed sensed a feeling of oppression. However, this is a live broadcast. Without any concrete evidence, no one dared to make any assertions. I believe it must be just a school of fish or something similar. After all, such occurrences are far too common. There are countless unsolved mysteries, often judged merely by vague photographs or a dark silhouette, leading to speculations about the existence of giant beasts. Are such creatures truly so easy to encounter, especially in such a narrow river? Regardless, Yi Hao's musings were merely a means of self-comfort. The vast jungle world he experienced yesterday had already challenged his perceptions. What else could be deemed impossible? He was merely providing himself with reasons to believe. Earlier, while fishing, he had not encountered anything, yet upon leaving, he had seen something. It could only be said that it was not a giant beast. Yes, not a giant beast. Yi Hao was giving himself a psychological affirmation. Upon hearing his words, everyone fell silent. Just because you say it isn't, does that make it so? What about yesterday's occurrences? In truth, considering the bad luck of the host, if it were indeed a giant beast, it would have attacked him long ago. Wow, after reading so many comments, this statement feels the most genuine. Haha. Yi's reputation is not something just anyone can wield. It is indeed so. Given Yi's esteemed reputation, a monster would have revealed itself long ago without needing any prompt. Such overthinking. Clearly, there are wise individuals among us. Thanks to one person's brilliant remark, the atmosphere of the comments lightened considerably. Judging the danger of a place by Ye's name is quite fitting. Observing the comments, Fan Xinxin couldn't help but burst into laughter, clutching her pillow. Yet, amidst her laughter, tears began to flow uncontrollably. With nothing else to do, Yi Hao began to hum a song, his voice rich and magnetic, gradually allowing everyone to relax. After singing for a considerable time, Yi Hao finally decided it was time to sleep. When he awoke, the sun was already shining brightly. This might be the first time in a long while that Yi Hao had indulged in a leisurely sleep, one that was exceptionally comfortable. He shouted at the sky for quite some time, feeling invigorated. Time to eat. Let us try a fish. Yi Hao had already prepared and marinated the fish he caught yesterday. He just hadn't eaten it yet. This morning, unsure of what to eat, Yi Hao decided to prepare a fish for roasting. Given the limited culinary methods available here, he found a stick, skewered the fish, and placed it over the fire to begin the cooking process. As it was already marinated, there was no need to add any seasoning. It would be ready to eat once thoroughly cooked. The aroma of the fish wafted through the air, distinctly different from what he had experienced upstream, primarily due to the differing species. This particular fish appeared to possess a richer, more succulent flesh, suggesting it would be quite delectable. Was it excessive to indulge in such a feast so early in the day? Perhaps not, for even the thought of it made him hungry. The fish had turned a golden brown, sizzling as it cooked, the tantalizing scent intensifying and urging Yi Hao to be patient to ensure the flesh was cooked through. He positioned the fish by the fire and hurried to retrieve a long-forgotten item, coffee. It had been ages since he last savored this delight. He quickly found a small pot, filled it with water, and set it to boil. Alongside, he took out a mango, intending to enjoy it with his coffee. Upon witnessing Yi Hao's breakfast, the viewers in the chat began to express their envy. After a long, leisurely sleep, many had risen to find most of their breakfast already consumed. Seeing Yi Hao's lavish meal made them feel a twinge of dissatisfaction. The disparity in their morning repasts was palpable, leaving them feeling unfulfilled, as if their own breakfasts had been for naught. Once the fish was finally cooked, Yihao tore off a piece with his hands and took a bite. However, he quickly spat it out, as it was still too hot and laden with bones, making it impossible to eat in large bites. It took him nearly half an hour to finish the fish, just as the coffee was ready. Pairing the fish with coffee, he took a sip of mango to counter the bitterness, creating an invigorating breakfast that revitalized him. Looking around his campsite, he realized it was time to construct the roof of his house, which had been neglected for far too long, leaving the interior rather dry. Today, he resolved to address the roofing, with plans to move in within a few days. After making this decision, Yihao ventured into the adjacent building and set to work. The beams had already been placed. Now he needed to lay down sticks and some thatch. Once these were completed, he would finish with the tiles. Using the wooden sticks he had prepared long ago, he propped them against the beams and began securing them with hemp rope. As the roof included a chimney, Yihao was careful to account for this in his construction. After securing the wooden sticks, Yihao retrieved the mat he had woven from grass. He laid it directly on the roof, and the next step involved preparing the mud to coat the rooftop. He mixed some dry grass and crushed limestone with the nearby soil before adding water to create a workable mixture. Once the mud was ready, he used tree bark to transport the soil to the roof, pouring it from the highest point and gradually covering the entire surface. Soon, the rooftop was entirely coated with mud, leaving only the final step to complete. Chapter 111. The house is finished. Grateful for the generous donations, the only thing left for the house was to lay the tiles. Yihao did not take a break and immediately arranged the tiles in an interleaved pattern across the roof. With the placement of the last tile, his self-built abode was finally complete. The achievement of constructing a brick and tile house had been realized. Next, he might contemplate iron smelting. Yihao had considered iron smelting for a long time, but was deterred by the complexity of the process. Merely mining the ore required an enormous investment of time, truly a labor-intensive endeavor. At last, the house was finished. Yihao gazed at the structure behind him, feeling a deep sense of reflection. It had been over 2 months, and the progress of the base construction was still somewhat sluggish. Fortunately, a stable shelter was established, and now he needed to focus on developing agriculture and livestock. However, he had only discovered a single wild chicken thus far, and had not seen any others. His plans for hatching chicks had long been dashed. Thankfully, he could still enjoy chicken eggs, which were a welcome resource. Now, even if a cheetah were to approach, Yihao felt untroubled. Initially, he had contemplated digging a basement, but the ground was not suitable for excavation, so he temporarily abandoned that idea. It appeared there was still much to accomplish, all requiring time. It had been a while since he had taken everyone to the sea. Today, feeling in good spirits, they decided to go. He spoke enthusiastically. Yet Yihao knew the seafood in his pool was dwindling. Otherwise, he would have indulged in more yesterday, only to find it lacking. A replenishment from the ocean was necessary, as the marine fare simply did not suffice. Wow, finally heading to the sea after such a long time. How wonderful, my favorite scenery beneath the waves. Let us not even mention the last shark incident. The streamer had hardly returned since. Not to bring up that event, but even thinking about it now makes me smile. It was truly amusing. Undoubtedly, Yishen's mouth had been blessed. It was hard to believe otherwise. A mouth blessed in such a manner is not quite like this, unless reversed. A reverse blessing, now that's amusing. Upon reaching the seaside, Yihao tossed his backpack aside, donned his small fishing net, and ventured into the water. When it comes to entering the sea, Yihao never hesitates. The weather was pleasant, and the water was pristine. Countless fish swam among the coral reefs, and Yihao marveled at the beauty that still remained. After surveying his surroundings and confirming the absence of sharks, Yihao began to search for scallops and similar treasures. After several rounds, his small fish basket was filled to the brim, a delightful harvest indeed. He placed the contents from the fish basket into his backpack and ventured further into the sea. Such diligent resource gathering was essential in this environment, where success demanded effort. There's a lobster. Yihao suddenly surfaced, addressing the camera. It had been ages since he last savored a lobster, and he felt as though he had forgotten its exquisite taste. The mention of lobsters instantly piqued the audience's interest, as Yihao had indulged in them only a handful of times, leaving everyone quite eager for more. Diving back into the water, Yihao swiftly made his way toward a crevice in the rocks. The camera struggled to keep up, but soon, a large lobster appeared in his hands. This lobster was more substantial than any he had encountered before, and without a moment's hesitation, he swam back toward the shore. displaying the massive bluish-green lobster to the camera. He needed both hands to grasp its shell. "Today, we feast on lobster," he exclaimed joyfully. He tossed the lobster into his backpack and returned to the campsite, placing his catch into the pool. Yet, he felt compelled to venture back into the sea, believing that his haul was insufficient. Surely, he could find more. Yishun was pushing the limits. Having caught such a large lobster, why return to the water? Was one not enough? His insatiable quest for more seafood seemed to incite envy among viewers. Indeed, it was a bit excessive. He had just feasted on lobster the previous day and was reluctant to indulge again, fearing he would succumb to temptation. Oh, the upstairs neighbor must have forgotten the seasoning packets for their instant noodles. "Brother, I never eat instant noodles. Someone at home cooks for me." As discussions about lobsters sparked lively banter in the comments, Yi Hao, eager to catch another, plunged back into the ocean. This time, he sought out crevices specifically, hoping to unearth yet another lobster. Although he did not find a lobster, he stumbled upon a sizable crab. Its formidable pincers exuded an aura of aggression. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Hao resolved to capture the crab with his bare hands. Is that a crab? Quite large indeed. It was impressively big. Its pincers seemed capable of snapping a wooden stick in two. Was Yishin contemplating a culinary adventure with it? Did he not fear being pinched? It appeared quite appetizing. This creature had potential. Go for it, Yishin. Whether it would be delectable or not was secondary. The crucial aspect was that this delicacy was accessible to him. Savoring something akin to Yi Hao's choice of food was indeed a rare treat, although substitutes were plentiful. It wasn't as if one could easily acquire exotic meats like crocodile. Very few had the opportunity. As long as there was a comparable option, the experience could evoke a sense of nostalgia. Seizing the right moment, Yi Hao grasped the crab by its back. Realizing it had been caught, the crab swiftly turned, attempting to pinch Yi Hao with its claws. Yet, Yi Hao skillfully evaded, swimming directly towards the sea surface. After a brief struggle, he bound the crab in a secure manner. Observing the crab, now curled into a ball, Yi Hao smiled. Setting sail for home, he resolved to feast on this crab tonight. Although this was the only catch of the day, it sufficed for Yi Hao. He placed the crab into his backpack and returned, positioning it before the fire. The crab continuously released bubbles, seemingly oblivious to its impending fate. Yi Hao promptly entered the small hut, retrieving a larger ceramic basin, intending to steam the crab. After placing the basin over the fire and adding some water, he wedged a woven cover on top. Without delay, he extracted the crab from his backpack and placed it in the basin. Lacking a proper lid, Yi Hao did not waste time and fashioned a cover from several twigs. Even before the water began to boil, he completed the makeshift lid. Upon covering it, he noticed some steam escaping. However, it was a matter beyond his control and would have to suffice. As the steam accumulated, Yi Hao felt it must be nearly done. He lifted the lid, releasing a cloud of intense white steam. To his surprise, the crab had not changed color and was still bubbling away. Could it truly withstand such heat? He replaced the lid and increased the flame. When he opened it again, he finally beheld the crimson crab. The aromas surged forth, igniting his appetite. Chapter 112. The giant crab. The scent of seafood enveloped him. Yi Hao set the basin, now serving as a pot, upon the table. Gazing at the steaming giant crab, his appetite awakened. The crab was substantial. He directly pulled off one of its massive claws. Where the claw met the body, a piece of translucent meat emerged, juices dripping forth. Seeing this, Yi Hao promptly lifted the succulent morsel to his mouth. The sweet juices instantly filled his palate. The crab meat melting away effortlessly, requiring no chewing. How delightful! To his astonishment, the crab meat was indeed sweet. The delectable, tender meat dissolved in his mouth, leaving him craving more. Eyeing the enormous claw, Yi Hao seized a stone axe and struck down upon it. With a crack, it split open. Inside, the flesh was noticeably firmer. He tore off a piece and savored it. The meat from the claw had a delightful texture, each bite bursting with exquisite juices. The flavor was absolutely divine. You must try it when you get the chance. He continued to eat voraciously, no longer paying attention to the camera. Try it. With a crab this large, I could hardly afford to buy it. It seems I shall be broke next month. Young man, I wish to experience the flavor you described. I too want to indulge. The grandeur of the hairy crabs in hand suddenly diminished. Alas, I shall settle for a bowl of crab-flavored instant noodles. If one cannot provoke, must one retreat? I possess a plethora of instant noodles, yet none bear the taste of crab. What to do? I await your guidance. The two claws were swiftly consumed by Yi Hao, leaving only the body and a few legs behind. Yi Hao decisively cracked open the shell of the sea crab. The flesh within was relatively pristine, save for some impurities near the gills, while the rest was quite satisfactory. After clearing away the inedible remnants, Yi Hao began to indulge heartily. If only there were a bowl of instant noodles to accompany it. What a delightful pairing that would be. Instant noodles? Ye God, how I despise you. If our fates are intertwined, let us exchange roles and cease this torment. The world is utterly chaotic. I yearn for crab, while another craves the broth of instant noodles. Indeed, in the struggle for survival on a deserted island, it is the thought of instant noodles that frequently resurfaces. The unparalleled artifact. We should all partake in the delights that Ye God yearns for yet cannot attain. We have triumphed. However, despite our victory, I find no joy. I long for the nonchalance of Ye God. Most are aware that life on a deserted island is far from the carefree existence it appears to be. Yi Hao's meal seemed delectable, yet the setting greatly influenced its appeal. In a bustling metropolis, such a dish would hardly entice. Only within specific circumstances do certain foods attain sublime flavors. At long last, the torturous culinary program was nearing its end. How exhilarating. But wait. Ye God, I implore you. Act like a human. Must you unveil that item? Would it not be more fitting to conclude the evening here? Alas, the torment shall persist. I concede. The gastronomic show must go on, and Yi Hao, still unsatisfied after the sea crab, decided to bring forth a lobster of considerable size. Without hesitation, he placed it in the steamer, disregarding the remnants of what he had just consumed, and reclined in a lounge chair. The wait was excruciating. With a heavy sigh, Yi Hao lamented his poor judgment. He ought to have utilized the time to steam the lobster while feasting on the crab. Excruciating? How could such a word escape your lips? Countless comments erupted in a frenzy of mockery. This was indeed the work of a master provocateur. Observing Yi Hao reclining leisurely, one is reminded of his previous assertions. When it comes to matters of association, Ye God abstains entirely. To provoke is futile. A spear can pierce a crocodile. And this brings to mind a certain individual, Panther Woman. When a wild crocodile encounters Panther Woman, the narrative seems awry. Who among you will challenge Ye God? I shall treat you to a grand feast, a 5-star banquet. Where does one procure such a 5-star meal? I shall content myself with the instant noodles at hand. After enduring the trials of the sea crab, the group now faces the torment of the grand lobster. They must muster their resilience. For Yi Hao has granted them a moment of reprieve. As the night breeze rustled through the leaves, it produced a soothing sound that relaxed the spirit. When the time felt right, Yi Hao rose and placed the lobster upon the table. The familiar recipe remained unchanged. The succulent lobster meat paired with its rich golden roe was simply divine. So delectable was the dish that Yi Hao fell into a contemplative silence, savoring each bite with an appreciation that never dulled, no matter how many times he indulged. Though he took his time to relish the flavors, the delicacy was best enjoyed while still warm. It may have seemed leisurely, yet before anyone noticed, Yi Hao had already finished his meal, astonishingly swift in his consumption. The camp structures had been completed, and the next step would be to consider the forging of iron tools. This prospect stirred a sense of unease within Yi Hao. Yet he recognized the necessity of striving for a better future. Starting tomorrow, I shall begin the iron forging, he declared, inviting those uninterested to explore other streams. Yi Hao had never been particularly invested in the streaming aspect, as the monetary rewards seemed distant and uncertain. He had little awareness of the audience size in his stream. These numbers were merely an accessory to him, with the competition's prize money being his primary concern. Nevertheless, feeling the support and expectations of others weighed heavily. Yet in the solitude of the deserted island, he felt none of that pressure. The absence of communication offered a unique benefit, allowing him to exist in his own realm. After all, you're just a bunch of haters. Don't use me as an excuse for your reluctance to work. His jest momentarily stunned the audience, who indeed had been using him as a convenient pretext. Even the boss had acquiesced, and the company atmosphere remained harmonious. Few possessed the influence that Yi Hao has, and many gleaned valuable lessons from his presence. As he prepared for sleep, he reminded himself, tomorrow, we mine, you needn't be curious, as it is a rather monotonous task. The thought of mining caused him discomfort, wishing it could be as effortless as in video games where a simple tap of a pickaxe would yield results. Such ease would expedite the creation of items while ensuring quality. If one followed the prescribed procedures, everything desired could be obtained, and even setbacks could be retried. Unfortunately, life is not a game. There are no resets or shortcuts. The deserted island exemplified this truth. Without effort, there would be no tomorrow. Chapter 113. What to mine? Seeking excitement, a new day had dawned. Yi Hao rose early, prepared his belongings, and set off. Today, he would transform into a diligent miner, ready to confront the small hill for an entire day. He had mentally prepared himself for this outcome, and the sight of the numerous stone pickaxes he had assembled was a testament to his determination. After all, there is no one here to oversee the work. Everything relies solely on oneself. He placed all the stone picks into the newly woven basket, for using a single basket continuously would lead to its inevitable deterioration. With tools in hand, he approached the small hill and promptly commenced his excavation. The stones here remained exceedingly hard, causing Yi Hao considerable discomfort. Yet, there was no alternative, as the abundance of ore was undeniable. Regardless of what the future held, Yi Hao was determined to forge iron tools from this place. Otherwise, he would feel that the past year had been somewhat squandered. It could be considered an achievement, for crafting iron on a deserted island was undeniably challenging. Yet, after a day of labor, he had unearthed only a few fragments, and it dawned on him that, with his newfound strength, he had become less adept. A mere exertion rendered his painstakingly crafted tools useless, and gazing at the ruined stone picks filled him with sorrow. Upon returning to camp, Yi Hao felt that his journey in iron forging was fraught with difficulties. He glanced at the ore he had collected from previous days and sighed in resignation. There seemed to be little hope. Perhaps it was better to abandon this endeavor altogether. Such a convoluted process was far too arduous. He would be better off exploring instead. Life on the deserted island had devolved into a laborious ordeal, and this sentiment was far from pleasant. Yi Hao believed he could persevere, only to realize he had overestimated himself. Carrying a lounge chair to the seaside to watch the sunset, he finally felt a sense of comfort wash over him. I have made my decision. I will no longer mine. I shall embark on an adventure to seek delectable sustenance. Looking at the camera, Yi Hao suddenly smiled with great joy. What did I hear? Adventure? Isn't that akin to courting danger daily? Delicacies? Aren't they merely a form of torment? Enough already, dear host. You have done more than enough these past days. It's time to relax and enjoy retirement. That young man looks quite dashing. I adore the idea of adventure. Why not simply live as a person? Adventure sounds appealing, but let us skip the culinary pursuits. It seemed that the audience was largely supportive of Yi Hao's decision, for such a monotonous lifestyle was not what they wished to witness. Thus, they began to anticipate Yi Hao's exploratory journey, for this deserted island held countless mysteries. Under Yi Hao's guidance, they discovered many extraordinary things. Their curiosity about the unknown was piqued. A vast world, with vines that could attack and massive shadows lurking in the rivers. These were the spectacles they yearned to see. Not merely mining atop a hill or digging in the dirt. Returning to his abode, Yi Hao gazed at the house he had constructed and suddenly recalled something. System. Why has my task yet to be completed? The task of constructing the dwelling has been completed, rewarding the host with Level 1 Intermediate Discerning Ability. Now upgraded to Level 1 Advanced Discerning Ability. Level 1 Dexterity, currently at Level 8, maxed out. Skills. Level 1 Night Vision, now at Level 4, maxed out. Level 1 Immunity to Toxins, currently at Level 6, maxed out. Level 1 Diving Skill, presently at Level 4. Mastery in Beast Taming, with a 10 success rate. Basic Wilderness Survival Knowledge, 1, 2. Strength 1-9, Endurance 1-9, Constitution 1-9. Disappointment washed over Yi Hao as he realized there were no additional skills, just the same old ones. This left him feeling less than satisfied, especially considering that this system had been a significant aid to him. It was the very reason he remained on this deserted island. Yet it seemed to lack potency. With a heavy heart, he succumbed to slumber. Upon awakening, Yi Hao noticed a dampness in the air, indicative of the rain that had fallen the previous night, leaving the dwelling somewhat moist. As he ventured outside, he found the rain still falling, a rare occurrence that brought a refreshing coolness. Observing the relentless downpour, he was grateful for the less oppressive air. He casually roasted some meat and savored his meal, reflecting on the importance of ritual in life, particularly after spending over 2 months in this place, which had become increasingly familiar, deepening the experience. Once the rain ceased, Yi Hao decided to explore the nearby area, aware that the wet roads were unsuitable for extensive travel, but perfect for a brief venture to forage for wild vegetables and mushrooms. After gathering what he could, he returned to his camp. Having recently been in the sea, he abandoned the idea of another trip to the water. By afternoon, the paths had dried considerably, yet he found himself unable to venture far. opting instead to lay out his sun-dried provisions, crocodile meat, canyon fish, and various other items. He preserved what he could not consume, drying it for long-term storage, ensuring sustenance for the days to come. Resolved, he planned to further explore the canyon the next day, eager to uncover the mystery of the shadows in the water. The areas available for Yi Hao's exploration were dwindling. The sea lay behind his camp, while a honeycomb and a vast world awaited in front. Upstream lay the marshlands, and downstream, the canyon. In his memory, the immense world was situated across the river, closer to the upstream area, while the downstream had yet to be explored, potentially hiding unknown wonders. He deemed it prudent to begin with a more familiar location, having descended into the canyon once before. What is this? Yi Shun is off to the canyon again, yet this is no Summoner-esque canyon. He mused. Well, I can't dissuade him. I wish to see it too. But who would I persuade? What you have said can indeed be heard by Yi Shun. I advise you to behave like a human. If you wish to see, simply express it. The thought of that enormous shadow fills me with exhilaration. The streamer has truly unleashed themselves. It feels as though they are in pursuit of thrills. May paradise be devoid of such excitement, and may hell lack this insatiable curiosity. Everyone is filled with joy, except for Yi Ran, whose face is etched with worry. Is there any way to contact my brother? Upon seeing Mo Ran enter, Yi Ran anxiously inquired. What is it, Yi Ran? Recognizing her expression, Mo Ran understood that she was exceedingly anxious. My brother intends to venture into the canyon. He absolutely must not go again, for it could lead to calamity. I too wish to intervene, yet we are powerless in this matter and can only watch. You are not well, you must rest properly. Hearing Mo Ran's words, Yi Ran's gaze dimmed instantly. Indeed, no one can reach Yi Hao unless he willingly relinquishes his intentions. Otherwise, there is no alternative. Chapter 114. In pursuit of thrills within the canyon early in the morning, numerous individuals gathered in the live streaming room. After all, this descent into the canyon is even more alluring than the first. The initial curiosity had everyone eager to witness a different landscape. This time, however, the allure stems from the shadow in the canyon, undeniably heightening the temptation. The sheer number of people today is astonishing. Indeed, a larger crowd brings a vibrant atmosphere. This may well be a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Everything here is so extraordinary that I refuse to miss it. It feels akin to exploring a new world, and I can sense the thrill coursing through me. Yi Shun is leading us on this adventure. This place will undoubtedly reveal sights we have never encountered before. Little brother, return home. There are monsters there. The only thing that rouses me from slumber is Yi Shun's live stream. It's both thrilling and exhilarating. Even while Yi Hao is yet to awaken, the live streaming room is already brimming with people. When Yi Hao finally rises, excitement permeates the air. Indeed, this beautiful day is about to commence. After tidying his gear, Yi Hao hastily consumes a modest meal and begins his slow trek towards the canyon. Having thoroughly inspected the hemp rope in his backpack, he ensured there were no issues. Otherwise, a mishap could occur. Once again, he approaches the familiar mango tree. Descending from this very spot, with practiced ease, he descends more adeptly than during his initial venture. Upon arrival, the camera reveals that there are no shadows in the river below. For the moment, it is safe. I am so eager for the emergence of the shadow. I truly wish to discover what it is. The drone's perspective offers a more complete view, yet Yi Hao can only observe a small area. Confirming that the shadow is absent, he swiftly descends. Had he encountered it immediately after ascending, he might have hesitated. As he reaches the canyon floor, his emotions differ greatly from those of his previous descent. Given the previous encounter, Yi Hao remained exceedingly cautious. Surely, there would be no crocodile lurking this time? To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, he grasped his spear firmly. Fortunately, luck was on his side this time, as he explored for quite some time without encountering any peril. The riverbank offered limited areas for exploration, necessitating a crossing to the opposite shore. The sole means to achieve this was to enter the water. Entering the water, one must confront all that lies ahead. There is no evading it. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Hao deliberately avoided the area where the shadow had appeared last time and stepped into the water. The water here was somewhat clearer than upstream, teeming with fish. He first set his belongings on the bank, intending to assess the situation before fully submerging. Carrying all that equipment would hinder his speed in case of an emergency. He would swim across only if he found no threats beneath the surface. Life is precious and must be cherished. Approaching the riverbank, Yi Hao gradually waded into the water, keeping close to the shore, submerging himself entirely. The underwater world unveiled itself to him, revealing a myriad of aquatic plants and small shrimp and fish darting among the vegetation. He did not spot the colossal shadow he feared, but numerous larger fish roamed freely. Observing this scene, Yi Hao finally relaxed. Meanwhile, an unmanned submarine had been transported by 2 drones, just now entering the water. At that moment, Yi Hao was emerging to retrieve his gear, coincidentally avoiding a critical encounter. Once the submarine submerged, the underwater view became even clearer. Unbeknownst to Yi Hao, a highly venomous snake lay concealed nearby, unnoticed by him, though the audience watching through the lens had caught sight of it. With so many viewers in the live stream, if not a single one noticed, it would surely warrant a collective visit to the ophthalmologist. In this moment, Yi Hao remained blissfully unaware of the lurking danger, as the snake lay in wait on his path. Alas, Yi Shun was in peril. The snake remained stationary, and an encounter was imminent. Little did he expect to face such a predicament. Let us observe a moment of silence. How unfortunate that while the shadow eluded him, Yi Shun's life hung in the balance. One can only hope that the serpent adheres to the rules of combat and refrains from launching a surprise attack. Streamer, we're sending our thoughts your way. It's now up to you to heed them. After organizing his belongings, Yi Hao plunged back into the water to reassess for any threats. Suddenly, the poisonous snake surged toward him. In the water, the snake held the advantage, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Yi Hao's diving skills had improved, enhancing his reaction time significantly. Upon noticing the imminent threat, he instinctively grasped it without regard for what he held and hurled it ashore. With Yi Hao's formidable strength, the venomous snake was essentially hurled against the stone wall, its fate unknown to him. Seizing the moment, Yi Hao swiftly swam to the opposite bank. From the perspective of the observers, many failed to grasp the unfolding events due to the snake's rapid movements. They only realized that Yi Hao had dispatched the creature. Captured by the drone's lens, the snake was seen crashing against the stone wall, its body instantly adhering to the surface. Astonishing. Such reflexes are truly remarkable. Yi God, as he is aptly called, is indeed invincible. Though often deemed unfortunate, he consistently turns adversity into fortune. To me, this is a testament to his prowess. This singular maneuver has captured my admiration. I barely registered the moment before it concluded, leaving me in awe. While the crowd continued to discuss the recent occurrence, Yi Hao had already traversed a considerable distance. The opposite bank was bustling with activity, and it provided access to the waterfall, a destination Yi Hao had longed to visit. Having witnessed scenes in various television dramas where treasures lay beneath waterfalls or where a hidden cave, akin to the water curtain cave of the Monkey King, awaited discovery, curiosity had always surrounded Yi Hao, compelling him to explore further. Who knows what martial arts secrets he might uncover, which could lead to his rise. Yet, one must ponder, this region borders foreign lands. What martial arts secrets could possibly exist here? I nearly allowed memories from my previous world to cloud my judgment. This place is scarcely trodden, save for the rare boaters. Progressing slowly, Yi Hao navigated through the tall, wild grasses that obscured his line of sight. Unable to discern the path or potential dangers, he proceeded cautiously. Gradually, he drew closer to the waterfall, the sound of cascading water growing louder. Upon nearing, he realized the waterfall was quite substantial. Though the river above was not particularly wide, the pool beneath the waterfall was impressively expansive. A chill enveloped Yi Hao, hinting that there might indeed be treasures hidden within. As long as they are not of a dubious nature, he genuinely felt trepidation. In the depths of the canyon, the water in the pool was crystal clear, emanating wisps of mist under the sunlight. The splashes created by the waterfall obscured Yi Hao's view of the pool's depths. Perhaps everything here was perfectly normal, or perhaps it was exceedingly strange. No one could say for certain, particularly since Yi Hao had yet to encounter any issues. What a beautiful locale, he mused. Aside from the towering wild grasses, everything else was quite pleasant. Especially near the pool, the oppressive heat dissipated, replaced by a refreshing breeze. It would indeed be a splendid place to escape the summer heat. Settling here could be quite appealing. The stone walls near the waterfall were adorned with climbing vines, and occasionally, unfamiliar birds flitted about. In this open space, only the sound of the waterfall striking the water's surface could be heard. The sound of water echoes in my ears. What did the host just say? I can hardly hear. It seems they mentioned a waterfall here. I can't catch anything clearly. Is there anyone skilled in lip reading? Please translate. I understand. The host just remarked that the scenery here is stunning and plans to venture out shortly. urging everyone to minimize the barrage of comments that might distract from his charming visage. Such a statement is undoubtedly in line with his character. Regardless, if one less comment counts as my loss, so be it. I am quite pragmatic, after all, since the host cannot see it. After surveying the vicinity, Yi Hao prepared to approach the waterfall. Given the potential dangers lurking here, silence would be a warning, so one must exercise utmost caution. Observing the wild grass around, Yi Hao felt a tinge of anxiety about what might be concealed within, for such places are often home to wild beasts and venomous creatures. Particularly in areas abundant with water, the density of wildlife tends to increase. As the explorer neared the pool, he noticed its deep green hue, suggesting a profound depth. Nothing stirred within. He had not glimpsed a single fish. The pool appeared to be a stagnant body of water, devoid of vitality. The cascading waterfall created a striking contrast against the lifeless pool below. Yi Hao extended his hand into the water, only to discover it was shockingly cold. In such warm weather, the icy chill was astonishing, akin to plunging one's hand into winter's embrace, making it hard to linger. How peculiar. Next, Yi Hao hurried to the front of the waterfall, where the descending water felt pleasantly temperate. However, the pool below exuded an icy aura, leaving him utterly baffled. With such frigid waters, it was no wonder there were no fish to be found. Grasping his spear, he ventured downstream for further exploration. It was only after several hundred meters that the water became less biting, and he finally spotted fish swimming about. The color of the water exhibited subtle differences, not significant, but discernible upon closer inspection. The more he encountered these peculiarities, the more anxious Yi Hao became. Everything here fell outside the realm of his everyday understanding. From the enormous flora surrounding him, he increasingly felt as though he had stepped into a mysterious world. Scenes reminiscent of films he had once watched unfolded before him, leading him to ponder whether those depictions were indeed grounded in reality. Perhaps we merely regarded them as tales. After all, countless areas of this world remain uncharted. Contemplating this, Yi Hao approached everything with heightened caution. After all he had experienced, he had surely grown from it. Setting his backpack down on the riverbank, he resolved to investigate whether there existed a legendary cave nestled between the waterfall and the stone wall. With so many strange occurrences unfolding, what harm could there be in this one more inquiry? In the realm of typical novels, protagonists often stumble upon legendary treasures or martial arts manuals hidden behind majestic waterfalls, or perhaps even encounter rare and extraordinary gems. With a determined spirit, Yi Hao ventured towards the waterfall, where a few stones formed a precarious foothold at the junction of the rock face and the cascading water. Turning sideways, he cautiously navigated deeper, aware that beneath him lay the frigid waters of the pool. A misstep would surely lead to discomfort. After considerable effort, he finally stepped into the waterfall, finding a footing on the stone edge. Gazing upward, he was met with an unremarkable rock face. I lack such fortune. He cannot possibly harbor feelings for me, he muttered bitterly to himself, contemplating retreat. It was foolish to hope for serendipity with such luck. Meanwhile, in the live stream, a flurry of question marks flooded the chat. Is Yi Shun really planning to climb in there? Observers noted that the host appeared to be an overly imaginative youth, envisioning hidden caverns filled with treasure behind the waterfall. Only a seasoned martial arts enthusiast would entertain such notions, convinced that something awaited them behind the cascading waters, that treasures lay beneath the pool. Has the young man been inside for too long? Could he have truly discovered something remarkable? Unfortunately, the drone could not penetrate the waterfall, leaving the audience in suspense. Stop it. You're making me excited. Yi Shun might actually unveil something peculiar. The atmosphere felt cinematic. If Yi Shun were to emerge wielding a colossal 40-meter machete, none would be surprised. Yet, if he emerged empty-handed, that would indeed be curious. Ultimately, Yi Hao reappeared on camera, hands empty and bearing an awkward expression. It dawned on him that this world was, in fact, rather ordinary, devoid of the fantastical. There were no elaborate schemes. Everything adhered to the laws of common sense. Awkwardly greeting the camera, he felt a pang of embarrassment for having left the drone outside. However, before he could finish the greeting, his foot slipped, plunging him straight into the icy pool. A shock of cold enveloped him, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. With every ounce of strength, he fought to swim towards the bank, each stroke demanding all his energy. The biting cold dulled his movements, as if he were trapped in slow motion. The frigid water relentlessly gnawed at his body, threatening to seep into his very core. At that moment, Yi Hao's consciousness began to blur, the chill dulling his thoughts. It felt as though both body and mind had been emptied, a lethargy spreading through him. His hands were so close to the shore, yet felt as distant as the stars. The distance seemed insurmountably vast, to the point where Yi Hao contemplated surrendering to despair. Desiring to attune to the sensations of his body, Yi Hao came to a standstill, seeking a moment of respite. Gradually, his form sank into the depths of the pool, seemingly oblivious to his predicament. Chapter 116, The Icy Abyss. Something feels amiss. What has happened to Yi? He has submerged. How could this be? Has he been bitten by a venomous snake? Surely, he has lost control over his body. That must be the case. He likely feels entirely numb. Through the lens, Yi Hao was completely enveloped by the waters, and after a flurry of bubbles emerged, he vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the drone submarine prepared by the production team swiftly navigated through the river, heightening the anticipation among onlookers, who felt an overwhelming surge of tension. No one was psychologically prepared for such an event. After all, some occurrences must be witnessed firsthand. However, the submarine's speed unexpectedly diminished, leaving many in astonishment. Why had this transpired? It felt akin to suddenly entering a quagmire. As data analysis from the submarine indicated, the water temperature was quite low, and an unknown energy seemed to be obstructing movement, amplifying the resistance within the pool. Each attempt to navigate became markedly energy draining. Ultimately, the submarine succumbed to insufficient power, halting its advance. Meanwhile, Yi Hao, submerged at the bottom, gradually regained consciousness. The closer he drew to the depths, the lesser the pressure he felt. At this juncture, Yi Hao had completely liberated himself from previous constraints and was vigorously striving to swim back to the surface. Perhaps it was a figment of his imagination, but he felt as though a luminous eye was watching him from the abyss. He yearned to be away from this sinister place, propelling himself upwards with fervor. As he ascended, the resistance intensified, binding him ever more tightly. Strangely, Yi Hao's thoughts remained sharp. His physical state was still commendable. Drawing upon his upgraded diving skills, he finally broke the surface. The sensation of fresh air filling his lungs was exquisite, and without a moment's hesitation, he clawed his way to the shore, exerting every ounce of strength to reach solid ground. In that moment, he disregarded any semblance of dignity. His life took precedence. Under the gaze of the drone's camera, a wave of jubilation erupted as Yi Hao resurfaced. Hooray! Yi has survived. The submarine may have been compromised, yet Yi emerged unscathed. Truly, he is favored by the heavens. No matter the circumstances, he remains untroubled. Is this a miracle? Indeed, he is a person capable of miracles. I am utterly convinced. It seems the host is on a divine path, while we are merely mortals. No one anticipated that Yi Hao could emerge under such conditions, leaving them in complete awe. The environment here, as observed through the data from the unmanned submarine, is nothing short of miraculous. Upon reaching the shore, Yi Hao collapsed onto the ground. The bone-chilling cold rapidly dissipated, and within moments, he felt himself rejuvenated. At this moment, he was imbued with a sense of strength that seemed almost illusory. Having emerged from the depths of despair, he felt as though he could lift the heavens themselves if they were to fall. Once he sensed that his body had sufficiently recovered, Yi Hao rose to his feet. All he desired was to distance himself from the waterhole, for the sensations from its depths still haunted him. He hastily shouldered his backpack and departed, fully aware of the dangers that lurked within. Without a moment's hesitation, he left this nightmarish scene behind, which seemed to linger in his mind, compelling him to reflect upon it repeatedly. The barrage of comments appeared to quiet down. As onlookers grew concerned for Yi Hao's despondent figure, it was evident that he was disturbed, likely shaken by his experience. As he traversed back, surveying his surroundings, Yi Hao reflected on the seeming futility of his expedition. He had discovered nothing and had nearly lost himself in the process. This sensation was far from pleasant. He had come seeking sustenance, and the elusive dark shadow, which he now suspected may have been a mere figment of his imagination. It was unlikely he would encounter such a gathering of fish again. Soon, he arrived at the rope, casting one last glance into the river to ensure no ominous shadows lurked beneath. He then began his ascent, finding it remarkably easy this time without the weight of crocodile meat. It felt as if he could effortlessly find the optimal footholds. This sensation was incredibly gratifying. His speed surged, and he scaled the rocky wall with the agility of a monkey. In no time, he reached the top, using his right foot to propel himself upward with a swift leap. The experience felt akin to witnessing an exhilarating extreme climbing competition, providing him with immense enjoyment. Yi Hao himself was astonished by his newfound nimbleness. Though he had previously been strong, he now possessed a remarkable agility. He stowed the rope away, casting a resigned glance downward, having lost interest in the shadowy depths of the river. His thoughts were solely focused on how swiftly he could ascend, and he was pleasantly surprised by his own pace. With his backpack still empty, he casually tossed the rope inside, sighing in resignation. He acknowledged that today's venture had yielded no rewards. Time to return to camp. Today would end here. As he spoke these words, Yi Hao sensed a disturbance in the nearby underbrush. He drew forth the long spear from behind him and hurled it forward. Though he could perceive nothing, Yi Hao instinctively felt the presence of something there. After casting his spear, he swiftly approached to ascertain whether he had struck his quarry. Parting the grass, he beheld a plump wild rabbit, having been directly pierced by his throw. "Why is it that every time I encounter peril, you appear to celebrate my survival?" he mused, glancing around to ensure no other rabbits lingered nearby. Before resigning himself to the fact, he promptly carried the rabbit to the riverbank for processing, and at that moment, a radiant smile illuminated Yi Hao's face. Could it be that these rabbits had intentionally presented themselves to aid in his celebration? It seemed almost too coincidental to be mere happenstance, yet he couldn't fathom that such fortune could repeat itself. Should he encounter the same serendipity again, he might just be convinced, but for now, he would remain skeptical. Tonight's dinner was already determined: spicy rabbit stew. Such cunning creatures. I must join in. Time waits for no one. He could not help but remark on the remarkable plumpness of the rabbits here, appearing far more delectable than any takeout. Perhaps if Yi Hao continued to return, these wild rabbits would soon be depleted. Chapter 117. The mysterious pink mist of the swamp. Once the rabbit was prepared, Yi Hao readied himself to return to the campsite. It was still early, and he intended to stow his spoils before venturing out again. After all, dusk was still distant, and he could not afford to squander time. Carrying a basket laden with hemp rope was indeed cumbersome, so it was best to leave such items at the campsite. Upon his return, he immediately sought out seasonings to marinate the rabbit. "I know you must be curious about the events that transpired beneath the pond," he said, reclining in a chair and addressing the camera with a leisurely demeanor. "In truth, there was nothing remarkable. Only the water was so frigid that it rendered me unable to swim." Yi Hao had no intention of divulging the sensations he had experienced, for the feeling of being observed might merely have been his own illusion. Moreover, at that moment, his consciousness had dulled, leaving him with little recollection of the occurrences. Such matters were certainly not to be shared lightly. They would remain locked within him. Eventually, he discovered that the temperature at the bottom of the water was not as frigid as he had initially perceived. His body adapted, and only then did he manage to emerge. As Yi Hao narrated the events that had transpired, it felt as though he were recounting someone else's tale, his composure unwavering. One could not help but admire his remarkable mindset. It became evident to him just how great the chasm was between himself and Yi Hao. He felt utterly defeated in terms of mental fortitude. In comparison, he felt like a mere shadow of a man, a sentiment that was far from pleasant. He had once believed himself an elite, superior to Yi Hao, yet the more he observed, the more he felt a sense of inferiority. Still, he remained unwavering in his admiration for the young man. No matter the circumstances, he found himself enamored. After sharing his recent experiences, Yi Hao reclined quietly in his chair. Lost in thought, he believed that only during moments of daydreaming could he truly relax, free from the burdens of thought. After a brief respite, Yi Hao prepared to venture out for a stroll. It had been quite some time since he last visited the marshlands, and armed with his weapon, he set off with the intention of exploring. The prospect of capturing a prey was enticing. However, he felt assured with a wild hare already in his possession as a safety net. In proximity to the marsh, the animal population was relatively abundant. The last time he had been there, he had spotted several creatures but refrained from taking action due to the presence of crocodiles. This time, should he encounter them again, the outcome would undoubtedly be different. The spear in his hand would not easily relent against any potential delicacy. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted that, following the demise of the dominant leopard, no other predators had claimed its territory. The increase in visible wildlife was fortuitous for Yi Hao. With the absence of the cheetah's threat, the animals began to thrive, ensuring a bountiful supply of food for him. Now, he was prepared to assume the role of the cheetah, instilling a sense of despair among the creatures. With determination, he thrust his spear at a nearby deer, striking it squarely on the hindquarters. The wounded deer bolted in panic, unable to halt its frantic escape. Yi Hao stood there, momentarily stunned by the unfolding scene, utterly bewildered. "Damn it, give me back my spear," he exclaimed, helplessly watching as the deer carried away his weapon, too apprehensive to pursue it amidst the lurking dangers of wild beasts and venomous snakes. A pang of regret washed over him, an unexpected feeling of vulnerability. Hilarity ensued. As he chuckled at the absurdity of his misfortune, losing both the woman and the soldier, as the saying goes. It was a reminder that even the best of us can falter. Thus, we should not mock too harshly, but rather share a hearty laugh. The young man's expression had succeeded in brightening his mood, a rare joy that had eluded him for quite some time. Yi Shun had become his source of happiness, alleviating his recent malaise. With a sigh, he relinquished the thought of pursuing the deer, watching it fade into the distance. He retrieved his spare spear, now cautious about any further attempts. Losing another weapon would be untenable, compelling him to return home. The prospect of an early return seemed dreadfully mundane. The marsh held a certain intrigue. Gripping the spear firmly, Yi Hao commenced his exploration, determined to seek out smaller prey this time. Such targets would be less likely to flee, lest he find himself in another comical predicament. Yet, it appeared as though the animals were playing a game of hide and seek with him, eluding his grasp entirely. As he ventured closer to the marsh, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped him. It was as if an ominous signal had been sent forth, causing the wildlife to vanish. Glancing upward, he noticed the sun nearing the horizon, casting an eerie stillness reminiscent of a scene from a film he had once watched, an unsettling silence, devoid of life. It felt as though one had transformed into a desolate city, devoid of all life. Shaking off the thoughts swirling in his mind, Yi Hao reassured himself that such a scenario was impossible here. Glancing at the time, he noted it was getting late. He planned to return, feeling somewhat discontented for not having captured any prey. Suddenly, a strange sound reached his ears, akin to the whispering of the wind, yet distinctly different, resembling the calls of some creature. It emanated from a distance, growing nearer and clearer with each passing moment. Turning towards the source of the sound, which lay deep within the marshlands, he pondered what could possibly exist there. The origin of such a noise surely could not be a large animal. Yi Hao speculated it might be a swarm of insects. As the sound approached, he discerned a peculiar pink mist materializing in the depths of the marsh, drifting toward him like ethereal fog. What on earth is this? He thought, as the mist began to envelop the area. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Hao took off running at full speed, disregarding any potential danger. Other animals had likely fled long ago. Their instinct to sense peril surpassed that of humans. Thus he felt no fear as he sprinted away. Who could fathom what this phenomenon was? He dared not glance back. It was only after Yi Hao had vanished from sight that the pink mist finally reached the edge of the marsh, halting abruptly without advancing further. The strange sounds continued to resonate from within, yet no form was visible. Heavens, what is this? Could it be the infamous miasma? He pondered. I suspect it is toxic. Otherwise, why would all the creatures here have vanished? The atmosphere was undeniably unsettling, as if the area had transformed into a ghost town. What was that peculiar sound? It struck him as profoundly strange, inducing a wave of nausea. Enough. Now that you've mentioned it, I feel it too. That sound is undeniably troubling. Everyone, please mute your devices. Suddenly, the drone lost its signal, leaving everyone in the dark about what had transpired in that fleeting moment. Chapter 118. Discovery of change. The drone malfunctioned abruptly, and the footage vanished entirely. Another drone, however, followed Yi Hao's retreating footsteps back to the camp. No one had captured what caused the previous drone's failure. They were all forcibly switched to the other drone's feed. Meanwhile, Yi Hao continued his frantic flight, oblivious to the scene behind him and anxious about what might be lurking nearby. Fortunately, he was still quite far from the camp, and reaching him would require some time. In Yi Hao's understanding, the emergence of this phenomenon was likely linked to specific environmental factors. Consequently, after running for a while, he chose to come to a halt. After observing the situation behind him, Yi Hao was not in a hurry to return to the camp. The presence of some animals here indicated that the area was not dangerous. After all, in such circumstances, animals often possess an instinct to sense impending danger. Once he was assured of his safety, Yi Hao finally felt at ease. Earlier, he had not clearly discerned what had caused his fright and had simply fled. All he could perceive was a swirl of pink mist, accompanied by an indiscernible sound emanating from within. At that moment, Yi Hao found himself devoid of the desire to hunt. Instead, he resolved to return to his cozy little abode and consume the wild rabbit he had caught, hoping to calm his nerves. The day's events had been exceptionally exhilarating, leaving Yi Hao with a surreal sensation, as if he were trapped in a dream. It felt strangely unreal, for such occurrences ought not to unfold in his immediate vicinity. Yet, they had manifested before his very eyes, evoking within him a sense of intrigue. The secrets of this desolate island undoubtedly extended far beyond what he had encountered thus far. It seemed that Yi Hao's location was isolated from that of others. The last individual who had ventured near must have come from an unexplored region. There appeared to be a point downstream across the river where contact with others might be possible. As he walked and pondered, he began to grasp the nuances of his environment. It became evident that only the areas designated for exploration were safe, and those locales warranted investigation. Should any issues arise in the future, it would be prudent to identify an escape route. The longer Yi Hao remained in this place, the more inscrutable it became to him. It was clear that this was no ordinary deserted island. There must be legends intertwined with its existence. However, Yi Hao was blissfully unaware of these tales, which emboldened others to venture forth without fear. As the environment stabilized, he even contemplated exploring the territories of others. For he had grown weary of his own surroundings. Many areas remained off-limits, lest he risk his life. Upon returning to the camp, Yi Hao immediately placed the rabbit over the fire to roast. As the aroma of the cooking meat wafted through the air, his focus shifted entirely to the meal. After all, eating was a delightful experience, a means of indulgence that provided solace amidst the chaos. Soon, the rabbit meat was ready, and Yi Hao tore off a leg. Taking a hearty bite, quite delectable. Although slightly fatty, the marination rendered it far from greasy. After devouring more than half of the rabbit, he finally paused. Observing Yi Hao's voracious appetite, the onlookers expressed their admiration. One could not deny his remarkable psychological resilience. It was impressive that he could still eat after such an ordeal. Yet, in truth, the earlier events had extinguished his appetite. His curiosity had been piqued, yet remained unfulfilled, leaving him disinterested in both food and drink. Has anyone discovered the nature of that pink mist from earlier? The term pink mist has successfully dominated the headlines across various news outlets. Many are speculating about its true essence, yet no one has provided a plausible explanation. In the broadcast room, upon encountering the pink mist, Bai Yi immediately sought refuge in the restroom. Fan Xinxin intended to inquire with Bai Yi but, after searching in vain, became distracted by the unfolding events. And the matter was soon forgotten until nearly the end of the workday. Only then did Bai Yi emerge from the restroom, clutching his abdomen and feigning discomfort. Whenever this group posed questions to him, he felt ill-equipped to respond, as he was not a scientist, and his inability to provide answers often led to ridicule. Overwhelmed by anxiety, Bai Yi chose to withdraw entirely. Perhaps the least perturbed by the pink mist was Yi Hao, who had grown accustomed to peculiar phenomena. He had encountered many strange occurrences and thus deemed nothing worthy of alarm. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Yi Hao relocated a lounge chair to the beach to admire the moon. The canopy of trees obstructed a clear view, and he had nearly forgotten about the giant python incident. Moreover, it was not a full moon, rendering the moon less luminous. It was precisely because of the moon's subdued glow that the surrounding stars appeared exceptionally radiant. Gazing at the star-studded sky, Yi Hao was suddenly reminded of his carefree childhood, a time he could never return to. With the advancement of technology, everyone has become captivated by electronic devices, causing the once pure and beautiful essence of life to vanish. Observing the vast array of stars and listening to the rhythmic sound of the waves, Yi Hao felt he was genuinely savoring life. Without the distractions of mobile phones or computers, he was left with the essence of living for the sake of existence. However, he found himself somewhat solitary, lacking friends. After contemplating the starry sky for what felt like an eternity, Yi Hao finally decided to retire for the night. In the distance, a blue light flickered incessantly, reminiscent of a scene he had witnessed before. Yet, Yi Hao remained oblivious to the lurking danger, his thoughts predominantly consumed by the celestial display above. Every child has fantasized about the nature of stars, yearning to explore them. However, adulthood brings a loss of such naivete. Grown individuals understand that stars are desolate celestial bodies devoid of mythical tales. The disillusionment of former dreams signifies the genuine passage into maturity. Yet, on this deserted island, Yi Hao felt as though he had returned to his childhood, experiencing events that only the youngest dare to imagine. Upon awakening in the morning, everything remained unchanged. It was not a dream. He truly felt as if he were living in a dream. Yi Hao awaited the day of awakening from this dream. Alas, reality is reality, and he must confront it. After enduring so much on this deserted island, he realized that his strength had grown considerably. Upon entering the pond yesterday, he discovered a notable enhancement in his agility and physical condition. The sensations he experienced were not mere illusions, but rather a tangible reality. Such experiences are seldom encountered in the outside world. Yet, Yi Hao had been fortunate enough to encounter them. It seemed evident that he must return to the waters on several occasions, as they held great promise. This thought lingered in his mind. Yi Hao felt a marked improvement in his spirits. At the very least, this place had rendered him considerably stronger. Chapter 119. The canyon is indeed preferable. After heating the rabbit meat from yesterday, Yi Hao began to eat slowly. He found himself in a state of confusion, uncertain about his next course of action. Confusion is a universal experience that necessitates thoughtful contemplation. Observing his campsite, which was constructed so well, he realized surviving a year here would pose no significant challenge. However, after witnessing the augmentation of his physical capabilities, Yi Hao was suddenly struck by a different perspective. Although this place harbored dangers, opportunities and risks often coexist. Were it not for the presence of opportunities, Yi Hao believed he would not have persevered. Yet, it was evident that opportunities had indeed presented themselves. Such moments are often a matter of chance. One must act, for opportunities once missed are seldom regained. Despite the inherent dangers, given his current physique, he felt confident in his ability to confront them. He dismissed any notions of fear, pondering how something could be so perilous. For the sake of everyone, I have resolved to continue exploring the canyon, venturing into areas I had not previously investigated, Yi Hao declared resolutely to the camera. After all, venturing forth was inevitable, and familiar territory seemed the wisest choice. The vastness of the world beyond filled Yi Hao with trepidation. He was utterly at a loss as to how to navigate it. If he could not reach it, how could he possibly contend with it? Exploration must be thorough, and the canyon was undeniably a place rich with potential treasures. Moreover, its relative danger was not overly daunting, rendering it a favorable destination. What's the matter? Is living not preferable? Could it be the thrill of yesterday's adventure that has sparked thoughts of residing in the canyon? He mused. The canyon, while indeed perilous, had its merits. If only he could ascertain that the looming shadow posed no threat, all would be well. The shadow represented a potential hazard. Resolving this concern would render the canyon an ideal locale. It seemed others also regarded the canyon as a relatively safe haven. The environment of the canyon was arguably the finest in the area, which was precisely why Yi Hao yearned to explore it. After preparing some hemp rope, Yi Hao made his way to the canyon. He first surveyed the surroundings. This time, there were no rabbits, which perhaps signified a lack of imminent danger. Descending to the valley floor via the rope, Yi Hao armed himself and continued his exploration. Passing the spot from his last visit, he noticed the venomous snake he had discarded, now decaying against the stone wall. Paying it no mind, Yi Hao plunged into the water and swam to the opposite bank. This time, he was not confronted by any reckless snakes, and he successfully reached the other side. The vicinity of the last waterhole has already been thoroughly explored, and the next endeavor is to investigate the surrounding areas. The depths of this terrain appear rather profound, resembling a chaotic wilderness. Armed with a spear, Yi Hao navigates cautiously, ever vigilant of the dangers that may lurk beneath his feet, hidden from sight. He has always approached exploration with meticulous care, prioritizing safety above all else, and thus does not rush the process. Under the watchful eye of a drone, Yi Hao, with a backpack slung over his shoulders, cautiously ventures into the thickets of wild grass. Initially, he was oblivious to the abundance of wildlife in the area. However, as he delves deeper, he encounters a plethora of hares and wild chickens, discoveries that fill him with delight. The richness of resources here is undeniably enticing, sparking a longing to settle in this bountiful place for the long term. The presence of such a multitude of animals suggests that, should he choose to domesticate them, he could easily establish a ranch. As he progresses further, Yi Hao encounters wild boars and bison, creatures that exude a sense of danger, prompting him to steer clear of their path. Yet, he notices a perplexing behavior among these animals. Despite their close proximity to the river, they refrain from drinking its water, opting instead for a small nearby pond. This peculiar avoidance leaves Yi Hao bewildered, as if an unseen threat looms, dissuading them from approaching the riverbank. It is as though an invisible barrier exists, preventing these creatures from venturing into that territory. Faced with such circumstances, Yi Hao refrains from indiscriminate violence, uncertain of the repercussions that might arise from such actions in this unfamiliar world. He senses an inexplicable intuition urging him to exercise restraint. At this juncture, he He resolves to conduct a few experiments, for some mysteries can only be unraveled through exploration. In an area where wild chickens congregate, he sets several traps designed not to harm them, but merely to ensnare. After scattering some food scraps, he patiently awaits the arrival of his quarry, concealed within the nearby underbrush. However, after an extended period of silence, curiosity compels him to lift his gaze. Suddenly, an enormous figure emerges before him, startling Yi Hao profoundly. A colossal black gorilla stands beside him, seemingly intrigued by his activities. The gorilla is entirely covered in black fur, save for its hands, which are white, and it towers significantly over Yi Hao. As Yi Hao instinctively rises and lets out a startled shout, both he and the gorilla are taken aback. Upon catching sight of Yi Hao, the gorilla promptly vanishes from view, causing havoc as it disrupts the trap set in the distance, eliciting a frustrated grimace from Yi Hao. What on earth? Is this some kind of zoo? He mutters incredulously. Having rearranged the traps, Yi Hao positioned himself in a vantage point where he could observe the surroundings. This time, the gorilla displayed an understanding and did not approach. Otherwise, Yi Hao was genuinely prepared to engage. Hilariously, was that indeed a gorilla? It had been staring at Yi Shun for an extended period. There are rumors that some gorillas are cannibalistic, though the truth of such claims remains uncertain. What nonsense! Aren't gorillas known for their fondness for bananas? The earlier scene was utterly amusing. The streamer was surrounded by the gorilla, which even destroyed the traps he had set. It appeared that Yi Shun was on the brink of madness, and I couldn't help but chuckle. The audience observed everything quite clearly. Yi Hao was oblivious, lost in his own thoughts. However, the viewers were thoroughly entertained, as the gorilla first curiously dismantled all the traps before finally spotting Yi Hao. Watching him crouched in the grass, the gorilla scratched its head in confusion, seemingly perplexed by his actions. Under the audience's scrutiny, the gorilla seemed to ponder whether Yi Hao had come here for a reason. After startling Yi Hao, everyone was unable to suppress their laughter. Such a rare moment of Yi Hao being caught off guard was a sight to behold. Given the abundance of animals in this area, it was certain that this wouldn't be the only captivating moment. Indeed, adventures like these are the most thrilling, leaving one utterly unable to predict what might unfold next. Chapter 120. Secrets of the Canyon. Within this canyon lies a realm reminiscent of a forgotten world. Everything is enveloped in tranquility until a heart-wrenching cry from a wild chicken pierces the silence. Without hesitation, Yi Hao dashed forward, swiftly capturing the wild chicken, binding it with a rope, and tossing it into his backpack. How humiliating it felt to resemble a chicken thief. Reflecting on his image left Yi Hao somewhat disheartened. Yet, considering one's image in such a setting seemed rather exhausting. Without further contemplation, he concealed himself not far away. One chicken was undoubtedly insufficient. With so many around, Yi Hao intended to catch a rooster to establish a breeding venture. The chicken he had just captured was clearly a hen, entirely unsuitable for his plans. Relying solely on hens would not suffice for a breeding business. Yi Hao had no choice but to continue waiting for more prey, as the wild chicken population appeared quite abundant. At the very least, he had spotted dozens. Surely, more remained unseen. Left with no other options, he resolved to wait. Departing would risk having his catch intercepted by other creatures. As for rabbits, Yi Hao truly hoped not to encounter them, for their presence signified imminent danger. Growing increasingly bored of waiting, Yi Hao settled down on the ground to rest. In this place, despite the abundance of animals, very few have taken the bait. Frustration welled up within Yi Hao, making him feel that perhaps he should not have remained here. Yet, he knew that abandoning his post would only worsen his luck. It seemed as if fate was aware of his misfortune, leaving him in a state of hesitation for quite some time. At last, the heavens rewarded his perseverance with the crowing of a rooster, prompting Yi Hao to spring into action. He dashed towards the source of the sound, and finally managed to catch a splendid rooster. Elated, he secured the creature tightly, knowing that with this stroke of fortune, the remainder of his efforts would not be in vain. Leaving the area, Yi Hao decided to investigate the happenings by the riverbank. Having ventured a considerable distance from the place of the hemp ropes, he found himself near the downstream waters. The water was remarkably clearer, revealing the darting fish within. The vivid crimson hue was initially so striking that Yi Hao thought it might be an illusion. To his astonishment, it was not just one but several red fish, including goldfish and carp. These were all auspicious signs, representing gentle species. However, the fish before him seemed to starkly contrast this notion, even from above the water's surface. Yi Hao could discern their menacing, tooth-filled mouths, their fins unfurled like wings, gliding through the water with an unsettling grace. While their speed was not particularly alarming, Their appearance was undeniably frightening. Could they possibly be piranhas? He had never encountered such creatures before. These fish completely shattered Yi Hao's previous understanding. He had never heard of blood-red piranhas. Strangely, they exhibited no signs of aggression in the water, coexisting peacefully with the nearby fish. This gave Yi Hao a curious impression that they might not be piranhas at all. Were these fish goldfish? They resembled red carp. What was this, a red carp? Green carp and donkey scenario? Yi Hao's expression suggested that these fish were indeed somewhat terrifying. The drone footage captured only a flat view, obscuring the sharpness of their teeth from the audience. It was not until the cameras switched angles that the viewers grasped the true nature of the aquatic scene, causing an audible gasp from all. Were these truly piranhas? How terrifying. Yi Hao's earlier demeanor had hinted that something was amiss. Indeed, this was not welcome news. These might very well be a new species, previously unseen. He pondered why piranhas had once been present by the riverbank, but had become increasingly rare. Was it possible that other varieties of piranhas resided here? His curiosity was piqued, and the situation grew increasingly intriguing. As Yi Hao ventured closer to the downstream area, he discovered an ever greater number of piranhas, each exhibiting a variety of forms, congregating in the water. Upon witnessing the situation, Yi Hao refrained from proceeding further, sensing that continuing on this path would inevitably lead to trouble. The mere thought of a place capable of sustaining such a multitude of piranhas sent shivers down his spine. Perhaps it would be wiser to postpone this venture, as it seemed akin to courting death. Yi Hao was acutely aware of the implications of such matters. For now, he resolved to hunt and live in the vicinity for a while. After all, who would willingly seek their own demise when survival was within reach? Moreover, he had yet to fully harness the physical enhancements granted by the pool's waters. A gradual approach was essential. One must savor their meals bite by bite, a truth that is quite elementary. As he retraced his steps along the river, Yi Hao observed a significant decline in the number of piranhas in the water. This phenomenon suggested that piranhas were indeed averse to colder temperatures, preferring to avoid the deeper pool. Consequently, the abundance of fish near the pool could be attributed to their inability to venture downstream, where they were confined to this particular stretch of water. This fortunate circumstance benefited Yi Hao, especially since the only crocodile he had encountered was the one he had slain. During his recent visits, he had seen none, and the underbrush appeared surprisingly safe. Yi Hao found this newfound security rather disconcerting. Upon returning to the waterfall, he submerged his feet in the pool. Instantly, an unsettling sensation overcame him, prompting him to withdraw his feet. Despite having experienced this feeling before, the contact was still unbearable. After waiting for an extended period without any signs of recovery, he recalled that the last time he emerged from the water, he had felt fine shortly thereafter. Why was this instance proving so prolonged? Had he developed an immunity? One would think that such an immunity would render him tolerant. Could it be that he had become hypersensitive? The inexplicable nature of his surroundings was bewildering. After an interminable wait, Yi Hao felt no signs of improvement in his feet. A disconcerting thought crept into his mind. Perhaps his feet were beyond repair, as the lack of recovery was troubling. The most unfortunate aspect was his inability to walk. He was relegated to sitting by the pool. It felt as though his entire foot had become detached from his being, ensconced in a blanket of cold. Yet, the areas not submerged in the pool exhibited no issues whatsoever. How absurdly baffling. Could his life on this deserted island truly culminate here? Gazing at the still waters of the pool, Yi Hao suddenly perceived himself as a fool. Having relished the benefits without contentment, he had returned. This time, he found himself ensnared. Fully aware of the risks, yet oblivious to the fact that the pool had played a game of seduction and retreat. Was this not a blatant trap laid for him? Chapter 121. On the brink of deception, Yi Hao remained silent, leaving the onlookers perplexed as to what had transpired. They could only observe that after he had immersed his feet in the pool, he had sat there motionless, evidently overwhelmed by the shock. Fully aware of the pool's frigid nature, after a prolonged wait, Yi Hao remained unresponsive. Could it be that his feet had become frozen? I suspect he might be cramping. Otherwise, how could he remain so still? Yet, would a cramp last this long? Perhaps he has lost sensation? The thought of losing feeling is terrifying. If that were the case, returning would pose an enormous challenge for him. After observing for a considerable time without seeing Yi Hao move, the anxiety among the onlookers grew palpable. The fears they expressed seemed increasingly likely to materialize. If this continued, there would be no one left to witness the spectacle. The collective mood soured, as everything here was so captivating. The thought of another taking his place was daunting. The audience had grown accustomed to Yi Hao's presence. Should he indeed withdraw, their adjustment would be profoundly difficult. Seated on the ground for what felt like an eternity, Yi Hao began to question his own existence. He could not fathom how such a predicament had befallen him. It appeared he had been lured by temptation. Initially, he had not intended to come here, yet the allure proved irresistible. His descent had been motivated by a desire to explore the pond, but he had not anticipated being ensnared by it. The environment instilled a sense of dread. He was reluctant to plunge to the bottom. Yet, the only plan that came to mind was to swim deeper. Perhaps the water below differed from that above. Although he sensed something lurking beneath, he felt he had no other choice. With a resounding splash, Yi Hao plunged into the pond. The chat exploded with disbelief. It was inconceivable that he had chosen to leap into the water. The notion of Yi Hao taking such drastic action was an outcome no one could accept. Why would he despair so? My dear Yi Hao, perhaps the pressure became overwhelming, and the thought of his numb feet left him devoid of hope. Oh, my beloved brother, why did you leave me? Was it truly suicide, or was he merely seeking adventure? Who can say? The unmanned submarine could not descend, leaving them unable to discern the underwater situation. Thus, they waited, hoping for clarity. It seemed everyone was confident that Yi Hao would not succumb to despair. All eyes fixated on the water's surface, eagerly anticipating his reemergence. Meanwhile, submerged in the pond, Yi Hao struggled against the depths. In the distance, a glimmering object sent shivers down his spine. It was impossible to discern what it was. Only a faint light was visible. The water was deep, and with his feet devoid of sensation, he could only surrender to the pull of gravity. The faint glow allowed him to catch glimpses of his surroundings. The darkness enveloped him, but he could vaguely make out something moving below. It appeared to be quite sizable, likely a large fish. Would he be offering himself as food to this creature? Thus, Yi Hao began to desperately glide with his hands, striving to return to the surface. However, in this place, it was impossible to ascend without the aid of both hands and feet. He could only slow his descent momentarily. The resistance here was not as formidable as above. Yet Yi Hao continued to plummet. His hands were moving with such fervor that they felt as if they might take flight, but still, he could not halt his fall. Yet, he sensed that his feet were gradually regaining sensation. It was a matter of luck now, for the dangers here were far from over. The luminous object remained a mystery to Yi Hao, resembling the eye of a creature. Below, a large fish-like entity lingered, not ascending but instead prowling the depths, seemingly constrained by some unseen force. This presented Yi Hao with a fleeting opportunity. Otherwise, he would have been devoured, with no time to recover. Time in the water felt distorted, and Yi Hao could not ascertain how long he had been submerged. At that moment, his feet regained full sensation, and he began to swim vigorously upwards. He vaguely noticed that the large fish below had quickened its pace, perhaps frustrated by its inability to obtain what it desired. With a splash, Yi Hao breached the surface, adapting to the water's temperature, which no longer felt as frigid. He embraced the sensation of winter swimming in the pool. Astonishingly, a miracle had occurred. The return of Yi Shun, the king, was celebrated. It was clear that this was all part of the charming performance of the young man. Incredible. He could swim in such cold water, unmatched. The audience was elated to witness Yi Hao's continued adventures. No one wished to see him come to harm. This was the influence of an idol. After all, Yi Hao was a figure of admiration, and those who cherished him were genuinely concerned for his well-being. Upon emerging from the water, Yi Hao made his way to the shore. Who could tell if the large fish would pursue him? Seeing the piranhas downstream, Yi Hao instinctively categorized all unknown fish as piranhas. The world here was indeed terrifying. Reflecting on his recent experience, where he nearly succumbed, he felt as though his confidence had swelled. The discomfort of invincibility surged within him. Life in this realm had significantly enhanced his physical resilience, leading him to believe he was nearly invulnerable. Reality, however, imparted a lesson. In this world, many things are unpredictable. After allowing his body to rest for a moment, Yi Hao felt his spirits lift slightly. His body distinctly felt stronger, likely due to the effectiveness of the lower waters, though he remained uncertain. He only knew that he had narrowly escaped a treacherous fate in this pool, a grave miscalculation indeed. At this moment, Yi Hao felt an overwhelming sense of danger surrounding him. No one could predict when misfortune might strike. Without further delay, he decided against conducting any experiments in the river, prioritizing his own life above all else. Returning to the rocky ledge, he ascended the makeshift rope to safety. He had managed to catch a couple of wild chickens, which he planned to raise. If that proved unfeasible, he could always resort to slaughtering them for meat. In a few days, Yi Hao intended to capture some wild rabbits as well, experimenting with their domestication. The environment here was quite conducive to animal husbandry, with an abundance of grass ensuring a steady food supply. Moreover, the prospect of consuming any creature that displeased him brought Yi Hao immense joy. Chapter 122. A rare leisurely moment upon returning to the camp. Yi Hao promptly tossed the 2 wild chickens into the coop. The original inhabitants, naturally, were not pleased with the newcomers, immediately exhibiting signs of territorial aggression. However, upon noticing the presence of a particularly handsome rooster, they quickly exhibited a more docile demeanor. After tossing in some food, Yi Hao reclined in a chair, seeking rest. He was not merely physically fatigued, rather, it was a weariness of the spirit. Such circumstances tested the resilience of each individual's mindset, not easily resolved. Increasingly, attention began to gravitate towards this desolate island, for the allure of the unknown was irresistible. It was not just Yi Hao who encountered peculiarities. Other participants were also experiencing unique challenges. As long as they ventured into uncharted territories, they were bound to confront such phenomena. Those devoid of curiosity were thriving, while the excessively inquisitive found themselves beyond salvation. Drones were utterly incapable of penetrating the island's many enigmatic regions. It appeared that, from a certain point onward, the island unveiled its true nature. Despite the initial substantial number of participants, none had encountered such an array of events. Yet, as the population dwindled, the peculiar occurrences multiplied. Strange happenings proliferated. Yet the production team remained silent, never issuing a statement. Many speculated whether they had known from the outset that the island was anything but ordinary. However, such musings remained mere conjecture. After a well-deserved rest, Yi Hao resolved to prepare a meal. He retrieved some scallops from the pond and began to grill them. The camp offered limited culinary options, and these seafood delicacies were the most convenient to prepare. Yi Hao felt disinclined to expend effort on anything more elaborate. The available food was not abundant, but the variety was reasonably diverse, encompassing wild vegetables, mushrooms, fish, and occasional fruits. He lacked nothing essential for sustenance. Otherwise, he would have long succumbed to deficiency. Observing Yi Hao's simple fare, the audience had grown accustomed to his increasingly minimalistic diet. As it seemed he had grown indifferent to culinary efforts. It seems that recently, the young man has not been on the hunt for large lobsters or crabs. If he continues to eat like this, he is bound to lose weight. It feels as though Yi Shun has been somewhat distracted lately, often lost in thought. Have you not noticed that strange occurrences have become increasingly frequent? Yi Shun must be under considerable pressure. It must be said that this latest adventure in the canyon has profoundly reminded us of the inherent dangers here. It seems we all await something to happen without considering the feelings of the streamer. Seeing Yi Hao in such a state has led many to feel a sense of guilt, for as a streamer, he is merely an ordinary person despite his strengths. The pressure he endures is beyond what most can fathom. Such burdens are imperceptible to the audience, as facing danger firsthand is vastly different from merely witnessing it on screen. The sense of oppression and the specter of death, those visceral experiences are beyond their comprehension. After a light meal, Yi Hao suddenly felt a disinclination to move. After all he has experienced, he realizes that while his body and abilities have strengthened, the dangers he faces have only escalated. Many of these challenges are beyond his capacity to bear, and if it becomes too much, he has resolved to withdraw from the competition. After all, this place is exceedingly perilous, more akin to an adventure show than a survival program. The quest for thrill stems merely from boredom. Should calamity approach, he would not hesitate to exit the fray. No one here is entirely clear on what circumstances they may face. Indeed, nature possesses a certain enchantment. The canyon remains accessible, provided one avoids perilous areas. The biodiversity there is undeniably rich, making it a prime location for foraging. Wild fowl and rabbits abound, resembling a natural wild farm. A casual hunt would suffice for sustenance, and once the camp's provisions are nearly depleted, he would venture into the canyon again. There are certain places best avoided frequently. The more one visits, the more peculiarities one uncovers. The number of accessible locations is dwindling. The vicinity of the camp remains the most commonplace. Should any issues arise here, Yi Hao would find himself with nowhere to turn. The only potential trouble near the camp seems to be the small river, yet surely nothing could emerge from it. Not dwelling on such thoughts, and noticing that it was still only afternoon, Yi Hao opted to swim at the beach. This is an activity that allows him to unwind. And if he happens upon some large lobsters or crabs, that would indeed be a fortunate encounter. If not, he would consider it simply a refreshing swim. Upon arriving at the beach, the sunlight was so intense that it left Yi Hao somewhat dazed. Without hesitation, he leaped into the sea, the cool water instantly revitalizing him. Without a moment's pause, he dove beneath the waves, and the sights beneath the surface filled him with a sense of ease and joy. Yi Hao found himself rather fortunate, at least in the absence of any perilous sharks. He scoured the vicinity of the coral stones, but failed to uncover any sizable lobsters, indicating that his luck was not particularly favorable. Although he did not encounter the coveted treasures he sought, he also evaded any dangers, leading to an altogether ordinary experience. For Yi Hao, this was indeed a positive development. Thanks to the enhancement of his diving skills, he could venture into deeper waters, a feat he had not previously attempted. With leisure at hand, he set his sights on the distant depths of the ocean. The abyss was undeniably profound, shrouded in darkness that obscured the ocean floor from view. His capacity to dive was limited, yet he was fortunate to possess night vision capabilities. Previously, while submerged in the depths of the pond, he had neglected to activate this ability due to the perilous circumstances he faced, a decision he now regretted as he had missed the opportunity to observe the large fish lurking below. Upon activating his night vision, Yi Hao discerned that the fish dwelling in the deeper regions of the sea bore little resemblance to those above. There was an unsettling quality about them, as if they had lost something vital. He did not linger long, opting instead to resurface. Upon reaching the rocky outcrops of the deep sea, Yi Hao discovered some unfamiliar scallops. He resolved to dive once more to collect a few, eager to ascertain how they differed from those above, perhaps even containing pearls within. Among the rocks of the deep sea, he encountered numerous grouper and some eels, which appeared rather menacing. He wondered if these eels possessed the same electric capabilities as the one he had previously encountered. The waters were also teeming with sea snakes, posing a risk of bites if one were not careful. Fortunately, Yi Hao remained vigilant, prioritizing his safety above all else. After gathering a few scallops, he returned to the shore, depositing them in his basket before plunging back into the sea to relish this rare moment of leisure. Chapter 123. As long as I survive, I shall continue to seek adventure. Has Yi Shen finally liberated himself? He seems to be reveling in this experience. The grace with which he swims is utterly captivating. I am enamored. It appears that Yi Shen's fortune has improved. At least he has not encountered any sharks. Speaking of sharks brings a smile to my face. Ha ha ha. The shark saga may remain an indelible mark on Yi Shen's life. And thus, a tranquil day passed. Yet, Yi Hao found himself somewhat ill at ease. He felt almost masochistic, unable to enjoy the comforts of life without seeking out excitement. On such a day, he felt restless if he did not engage in some form of adventure. That night, he was plagued by nightmares, finding himself lost in a fog of confusion with no apparent escape. Perhaps this encapsulated Yi Hao's greatest sense of bewilderment. Ever since his arrival in this world, he had struggled to discern the value of his existence. This is a predicament that many may encounter, the struggle to discern one's own purpose. However, through interactions with loved ones, he realizes that the only course of action is to strive, to expend every ounce of strength in aiding those around him, perhaps, is the very essence of his existence. The following morning, Yi Hao consumed the scallops he had gathered the previous day, and their flavor was indeed distinct. After finishing his meal, Yi Hao prepared to continue his exploration. As long as he remained alive, he would persist in his endeavors. Today, he intended to venture into an area previously uncharted, specifically, the region downstream from the beehive on the opposite bank of the river. It was a place he presumed he had never visited, and he was eager to show it to everyone. Once he verified that his equipment was in proper order, Yi Hao set off. This journey seemed likely to be considerably smoother. In his mind, that location was the safest expanse. After all, the woman had traversed from there. Yet, Yi Hao had never contemplated the fact that all previous individuals had been in a state of safety, and the deserted island had not revealed its perilous nature. Perhaps that woman had not originated from there, but Yi Hao had explored numerous treacherous locales, and only this area remained unexamined. Thus, it was only natural for him to assume it was secure. Upon reaching the opposite bank, gazing at the site where he had crafted bricks and tiles, Yi Hao felt that time had indeed passed swiftly. As he passed by the beehive, he leaned in for a closer look. The bees were as numerous as ever, and the pit he had dug appeared to show no signs of prior disturbance, as if nothing had ever occurred. He proceeded downstream from the beehive, where the landscape was overrun with wild grasses, and the variety of flora and fauna was alarmingly scarce, lending an air of desolation. Towering trees stood amidst the expanse of barren grass, creating a somber atmosphere. As he wielded his spear to investigate the surroundings, he found no immediate danger, aligning perfectly with Yi Hao's expectations. However, the desolate environment instilled in him an unsettling notion that some great terror might lurk nearby. Such silence was inexplicable. It felt akin to encountering peril in a swamp, where all creatures would flee from danger. The sensation was strikingly reminiscent of that time. Unsure if it was merely his imagination, Yi Hao dared to muster his courage and press onward. Suddenly, a dense fog enveloped the forest. The mist thickened, soon rendering Yi Hao unable to discern his surroundings. Ahead and around him, everything was shrouded in fog. He found himself ensnared in this haze, unable to determine direction. Even the path back eluded him, forcing him to wander aimlessly, hoping to recall the way home from memory. Yet, visibility was so poor that distinguishing one place from another was nearly impossible. The drones in the sky also struggled with visibility, and soon enough, Yi Hao's figure vanished from their sight entirely. Navigating through the dense fog with infrared detection proved to be an arduous task, as if the thick mist were capable of obstructing all forms of surveillance. Ultimately, Yi Hao's figure vanished completely from the drone's view. The audience was thrown into a state of panic, never anticipating such an occurrence. Yi Shun is lost. We cannot locate him. This sudden onset of fog is utterly abnormal. It resembles a scene from a movie, where a thick fog arises, concealing monstrous entities within. Surely, there can't be any monsters here, can there? Our young hero has vanished. I fear this may spell danger. I hope nothing unfortunate happens. Even a visible threat would be preferable, yet it is the unseen, intangible dangers that are truly terrifying. Wait, do you hear that? It seems there is some sound within the fog. The viewers, along with the guests in the control room, listened intently. The sounds emanating from within resembled that of a creature snoring in slumber. However, as the drone shifted its position, the areas where sounds could be discerned were few and far between, rendering their source undetectable. In a bid to ensure Yi Hao's safety and ascertain whether he had successfully evaded peril, several drones departed the camp, following Yi Hao's path towards the locus of the dense fog. As they passed the beehive, there was no trace of mist. Only after venturing deeper did they encounter the pervasive fog, which seemed to emerge out of nowhere, expanding only slightly around them. It was peculiar, as if the fog were emanating from a central point outward. Upon capturing this scene, the audience's anxiety intensified. At that moment, Yi Hao found himself enveloped in the thick fog, utterly oblivious to his surroundings. The night vision capabilities were rendered ineffective. He could only feel his way forward, employing the spear in his hand to probe the path ahead. He was uncertain whether he was retracing his steps or venturing into uncharted territory. This method was undeniably perilous. Yet he had no alternatives. Remaining stationary was undoubtedly unwise, and he too had heard the sounds emanating from within the fog, though the source remained a mystery. Similar to the pink mist near the swamp, strange noises could be heard, indicating that this was no naturally occurring fog. Here, no one could definitively ascertain the nature of the phenomenon. The desolate forest held only Yi Hao's solitary figure as he sought a way through. The absence of any animal sounds heightened his trepidation. All he could see were the dry grass beneath his feet and the enveloping white mist. Nevertheless, Yi Hao did not abandon hope. For the moment, he was still safe. Gathering dry twigs, he set about creating a fire, hoping that the flames would ward off danger. For fire symbolizes the essence of survival. With each stretch of his journey, Yi Hao paused to kindle a small bonfire, regardless of whether he could escape. The presence of flames instilled a modicum of security within him. Chapter 124, The Island's Anomaly, Contestants Isolated. The sense of safety brought by the fire was merely ephemeral. As long as he remained ensnared within the fog, Yi Hao had no true safety to contemplate. Countless bonfires had been lit, yet they failed to disperse the mists that surrounded him. It felt as though he were in a state of isolation, unable to perceive anything beyond the shroud of obscurity. Damn it! Why does every exit lead to trouble? It baffled him how everything here seemed orchestrated solely for his predicament. The sudden onset of fog and the enigmatic sounds were events befitting a cinematic narrative rather than his tangible reality. After realizing the futility of the flames, Yi Hao continued to wander aimlessly. He thought that if he stumbled upon a bonfire, it would at least confirm that he was not merely circling in place. However, after a prolonged search, he found no fire at all, regardless of the direction he took. It was as if he were perpetually isolated, unable to reach anything he desired. Even walking with his eyes closed led him only to collide with trees, serving no purpose whatsoever. In a moment of utter despair, Yi Hao lay upon the ground, staring at the thick fog above, his heart feeling as though it had turned to ice. Since he could not escape, he might as well rest for a while. After a random bout of wandering, he had lost all sense of direction. His weary hands lay limply on the ground, his body forming a shape reminiscent of the character. Suddenly, he felt something rough to his right, yet it was soft to the touch, resembling the shell of some creature. "What the hell is this?" Yi Hao exclaimed. Yet the fog around him thickened, obscuring his view of whatever he had just touched. Despite being so close, he could not discern its nature. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Yi Hao concluded that this entity was likely responsible for the current predicament. Though its identity remained unknown, he felt compelled to probe further. Thus, he ignited a fire in an attempt to intimidate the mysterious being. As he anticipated, the fog surrounding the creature began to dissipate rapidly. Gradually, the mist that enveloped the area vanished entirely. As the fog cleared, Yi Hao gazed towards the spot where he had felt the presence, only to find nothing there. Yet, he could see several bonfires scattered around him at regular intervals. Within a radius of several hundred meters, he could not find a single bonfire, nor could he even catch a glimpse of one. The drone hovering above was not far off either. The audience, witnessing the fog lifting and the clusters of bonfires on the ground, understood just how hard Yi Hao had fought against the fog. "I was terrified. I thought I would never escape this place." Seeing that the drone was still operational, Yi Hao felt a sense of relief wash over him. He promptly extinguished each bonfire one by one. If the surroundings were ignited, the entire deserted island would be doomed. Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, the audience finally breathed a sigh of relief. Marvelous. The mist has dissipated, and Yi Shun has reemerged. This thick fog, devoid of any martial virtue, was utterly confounding. It felt as if everything that had transpired moments ago was but a figment of imagination, an ordeal too arduous to endure. If we found it excruciating, then Yi Shun must have been in an even more harrowing predicament. Gazing at the extinguished bonfire on the ground, Yi Hao could not find the object he had touched earlier. In such a confined space, it was as if an intricate formation had been laid out. For the first time, Yi Hao experienced an unsettling sense of helplessness, a feeling that could profoundly affect one's psyche. Without wasting a moment, he departed from that area. Meanwhile, the drones outside, upon witnessing the dispersal of the mist, flew over to capture footage with fervor, yet regrettably returned empty-handed. Yi Hao resolutely did not look back as he exited the vicinity. Other areas were deemed no-go zones. For Yi Hao, this was the most perilous of places. The unseen dangers were the most treacherous of all. Gradually regaining his senses, Yi Hao felt his perceptive abilities were compromised within that space. Otherwise, he would not have been so disoriented. Arriving at the riverside, he cupped his hands to wash his face, observing the drifting leaves in the flowing water, a sensation that finally allowed him to reconnect with reality. Sighing deeply, the oppressive tension began to dissipate. Yi Hao realized that this place had transformed into an unrecognizable realm. "I wish to withdraw from the competition. Please send someone to retrieve me." Such pleas echoed throughout the deserted island. However, the production team discovered they were powerless to intervene. Rescue personnel could not approach the island. Any external life forms that neared its boundaries would lose consciousness. Unless one could swim out of that area, there was no capacity to save the contestants. When this news broke, it sent shockwaves across the globe. No one anticipated that a wilderness survival show would culminate in such a manner. Those who had initially withdrawn or been eliminated celebrated outside. This was a reality no one wished to confront, and the transformations here became increasingly evident. Yi Hao received notification that self-rescue was the only option, as the production team could no longer assist them. Was this a jest? At first, Yi Hao thought it was a prank by the production team. However, reflecting on the recent events, his expression turned grim. He had never imagined things would escalate to this point, and it was now too late. "Give me a phone or a computer." At this moment, Yi Hao had no other demands. He simply wished to connect with his family. Soon, each contestant received tablets and mobile phones sent by the production team, accompanied by a substantial supply of batteries for charging these devices. The moment he obtained his phone, Yi Hao dialed his parents' number, not to lament his situation, but rather to soothe their worries. Yi Ran was beside him, engaging in conversation with Yi Hao. The funds had arrived, ensuring that Yi Ran's treatment faced no significant issues. This was perhaps the most uplifting news Yi Hao had heard in recent times. At least he could find solace in knowing that, despite his inability to return home, his family was financially secure and thriving. He retrieved the tablet and opened his live streaming channel. Observing the screen filled with messages of concern, Yi Hao felt a surge of happiness. This demonstrated that he was worthy of attention, and the support of so many people was a source of joy. Lying on the beach, he gazed at the distant sea. His greatest worry at that moment being the possibility of losing signal one day, which would render them forgotten. Yi Hao was aware that many contestants were trapped here alongside him. Such occurrences were inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. Everyone, if you have the means, come find me. At least it is safe here for now, one contestant declared in the live stream, acknowledging the limitations of individual capability. At this juncture, each contestant yearned for companionship. Even if they could not leave, at least they would not feel isolated. Chapter 125, Secrets of the Deserted Island. The production team began formally preparing supplies for the contestants. Various tools and weapons were readily available. They would be delivered upon request. Yi Hao opted for a handgun, as he was unfamiliar with firearms, while selecting other close-range weapons. To him, the environment here suggested that, in certain situations, guns might not be the most effective choice. As the gear was updated, the contestants' confidence in their survival increased, bolstered by the sense of security that weapons provided. Yet, Yi Hao remained somewhat more reliant on his own abilities, recognizing that external objects were ultimately just that, external. While chaos reigned outside, the contestants found themselves powerless within their confines. They could only continue to survive, awaiting rescue or devising their means of escape. To this day, no one had been able to ascertain the precise conditions that prevented life forms from approaching the area. Any attempt to venture outside met with formidable resistance. The moment one entered the water, a powerful force would push them back toward the deserted island. Smaller machines might have a chance to break through, but no creature of human size stood a chance. The larger the object, the greater the resistance encountered. Escaping would require overcoming this formidable barrier. Brother, Haven T, you try to see if you could get out? Yi Rant's voice came through the phone, as the two had been video chatting for quite some time. Hearing his sister's question, Yi Hao managed a wry smile. I wish I could, but at the moment, there are matters that prevent me from doing so. System task, remain here for 30 days, and the countdown begins. Survive successfully, and all that you acquire can be taken from the deserted island. Fail the task or escape within 30 days, and the punishment is immediate death. Upon receiving this task, Yi Hao was nearly in tears. Typically, he remained hidden during troubling times, yet now he was thrust into a situation that could lead to his demise. The system was evidently designed to ensnare him, leaving Yi Hao with little recourse. If it could bestow upon him such bounties, it could just as easily bring about his instant death. In order to escape, he had no choice but to endure the full 30 days. But now only 29 days remained. Thus, Yi Hao decided against venturing anywhere, opting instead to remain quietly at the camp, passing the days idly. He had prepared ample food the previous day, enough to last him for a month. The environment here made foraging for sustenance relatively simple, unlike the dire struggles faced by other competitors. With the tablet in hand, Yi Hao largely refrained from observing the other contestants. Each time he opened their live streams, he was met with a chorus of insults directed at him. How could that scoundrel live so comfortably? Damn it, I'm running around every day while that fool stays put, enjoying a more comfortable existence. Disgusting. What a shame. Seeing us thrive must be quite delightful for him. After witnessing this once, Yi Hao never returned to the other streams. Instead, he spent his days chatting with family and engaging with the comments. This leisurely lifestyle was rather pleasant for him. Meanwhile, drones hovered throughout the deserted island, constantly surveying the situation and transmitting data in real time. This was the aspect Yi Hao was most concerned about. The pink mist had re-emerged in the upper swamp area and had lingered for some time. The lower misty jungle was once again shrouded in fog, rendering it undetectable. The canyon was currently free of anomalies and under constant observation. The vast world showed no irregularities, remaining under watch. These updates were what Yi Hao diligently monitored, as they were directly pertinent to him. He couldn't be bothered with the information about other contestants. It bore no relevance to his situation. On the map, it appeared that Yi Hao was quite close to several competitors, yet the emergence of various restricted zones had completely isolated them. This was, in fact, good news for Yi Hao. He had no desire to interact with that group, despite their verbal assaults on him. The other contestants all harbored a desire to join forces with him, believing it would enhance their survival odds. Brothers, thank you for your concern. I'm doing well here. No issues at all, he replied promptly to the comments. It seemed indeed that Yi Hao's area was the most tranquil, as he had no need to move and had ample food resources. Off he went to the sea once more to catch some food, ensuring he could remain secluded for a few more days. The treasures of the sea are undeniably alluring. However, the flesh is scarce. Though one may appear to have caught a bountiful harvest, the reality is that little sustenance can be gleaned from it. Within a mere 2 days, Yi Hao prepared himself for yet another venture into the sea, which now stood as the safest haven. Gazing into the distance, one could discern numerous dark silhouettes. Those were the ships, the rescuers. Yet, none could breach the invisible barrier that lay before them. He offered a silent salute to those distant souls, expressing gratitude for their unwavering vigilance day and night. The upheaval on the deserted island was an unforeseen calamity, one that could have been averted had they not set foot there. This revelation brought to light the shadowy figures orchestrating these events. Their intentions were straightforward. The island was steeped in an ancient legend. In the Western Sea, a nameless isle, where celestial beings descended and demons emerged. The essence of the world evolved and subsequently vanished within the cosmos. It was said that a traveler, fortunate enough to tread upon its soil and consume a certain orb of flesh, would find their ailments healed, their life extended, and their vitality restored. Various tales had rendered this mysterious isle a subject of reverence, and many sought its whereabouts, often returning empty-handed. The island known as Mulin had been overlooked by the masses, existing in the shadows of neglect. It remained untouched, a place forgotten until now. For reasons unknown, those behind the scenes seemed to have unearthed this secret. Thus, the survival program on the deserted island was conceived, yet the outcomes remained elusive. They had already identified the coveted treasure they sought within Yi Hao, with firm conviction that Mulin Island was indeed their long-sought destination. As many areas remained unexplored, their urgency was tempered, yet they did not anticipate the rapid onset of chaos that would ensue, leaving them unable to intervene in this miniature world. Despite being exposed, the puppeteers remained undaunted. They were the wealthiest underground syndicate in existence, the Crimson Blood Group. No nation dared confront them directly, presenting a formidable dilemma. They even offered bounties for certain items within the island, promising immeasurable wealth and treasures in return. Upon hearing this news, the contestants were driven to a frenzy. They were not inclined to leave. Their sole desire was to uncover these treasures, for doing so would lead to a life of endless luxury and opulence. Such temptation was irresistible to anyone. Chapter 126. The cause of the island's anomaly. Currently, there are no anomalies within the waters, which is exceedingly favorable news for the contestants. After all, the only means of escaping the deserted island lies within the sea. In other places, escape is utterly impossible, should the seawater undergo any anomalous changes. Their chances of survival would dwindle even further. Submerged in the ocean, Yi Hao activated his night vision capabilities, scouring the crevices for sustenance. Anything within sight would not be overlooked. The ocean teems with life, providing ample nourishment for Yi Hao. Observing the fish gliding freely through the water, he felt a pang of envy. Everything changes with the passage of time. Whether one can survive depends solely on oneself. After considerable effort, Yi Hao had filled his reservoir. This should suffice for sustenance. Although he could no longer venture out, safety remained paramount. As he gazed at the footage transmitted by the drone, an ominous sensation enveloped him. Yi Shun, do not squander your time here. At the very least, you must struggle, they urged. We are here, cheering for you, hoping you emerge soon for a reunion. Please, do something, do not give up. Waiting like this only leads to death. I implore you, young man, fight back. Moved by the barrage of comments on the screen, Yi Hao felt a surge of emotion. The words resonated with affection and even admiration, instilling a sense of embarrassment within him. It was not that he wished to remain trapped. Rather, the foolish system compelled him to stay. Who would willingly endure fear in such perilous circumstances? Everything here is fraught with danger. Anywhere else would be preferable, yet Yi Hao harbored no regrets. Without this opportunity, his sister's recovery would not have been expedited. A life for a life is a worthy exchange, especially considering he might yet survive. Every aspect of this place remains shrouded in uncertainty. All transformations occurred without any forewarning. This suggests that someone triggered the anomaly in this locale. After all, an island cannot suddenly transform in such a manner. Yi Hao suspected he was the cause. Having traversed numerous locations, it seemed plausible that he had inadvertently breached some forbidden boundary, as misfortune had a way of entwining itself with him. Initially, everyone believed this. But following the release of an official video, guilt washed over them as they realized their misunderstanding of Yi Hao. The true instigator of this catastrophe was not him, but rather an individual named Cairo. While searching for food, Cairo had ventured into an underground cavern, where he encountered something akin to a pulsating heart of flames. In a reckless moment, he dared to touch it, with predictable consequences. The fiery heart reacted violently, causing Cairo to flee in terror. Once outside, he gradually discovered that his body was exuding an intense heat, as if he had been engulfed in flames, and his consciousness began to blur. At that moment, he withdrew from the competition, but shortly after the broadcast concluded, Cairo ignited in a blaze. It was then that the island underwent a profound transformation. Now, this place has spiraled out of control, as the caverns are suffused with intense heat. Drones cannot penetrate the area, nor can they explore it. It resembles a machine that has been activated, bringing the entire island to life. Like a primordial behemoth, it exudes an overwhelming pressure, rendering all who approach it powerless. Once activated, it remains uncertain what means could possibly halt its tumultuous emergence. There are no effective measures in place. It is as perilous as a ticking time bomb. Cairo's brother has certainly mastered the art of self-destruction, a skill I fear I cannot rival. Gazing at the footage on the tablet, Yihao could scarcely believe his eyes. Such talent exists in this place, far surpassing his own capabilities. I am merely a minor adept, while he has been crowned with greatness. Upon hearing Yihao's words, the others were at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Only Yihao could jest in such a dire situation, as the rest were nearing tears. However, unbeknownst to them, Yihao was suffering internally. He wished to escape, but found himself unable to do so. This was the true agony, while others could not leave. He was simply trapped. Otherwise, he would have fled long ago, rather than engaging in this live broadcast. He could not express his worries for his family, for he had grown accustomed to life here. As long as the island did not undergo further mutations, he would be profoundly grateful. There were no significant hardships he could not face. Conditions had improved, and equipment had been upgraded. What else was there to worry about? Perhaps just that foolish system setting traps for him. Having learned much about the legends surrounding this island, Yihao began to comprehend the truths within them. The last time he was incapacitated by that peculiar powder, it was indeed capable of bestowing immense strength and repelling insects. Such things were undoubtedly real, thus validating the legends of this place. Deities and demons exist, suggesting that this locale may harbor great terror or immense fortune. Regarding such nebulous notions, Yihao had long held the belief that he would encounter primarily great terror, while fortune might elude him. The strange occurrences here were numerous, and he resolved to dive once more into the water below. This decision was the result of careful contemplation, as he sought to enhance his abilities and was willing to take risks. He yearned to discover what lay beneath the surface. Yi Shun, at this juncture, it would be wiser to remain safely at camp and not venture forth, they cautioned. The gorge, though currently stable, could change at any moment. Do not take unnecessary risks. Young man, prioritize your safety. We shall await your return outside. Feeling the warmth of their concern envelop him, Yihao's heart swelled with gratitude. I have come to suspect that there may be legendary entities lurking within the waters, and I am prepared to take the plunge. This notion is merely a ruse. After all, how could such mythical treasures be so readily unveiled? In truth, it is but a pretext for Yihao to enhance his physical prowess. Whether any legendary artifacts truly reside beneath the surface remains uncertain. No one knows. Perhaps any random object found here could be one. Or perhaps a year of searching might yield nothing at all. Who can say? In a few days, I intend to venture into the misty forest. For I suspect that the source of the fog may also be a legendary treasure. The mere mention of legend ignites a fervor in everyone. Each person yearns to witness a legend and grasp the essence of what a legend truly embodies. At this moment, it seems that only Yihao possesses the ability to present such experiences to them, while the other competitors merely flounder aimlessly. Chapter 127. The secret beneath the pool. The entire world is abuzz with a singular topic, the nature and utility of legendary treasures. Each individual harbors myriad speculations within their hearts. After all, their knowledge remains limited. Yet the most universally acknowledged legend surely pertains to the heart-resembling flames that they had previously encountered. For them, witnessing such a phenomenon can only be described in two words: breathtaking. It must be said that the emergence of this object perfectly encapsulates the essence of the word legend. In this era of technological advancement, the existence of such wondrous entities is nothing short of astonishing. With his newfound equipment, Yihao is also poised to seek out his own legend. The community rallies behind him, for such occurrences are indeed rare, and to encounter one is a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Even Yi Ran, who has always harbored concerns for Yihao, concurs, recognizing the singularity of this opportunity. As a sister, she naturally wishes for her brother's success. She has faith in Yi Hao. He has ventured into the gorge several times without encountering danger, and now his equipment has been upgraded. When faced with peril, he should remain composed. With his preparations complete, Yi Hao strides purposefully toward the gorge. Along the way, he remains vigilant, scanning for any anomalies. The presence of irregularities would signal that this area is no longer safe. Fortunately, he encounters no issues throughout the journey. Upon reaching the gorge, he finds no apparent problems. It appears to be relatively secure at this juncture. Descending to the bottom, Yi Hao races toward the pool of water. This expedition is not motivated by the pursuit of food. He can acquire such provisions from those outside, albeit the transportation costs render it unworthy. Without any delay, I arrived at the vicinity of the pool, keenly observing my surroundings. This time, I discerned a troubling issue. There appeared to be traces of blood nearby. I could not ascertain the origin of this blood, but it seemed evident that a struggle had transpired here. At that moment, an unsettling premonition washed over Yi Hao. Yet without venturing down, he would remain oblivious to what might unfold. Could that crimson substance truly be blood? It appeared so. This place was no longer safe. At present, there were no anomalies, perhaps merely a waiting game for something ominous to emerge. Certainty of safety had become elusive, yet Yi Hao was reluctant to forfeit this opportunity. The audience held their breath for Yi Hao, for he had come only to encounter this disconcerting situation. There was a palpable risk, and one could easily empathize with the notion of retreat. Yet, the allure of the legendary remained far too enticing to relinquish so easily. Frankly speaking, were I in his position, I would not abandon this chance, even in the face of danger. Alas, I too would not want to miss this opportunity. It might never present itself again. Whether escape was feasible remained a question. Under such circumstances, it seemed wiser to embrace the abyss for a chance at rebirth. I sensed that others shared similar thoughts. Though reason advised against proceeding, the body remained resolutely honest. Standing at the water's edge, observing the comments on the screen, Yi Hao felt the weight of this sentiment. Should he miss this opportunity, future chances to return would dwindle. Moreover, it appeared that this foolish system did not intend to allow him a comfortable departure. Resolutely, Yi Hao discarded all unnecessary possessions at the shore and plunged into the pool. This was his first voluntary dive. The previous two had been forced. The moment he submerged, Yi Hao activated his night vision ability. Alas, what a miscalculation. His night vision proved ineffective in this murky water, an undeniably awkward predicament. Yet, having entered, retreat was not an option. This time, Yi Hao intended to discover the source of that gleaming light. He endeavored to avoid the large fish, knowing it could pose significant danger. Not long after descending, the faint glow became discernible. It was not particularly bright, yet amidst the oppressive darkness of the deep pool, it was strikingly noticeable. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Hao swam with all his might toward the light. It appeared not too distant, yet the journey was far from straightforward. Just ahead, it lay tantalizingly close, yet remained perpetually out of reach. The vastness of the water created a sense of despair. Yi Hao sensed an ominous presence. Suddenly, a massive fish swam past him, brushing against his body. Surprisingly, the fish's body was warm, not cold at all. This was peculiar. How could this fish defy the cold-blooded nature he had known for so many years? It seems that the phenomena here have undergone a miraculous transformation, and some matters are far from being as straightforward as they appear. Never has he encountered a fish with temperature, particularly one of such considerable size. The ambient temperature here is significantly lower than that outside, and the water lacks any sustenance. Yi Hao cannot fathom how it manages to survive. The more he wishes to avoid it, the more it seems to intrude upon his space, which is quite vexing. Observing the large fish swimming incessantly around him, Yi Hao dares not move an inch, especially since this creature harbors no intention of attacking him. It merely swims back and forth, which leaves Yi Hao feeling utterly helpless. Oh dear, a swift resolution would be appreciated. Enduring such torment is quite unbearable. Internally resigned, Yi Hao finds himself in a dilemma. Should he explore further or return to the surface? This decision bears immense significance, likely determining his fate. Damn it, let us take a chance. Ignoring the large fish beside him, he propels himself towards the source of light. As he draws nearer, the temperature escalates, imparting an almost spa-like sensation, which is rather peculiar. The closer he approaches the luminous area, the warmer it becomes, and the light intensifies. Suddenly, with a splash, he finds himself transported to another realm. Contemplating various possibilities, He never anticipated that what he had assumed to be the eye of a monster was actually an exit to another location. This place resembles a hot spring, surrounded by an environment reminiscent of ancient times. The flora and fauna here are entirely unfamiliar to him, as if time has fragmented them into different realms. The scenery here leaves Yi Hao in awe. Could it be that this pool of water transcends space? Moreover, there is a sky above, a sun shining down, and it appears distinct from his current surroundings. The heat is stifling. What he initially thought was a hot spring is, in fact, a pool warmed by sunlight. What on earth is that? Is it a dinosaur? A small dinosaur, towering 2 stories high, approaches the pool. Chapter 128, Another World. At this moment, Yi Hao feels as though he has been transported back to the Jurassic period, utterly astounded and momentarily paralyzed. A dinosaur, approximately 2 stories in height, walks by him. It is deemed a small dinosaur as he observes a much larger one looming behind it. The creature before him boasts a dark green hue, resembling a colossal crocodile. Enormous spikes adorn its sides, lending it a fearsome appearance. Although it does not move swiftly, its strides are long. In the blink of an eye, it nears the edge of the pool. Witnessing this, Yi Hao wastes no time and plunges into the water. Who could possibly endure this? I initially believed it to be a legendary treasure, only to be met with a rather astonishing surprise. While the surprise itself was indeed surprising, its lack of utility rendered it futile in aiding Yi Hao's advancement. Observing the dinosaur drinking from the water's surface, Yi Hao felt as if he were ensnared in a dream. Once the dinosaur had quenched its thirst, he finally surfaced. It would be remiss to leave empty-handed. So he casually plucked a few wild fruits from the nearby thicket. He had seen animals consuming them, which suggested they were non-toxic. He promptly tossed one into his mouth, and a bitter taste emerged, reminiscent of consuming a coffee bean. Yet, this bitterness swiftly transformed into sweetness, leaving a lingering pleasant flavor in his mouth. Yi Hao could even sense a change within his body. This fruit was undoubtedly a treasure, though he remained unaware of its specific benefits. He gathered a few more and stored them in his waist pouch before taking a final glance around. Without hesitation, he leapt into the pond, swimming downward. Despite the shock, his life took precedence. In such an unpredictable environment, he had no assurance of safety. In a place where danger loomed, Yi Hao could hardly remain. As he swam deeper into the pond, the colossal fish encircled him several times. Throughout the encounter, he never caught a clear glimpse of the fish, a significant regret. Without pausing, he swam upwards. It was then that Yi Hao realized the fish possessed such an effect, altering his perception. He had initially been swimming downward. Yet after the fish surrounded him, he felt as though he were ascending. Was this an illusion? At that moment, Yi Hao felt utterly bewildered. What was happening? Despite the myriad uncertainties swirling in his mind, he did not linger. Being trapped in that world would be disastrous. His life would be at stake. Upon resurfacing, the stark contrast between warmth and cold enveloped him, as if he had undergone a transformation. Yi Hao found himself at a loss for words. Climbing ashore, he swiftly donned his clothes. As he glanced at the screen, others were still engaged in discussions about the legendary discoveries he might have made. What was going on? Noticing the time displayed on the screen, Yi Hao felt as if he had been gone for an eternity, yet it seemed only a brief moment had elapsed. Was it possible that he had lost all sense of time within? Suddenly, he sensed that he had experienced a multitude of events, yet simultaneously felt as if he had forgotten something significant. Yi Shun, did you discover any treasures in the water? Hurry, reveal the legendary items. We are eagerly anticipating. Observing Yi Shun's demeanor, it appeared he had returned empty-handed, which was disheartening. With empty hands, it was evident that he had returned empty-handed. Everyone witnessed Yi Hao's demeanor. He appeared unchanged from when he had departed. It was abundantly clear that this expedition had culminated in failure. Indeed, he had found nothing and had nearly failed to return. Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, the audience's curiosity was piqued. It appeared their suspicions were not unfounded. The waters concealed genuine peril. Upon arrival, they had already discovered traces of blood, indicating that descending into the depths was ill-advised. Within the depths lurked an enormous fish, seemingly as large as a car, gliding ominously along the bottom. Initially, the audience had no frame of reference for such a creature, but the comparison to a car allowed their imaginations to conjure a vivid image. No wonder Yi Hao emerged looking bewildered. He must have been profoundly shaken. The screen was awash with messages of consolation for Yi Hao, as he had lost the opportunity to witness a legend unfold. A palpable sense of disappointment lingered among all. Given the circumstances, they could not afford to squander any more time here. the outside world was fraught with potential upheaval. Safety had to take precedence above all else. Yet, undeterred, Yi Hao suddenly realized that downstream might harbor further mysteries. Let us not return just yet. Since we are here, let us explore the situation downstream. He recalled the immense shadow beneath the surface and the countless piranhas, and it was easy to fathom the dangers that lay ahead. Nevertheless, the allure of substantial rewards often eclipsed the fear of peril. As the topic arose, excitement coursed through the group. That area remained an uncharted territory, its conditions shrouded in mystery. Strolling along the riverbank, the animals appeared blissfully indifferent, seemingly untouched by the surrounding tumult. It was as if they existed in a world apart. Wild chickens and rabbits frolicked with unrestrained vitality. For a fleeting moment, Yi Hao envied these creatures. At least they bore no burdens in their existence. The riverbank had not changed. It remained overgrown with wild grasses. Upon arriving at a location teeming with piranhas, Yi Hao could not resist peering into the water. A sense of dread washed over him. The piranhas had become exceedingly agitated, clearly indicating that something was amiss. At that moment, they were engaged in a fierce battle amongst themselves. It was evident that trouble brewed downstream. Otherwise, such a frenzy among the piranhas would not occur. Yi Hao suddenly felt a foreboding sense that his journey would not be smooth. While the outside world lay in hushed stillness, a dramatic transformation had unfolded on the deserted island. Without a second thought, Yi Hao broke into a sprint. Time was of the essence. The issues downstream necessitated his urgent investigation. It would be fortuitous to seize any opportunity, and if that proved impossible, at least he would gain insight into the lurking dangers. The closer he drew to the downstream region, the more intense the piranha's skirmishes became. The entire river had transformed into a deep crimson hue, obscuring its contents from view. In the distance, a flicker of red light seemed to flash. The tumultuous sound of the water was accompanied by a heavy scent of blood. At this moment, Yi Hao felt as though he had lost all sensation. Everything before his eyes began to take on a surreal quality, as if he were under the influence of some unseen force. He took measured steps towards the river, drawn by an inexplicable call from within its depths. Chapter 129. The despairing place at the end of the canyon's downstream blood stained the entirety of the river. Within its waters, piranhas were locked in deadly combat. Yi Hao appeared to have lost his will, methodically advancing towards the river. The closer he approached, the more his senses became clouded. Stripped of all awareness and sensation, he resembled a mere shell of a man. Yet, his body's instinct fought against the impending danger. Alas, it seemed that Yi Shun had succumbed to a stupor. Indeed, his eyes had lost their luster, as if ensnared by hypnosis. Why had he suddenly fallen under such a spell? There was nothing around to explain it. The onlookers had noticed Yi Hao's peculiar behavior, yet they could not discern the cause. They could only watch helplessly as he inched closer to the river. Suddenly, the water churned, droplets splashing onto Yi Hao's face. Just as he reached the riverbank, clarity returned to his mind, expelling the previous haze. Realizing his feet were perilously near the edge, a cold sweat broke out over him. He had unwittingly walked into a trap. It was evident that whatever had ensnared him was formidable. Surveying his surroundings, Yi Hao found no clues to explain this bewilderment. The existence of creatures or plants capable of such deception was truly terrifying. Should he delve deeper or retreat? At that moment, Yi Hao was torn, for this place seemed far more perilous than he had anticipated. Having nearly succumbed before even reaching the other side, he was acutely aware that a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. Should he continue? Yi Hao felt a profound reluctance. After all, he had been led astray by the system. A month had passed. Who could predict how the deserted island might have transformed? It would only become more challenging to escape. The only viable option was to swiftly augment his strength. Perhaps this was the system's intent, to compel him into exploration. The sensation of being manipulated by the system was truly disheartening, yet Yi Hao found himself bereft of alternatives. It felt as though he were treading an irreversible path, and a sense of tragic resolve enveloped him. To hell with it, I shall press on. With a firm resolve, Yi Hao continued his exploration into the depths. The place where the red light had flickered must surely harbor something significant. Though its nature was unknown, Yi Hao believed it to be a treasure. Such a considerable distance could still reveal the site, suggesting that the object in question must possess formidable power. Disregarding the recent events, Yi Hao resumed his sprint. The sounds surrounding him persisted, yet he filtered them out entirely. Gazing into the river, it appeared that the ferocity of the conflict had waned. After an extended run, Yi Hao finally arrived at the location where the crimson glow had emanated. The scene before him transcended his wildest imagination. Thousands of piranhas churned within a vast pool, the waters stained crimson with blood. At first glance, it seemed they were engaged in a fierce battle. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared that something had already been devoured, something of considerable size. A creature of such magnitude was unlikely to be a mere small animal, given the sheer number of piranhas it attracted. In the heart of the lake, an indeterminate small hill stood prominently. Halfway up the slope, a vast cavern yawned, shrouded in darkness, revealing nothing within. Yet, these details mattered little to Yi Hao. His sole desire was to uncover the fabled artifact. However, as he surveyed the surroundings, he found nothing of interest. This was, indeed, merely a piranha pit. Realization struck him, and he spoke to the camera, only to suddenly notice that the drone had vanished without a trace. He had been oblivious to its disappearance. At that moment, Yi Hao distinctly felt a subtle tremor. Almost immediately, the dark cavern halfway up the hill seemed to stir. Even from such a distance, he could sense the vibrations, indicating that whatever resided within was undoubtedly of considerable size. He anxiously observed the cavern, utterly unaware of what might emerge, as though it were a riddle yet to be solved. As the tremors intensified, the piranhas in the lake became agitated, as if summoned by an unseen force. Countless piranhas ceased their fray and began to thrash about in unison with the trembling ground. One thump, then another. Yi Hao recognized the rhythm, intermittent yet persistent, akin to a colossal beast taking its strides. Each pulse reverberated within him, a shared frequency of sensation that bore down upon him with immense pressure. The cadence quickened, and the rhythm striking the earth sent Yi Hao into a state of panic. A sense of irritation and oppression engulfed him, leaving him yearning for release. Under such circumstances, he collapsed onto the ground, beads of sweat instantly pouring from his forehead as he succumbed to the rhythm that controlled him. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst forth, shattering the darkness of the cavern and momentarily blinding Yi Hao. Everything before him was a blinding white, obscuring his vision. Yet, at that moment, the rhythm abruptly ceased, as if the world had fallen silent. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, and in the instant his vision returned, he was met with an entirely transformed reality. Yi Hao was utterly astonished by the scene before him. A mysterious colossal beast hung precariously at the edge of a chasm. The luminescence emanating from the cave resembled some form of energy, propelling the creature's immense body downward. The beast, reminiscent of a rhinoceros, bore a striking azure hide adorned with scale-like formations. Below its eyes, a massive horn gleamed with a metallic sheen, clearly a formidable weapon. With a resounding splash, the creature succumbed to gravity and plunged into the lake. Blood erupted like a crimson mist. The enormous beast was swiftly devoured, and Yi Hao witnessed its mouth agape. Yet no sound escaped, as if it were silently lamenting its fate. Moments later, the beast, as large as a truck, dissolved into the sanguine waters. Yi Hao felt the remnants of the creature's blood splattered across him, a wave of dread washing over him. This was indeed surreal. Where had the beast come from? Was it nurtured by someone to feed piranhas? What purpose did the breeding of piranhas serve here? Countless questions flooded Yi Hao's mind. However, at this moment, all he yearned for was to escape this place, never to return. The atmosphere was akin to a battlefield, suffused with an aura of malice that sent shivers down his spine. Without a second thought, he turned and fled with haste. Halfway through his frantic escape, a drone appeared in the distance. The piranhas in the river began to thrash violently. Even from afar, Yi Hao could sense the terrifying frequency resonating within him. He ran for his life, dismissing everything else, desperate to leave the canyon behind. The drone lagged far behind, unable to keep pace with Yi Hao's swift retreat. Chapter 130. The vanishing insects. He ran for his life, and eventually, the dreadful frequency faded from his perception. At last, Yi Hao came to a halt, surveying his surroundings. He found himself back near the water pool, as if this place could shield him from everything beyond, resembling a distinct forbidden zone. Yet, it did not possess the same perilous aura as the downstream area. Upon arriving here, Yi Hao could scarcely recall his entry into another realm. It felt as though he had merely submerged in the pool and emerged anew. Something seemed amiss, yet he could not grasp what it was. Without lingering, seizing the clarity of his mind, Yi Hao clambered up the rescue rope. Gazing down, he truly felt an aversion to returning to this place. The anguish and oppression he had experienced were indelible. Upon returning to camp, Yi Hao finally felt a sense of groundedness. After enduring such tumultuous events, not a single moment had been without its trials. Fortunately, each time he narrowly escapes danger, for otherwise, he would never behold the outside world again. He prepared a packet of instant noodles, and paired with seafood, the flavor was simply exquisite. while others had their delicacies airlifted. Yi Hao found solace in his humble instant noodles. The taste of scallops simmered in the broth triumphantly captivated him. After such a long wait, he finally indulged in the desired sustenance, and its deliciousness was beyond words. Once finished, he savored every drop of the remaining broth. Presently, the environment here remains relatively stable, sparing him the need for relocation. Otherwise, packing away a multitude of chaotic belongings would pose a considerable challenge. Observing the relaxed demeanor of the streamer, it was difficult to reconcile this image with the frantic scene from earlier. Alas, the illusion dissipated. Seeing Yi Shun in this state, I couldn't help but smile. How endearing. Had he truly forgotten the earlier turmoil so swiftly? His mental fortitude is commendable. Gazing at the barrage of comments on the screen, Yi Hao felt disinclined to speak. The audience regarded his composure as admirable. Was that not obvious? Could one endure such peril for so long with a frail mindset? He retrieved his tablet and began to replay the footage from earlier. He sought to understand why the drone had failed to keep pace. On the screen, during his initial encounter with danger, the drone was operational. Yet, as Yi Hao ran, its speed dwindled until it ultimately lost signal. What could have transpired? Truth be told, Yi Hao found himself perplexed. He could discern no apparent malfunction with the drone, yet suddenly, issues arose. Furthermore, he pondered how he had found himself in such a state. As if he had unwittingly encountered an ominous essence. Yi Hao strained to recall. After the sound of water, there lingered a scent reminiscent of blood, intertwined with a hint of something else. However, he could no longer identify that elusive aroma. After scrutinizing the screen for an extended period, he discerned no abnormalities. Such unseen threats are the most disconcerting, striking without warning. Unable to ascertain the cause, Yi Hao ultimately resigned himself to the mystery. Everything here is in a state of flux. He merely wishes to remain vigilant for future encounters. With a reclining chair in hand, Yi Hao made his way to the shore, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. He had exerted considerable effort and deemed other matters should be addressed on the morrow. For instance, the misty forest. He recalled the last object he had encountered there. It was exceedingly rough, appearing almost alive. It must surely be a legendary artifact. Perhaps even that which could extend life. Contemplating this, Yi Hao suddenly questioned the significance of his prolonged existence. Does the essence of life lie in its duration? Life and death are destined, and fortune is ordained by fate. At this moment, Yi Hao felt just that. Despite the multitude of dangers he had faced, he remained unscathed. Some individuals met with misfortune even before the competition had commenced. He lived in poverty throughout his life, while some individuals, upon their arrival into this world, seemed to reach the pinnacle of existence. It is not a matter of fairness. Each person has their own destiny. Every individual's existence carries significance, both for themselves and for others. Gazing at the boundless ocean, Yi Hao finally comprehended the extent of his own insignificance. As the clouds danced across the sky and the stars twinkled in the vast expanse, he unknowingly succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he ventured into an alternate realm, a Jurassic world where he collected several fruits. Soon after, he fell into the water and sank. Awakening from the dream, Yi Hao realized he had indeed been asleep. The night had fallen, and the sea breeze caressed him pleasantly. Stretching lazily, he admired the myriad stars reflected upon the surface of the ocean. It was blissful. Upon returning to the campsite, Yi Hao entered his small cabin. Reflecting on the vivid dream, he reached into his waist pouch. To his astonishment, he discovered fruits within. Recalling the dream and correlating it with reality, Yi Hao seemed to grasp an elusive truth, albeit one he could hardly believe. This world was indeed astonishingly wild. At that moment, he was thoroughly astounded. The myriad colorful experiences he could encounter in this lifetime made the journey worthwhile. Events he had never dared to imagine in his previous life were unfolding around him now. The reality was even more thrilling than the movies, and many mysteries remained unsolved. These peculiar occurrences felt as if they had been orchestrated, yet everything transpired so naturally, effortlessly, with no hint of artifice. On the other side of the deserted island, Deli was running desperately. Countless flying insects suddenly invaded his tent, and confronted with such chaos, he had no time to react and fled in panic. He was unaware of where he was heading, as the swarm of insects had already covered his entire body. No matter how much he swatted, he could not rid himself of them, and his skin was aflame with irritation. Spotting a nearby stream, he leapt into the water. The sound of sizzling echoed around him as the insects began to evaporate upon contact with the water, as if they were made of water themselves. Witnessing this, Deli plunged deeper into the stream. The multitude of insects seemed to lose their target, turning their attention elsewhere. Struggling beneath the surface, Deli could no longer hold his breath and surfaced for air. To his astonishment, the insects that had evaporated earlier transformed into fine, hair-like creatures in the water. Deli lost consciousness, gradually fading from view as he too began to evaporate. In the morning, Yihao received the video of this incident almost immediately. Upon viewing it, a wave of discomfort washed over him. The sight was utterly repulsive, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of unease. This entity is not afraid of water. It seems to fear fire instead. Its mere appearance is unsettling, and one cannot help but wonder how such a thing exists. It is truly frightening. Just contemplating this could lead to nightmares at night. The comments flooding the screen caused Yihao's expression to grow grave. What would he do if this creature were to come his way? Strangely enough, he realized he had no fear of insects. Chapter 131. The misty forest. Reflecting on his indifference towards bugs, Yihao suddenly burst into laughter. Indeed, his previous worries had been somewhat excessive. Today, he intended to venture into the misty forest, a place that hardly seemed safe. At least in Yihao's mind, any location that disorients one is undoubtedly perilous. Yet, despite its dangers, if the treasures within were worth the risk, he felt compelled to explore. Off he went, intending to take a stroll through the misty forest. The comments on screen began to flood in, as viewers expressed their disbelief at Yihao's hasty decision. In no time, he had gathered his belongings. Observing the screen filled with comments that masked genuine concern, Yihao was suddenly invigorated. A warm surge of energy coursed through him, filling him with an inexplicable comfort. What on earth was happening? Yihao was at a loss regarding the changes occurring within his body. He had encountered far too much. As of now, he had no clear understanding of his own strength. Among all the participants, he felt like the one with the least certainty, bewildered by the dangers he might face. An unusual confidence enveloped his mind. Defiance was his answer. "I appreciate your concern, but I am well aware of my capabilities," he declared, equipping himself and heading directly towards the misty forest. Apart from this perilous place, the surroundings remained relatively safe. As he traversed the familiar scenery, Yihao felt reassured. The bizarre occurrences had made him feel unreal. Upon returning to the misty forest, he suddenly noted that the environment seemed even more hostile than before. Not only was the fog shrouding the entire area, but it was also accompanied by the eerie howls of strange creatures. The identity of these animals was indiscernible. After all, the area's ability to confuse and isolate was quite potent. Were these howls indicative of something trapped within the mist? It could also be that ferocious beasts resided here, previously unnoticed. The sound alone suggested the presence of a formidable predator. Yihao, this time, do not venture inside. It is far too dangerous. The warnings grew increasingly numerous. Even if one could obtain legendary treasures in such a place, what good would it do if leaving became a challenge? Once ensnared, one could be lost for a lifetime. The most critical concern was that if Yihao entered, the drones would be unable to capture any footage. They would have no means to witness the situation firsthand, rendering their efforts futile. It appears entirely inappropriate, both for Yihao and the audience. It lacks any semblance of entertainment and is fraught with danger. Why endure such a predicament? Yihao, oblivious to the barrage of comments, stepped boldly into the dense white mist. In that moment, he found himself completely enveloped by this enigmatic world. Yet, abruptly, Yihao retreated a step, instantly escaping the fog's clutches, once again beholding the drone. He ventured back into the mist, only to emerge again. "Ah, I went in, haha, and here I am back out." On the periphery of the fog, Yihao reveled in his playful antics. This sensation was rather intriguing. One might say he was finding joy amidst adversity. Time and again, he endeavored to regain his sense of direction. Almost there, with a decisive stride, he plunged into the mist, this time refusing to retreat. Instead, he began to explore according to his bearings. His weapon was at the ready, prepared to strike without mercy should danger arise. Outside, the roars were distinctly audible. Yet within the mist, silence enveloped him, heightening his anxiety. Perhaps that beast lay in wait in some hidden corner. He dared not let his guard down. Each step required utmost caution. In his quest to locate the object he had previously discovered, Yihao opted to crouch as he moved. He touched the ground with his hands, seeking the familiar sensation of that elusive thing. Although this method appeared clumsy, it proved to be the most effective. Regardless of the chaos outside, this space felt as though it were severed from the world. Following the events of yesterday, Yihao had grown accustomed to this state. At the very least, it was the external influences that were muted, not directly impacting his thoughts. He had ample time to react, and his faculties remained intact, allowing for personal judgment and comprehension. Eventually, boredom took hold, and Yi Hao brandished his spear, prodding as he walked. Though he risked scaring away whatever lurked nearby, he found the endeavor rather amusing. With each thrust, he forcefully plunged the spear into the mud, anxious that it might escape. I thrust. He walked and jabbed, even circling around, hoping for a stroke of fortune. The outcome of his luck depended on the creature's position. Regardless, Yi Hao's indiscriminate assault was likely to yield some effect. As he continued, he suddenly executed a quick backward thrust. This time, the sensation was markedly different. It was not merely the earth he pierced. He struck true. Drawing his machete, he hacked at the ground, the sensation akin to slicing through leather, confirming his suspicion. He had undoubtedly hit something, though he could not ascertain what it was. Fearing he might not be able to fell the entity, Yi Hao unleashed a flurry of strikes upon it. He could distinctly sense the creature's slight struggles, which gradually subsided. However, Yi Hao suddenly became aware of something. Wait, something is amiss. The last time he merely brushed against that entity, and the mist had dissipated. Yet this time, despite striking it numerous times, there was no discernible effect. Clearly, he had misidentified the target. A pitiful creature had become a mere substitute. There was no time to ponder what lay beneath. Yi Hao resumed his exploration. I knew this place would not be so straightforward. It seems it will take a considerable amount of time to yield results. In the midst of the mist, the passage of time was imperceptible, rendering everything utterly void. The timing devices in his possession had become utterly ineffective due to the magnetic field's alteration. Unlike the previous instance where the drone functioned without issue, this time even his phone had lost its signal. This entity had grown even more formidable since his last encounter. Its rate of mutation astonishingly rapid. If Yi Hao were to delay even a few more days, everything here would undoubtedly transform. He still had time. He must acquire what lay within this place. Thinking of his parents and sister, Yi Hao felt an imperative to bring something back for them. Having benefited himself, he would surely wish to consider those dear to him. After an indeterminate passage of time, Yi Hao finally struck something once more. It was evident that the entire mist quivered. It felt surreal, the mist trembling. Yi Hao realized he had indeed struck the true entity this time. He was determined not to let it escape. With renewed vigor, he swung his weapon downward. Chapter 132. The mist dissipates. Yi Hao struck the ground with great force. The object he had struck was clearly no longer resembling leather. It bore the sensation of striking flesh, indescribable in nature. With a flurry of blows, the being beneath struggled increasingly. Its strength was formidable. Had Yi Hao not exerted such force, it would have surely escaped. Suddenly, Yi Hao's downward swing altered direction, striking behind him with tremendous force, knocking him to the ground. Simultaneously, his weapon met the entity he had struck. A sharp, resonant sound echoed forth, accompanied by the roar audible from outside. A beast had emerged. Though he could not see it, he could hear its presence. The creature on the ground had evidently sustained an injury. It was not as formidable as before. Its control over the mist must have waned, otherwise it would not permit Yi Hao to hear a sound, and the mist had begun to thin. In that moment of impact, the beast vanished instantly. Yi Hao knew it had not been injured. He could still sense the impact akin to striking metal. Continuing to strike the ground, Yi Hao discovered that the entity had fled. Damn it! Allowing it to escape this time diminished the likelihood of locating it further. If that creature wished to flee, Yi Haogang would be utterly unable to restrain it. The surrounding mist began to dissipate, clearly indicating that the entity sought escape or was incapacitated. Yi Hao was acutely aware of his powerlessness. The fog's influence over him was overwhelming. As the mist threatened to vanish entirely, he resigned himself to departure. Suddenly, the mist surged violently. It seemed that the creature, incensed, intended to confront Yi Hao in a decisive battle. Come forth, I have awaited your arrival. The mist enveloped the forest once more, suppressing Yi Hao's senses anew. A tremendous force collided with his back, propelling him through the air until he crashed against a nearby tree. He felt a searing pain radiate from his back. He had been ambushed. How dishonorable. In that fleeting moment on the ground, Yi Hao swiftly rolled over and sprang to his feet, thrusting his spear toward the location of his assailant. Clang. The metallic sound reverberated as Yi Hao felt the spear tremble from the impact of that formidable force. With a deft roll, he retrieved his axe and struck at the same spot again. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds echoed, affirming that the creature had not yet healed. This confirmed that he still had a chance. He merely needed to pinpoint the right location. First, he must eliminate that entity. he felt confident about dealing with the remainder afterward. There was still a possibility of escape, for capturing him would not be a simple task. After all, with all the mutations occurring here, a mere change of hiding place would surely deter the beast. After several rolls, Yi Hao focused his efforts on the ground, deliberately avoiding a direct confrontation with the beast, for he knew it was futile. Perseverance bore fruit, and he finally landed a blow on the creature. This strike must have struck its vital artery. The mist surged toward him in a furious wave. A chill ran down Yi Hao's spine as he was once again hurled away. Lost in his moment of triumph, he had forgotten the creature behind him. As the mist cleared before him, Yi Hao finally discerned the true nature of the two entities. The being on the ground resembled a withered tree, its flattened, oval form sprawled across the earth. The fog surged into it, while a mouth-like aperture on its back sealed shut after absorbing the mist. The creature that had attacked Yi Hao left him utterly astounded. Its entire body resembled that of a tortoise, yet its limbs bore a striking resemblance to those of a tiger or lion. Its head was diminutive. Without close inspection, it was nearly imperceptible, disproportionate to its massive body. At that moment, its tiny, bean-sized eyes were fixated intently ahead. Noticing Yi Hao's lack of response, it charged toward him once more. Its razor-sharp claws extended as it raced towards Yi Hao. Before the monster could strike, Yi Hao executed a swift roll and launched an assault on the creature on the ground. A single strike severed a piece from the edge of the desiccated wood, causing something resembling a chunk of flesh to fall. In the blink of an eye, the creature behind lunged forward. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Hao swiftly picked up the object from the ground and cast it aside. A roar erupted, seemingly affected by some unseen force. The tortoise-shell beast hoisted the fallen wooden creature and fled. Fled? Can you believe it? Observing this turn of events, Yi Hao could not allow them to escape, relentlessly pursuing them. Goodness, how could it run so swiftly? The creature's speed rendered Yi Hao unable to close the gap, forcing him to watch from a distance, futilely chasing without a glimmer of opportunity. Suddenly, Yi Hao slammed to a stop. In his fervor to chase the beast, he had failed to notice his surroundings. He had inadvertently entered a peculiar realm. The trees around him were no longer a vibrant green, but instead shrouded in a faint black hue, as if enveloped by a veil of darkness. The ground bore no traces of verdant life, resembling a forsaken forest devoid of vitality. Faced with such a dismal sight, Yi Hao reconsidered his course. This place exuded an oppressive aura, compelling him to retreat without hesitation. Why can't I leave? He muttered in frustration. Turning back, he was met with an unavoidable reality. The path he had just traversed was now ensnared by black, vine-like plants. Had he not recognized it as a route, he would scarcely believe it could lead to safety. The sudden shift from hunter to prey left Yi Hao bewildered. What am I waiting for? Am I to wait for my demise? With a firm resolve, he struck the black vines before him with his machete. The sound of snapping echoed around him, yet the vines seemed inexhaustible. No matter where he struck, the result remained unchanged. Realizing he could not return, Yi Hao acknowledged the futility of his situation. Since the mist had dispersed, he had not spotted a drone. Indeed, these mechanical devices proved useless in an unstable magnetic field. Yet, perhaps this was for the best, sparing his companions from undue worry. In the face of such adversity, he felt his prospects dwindle. Since retreat was not an option, he would press onward. Reluctantly, he followed the path taken by the tortoise-shell beast, believing that their escape led to safety. Surely, they would not lead him to his doom. With a sigh, he gazed into the unknown ahead. Fate dictated life and death. He was determined to uncover what lay within this foreboding place. Chapter 133. An unexpected return. Having just navigated a mist-laden forest, he found himself thrust into a darkened wood. Yi Hao found his path to advancement fraught with obstacles. The surroundings were shrouded in an eerie gloom, devoid of any vitality, exuding an atmosphere of desolation. The way he had come was no longer an option. He could only strive to remain vigilant of his surroundings. The dangers here manifested in unknown forms, necessitating utmost caution. Following the direction in which the tortoise-like creature had fled, Yi Hao cautiously ventured forth. He dared not emulate their swift escape, for this place was palpably unsafe. The ground, a charred gray soil, seemed to exhale dust with every step. Silence enveloped him, as though he had entered a realm entirely severed from the world. There was no life, no sound, only the echo of his own footsteps and the weighty rhythm of his breath. To think that beyond the misty forest lay such a place was almost unbelievable. After all, Yi Hao had once deemed this the most likely locale for encountering other contestants. Yet, it now appeared more perilous than any other. Just as Yi Hao was lost in thought, a dark swarm suddenly appeared in the distance, sweeping towards him with menacing intent. A sense of familiarity washed over him at the sight. Without waiting for the swarm to close in, Yi Hao broke into a frantic run, disregarding all sense of danger. The threat was now tangible. He sprinted with incredible speed, yet the swarm was relentless, gradually encroaching upon him, the ominous buzzing growing louder in his ears. If his instincts were correct, it was a horde of venomous insects. Although he knew he was not particularly afraid of them, one could never be too certain. Legends, after all, were merely tales and should not be taken at face value. As he ran, Yi Hao lost all sense of direction, navigating through the unfamiliar terrain purely by instinct. By happenstance, he found himself at the riverbank and leapt into the water without hesitation. Submerging, he glanced around. There was no immediate danger, and he settled quietly beneath the surface. Logically, insects would not pursue him into the water, so he remained still, reassured in his aquatic refuge. The dark swarm soon arrived, seemingly detecting a scent, and veered away from his hiding place, drifting off into the distance. As the water's surface darkened with their passage, Yi Hao felt a surge of relief wash over him. After a while, once he was confident the insects had departed, he cautiously resurfaced. The swarm had veered in another direction, seeking its next unfortunate victim. The water was devoid of fish, yet it was remarkably clear, a rare sight indeed. Such pristine water must surely have a source. Perhaps following the river could lead him to an escape. Resolute in his decision, Yi Hao began to walk along the riverbank. Walking upstream, the scenery continuously shifted. The inky darkness gradually transformed into a soft crimson hue. Upon witnessing this transformation, Yi Hao turned back, pondering the desolation that lay ahead. The pervasive darkness was already disconcerting, and now it presented an unwelcome splash of red. He began to meander downstream along the riverbank, when a faint crowing of a rooster reached his ears. Delicate yet unmistakable, Yi Hao approached the source of the sound, as the verdant greenery began to re-emerge. At long last, he was about to escape the oppressive gloom. The lush greenery, akin to the very essence of life, infused him with boundless vitality. The sight of such greenery instantly uplifted his spirits. In the distance, a waterhole appeared, likely a drinking spot for nearby wildlife. The area was overgrown with wild grass, and the sounds of animals filled the air, a true auditory delight. However, something felt amiss. The environment bore an uncanny familiarity, leading Yi Hao to believe he had been here before. Suddenly, a large gorilla approached, curiously observing him, seemingly perplexed by his presence. To his astonishment, he realized this was indeed the base of the canyon. Dashing towards the thicket, he passed by the waterhole, where several animals were quenching their thirst. Among the grass, a few wild chickens, ensnared in traps of his own making, had ceased their struggles. It was evident that he had indeed returned to the canyon's depths. Continuing onwards, the familiar waterhole and waterfall came into view, a sight both surreal and undeniably real. The realization struck him. This path connected to the very bottom of the canyon, suggesting that the enigmas of the misty forest might also emerge from here. The canyon harbored the greatest secrets. The thought unsettled him deeply. He yearned to verify the dream. Yet upon reaching the waterhole, he hesitated. These elements offered him no assistance. Venturing forth would only heighten his peril. Arriving at the stone wall, Yi Hao commenced his ascent. Although he had stowed away his rope, the terrain felt familiar enough. Even without the aid of a rope, he possessed the capability to climb, albeit with some risk. Regardless, this risk was preferable to the horrors lurking within the canyon, those colossal beasts downstream and the countless piranhas in the river. He had no desire to experience the disconcerting sensation of being assimilated again. Climbing barehanded, Yi Hao relied on his agility and skill, successfully reaching the top. He made a beeline for his camp, determined to avoid further excursions. The realms available for exploration had dwindled, and he could now rest easy, contemplating his departure in a month's time. As he neared his camp, a drone appeared overhead. Glancing at his now-defunct phone, Yi Hao found himself at a loss for words. Upon returning to the camp, he retrieved another phone and began to peruse the barrage of comments. Each one expressed concern for Yi Hao and inquired about his return from that place. Yi Hao remained silent and instead initiated a video call to Yi Ran, knowing she must be worried and that he ought to reassure her. "Brother, I saw you came back. That's wonderful. I'm so relieved you're safe." She was visibly distressed, tears streaming down her face, her eyes red from crying. The thick fog had obstructed signals, and the magnetic field had wreaked havoc on mobile devices, which was quite vexing. Unable to restrain himself, Yi Hao began to voice his frustrations. "Brother, Why did you return from there? Let me share a secret. After traversing the misty forest, I was pursued by a swarm of flying insects and ended up in a dark forest. As Yi Hao recounted his recent experiences, every listener was captivated. They had not anticipated such a plethora of events unfolding in such a short span of time. The inability to witness it firsthand was a considerable disappointment for them. Unfortunately, the drone had been compromised by the magnetic field, rendering it incapable of approaching. Chapter 134. Attempting to escape the deserted island having faced death numerous times, Yi Hao had grown somewhat desensitized. He felt numb. This familiar territory was, paradoxically, where he felt most at ease. He began to suspect he might truly be trapped here. The vast ocean behind him was his only escape. If he lingered too long, the sea might mutate, sealing his fate forever. He dared not retrieve the piece of desiccated flesh from his backpack. It was an item he needed to take with him, as being discovered could lead to unnecessary complications. Often, it was not that Yi Hao was unwilling to act, but rather that his actions might incite trouble. He had never believed he could stand against a multitude. He lacked the influence and strength for such endeavors. To live a grounded life was the essence of being an ordinary person. The adage that impulse is the devil rang true. Unless one could become more formidable than anyone else, they were unqualified to challenge the status quo. Perhaps there were indeed forces on this deserted island capable of transforming individuals into something monstrous. The anomalies here had already begun to strip Yi Hao of his humanity. If someone were to relinquish their consciousness, they might truly become a demon. No one wished to abandon their awareness, yet certain elements here could manipulate the mind. Much like Yi Hao had experienced previously, he was entranced by an unseen force. If one could not awaken, they would be eternally ensnared in that state, an emotionless husk. A terrifying prospect. After much contemplation, Yi Hao resolved to take the risk. He would attempt to escape this forsaken island. If successful, it would be a triumph. In truth, he merely wished to ascertain whether the system would indeed eliminate him. Such matters necessitate experimentation. Otherwise, one finds oneself at the mercy of the system, without recourse to lament. Prepared with all that could be carried, Yi Hao made his way directly to the sea. Rest was not on the agenda. This endeavor was merely an attempt. Success would be splendid, yet failure would not deter him. The seaside remained as enchanting as ever, captivating Yi Hao's gaze. Brothers, today I shall attempt to swim across and see if I can break free. The barrage of comments erupted in excitement. Yi Shun had finally decided to take a leap, attempting to breach the barrier. In my lifetime, I never imagined Yi Shun would entertain such thoughts. He seemed the most promising candidate. I hope to witness a historic moment with my own eyes. The comments instilled considerable confidence in Yi Hao, who secured his phone in a waterproof pouch and prepared to embark on his breakthrough attempt. Gazing into the boundless sea, he discerned no targets. Uncertain of which direction to pursue, devoid of any objective, he swam forth, propelling himself swiftly across the surface of the water. Drones and submarines were on standby, observing. Yi Hao was the last to attempt a breakthrough. Others had made numerous attempts, yet regrettably, all had met with failure. Failure itself is not daunting. Rather, the despair it breeds is truly fearsome. Many competitors lost their confidence amidst repeated failures. A life devoid of hope is destined for tragedy. Yi Hao was aware that one contestant had chosen to end their life. Such a fragile mindset is truly lamentable. With the courage to take one's own life, one should instead embrace the challenge. What if one could attain the legendary prize? Yi Hao found it incomprehensible how some could think otherwise. Even in the depths of despair, one must not relinquish hope easily. Many who offer advice sound wise until faced with their own trials. Yi Hao was different. He feared death. He would never recklessly gamble with his life. Having the chance to live again, he sought to enact change. The refreshing sea water was invigorating, and Yi Hao swam tirelessly toward the horizon. Time lost its meaning as he swam on, still yet to encounter the elusive barrier they spoke of. The distant ships were now clearly visible. He must be nearing his goal. At intervals, vessels awaited nearby, prepared by the production team to rescue contestants at a moment's notice. All those watching could see Yi Hao's figure. On the distant ship, someone waved at him. Yi Shun was on the verge of reaching the barrier. Uncertainty lingered as to whether he could pass through. Anticipation mounted. A historic moment was upon us, and I would witness it firsthand. The miracle maker, Yi Shun. Suddenly, with a jolt, Yi Hao was propelled backward as though struck by an unseen force. Unaffected by any injury, yet unable to pass through, he found himself inexplicably rebuffed by the air, in direct contradiction to the laws of physics. Those aboard the ship who waved at Yi Hao were enveloped in an awkward silence, uncertain whether to lower their hands. The spectators before the screen wore expressions of disappointment. Yi Hao, like the other contestants, could not breach this invisible barrier. What on earth is this? Momentarily dazed by the impact, Yi Hao gazed in bewilderment at his surroundings. He discerned nothing amiss, yet somehow he had been flung back. Gradually, he swam forward, tentatively reaching out his hand. Nothing. His fingers brushed against emptiness. He ventured further, only to be propelled back once more. This is incredible. Yi Hao was genuinely astonished. Such a phenomenon existed in the world. It was truly remarkable, albeit seemingly designed to frustrate. Unfazed, he resolved to challenge it further. With determination, Yi Hao plunged underwater, seeking to ascertain whether this barrier extended to the depths below. Upon reaching an appropriate position, he made another attempt to break through. Whoosh! Like a submerged bomb being detonated, Yi Hao was sent soaring several meters away. The exhilarating rush of swift movement filled him with excitement. Surprisingly enjoyable, this venture was complimentary, without any fees. Ignoring the astonished reactions of others, Yi Hao continued to experiment, reveling in the experience. Eventually, feeling fatigued from the exhilarating play, he decided it was time to return. Recognizing the futility of further struggles here, he opted to return to a more stable life for a month. The journey back felt notably quicker, such is the nature of human perception. As the deserted island came into view, he felt a sense of nearing completion. Upon successfully returning to the island, Yi Hao noted with urgency that dusk was approaching. He hurried back to the camp to prepare dinner. Today had been quite enjoyable, and his appetite had certainly improved. He treated himself to 3 packets of instant noodles. A minor extravagance. The seafood-flavored noodles, with generous portions of scallop and abalone, appeared simple yet offered a delightful taste. The aquatic adventure that day had indeed been thrilling. Should you ever have the chance, I highly recommend you try it. As he slurped his noodles, Yi Hao shared his thoughts. Chapter 135, No Hope Project? Thrilling? Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, many were left bewildered. Initially, they struggled to comprehend his meaning. Surely, Yi Hao could not be referring to his encounter with the barrier? Oh my, how daring! Off on an adventure, is he? One must admit, Yi Hao certainly knows how to find joy amid adversity. Paying no heed to the comments flooding in, Yi Hao focused intently on his meal. Returning felt like a simple pleasure, and in truth, he was largely indifferent to other matters. Success is preferable, yet failure is within the realm of expectation. Yi Hao had made several attempts to touch the boundary, and he had begun to discern a pattern. It was not an invisible barrier, but rather a palpable resistance. Much like a rebound from the depths, the specifics were shrouded in mystery. This phenomenon certainly defies logic, and science offers no explanations. Observing the myriad speculations from others, Yi Hao merely smiled, refraining from any response. After all, some matters are best kept to oneself. The more who are aware, the greater the complications. There were already others who had successfully converged, and one might inevitably feel a sense of unreality. Moreover, with no one to devise strategies, an overwhelming sense of helplessness permeated. Except for Yi Hao, whose mindset remained remarkably resilient. It seemed few could match his composure. Furthermore, he was the sole individual who found sustenance here to be so delectable. This was primarily due to the gradual nature of the anomalies in his vicinity. Currently, there were no significant disruptions. In contrast, other contestants found themselves encircled by an array of peculiar phenomena. They were all seeking ways to escape, if not from the deserted island, at least from this perilous zone of transformation. According to the map provided by the production team, there were a total of 13 locations where mutations were either absent or occurring at a slow pace. Yi Hao's locale constituted one of these areas, while the remaining 12 were scattered throughout the island. The central zone was not spared, it was entirely transformed. After finishing his meal, Yi Hao perused the map sent by the production team, and he suddenly fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that the areas untouched by mutations were indeed safe? Through Yi Hao's observations, it was evident that this conclusion was fundamentally flawed. At times, these locales could prove even more perilous, simply because they had escaped detection. With lowered vigilance, unexpected dangers become the most lethal. Many regions of the deserted island had taken on forms that were entirely unexpected. Why had they suddenly mutated? If these transformations were confined to the island, it would be of little consequence, yet the fear of them spreading to urban areas loomed large. Gazing at the incessantly incoming real-time data, Yi Hao found it increasingly difficult to accept. Various data indicated a singular truth. The mutations were utterly uncontrollable. That barrier was a naturally occurring feature of the island, perhaps not designed to prevent intrusions from the outside, but rather to contain whatever lurked within. Contemplating this, Yi Hao suddenly felt that this place might indeed be the epicenter of calamity. However, these were merely his conjectures, certainly not to be vocalized. The live broadcast will pause momentarily. I must make a private call, Yi Hao announced, observing the flying drone. Private calls were permitted, and this was universally understood. After the drone departed, Yi Hao retrieved his phone and initiated the call. Yi Ran had already been discharged from the hospital and had rented a house where she was recuperating. As soon as Yi Hao's call came through, she answered without hesitation. Brother, Yi Ran called sweetly, her voice laced with guilt. Due to her own physical ailments, her brother found himself trapped on a mutated, deserted island. Despite her discomfort, she feigned strength. The sister pondered. This island's transformations appeared bizarre, perhaps heralding a cataclysmic disaster for the world. Initially, she thought Yi Hao had come for a heart-to-heart conversation, but to her astonishment, he spoke thus. In an instant, Yi Ran's heart raced. Seizing this opportunity, he urged them to take their money and distance themselves, for their survival now lay in the hands of fate. At this juncture, Yi Hao had almost relinquished hope of escape. If he could leave, it would mean that the mutated beings could also escape. Such an outcome was evidently dire. Yi Hao would rather be eternally confined to the island or perish there. Though he feared death, he would sacrifice his life for his loved ones. He might be timid, reluctant to stir trouble as a poor man, yet in the face of danger, he remained more composed than anyone else. However, there were no alternatives left. This island's mutation might very well spread globally. Do you understand? Time is precious, thus brevity is essential. He implored, listen to me. Take our parents and leave quickly. I fear I cannot escape. With that, he abruptly ended the call, surveying the serene surroundings. It was hard to fathom that nearby lurked creatures undergoing transformations. Escaping this place was already a formidable challenge, leaving Yi Hao devoid of hope. He then picked up his tablet and tuned into someone else's live stream to witness others' predicaments. It was undeniable that many contestants had found companions. Observing a few individuals journeying together, Yi Hao remained skeptical. After all, this was a realm of life and death. Who would come to your aid in peril? It would be a blessing if they did not push you into danger. Expecting assistance from others was naive. Few grasped the intricacies of the human heart. Many believed themselves clever enough to avoid underhanded schemes. Typically, such individuals do not survive beyond 3 episodes, succumbing to their overconfidence. After much searching, Yi Hao finally stumbled upon an unfortunate fellow. At that moment, he crouched behind a rock, perilously close to a group of indistinguishable monsters. Towering like a tiger, with alternating patterns of dark gray and black, its limbs resembled those of herbivorous creatures, with hooves instead of claws. Yet, its head bore resemblance to that of a black bear, filled with sharp teeth, incessantly drooling. It advanced step by step towards this unfortunate soul, clutching a submachine gun that he had held for ages. Trembling, he seemed to strain to discern the sounds ahead. Roar! Bang! 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 A continuous barrage of gunfire erupted, and Yi Hao watched as that creature was transformed into a sieve. Yet, many more followed, lunging towards the man. The weapon in his grasp could not hinder their relentless advance. Even when injured, the monstrous horde remained undeterred. Hiss! Upon witnessing the harrowing scene before him, Yi Hao could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Experiencing such a situation firsthand was vastly different from merely observing. The profound sense of empathy left him somewhat perturbed. Should such a calamity befall him, he would surely become the subject of ridicule. Alas, this group of creatures charged forth with their mouths agape, resembling wild hounds. Their movements were utterly inscrutable, seemingly orchestrated with a sense of cooperation and division of labor. Otherwise, this individual would have been overwhelmed by a hail of bullets long ago. Presently, only a few of these beasts bore injuries, and those were but minor wounds. Yi Hao found himself begrudgingly admiring these monsters. Their intelligence was evidently quite advanced. It was as if the animals here were under some form of command. Chapter 136. Is the camp about to mutate? Many had borne witness to the grim fate of this individual, instilling a deeper sense of dread regarding this desolate island. Those who had thus far escaped danger began to panic, as the circumstances here had become increasingly uncontrollable, fraught with the potential for unforeseen disasters. The grotesque appearance of these creatures belied their formidable strength. Such a scenario left Yi Hao feeling anxious. He had not anticipated the presence of swarms of monsters. While he could easily handle 1 or 2, a collective assault from a dozen would overwhelm him. It was time to abandon his nonchalance and devise a plan. When confronted with such beasts, one could opt for a direct confrontation, employ evasive tactics, or simply evade them altogether. Both direct confrontation and evasive tactics demanded exceptional physical prowess, leaving the majority with little choice but to hide, hoping to remain undetected. As the individual with the best physical capabilities on the island, Yi Hao himself harbored no illusions, for those creatures appeared exceedingly fierce. He hoped never to encounter such beings, lest he find himself in a similar predicament. The audience, upon hearing Yi Hao's words, expressed skepticism. They believed that even if he could not defeat the monsters, he at least had the ability to flee. "You overestimate me. How can my 2 legs compete with their 4? The barrage of comments was filled with praise for him, yet very few were grounded in reality. Honestly, watching the other contestants is rather dull. It's much more enjoyable to watch the beautiful women. As he spoke, he opened the broadcast room, and there was Fan Xinxin, watching him on the screen. It seemed she had heard Yi Hao's remarks and was now observing the content displayed. Instantly, her face flushed with a noticeable shyness, her fair complexion betraying her embarrassment. "So, the beauty Yi Hao mentioned is me," she thought, feeling a surge of delight, yet daring not to show it. Mary remained as stunning as ever, truly deserving of her goddess-like status. How awkward. At that moment, Fan Xinxin felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Relieved that she had refrained from speaking earlier, Yi Hao's words nearly sent her into a tailspin, but fortunately, she possessed a commendable level of composure. Nevertheless, she still felt somewhat inferior in comparison to the goddess that was Fan Xinxin. From paradise to hell, and back to paradise. However, Fan Xinxin resolutely refrained from expressing her thoughts. After all, if Yi Hao were to utter another remark, it could spell disaster. It seemed that Yi Hao had not spoken further, and the conversation came to a close. Observing the varied expressions of everyone in the broadcast room, Yi Hao found it quite amusing. This was far more entertaining than watching the other contestants. Indeed, the presence of beautiful women undeniably elevates one's spirits. It appeared that many were willing to accommodate Yi Hao's desire for relaxation. The dangers on the deserted island gradually loomed. Yet Yi Hao's mindset remained remarkably rare and commendable. "Well, my mood has significantly improved. Please continue." Yi Hao scarcely lingered for a few minutes before hurriedly opting to exit the broadcast room. Something felt amiss in the surroundings. He seemed to have heard a familiar sound and felt compelled to investigate. The sound was indeed recognizable, but he could not place it at that moment. After all, he encountered numerous sounds daily. As he approached the source, he discovered a swarm of bees, surprisingly mutated. They were noticeably larger than ordinary bees, a rather typical manifestation of mutation. It was astonishing that he had not noticed their transformation over the past few days, considering that their hive likely underwent changes as well. Yi Hao was acutely aware that he must not approach it. The mutated bees seemed to have detected Yi Hao's presence and darted toward him. Their speed surpassed that of ordinary bees, and they swiftly caught up with him as he attempted to flee. When they were approximately 2 meters away, the entire swarm abruptly turned and departed. Hearing the commotion, Yi Hao curiously observed the retreating bees, pondering the legendary phenomena, and concluded that he had indeed acquired something extraordinary. The fact that those insects had avoided him affirmed his suspicions. Upon returning to the camp, Yi Hao remained still. The swarm of bees appeared to be aware of something, flying in circles around his vicinity. Witnessing this spectacle, many were intrigued. What treasure had Yi Shen obtained to wield such influence? Could it be that Yi Shen had acquired some form of pollen? It seemed plausible. The insect's avoidance suggested it was indeed that. Though he had no knowledge of anything else, Yi Hao noted the speculations of those around him, and he did not seek to conceal the truth. "I was indeed sprinkled with a certain type of pollen, but I am uncertain if it is the same as what you are referring to. Who doesn't know how to feign ignorance?" He certainly would not admit to it so readily. The bees continued to hover closely around the vicinity of Yi Hao's camp. It appeared that something was drawing them in, yet due to Yi Hao's presence, they refrained from entering the camp. No, something was definitely amiss. The prolonged presence of the bees in the area likely indicated that some anomaly had transpired around Yi Hao. It is merely that Yi Hao remains oblivious to the perilous situation at hand. After circling the camp extensively, he found no apparent issues. Everything seemed unchanged, just as it had always been. Yet, the bees lingered, indicating that something must be amiss. "Have you noticed anything unusual?" he inquired, but finding no answers, he reluctantly turned to the audience for assistance. He resolved to enlist the help of drones and countless viewers to identify the problem, for the lack of security in this place was unsettling. It was truly lamentable that his home was on the brink of being invaded, and he remained unaware. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the audience fervently began aiding him in his search for answers. They took great joy in such endeavors, relishing the opportunity to contribute. Even in a small way, many were diligently engaged in their investigations, while Yi Hao himself remained active. Bees are typically drawn to flowers, yet his camp boasted none. A glance around revealed that he had thoroughly cleared the area of any potential flora, let alone blossoms. So, what could be the reason for the bees' presence? Observing the barrage of comments devoid of any discoveries, Yi Hao became increasingly convinced that his camp harbored no issues. However, the question lingered: what were the bees truly after? With no other course of action, he resolved to leave the camp temporarily to discern what was attracting them. He equipped himself and decided to venture towards the seaside, leaving the drone to monitor the camp in his absence. Upon reaching the shore, Yi Hao activated his live stream, witnessing the footage captured by another drone in his streaming room. It was almost as if fate were toying with him. Chapter 137: Tears Without Weeping Through the Drone's Lens. The camp appeared desolate, with all the bees having vacated without so much as a pause. Yet, Yi Hao noticed that a swarm of bees seemed to follow him closely. No way have I mutated? In a panic, he examined his body for any anomalies, but found none. Strangely, the bees dared not approach him, yet continued to swarm around him. This was intriguing, leading to two possible conclusions. Either Yi Hao had undergone a transformation unbeknownst to him, or he possessed something that piqued the bees' interest, drawing them near. The two candidates that came to mind were the desiccated flesh and the enigmatic fruit, both of which Yi Hao had acquired, though he remained unaware of their specific properties. Observing the situation, Yi Hao surmised that these items were likely what attracted the bees. To prevent the audience from noticing anything amiss, he resolved to keep his backpack close at all times. Confirming that the issue was not with his own camp, Yi Hao finally felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, without this place, he would have been at a loss for where to reside. The distant locales were unfamiliar to him, and the construction of these brick houses had consumed a considerable amount of his time. He felt a twinge of reluctance, but fortunately, no mishap had occurred. It seemed he had undergone certain changes, the nature of which remained uncertain, whether for better or worse. To mask the treasures he had acquired, Yi Hao could only express himself in such a manner. Many were aware that Yi Hao had obtained something legendary, yet none could discern what it was. By now, it was likely that numerous individuals had speculated about that fabled pollen. The bees swarming around Yi Hao were perhaps due to a mutation, drawn to him because of that peculiar substance he possessed. Thus, the bees found themselves in a state of confusion, unable to make a judgment. After some time, having lost hope, the bees gradually departed. Their entanglement and disarray left them with no recourse. Many contestants faced a similar predicament, while Yi Hao, with nothing pressing to attend to, began observing the other competitors. It seemed as though his streak of misfortune had come to an end, and fortune had begun to favor him. This was promising. He appeared to have acquired something legendary, indicating a forthcoming transformation. Suddenly, a contestant discovered a glowing stone in the river. Upon picking it up, he stood frozen in place, mesmerized. The pebble, emanating a blue luminescence, gradually melted into water, seeping into the contestant's skin. A greenish glow enveloped his body, and a faint blue light radiated from his eyes. With a splash, he plunged into the river. Remarkably, his body floated atop the water, showing no signs of sinking. The blue luminescence seemed to anchor him in place, rendering the current ineffective in shifting him. It felt as if he were suspended upon the water's surface, light as a feather. Witnessing this phenomenon, Yi Hao suddenly realized he had overlooked the elements in the water. Previously, while under hypnosis, he had found nothing along the riverbank despite searching diligently. It was highly probable that the source of the problem lay within the river itself, directly influencing him. In hindsight, even if he had known those entities resided in the water, Yi Hao would have lacked the courage to reach out. After all, the entire river was inhabited by piranhas. Who would dare to explore such perilous waters? The creatures lurking beneath the surface were likely legendary beasts, given their formidable capabilities. Lacking references or knowledge, speculation was all that remained. Observing the contestant's transformation, it was evident that the process would require some time. This marked the audience's first-hand experience of such an anomaly. Almost everyone flocked to that live broadcast, leaving Yi Hao with hardly anyone around. Seizing this opportunity, he promptly organized the contents of his bag. He took out the aluminum foil and wrapped the withered branches, meat, and fruits entirely. There was truly nothing of value left. Once he completed this task, Yi Hao finally exhaled with relief. If he could not escape this time, so be it. He was determined to bring these items to his loved ones if he ever got the chance. He had tasted a small piece of the withered meat, and instantly, he felt invigorated, as if boundless energy surged within him, an inexhaustible source. At the very least, this proved that the substance was indeed beneficial, and more importantly, safe. As he continued to rest, observing others running frantically, laboring tirelessly, Yi Hao felt a profound sense of comfort. Previously, he had been the one facing relentless challenges. But now the tables had turned. He sat leisurely by the side, watching as all the competitors encountered various dilemmas. Almost all of them had blocked Yi Hao's livestream, as if it did not exist in their reality. Such a livestream was a blatant humiliation, and they would not seek out their own misfortune. After more than 4 hours, one competitor finally regained consciousness. He appeared akin to a legendary martial arts master, seemingly able to walk upon water. Eager to test his newfound abilities, he began experimenting fervently. Running, leaping, he closed his eyes, envisioning everything as he had imagined. Yet reality delivered a harsh reality check. It seemed that aside from his aquatic prowess, he possessed no advantages on land. With no other option, the competitor made his way to the seaside, eager to test his abilities. He approached the edge of a cliff, intending to perform an aerial 360 dive. Various impressive maneuvers took form in his mind as he leaped into the air. The several-meter-high cliff easily brought him to the water's surface, yet there was no sound of splashing as he had anticipated. To his astonishment, he landed directly on the water, refusing to sink. The sight was both awkward and heart-wrenching. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he began to run wildly across the ocean's surface. His speed swift as he charged toward a barrier he had previously encountered. Bang! Once again, he faced the fate of being rebounded, but as he stood on the water, he gazed at the scenery before him. Feeling an entirely different sensation, he had transformed. Regardless of the circumstances, he had acquired a new ability. Yi Hao observed the competitor's performance, his gaze akin to that of a caretaker watching over a struggling youth. This newfound ability seemed rather lackluster. What would he do if he found himself submerged underwater? In an instant, Yi Hao's concern echoed into the competitor's livestream. The comments began to flood in, all addressing this very issue. You guys are being too harsh. My ability hasn't even warmed up yet, and you're here to belittle me. If I knew what to do, would I just stand here foolishly? After speaking, the competitor could not help but burst into tears, only to realize he had no tears left to shed. As if all moisture had been drained from his body, or rather, as if it had been meticulously controlled. At this moment, he was utterly dazed, yearning to weep yet devoid of tears. Chapter 138. The exploration of the dark forest. Opportunities abound on the deserted island. However, encountering the desired abilities relies greatly on luck. Previous experiences have already served as cautionary tales, and nearly all contestants are now aware that they must reflect on their actions. Impulsiveness is unwise. It can lead to lifelong regret. Observing this contestant silently crouched by the barrier, he seemed considerably despondent. Brother, do not lose heart. After all, you possess abilities of your own. We are quite envious of your talents. At the very least, you won't drown. Alas, I cannot continue this farce. Brother, here's to you. He took out his phone, expecting words of comfort, but upon seeing the barrage of comments, he truly felt overwhelmed. No one was paying attention to his plight. They had all moved on to seek other amusements. After all, it is rather insensitive to rub salt in the wounds of someone already suffering. Soon, everyone's gaze shifted to others, with the most captivating intrigue centered on the search for legendary artifacts. Most of the contestants were engaged in these pursuits, leaving Yi Hao feeling rather isolated. Watching others revel in their endeavors, he found himself the only one left behind. Perhaps inspired by the atmosphere, Yi Hao decided to venture out and see if he could find anything worthwhile. Returning to the canyon was out of the question, as it had undergone complete mutation. The misty forest? Yi Hao had no intention of returning there. Having been deceived once, he had learned his lesson. It appeared that the beehive had become the safest location. Moreover, he had discovered that particular pollen there, so he resolved to investigate. The audience was surprised to see Yi Hao rise and begin to gather his belongings. Instantly, his popularity surged. Wherever Yi Hao went, something intriguing was bound to transpire. A sense of inexplicable anticipation began to build, as the moments he had contributed were undeniably captivating. Although the campsite was safe, it was not a sustainable solution. To grow stronger, one must strive. Otherwise, one risks becoming nothing more than a lifeless fish. Gazing at his equipment, He felt a profound sense of security after his upgrades. Crossing the small river, Yi Hao once again approached the vicinity of the beehive. This area had transformed entirely. What was once a modest hive had now expanded to twice its former size. The hive had taken on a dark red hue, a color both eerie and foreboding. The layer beneath the ground had likely also mutated, yet Yi Hao could not ascertain its condition. Countless bees swarmed around the hive, and upon noticing Yi Hao's approach, they appeared to prepare for an attack. Yet, they remained hovering near him, making no aggressive moves, instead retreating back into their hive. Apart from this beehive, there truly appears to be no other locations nearby, prompting Yi Hao to resume his exploration. Even if the beehive is a legendary entity, he lacks the courage to approach it. After departing from the beehive, he continues upstream. Ascending further leads to an immense world, the current state of which is unknown. As he gradually explores, it seems that this vast world has already been in a state of mutation since the first time he beheld it. Soon, he arrives at the colossal realm, and this time, he must exercise caution with the drone. Reflecting on the previous drone incident, Yi Hao feels gratitude for its sacrifice. Even before reaching the site, he can already sense a different atmosphere. The flora here appears lush, with deeper hues than before. As he draws nearer, the sounds in the vicinity seem to fade away. Upon returning to the entrance he had previously crossed, the remnants of the drone are still evident on the ground. No longer reckless as before, Yi Hao opts to circle the area to assess the situation. Danger is certainly present. It remains uncertain when it will manifest. He retrieves his weapon, prepared for combat at any moment. He begins his exploration to the right of the entrance, where the path to this world is entwined with black vines. The entire entryway to this realm appears to be confined to that singular location. After walking a considerable distance, he still finds no other entrances. Observing this, Yi Hao decides to return to his previous location and continues his exploration to the left, returning empty-handed. These black vines resemble those that ensnared him behind the misty forest. However, Yi Hao cannot be certain, as the two locations are still quite distant from one another. Distant? At this moment, Yi Hao seems to realize something. Since emerging from the misty forest, he has had no sense of direction. Thus, it is quite possible that the dark forest over there could lead to this side. Yet, this world is interconnected with the canyon, forming a vast expanse. Only a fool would venture inside. There must be something amiss. Yi Hao refrains from entering, but that does not mean others will abstain. After leaving, he opens his phone to check the bullet comments. He suddenly discovers that others are also reporting a similar location, an exceedingly dark forest, akin to the one Yi Hao has traversed. The moment he opens the live stream, familiar scenes unfold before him. Brother, take care. This is Yi Hao's sole consolation and encouragement for the contestant. The forest is devoid of life, yet he recalls a swarm of evaporating insects. Please inform him that there may be evaporating flying insects there. He should exercise caution. Finally, in an act of kindness, Yi Hao feels he has done something good. Currently, it seems this contestant is the closest to him. If he can succeed, perhaps the mystery of this place will be unraveled. The contestant over there is named Deco, a professional mercenary with remarkable physical prowess. He regards the comments on the screen with utter disdain. He possesses unwavering confidence in his abilities, carrying a flamethrower strapped to his back. When the insects approach, he intends to incinerate them, firmly believing that they harbor no fear of fire. Witnessing Deco's self-assurance, Yi Hao cannot help but give him a thumbs up. He admires such fearless determination, deserving of his respect. It is perplexing, this inexplicable confidence. Observing this scenario, Yi Hao promptly found a spot and settled on the ground to watch the live stream. After all, this individual's actions significantly impact his situation, so Yi Hao remains attentive. If Deco manages to emerge, perhaps they could reunite. If not, it is likely he will remain trapped. Yi Hao perceives the situation with clarity. There undoubtedly exists something legendary in this place, yet finding it is exceedingly arduous and may even lead to being dominated by those entities. Deco brandished his weapon and ventured into the dark forest. An unsettling silence enveloped the area, devoid of any sound. At that moment, Deco's entire being tensed, overwhelmed by an endless black aura, devoid of any vitality. It felt akin to stepping into an ink-wash painting. Chapter 139, Traversing the Dark Forest. A first encounter within the silent dark forest, Deco's figure gradually began to explore a particular direction. Though termed exploration, it was essentially a brisk stride. Just moments ago, upon entering the forest, the path behind him had been sealed off by black vine-like plants. Recognizing this scene, Diko understood that retreat was no longer an option. On camera, this contestant appeared oblivious to fear, walking while glancing at his phone. The comments urged him to exercise caution and to slow his pace. Ironically, the more they urged, the faster he proceeded, seemingly eager to prove something to the audience. Do not worry about me. I find this place secure, and there are things I seek. The spectators remained uncertain regarding the veracity of his claims, merely watching as he recklessly roamed. Boom. A resounding crash. Even from a distance, Yi Hao could hear the sound, and one can only imagine the intensity of Diko's experience within the dark forest. He rubbed his ears. For a fleeting moment, he had been momentarily deafened. Approaching the direction of the sound, he noticeably slowed his pace. A peculiar scent began to waft through the air, growing more potent as he drew closer. A sensation of dizziness began to envelop Diko, his body growing increasingly feeble. His gaze became unfocused, and walking normally became a challenge. Even traversing difficult terrain elicited no sense of distinction for him. The audience, witnessing this predicament, realized that he was in grave peril. It is likely that he has been infected by some unseen force, leaving his mind in a state of disarray. The surrounding environment remained shrouded in darkness and silence, as if it were a desolate wasteland. Something seems to be ahead. Yi Hao noticed that the imagery within the live stream had begun to shift ever so slightly. Delicate purple flowers blossomed along the roadside. Though not particularly striking, Yi Hao's keen eye caught their presence. Upon entering the area adorned with these purple blooms, Diko appeared to regain some semblance of lucidity. Gradually, a sense of awareness emerged within him, and he gazed into the distance as though he had unearthed a hidden treasure. Through the lens of the drone, the expanse ahead appeared barren, indicating that Diko had become entirely ensnared in a surreal illusion. He began to sprint forward, and everything around him transformed with his arrival. The flowers along the path slowly withered, while the oppressive darkness receded. A vibrant world unfolded, brimming with colors, as the objects within it grew larger, surpassing the bounds of human comprehension. Diko had officially stepped into this colossal realm, where towering, spiky vines paid him no heed, yet turned their aggression toward the drone. Suddenly, the screen went dark, leaving Yi Hao helplessly staring at the void where the vibrant imagery once was. He yearned to understand the world within, yet was afforded no opportunity to do so. This was rather excessive. The aberrations had shattered the drone, thwarting Yi Hao's attempt to study the phenomenon. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, as his drones had repeatedly met a similar fate. At this moment, Yi Hao empathized deeply with the audience's sentiments. The situation felt utterly dismal. He glanced at the other competitors, who were still unresponsive, seemingly oblivious to any legendary discoveries. The man floating on the water remained perched on the surface, looking quite forlorn, which tugged at Yi Hao's heartstrings. However, the environment was far from secure, prompting Yi Hao to return to the entrance of the colossal world. He peered inside once more, contemplating the possibility that Diko could indeed emerge from this place. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoed through the air. Yi Hao's curiosity intensified. What could produce such a thunderous sound? In the distance, a staggered figure came racing toward him, bloodied and battered. His garments were tattered, and he clutched something tightly in his hand. Upon spotting Yi Hao, he charged forward in a frenzied manner. Diko? He had traversed the vast world and arrived at Yi Hao's side. How could it be that they were now so close after such a brief period? Seemingly in disbelief at the unfolding events, Yi Hao rubbed his eyes to confirm the reality before him. Indeed, it was the competitor who had approached him. Yi Hao felt a surge of excitement. After all, having someone to converse with would be quite pleasant. As Diko reached Yi Hao, he gazed at him with palpable tension. You are that person, aren't you? He questioned, a mix of disbelief and astonishment evident in his voice. After all, he had known of Yi Hao for quite some time and was aware that Yi Hao was a highly esteemed individual. I am Diko, a player who has just acquired a legendary item. As I spoke, I presented the object in my hand for Yi Hao to behold, a spirit mushroom resembling a jade rui, its surface glistening with a translucent sheen. Diko held it aloft, as if in a display of pride, continuously showcasing it to Yi Hao. Greetings, I am Yi Hao, he replied out of courtesy, acknowledging the undeniable resilience of such a person. Come, let me take you to my camp. You should change into some proper attire. Glancing at his own disheveled state, Diko felt a tinge of embarrassment, having just escaped from a harrowing situation. He clutched the spirit mushroom tightly, having once attempted to consume it, only to find it as unyielding as true jade, utterly impossible to bite into, leaving him with no choice but to carry it. After obtaining this remarkable item, he found that no plants dared to attack him. Upon returning to the camp and changing his clothes, Diko settled down beside Yi Hao. Could you recount what transpired in there? The barrage of comments urged Yi Hao to inquire, and Diko, noticing the interest from his audience, recognized their curiosity about the events that had unfolded within. Indeed, everyone had caught sight of the item in his hand, a testament to his achievement within that realm. The jade spirit mushroom radiated an extraordinary luster, as if to affirm its nobility. The intricate patterns on its surface were vividly discernible, and Yi Hao, observing closely, could see them quite clearly. At the center of the mushroom's leaf, there appeared to be something akin to a seed embedded within. I awakened to find myself in a realm shrouded in darkness. Confronted by this very object, Diko declared with an air of pride, as if it were guiding him toward a fateful encounter. His expression was fervent, resembling that of a devoted acolyte rather than a mere possessor of the item. It possesses boundless power, capable of commanding all things. Suddenly, Yi Hao found himself disinterested in Diko's words, perceiving them as devoid of substance. Massive eggs within that realm exploded one after another, and numerous monsters congregated in the dark forest. In that moment, Diko appeared to slip once more into a frenzied state, rambling incoherently. Yet, he remained steadfast in his grip on the jade spirit mushroom, unwilling to release it. The monsters are coming. They will emerge, and you shall all perish. His eyes instantly turned crimson, as if possessed, his visage contorted in a grotesque glare at the screen. Chapter 140. The distorted Diko. As he seemed to recall the events inside, Diko's mental state began to waver significantly. The external world took notice of the encounter between the two, recognizing that the situation was far from simple, and Diko's condition appeared to be deteriorating. He seemed to have entered a state of madness, his clarity of thought waning. Ever since he had mentioned the monsters, Diko had fallen silent. His entire body began to tremble, and in his grip, the mobile phone shattered into fragments. The force he exhibited surpassed all comprehension. It seemed that Diko had undergone a transformation. He must have acquired some latent power, which had gone unnoticed by everyone. What they believed to be his true prize was, in fact, something entirely different. Diko started to gasp for air, his eyes now a vivid crimson. Strangely, black veins began to surface on his skin, resembling blood vessels. He appeared to morph into a demonic entity, bowing his head in silence. Suddenly, the jade spiritual mushroom in his hand began to draw in the surrounding black aura, as if tethered by an invisible thread. With each inhalation of the dark essence, Diko's body quaked violently, as though he were enduring excruciating pain. The black mist erupted from his being, accompanied by a series of resounding thuds, reminiscent of a heartbeat. The dark energy began to envelop the jade mushroom. As the black essence invaded, the mushroom erupted in a magnificent radiance. An endless stream of white light surged forth, banishing the encroaching darkness as if scorched by an intense flame. In a moment of instinctual reaction, Diko flung the jade mushroom away, and it fortuitously landed in Yi Hao's hands. Without fully comprehending the unfolding chaos, Yi Hao instinctively caught the object. As the jade mushroom slipped from Diko's grasp, he was rapidly engulfed by the dark energy. Black lines on his face swelled, gradually forming patches of scales. His skin was swiftly cloaked in deep green scales, transforming him into a monstrous figure. His body began to undergo a grotesque metamorphosis. His limbs thickened, resembling gnarled branches. His hands morphed into claws, feral and predatory. His shoes burst apart, and his feet expanded to several times their original size, resembling those of a beast. His clothing was entirely rent asunder, and a row of sharp spines emerged along his spine. Like a bodybuilder, he exhibited immense musculature, radiating explosive strength. His visage remained largely unchanged, save for the scales that now adorned it. The pupils of his eyes shifted from human-like orbs to slitted ones, akin to those of a serpent. When he opened his mouth, his tongue had morphed into a forked appendage. A series of guttural roars echoed forth, as if he were brewing something sinister. Ladies and gentlemen, what should one do in such a situation? I await your guidance with great urgency. At this moment, Yi Hao was at a loss for action, and he instinctively hurled the jade mushroom back towards Diko. Upon contact with the transformed monstrosity, cracks began to form across Diko's body. It appeared that this object held a power he feared, and he hoped it would prove effective. Diko had clutched it before, perhaps to suppress the transformation brewing within him. The fully transformed Diko, at this moment, dared not to touch the precious jade spirit mushroom. He tossed it back into Yi Hao's hands, and his cracked body swiftly began to mend. Faced with this situation, Yi Hao was at a loss for how to proceed. Moreover, since Diko did not launch an attack, Yi Hao chose not to flee. This transformation appeared rather unimpressive. How grotesque. Was this truly a transformation? Something felt amiss. Diko seemed to be in great agony. Indeed, Diko was suffering as his body struggled to endure the genetic mutation. His exterior showed no signs of change, yet the sound of his heartbeat grew increasingly faint. Just moments ago, Yi Hao could hear it quite clearly, but now, the outside world was enveloped in silence. Only the labored gasps of the monster Diko could be heard. Even breathing seemed a strenuous endeavor for him. Suddenly, Diko began to sprint wildly, and upon witnessing this, Yi Hao had no desire to pursue him. Instead, he opened his phone to check the drone's footage. The monstrous Diko raced at an astonishing speed toward the colossal entrance of the world, darting inside without a trace. The drone could not keep up and could only watch from a distance as Diko vanished. After shutting down the live feed, Yi Hao gazed helplessly at the jade spirit mushroom in his hand. He was suddenly uncertain about how to deal with this item, still unaware of its true purpose. Without much hesitation, he placed it in his backpack. I shall keep this for now. If he returns, I will return it to him. Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, many found him somewhat shameless. It was common knowledge that Diko could not touch this item, rendering it effectively his. However, no one had the right to voice such opinions. They had not experienced these events and could not judge the situation. Everything that transpired here was beyond Yi Hao's expectations. He had initially thought he had found someone capable of conversation, yet after only a few exchanges, the person transformed and disappeared without a trace. He wondered if, after such a transformation, Diko retained any consciousness. He hoped for his swift recovery. Diko's words suggested that monsters were hatching in the dark forest. If these creatures emerged, Yi Hao would likely have no chance of escape. Unless there was a means of defense, perhaps these monsters did not intend to target this location. In Yi Hao's understanding, something in the canyon seemed to restrain everything here, creating a cyclical phenomenon of immense power. Perhaps the monsters Diko spoke of were indeed part of this enigma. Though he speculated, without witnessing those circumstances, he could not provide evidence. If it were true that monsters were emerging from the lower reaches of the canyon, they might only exist as prey for piranhas. Diko's return may prove to be fraught with peril, perhaps even leading him to become prey for piranhas. These notions are but speculations of Yi Hao, as he has not witnessed such occurrences firsthand. While the meaning of these phenomena eludes him, Yi Hao is acutely aware that he must not disrupt the delicate balance that exists. Otherwise, he would be the first to suffer the consequences. Perhaps this desolate island is perpetually ensnared in a self-imposed restraint, where the emergence of monsters is invariably met with the rise of natural adversaries. If such entities were to escape into the wider world, it is likely that devastation would have already ensued. Yet, the origin of these creatures remains a mystery, known only in whispers of legend. It is evident that this locale has become the stuff of myth, as it is unfathomable that so many tales could have emerged without prior visitation by ancient souls. Chapter 141. The frequency of tremors with Diko's departure. An unsettling sense of insecurity enveloped Yi Hao. Should the reality diverge from his expectations, a myriad of beasts might breach this sanctuary, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Thus, the time had come to construct a basement. Armed with the necessary tools, the excavation of this refuge became a straightforward endeavor. Without delay, he set about digging, prioritizing survival above all else. Within his abode, he identified a suitable location and commenced his work. With the aid of specialized implements, Yi Hao found that modern technology greatly surpassed primitive tools, which had proven exceedingly frustrating. In the span of a day, he had nearly completed the excavation. As the dimensions of the basement were modest, he created a ventilation shaft to ensure proper airflow, and once assured of its safety, he procured some dry firewood and placed it within. By igniting a fire, he mitigated potential issues. Once the flames had extinguished and the smoke dissipated, Yi Hao ventured inside to tidy up. He relocated numerous items from above to this new refuge, resolved not to sleep outdoors unless absolutely necessary. Henceforth, he would predominantly slumber in the basement, as it afforded him a greater sense of security. To preempt any unforeseen complications, Yi Hao deliberately left an escape route, fashioning a section that could be swiftly breached if the need arose. Being trapped within would yield far graver consequences. He meticulously considered every aspect, which instilled him with confidence. He stored a significant amount of provisions provided by the production team in the basement before constructing a makeshift bed. With a sleeping bag laid out, it became a rather comfortable haven. Were it not for the fact that this was a basement on a deserted island, Yihao would have felt entirely at ease. After organizing his encampment, Yihao turned his attention to the well-being of the other contestants. Fortunately, there were no unexpected developments. Everyone appeared to be maintaining their composure. Nearly half a month has elapsed since the deadline, and Yihao remains hopeful, for nothing significant has transpired on this desolate island. Perhaps enduring this month will yield unexpected delights. Yet, pondering excessively serves little purpose. It would be better to indulge in a sumptuous meal. After circling the camp, Yihao stumbled upon a chicken coop. The chickens, unable to escape the island's mutations, might as well sacrifice themselves for him. Following a cacophony of clucking, he proceeded to the riverbank to attend to the hens. Remarkably, he had not witnessed the event unfold. Had he really eliminated the wild chickens? It appeared he was preparing for a clean slate, harboring the worst expectations. He wondered when he might witness the day the streamer departed. No one could leave freely. Perhaps everyone was devising their own escape, yet none could evade the island's constraints. Once he had completed his task with the wild chickens, Yihao took out a pot to prepare chicken soup. He marinated the more delectable parts, such as the thighs and wings, while reserving the bones and less desirable bits for the broth. Wastefulness was a shameful act, especially since the valley below was no longer a viable source of sustenance. This was all he had. With the addition of seasonings, Yihao's existence became considerably more pleasant. Roasted wings and legs, and delicious chicken soup. Life was undeniably gratifying. The flavor of the chicken soup with noodles was irresistible, and he found it hard to stop eating. Once satiated, Yihao noticed a subtle change on the island. A faint tremor emanated from afar, prompting him to turn on the live stream, as all the contestants felt this peculiar sensation. Something was likely amiss. Perhaps an earthquake or a volcanic eruption. Yet even sophisticated machinery could not detect it. The magnetic field across the island was exceedingly unstable, regardless of whether a calamity loomed. Every heart was filled with trepidation. The prolonged tremors were undoubtedly ominous. Anxiety spread among the contestants as the vibrations persisted for an extended period. Yihao recognized that frequency all too well, having encountered it before, downstream in the canyon, during the feeding of the piranhas. The same unbearable frequency now endured, likely indicating the presence of a horde of monsters, or perhaps an immensely colossal one. Yet, the full truth remained elusive, as machines could not penetrate those realms. As the tremors subsided, many contestants on the island succumbed to nausea. Even those who did not vomit found themselves in an exceedingly uncomfortable state, overwhelmed by the distressing frequency. Had it continued much longer, it was likely that many would have fainted. Amidst the chaos on the island, only Yihao remained, engrossed in observing the reactions of others on his screen, entirely unfazed. Compared to the close proximity of the earlier experience, this faint sensation barely registered as a concern for him. Setting aside his phone, Yihao retrieved the exquisite jade Ganoderma from his backpack. Following the recent tremor, he felt an intense warmth emanating from behind him, steadily escalating to an unbearable degree. Hastily, he cast the jade Ganoderma aside, which radiated a brilliant luminescence. Reminiscent of the encounter he had with Daiko, this brilliance persisted, and suddenly, it began to coalesce, directing itself toward a singular point, the colossal entrance to another world. Yihao could distinctly sense that this was indeed the destination. It appeared that this remarkable entity intended to return, likely prompted by some unseen circumstance. "I will guide you back to the entrance, but could you perhaps temper your heat?" he murmured to the jade Ganoderma. Observers were astonished, questioning Yihao's sanity. Could such an object possess awareness? Yet, what transpired next astounded everyone. The jade Ganoderma immediately retracted all its radiance. When Yihao attempted to touch it, the temperature reverted to its previous intensity. Shouldering his backpack, he strode purposefully toward the entrance. This entity had seemingly attained sentience, capable of comprehending human speech. Was the divine being facilitating its return? It was uncanny. This was a legendary artifact, and its compliance was astonishing. Retaining it would serve little purpose. And what if it posed a threat? Discussions erupted in the comments, as Yihao's decisive action to return the item was no small feat nevertheless. Should they possess it, they would undoubtedly cling to it at all costs. Yihao's contemplations diverged from those of the audience. He pondered deeply. This object was not rightfully his, and its retention held little significance. Moreover, it appeared to possess its own consciousness. Ever since Daiko's arrival, Yihao had harbored doubts, and this latest test had only solidified his suspicions. Perhaps it sought something specific. Chapter 142. A day of tranquility the contestants on the deserted island had yet to recover, while Yihao commenced his approach toward the immense world entrance. The disparity between individuals was stark. Ignorance often shielded one from harm. As he drew nearer, he distinctly felt the jade Ganoderma in his hand begin to tremble subtly. Undoubtedly, this anomaly was linked to the dark forest. Otherwise, the Ganoderma would not exhibit such a profound reaction. After all, the changes occurring here were largely unknown to Yihao. Arriving at the grand entrance, the interior appeared unchanged, as if it had resisted any transformation. Upon reaching the entrance, the tremors in his hand intensified dramatically. Let us proceed. Without a trace of reluctance, Yihao cast the jade Ganoderma into the portal. A radiant light engulfed the entire space, as countless tendrils unfurled, swiftly ensnaring the jade Ganoderma. The shape resembled a distant bird's nest, and it drew the jade spirit mushroom within. Countless viewers, watching through Yihao's live stream, were momentarily taken aback. Indeed, many occurrences in this world defy explanation. Their beliefs crumbled repeatedly in this moment, as if nothing in this realm was as inscrutable as once thought. After bidding farewell to the jade spirit mushroom, Yihao prepared to return. This place, in every aspect, felt unsafe. His basement was decidedly more secure. As he walked, he opened his phone to observe the performances of other contestants. Due to the recent tremors, the anomalies on the deserted island seemed to have entered a state of delay. Everyone remained remarkably safe, and the drones captured images of numerous unstable areas, now in a dormant state. The disturbances across the island had calmed considerably following the tremors. Gradually, the individuals here began to return to normalcy, shedding the previous sense of nausea. Many contestants, upon hearing that the anomalies had temporarily ceased, collapsed onto the ground, finally able to rest. Each day had been fraught with anxiety, and they could no longer endure it. Sleep had evaded them, and their appetites had waned. Most distressing was the constant unease, fearing that one misstep could lead to dire consequences. At last, they could settle down and rest. As life on the deserted island slowed its relentless pace, these changes were unexpected for Yihao. He had always felt secure here, with fewer concerns. As night fell, Yihao, with nothing to occupy his time, wandered to the seaside. In the distance, he beheld a familiar sight, a myriad of blue lights blanketing the ocean. What lay beneath those waters remained a mystery, and Yihao dared not approach. In times before the anomalies, he would have ventured closer, but now, what could possibly compel him to explore? Nevertheless, the view was indeed captivating, reminiscent of a starry sky reflected upon the sea. The distant lights of a ship flickered brightly, casting an odd glow upon the water's surface. Gazing at the vast expanse of stars, life here felt akin to his initial arrival. He pondered whether he would ever leave this place again. Once, he had chosen not to venture out for the sake of money. Now, he held no regrets. His family thrived, and Yi Ran had also recovered. Life was good, at least from Yihao's perspective. That night, many slept soundly, experiencing, for the first time, the bliss of restful slumber. At dawn, as Yihao emerged from the basement, his phone suddenly rang. Who could be calling so early? Upon answering, a gentle voice greeted him. Good morning, Yihao? The voice was familiar, yet he couldn't immediately place it. However, the number belonged to Yi Ran. It must be one of her friends. Hello, are you Yi Ran's friend? I am Fan Xinshin. Unexpectedly, Fan Xinshin managed to locate Yi Ran and even had the opportunity to converse with Yihao. Hello, I have long admired your reputation. It seemed that Yihao was somewhat bewildered by this development. How could this illustrious celebrity suddenly find his sister? Come on, are you certain you know me? Your sister informed me that you have very few acquaintances among the stars. Caught off guard, Yihao exhibited no embarrassment, for no one could substantiate these claims. They were merely one-sided assertions. In order to converse with my idol, I have gone to great lengths. He had long been aware of Yihao's sister. Yet Fan Xinshin could never manage to find her. By chance, she acquired some information, compelling her to come regardless of the obstacles. The journey of dreams was approaching its conclusion. An idol? Yihao was taken aback, as it was indeed hard to believe that such a prominent figure would utter those words. You are the true idol. What am I in comparison, right? No. You are the only idol in my heart. I await your return. After saying this, she directly handed the phone to Yi Ran, who was too shy to speak. Observing this scene, Yi Ran felt somewhat helpless, especially with a rival standing beside her. It seemed destined that even without meeting the protagonist, she would encounter a competitor. Brother, stop being so relaxed all the time. Quickly find a way off this island. It may become even more troublesome in the future. There was much Yi Ran wished to convey to Yi Hao, but at that moment, her only desire was for his safe return. Participating in this survival challenge was for her sake, and she felt unworthy to say anything. However, for Yi Hao's safety, she was willing to set aside her concerns. With the rare opportunity of an unusual pause, it would be foolish not to seek an escape route. Hearing Yi Ran's words, Yi Hao realized he needed to put on a show of effort. Otherwise, she would surely worry, as even the appearance of trying was necessary at this juncture. All right, I will attempt a few more times. After chatting for a while longer, he ended the call. Having eaten a little, Yi Hao shouldered his backpack and commenced his attempts for the day. He entered the sea and began swimming in a particular direction. He knew success was unlikely. His mind was elsewhere, merely going through the motions. Meanwhile, the other contestants indulged in a leisurely slumber, awakening to savor a delightful meal. This might have been the life they had always yearned for, and such enjoyment was a rare luxury. Uncertain how long this pause would last, they hoped it would endure for half a month. After that duration, Yi Hao's task would be complete, and he could attempt to break free at any time. If he could find an exit during this period, that would be ideal. Otherwise, he would have to wait for a desperate attempt in half a month's time. For nearly an entire day, Yi Hao remained immersed in the ocean, continuously striving to breach the barriers from various angles. Each endeavor ended in failure, which was precisely what troubled Yi Hao. If he fails to achieve success within the next fortnight, what reason does he have to believe in his eventual triumph? Is it merely due to his handsome visage? Chapter 143. The contestants are affected. Attempting is but a fleeting endeavor. After all, the conditions here pose considerable challenges. One cannot predict when an explosive breakthrough might occur. In truth, such an environment serves to better awaken latent potential. Regardless of future outcomes, life here compels one to evolve. Failure to grow will inevitably lead to an exceedingly dire predicament. Yi Hao has struggled for an extended period without discovering any viable solutions. His previous notions were naively optimistic. He has exhibited an excessive and unwarranted confidence, given that his abilities are rather limited. In the face of these dangers, he remains utterly defenseless. Should he fail, Yi Hao finds himself powerless, as everything around him lies beyond his control. For now, he must navigate circumstances as they arise, confronting challenges as they come. Upon returning to the camp, Yi Hao began to observe his fellow contestants with newfound seriousness. They were resting, yet the nearby areas were under constant surveillance. Observing the surroundings could only benefit Yi Hao. In the distance, a certain location on the map appeared to be diagonally opposite to his position. However, Yi Hao noticed that some areas there bore a resemblance to the marshland he inhabited, shrouded in a pink mist, and perhaps even more expansive. Gazing at that scenery, Yi Hao experienced an illusion, a sense that these two places were interconnected. Uncertain of the reason behind this feeling, he could not shake it. The night air was tinged with a peculiar scent, one that Yi Hao found oddly familiar, which dissipated upon entering the basement. The current atmosphere on the deserted island was one of tranquility, with many contestants succumbing to inebriation. They had begun to relinquish hope, as few could comprehend the weight of their pressures. The island was rife with legendary elements that inspired envy, yet acquiring them was purely a matter of luck. To this day, very few had succeeded in obtaining them. Like that individual floating on the water, who gained abilities yet found no joy in them. Such powers were indeed legendary, but of what use were they to an ordinary person? That individual remained troubled at sea. Having reached a point where he could forego food and water, this was the most favorable news he had encountered thus far. Upon awakening at dawn, Yi Hao observed that many contestants appeared utterly depleted. They seemed listless, their complexions wan and sallow. They lacked the energy to undertake any tasks, as if they were entirely drained. Apart from a few aberrant individuals, the rest had succumbed to this malaise. Furthermore, this phenomenon was island-wide, devoid of any prior warning. Indeed, beneath the calm lay a more perilous crisis than what was evident on the surface. This crisis is one that eludes the awareness of most. Yet those immersed in it easily fall prey to its grasp. It may be linked to the elusive scent experienced yesterday, the nature of which remains uncertain. As the audience hears Yi Hao's words, they begin to inquire across various live streams. Indeed, as Yi Hao surmised, everyone had detected that same aroma the day prior, and each individual felt an unsettling familiarity with it, scarcely giving it a second thought. This familiarity is, in itself, a deception. What sort of scent could evoke such recognition without instilling any sense of vigilance? This phenomenon is inherently perplexing, capable of dulling one's alertness and effortlessly penetrating defenses. Such a presence is the most terrifying, akin to being ensnared without awareness. Perhaps within each individual lies a deeply ingrained memory, be it a person, event, or scent, that stirs an inner sensation. The weakened souls now struggle even to walk, and it must be acknowledged that this may lead to complete devastation. As the issues within this space arise, the production team finds themselves powerless to intervene. They can only fret, unable to provide any assistance. Those affected begin to exhibit signs of irritability. Even in their weakened state, they cannot suppress their anger. Ironically, even the act of venting their frustrations becomes laborious, intensifying the simmering rage within. One by one, they grow increasingly restless, their bodies fidgeting as if in a seizure. Observing the scene on the screen, Yihao suddenly perceives that this group may not perish easily. He witnesses a peculiar phenomenon. The veins of these individuals start to change color. The once bluish veins are now tinged with pink, a delicate hue that renders their skin seemingly tender. This tenderness starkly contrasts with the pallor of those affected. The audience finds themselves at a loss for words, as if something constricted within them is suffocating their breath. Almost simultaneously, all the afflicted individuals begin to vomit. What emerges resembles pink, tubular entities akin to the veins within their bodies. Yet, as they touch the ground, they vanish into the earth. After approximately 10 minutes of retching, the individuals appear to have lost considerable weight. Only after they can no longer expel anything do their bodies gradually revert to their original state, albeit appearing more frail. The ground appears pristine, as though nothing had transpired moments before, leading this group to question the reality of their recent experience. Was it reality or merely a dream? After all, it feels surreal. The bewildered expressions of the contestants mirror those of the audience, as a shared sense of disbelief envelopes them all. Is this truly a game with human lives at stake? Was it merely an illusion that had just transpired? Yihao incessantly shook his head, scrutinizing the scene before him. He observed with great diligence. The ground appeared unchanged in any discernible way. However, Yihao detected a peculiar anomaly. The nearby flora seemed to exhibit differences. They appeared to have grown taller, though he could not ascertain whether it was merely a figment of his imagination. It appeared as if they were gradually ascending in height. A change so subtle that it eluded the naked eye yet became evident upon a brief interval of observation. An ominous sensation loomed, as though something significant was on the verge of transpiring. Unable to restrain himself, he muttered a few words under his breath, though they were overheard by others. Surely, Yi Shun had discerned something, for he would not have spoken otherwise. Judging by Yi Shun's words, they seemed to carry considerable weight, yet this was far from reassuring. Each individual present was bound to face dire consequences. The air was thick with a foreboding sense of impending turmoil. Frankly, Yihao had not anticipated that a single utterance of his would garner such gravity among the crowd. The changes occurring within the others were inherently a source of concern. Perhaps every individual would undergo transformation. The nature of these transformations remained uncertain, whether they would prove beneficial or detrimental. Some phenomena defy verbal explanation. After all, the current island environment seemed to compel every entity towards metamorphosis. This might well be the unwritten law of this place. Chapter 144. The continuation of transformation. Though it was still morning, an oppressive heat enveloped everyone's hearts. The ongoing transformations instilled a sense of trepidation in all. Yihao continued his observations, awaiting further developments among the individuals around him. Uncertain of their circumstances, he found himself at a loss regarding his next course of action. Once each individual underwent their changes, Yihao would be able to ascertain certain truths. Without such alterations, making swift decisions would be impossible. The criteria for judging circumstances often necessitate multifaceted contemplation. In this place, Yihao was burdened with countless considerations. Every decision could potentially impact their survival. Whether he could endure in this environment hinged upon these factors. Those affected by the peculiar scent began to drift into a stupor, as if suddenly hypnotized. Their expressions morphed into a uniformity. Their bodies assumed a static posture, legs apart, bent forward in a bow, yet their heads strained upward. This bizarre configuration manifested simultaneously in each individual, as if they were responding to an unspoken command. The surrounding underbrush surged with frenetic growth, and in an instant, everyone stood erect. Drones became susceptible to a magnetic force, causing the visuals to blur momentarily. However, clarity swiftly returned. From each affected individual, a fine, powdery substance began to disperse. A grass-like tendril emerged from above their heads, gradually morphing into the shape of a budding flower. The entire transformation unfolded in less than 3 minutes, culminating in a remarkable metamorphosis. After the emergence of the flower bud, everyone regained their senses. They felt no awareness of the transformations that had transpired, even remaining oblivious to the events that had just occurred. Upon witnessing the changes in themselves, despair enveloped each individual. They dared not disturb the peculiar flower buds, uncertain of how such actions might jeopardize their lives. These strange phenomena instilled fear. None among them wished for death. Yet, under such circumstances, human emotions became exceedingly unstable, spiraling into chaos. In the midst of this turmoil, one contestant, unable to endure the torment, severed the flower bud atop his head with a swift stroke of a knife. The blade cut cleanly through the stalk-like appendage in an instant. Upon the severance, the individual let out a piercing scream, as though the blow had struck his own flesh. To his astonishment, blood began to surge forth from the severed area, gushing forth in torrents before the wound miraculously began to regenerate, returning to its original form, albeit slightly smaller in size. The severed flower bud, upon touching the ground, vanished instantaneously, as if it had transformed into dust, dissipating into the air. Following this harrowing experience, the contestant fell into a profound silence, seemingly resigned to his fate. For all present had succumbed to the infection. The struggle for survival had become an arduous endeavor. The recent pain led him to relinquish any resistance, opting instead to sit quietly in a corner, lost in thought. Witnessing this, the others fell into a solemn state. Any peculiar notions they had entertained were swiftly extinguished. In such a dire situation, surrendering to the flow of events seemed preferable. Otherwise, they might truly find themselves wishing for death, while the prospect of death held no fear. The crux of their despair lay in the utter lack of control over their own fates. Each time strange thoughts arose, they felt an overwhelming sense of physical confinement, rendering them nearly powerless over their own bodies. A pervasive despair settled upon all, shattering the morale of each individual. Conversely, those like Yi Hao remained unaffected by the transformations. They exhaled with relief upon witnessing the changes, as none wished to confront such a fate. Clearly, this was a prelude to waiting for death. The majority had already succumbed, lying on the ground in resignation, devoid of any hope, for everything here had slipped beyond their grasp. As time progressed, the environment began to undergo subtle changes. The flower buds above their heads seemed poised to bloom. Whether this was a harbinger of good fortune remained uncertain, yet it appeared they must submit to the unfolding circumstances. Gradually, the pristine white flower buds unfurled, revealing a delicate blush of pink at their cores. The flower bud is slightly smaller than a human head, yet it appears that once it blooms, it will surpass their faces in size. Gradually, the flower bud unfurls, revealing a blossom reminiscent of a lotus atop their heads. However, throughout this transformation, they remain devoid of any sensation, merely observing the changes unfolding on the screen. They resemble mere spectators, rendered powerless. This scenario aligns with their expectations. At the very least, once the flower blooms, the individuals present exhibit no reactions. This indicates that this phenomenon does not threaten their lives, prompting some to begin examining their own flowers. A familiar scent seems to emanate from within, enveloping them in a fragrance they recognize. Suddenly, each person becomes immersed in this aroma, their minds drifting into a state of stupor. In an instant, countless bees swarm in, fervently gathering the nectar from the flowers atop their heads. Yi Hao can see an endless stream of bees emerging from the hive nearby, dispersing across the deserted island in numbers that render him incredulous. The entire sky becomes obscured, yet upon reflection, he realizes that they are indeed countable. If so many bees are drawn away, will they be drained completely? All the bees orbit around Yi Hao, a testament to the immense power he possesses. Watching the departing bees, concern for the others weighs heavily on him. I can't hold back any longer. At that moment, a bold idea takes root in Yi Hao's mind, one that has lingered for quite some time. He resolves to venture to the hive and must taste the honey for himself. Grabbing some tools, he dashes toward the hive. The honey he has longed for now seemingly within reach. He has no time to ponder the fate of the others. It appears that the honey in this place may possess extraordinary properties. Upon arriving at the hive, he discovers it eerily devoid of bees, as if they have all been lured away by the enchanting scent. This fortunate turn of events seems to favor Yi Hao. Without hesitation, he rushes forth, extracting his tools to dig into the hive he has coveted for so long. To his surprise, the top layer of honey lacks any fragrance, and upon tasting it, he finds it bitter. This is truly perplexing. Chapter 145. Where is the destination? Not dwelling on it further, Yihao retrieves a container to begin collecting. With an abundance of honey available, there must be some variation among the layers. After excavating some from the top, he shifts his focus to the layer beneath. Thus, he digs deeper, layer by layer, until he finally encounters a queen bee the size of a rabbit, staring intently at him. At this moment, Yihao was indifferent to everything else. After all, he was merely a bug, incapable of causing him any harm. As expected, with Yihao's approach, the queen bee began to retreat further back, expelling a series of amber-like orbs from her body. Observing this, Yihao did not hesitate and swiftly collected them. Realizing that the treasures in this area had been nearly depleted, he decided to spare the queen and covered the entrance with a layer of soil before departing. His bounty was substantial, and he returned to the camp with a sense of elation. Everyone was captivated by the events unfolding nearby, completely oblivious to Yihao's situation. The sight of an individual surrounded by countless bees was truly a rare phenomenon. It was as if every inch of their body exuded nectar, attracting the bees in a continuous frenzy. The person was enveloped entirely, rendering their original form unrecognizable. Gradually, the bees coalesced around them, forming an enormous sphere of buzzing insects. Such a spectacle was indeed chilling. Had the audience not developed a degree of resilience, they might have found it overwhelming. Experts were at a loss for explanations, as these occurrences fell outside the realm of their studies and transcended their understanding, like suddenly opening a door that left them stunned, with no means to retaliate but to accept this strange reality. Nearly an hour passed before the bees began to disperse. As they departed, onlookers noticed that those who had been encircled appeared unscathed, merely in a deep slumber. The flowers above had completely withered, as if nothing had transpired, leaving the individuals in their original state, devoid of any response. Upon returning to the camp, Yihao felt a pang of regret for coming back too soon. Had he known the bees would linger for so long, he would have harvested more honey. Now, it seemed he had missed a significant opportunity. Unfortunately, his lack of knowledge left him unable to grasp the situation fully, and he sighed in resignation. Damn it. Next time I won't let this swarm of bees off so easily. They certainly toyed with me. Those who returned to Yihao's live stream seemed bewildered by his sudden remark, as if the bees had not posed any threat to him. However, they paid little attention, still reeling from the earlier spectacle. A day passed without any signs of activity from the encircled individuals, yet the rhythmic rise and fall of their chests confirmed they were alive. Meanwhile, a brother out at sea, witnessing this scene, suddenly broke into laughter. At last, he encountered something that brought him solace. Although his abilities felt somewhat inadequate, he remained unaffected by the bizarre events unfolding around him. He dashed through the sea, an exhilarating moment worthy of remembrance. As night fell, the deserted island descended into an eerie silence. All sounds faded away, reminiscent of a time before the strange occurrences began. Yet, Yihao found himself unable to sleep, a persistent feeling gnawing at him that something was amiss. After all, this atmosphere did not bode well. Despite his misfortune, his instincts had proven remarkably accurate. Hiding in the basement, he remained vigilant, prepared to flee at the slightest hint of danger. In the distance, a despondent individual, reluctant to return to the island, gazed longingly at a ship not far away, so close, yet worlds apart. Suddenly, those who had once blossomed opened their eyes, their collective gaze drawn toward a singular direction, as if something unseen beckoned them. Without uttering a sound, they began to move, their bodies adopting an odd, vine-like quality as they advanced. For reasons unknown, Yihao felt an uncanny sensation. The group converged toward a familiar place for Yihao, the swamp, his swamp. It was as if an unseen force summoned them, allowing each person to traverse paths previously deemed inaccessible. Once fraught with peril, the area now appeared devoid of threats. Although everyone seemed to walk slowly, their pace was anything but languid. Those who stood guard that night bore witness to this eerie spectacle, while the slumbering remained oblivious. Without a moment's hesitation, Yihao gathered his belongings and swiftly departed toward the shoreline, the sea offering a semblance of safety. At least he could dive, a skill that might save his life. Upon reaching the beach, he observed the group's destination and felt an acute sense of danger. Many had recognized the peril, as competitors had already ventured close. Upon entering the pink mist, they vanished without a trace. Drones encircling the swamp sprang into action, eager to discover where these individuals would emerge. As more entered the swamp, the fog began to dissipate. The final contestant's entry heralded the complete disappearance of the pink haze enveloping the swamp, and the participants themselves vanished from sight. Not a single drone captured any sign of their exit. Perhaps they had sunk into the mire? Speculation arose in the comments, for this was indeed a swamp. The absence of departing shadows suggested a grim fate. Curiosity enveloped the crowd, yet only Yi Hao felt a profound sense of dread. After all, being so close to him, who knows what might transpire? Yet, after a prolonged period, no discoveries were made, as if everything had genuinely sunk into the depths. A breakthrough. The production team announced they had evidently traced the whereabouts of the missing individuals. Soon, live footage was transmitted, revealing the location of those individuals, aligning closely with my earlier conjectures. In the far corner of the map, within that marshland, the vanished contestants emerged one by one from the pink mist, advancing towards a nearby desolate area that seemed to be their destination. Each person was enveloped in uncertainty, as certain regions were inaccessible to the drones. The only footage captured by the exploratory drones depicted a colossal fruit, pulsating with a blood-red luminescence. Chapter 146. The fall. The nearest desolation visible here might well be the location of that flickering crimson fruit. Each time the drone approached, it inexplicably lost signal due to some unknown interference. The group was heading directly towards that very place. Numerous drones had already begun to converge there, striving to gather real-time data to ascertain what might unfold next. Yi Hao had been closely monitoring this area, as part of his hypothesis had proven accurate. It appeared these individuals were seeking to absorb nutrients, or perhaps were on the verge of some bizarre mutation. The safety of this place had diminished, and more importantly, the marsh over there was interconnected with this one, creating a distressing situation. Yi Hao was perpetually on the brink of danger, given the proximity to such a treacherous, almost teleportative marsh, truly terrifying. Upon witnessing these events, Yi Hao opted to temporarily wait by the seaside until the situation unfolded further. On screen, figures began to make their way towards the desolate area, resembling a small canyon or cave. From a distance, one could see several objects shimmering with a red glow. As the first contestant entered, the red light suddenly intensified, erupting into a piercing scream that was neither human nor reminiscent of any known creature. It was an odd sound, as if emanating from some unknown entity. Before long, the second individual arrived. This sequence repeated itself until the last one had entered, at which point silence enveloped the area. The red glow ceased its flickering and settled into a steady luminescence, albeit subtle changes remained perceptible, albeit difficult to discern. Nearly an hour later, the ground began to tremble violently, as that familiar frequency resonated once more. When the vibrations returned, everything seemed to awaken. Contestants with awareness were left aghast, utterly unprepared for the startling revelation that this deserted island had come to life once again. As the island trembled violently, the fruit emanating a crimson glow suddenly erupted with an overwhelming brilliance. The red light flooded the entire cavern, flickering in synchrony with the convulsions of the island. Shadows began to materialize within the cave, cast in the eerie red luminescence. Strangely, these silhouettes appeared distorted, resembling human forms yet altered. Peculiar protrusions were discernible from their backs or chests, lending an awkwardness to their appearance. The transformations occurring on the island ensnared the attention of all onlookers, who found themselves unable to fathom the magnitude of these changes. The recent events had indeed unfolded with startling abruptness. Without uttering a word, Yi Hao rushed toward the sea, prioritizing his survival above all else. The ocean remained a bastion of stability, untouched by the tumultuous vibrations. In fact, submerged in the water, he felt a clarity of mind. Floating atop the surface, he retrieved his phone and began to observe his surroundings, appreciating the advantageous position he occupied. However, in comparison to the individual drifting on the water's surface, his situation seemed somewhat diminished. Yet, for Yi Hao, it was a considerable improvement. Those who had not sought refuge in the ocean were severely affected, rendered motionless and dizzy, their bodies succumbing to the disorienting effects. Symptoms of nausea and vertigo soon followed. A grim arrangement indeed. Fortunately, this turmoil did not last long. Within approximately 10 minutes, the island's tremors ceased. Those impacted began to vomit, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. And a temporary stillness enveloped the scene, leaving the audience devoid of the inclination to comment. Amidst this tense atmosphere, viewers worldwide watching the live broadcast paused their activities. Entirely engrossed in the unfolding events, the situation on the island had effectively captivated the entire globe. Major news outlets commenced discussions regarding whether the island's anomalies would have global repercussions. The implications of these mutations on the world beyond the island remained a topic ripe for debate. Yet, The extraordinary nature of these transformations had instilled a profound sense of concern among many. What on earth is happening? Gazing at the screen, Yi Hao felt a wave of nausea wash over him as the crimson fruit exploded, releasing a viscous red liquid that began to spread across the ground. The crimson fluid, reminiscent of tendrils, started to explore its surroundings, undulating toward various directions. One by one, the contestants emerged from within. To his astonishment, they exhibited peculiar growths resembling wing-like leaves protruding from their backs, while their feet transformed into root-like appendages, releasing intricate strands of fine roots. Each contestant had morphed into a state akin to a plant-human hybrid, not the kind typically found in hospitals, but a true amalgamation of flora and humanity. No longer fully human, Yi Hao had never anticipated such an occurrence. I initially believed they would survive, but it now appears they have likely lost all consciousness. It is truly tragic to witness so many affected simultaneously, transformed in such a manner. Indeed, the ability to undergo autonomous transformation is preferable, otherwise, being forced into such a state leaves little room for choice. This predicament is unavoidable, as this place is beyond human dominion. Once peculiar occurrences began to manifest, this locale became utterly unpredictable. Everything here resembles a bomb operating without discernible patterns. A moment's inattention could trigger a catastrophic disaster at any time. The contestants who have become vegetative are now following these blood-red tendrils, moving in a singular direction. Goodness, is this never-ending? Observing their trajectory, Yi Hao felt the urge to curse. Why must they approach his vicinity when there are countless other directions to take? The map clearly indicates that their origin is right where Yi Hao is. Regardless of the region, he can no longer return. There is no space for survival. He can only seek refuge in the water for the time being. These entities move slowly, showing no urgency whatsoever. Yet, for Yi Hao, the waiting is excruciating. Is this the end for Yi Shen? Undoubtedly, the direction is unmistakably towards him. What can be done? I can hardly bear to watch. The barrage of comments is filled with concern, yet Yi Hao finds himself disinterested. If words could affect change, he would not be so troubled. He appreciates the goodwill of others, but there is simply no time to address such matters now. Yi Hao continuously switches between various viewpoints, desperately searching for a safe haven. After all, this place is on the brink of collapse, and he cannot remain here any longer. Chapter 147. This is quite distressing. Surveying the entire desolate island, it appears that no location is secure at this moment. It seems that only the sea remains unaltered, or perhaps the transformations have occurred without anyone's notice. Everything on the island unfolds under the watchful eyes of the inhabitants, while the mysteries of the sea remain obscured. Were it not for certain unmanned submarines operating, Yi Hao would hesitate to venture into the ocean. Traditionally, the depths of the sea are deemed far more perilous. The deep sea is a realm that remains largely uncharted, and an enormous anaconda has yet to reveal itself. At no point did Yi Hao envision that the ocean would become his final refuge. However, everything here is beyond his expectations. With only a few days remaining until a month has passed, Yi Hao genuinely fears he may not endure much longer. The occurrences in this world have become overwhelmingly excessive. Please refrain from flooding the comments. Instead, kindly assist me in determining their location. It appears that my younger sister is the one commenting. Taking out his phone, Yi Hao dialed Yi Ran's number. Indeed, on the other end, Mo Ran was with Yi Ran. All right, I will keep an eye out for you and contact you if anything arises. Hearing Yi Ran's words, Yi Hao felt a sense of relief. At that moment, he had no time to concern himself with others. He needed to find a place to temporarily hide or a way to escape the deserted island. Fortunately, the production team had granted them the authority to manipulate the drone's camera. Otherwise, Yi Hao would have been utterly distraught. It was exceedingly challenging. What initially seemed to be a splendid adventure now appeared somewhat hasty. The camera on his phone continually shifted, and Yi Hao observed the changes in every location. It seemed that the only place unaffected was his current position, suggesting it might be the epicenter of the mutations. Upon this realization, Yi Hao suddenly felt that his location had become the most perilous spot. After searching for quite some time without success, Yi Ran called him. Brother, those people have arrived at the Great World. They are all halted at the entrance. Why there again? Yi Hao was exasperated, as it seemed that trouble always arose from the place he had yet to enter. The most critical issue was that he had no knowledge of what lay within. He had at least experienced other locations, but that particular place had eluded him from the very beginning. It was evident that this was the convergence point of all secrets. Yi Hao could not feel any joy. He could no longer return to his camp. From this point forward, he had lost his refuge. Others might still have a chance. But Yi Hao found himself in a particularly uncomfortable situation. Fortunately, the production team had delivered an airboat via drone, providing him with a semblance of a home on the sea. Being constantly immersed in seawater would rapidly decrease his body temperature, a concern that had troubled him previously. Thankfully, the airboat resolved that issue. Damn, what a pity for my 2 wild chickens. Whenever hunger struck, Yi Hao would recall his wild chickens, and he was fortunate to have already consumed one. Otherwise, his regret would have been even greater. After organizing his belongings, the production team sent over some food. There was no other option. Yi Hao was essentially trapped here. It seemed that someone floating on the water had noticed Yi Hao's predicament and was making their way toward him. Upon arriving beside Yi Hao, who was enjoying his meal, it was clear that this individual posed no threat, allowing Yi Hao to eat in peace and savor his food. Observing this scene, the audience erupted in laughter. Hello, my name is Saya. The contestant standing on the water extended his hand, wishing to shake hands with Yi Hao. Upon witnessing the remarkable politeness of this individual, Yi Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment. He instinctively extended his hand for a handshake, only to realize that his hands were greasy from the meal he had just enjoyed. I apologize, my hands are a bit oily. Let me wash them, he said, feeling somewhat sheepish. Saya stood there, momentarily taken aback by Yi Hao's demeanor. After washing his hands, Yi Hao reached out again, firmly grasping Saya's hand. Hello, I am Yi Hao. It is a pleasure to meet you. By the way, would you like to join me for a bite? Faced with such a profound inquiry, Saya nearly faltered. Almost everyone was aware of his inability to consume food. Yet Yi Hao had the audacity to ask. It was rather excessive. There is some beer here. Would you care for a drink? Suddenly, Yi Hao retrieved a pack of beer from his backpack, offering a bottle to Saya while opening one for himself. You know what? Cheers. With that, Yi Hao clinked his bottle against Saya's and took a hearty swig. Saya, observing Yi Hao's carefree attitude, found himself at a loss for words. Tentatively, he took a sip. Goodness, I can actually drink. Upon realizing this delightful news, Saya felt invigorated. Come on, brother, let us drink up. Having not tasted food or water in quite some time, the surprising revelation that he could indulge in alcohol sent waves of joy through him. Seated on a boat, with Saya perched upon the water's surface, the two engaged in lively conversation while watching a live stream on their phones. The other contestants, witnessing this camaraderie, felt a tinge of envy. They were quite far from the shore, unable to reach it in a short span, and the seaside was hardly a safe locale. Thus they remained in their respective places. From Yi Hao's vantage point, all the spectators observed drones tirelessly delivering supplies. Cases of beer were transported back and forth multiple times. It seemed as though the two would not succumb to inebriation. Yi Hao could still manage a snack to accompany his drink, while Saya was simply consuming the beer straight. In the short span of time, he had already downed over 20 bottles. Brother, pace yourself. The drones will run out of battery at this rate. Yi Hao jested, observing Saya's drinking habits. Brother, you have no idea of the struggles I've faced these past days. Meeting you, having someone to converse with, is a relief. The unending solitude and inferiority that plagued Saya, despite his newfound abilities, left him feeling despondent. Yet, witnessing Yi Hao's spirited nature brought a degree of equilibrium to Saya's heart. Come on, seeing you only able to hide on this little boat lifts my spirits considerably. Initially brimming with joy, Yi Hao felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing this remark. For heaven's sake, no one is omnipotent. With your mediocre skills, this is all you can accomplish. After exchanging these sentiments, the two erupted in laughter. At least when compared to others, they considered themselves relatively fortunate. Yi Hao had never imagined that one day he would find himself intertwined with the concept of fortune. Alas, the tides have finally turned in my favor. Yi Hao has arrived at this moment. Raising his beer, he took hearty gulps, reveling in his newfound luck. Chapter 148. The secret of Saya. In stark contrast to the tranquility experienced by Yi Hao and his companion, the others were ensnared in turmoil. Following their recent bout of nausea, everyone was in poor health. Especially after witnessing the shift among their peers, a palpable anxiety gripped them. Perhaps they, too, would soon face peril. Relying solely on their own abilities, they would struggle to withstand it. Come, let us drink. Cheers. The two on the sea had been drinking for quite some time, yet the group of soulless beings remained utterly still. They stood motionless at the entrance, seemingly awaiting something, though none could discern what it might be. Moreover, It appeared that no significant changes were afoot in the vicinity. The crimson tendrils had vanished, slipping from sight. It seemed as though tranquility had once again enveloped the scene. Seizing the moment, Yihao joined Saya in a spirited toast. The prospect of escape seemed futile. Opportunities were scarce. Perhaps weary from drinking, Yihao picked up his phone and began to scrutinize the scene intently. The figures before the camera stood frozen in place. As he maneuvered his drone closer to them, the soulless beings remained unresponsive. Damn it, they're not merely standing still. They have taken root. Yihao's exclamation sent ripples of realization through those who had overlooked this detail. It dawned on many that these beings were indeed fulfilling a purpose. It seemed they had effectively sealed off the entrance, creating a complete barrier, despite their modest stature. Yet, Yihao discerned a troubling detail. Their hands had transformed into vine-like appendages, incessantly writhing. Yihao deftly piloted a drone aloft, aiming to pass through the opening. However, just as it was about to breach the threshold, the drone became ensnared by the tendrils of these entities, crashing to the ground in a spectacular failure. It became evident that the role of these beings was to guard the entrance. Something monumental must be transpiring within. Otherwise, the situation would not be as it was. Reflecting on the elusive Yulingzi, Yihao suspected a connection to it. What transpired inside remained a mystery to all. Witnessing the transformation of these individuals left a bitter taste in everyone's hearts. A once vibrant life had been rendered unrecognizable. Help me. As the drone hovered at the periphery, it seemed to capture these desperate pleas. As long as one did not cross that boundary, these beings would refrain from launching an assault. Did you hear that? Someone is calling for help. It appears to be genuine, as if those plant-like beings are crying out. Could it be that they possess their own consciousness? The barrage of comments began to flood the screen, pleading for the production team to extend a helping hand. After all, these individuals seem to retain some awareness. They have not entirely succumbed to death. How else could they utter the words "save me"? Yet, such expressions seem to be all that can be heard, devoid of any further dialogue. Experts and numerous personnel are diligently analyzing this peculiar situation. Even if they were to be rescued, their chances of survival are bleak. It seems an unnecessary expenditure of effort. They are already deceased. Please refrain from wasting your energy. Observing the screen, many are fervently hoping that Yihao will come to their aid. Yihao could no longer contain himself. Ignorance is indeed a terrible thing. Yi Shun, I misjudged you. How could you be such a person? Truly, you are selfish, a disgrace. A coward, a small-minded individual. As Yihao spoke, a tide of curses began to rise from the crowd. After all, there are far too many self-righteous individuals, parading their false compassion. Feel free to say what you will. Without uttering another word, he resumed drinking. Shall I go and give it a try? Saya suddenly interjected, having lost all hope in this place. To be alive is not always a blessing. Forget it. Those people have long since perished. Perished? Yes, those utterances are merely the last remnants of their consciousness, repeating as they approach the brink of despair. The human spirit, endlessly echoing. Yet, the body and mind have faded. The only vestige remaining is the instinctual will to survive. Upon hearing Yihao's words, many realized he spoke the truth, though some were unwilling to accept it. While you utter such phrases, reflect upon yourselves. Saya confronted the barrage of comments directly. What right do you have to command from the sidelines? Come here and say that to my face. Witnessing Saya's outburst, Yihao was taken aback. They were cursing me, and I remained unfazed. What has gotten into you? You can criticize me, but do not speak ill of my brother. In a moment of camaraderie over drinks, Saya regarded Yihao as his closest ally, a brother for whom he would sacrifice everything. In this dire situation, Yihao suddenly became his emotional anchor. Without Yihao, Saya felt lost, uncertain of the meaning of survival. All right, that's enough. Yihao could no longer bear it. This had gone too far. Oh, very well then. Let us continue drinking and ignore these trolls. This guy is truly naive, Yihao thought to himself, utterly impressed. However, such an innocent soul, devoid of guile, is the kind of person with whom one can forge friendships. Well then, we have no idea what may transpire here. Let us hope for an opportunity to escape. Although it is a privilege to have met, time is rather scarce. In truth, I harbor a secret that I have yet to disclose. After an indeterminate duration of drinking, Saya suddenly spoke. Observing the somewhat dazed Yihao, it appeared he had resolved within himself. You must safeguard your secret. After all, everyone here is eager to uncover some hidden truth. Ultimately, the secrets within this place are undoubtedly linked to legendary matters. Yihao understood that these individuals all possessed secrets, yet they likely lack the opportunity to obtain them. No, I must confide in you. Among all the people here, I trust only you. I refuse to listen. Knowing only deepens my distress. Yi Hao comprehended that knowing yet being unable to act would be a torment. Listen to me. The river where I discovered the stone holds other treasures. Saya's expression was exceedingly earnest. He was reluctant to divulge these particulars. If they exist, so be it. I harbor no interest in those trinkets. When it comes to legendary artifacts, Yi Hao still deemed his own life to be of paramount importance. Living is superior to all else. It resembles a key. Suddenly, Saya leaned closer to Yi Hao's ear and whispered, "A key?" Initially devoid of any interest, at that moment Yi Hao could no longer contain his curiosity. This object must pertain to the entire deserted island. If such a key exists, it may indeed hold significance. A naturally formed key is likely not so simple. Chapter 149. The Drunken Revelry, I Shall Not Go. Yi Hao was aware that the location posed no extraordinary danger, at least not as perilous as his current surroundings. Why? Saya inquired, his curiosity piqued. Were it not for his unique ability, he would have already ventured forth. However, the desire to abstain prevailed, for he was uncertain of its utility. Indeed, when faced with the unknown, the risks seemed unwarranted. Is the beer satisfying? It's tolerable. One grows accustomed to it. At least it quenches thirst. Quench thirst? Yi Hao was surprised that this beer actually alleviated Saya's thirst. Let us sample a few bottles of liquor. For Yi Hao, liquor served solely to induce intoxication. At least when inebriated, one need not ponder excessively, and it also warms the body. Excellent. After a brief wait, the production team delivered several bottles of liquor. Without hesitation, Saya seized a bottle and commenced drinking. In an instant, the bottle was emptied. Yi Hao stood in astonishment. It truly was as though Saya were consuming liquor, as if it were beer. Moreover, he showed no signs of alteration. This ability is rather impressive. Cheers. Upon uttering these words, he reached for another bottle, only to have it slip from his grasp and crash onto the water's surface. He then succumbed to slumber. So, he can indeed become intoxicated. It appears that I must indulge in drinking alone. Accompanied by some snacks, Yi Hao poured himself a drink, embodying a certain nonchalance. After a few rounds, as he surveyed the empty bottles of liquor aboard the vessel, he suddenly realized the extent of his consumption. He had unwittingly indulged to such a degree. To his astonishment, this transformation within him had such an effect. He could indeed drink countless cups without succumbing to inebriation. Feeling fatigued from sitting, Yi Hao rose to stretch his limbs. The refreshing sea breeze tousled his hair, imparting a delightful sensation, and he found himself drifting into a state of mild intoxication. Alcohol emboldens the timid, and he felt a surge of bravado. Where was the beast? I shall roast it. What nonsense! You claim I lack the courage to confront it? Preposterous. It is merely a trifling key. I shall retrieve it now and show you all, you pitiful lot. In his drunken stupor, Yi Hao became utterly unhinged, careening about uncontrollably. Without a moment's hesitation, he dove toward the location mentioned by Saya. His swimming speed was astonishing, far surpassing his usual pace, propelled solely by the intoxication coursing through him. In no time, he reached the shore and began to sprint with fervor. Was this truly human? It felt as though the liquor had unleashed some latent power. This was terrifying. He ran straight into the river Saya had described, plunging into the depths. When he resurfaced, he clutched an object resembling a key, albeit one no larger than the palm of his hand. Upon reaching the shore, Yi Hao was poised to confront the spectators. Suddenly, a grotesque creature with 6 eyes and the body of a leopard lunged at him mercilessly. Get lost, you little creep. With a swift kick, he sent the creature flying, igniting its primal instincts. The beast, with its leopard-like tail, unleashed a torrent of white silk toward Yi Hao. With a deft roll, he drew forth his formidable cleaver and aimed for the creature's head. With a swift slice, the creature attempted to evade, leaping onto a web suspended in the air. Yet, it could not escape Yi Hao's blade, as a substantial portion of its hindquarters was severed. A mass of white secretion plummeted to the ground. A silent roar erupted from the creature, which, devoid of any will to fight, contemplated retreat, only to be ruthlessly crushed by Yi Hao. Damn it! If I don't consume this, I shall bring some back for those who mocked me in the comments. I will relish watching you feast. At that moment, the comments section erupted in chaos as those who had previously spoken fell silent. Yi Hao had indeed carved a piece of meat to carry with him. Your tactics of deception for food and drink are commendable, but I cannot envy the flesh of monsters. To all, take care and enjoy life to the fullest. At this moment, Yihao resembled a war god, emerging before everyone with an invincible demeanor, completely overturning their usual perception of him. Many were perplexed as to why he seemed transformed after consuming alcohol. Upon returning to the boat, Saya had yet to awaken, while the dizzy Yihao succumbed to slumber on the deck. When he finally roused, he found himself in a state of bewilderment. After all, it was quite audacious to sleep so soundly in such a place. Glancing at the key nestled in his backpack, Yihao felt utterly at a loss. What on earth am I doing? Incensed by his actions, he downed a drink to steady his nerves. Meanwhile, Saya, catching a whiff of the alcohol, stirred awake. Upon spotting the key in Yihao's hand, he was instantly invigorated. Wow, brother, are you a magician? How did you conjure that? Saya exclaimed, utterly baffled. Ask me. I have no idea. It just appeared in my hand when I woke up, Yihao replied. At that moment, Yiran sent a message, and after she shared the footage from the previous day, Yihao felt utterly disheartened. What the hell happened? Did I go on a drunken rampage? Saya, already in stitches, realized how entertaining Yihao truly was. The key in Yihao's grasp resembled a stone, gleaming with a metallic luster, as if it had been polished for decades. At this juncture, Yihao was devoid of any mood, opting instead to check his phone and see how others were faring, seeking a semblance of balance. As expected, the other contestants were not faring well. Each was desperately fleeing and hiding. His spirits lifted considerably. What a relief. Now I understand why they silenced your live stream. Shall we continue drinking? Get lost. I do not wish to repeat yesterday, Yihao thought, feeling a pang of discomfort at the recollection of the previous day's events. Drinking truly leads to trouble, and Yihao resolved to refrain from alcohol until he had ventured outside. Observing Saya reveling in his drink, Yihao felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. What is so impressive about drinking? The anger simmered within him, seeking an outlet. Grasping the piece of meat at the bow of the boat, he lifted it toward the camera. What are you looking at? When I finally step out, all of you who mocked me will be forced to eat this. In an instant, the barrage of comments ceased. No one dared utter a word. Who would be brave enough to consume such a revolting item? If it were leopard meat, that would be one thing. But it was a grotesque hybrid of a spider and a leopard. No one possessed the courage to even consider whether it was poisonous. Yet, Yihao was indeed toxic. Chapter 150. The return of the giant python. Such tranquil days continued for a few more days, and soon it would be time for Yihao's month to conclude. Hopeful and full of anticipation, Yihao found himself increasingly intrigued. During this period, Saya had spent his days either drinking or conversing with Yihao, living a carefree and untroubled life that Yihao envied deeply. Why, he pondered, did such a person have to appear in his life to torment him? Brother, you may leave, he exclaimed. Yet, despite your refusal to drink with me, I still find our conversations engaging. Upon hearing this, Yihao's expression darkened. This fellow had become like an unyielding adhesive, impossible to detach. However, returning to the mainland was not an option. It was far more perilous there. Thus, he had no choice but to endure Saya's incessant chatter, which echoed in his ears daily. Once, Yihao had yearned for someone to talk to, but now he was paying the price for that once-desired companionship. The once tranquil island seemed to be undergoing a dramatic transformation. The contestants stationed at the entrance began to stir, gradually severing the roots beneath their feet, all of them venturing inside. Before long, a drone captured a breathtaking scene. Several individuals emerged at the entrance, cradling a precious jade Ganoderma. They approached Yihao's camp, lingering momentarily, seemingly in search of something. At this sight, Yihao's heart raced. Were they not seeking him? Their stay was brief, as the jade Ganoderma made its way directly toward Yihao. Across the vast expanse of water, they stood in opposition to one another. This direction pointed straight to Yihao's location, where a few individuals remained motionless by the shoreline. What should he do now? No one could alleviate Yihao's predicament. It appeared they had zeroed in on him. The sole piece of good news was that these entities seemed unable to traverse the sea, the water successfully obstructing their advance. Simultaneously, all anomalies on the island erupted into chaos. Those contestants who had not departed were swiftly dealt with, without exception. It seemed something was drawing these mutated beings, causing them to dart about in a frenzy. In an instant, everything descended into disorder. After observing for a considerable time, Yihao discerned that these creatures were not being attracted by anything in particular. Rather, they were merely attempting to flee, aimlessly and without direction, akin to headless flies. This is disastrous. We are likely doomed. What the hell? Even at such a moment, why drink? Yihao was utterly speechless at this point. His companion was truly heartless. Days slipped by, and the standoff continued. Exceeding Yi Hao's month-long deadline, he found himself tirelessly searching for an escape route within the water, yet discovered nothing. He could even sense the ocean's creatures were in a state of panic. Throughout the entire day, Yi Hao failed to find a means of escape. I knew it. Even after the deadline, there was no escape. Having previously sworn off alcohol, Yi Hao suddenly succumbed to temptation once more. As night fell, he gazed up at the resplendent full moon, reminiscing about his loved ones. How delightful it is to be reunited under such a celestial glow. Raising his cup to invite the moon, he mused, as if there were three of us. Alas, only a solitary, thoughtless fool remained. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated across the desolate island, clear even to Yi Hao's ears, akin to the clarion call before a charge. All that had lain dormant sprang to life. Beneath the silvery moonlight, the colossal python he had once encountered erupted from the water, racing towards the jade-like fungus on the shore, its mouth agape, as if it could swallow the group whole. Yi Hao was rendered speechless by the sight. He had never anticipated that this great serpent, dormant for so long, had sought this. Oblivious to the imminent danger, the jade fungus was swiftly devoured by the python. Despite consuming such a formidable meal, the serpent showed no signs of change. Its formidable presence intensified in the moonlight. Sensing Yi Hao's aura, the python turned its head towards him, nearly sending him into a panic. Why were these creatures fixated on him? At that moment of trepidation, Yi Hao noticed the python writhing in agony. Goodness, what a spectacle! It must be poisoned. He surmised that the jade fungus was highly toxic. Otherwise, such a massive creature would not be in such distress. Writhing and contorting, the python laid waste to its surroundings, creating a deep pit into which seawater poured, soaking the serpent. The sound of tearing flesh reached Yi Hao's ears through the drone. Suddenly, the already colossal python doubled in size, its outer skin shedding entirely, revealing a skin akin to jade, with a texture reminiscent of scales. At that moment, the python had transformed into a behemoth. Its slitted eyes narrowed as they fixed upon Yi Hao, glowing with a blood-red luminescence. In an instant, the massive serpent vanished from the surface of the sea. Before Yi Hao could blink, it reappeared before him, yet it did not attack. Instead, it scrutinized him, as if its consciousness had been ensnared by the jade fungus. Perhaps its consumption of the fungus was merely a means to enter the ocean in search of Yi Hao. "Brother, let us converse," Yi Hao hastily implored, noting the python's lack of aggression. Beside him, Saya seemed oblivious, cursing as he charged towards the colossal serpent. In an instant, the serpent's tail swept through the air, and Saya's figure vanished entirely. Witnessing this, Yi Hao's worry deepened. "Brother, did you summon me for something?" To Yi Hao's surprise, the giant serpent nodded in acknowledgement. Phew, as long as it wasn't here to end his life, he thought, considering the circumstances. Thus, Yi Hao hurriedly produced a key and presented it before the serpent. It was likely that Yulingzi was in search of this item, and Yi Hao unhesitatingly surrendered it. Shaking its head, this was indeed a matter of life and death for him. After a moment of contemplation regarding his possessions, Yi Hao reluctantly retrieved a piece of meat resembling a withered branch. This was the meat that emitted a mist when it fell, a substance rumored to extend one's lifespan. Surely, this was what it sought. Yet, it shook its head again. In this peculiar situation, the onlookers were left baffled. What on earth was the giant serpent searching for? With a face full of skepticism, Yi Hao took out a small red fruit from his bag. Suddenly, the serpent's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 151, The Great Purge commences. Yi Hao was genuinely taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yulingzi's goal was this very item. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed the fruit towards the serpent. The serpent opened its massive jaws and swallowed it whole, as if it had consumed nothing at all. Yet, at that moment, an overwhelming aura emanated from the serpent. Yi Hao was all too familiar with that sensation, the ancient, primal energy. He had felt it before, though its clarity had faded over time. Having acquired what it desired, the giant serpent turned and departed. A sense of relief washed over Yi Hao. The pressure from that entity had been formidable. Under the gaze of the drone's camera, the serpent swiftly made its way ashore, heading towards the mist-laden forest. Presumably, it was returning to its lair. However, on the distant water's surface, a wave emerged, resembling a colossal beast gliding through the water, hurtling directly towards Yi Hao with unwavering speed. Witnessing this, Yi Hao silently drew his large machete. In the blink of an eye, the splash of water came to a halt not far away. Saya looked at Yi Hao with a sense of grievance, unable to shed tears. "Brother, that thing bullied me. You survived?" Yi Hao was astonished. He had never imagined that after being struck, Saya would emerge unscathed. It was indeed a rare sight. How could I perish? Nothing happened. It didn't hurt at all, but I am indignant about being struck by that creature. Wait, may I take a swing at you? Such words were indeed provocative, enough to infuriate anyone. He cowered here, serving that entity, only to find that nothing happened after its provocation. Shortly thereafter, the entire deserted island began to tremble violently. This time, there was no discernible pattern, it simply quaked. Through the lens of the drone, everything on this forsaken island seemed to enter a rhythm reminiscent of a post-apocalyptic world. Countless monsters began to engage in brutal combat with one another, while the vegetation started to wither. The waters of the river began to dry up, as if it had experienced an eternity in an instant. Everything appeared to be fast-forwarding, yet these events transpired in mere minutes. The magnetic field of the entire island had ceased to function, allowing access to all areas. The drone remained unaffected, soaring freely above, untouched by the chaos below. Yi Hao steered the drone towards the canyon, pondering whether its secrets had been uncovered by anyone else. He was aware of the origin of that fruit. Beside him, Saya leaned in, curiously observing the screen of Yi Hao's device. Upon reaching the canyon, the water therein had not vanished. However, with the river above now dry, the waterfall had completely disappeared. Without the waterfall's cover, the deep pool began to reveal its unique spectacle. Like a mirror, no matter how intense the tremors, everything here remained undisturbed. The water's surface was still, seemingly indifferent to the world. Nearby fish began to leap desperately, as if the waters had become inhospitable. The piranhas in the distance continued to thrash about, unable to cease their frenetic activity. They appeared to be in a state of excitement, mouths agape, seemingly awaiting something. The distant caves and lakes remained unchanged, though the cave now exuded an ominous darkness. Clearly, no monsters had emerged from within, leaving the piranhas eagerly anticipating sustenance. Many were witnessing this scene for the first time. Previously, only Yi Hao had ventured here. The lake was teeming with piranhas. Was this madness? How had they survived? It was terrifying. This place was nothing short of a hell on earth. No one had ever imagined such a sight. They had only seen piranhas in the small river, unaware of the greater horrors that lay beyond. The appearance of these piranhas astonished onlookers, yet few pondered how they had managed to endure. An uninhabited island was indeed a marvel, full of unexpected revelations. However, Yi Hao wore a frown. There had been no sign of monsters descending. This indicated that something significant was about to unfold, for it was inconceivable for such activity to abruptly cease. By the way, where had the giant python gone? Suddenly, Yi Hao recalled the creature, for it was tied to his very survival. That beast had taken a particular interest in him. Scanning the deserted island through the drone's lens, Yi Hao could not locate the python's presence. The thought of the ocean haunted Yi Hao. He dreaded the possibility that the colossal serpent might dwell within its depths, posing an imminent threat to his very existence. In a state of helplessness, he directed the lens towards a vast realm he had never encountered, eager to unveil its mysteries. Upon traversing this terrain, he stumbled upon a location strewn with gigantic eggshells. Fragments scattered about. In the farthest corner lay an immense bottomless pit, its depths obscured from view. Adjacent to this abyss was a jade pedestal, seemingly the abode of the jade spirit mushroom, yet at this moment, it stood desolate, devoid of its inhabitant. This was disheartening news. Yi Hao felt a profound unease settle within him. Without the vision of this entity, he was perilously vulnerable. Suddenly, the ground of the deserted island began to fissure, resembling a spider's web. In an instant, the entire island was enveloped in these cracks, while the surrounding waters began to encroach upon the land. Though the advance was gradual, it had commenced the process of submerging everything in its path. The center of the island began to sink, reminiscent of a funnel, ultimately converging upon Yi Hao's location. Near the canyon, it seemed as if all the anomalies were being funneled into the gorge, destined to serve as sustenance for the piranhas. Under the silvery moonlight, the entire island appeared eerily sinister. It dawned upon Yi Hao that none of the aberrant creatures possessed the ability to fly. Perhaps this was all a prelude to a grand cleansing. Although the purpose of this existence eluded him, Yi Hao's only desire was to find an escape and flee hastily. As if compelled by an unseen force, he felt an overwhelming urge to forge ahead towards the island. Meanwhile, Saya, blissfully oblivious, exhibited no signs of concern. Suddenly, with a splashing sound, Saya transformed into a puddle of water before coalescing back into human form. I can turn into water. In that moment of transformation, Saya successfully passed through the barrier, becoming the first contestant to escape the island. Congratulations, you are saved. After breaching the barrier, Saya swiftly reverted to his human shape and submerged into the water. Although he typically did not sink, he found himself struggling in the depths. My abilities have vanished. I have returned to being an ordinary person. Chapter 152. Return. The transformations on the deserted island were overwhelming. Yi Hao found himself momentarily at a loss for comprehension, particularly astonished by Saya's escape from the barrier. The revelation that Saya had lost his powers and reverted to a normal state was beyond Yi Hao's expectations, especially as he struggled merely to exit. The fissures on the island filled with seawater and all anomalies, propelled by tremors and the encroaching waves, converged towards the gorge under some unseen force. Gradually, the nearby monsters and creatures were driven into the canyon. A multitude of piranhas began to frantically tear at everything in their path. Countless beings were swept in by the waves, creating utter chaos. Yi Hao felt his small boat being carried toward the deserted island. This was exhilarating. As he gazed at the scenes on the screen, he was oblivious to the danger until he realized he was nearly drifting ashore. The sole fortune was that he hadn't reached the shore yet, for the flickering blue lights in the water had caught Yi Hao's attention, alerting him to the impending doom. Approaching the land would mean awaiting death. The luminescent points in the sea seemed unaffected by the water, continuing to shimmer. Unable to resist his curiosity, Yi Hao struggled to steer his boat towards those lights. The resistance of the water was immense, making it exceedingly difficult to control. Thus, he decided to leap from the boat and swim towards them. Upon reaching the area glowing with blue light, he discovered that the illumination was inexplicably generated. There was nothing within the water, no luminous entities present. It was merely a bright spot in the sea, and even touching it with his hand could not alter the situation. This perplexing occurrence left Yi Hao bewildered, as he had never encountered anything like it before. However, in this region, he distinctly felt something in his backpack growing warm. Hastily, he opened it to take a look. The key-like object had begun to crack, shattering into fragments. Countless blue light points drifted out, enveloping Yi Hao's entire body, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from his surface. What on earth was happening? He anxiously examined his body, relieved to find no abnormalities. He cautiously swam towards the edge of the barrier. The boat was irretrievable, and he would have to call the production team to send another. He planned to notify them only after reaching the barrier's edge, as it would be futile to send help without control. The sea creatures were in a panic, and Yi Hao continuously dodged them. Finally, he spotted the ship and swam towards the barrier. He remembered. Production team, could you send a hovercraft over? Wait, perhaps that won't be necessary. Could you come and pick me up instead? At that moment, Yi Hao realized he had seemingly breached the barrier, now less than 100 meters from the ship. He exerted himself to swim towards it. Soon, Yi Hao was rescued aboard the vessel, and upon witnessing the scene, all the viewers erupted in cheers. Sitting in the ship's lounge, they had already sailed far from the deserted island. Watching the drone footage on the screen, he observed that all the creatures had been eradicated by the piranhas at a remarkable speed, as if their stomachs were boundless. A multitude of items was devoured with astonishing rapidity, devoid of any hesitation, as if the desolate island were caught in a cataclysmic deluge. Everything was drawn into a colossal vortex, resembling an abyss that relentlessly consumed all that existed. The island's entirety was obliterated, and the audience beheld the vanishing giant serpent. In that moment, there was a complete lack of resistance, as it was inexorably pulled into the whirlpool. Though the destination of this vortex remained a mystery, the spectators were nonetheless elated, relieved that these entities had not dispersed. It was as if they had been sealed away. At this juncture, the world rejoiced, for at least no unpredictable calamities had arisen. Yi Hao exhaled in relief, yet he sensed an unsettling anxiety. After all, the vortex on the island had yet to cease, leaving the potential for unforeseen reversals. However, in the days that followed, the vortex's intensity diminished, signaling an eventual conclusion. Indeed, within a few days, it came to an absolute end. Yi Hao returned to the city, but he did not reunite with his family. Those operating behind the scenes delivered him directly to their domain. Disembarking from the vessel, he found himself in an unfamiliar locale. You've worked hard. Now let us examine you. A throng of individuals approached him, intent on taking him away. Your companion has already been thoroughly studied. He is utterly worthless, devoid of any reserves. I knew it. You captured Saya. Yi Hao observed the armed figures aiming their weapons at him, leaving him no choice but to surrender. He was acutely aware of his own mortality. The group escorted him to a highly advanced facility, reminiscent of a futuristic laboratory. There, he encountered Saya, whose body was ensnared by an array of tubes. Witnessing Saya's plight extinguished any hope Yihao had for his own future. At that moment, one wall of the laboratory unexpectedly ascended. A figure of authority strode over, exuding an air of arrogance as he regarded Yihao with disdain. I have come to witness a miracle firsthand. President, this is the bag belonging to Yihao. An individual clad in a white lab coat presented Yihao's backpack to the leader. Haha, Yihao, I must sincerely thank you for your significant contributions to our objectives. He proceeded to unseal Yihao's backpack. I eagerly anticipate discovering what you have brought back. No, those are gifts from my parents and sister. At that instant, Yihao felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, a profound isolation coursing through him. Damn it, how could this cursed item be here? Suddenly, the president erupted in a fit of expletives, his voice betraying an unmistakable panic. The backpack thudded to the ground, and a jade-like spirit mushroom rolled out. The occupants of the laboratory were momentarily stunned by the sight. Run! Help! Each individual scattered in panic, save for Yihao, who remained remarkably composed. I knew you hadn't vanished with the island, yet I never anticipated you had taken refuge in my backpack. His voice was hoarse, tinged with resignation. A flash of light pierced the air, and Saya stood up beside him. Brother, are you surprised? I have returned. I have finally escaped that nightmarish world. Saya's countenance was wild, his tone somber. Do you know where those vanished beings have gone? I do not care. If I cannot return to my former world, then I shall annihilate this one. Is this a relic from your world? Yihao inquired, holding a crimson fruit in his hand. I retrieved it from the depths of the canyon's waters. It leads to a mysterious realm, a path guided by a great fish. Saya's expression fell, as though he had lost everything. If you return now, perhaps it is not too late. A flash of white light erupted, and blood-red vines spread throughout the laboratory. In an instant, they burst forth, and everyone lurking nearby vanished. Saya too disappeared from that place. Chapter 153, the grand finale. A shroud of darkness enveloped him. Yihao felt utterly devoid of sensation, as if he had lost everything. In this space, time showed no signs of change. All strength had been siphoned from him, leaving Yihao in an abysmal state of weakness. Upon awakening once more, Yihao found himself in a hospital room. Beside him, a girl clutched his hand tightly. Her form slumped over the bedside in slumber. Sensing his movement, the girl lifted her head. Brother, you're finally awake. Yiran's face was instantly flooded with tears, uncontrollable in her emotion. After so many days, you finally returned. I thought I would never see you again. There, don't cry. I'm all right, see? At that moment, Yihao attempted to reach out to wipe away Yiran's tears, only to find himself utterly incapable of movement. Not a shred of strength remained within him. The once all-encompassing sensation of control had vanished entirely. Now, even the simple act of stretching forth his hand required immense effort. What has happened to me? He wondered anxiously, as if his body no longer belonged to him. His entire being seemed to be in disarray, completely stripped of control. Apart from the ability to speak, he was rendered helpless. I can hardly recall many things. Was I a participant in a program? Yes, you achieved ultimate victory. However, you nearly fell victim to that blood-red vine, but thankfully, it was discovered in time. It turned out that Saya had left behind countless blood-red vines upon his departure, intending to eradicate everyone present. The indiscriminate assault included Yihao among its victims, while others were mysteriously evaporated by a peculiar force. Yihao alone was ensnared by blood-red vines. By the time he was discovered, he had already lost considerable blood and lapsed into unconsciousness. At that moment, it seemed as though Yihao had forgotten much of his past, particularly the events that transpired on the deserted island. Who am I, truly? It felt as if a distant memory lay sealed within the recesses of Yihao's mind, yet he could not unlock that door. Even his original recollections were gradually becoming obscured. Yihao, dear brother, I have come to see you. Do you still remember me? Fan Xinxin gazed at him with a determined smile, for he was the person she admired most. Yet, he had lost so many memories that he had completely forgotten her. Superstar, you've come. I genuinely cannot recall our shared experiences. To Yihao, Fan Xinxin was undeniably beautiful, the kind of beauty that stirred his heart. However, there was a void in his memory concerning her, as well as another individual, Amo Ran, who also troubled his thoughts. He had utterly forgotten these matters, perhaps having irretrievably lost that segment of his past. A sudden crack echoed within his mind, as though something had shattered. An ancient aura emerged in the depths of Yihao's consciousness. By a tranquil pond deep within his mind, countless prehistoric creatures gathered in a frenzied congregation. Soon, a broad figure emerged from the water, and all the animals prostrated themselves before this person, as if in the presence of a sovereign. The scene fell into complete silence. All the extraordinary beings from the deserted island manifested in this place, many of which Yi Hao had never encountered before. At this moment, Yi Hao regained all his memories and observed everything with a tranquil demeanor. "I have returned." A voice resonated in Yi Hao's ear as Saya smiled and waved farewell to him. The image rippled like water, gradually dispersing until all was lost to sight. In the hospital room, several concerned individuals surrounded Yi Hao's bed. Upon witnessing his awakening, they erupted into joyous cheers. Looking at the faces before him, Yi Hao felt a renewed sense of hope in his life. "I am back,"